The man was intently controlling his computer game character, engaging in a solo match with other players. The next moment, the game character he was controlling successfully killed the opponent's character, and a victory icon popped up on the computer screen. The man looked at the victory icon that popped up on his computer screen, a satisfied expression on his face, then took off his headphones and prepared to go to sleep. However, the moment he stood up, his mind suddenly went blank, and he slowly lost consciousness. Before losing consciousness, he thought to himself, I should have known better than to stay up all night playing games. When Saron regained consciousness and prepared to move his body, he was startled to find that his body was very small and did not resemble a human at all. He looked down at his body and realized that he had turned from a human into a young black dragon that had just hatched and was covered with tender black scales. Just then, a vast amount of memories suddenly surfaced in his mind. After receiving these memories, Saron understood his predicament. He fell into a coma while playing games all night and was transported to a strange world inhabited by dragons, monsters, humans, elves, and other races, where magic and martial arts existed. He became a newly hatched juvenile black dragon. But what surprised him most was that he also awakened a talent from a game he played in his previous life, Feast. This talent allowed him to accumulate progress by consuming creatures, ores, gold coins, weapons, and other items. Once the progress reaches 100%, you can complete the first level upgrade, which improves various attributes and unlocks new talents based on the characteristics of the consumed objects. This discovery immediately filled Saron with shock, but this shock was quickly replaced by boundless joy. He was already tired of the endless work life. Now he had been transported to another world and transformed from a weak human into a giant dragon standing at the top of the food chain. This was an incredible stroke of luck for him. He will rely on his feast talent to continuously devour and grow, subdue all kinds of followers, build his own legion, and gradually become a dragon capable of devouring the world and dominating it. After calming down, Saron instinctively uttered a name, Saron Tristan Langwald. This was his true dragon name. He was now a black dragon, the most vicious black dragon among the 5 chromatic dragons. Looking at the little black dragon that had just hatched and uttered its true name, Lisa, the black dragon, immediately understood. It seemed this wasn't some lowly dragon beast. Just now, seeing its dazed and confused appearance, she had mistaken it for a dragon. Even if it's just one true dragon, her careful care hasn't been in vain. In that case, she can say she's done her duty to the great Tiamat, the 5-colored dragon mother. Then, under Saron's watchful eye, Lisa used her dragon claws to pull the carcass of some unknown animal from the mud pit beside her. The corpse still bore traces of acid corrosion, and most importantly, it was covered with wriggling maggots and other creatures. Saron knew that among the 5 dragonflies, the red dragon's breath was scorching dragon fire, the blue dragon's was linear lightning, the green dragon's was cone-shaped poisonous mist, and the black dragon's was acid. Unlike the other 5-colored dragons, the black dragon doesn't like fresh meat. It seems this is the first meal the black dragon mother prepared for her children. Not bad. Much better than some of those 5-colored dragons that are born and then do nothing. Saron didn't want to look at any of this, so after thinking for a moment, he started eating the eggshells on the ground. Click, click. Saron thought to himself smugly. If I can just lie low for 100 years until I'm an adult, as long as I don't mess with those I can't afford to offend, I can just find a small kingdom and snatch a few princesses. According to inherited memories, the elves of this world seem to taste quite good, so I'll just steal a few more. A fully grown dragon's lifespan of several thousand years is more than enough for me to enjoy. Looking at her newborn son's silly expression, Lisa, the black dragon, couldn't help but wonder what the little guy was doing. However, it was her first time incubating eggs, and she had little experience, so she glanced at him and then ignored him. At this moment, Saron was studying his talents. He looked at the few lines of small text that appeared before him. Saron, Health 50 Talent Feast level. 0 Feast level 1 progress. 3%. Unlike in the game, you can't just gulp it down now. To stack the feast, you have to keep eating until the progress bar below reaches 100%. Then you can directly stack a layer to increase your size and health. Saron thought about it for a moment. If this skill appeared in reality, it would definitely be different from a simple game. Saron dismissed this unrealistic idea and focused on experiencing the feast talent. Now, Saron felt an overwhelming hunger. Even after he munched away all the eggshells, his progress was only 11%. Still so hungry. Just then, he smelled a delicious aroma, and slowly looked towards the black dragon girl. This smells good. And there are 2 other unhatched dragon eggs nearby. They should smell good too. Stared at like that by Saron, Lisa, the black dragon, felt a jolt, as if she had a bad feeling. But she quickly realized that she was making a fuss over nothing. After all, it was just a fledgling dragon. Looking at the black dragon girl's enormous size and sharp claws, Saron's reason immediately suppressed his hungry desires. No, no. How could he eat his own mother and his unborn brothers and sisters? With red eyes, Salon looked at the rotting corpse beside him, thinking, I can't care about that now. I'm a Jackie Chan now. Why should I worry about these things? So he pounced on the corpse and began to eat it. Surprisingly, the taste was quite good. Moreover, the black dragon girl had clearly hunted some kind of magical creature, making it very enjoyable to eat. Seeing that her son had started eating, Lisa the black dragon stopped paying attention and slowly walked deeper into the cave, where her treasure lay. As Saron continued to devour, the progress bar steadily increased. When it reached 100%, Saron felt a jolt run through his body. Then, he seemed to enter a pitch-black space, watching his body grow stronger and his size slowly increase. Saron discovered that he seemed to be able to modify his body with his will, such as increasing muscle mass in a certain area. But he didn't do anything, because the feast talent would automatically transform his body towards its most perfect state. Saron opened his eyes and looked at his body. Black dragon scales clung tightly to his body. He was about 2.5 meters tall when he was born, but now he had grown to a little over 3 meters. His wings had become strong and powerful, no longer limp. Saron spread his wings and flapped them twice, but he didn't intend to fly. Still in the fledgling stage, he was incapable of flying. True dragons don't fly entirely on wings. They use dragon language magic in conjunction with wings to truly fly. If they could fly solely on wings, those wings would have to be extremely strong and wide. Saron looked at the information before him. Saron, health 70, feast stacks. 1, feast cooldown, 3 days. Activate talent, carnivore. You can restore health and energy by killing enemies. The amount restored depends on the amount of health and energy the enemy has. Saron's eyes lit up. A carnivore. It even awakened a passive ability. Moreover, feast actually has a cooldown period. During this time, he didn't feel too hungry. Saron breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, there was a cooldown period. Otherwise, enduring that hunger for the rest of his life would be unbearable. Moreover, once the cooldown was over, Saron could decide for himself whether to start the feast. The hunger that had just surged from the depths of his soul was truly terrifying for the dragon, which had audaciously set his sights on the black dragon girl. There is little affection among dragons to begin with, and if the black dragon mother knew that her newborn son wanted to eat her, Saron could not even imagine the consequences. However, Saron soon began researching the feast talent again, although he was temporarily annoyed that he couldn't drink it all at once. The advantage is that he can prepare food in advance and eat his fill at once, which means he can make the feast 100% complete. Thinking of this, Saron glanced at the remaining half-eaten monster corpse beside him. This was the food source for his growth. Moreover, he had just sensed an even more fragrant aroma emanating from the depths of the cave where the black dragon girl was. Saron tiptoed deeper into the cave. There, he saw a mountain of treasure, covered with glittering gold and silver coins, as well as glowing ores and jewels. There were also armor, weapons, and magic wands. The black dragon girl lay atop the mountain, her eyes closed. Saron could sense that the fragrances were completely different from those of the black dragon lady. They were all emanating from the treasures. The most fragrant of all was a giant axe in the distance, even more fragrant than the black dragon lady. It was a giant axe over 3 meters long. At this moment, the black dragon lady opened her eyes, coldly staring at Saron, exhaling 2 puffs of air from her nostrils. Saron slowly retreated. He knew that the black dragon lady was warning him not to covet her treasure. For dragons, treasure is their second life, and they will show no mercy even to their own offspring. After all, raising children is merely to fulfill the task of procreation advocated by Tiamat, the 5-colored dragon mother. Treasure, however, is what truly belongs to them. The next day, Saron discovered that the other 2 dragon eggs had begun to hatch. The black dragon girl also emerged from the depths of the cave. Looking at Saron, she was somewhat puzzled. The growth rate was far too fast. The 2 little black dragons had just hatched when they announced their arrival to the world, each calling out their true dragon names. Emily Tristan Langwald. Hannah Tristan Langwald. Saron took a closer look. They were 2 small female dragons. They were about 2.4 meters long, with small, pointed horns, limp wings, and an unpleasant slime on their bodies. But to Saron's perception, they actually smelled much better. Seeing that both little dragons had called out their true names, the Black Dragon Mother seemed to feel much better. Giving birth to 3 true dragons at once was a significant contribution to the dragon race. The Great Dragon Mother Tiamat would surely grant her entry into the divine realm because of it. Thinking this, the Black Dragon Mother huffed and puffed as she walked deeper into the cave to tend to her treasures. Seeing her leave, Saron walked over to the 2 little dragon sisters, who were still gnawing on their eggshells. They didn't seem to care much as Saron approached. Saron stretched out his dragon claws and unceremoniously snatched some eggshell fragments from his 2 sisters. He needed to prepare for the feast to come. Roar! A childish roar rang out. There's no such thing as brotherly or sisterly affection among dragons. Emily looked at the older brother in front of her, who was a whole size bigger than her, and felt nothing but resentment. How dare this guy steal her things? Saron casually pressed Emily's dragon head to the ground, forcing her to eat dirt, while simultaneously picking up the largest piece of eggshell. Good girl, let your big brother have a taste, Saron said in dragon language. Emily tried to fight back, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't lift her head from under Saron's claws, her hind legs pounding the ground. She cried out angrily, "You wretched creature! How dare you treat the future great Black Dragon Queen like this?" But all she got in return was a mouthful of dirt. Despite being born just 1 day earlier, the difference was enormous. Saron knew very well that while a single feast might seem to only increase health by 20 points, health actually encompassed a range of attributes, including size, defense, and strength, far exceeding what these 2 little dragons could achieve. Seeing this, Hannah immediately gathered her eggshells together and began to devour them frantically. Saron, realizing this was unacceptable, released his grip on Emily. He then grabbed Hannah by the neck, shoved her aside, and took the largest piece of eggshell. Having learned from her previous experience, Hannah offered no further futile resistance and could only let Saron walk away with the eggshell. Emily also refrained from making any rash moves, simply angrily gnawing on the remaining eggshell. Saron placed the eggshell alongside the remaining half of the magical beast's corpse, then lay down beside it, quietly awaiting the start of the feast. During this time, he began to slowly organize the vast collection of dragon heritage memories. This included various dragon language spells, as well as the names and habits of some magical beasts. Saron wasn't simply trying to bully his 2 sisters. He needed to secure his position as the eldest brother so he could have the upper hand when the Black Dragon Mother distributed food. Everything was for the sake of the feast. Of course, he was careful not to remove all the eggshells, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to get past the Black Dragon Mother. The eggshells contain a special substance that allows the scales and bones of the newly hatched dragon to harden rapidly. Without the eggshells, this process would take at least 10 days. The 2 younger sisters quickly devoured their respective eggshell fragments, then stared at the rotting monster corpse in the distance, drooling. Emily ultimately couldn't suppress her instincts. She slowly approached the monster's carcass, while Hannah observed Saron's reaction from the side. She saw her sister Emily pounce on him like a puppy, trying to bite him, but Saron grabbed her by the neck and threw her aside. "This is what Mother prepared for us. You can't have it all to yourself." Emily glared at Saron, her voice trembling with fear. Hannah, on the other hand, looked at Saron pitifully, hoping to get some food. "Do you think Mother would care about such trivial matters?" Saron didn't seem to care about Emily's threat. Emily fell silent upon hearing this. The kinship among the 5-colored dragons was already weak, and the Black Dragon Mother usually wouldn't interfere in such matters. Saron vaguely felt he might have gone too far. He glanced into the depths of the cave and faintly heard low growls. So he went forward and tore off 2 pieces of meat, enough for them to eat. "Consider this in exchange for the eggshells," Saron said, tossing the meat to them before closing his eyes to rest. The 2 little dragon girls were still somewhat dissatisfied, but they had no choice but to accept it. "Damn it, when I grow up, I'll definitely teach Saron a lesson," Emily said viciously as she ate the meat, as if she were Saron herself. Hannah, on the other hand, ate while secretly glancing at her older brother. Saron continued to ponder the feast talent, his train of thought interrupted. He understood that a feast was more than just devouring meat. The desire he felt upon seeing the Black Dragon Maiden's treasure wasn't the possessiveness typical of dragons, but pure gluttony, the fragrance emanating from the treasure being the best proof. A day later, Saron finally saw the feast begin again. That familiar hunger swept over him once more. and Saron abruptly opened his eyes. He quickly pounced on the monster's corpse and began to devour it, while also gnawing on some of his sister's eggshells as seasoning. The feast's progress steadily increased, 19%, 20%. Emily and Hannah watched helplessly as Saron devoured the beast meat like a hungry wolf. When Saron had finished all the monster meat, the feast's progress remained at 90%. He felt even hungrier. So, he slowly turned his head to look at the two little dragon girls. Emily and Hannah instinctively shrank back, letting out threatening growls. They both felt that Saron was unusually terrifying at this moment. Saron forcibly suppressed his appetite for them, ignoring the temptation. He then turned his attention to the monster's bones and began gnawing on the cartilage and ribs. Crunch, crunch. How can Saron's teeth be so hard? Those are the bones of the magical beast, the great horned bull. Hannah exclaimed in shock. These bones are impossible for a young dragon to bite. Although it can digest them, it cannot swallow them. Yet Saron seemed to be gnawing on them with effortless ease. Finally, the feast reached 100% completion. Chapter 3 Black Dragon Girl's Reaction. Saron hid in a corner of the cave, away from the Black Dragon Girl and the two dragon girls, and quietly lay down. His consciousness once again entered that familiar dark space, and like an observer, he watched his body change, his size slowly growing. Its scales grew harder, its claws and teeth sharper, and its limbs became noticeably thicker. While true dragons in this world valued proportionate figures, Saron preferred a more imposing, powerful physique. The transformation was completed quickly. Saron opened his eyes and looked at himself. His body length was nearly 4 meters. Although he hadn't grown exponentially, the density of his bones and muscles had clearly increased, and his overall strength far surpassed what he had before. He quickly checked the status. Health increased to 95, feast stacks increased to 2, but the cooldown time had increased to 4 days, and no new talents had been added. Saron didn't care. This ability could be stacked. The future was the key. After adjusting to his body, he slowly approached the two dragon girls. Emily and Hannah were lying on the ground, one of the dragons licking a magical beast leg bone with relish. Emily noticed him first, and Hannah followed suit, looking him over in surprise. Was this really a black dragon that had only been born a few days ago? Its size and imposing presence even surpassed some red dragon hatchlings. How long did I sleep? Saron asked casually. Emily snorted and ignored her, while Hannah honestly replied, about a day. Saron nodded, then lowered his head and bit down on Hannah's bone. Hannah instinctively let go, and Emily immediately exploded. You even steal bones? Saron ignored her, crunching his bones a few times to reveal the marrow. This is for you. He gave the marrow to Hannah and turned to gnaw on other bones. Although the feast was cooling down, he still needed to eat to grow. Ordinary true dragons have limits, but the feast can be stacked infinitely. He even wondered if stacking up the layers would make him completely invincible. Hannah looked at Saron's back, then at the marrow, and suddenly thought this older brother wasn't so bad, so she buried her head and ate even more heartily. Emily, increasingly annoyed, leaned closer and whispered, You weren't bribed by a few bones, were you? But the bone marrow is really delicious, Hannah replied between bites. Emily was furious, but after being given a piece of bone marrow, she froze. It smelled so good. Saron continued gnawing on the bone, glancing deeper into the cave. The black dragon maiden hadn't appeared yet, and they'd run out of food after this meal. He didn't dare go looking for her himself, so he guided the two dragon sisters. What do you think Mother will bring back this time? Hannah guessed it was a magical beast, while Emily excitedly said it must be powerful prey. But Hannah suddenly added in a low voice, Mother doesn't seem to be planning to go out. Saron then said, I saw her lying on the pile of treasure earlier. Treasure? The two dragon girls' eyes lit up instantly. For a true dragon, the absence of treasure was utterly unbearable. Soon, their interest was piqued, and they swayed and wandered deeper into the cave. Saron, on the other hand, lay down on the spot, quietly waiting for any movement. Not long after, a roar rang out, and a dark figure was flung out, crashing heavily to the ground. It was Emily, her scales cracked in several places. Hannah also rushed out in a panic. Saron frowned. What happened? Hannah stammered. We couldn't wake Mother, and Emily thought she was asleep, so she tried to steal a gold coin. Saron was speechless. A true dragon's memory for treasure was incredibly precise. It wouldn't miss the location of even a single gold coin, let alone act right under the nose of an adult black dragon. Emily slunk into a corner, too ashamed to utter a sound. Saron sighed. It seemed that if he wanted a full meal, he'd have to rely on himself. Chapter 4: The First Hunt. On the surface of a stretch of water in the bone-eating swamp, a black dragon head slowly emerged from the water. This was Saron's first time leaving the dragon's lair. The Black Dragon Queen's lair was built deep within the swamp, its structure resembling a beaver's den. The only way for him to leave was by diving underwater. However, the black dragon was naturally skilled at swimming and could breathe underwater, so Saron swam out with ease. Looking around, he saw only miasma, making it impossible for ordinary people to survive. In the distance, on the shore, lay a forest, clearly hiding prey. The lair was shrouded in dragon's might, deterring wild beasts and magical creatures from approaching. Saron had to stay far away if he wanted to hunt. He was well aware of his predicament, but the feast was crucial to his rise to power, and he was determined not to become spoils of a dragon slayer. He swam ashore, shook the mud off his wings, withdrew his dragon might, and quietly sensed his surroundings. He was still too weak at this moment, his magic power insufficient for flight, and even if he could fly, he would not easily take the risk, as the air was equally fraught with danger. His black scales were covered in mud, almost blending into the ground. With his senses far exceeding those of true dragons his age, Saron quickly detected the movement in the distance and a faint smell of blood. He immediately and quietly slipped into the depths of the forest. In the jungle, 5 dire wolves were tearing apart a large, antlered deer. Saron observed from behind the bushes. Although these dire wolves were not magical beasts, they were enormous and extremely ferocious. However, he was even larger, and a direct confrontation was not without a chance of victory. He locked onto the larger of the dire wolves, clearly the leader. The wolf was monopolizing the most tender entrails of the deer. Saron slowly approached, seizing the moment the wolf buried its head in its prey's belly and launched a sudden attack. He pounced with lightning speed, biting down on the throat of the nearest dire wolf, his sharp teeth tearing through its trachea. The dire wolf only had time to let out a mournful cry before collapsing, and the rest of the dire wolves were instantly stunned, the atmosphere suddenly becoming tense. The dire wolf leader did not attack immediately, but instead growled cautiously. It recognized Saron, a black dragon, but only a hatchling. After weighing its options, it gave a command, and the other 3 dire wolves quickly surrounded it. Saron, still carrying a corpse in his mouth, was instinctively excited. He released his prey, stepped on the carcass, spread his wings, let out a low dragon roar, and fearlessly went to battle. In the head-on collision, 1 dire wolf was sent flying, the sound of bones cracking clearly audible. The other 2 seized the opportunity to bite at his neck and wings, but Saron pinned one down with a claw, the claw piercing its body and its teeth snapping its spine, killing it instantly. But another dire wolf tore through his wing. Just then, the dire wolf leader seized the opportunity and lunged at his throat. Saron, however, was prepared, coldly raising his head. "I've been waiting for you." The next moment, a cone-shaped stream of acid shot out, directly covering the leader's face. A corrosive sound rang out, his fur began to smoke, and the acid seeped into his eyes, instantly blinding him. He writhed in agony on the ground. Saron seized the opportunity to counterattack, pinning down the dire wolf that was biting its wing and snapping its neck in one bite. A cool energy immediately surged through his body, and the wound healed rapidly. He knew this was his carnivore talent at work. He quickly finished off the remaining 2 dire wolves, and the battle was completely over. As energy surged, his wings were restored to their original state, as if he had never been injured. Looking at the corpses scattered on the ground, Saron was quite satisfied. To kill 5 dire wolves almost unscathed while in his dragon form was quite impressive. If it had been Hannah or Emily, they would probably have been torn to shreds long ago. He also saw through the opponent's tactics. First, send his companions to probe, then look for weaknesses. But Saron was already prepared with an acid counterattack, only to his regret. The black dragon could only spew acid, not breathe fire like the red dragon. He then began to eat, tearing open the dire wolf's belly and devouring its entrails. The meat of ordinary wild beasts has limited energy, far less than that of magical beasts. The feast had not yet cooled down, and these prey were not enough for him to complete the 3rd level. Just then, a giant leopard, 3 meters long, emerged from the shadows, growling as it stared at the corpses scattered on the ground. Its size rivaled that of a tiger, its muscles bulging, clearly indicating it was a powerful member of the ferocious species. Saron merely glanced up, then continued eating, completely ignoring the other creature. Seeing his indifference, The leopard grew bolder and attempted to snatch a carcass. Salong immediately rose and approached. The leopard, instantly determined that Salong was in good condition, abandoned its prey without hesitation and turned to flee. Chapter 5 Hannah's Doubts. Saron didn't devour all the dire wolf carcasses, only 2, and even those were whole, bones and all. Since his teeth evolved, he actually found bones more appealing. He hid the remaining carcasses, along with the great elk, in the swamp. After familiarizing himself with his surroundings, Saron, having eaten his fill, leisurely returned to his lair. Inside, Hannah and Emily were both listless. Emily was still licking her wounds, occasionally glancing into the depths. The 2 little dragons didn't react to his return, clearly indicating their black dragon mother hadn't gone hunting. Saron ignored them and walked straight past. Hannah, however, suddenly sniffed, smelling blood. Seeing Saron's state, she immediately realized he had gone out hunting alone. She perked up instantly and scrambled over. Saron, did you go hunting? Her eyes lit up. So what? Saron glanced at her, his tone nonchalant. Hannah wanted to ask for some meat, but couldn't bring herself to say it, so she changed her tune. Actually, when you went out yesterday, I sneaked out too. You dare to go out? Saron was somewhat surprised. He only dared to leave because of his enhanced body, yet this little one dared to run around like this. Hannah quickly explained. I found a place with lots of prey, and I want to build a temporary nest there with you. She knew there was no future in staying here, but she couldn't leave her mother's protection. Saron wasn't very interested. I'm not short of prey right now. What about magical beasts? Hannah probed. Saron's gaze sharpened. Magical beasts? You actually encountered one. Hannah nodded, whispering that she had lost track of it and stumbled upon a rift bear by chance. Seeing Saron's strange expression, she quickly added that she hadn't continued following it. A fully grown Earthshaker is a level 5 magical beast. How are we, as fledglings, supposed to fight it? Saron frowned. It's injured and has lost a lot of blood. It probably isn't even level 5 yet, Hannah said, shrinking her neck. Saron pondered for a moment, realizing that his feast was about to cool down and he needed a target, so he nodded. Let's go take a look. The 2 dragons left the cave, and Emily merely raised her eyelids and muttered indifferently. Trying to hunt monsters? You'd be lucky not to get eaten. In the forest surrounding the bone-eating swamp, Saron and Hannah made their way forward silently. After walking for a long time without seeing their target, Saron frowned. Are you sure it's here? I saw it right here, Hannah replied, also somewhat flustered. Saron said no more, his eyes fixed on a large elk in the distance. He suddenly pounced, snapping its neck in one bite. The movement was clean and swift, making Hannah swallow hard. Is this for us to eat? Don't be so sure. This is for the Earth Shatterbear, Saron said coldly. He skillfully tossed aside the giant horned carcass, the stench of blood quickly spreading, before disappearing into the bushes. Hannah paused, then realized what he meant. You want me to be the bait? You mean I'll be the bait and you'll kill him? Saron said without turning around. You do it. Hannah quickly shook her head, forced to eat, while remaining vigilant of her surroundings. Saron observed from the shadows and thought the little dragon was quite clever. Not long after, a massive black shadow slowly approached. He clearly saw that it was a giant black bear, its limbs covered in yellowish-brown fur, its body riddled with knife wounds, and half a black arrow stuck in its neck. Clearly, this Earthshaker bear had just fought the mercenaries and was injured. Its eyes gleamed with greed as it stared at Hannah and the great horned deer. Instinct told it that devouring the little dragon would be highly beneficial. Finally, it lowered its body and charged forward like a chariot. Hannah was startled and, without even swallowing the meat in her mouth, turned and ran. She was small and agile, but the wounded Earthshaker bear was still ferocious and relentlessly pursued her. In her panic, Hannah realized she had no way out and was soon forced to a rock wall. The Earth Shatterbear stood upright, towering 5 meters tall, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. Hannah panicked completely and cried out, Brother Saron, save me. Just as the Earth Shatterbear was about to pounce, Saron, who had been lying in wait, quietly made his move. Chapter 6 The Third Feast. Saron's timing was impeccable. At that moment, the Earth Shatterbear's attention was entirely focused on the dragon girl, completely unaware of the danger behind it. Saron flapped its wings and leaped up, its speed increasing dramatically. In an instant, it circled behind the Earth Shatterbear and bit down hard on one of its eyes. The Earthshaker roared in pain, the intense agony causing it to lose control instantly. Normally, it would never have been caught off guard by such a sneak attack, but its injuries and the prey so close made it lower its guard. It swung its massive paws, trying to throw Saron off, but Saron held on tightly, its claws digging deep into its flesh, and it couldn't break free no matter what it did. Seeing this, Hannah quickly retreated, moving away from the battlefield. Unable to shake off Saron, the Earth Shaker, in a fit of rage, rammed itself into the stone wall. Saron, anticipating this, swiftly escaped and jumped down after achieving his goal. The Earth Shaker was now covered in blood, looking ferocious and terrifying. Sa vaguely sensed a change in his temperament. Whether it was the influence of his dragon nature or the outburst of repression from his past life, he was too lazy to delve into it. He only knew that he was now more adapted to the laws of this world. This scene thoroughly enraged the Earth Shaker, which roared and its body shimmered with earth-yellow magical energy. The next moment, the ground trembled violently, and several earth spikes shot out from the ground, aimed directly at Saron. Although Saron dodged in advance, it was still struck by one of the earth spikes. Its scales were broken, but the spike remained lodged in its muscle and did not penetrate. A flash of yellow light followed, and Saron felt his body suddenly become heavy, his movements slowing down. Earth slow, he immediately recognized. The Earth Shaker cast stone skin on itself again, then charged forward, clearly intending to crush the young dragon in one fell swoop. Saron's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly uttered in a low voice, "Light." This was the first time he had cast dragon magic since arriving in this world. He almost exhausted all his magic power, amplifying the original illumination spell into a blinding light. The intense light erupted instantly, and the one-eyed earth-shattering bear instantly lost its sight, roaring in pain. In that instant, Saron unleashed its pent-up venom, striking the earth-shatter bear precisely into its open mouth. The acid rapidly corroded its throat, rendering the bear unable to even scream. Smoke billowed from its throat as its massive body collapsed to the ground. It still clung to life, its single eye fixedly fixed on the approaching Saron. "Don't blame me. This world is a jungle where the strong prey on the weak," Saron said softly, then ended its life. The Earth Shatter Bear, however, showed a sense of relief in its eyes. At the same time, its carnivore ability activated, and its wounds healed rapidly. After the battle, Hannah ran over excitedly. "Saron, you're amazing. You even killed an Earth Shatter Bear." Saron didn't respond. Instead, he used his claws to crack open the skull of the Earth Splitter Bear and quickly retrieved a rhomboid, yellowish-brown magic crystal. He glanced at Hannah and said, "After I finish eating, the rest is yours." Hannah immediately nodded, calculating in her mind that with such a large corpse, she would definitely get a considerable share. At this moment, the feast cooldown in the system ended, and Saron immediately activated it. A familiar hunger swept through his body, and he began devouring the bear paws. The energy contained within the monster meat made him feel incredibly refreshed, and the progress of the feast level rapidly increased. When he was halfway through, the progress of the third level was only halfway complete. He continued to devour the internal organs and bones, finally fixing his gaze on the magic crystal. That energy was even more tempting, and he swallowed it without hesitation. The feast level finally reached 100%. "The rest is yours, but hurry, it's not safe here." With that, Saron turned and headed straight for the bone-corroding swamp. Hannah immediately pounced on it and wolfed it down. Although only a quarter remained, it was enough for her to have a hearty meal. Instead of returning to the dragon's lair, Saron casually dug a cave in the swamp to rest. In that familiar darkness, he felt his body continuously strengthening. But this time, something seemed different. He noticed some yellowish-brown specks of light appearing within his body. Chapter 7: The Unexpected Mercenary Group. Just as Saron completed his transformation at the third level of the feast, a 5-man mercenary squad quietly arrived at the forest on the outskirts of the bone-eating swamp. The surroundings were silent and oppressive, and everyone remained highly vigilant. The squad stopped, and the shield warrior Sotos asked in a low voice, "Delia, are you sure that Earth-Splittering Bear is here?" The elven girl nodded. "My magic arrow is still on it. Its location is right here." A young swordsman yawned, complaining that the Earth-Splitting Bear was too fast, while the other twin worried that it didn't have any magic crystals inside. Bill, the white-robed mage in the group, however, was certain that the Earth-Splitting Bear was powerful and must be carrying magic crystals. Sotos smiled and reassured everyone. "Don't worry, this time will definitely help Bill advance to level 5 mage, and the materials will be enough for us to make a fortune." Bill responded gratefully, and the trust between them seemed exceptionally strong. Delia watched this scene with a calm heart. This was the partnership she had always longed for. But she quickly reminded him. Intelligence says there might be adult black dragons in the bone-corroding swamp. Sotos pondered for a moment and then shook his head. We only operate on the outskirts. We won't go deep. There have been mercenary groups that have escaped and scathed before. Lori exclaimed excitedly. Once we get stronger, we might even be able to slay a dragon. Sotos's expression darkened. Don't underestimate dragons. They're not something we can handle. Lori chuckled and fell silent. The group continued their journey deeper into the forest. Meanwhile, Saron finally completed his transformation. His condition improved dramatically. Not only did his health increase, but he also gained a new talent, Earth Affinity. He could clearly sense the earth element floating in the air, and even in the bone-eating swamp, this perception was exceptionally strong. However, his inherited knowledge of earth magic was limited. After all, true dragons rarely cultivated deliberately. They could become stronger simply through growth. Saron approached the water's edge and examined himself. He was now over 4 meters long, his body more robust and powerful. His dragon head was larger, his bite force astonishing, and his horns were ferocious and sharp, with even new small horns faintly appearing to grow. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, I'm getting more and more handsome. With his increased strength, Saron was full of confidence, feeling that if he encountered the Earth-Shatter Bear again, he could completely crush it head-on. Lost in thought, he was unaware of the approaching danger. In the nearby bushes, Sotos and his group stared intently ahead, their faces a mixture of shock and excitement. They had discovered a black dragon hatchling. Watching Saron, completely unsuspecting, devouring the carcass of the earth-shattering bear, the Lori brothers' eyes gleamed, as if they had found a chance to change their fate. Delia, however, whispered a warning. The Earthshaker bear can't be killed by a fledgling dragon. There must be an adult black dragon here. We must retreat. Her tone was calm and resolute. Lori, however, retorted excitedly. It's a fledgling dragon. If we catch it, we can turn the tables. If we miss this opportunity, we'll never have another chance. He even began to fantasize about becoming a dragon knight, even about using dragons to extend his lifespan and establish a family. Greed grew ever larger in his eyes. Sotos looked conflicted, glancing at the crowd. The Lori brothers were fervent. Delia remained silent and resistant, and Bill kept his head down, creating a tense atmosphere. Finally, he spoke. Vote to decide. Raise your hand if you agree to take action. The Lori brothers immediately raised their hands, while Delia remained silent. Just as Sotos was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Bill suddenly raised his hand. I agree. Delia looked at him in shock. Bill said coldly, You all know the value of a fledgling dragon. This is our only chance. Capture it and run. No one can catch us. Sotos hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, Let's do it. Danger had officially arrived. Chapter 8 Hannah's Ordeal. Hannah was still enjoying the flesh of the earth-shattering bear. The monster meat hadn't rotted, but the texture was actually a bit off. She muttered to herself as she ate, thinking that it would taste better if some acid was added to corrode it. There was so much meat in front of her that she even started considering whether to take some back for Emily. After all, Emily had been punished by Daenerys and her injuries hadn't healed yet. Moreover, she would have to cling to Saron's coattails from now on. Just as she was lost in thought, an arrow suddenly shot out of the bushes and struck her hind leg instantly. Hannah screamed and turned to flee without hesitation. But she had only taken a few steps when the ground suddenly shook violently, and several stone pillars rose from the ground, trapping her tightly. Delia's arrow struck, and with Bill's earth magic added to the attack, her escape route was completely blocked. The group had already anticipated that the fledgling dragon couldn't fly. Restricting its movement was enough. Hurry, 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 Soros ordered, and the group rushed out quickly. The Lori brothers threw out a giant net, trapping Hannah tightly. She struggled desperately, but the net only tightened, rendering her completely powerless. In despair, she could only cry out, Saron, come save me. Soros and the others lifted Hannah and immediately retreated, while Bill and Delia covered their retreat. Delia listened to the young dragon's cries, a flicker of pity in her eyes. Bill, however, coldly warned, Black dragons are the most cunning and cruel. They will only harm people when they grow up. They don't deserve any sympathy. Meanwhile, Saron returned to the carcass of the earth-shatter bear and found that much of the meat was gone. He was about to tease Hannah about how well she had eaten when his nose suddenly twitched. Something was wrong. Besides the scent of Hannah and the monster, there was a strong smell of unfamiliar things, and there were even clear human footprints on the ground. Something's happened. A cold glint flashed in Saron's eyes. Hannah wasn't clever, but she was still a true dragon, and he had originally intended to groom her into his own crew. Now that she'd been captured into Daenerys' territory, these people were clearly incredibly audacious. Just as he was on guard, a familiar voice called out, "Cerrone, it's me." Emily emerged from the bushes. Cerrone didn't waste any words, saying directly, "Hannah has been captured by humans. Go and inform Daenerys. I'm going after them." Emily's face changed drastically upon hearing this, while Cerrone had already flapped his wings and quickly followed the scent. Although he couldn't truly fly yet, gliding was enough to increase his speed. Emily gritted her teeth, turned around, and sprinted towards Daenerys' cave. Meanwhile, Soros and his men fled frantically, their hearts filled with both excitement and fear. They had actually stolen a cub from the territory of an adult black dragon, a gamble with their lives. "Faster," they shouted, knowing that if they were caught, they would surely die. Hannah had been given a large dose of anesthetic and was completely unconscious. Soros gritted his teeth and said, "Once this job is done, we'll be set." Only Delia looked grave. Having witnessed the terror of an adult dragon firsthand, she was not optimistic about this operation. Soon after, Cerrone locked onto his targets with his keen eyesight. He lay in ambush in the forest, quickly assessing their strength. A level 4 mage, a level 5 warrior, 2 level 4 warriors, and an elven archer. Such a lineup, daring to venture into the dragon's lair? He weighed his options for a moment, then decided to act. If he waited for Daenerys Targaryen to intervene, he'd certainly miss out on the spoils. Thinking this, Cerrone silently approached. Just then, his opponent stopped to rest, and Lori couldn't help but complain of exhaustion. Delia, however, insisted on continuing. In the instant of their argument, Cerrone moved. The dark figure pounced like the Grim Reaper, biting directly at Bill. The earth shield had just lit up when it was shattered by his bite, tearing apart Bill's neck and shoulder in the process. Blood splattered, and the others didn't even have time to react. "Bill!" The crowd was shocked and furious, never expecting to be ambushed by a young dragon. Soros roared and charged forward with his shield raised. Delia fired enchanted arrows in quick succession, and the Lori brothers attacked from both sides, instantly forming an encirclement. Cerrone, however, remained unusually calm. He grabbed Bill's corpse and hurled it at Delia, attempting to eliminate the ranged attackers first. But Soros unleashed his battle aura, forcefully blocking Cerrone's charge. With a deafening roar, the two collided head-on. Soros was thrown back, and Cerrone was forced to halt his movements. Chapter 9: The Wrath of the Black Dragon Maiden. "Humans, how dare you?" Cerrone said coldly in the common language of the continent. This was the first time he had killed someone with his own hands, and the blood at the corner of his mouth was still wet, but he felt no repulsion. On the contrary, he gradually got used to the feeling. "Kill." Sotos came to his senses and saw his companion's tragic death. Overwhelmed with grief and rage, he raised his shield and charged forward. Cerrone shook his head, showing no sign of retreat, and met the attack head-on. He bit down on the giant shield, snapped off a chunk with a loud crack, and swallowed it whole. Sotos's heart sank. This young dragon was far beyond his expectations. He forced himself to shout, "You guys go first, I'll cover the rear. Every one of you who can escape is a piece of cake." But before he could finish speaking, he discovered that the Lori brothers had already fled with the hatchling. Only Delia remained standing behind him, and she couldn't help but shout angrily, "Lori, Kent, how could you do this?" Sotos's heart was breaking. He never expected that the people he trusted most would betray him at this moment. Cerrone watched coldly, his eyes filled with sarcasm. Human nature could never withstand the test. "Delia, you should leave," Sotos urged in a low voice. Before she could speak, he roared, "Run," and charged at Cerrone again. "None of you are leaving," Cerrone retorted coldly, daring to steal a dragon with such power. His aura exploded, and the oppressive feeling intensified. Delia, with tears in her eyes, fired a few arrows, then used the opportunity to leap onto a treetop and quickly retreat. The arrows clattered against the scales, leaving only shallow white marks. One arrow barely embedded itself in the abdomen, but was held firmly by the muscles, not even drawing blood. Cerrone casually knocked away the shield and continued to close in. Sotos drew his long sword and slashed down with all his might. Cerrone opened his mouth to spew acid, but it was blocked by his battle aura. The next moment, he slammed his head in, sending Sotos flying. Sotos barely managed to steady himself and wanted to continue his attack, but as soon as he looked down, he saw a black dragon claw piercing through his chest, blood gushing out. "We shouldn't be greedy," he managed to utter his last words. his gaze gradually dimming as he looked towards the distant sky, still harboring regret for a certain elf. You are a true warrior, but our positions differ. Saron looked at the fallen Sotos, his tone calm. In this world, the strong prey on the weak. Without strength, his fate would only be worse. He would either be enslaved for life or dismantled into materials to forge magical artifacts. Whether in his past life or this one, the rules had never changed. With this thought, Saron's resolve hardened completely. To live, he must make his enemies die. Without further thought, he approached the Mage Bill's corpse and retrieved a broken jade pendant and a ring. Probing the body with his spiritual power, he discovered a storage space within. The space was filled with armor, ores, gold and silver coins, and several magic scrolls. A magical artifact, Saron quickly deduced. This kind of spatial storage equipment was incredibly valuable. Bill's identity was clearly not simple. However, he didn't examine it closely and carefully put the ring away. Just then, an angry dragon roar echoed through the swamp and forest, causing all the magical beasts and ferocious creatures to tremble. Some weaker creatures were even killed instantly by the dragon's might. Saron immediately realized that the Black Dragon Girl had returned. He quickly hid the ring in his mouth and stood still to wait. Soon, a huge black shadow descended from the sky, and the Black Dragon Girl landed in front of him. She was 16 meters long and exuded a terrifying aura. Saron, where is Hannah? The Black Dragon Girl asked in a low voice. Saron replied with feigned difficulty. She was taken away by mercenaries. I killed 2 of them with all my might, but I still couldn't stop them. Fool. The Black Dragoness was enraged, sweeping him away with her tail, but not killing him. She immediately used dragon magic to track him, then flapped her wings and gave chase. Saron slowly stood up, his expression returning to calm. Meanwhile, the Lori brothers were frantically fleeing with Hannah. Kent hesitated and asked, "Is it really okay for us to abandon our leader and the others like this?" Lori replied coldly, "They were no match for us to begin with. It was already worth it for them to hold off that dragon. As long as we survive, that's enough. We'll remember them." Kent was silent for a moment, then sighed and said no more. Kalani City is just ahead. Once we're inside, even a fully grown black dragon can't do anything to us, Lori said, quickening his pace as he looked at the city walls. The two rushed out of the forest and, seeing the city gates and the crowd, finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, the next instant, another dragon roar rang out, their minds going blank as they were completely suppressed by the terrifying dragon's might. By the time they came to their senses, it was too late. The sky was obscured by enormous wings, and alarms blared repeatedly from the distant city walls, instantly escalating the tension to an extreme. Chapter 10: The Black Dragon Mother's Actions. Kent looked up and saw the adult black dragon in the sky, and was instantly stunned. Lori reacted even faster. He pulled Hannah out of the net and immediately knelt down, begging for mercy. "Respected Black Dragon Mother, we had no intention of offending you. Please calm your anger." The Black Dragon Mother didn't even glance at Hannah and swallowed Lori whole. The screams stopped abruptly. Kent tried to rush over and grab Hannah as a hostage, but the Black Dragon Girl was faster, instantly biting him in two before he could even scream. In truth, a single drop of her acid would have obliterated both of them, but she preferred to savor the slow, deliberate slaughter. Then, ignoring the still-dazed Hannah, she turned her gaze to the distant walls of Karini. Chaos had already broken out on the city walls. Soldiers shouted in panic. "Magic crystal cannons, prepare. Archers, take your positions. Giant scorpion crossbows, cock. Where are the mages?" The voices were incoherent. The Black Dragon Maiden coldly watched all this, and sneered. "Foolish and weak humans, they don't understand the power of a true dragon at all." She flapped her wings and rose up, looking down on the entire city like a queen. In her eyes, humans were nothing more than insects and livestock. "Fire!" the commander ordered through gritted teeth. The next moment, a hail of arrows and several enchanted giant scorpion crossbows rained down. The Black Dragon Maiden flapped her wings, creating a whirlwind that blew away all the ordinary arrows, easily snapping the remaining crossbow bolts in two. She flew above the city, a cruel smile on her face, and sprayed down a cone-shaped spray of acid that quickly spread. Half the city seemed to be showered with corrosive rain, and screams of agony erupted instantly. Help! Screams of agony rose and fell, the scene gruesome. Just then, a flash of white light appeared, and a middle-aged mage in white robes flew into the air, confronting the Black Dragon Queen. This man was none other than Leo, the Lord of Kalani City, an 8th-level light mage. His face was grim, and he suppressed his anger, saying, "Great Black Dragon Queen, have you forgotten our agreement?" The Black Dragon girl sneered. "You humans are two-faced, daring to send people to steal my child." Her tone was angry, but whether she was using this as an excuse was unclear. Leo was taken aback. "What do you mean by that?" The Black Dragon girl pointed to Hannah on the ground. "Then what's this?" Seeing the obvious mercenary techniques on her, Leo's face immediately turned ugly. He cursed inwardly. Which idiot went to steal the dragon cub and got caught red-handed? But outwardly, he remained calm. "Black Dragon Queen, this must be a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" the Black Dragon Queen roared, and a horde of monsters surged forth from the bone-eating forest behind her. Orcs, crocodiles, dire wolves, and giant pythons mingled together, their imposing presence terrifying. Leo suppressed his fear and asked, "Black Dragon Queen, what price do you want for me to retreat?" The Black Dragon Queen coldly replied, "Who do you think I am?" Clearly, she wouldn't give up easily. Saron noticed that the Black Dragoness seemed hesitant, and that the conflict was more like an excuse to escalate things. He quietly withdrew, no longer wanting to get involved. Instead of returning to the dragon's lair, he went to a nearby valley, the place Hannah had suggested they build their nest together. The valley had water and forest, and was rich in earth element, which pleased him greatly. Saron opened the magical artifact he had obtained from the Earth Mage and tallied his spoils. Over 300 gold coins, several dozen silver coins, gems and magic scrolls, and most importantly, a batch of earth magic books. The books contained basic spells such as Earth Shield and Earth Spike, as well as advanced spells like Earth Binding, Mud Swamp, Earth Pulse, and Earthquake. The comprehensive content delighted him. Saron thought to himself that with his earth elemental affinity, he could definitely pursue an earth-based magic path. Unlike the other chromatic dragons who looked down on human magic, he believed that having more options was never a bad thing. He started with the most basic Earth Spike spell, constructing spell models according to the methods in the book. In his perception, earth elements seemed like a group of active dots, constantly converging around him. The model was completed quickly, and with a few loud bangs, more than 30 huge spikes suddenly shot out from the ground, creating a rather impressive scene. However, Saron soon discovered a problem. The spell was too slow to cast, posing limited threat to fast-reacting enemies, and its practical effectiveness was not ideal. Chapter 11 Rupture. Saron quickly came up with a new idea, setting his sights on the slow spell. He was no stranger to this magic. Earthshaker had used it on him before, and although he had withstood it, its power was definitely not to be underestimated. Any spell involving gravity was inherently complex. The spell model for slow was far more complex than that for Earth Spikes, and it took Saron quite a while to barely master it. He whispered, "Slow." The magic descended upon him, and a heavy pressure instantly pressed down. He tested it, and found he could withstand it. But this was only his own perception. If it were a weaker target, this suppression would be quite fatal. Moreover, the slow spell was cast extremely quickly, even faster than Earth Spikes, which gave Saron a new direction to explore. The next moment, he activated slow and Earth Spikes simultaneously. With a loud bang, the ground exploded, and this time the Earth Spikes were no longer thick, sharp cones, but transformed into numerous thin spikes over a meter long, their number increasing several times over, covering an area of 20 meters. More importantly, this area coincides perfectly with the slow spell. Once an enemy enters, not only will their movement be restricted, but they will also be completely covered by dense earth spikes, leaving them with almost nowhere to hide. Looking at his achievement, Saron couldn't help but mutter to himself, "I really am a genius." He named this move Rupture, inspired by a similar skill from his memory. Just then, Leo, the Lord of Karini, looked grim. Standing before the empty treasury, he was in a terrible mood. To satisfy the Black Dragon, he had almost emptied his coffers, even giving away treasures intended as tribute to the king. This can't go on any longer. This Black Dragon must be eliminated. Leo's gaze turned cold as he quickly wrote a letter and placed it in a golden envelope. "Someone, take this letter to the capital of Del and deliver it to the king personally," he ordered in a deep voice. After the guards left, Leo sneered. On this continent, while the kingdom of Del wasn't a top-tier power, it was certainly not something a single Black Dragon could contend with. He believed that this time, he could not only eliminate the Black Dragon, but also reclaim everything he had lost, tenfold. Meanwhile, outside the dragon's lair in the bone-eating swamp, Hannah and Emily were together. Hannah had just been captured by the black dragon and was still shaken. Emily said smugly, "If I hadn't risked waking Mother, you would have been captured by humans long ago." "Thank you, Emily," Hannah nodded repeatedly, but the topic quickly veered off course. "But Saron was very kind to me. He even gave me some earth shatter bear meat. It was really delicious." Emily was immediately shocked. In her understanding, there was no affection between chromatic dragons, let alone sharing prey. She couldn't help but doubt Saron's motives, and the more she thought about it, the more suspicious it seemed. Just as she was lost in thought, Hannah suddenly said, "I'm so hungry. I want to go find Saron." Emily gritted her teeth in anger. "You just said you couldn't go out." But Hannah retorted confidently, "What else can we eat if we don't go out?" The two dragons exchanged a few words, and Hannah still ran off. Emily watched her retreating figure with growing frustration, thinking that this girl was utterly hopeless. Meanwhile, Saron was standing in an open space, sensing with his eyes closed. Suddenly, a mound of earth rose behind him, and he snapped his eyes open. "Found you." With a sweep of his tail, a creature over 3 meters long was sent flying. It was a subterranean spider, entirely black, with 8 menacingly bright eyes and legs covered in venomous green hairs. It hissed, clearly extremely aggressive. Saron didn't want to eat it, but he couldn't let this competitor live. To lure it in, Saron suppressed his dragon's might and even deliberately stepped into its web trap. As it approached, he instantly activated his skill, Rupture. A burst of magic erupted, a slow spell suppressing the target first, followed by the ground exploding as countless enchanted earth spikes shot out, piercing the underground spider through. The creature didn't even have time to escape, pinned to the spot. Saron looked at his dying prey, somewhat surprised. How did it pierce through so easily? I was trying to knock it away. He shook his head, then spat out a mouthful of acid, finishing it off completely. Chapter 12 Benthic Demon Fish and Diversified Ingredients. "Saron, are you hunting again?" Hannah trotted over. Saron glanced at her and couldn't help but marvel at the amazing regenerative abilities of true dragons. The penetrating wound in her leg had already healed. He pointed to the underground spider next to him, which was blackened by the acid corrosion. "This is for you." Hannah immediately perked up, grabbed the spider's leg, and started gnawing on it, a sight that made Saron somewhat uncomfortable. "Saron, please don't leave," Hannah pleaded, still remembering the terrifying attack she'd suffered while eating alone last time. "Don't worry, I won't leave," Saron agreed, while remaining secretly alert. Having just grasped the pulse of the earth, he clearly sensed a creature approaching Hannah's location from underground. Its aura was considerable, clearly a formidable opponent. Saron's eyes brightened slightly as he waited patiently. Sure enough, just as Hannah was eating, 2 tentacles, each 4 or 5 meters long, suddenly burst out of the ground and lunged at her. "Brother Saron." Hannah jumped up in fright and scrambled towards him. "Get out of the way." Saron charged forward and bit off one of the tentacles. With an angry roar, the ground exploded, and a colossal creature emerged from the earth. The creature resembled a fish, but wasn't quite one. It had tentacles like a squid. Saron recognized it from his inherited memories, a bottom-dwelling demon fish. Its 4 tentacles were its primary means of attack, making it extremely threatening. "Saron, we can't beat it, can we?" Hannah asked weakly. "It's me, not us. You stay out of the way," Saron said, swallowing the severed tentacle whole. He licked his lips. "It tastes good. I wonder if there are any magic crystals." The next moment, his feast talent activated, and an intense hunger surged through him. The feast begins. Saron lunged forward, but the benthic fish opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and retaliated with its remaining 3 tentacles. Saron dodged 2 of them, but was struck hard on the back by one, its scales torn apart by the suckers. "Not bad strength," he sneered. The benthic demon fish seized the opportunity to attack, its 3 tentacles flailing in a triangular formation. Saron, however, did not retreat but instead advanced, grabbing one of the tentacles and biting it. The feast was progressing rapidly. The benthic demon fish struggled in agony, but could not break free. Its tentacles were quickly swallowed. It let out a shrill scream, and its remaining tentacles frantically lashed out at Saron. But Saron ignored him completely. Once he was certain that the opponent couldn't break through his defenses, focusing on feeding was the key. Seeing that things were going badly, the benthic demon fish tried to burrow back underground, but Saron pressed down on its back and continued to devour it. Saron is so ferocious. Hannah stared in disbelief. As the feeding continued, the benthic fish's resistance weakened until its back was hollowed out, and it became completely still. Saron ate for a while longer, until the feast stopped at 80% and didn't increase significantly. He stopped eating. The rest is for you. Hannah immediately pounced on him, but her eyes remained fixed on the direction he had left in. Saron, enduring his hunger, returned to his cave and retrieved the Earth Mage's magical artifact. As soon as he opened it, an enticing aroma filled the air, greatly increasing his appetite. These gold coins look pretty good. He grabbed a handful and stuffed them into his mouth with a crunching sound, accelerating the feast a little. Then he swallowed the staff. It actually tastes spicy. He tasted some silver coins. They had a strange chive flavor, but their effect wasn't as good as the gold coins. Soon, the gold coins were almost gone, and the feast's progress finally reached 100%. Saron lay down, awaiting his transformation. The familiar dark space reappeared, and he watched, like an observer, as he watched himself gradually change. His neck became thicker and shorter, his skeletal structure became more compact, his 4 dragon horns continued to extend, even reaching his neck and the bridge of his nose, growing sharp horns. His lower jaw became thicker, and his bite force was significantly enhanced. The muscles in its limbs were as tight as steel bars, its overall body was taller, and its back was bulging. The most obvious change was in its scales, which were no longer dull but had a metallic sheen. When he opened his eyes again, he had completed his transformation. Saron, health 150, feast stacks, 4, cooldown, 5 days. His talents remained carnivore and earth affinity, with no new abilities. Saron was slightly disappointed. The benthic demon fish hadn't yielded any magic crystals this time, meaning he'd need more abundant ingredients in the future. However, the gold coins did improve the strength of his scales, which was a good thing. He looked down at himself. His body was nearly 6 meters long, growing at an astonishing rate. For a true dragon, the larger its size, the greater its strength and magic, and the more agile it becomes. Saron spread his wings, which now had a wingspan of nearly 9 meters. He tried flapping them, and the air was lifted up. He had a vague feeling that he could fly. Chapter 13 Flight. Saron slowly walked out. Hannah was actually with Emily at the entrance to Saron's cave. Saron, I'm sorry, I couldn't finish the benthic fish's corpse, so I gave some to Emily, Hannah said cautiously. Emily helped her last time, and she couldn't bear to see Emily struggling to survive there. Plus, she wanted to have a companion. However, this is Saron's spoils of war, and although it has already been given to her, it still needs to be explained. Emily remained silent, as she was already stunned by Saron's size. You've grown so much again, Emily blurted out. Hannah seemed to only just realize what was happening. Yes. How come Saron has grown up again? Saron ignored the 2 dragon girls. They were just leftovers. He took a running start, and then quickly flapped his enormous bat wings. Then Saron felt his limbs slowly leave the ground, and he actually took flight using the wind. As Hannah and Emily on the ground grew smaller and smaller, Saron became excited. Whether in his past life or this one, this is the first time Saron has flown on his own. Taking a plane doesn't count. He felt the sound of the wind blowing past his ears, and as he watched the things on the ground getting smaller and smaller, a surge of pride welled up in his heart. He, Saron, wanted to become powerful and live happily, to enjoy the greatest wealth, to possess the most beautiful women on this continent, and to trample everyone underfoot. Saron shook his head. Before doing all that, let's build up a feast several thousand layers high. Let's set a small goal first, a 1,000-layer feast. With that thought in mind, Saron continued flying. He didn't use magic to levitate. He flew on his own using his wings. Saron felt that his wings were much larger than those of some red dragons that were the same size as him. As is widely known, the red dragon has the largest wingspan among the chromatic dragons. They can also fly without magic, unlike other chromatic dragons. Therefore, neither the black dragon, the green dragon, nor the white dragon are good at long-distance flight. Saron tried adding some magic to aid his flight, and his speed immediately increased significantly. Hannah and Emily watched Saron fly, their mouths agape. His head rose higher and higher with Saron's flight until it was no longer visible. Is this still a fledgling dragon? Emily murmured to herself. Saron is different. Take this benthic demon fish, for example. Saron can easily kill it, but the benthic demon fish can easily kill the 2 of us. That's the difference. Saron must be blessed by the dragon god, Hannah said, shaking her head. She was used to Saron changing drastically after a night's sleep. Emily didn't say anything more, and instead diligently gnawed on the rotting flesh of the benthic demon fish. After thinking for a moment, she began chewing on the bones. Saron just likes to eat bones, so she eats them too. A few days later, things were a little different in Karini. As the city lord, Leo humbly bowed to a blond young man dressed in gold clothes above him. Your Highness Revel, I didn't expect the king to send you here to handle this matter. Lord Leo, you are too polite. Revel smiled and nodded, his smile radiant. He turned to a young woman in an aristocratic dress behind him and said gently, Lola, don't worry, we'll definitely be able to take care of that black dragon this time. Thank you, Your Highness Revel, I really don't know how to thank you enough. Tears of gratitude welled up in Lola's eyes. Given our relationship, there's no need for such words. Bill is your brother, which means he's my brother too. How could I stand idly by and watch him die here without even a body? A cold glint flashed in Ravel's eyes, and then he casually grabbed Lola's hand. Lola gave her an admiring look. Revel, you're so brave. Then she quietly withdrew her hand. Don't worry, I will definitely become a great dragon slayer this time. Revel said proudly. But Your Highness, that black dragon is already an adult, and she's not easy to deal with. Leo looked at Revel, who was only a level 5 mage, and was somewhat troubled. Don't worry, Lord Leo, I have a plan. This time I brought 2 level 8 warriors, but most importantly, this. Revel took out 2 scrolls from his magical artifact. This is a forbidden magic scroll. Leo's pupils contracted. This kind of magic scroll could only be created by legendary mages. They are extremely valuable. I never imagined Revel would have 2 of them. How is it? Revel asked. We will win this battle. Leo took a deep breath. He hadn't expected the king to give him 2 forbidden magic scrolls. The black dragon was no match for the 2 forbidden spells. Only a young or old dragon could withstand such magic. Hee. By the way, Lola, what about the elf who gave you the message before? Just thinking about that elf's exquisite face and snow-white thighs made Lavelle's heart burn with desire. She only met me once, told me that my brother was killed by a black dragon, and then left. A hint of annoyance flashed in Lola's eyes. This disgusting guy still wanted to make a move on Delia. If it weren't for needing his power to take revenge, she wouldn't want to be with such a piece of trash for even a moment longer. That's a pity. I was thinking of having her come to my house as a guest. Revel shook his head in disappointment. Lord Leo, arrange accommodations for us. While you're at it, also reorganize the army. We'll go deal with this black dragon tomorrow. Revel waved his hand. Yes, Your Highness. Leo cupped his hands in greeting. As orders were passed down, the atmosphere in the entire city of Karini became tense. The next morning, several hundred warriors clad in heavy silver armor gathered in the square of Karini. There were also some thin spellcasters mixed in among them. Revel, Lola, and Leo stood at the highest point of the square. Revel wanted to give a pre-battle pep talk to boost morale, but the words wouldn't come out. Leo saw Ravel's predicament and shook his head inwardly. Did His Majesty really intend to pass the kingdom on to such a scoundrel? I heard that the king only has one son, and the rest are princesses. Warriors, we have an important mission today, to annihilate the evil dragon in the bone-eating swamp. Leo shouted. As soon as he said that, the soldiers below were in an uproar. What a joke. How could someone like us possibly deal with that kind of evil dragon? Go deliver the meat? The terrifying image of the black dragon from last time was still fresh in the minds of some soldiers. Ahem, with His Highness Revel, the king's son, by our side, we have brought powerful warriors and spellcasters. We will surely defeat the dragon, and then you will all be dragon slayers. Leo encouraged. Dragon slayer? Can we also become dragon slayers? Some soldiers' eyes gleamed. Each soldier who returns from this campaign will receive a gold coin, and there will be even more rewards depending on the number of enemies killed. Leo said, a gold coin. On this continent, gold coins have considerable purchasing power. An ordinary family might not even spend a single gold coin a year. Leo's words were a powerful motivator for these soldiers, enough to make them fight to the death. Chapter 14, Combining Ingredients. At this moment, in the bone-eating swamp, the black dragon girl was still sleeping while guarding her pile of treasure, completely unaware that someone was planning to slay the dragon. Saron stayed in his cave studying magic, while Hannah and Emily followed him around outside. It seems that the Earth Pulse spell, combined with that detection spell, can detect underground minerals. Saron studied the new magical combination. After gaining a deeper understanding of the feast, he began preparing to combine the ingredients. Moreover, the ingredients needed for future feasts will definitely increase, and their quality will also improve. He has to keep trying to achieve better results. But the occasional roars from the mountains disrupted his train of thought. What's going on? Saron walked out of the cave, annoyed. Saron, a large human army is coming outside. It's the same group of humans from last time. They've entered the forest shouting slogans about slaying dragons. Hannah looked extremely nervous. Slaying a dragon? Saron was a little confused. Why the hell didn't they slay a dragon earlier? Last time, the Black Dragon Queen completely humiliated them, and they still hadn't slain a dragon. However, the fact that these people dared to shout this slogan means that they should have a certain degree of confidence in defeating Black Dragon Girl. This is not a good thing for me. Although Black Dragon Girl did not fully fulfill her responsibilities as a mother, but she had previously provided Salon with a safe place to live. The powerful humans and various magical beasts dared not enter the bone-corroding swamp because of the Black Dragon Maiden's strength, which gave Saron and his group a great deal of safety. As long as you don't do anything stupid, you won't die. As for hunting baby dragons, they'll just have to eat dirt. Black dragon cubs don't care about that. Aside from those red dragons who can't live without meat. Your Highness, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Leo watched as hundreds of soldiers advanced steadily, chanting slogans of slaying dragons. His original plan was to lure the black dragon out, and then have Revel use a forbidden spell to ambush and kill it. However, in order to show his strength in front of that woman, this guy decided to have a high-profile face-to-face battle with Black Dragon. We are the regular army of the Kingdom of Del. What's a sneak attack? Revel said seriously, looking at Lola behind him. It seems that this would fully demonstrate his masculinity. Lola hadn't expected this guy to be so unreliable, but she still smiled and said, Your Highness is right. We should let the people of the continent see the strength of the Kingdom of Del. As they expected, Black Dragon Girl was also enraged by these guys. While the soldiers were still chanting slogans, a huge figure flew up from the distant swamp. Black Dragon Girl, with her 16-meter-long body, flew above the soldiers like a small mountain. Damn humans, how dare you disturb the great mother of black dragons again? Endless acid dripped from the sky, and some soldiers were corroded to death before they could even fully react. Oh damn it, someone help me. A soldier's face was corroded by acid. He scratched his face and accidentally tore off his eyeball. Their armor was utterly ineffective against the breath of a fully grown black dragon. Goddess of life, save me. I want to go home. I don't want the gold coins anymore. The black dragon lady cruelly opened her massive maw as she looked at the horrific state of the soldiers below. Cloud and mist technique. The black dragon maiden unleashed her dragon language magic, creating countless poisonous miasmas within this bone-corroding swamp. Under the influence of the cloud and mist spell, it spread towards all the soldiers, like a monster devouring flesh and blood. Before the soldiers could react to the previous wave of dragon breath, they were instantly enveloped in poisonous miasma. Emerging from the poisonous miasma were many raggedly dressed dwarf goblins, kobolds, and ferocious creatures such as dire wolves. These black dragon maidens' retinues had become accustomed to the poisonous miasma of the bone-eating swamp, so they thrived in it, wantonly slaughtering lives. Some kobolds even started eating human soldiers alive. Black Dragon Girl flew above Leo and his group. Humans, you will pay the price. In her view, the outcome was already decided. An endless dragon might press down on Leo and the others. This is a suppression based on bloodline. Although the two warriors beside Leo desperately wanted to escape, they remained by Ravel's side. It was their duty. Ravel was terrified. Your Highness, quickly use the forbidden spell. Lola hurriedly reminded him. Yes, a forbidden spell. Ravel hurriedly took out a yellowish-brown scroll. He began to activate it with his own magic, and as the magic was poured in, the surrounding earth element was mobilized. Black Dragon Girl sensed something was wrong. She began to breathe on the group, but the acid was blocked by a semi-transparent wall just as it reached them. This is due to the expensive enchanted weapon on Ravel's body. At the same time, Saron suddenly looked up at the sky, and Hannah and Emily also looked up at the sky, but they saw nothing. What's wrong with Saron? Hannah asked, puzzled. The earth element around us is strange. It seems to be some kind of magic. Before Saron could finish speaking, countless fiery meteors rained down from the sky. The entire bone-eating swamp, including the surrounding forest, was enveloped in it. This is forbidden magic. Meteor shower. Saron had seen it on a magic scroll before, but it didn't have a spell model or incantation, and he currently had no magic power to cast it. Run! Seeing that things were not going well, Saron immediately began to flee into the distance. Saron, wait for us. Hannah and Emily hurriedly followed, while Saron did not choose to fly. With countless massive meteorites falling from the sky, taking off at this moment would be suicidal. Rumble. Those still fighting in the forest Whether human soldiers or Black Dragon Girl's retinue, all wore expressions of despair. They didn't have time to escape. After shattering a meteorite with a single claw, the Black Dragon Girl stared intently at Leo and the others in the distance. Damn humans, they actually possess forbidden magic. Several scales on her body were broken. Your Highness, why didn't you say beforehand that your forbidden spell was a wide-area meteor shower? Leo watched in anguish as his soldiers were smashed into a bloody pulp by the meteorites, their bodies mangled beyond recognition. If he had known it was this forbidden magic, he wouldn't have brought any soldiers with him. It would have been a pointless suicide mission. He could have just used a meteor shower. Leo, how dare you question my decision? Ravel looked at the irritable Leo with an unfriendly expression. He's just a minor city lord. Just a few soldiers. It's their honor to die on the road to slaying the dragon. Once we slay the dragon and take her treasure, we can recruit as many soldiers as we want. Laval said, looking at the black dragon in the distance resisting the meteor shower. Leo was furious, but there was nothing he could do. But meteor shower is an area of effect spell. It seems unable to kill the black dragon. It can only cause her some damage. Lola, who was standing to the side, hurriedly tried to ease the tension. She's right. Meteor showers are forbidden spells used on the battlefield, and their single target damage isn't high. Hee, don't forget I have another forbidden magic scroll. Ravel said. Chapter 15 Fire, Elemental Lord. Your Highness, hurry. That black dragon is coming at us, a warrior said urgently. Black Dragon Girl flew towards Ravel, carrying some meteorites on her head. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Ravel released the last forbidden spell scroll. Advanced Fire, Elemental Summoning. As Ravel's scroll was released, the group felt an endless stream of light and heat. Just as the Black Dragon Girl rushed in front of the group, she was blasted away by a large fireball and slammed hard against the stone wall. Then a gigantic humanoid creature made entirely of flames appeared in the air. It was the fireball that it had just spewed out. Well done. Killed him, Ravel shouted excitedly. The Black Dragon Girl shook her head and roared at the fire elemental. Black dragons are accustomed to water, and they hate fire tribute attacks. Black Dragon Girl looked at her body and saw that some of the scales on her body had been burned and cracked. She lashed out at the fire elemental with her tail, but the tail passed right through the fire elemental's body without causing it any damage. It's no use. Fire elements are almost immune to all physical attacks. Lola shook her head. Your Highness, as far as I know, the fire elemental seems to exist for a limited time after it is summoned, and this fire elemental seems to be more powerful than the legends say. The magic on the scroll is enough to sustain this fire elemental for at least a quarter of an hour, enough for it to kill the black dragon. And this isn't just any fire elemental, it's a fire elemental lord. Ravel explained to Lola. Black Dragon Girl's side fell to the bottom from the very beginning. The most powerful physical body of a true dragon was useless against the enemy, and her dragon language magic could not cause much damage either. Moreover, Leo and 2 other level 8 warriors were also watching closely from the side. If this battle continues, Black Dragon Girl is very likely to lose. Black Dragon Girl was well aware of this, but she was torn between the thought of abandoning all her treasures and leaving in such a sorry state. Leo and the others also noticed the Black Dragon's fatigue. Everyone, be careful not to let her get away. Black Dragon, I'm giving you a chance. Submit to me, sign a contract with me, and you'll have a brighter future. Ravel said proudly. It would be even better if we could tame this adult Black Dragon. Black Dragon Girl glanced at Ravel as if he were an idiot before continuing to deal with the fire elemental lord in front of her, whose magic was quite effective against her. She tried several times to bypass the fire elementals to kill Ravel and the others, but was stopped each time. The 2 level 8 warriors and Leo, a level 8 light mage, prevented the Black Dragon Girl from getting close. Ravel felt a little embarrassed that no one paid any attention to him. In the eyes of the colorful dragon, humans are just ants on the ground. How could they possibly acknowledge humans as their master? Even adult metal dragons don't readily accept a master. Looking at the increasing number of wounds on her body, Black Dragon Girl finally made a decision. She began flying towards the bone-corroding swamp, where water element was abundant, which would severely limit the fire elemental. The fire elemental followed suit. Don't let her get away, chase after her, Ravel said hurriedly upon seeing this. The group quickly chased after the object in the distance. Suddenly, a patch of ground next to the bone-eating swamp burst open, and Sarone, Hannah, and Emily crawled out from inside. The moment the meteor shower began, Sarone knew he couldn't escape its range. So he decisively used earth magic to quickly dig a deep pit, and Hannah and Emily also squeezed in, begging and pleading. He then used an earth shield spell to harden the surrounding soil, which allowed him to withstand the attack. Saron knew that the Black Dragon Girl was probably in grave danger this time, but he didn't know whether the forbidden spell was cast by the spellcaster or a forbidden magic scroll. Just as the three dragons had just emerged, the Black Dragon Girl, covered in wounds, soared into the sky from the distant bone-corroding swamp. Then a much smaller fire elemental lord flew out of the water. Looking at the much smaller fire elemental lord Black Dragon Girl, a sly smile appeared on her face. She's running low on magic. She just used the environment and water magic in the swamp to severely damage the fire elemental, and now this guy is seriously injured. However, thanks to that foolish human, fire elementals generally don't choose such a disadvantageous place to fight. But that foolish human insisted on ordering it to venture deep into the swamp. Humans, your kingdom of Del, prepare to face my wrath. After making those harsh remarks, Black Dragon Girl left immediately. Hurry up and chase after them, Ravel said to the two level 8 warriors beside him. Your Highness, she can fly. We can't fly unless we've reached the Saint Realm level, one of the warriors said. Warriors below the Saint Realm level cannot fly. At most, they can glide using their battle aura. Damn it, Ravel hadn't expected this black dragon to be so cunning. The fire elementals are currently unable to pursue the Black Dragon Mother. Seeing Lola's disappointed look, Ravel gritted his teeth and took out 2 scrolls. These are scrolls for the Wind Walk spell, which will allow you to fly. Go catch up with that black dragon. This was the most precious item he possessed besides the forbidden scroll, which was given to him by his father, while the wind-walking scroll was kept to save his life. Yes, sir. Upon seeing this, the 2 warriors took the scroll. This type of universal scroll did not have as many restrictions as the forbidden scroll and could be activated directly with battle chi. After illusory blue wings appeared on their backs, the 2 took flight. They then chased after the Black Dragon Girl. Lord Leo, you should go too. It's your turn to lend a hand, Ravel said to Leo beside him. This old guy has been slacking off and actually thinks he didn't see anything? Yes, your highness. I can't help it, Leo said helplessly. Saron, watching the Black Dragon Girl leave from afar, sighed. Black Dragon Girl completely forgot that she seemed to have 3 children. That's incredibly irresponsible. At this moment, the fire elemental who had been looking dazed suddenly turned its gaze towards Saron. Sarantan sensed something was wrong. Why was that guy looking over from so far away? Ravel and the fire elemental were connected by mind, and he also learned of the fire elemental's discovery. Black dragons and baby dragons, go and capture them for me, Ravel exclaimed with elation. A true dragon, a young dragon. Its value is immeasurable. It could even form the foundation of a kingdom. Split up and run, Saron said, looking at the fire elementals that were inexplicably rushing towards them. Saron, Hannah wanted to say something more. Stop talking nonsense. Let's split up and go together, Saron said, taking off first. His chances of escaping by flying are definitely much greater than those of the 2 dragon girls who cannot fly. Hannah and Emily had no choice but to flee towards the back of the bone-eating swamp. Catch the bigger one, Ravel shouted, looking at Saron, one of the 3 smaller dragons. He felt that Saron looked the most handsome and that he was worthy of him. Saron watched as the fire elemental flew toward him. Chapter 16. I can't beat you, but I can eat you. Crackling. Several fireballs exploded toward Saron. Saron's flying skills were not yet fully developed. Although he dodged several, one of them still hit him. Kindness. Saron's eyes lit up as he looked at his scales, which only had some charred black marks on them. The damage wasn't as high as I thought. The defenses were breached, but we can still hold on. This injury can be healed on its own by the true dragon's physique, even without the carnivore talent. He looked at the fire elemental. This thing had shrunk considerably. Its strength seemed to have decreased a lot. The fire elemental unleashed 2 more chains of fire that collided with Saron. Boom. Saron's body was slammed into the ground, creating a large crater. Haha, you can't escape now. Obediently become my mount, Ravel said with ecstasy. It's more worthwhile to catch the smaller one after the larger one has run away, as the smaller one is easier to tame. Who gave you the illusion that you've caught me? Saron got up from the ground. His yellow, vertical pupils were fixed on Ravel and Lola. Although he wasn't as big as the Black Dragon Girl, his enormous wings made him look quite massive. It was then that Ravel realized that he seemed to have no other guards besides Lola. Hurry up and severely injure him. Ravel sensed that the Fire Elemental Lord's presence meant time was running out. The Fire Elemental Lord continued its attack on Saron. Saron spat out a mouthful of acid, but the damage it caused was very limited. Saron knew that this thing could only be damaged by physical attacks. So he didn't foolishly go up and tear at it with his sharp teeth and claws. Instead, he turned his gaze to Revel and Lola beside him. Seemingly realizing Saron's intentions, the two quickly hid behind the fire elementals. Revel, you and the fire elemental team up to deal with this black dragon. He's not simple. Lola suddenly said. I'm a prince, how can I do such violent things? Revel quickly shook his head. Laura cursed Revel inwardly, thinking that if the king hadn't only had one son and the rest were daughters, he wouldn't have been chosen as the heir. Saron turned back and began to focus on the fire elemental before him. He said quietly, the feast begins. A strong feeling of hunger suddenly swept over his body, and Saron found that the hunger became stronger and stronger as the feast was layered. It gave him an urge to devour everything. The fire elemental in front of him emanated an incredibly rich fragrance, making Saron's mouth water. He couldn't resist and flew directly towards the fire elemental lord. For more fiery red chains extended from the fire elemental and bound Saron. However, Saron completely ignored the 4 chains and rushed towards devouring the fire elemental lord. Is this black dragon crazy? Does it want to bite the fire elemental to death? Revel asked in confusion. It can't be that simple. Lola felt a little uneasy looking at Saron's ferocious appearance. She glanced at Revel beside her and slowly took a step back. Just then, Saron bit into one of the fire elemental's forearms, tore it off, and swallowed it. How is this possible? Revel exclaimed in disbelief. Fire elementals are just a ball of flame. How could they possibly have their arm bitten off and then be eaten? As the feast progressed, Saron's hunger intensified. The feast is a very powerful tool. Generally speaking, even if Saron manages to bite the fire, it's useless. However, with the feast buff, he can directly deal true damage to fire elements, and his physical attack immunity is nullified. The fire elemental roared, and flames surged rapidly from its body to the severed arm, restoring its own arm. However, its size has shrunk somewhat. Seeing this, Saron immediately went up and started tearing things apart. The fire elemental hurriedly took to the air to try to avoid it, but Saron also flew up after it. Roar. Amidst roars, Saron devoured the fire elementals, which gradually dwindled in size. His feast was progressing rapidly, 80%, 82%, 83%. Revel, this can't go on. If the fire elemental loses, we won't be able to escape. Lola looked at the fire elemental, who had gone from having the upper hand to being weak and powerless, with a sense of helplessness. If this idiot hadn't given the fire elemental some terrible orders in the first place, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Lola, don't worry, I have a teleportation magic scroll. My father gave it to me to save my life. Laval continued watching the battle between the black dragon and the fire elemental in the distance. A teleportation magic scroll. Lola exclaimed in surprise. Spatial magic is already rarer than other types of magic, let alone being made into scrolls. They don't even have a share in ducal families like theirs. Can I take a look? Lola asked gently. Of course. Revel noticed the admiration and envy in Lola's eyes. At this point, the fire element had shrunk to its limit. Saron saw that the fire elemental was about a third the size of himself and immediately grabbed it. Then, like eating a marshmallow, he stuffed it directly into his mouth. The fire elemental unleashed countless flames from its entire body, attempting to scorch Saron's gaping maw. But in the end, it was still eaten up by Saron little by little. After he finished, he let out a burp and then looked at the two people present. Revel was completely stunned. Lola, let's hurry. When he turned around, he suddenly realized that Lola was already more than 10 meters behind him. Moreover, she has already activated the spatial teleportation scroll. Lola, what are you doing? Let's go together. Revel rushed over frantically. But Lola's eyes were filled with indifference. Laval, this spatial teleportation scroll is of low quality and can only teleport one person. Teleporting more than one person may lead to unexpected situations. I'm sorry, Revel. I know you love me. Didn't you say you would do anything for me? Damn it, you bitch, stop right there. Ravel's eyes were bloodshot. As the feast was about to end after Saron finished consuming the fire elemental, he immediately rushed towards Lola, much faster than Revel. But it was too late. As ripples spread through the space, Lola's figure became increasingly blurry. But at the last moment, Saron rushed in front of Lola and swung his claws fiercely. With a scream, Lola's body vanished, leaving behind only a fair, delicate arm. Salon exhaled 2 puffs of white breath, but the woman still managed to escape. Revel, standing to the side, was completely dumbfounded. He stood there blankly, utterly despondent. He didn't realize what was happening until Saron's shadow loomed over him. Lord Black Dragon, I was wrong. Please give me a chance to take revenge. A look of madness appeared in Ravel's eyes. Oh, what would I get in return for giving you a chance to live? Saron asked, observing the other party's posture. It seems the simp has finally woken up, but perhaps a little too late. I am the only prince and the only heir of the kingdom of Delaware. I can find a way to kill the king, and then when I become king, I can devote all the resources of the kingdom to you. Revel slowly calmed down. A cold glint flashed in Saron's eyes. Chapter 17, The Chaotic Kingdom. You're absolutely right. Saron raised his head. A flicker of joy flashed in Ravel's eyes. But a remark from Saron plunged him into despair. But why should I trust someone who wants to kill his own father? Saron said coldly. No, why? Aren't you a dragon? Isn't this what you dragons like best? Revel cried out in despair. Saron didn't answer him again, and instead spat out a mouthful of acid. Revel was corroded into dust in despair. Saron bent down, took Ravel's magical artifact, and then quickly flew away into the distance. After flying for several tens of minutes, Saron found a cave. After killing the cave's original owner, a ferocious black bear, with a single breath, it blocked the cave entrance and then closed its eyes, unable to hold back any longer. Then came that familiar, pitch-black space. He had just forcefully suppressed his desire to transform himself after the banquet ended. The ingredients for this feast were basically provided by the fire elemental lord. So Salon was also looking forward to seeing what changes he would undergo. Saron once again witnessed his own growth from an outsider's perspective, firstly by noticing that his body had gradually grown larger. Then, a number of fiery red light spots gathered around his body. They slowly merged with Saron's body, and at the same time, Saron noticed that there seemed to be some dark red patterns on the base of his dragon horns. Then Saron opened his eyes in the darkness and examined the changes on his body. This time, Saron's pupils turned crimson red. Its size has reached 7 meters, and the scales on its body have become increasingly dark and deep. He then looked at the panel. Saron, health 175. Feast levels, 5. Feast cooldown, 4 days. Talent 1. Carnivore, you can restore health and energy by killing enemies. The amount restored is determined by the amount of health and energy the enemy has. Talent 2. Earth Magic Affinity, you possess powerful earth magic talent. Talent 3. Fire Magic Affinity, you possess powerful fire magic talent. The amount of health added this time seems to be less than last time, and the feast cooldown time has been increased to 4 days. He wasn't too surprised by his newly added third talent, since that was how he acquired his earth magic talent last time. Unfortunately, no other talents were generated. Saron knew very well that his core strength was feast, and magic and the like could only serve as supplementary abilities. Saron has some guesses about health and cooldown, but he's not sure and needs to continue experimenting. Thinking of this, Saron exhaled again. It's still that unique acid from the Black Dragon. Only now it seems to be even more corrosive. He was a little disappointed that there was no fire breath. He had always wanted to be a fire-breathing dragon. Among the 5-colored dragons, the red dragon's breath is dragon flame, which is quite domineering and becomes more and more powerful as it ages. Some of the ancient red dragon's fire breaths are so powerful that even fire elementals from some fire elemental planes cannot withstand them. This demonstrates the domineering nature of that breath. Flame breath and fire magic are different. The former is instinctive, while the latter requires spellcasting. A few days later, the kingdom of Del was in an uproar. Because the king's only son, Revel, was killed by the dragon while slaying it, and it is said that when his body was found, it was in an extremely gruesome state. The king initially refused to believe that the few rotten bones were actually those of his son, Revel. However, after repeated examinations and confirmations by the court magicians, it was proven that it was indeed Prince Revel, who had been struck directly by the black dragon's acidic breath and died in agony. The king was so angry that he fainted on the spot. When he woke up, he was furious and immediately executed the 2 level 8 warriors who had gone with Prince Revel that day. When Leo was about to be killed, his master, a semi-saint level light magician, intervened and saved Leo's life. The situation only became clear after Duke Aura's daughter, Lola, was found. According to Lola, there is actually another young black dragon there, not just the black dragon mother. While all the warriors were dealing with the mother of black dragons, the cunning young black dragon seized the opportunity to ambush Lola, causing her to lose an arm. Prince Ravel, in order to save his beloved Lola, gave her the teleportation scroll. He faced the black dragon alone. After telling these stories, Lola fainted from grief, and even in her sleep, she kept calling out Ravel's name. This makes one marvel at the sincerity of their love. Your Highness, Prince Ravel is really dead. In a luxurious manner, a blonde woman dressed as a maid spoke to a beautiful red-haired woman. Are you sure? The red-haired woman stood up, raising an eyebrow. There was a beauty mark at the corner of each of her eyes. Moreover, she had a great figure and was very tall. Coupled with her special aura, she looked down at the maid, putting a lot of pressure on her. It's true. The court magicians have confirmed it many times. Prince Ravel only has a few badly corroded bones left after saving Lady Lola, the maid said tremblingly. You believe Ravel is the kind of person who would sacrifice himself for others? Sophia scoffed. Sophia looked in the direction of the palace. Father, I wonder what you will do. The red-haired woman was none other than Princess Sophia, the third princess of the Kingdom of Delaware. She was highly talented and had even reached the level of a 7th-level spellcaster this year. But she was a woman and therefore ineligible to inherit the throne, and now the king's only son was dead. The kingdom appears calm on the surface, but undercurrents are surging beneath. Saron watched closely from the forest as the activity near the bone-eating swamp began. Hundreds of well-equipped soldiers stood guard nearby, their masks seemingly protecting them from the surrounding miasma. Salon watched as carts of gold coins and treasures were loaded onto horse-drawn carriages by the soldiers. After all, not everyone has a spatial magic device. He looked closely and found that there didn't seem to be any of the powerful enchanted weapons he had seen in the dragon's lair before. It seems that the black dragon girl took some treasure with her. It was no easy feat for these soldiers to transport the treasure out. The black dragon girl's lair is located underground in the swamp. The soldiers who enter cannot be too weak, because the black dragon girl's dragon might still lingers in the lair. Ordinary soldiers are so frightened that they wet their pants when they go in. So it took them several days to bring the treasure out. Salona's crimson eyes were fixed on the last carriage, which had a huge black package on it, inside which the outline of an axe could be vaguely seen. Chapter 18 Soaring Far Away. Saron waited patiently, like a seasoned hunter. 2 powerful level 9 spellcasters were guarding the convoy. Saron noticed that these 2 had secretly hidden some treasure, while the soldiers around them ignored it. There were also some stronger warriors, equipped with huge crossbows and the like, who were clearly on guard against the Black Dragon Girl's counterattack. With this lineup, Saron's current strength is simply insufficient to force his way through, so he decided to outsmart him. After all, in the minds of people on the mainland, the Black Dragon is the most despicable and treacherous true dragon, and they will stop at nothing to hunt or obtain treasure. Night fell slowly, and they still hadn't made it out of the bone-eating swamp. The carriage was too heavy, and the road was difficult to travel on. Although the horses pulling the cart possessed some of the bloodline of earth dragons and were many times stronger than ordinary horses, they still found it very strenuous. Let's take a break. This awful place is awful. Rhodes, one of the 2 level 9 spellcasters and a wood-type mage, wiped the sweat from his brow and said, But this bone-corroding swamp is too dangerous, especially at night. Let's get out of this dense forest first. The water mage Brand shook his head. Look at the soldiers. Do they even have any strength left? Rhodes said with a wry smile, pointing at the convoy. From a distance, Brand could see that all the warriors were panting heavily, and some of the wagons were stuck in the mud, with some warriors trying their best to pull them out. The heavy armor and weapons worn by the warriors became a hindrance at this moment. Fine, Brand sighed. Everyone, set up camp and rest. Rod shouted. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They simply couldn't hold on any longer. This was far more exhausting than fighting several battles. While everyone was gathering firewood to cook, they didn't notice that a pair of scarlet eyes had been watching them from the jungle. Seeing how exhausted these guys were, Saron knew his chance had come. Just as a soldier was taking off his heavy armor and preparing to rest, a sharp claw suddenly reached out from the darkness and crushed his head. After Saron dealt with the remaining soldiers in the same way, he approached the last carriage. He spat out the ring-shaped magical artifact that Ravel had previously possessed. There was nothing particularly special inside Ravel's magical artifact, but it contained a space of about 10 cubic meters. Driven by mental power, the items on the carriage were directly stored in the magical artifact. But no sooner had Saron successfully completed his mission than an angry shout rang out from afar. Who's there? Saron knew he must have triggered the warning magic on the carriage. However, the objective has been achieved. The remaining treasure is irrelevant. Before everyone arrived, Saron unleashed a breath of acid that enveloped 7 or 8 carriages, then left under the cover of night. When the 2 spellcasters arrived with their warriors, all that remained was a scene of devastation. Saron, carrying his spoils, left the Bone-Eater swamp and continued northward, where the jungles were plentiful and the land sparsely populated. It is suitable for his development. Saron also looked for Emily and Hannah, the 2 little dragon girls, but found nothing. They had disappeared somewhere. Wish them the best. With that in mind, Saron randomly chose a cave on a cliff and went inside. There were no living creatures inside, only some messy feathers, which seemed to be some kind of bird that had previously lived there. After finding a clean spot to sit down, Saron began to examine his haul for the day. Upon opening his magical artifact, a pile of items appeared before him. First came some gold and silver coins, but what Saron valued most was the enormous battle axe. Previously, Saron had wanted to use her as an ingredient for a feast in Daenerys' cave, but he temporarily abandoned the idea due to the intimidation of the Black Dragon Queen. But now it belongs to me. These gold and silver coins, along with other weapons and this powerful battle axe, should be enough for my next feast. However, the more the better. Saron decided to go out and use some magical beasts to fill the food shortage. Just do it. Saron flapped its wings and flew away, beginning its search for nearby magical beasts. Some magical beasts emit a certain intimidating aura to mark their territory, and for Saron, this was the most obvious target. Saron captured a Gale Wolf and a Manticore without much effort. These 2 monsters are kings in their territories, but Saron has almost no natural enemies in this land. He's at the very top of the food chain. Looking at the monster corpses, gold coins, and weapons in front of him, Saron's crimson eyes revealed anticipation. Then let the feast begin. Saron first devoured the 2 monsters, skin and bones, and then the giant axe. The giant axe should have been of high quality, but under the blessing of the feast, Saron's teeth became unusually sharp, and he ate the giant axe bit by bit. During the meal, Saron would also swallow some gold and silver coins as side dishes. In Saron's perception, gold and silver coins were more suitable for a feast than monster meat. While eating weapons, gold coins, and silver coins, Saron actually felt like he was having a grand feast. Before he knew it, the feast had finally come to an end when he had finished eating all the ingredients. In that pitch-black space, Saron witnessed his own growth once again. Besides the body shape, this feast transformation seems to focus on modifying the teeth and claws. Saron watched as his dragon claws grew thicker and thicker, and the metallic sheen on them became more and more pronounced. The masseter muscles in the face and the muscles in the arms are becoming more and more numerous, and the whole body is getting bigger and bigger. After all, muscle is power. It finally stopped when it swelled to 9 meters in size. Saron, Health 210. Feast levels, 6. Feast cooldown, 7 days. Talent 1. Carnivore. You can restore health and energy by killing enemies. The amount restored is determined by the amount of health and energy the enemy has. Talent 2. Earth Magic Affinity. You possess powerful earth magic talent. Talent 3. Fire Magic Affinity. You possess powerful fire magic talent. Talent 4. Armor Penetration. Your claws and teeth will deal more damage to enemies. As Saron observed from his stats, the unknown weapon's characteristic was indeed armor penetration, just as he had predicted. The feast incorporated this characteristic into its own body. Saron waved his claws, and the stone wall beside him was sliced open as if it were tofu. Before this feast began, I could cut through the stone wall just as easily, but now it's even easier. He raised his wings and slowly walked out of the makeshift cave. Looking down at the tiny bushes and the small wild animals among them, Saron felt a surge of pride. Now he finally has some ability to protect himself in this world. I've arrived in this world. Elves, fairies, just wait. Saron spread his wings and flew away into the sky. Chapter 19 Topaz Veins. Saron stood on the ground, using earth magic and the earth's pulse to sense what was happening underground. Several days had passed, and Saron himself had no idea where he had arrived. There were nothing but trees all around, and he flew for 3 days without getting out of the forest. This made him feel annoyed. This damned inherited memory didn't even give him a map. After casually killing a few unknown birds, Saron landed on the ground and drank some of their blood to quench his thirst. For safety reasons, Saron will always use Earth Pulse after landing to check the underground situation and prevent any unknown creatures from attacking him. For example, the benthic devilfish. But this time it seems he discovered something good. To confirm, he also used a detection technique. Detection is a dragon-inherited magic that can identify most substances. It's topaz. Saron was pleasantly surprised. Topaz looks like yellow jade. This mineral has a bluish-yellow appearance, high transparency, and extremely hard texture, making it a favorite of dragons. There is a whole topaz vein underground here, roughly estimated to be able to mine several hundred tons, which is considered a large vein among topaz veins. This would be a tremendous treasure for any true dragon. Saron wanted to let out a long howl. This kind of, or would make a good ingredient. Every time Saron feasts, Mad can't wait to use it. It's like watching your health bar slowly increase while the enemy is barely scratching you when you're playing a game in your past life. That feeling was so wonderful. Although Saron is a true dragon and values treasure, he does not gain immense psychological satisfaction from piling it up in caves like other dragons. For him, only treasures that he could eat were good treasures. Just then, Saron sensed some magical fluctuations. He sighed, realizing that he hadn't paid much attention to his surroundings while he was engrossed in exploring the underground treasure. It's unbelievable that other creatures have made it their prey. Hee. You lowly reptiles, come out. Saron looked around with burning eyes. As Salon watched, the surrounding air slowly changed. One by one, creatures over 2 meters tall appeared in front of him and surrounded him, armed with a jumble of weapons, including bone clubs and wooden clubs. Some of them had some rudimentary armor on their bodies. Forest troll. Saron recognized this life form. It had a tall stature, fine downy hair on its body, and a bluish-green skin. And those 2 huge fangs are the most obvious features of a forest troll. It really is a dragon. A troll carrying a huge bone club said excitedly. It was a dragon that didn't look like it had grown up yet. This was the hope for the rise of their evil-toothed tribe. If they accepted the baptism of dragon blood, then the strength of their evil-toothed tribe would undergo a huge change. Saron surveyed the forest troll tribe, which numbered approximately 80 people. Forest trolls look similar to green-skinned orcs, but they are completely different. Forest trolls have blue skin. The main reason they appear green is because green moss grows on their bodies. Saron turned his gaze to 3 female trolls in the distance who were noticeably shorter than the other trolls. The spellcasters of the green-skinned orc tribes are shamans, but the spellcasters of the forest trolls are female trolls with higher talent, while male trolls are generally warriors. Saron did not attempt to take off because the female trolls had just cast some kind of anti-flying spell. It would take him a lot of effort to take off, and that would give the other trolls enough time to attack him. Moreover, Saron didn't want to leave just like that, since the huge mineral vein beneath his feet needed miners. He had no interest in mining himself. Foolish trolls, are you really prepared to attack a true dragon? Saron's deep voice rang out again, his voice completely different from the immature voices of the other young dragons. He spread his wings, which were much larger than those of an ordinary dragon, making himself appear even more intimidating. Then he raised his head and unleashed his dragon might without restraint. Some of the troll warriors nearby felt a sense of oppression, and some even lost their grip on their weapons. As the troll leader Shadar looked at the giant dragon before him, an idea popped into his mind. Is this really something that our tribe can handle? Shadar, this may be our only chance to grow stronger. An old one-eyed troll sighed as he watched Shadar back down. I won't give up. Upon hearing this, Shadar's yellow eyes immediately filled with determination. Dragons are treasures from head to toe. Their scales can be made into the hardest armor, and their teeth and horns can be made into all kinds of powerful weapons. Dragon meat can strengthen the body, and dragon blood can turn ordinary warriors into powerful dragon vein warriors. Warriors, for our tribe, let's kill this dragon together. With its blood, we can become true dragon warriors and never go hungry again. Encouraged by Shadar, some trolls mustered their courage. Salmon, hurry up and cast the spell. At Shadar's command, the female trolls began to cast spells. Weakening technique. Voodoo magic. Various negative spells began to be cast on Saron, while amplification spells were cast on the other troll warriors. This made these guys even more excited. With a creak, the dozen or so troll warriors in front hurled their bone spears. These spears are made from the sharpest bones from magical beasts. Sharper than iron, and imbued with magic, they could almost see the black dragon's scales pierced by the spear, its fresh blood flowing out, so they could go up and drink its blood. However, Saron did not flinch at all when faced with these spears. Just to be on the safe side, he secretly cast stone skin on himself. He will conquer these trolls with the most powerful force. Bang bang bang. Saron didn't even flinch under the expectant gazes of the trolls, Countless spears bounced off his scales and landed on the ground. Anything else? Saron looked at the trolls with disdain. These negative spells did have an effect, but to him, they were nothing special. Shadar took out his spear, which he had made from a metal he had carried after killing a human adventurer. Swoosh. The spear thrust towards Saron's head, but Saron opened his mouth and casually bit the incoming spear. His scarlet eyes were fixed on Shadar. Click click. The spear was bitten to pieces and swallowed by Saron. Anything else? You web crawlers, I'll give you one more chance. Show me your true strength. Shadar and the trolls were stunned. Despite the effects of various negative magic spells and the troll spears, their opponents were completely unharmed. If dragons are really that powerful, then how did our ancestors slay them hundreds of years ago? Shadar now seriously doubts that those guys in the tribe are just trying to glorify themselves by claiming that their troll ancestors slew dragons. Chapter 20 Subjugation. It seems you can't keep me entertained any longer, so just die. Saron said impatiently as he saw the guys standing there. I'll fight you to the death. Finally, under this pressure, a few troll warriors couldn't hold back anymore. Roaring, Saron charged forward wielding his bone club, but he ignored their attacks and caught them one by one with a single claw. No. Shadar was filled with anguish as he watched this scene. Saron glanced at Shadar and then crushed the troll warrior's upper body. It's as easy as squeezing a tomato. What did you just say you didn't want? Saron asked after throwing down the corpse. He's not a black dragon. Black dragons don't look like that, a troll warrior shouted. Your Excellency, Black Dragon, our evil tooth tribe has offended your majesty this time. We will offer all the treasures of our tribe to beg for your forgiveness. Shadar said humbly, putting down his weapon. As the leader of the tribe, he was not only more powerful than other trolls. His intelligence was also higher than that of the other trolls. The black dragon in front of them did not immediately come up and kill them all, but only killed a few trolls that had offended him. This means there is still room for compromise. All creatures know that the true dragon loves treasure the most, so he will give him all the treasures he has accumulated over the years. Although they didn't actually have much treasure left. We can just steal some from other places later. Treasure? I can kill you all, and your treasure will still be mine. Do you think that offsets the cost of offending a true dragon? Saron sneered. Shadar felt he was in a bit of a predicament. The black dragon was notorious among the 5 dragons for being treacherous, cunning, despicable, and shameless. The red dragon can be fooled, but the black dragon is impossible to communicate with. So, Lord Black Dragon, what do you wish to do? Shadar asked, forcing himself to speak. It's not about what I want. It's about what you want. Do you want to live or die? Saron spread his wings and uttered chilling words. Lord Black Dragon, we want to live. Shadar clenched his fists. There is no living thing in this world that doesn't want to live. He knew that the black dragon in front of him was about to bare its fangs. It seems you are a clever troll. I want you to become my servants. Saron said, looking at the troll leader before him. We would be happy to become your dependents. Shadar said, patting his chest. Is there something fishy about him agreeing so readily? Saron felt a little uneasy looking at these guys. In his view, they should fight to the death. He planned to kill the troll leader and then establish a new group of trolls. But this guy agreed too readily. I just killed their people. Is this guy planning to wait for revenge? Then tell me why you want to become my servant. Saron said jokingly. Shadar had long heard that the color dragon was fickle. But today I experienced firsthand this fickleness. Didn't he just make the evil tooth tribe his followers? My lord, your imposing figure, majestic appearance, and powerful strength have all conquered our evil tooth tribe. Shadar praised Saron with his meager vocabulary. They, the forest trolls, were originally of the evil faction, so it was only natural for them to side with more powerful creatures. After all, their evil tooth tribe was not the most powerful in this region. Their constant fighting with other tribes has drastically reduced their warrior numbers. Now that such a powerful black dragon has come here, upon closer reflection, there's nothing wrong with acknowledging him as our master. At least it can protect their people from harm by other creatures. However, the black dragon is inherently cruel, so we must not let our people anger him in the future, lest they be harmed. My lord, I apologize for our offense just now. Shadar made up his mind. He simply reached out his finger and gouged out one of his own eyeballs, placing it in his palm before kneeling down and raising his eyeball above his head with both hands. Then I accept your allegiance. Troll, tell me your name. Saron said, looking at Shadar, admiring his will. After all, this kind of pain is extraordinary. Shadar breathed a sigh of relief and gestured to the other members of his tribe. The female spellcasters dispelled the anti-flying spell, while the male trolls lowered their weapons and knelt on the ground. Shadar, the leader of the forest troll Evil Tooth tribe, leads all his people in pledging allegiance to your majesty. Shadar proclaimed loudly, kneeling on the ground. Silly boy. Salon was a little surprised. There was someone with that name. Yes, sir, my name is Shadar. Shadar said. All right. So what if he's a simpleton? There's nothing wrong with that. Now take me to your tribe's land. Saron said. Yes, my master. Shadar bowed very low. Saron followed the trolls to a valley, which was the territory of the Evil Tooth tribe. Shadar had already sent his men to explain everything to the tribespeople who remained there. So many old, weak, women and children of the forest trolls gathered nearby. A little blue-skinned troll looked at Saron curiously. This black dragon seems different from the black dragons the tribe usually talks about. Upon hearing this, a female troll nearby slapped the little troll on the head and pulled him down to his knees. They knew that they were all loyal to the black dragon before them, and they absolutely could not anger him. Saron surveyed the tribe. There were only about 100 adult warriors in total. There were more than 300 elderly, weak, women, and children remaining. Of course, the troll race can be entirely composed of soldiers. When the tribe suffers a devastating blow, these old, weak, women and children become warriors. After all, a young troll can easily kill several adult humans. My lord, I will have my men prepare your lodgings as soon as possible, and I will also send over the food. Shadar quickly changed the subject, noticing that Saron's gaze was fixed on the lesser trolls. They were afraid that Saron would use the little trolls for a treat. No need to rush this. Shadar, how come your Evil Tooth tribe only has so few warriors? Saron only realized on the way here that Shadar wasn't a simpleton. However, a forest troll tribe with over 300 elderly, weak, women, and children has only 100 adult trolls, which is a very abnormal ratio. Lord Saron, we forest trolls used to have many warriors, but recently a neighboring orc tribe has clashed with us severely, resulting in the loss of many of our people. Shadar sighed. It was only after his explanation that Saron learned that this place, known as the Sunset Forest, was the territory of their forest trolls. They've done quite well in this area, with plenty of prey, and they occasionally rob caravans. Their lives are actually quite comfortable. Next to Sunset Forest is an orc tribe, whose strength is about the same as that of the Evil Tooth tribe. However, the two tribes have never had any major conflicts and have maintained a relatively peaceful relationship. But recently, for some reason, that orc tribe has been invading their territory. They have had many major clashes, and both sides have suffered losses. Saron was still thinking that there seemed to be a shortage of miners, but then he made a discovery. Chapter 21 Mining. Saron, under Shadar's arrangement, stayed in a huge cave deep in the valley. This was originally a refuge cave for the troll race, and it had long been cleaned up very thoroughly by Shadar's men. Saron was fairly satisfied. Shadar also brought along the treasures and other valuables that the forest trolls had collected over the years. Saron glanced at them and saw about 100 gold coins, mostly gemstones, armor, and weapons, all stained with blood. It was probably left behind by a caravan or adventurers who were robbed. Is this all the troll clan's treasures have? Saron was a little disappointed. Compared to Black Dragon Girl, Saron was practically dirt poor. What is this? Saron picked up a blue necklace. The magical elements on this necklace are very strong. The main body is composed of 7 sapphire-like objects, with a white conch shell at the bottom, which looks very beautiful. Lord Saron, we found this when we robbed a caravan. According to the caravan leader, it's called the Siren's Tear, a magical weapon, but we can't figure out how to use it. Shadar replied, blaming those bastards for killing too quickly. The Siren's Tears. Salon looked at the necklace and felt that it must be very important to him. Shadar, send men to that underground place we were at before. There are some mineral veins there, and I hope you can mine a batch as soon as possible. Saron put away the Siren's Tears. He was preparing for the upcoming grand feast. Lord Saron, we forest trolls aren't good at mining. Shadar said, somewhat embarrassed. Let them fight and kill each other, but it's a bit difficult for them to go mining. What? You're telling me you can't complete your first task after becoming my servant? Saron's eyes held a dangerous glint. Don't worry, Lord Saron. We guarantee we'll mine it as soon as possible. Shadar said hurriedly, his heart tightening. Then let's get started. Yes, sir. After Shadar emerged from the cave, he encountered the same old troll he had met before, who was now Sharman, the oldest troll in the tribe. Shadar, how is it? Sharman asked anxiously when he saw Shadar's worried expression. After Shadar recounted Saron's instructions, Sharman also fell into deep thought. Shadar, prepare your soldiers, get your weapons ready, and let's go. I have an idea. Sharman's cloudy yellow eyes lit up. What do you mean? Shadar asked in surprise. You've forgotten about our 2 food storage warehouses. Sharman laughed. Yeah, how come I didn't think of that? Goblins and kobolds are the best at doing these things. Shadar slapped his forehead. There are also 2 small tribes in Sunset Forest. A goblin tribe and a puppy-headed tribe. These 2 tribes were actually kept by the Evil Tooth tribe as granaries. During the difficult hunting season, the Evil Tooth tribe would send warriors to capture goblins and small dogheads for food. The Evil Tooth tribe does not eat young goblins and kobolds. They also understand the importance of sustainable development. Saron didn't pay any attention to Shadar's hurried appearance. He didn't care what Shadar did. He just wanted the Ermine for him. He never takes anything related to a grand feast lightly. Thinking of this, he looked at the siren's tear beside him. This thing gave him an even stronger feeling than the giant axe before. As expected, the siren's tears will be the main ingredient this time. Adding some ores and gold coins to the feast should be just enough. Hurry up, you disgusting bastards. The forest troll warriors drove some short, green-skinned goblins with long ears to the location of the topaz vein that Saron had previously discovered. A group of soldiers followed behind, escorting some kobolds. The kobold's skin is scaly and ranges in color from dark brown to black. It has 2 light-colored horns, bright eyes, and a straight tail like a mouse. Lord Shadar, what is this all about? A goblin, clearly the leader, looked at Shadar with trepidation. He was wearing some tattered leather armor. Are these guys going to eat them all this time? Shadar ignored him and instead stood on the high ground. Listen up, whether you're a kobold or a goblin. From this day forward we, the Evil Tooth tribe, will no longer eat you. The moment Shadar uttered those words, it caused a commotion. The forest trolls aren't eating them anymore? Is it true or false? There is a huge mineral vein right beneath your feet. I need you to mine a batch for me in the shortest amount of time. This is the time to prove your worth. If you can't do it. Shadalton paused for a moment after saying this. Don't worry, sir, mining is our talent, and we will finish it in the shortest time possible, the goblins exclaimed excitedly. So these guys really don't eat them anymore. These are your tools, Shadar said, pointing to a pile of bones on the ground. These are the bones of a ferocious species that their tribe hunted. There's one more thing. You can use the ore you dig up to trade for meat. 1 serving of meat can be exchanged for 10 times the amount of ore, Shadar said with a pained expression. This was what Sharman made him say. In his view, how could these lowly creatures deserve to eat the spoils of their hunt? But there was nothing he could do about it. We can't let these guys work on an empty stomach. Shadar dared not imagine the consequences if he delayed Lord Saron's requested time. The goblins and kobolds roared as they charged toward the mine. Some who had just arrived returned to steal the bone tools, and the goblins and kobolds fought fiercely. They can eat meat now, and it's meat given to them by the forest trolls. The forest trolls, seeing the chaotic scene, had no choice but to try and maintain order. What excited the forest trolls was that the goblins and kobolds were indeed experts in mining. In no time, mine pits appeared on the ground. The goblins are able to accurately pinpoint where mining is most effective, how to mine without causing a collapse, etc. A short while later, the goblin leader walked up to Shadar carrying several pieces of yellow, transparent topaz ore. Shadar was also very excited as he looked at the transparent and glowing mineral. Such a beautiful mineral must be very precious. No wonder Lord Saron values it so much. My lord, I've also mined some more. A kobold, panting heavily, arrived at Shadar carrying a large chunk of ore. Very good. Bring the ore and follow me, Shadar said happily, waving his hand. Yes, sir. Chapter 22 Iron, Ore Veins and Orcs. While Saron was preparing the ingredients, he saw Shadar bring 2 short guys into his cave. His attention was entirely focused on the ore on his back. Shadar, I didn't expect you to have mined it so quickly. Saron nodded affirmatively. My lord, we have hired goblins and kobolds to mine together. Shadar bowed and said. Meanwhile, the goblin leader Vickers and the kobold Doug were stunned. They never expected that they would encounter a dragon while following the forest trolls. The kobold Doug was even worse off. He prostrated himself on the ground to show his respect to Saron. Great dragon, Doug pledges his allegiance to you. Huh? It's dragon language. Saron realized that the kobold was actually speaking dragon language. Great Dragon King, your form is more majestic than any other creature, and your majesty is unparalleled. Please accept my humble loyalty. Doug said humbly. Very well, I accept your allegiance. Saron was very pleased. Kobolds are said to have some dragon blood in them, so some of them can speak a little dragon language. Saron didn't believe these guys had the blood of true dragons. Moreover, kobolds will swear allegiance to any true dragon they encounter without hesitation. They are extremely fanatical. They were born to be the servants of dragons. Moreover, kobolds and trolls are different from those who only fight, kill, and rob. They are natural-born miners. Great true dragon, Vix pledges his allegiance to you, and I have some important news to share. Vix the goblin said hastily. Seeing that even mere kobolds could pledge allegiance to the true dragon, he began to have the same idea. What news? Saron stared at Vickers with his bloodshot eyes. Vickers was not even as big as one of Saron's claws, which put him under a lot of pressure. Our tribe previously discovered a fjordode or vein near Sunset Forest, but it was located next to an orc tribe, so it wasn't mined. Vickers said quickly, a fell iron or vein. Are you sure? Saron perked up. Could it be that he was truly blessed with incredible luck? Your Majesty, the great dragon, I once served as a slave in human society, helping them mine ore. I learned how to mine and identify various ores, so it must be a vein of demon iron or with considerable reserves. Vickers calmed himself down. Shadar's face darkened. This guy actually dared not tell him. The magic iron ore vein is one of the most attractive mineral veins on the continent. Unlike regular iron ore, magic iron ore can be directly enchanted, and its original hardness is several times harder than that of ordinary iron ore. Weapons, armor, and all sorts of other items rely on magic iron ore. Very good. Tell me your name. Saron was even more pleased to see that this was a learned goblin. These were all high-caliber talents. Great true dragon, my name is Vix, the goblin said, bowing his head in fear. But he was overjoyed. He felt he had finally changed his destiny. We'll set off in a couple of days to check out the iron ore veins. Saron said excitedly. He planned to go after the feast, selectively ignoring the fact that there were any orc tribes in the area. Not letting him mine or is like not giving him ingredients. Without ingredients, the feast cannot continue. The feast will stop and people will die of old age. So why worry about all that? Just do it. It's magic iron, Vickers thought to himself. Thanks to the persistent efforts of the goblins and kobolds, they finally mined more than 5,000 kilograms of ore. At Saron's request, Shadar led the troll warriors to hunt 3 magical beasts. Hunting magical beasts is a very dangerous task. It took Shadar and his group almost half of their warriors and female spellcasters to successfully hunt one. Inside the cave, Saron sealed the entire entrance with earth magic and, after ordering Shadar and the others not to disturb him, began the feast. First up was the main course, Siren's Tears. Sure enough, it smelled amazing after the feast began, and it tasted salty, like the sea. Salon judged the quality of things by the aroma of the feast. The more fragrant, the higher the quality. Next came the topaz ore, which Saron devoured over 3,000 kilograms of, along with the corpses of 3 magical beasts, skin and bones. After eating a few more gold coins as condiments, the feast reached its 100% completion under Saron's expectant gaze. In Saron's perception this time, the feast mainly modified the area around his throat. Could it be a spitting organ? But it doesn't seem quite right. Saron shook his head, silently watching his body change. Finally, with Saron opening his eyes, the feast transformation came to an end. Saron, health 235. Feast levels, 7. Feast cooldown, 5 days. Talent 1. Carnivore. You can restore health and energy by killing enemies. The amount restored is determined by the amount of health and energy the enemy has. Talent 2. Earth Magic Affinity. You possess powerful earth magic talent. Talent 3. Fire Magic Affinity. You possess powerful fire magic talent. Talent 4. Armor Penetration. Your claws and teeth will deal more damage to enemies. Talent 5. Wild Scream. Your roar will deal more damage to enemies and interrupt their spellcasting. Your voice is a scourge to the world, Kagas. As expected, a new talent has been added, and it's one of the main skills of the giant bug. This thing is a god-tier skill in this world. It can interrupt spellcasting. For example, if the forest troll's anti-flying spell required the caster to keep casting, then a single roar from me could interrupt their casting and break the anti-flying spell. I am the mage's natural enemy. Warriors should be able to interrupt me by charging up their battle aura, right? Thinking about this, Saron wanted to shout a couple of times, but he held back. Saron broke through the soil and rocks covering the cave and emerged from it. This time, his size didn't increase much, remaining around 10 meters. Saron scratched at the scales on his chest with his claws, sparks flying, and the scales seemed to have thickened considerably. Now he was completely black, except for 2 scarlet eyes and a few red ripples at the base of the dragon horns on his head. Unlike the scales of ordinary black dragons, the scales of black dragons gradually turn grayish-black as they age, which is beneficial for their survival in swamps. Just like a newly born white dragon cub whose scales can be used as a mirror, but as it grows older, its scales will turn grayish-white. Saron's scales have always been a deep black. Chapter 23: The Rose Tribe and the Iron Hoof Tribe. Shadar, go find me a few spellcasters from your tribe. I need to do an experiment, Saron said, looking at Shadar's dazed expression. Master, your majestic figure is simply unparalleled. I am beyond words to express my admiration for you, Shadar said, bowing. Salong was amused. This guy was surprisingly good at talking, and he could even say such nice things. Not bad, not bad. Go find the spellcaster quickly, Saron said, unusually kind. That dragon's fart pat was really satisfying. Yes, my master. Shadar excitedly ran off to find the female troll, completely baffled as to why Lord Saron could change so drastically in just half a day. Could this be a real dragon? If he can't figure it out, he'll just stop thinking about it and figure out that he should just be loyal and obedient from now on. With the help of several female trolls from the Forest Troll clan, Saron gained a deeper understanding of the wild scream. When you unleash a wild scream, the sound waves will spread to the surrounding area and interrupt all spellcasting. However, the specific scope should be based on one's own capacity to bear it. He can now use Wild Scream to directly interrupt the spellcasting of enemies within a range of 150 meters. However, the price is that his throat must rest, or he can use the carnivore talent to recover. However, if the range is fixed at around 50 meters, it can be used multiple times. As my feast reaches new heights in the future, its scope will gradually expand. Saron nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. You should all go and rest, Saron said, looking at the exhausted appearance of the 3 female trolls beside him. Yes, master. The 3 female trolls wiped their sweat and quickly left. Shadar, take that goblin chieftain Vix to see our iron or veins, Saron said. The feeling of watching yourself get stronger time and time again is wonderful. Yes, my master, Shadar exclaimed excitedly. It's bad, Chief Shadar. Those orcs are attacking. Just then, a troll warrior came running over in a panic. He looked at Salon with reverence and bowed. What? Those damned orcs actually dared to provoke us. Shadar was furious upon hearing this. It's always been the trolls who start trouble, so it's understandable that the orcs started it this time. They've even come to our doorstep. Lord Saron, I'll go deal with those guys first. Shadar bowed to Saron. Go ahead, our iron or mine is right next to the orc tribe. We'll have to deal with them sooner or later. Saron granted Shadar's request. Moreover, he was quite curious about orcs. Outside the Forest Troll tribe, hundreds of humanoid beings are on high alert. Cook, thank you for helping us this time. Ironhoof tribe, a cat-eared girl said crisply. No need to be polite, Winnie. We orcs should stick together, otherwise we'll be bullied to death by these guys sooner or later. Cook said heartily. Cook is a minotaur with a pair of huge bull horns on his head, 2 strong bull hooves on his feet, and a bull tail that swings back and forth behind him. They're here, Winnie exclaimed, looking at the thick smoke billowing in the distance. Damn orcs, so you found help, Shadar said, staring at Cook with his one eye. This group of creatures is no ordinary orc race. This is getting a bit troublesome. Shadar, we don't want to go to war with you. We just want a temporary place to live, said Winnie, the cat-eared girl. This entire Sunset Forest belongs to our forest troll race. You can't take it over, Shadar retorted, not giving an inch. Shadar, it's been a while, and you've become one-eyed. Ha ha, said the Minotaur cook. For trolls, scars are honor. I lost an eye, but in return, I gained the future of my race. You guys would never understand, Shadar said proudly, thinking of Saron's imposing figure. He now has more confidence, and speaks more forcefully. He might have compromised if the Iron Hoof tribe and the Rose tribe had joined forces in the past. Shadar, it seems you're ready. Cook waved his hand, and the Iron Hoof tribe warriors around him got into position to attack. Cook is also over 2 meters tall, no less than Shadar. 2 thick wisps of white air shot out from his large nostrils. Cook, do you dare to fight me one-on-one? Shadar pulled out the huge bone club behind him. You dare to be so arrogant with only one eye. Cook fearlessly took his double-edged axe from behind him. A serious look appeared in Shadar's single eye. He seemed indifferent to Cook, but only he knew how difficult the guy in front of him really was. His strength was no less than mine, and his leather defense was equally formidable. Moreover, the Minotaur race has a very powerful talent, the ability to trample with iron hooves. It can cause massive damage, especially in destroying cities and fortresses. This talent is terrifying in large-scale wars. In the past, when humans and orcs fought, human cities were basically useless against Minotaur warriors. Not to mention there are dozens of elite Tauren warriors here. If they were to unleash their iron hooves together, their own troll warriors would be alright, but the elderly, women, and children would certainly suffer heavy losses. That's why he provoked him, challenging him to a one-on-one duel. Shadar, you only have one eye. I'll let you make your move first. Cook said confidently. You asked for this, Shadar said without any politeness. He used all his strength to smash the bone club at Cook. Cook used his giant axe to block Shadar's bone club. Boom. Cook was knocked back 4 or 5 steps by Shadar's blow. Shadar, your strength has increased again. The two fighters had very similar fighting styles, so they always clashed head-on, making the battles extremely intense. There's nothing fancy about it. It's just a clash of the most primal forces. After splitting Shadar open with another axe blow, Cook stretched his ankle. Looks like we need to get serious. Shadar retorted without backing down. Come on. In truth, he no longer believed he could win. Luckily, I've been getting used to fighting with only one eye these past few days, otherwise I would have lost long ago. Iron hoofs trample. Cook stomped his right hoof heavily on the ground. Rumble. Visible ripples appeared on the ground and attacked Shadar. Shadar knew the Minotaur race's signature move, so he jumped up in advance. But Cook didn't care. Double iron hooves trampling. His left hoof stomped down heavily, and a force stronger than before was transmitted through the ground to Shadar, who had just landed. Uft. Shadar was violently knocked away and crashed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Shadar, you've lost. Cook said calmly. I lost. Shadar wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Winnie and Cook exchanged a smile. It seemed their goal had been achieved. But you still won't get the right to live in Sunset Forest. Shadar continued. You want to back out? Cook's eyes turned dangerous. Just as the atmosphere became tense, a deep voice rang out. Because he has no authority to dispose of it. Chapter 24 Winnie the Orc. A huge shadow fell over everyone's heads. Winnie looked up and saw a black dragon with an unusually ferocious appearance standing behind them with its wings spread. Master, you've arrived. Shadar struggled to his feet. He felt like his bones were about to break. The Minotaur's iron hooves were indeed not to be underestimated. Dragon, Shadar, you're actually worshipping a dragon, Winnie exclaimed. Cook and all the Tauren looked at Saron as if facing a formidable enemy. This black dragon is incredibly powerful, and its appearance seems different from what people usually describe as a black dragon. Meanwhile, Saron was staring at Winnie in the distance. She's a beast-eared girl. It's still Catwoman. Saron felt his long-dead otaku spirit return. That perfect figure, blue-violet eyes, long purple hair reaching her waist like silk, delicate features, and 2 black cat ears on her head. It also has a tail swishing back and forth. What surprised Saron even more was that she was wearing black stocking-like clothing, which made Saron's heart flutter. Cook, seeing the black dragon staring at Winnie from the beginning, couldn't help but use his towering figure to shield Winnie behind him. Legend has it that colorful dragons love to eat beautiful young women. I wonder if this black dragon wants to eat Winnie. Saron withdrew his gaze and looked at the other orcs. He wasn't a dragon who was blinded by lust, but dragons are inherently lewd. It must be the dragon's instinct influencing him. Black dragon, what do you want? Cook looked at Saron with a sense of formidable danger. Judging from its size, the black dragon in front of him was already a young dragon and quite powerful. You trespassed into my territory, injured my family, and now you're asking me what I want. Saron lowered his head, looking down at Cook. Lord Black Dragon, we really didn't intend to invade other people's territory at will. We had no choice, Winnie said, stepping out from behind Cook. I don't care what your reasons are. The fact is you have offended me. Saron opened his mouth wide, revealing a mouthful of fangs. It unleashed its dragon might without restraint. Suddenly, all living things around felt a powerful sense of oppression. This feeling is like having a huge rock pressing on your heart. It's so uncomfortable. Black Dragon, do you really want to be our enemy? We have so many warriors here, and you're not even an adult yet. If we really fight, you'll definitely die. Cook said. No one would be so idle as to choose to fight a black dragon without any benefit to them. Saron looked at the well-equipped Tauren warriors behind him. Their abilities are indeed quite good. If it were an ordinary young black dragon, he might really die if he fought to the death with these guys. However, Saron is no ordinary black dragon. His current strength surpasses that of any young red dragon. Looks like I need to teach you a lesson. Saron ignored Cook's threat. Just kidding. If he were that easily scared, then he wouldn't have grown this big. If he hadn't wanted more familiars, he would have killed these guys long ago, grabbed the beast-eared girl, and left. Everyone be careful. Prepare to attack. Cook said decisively. Winnie's figure slowly became transparent and then disappeared into the air. Lord Saron, beware of sneak attacks. That female orc can hide her body in the surrounding space. Shadar shouted a warning to Saron. Many of their tribe's warriors were killed in this way before. Saron glanced curiously at the spot where the beast-eared girl had disappeared. This was hidden quite thoroughly. Ignoring the situation there, Saron focused on dealing with the torn warrior in front of him. Shadar, don't go, let me handle this myself. Saron stopped the restless Shadar. The miners had worked hard to get here, and he didn't want them to perish here. Kill. Cook raised his double-edged axe and leaped high into the air. Saron saw that there was such a big target that he couldn't very well not shoot at it. So he lashed out at Cook with his tail and sent him flying. Cook screamed and slammed hard onto the ground. Fortunately, several Minotaur warriors on the ground caught him, preventing him from suffering more serious injuries. Even so, Cook broke several bones. But he forced himself to stand up. Is this the power of a dragon? Everyone, attack together. Without hesitation, Cook ordered all the elite warriors of the Ironhoof tribe to use Ironhoof Stomp. Rumble. Shockwaves swept towards Saron as countless Tauren trampled upon him. Most importantly, a dark figure suddenly appeared around Saron's neck. It was Winnie the Catwoman who wanted to restrain Salon and prevent him from taking off. Catwoman immediately produced two claw-shaped weapons in her hands and slashed towards Saron's eyes. Is that all? Saron said disappointedly. In fact, he could have quickly taken to the air to dodge the Minotaur warrior's attack. He didn't care about Winnie's attack. Let's test the hardness of the modified scales. A red light flashed in Salon's eyes, and with a casual flick of his head, Winnie was sent flying. In fact, the defense around his eyes is no less than that of scales. Double eyelids provide sufficient protection, and although the lens of the eye is soft, its hardness is comparable to that of scales. Winnie coughed up a mouthful of blood and quickly hid herself again. A born assassin. Saron stopped paying attention to the kitten. After all, no matter how many kittens he had, they were still just kittens and posed no threat to him. Winnie. Cook glanced at Winnie. Everyone, keep attacking. Just as they adjusted their formation and charged forward, Saron slowly spoke. Rupture. Instantly, countless spikes appeared on the ground within a 30-meter radius, and the ground became very soft. There was also a force that prevented the Minotaur warrior from leaving quickly, and he could only be attacked by the spikes. Several Minotaur warriors were pierced by spikes and turned into hedgehogs, losing all signs of life. The scene was extremely bloody. No. Cook's eyes turned red. These were the Ironhoof tribe's entire elite force. But in one fell swoop, 7 or 8 of them were lost. Double Ironhoof's trampling. Cook unleashed his most powerful attack to date. Then he picked up the giant axe and charged forward again. Splitter. Saron had a better idea of what to do. Ironhoof trampling was suitable for attacking cities or clearing out mobs. It doesn't seem to work very well for me. Roar. Saron opened its massive jaws and unleashed a wild scream. Instantly, both the Minotaur warriors and troll warriors around them felt their magic surge and become completely out of their control. Winnie was forced to reveal herself from hiding, and while she was still in a daze, Saron grabbed her in his claws. Little kitty, I've caught you. Salon held Winnie up to his face and examined her closely. How is this possible? Winnie exclaimed in disbelief. She is a member of the Shadow Cat clan, and through her magic, she can perfectly conceal herself in the surrounding space. Her heartbeat, scent, and body temperature are all concealed unless she attacks. However, the roar of the black dragon in front of him just now caused the magic power in his body to completely go out of control, forcing him to exit the stealth state. This is practically its own nemesis. Chapter 25 Wildness. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Saron unleashed another massive crack spell, engulfing all the Tauren warriors. This took a lot of his magic. Rumble. The Minotaur warriors, still reeling from the savage screams, and before their magic could subside, were struck again, resulting in heavy casualties. Cook was pinned to the ground by Saron's claw and could no longer move. Evil Dragon, release Winnie. Cook, spitting blood, looked at Winnie in Saron's claws and said, This is my spoils of war. Saron ignored his anger. I'm sorry, Cook. I've dragged your tribe down with me. Winnie was being held by Sarone, covered in dust and with tears streaming down her face. Shadar, lock all these guys up, Sarone said, looking at the dumbfounded Shadar beside him. Yes, my master. Your divine power has deeply shaken me, Shadar said with fervent eyes. All right, go on, Sarone said, turning around. He couldn't wait to study the animal-eared girl in his hands. Sarone spread his wings and flew, arriving at the entrance of his cave in no time. He dragged the despondent Winnie into the cave, then put her down. Lord Black Dragon, please release Cook and the others. It's all my fault. He stood up as soon as he put Winnie down. She felt like her whole body was about to fall apart when Sarone held her in his palm. But since Sarone didn't eat or kill her immediately, there's still a chance. Seeing Winnie's pitiful appearance, Salon said without any politeness. I won't let them go. Then what do you want? Winnie asked softly. I want you to be my servants and serve me. Salon made no attempt to hide his thoughts. Lord Black Dragon, I can bring the Rose tribe under your command. But Cook and his people are minotaurs, and they are very stubborn, Winnie stammered. In this world where the strong rule, Sarone has already proven his strength, so she would rather submit than die. But Cook, how can someone as weak as you decide the future of your tribe? Sarone asked, looking at the beast-eared girl. Actually I'm not weak, Winnie said dejectedly. Her talent was second to none in the tribe. Her assassination skills made her the most terrifying assassin. Therefore, she temporarily assumed the role of leader after the previous leader's unexpected death. However, she didn't expect that Sarone would be her perfect counter. Her sneak attacks were ineffective, and her talent skill was even broken by a shout. Salon hadn't expected her to have so many things on her mind. He actually thinks highly of those NTR characters. These guys are a herd of stubborn bulls. Hee, I used to love braised beef the most. Salon chuckled. The braised beef did indeed taste good. Lord Black Dragon, please don't eat them. I will do everything in my power to persuade Cook. Upon hearing Sarone's words, Winnie was so frightened that she immediately knelt on the ground. She was terrified at the thought of Cook and his crew being eaten one by one. The five-colored dragon is indeed the most terrifying. Sarone found her behavior quite amusing. He didn't really have much of an appetite for humanoid creatures, having been a human in his previous life. Just like some people in their past lives felt nauseous at the sight of eating monkeys. Unless it becomes absolutely necessary to eat. He lay down and just looked at Winnie. Call me Lord Sarone, and I'll give you that chance. Thank you, Lord Sarone. Winnie didn't even dare to lift her head, feeling the heat blowing on her. Then take me to your tribe tomorrow. Sarone wanted to see the other orcs. Lord Sarone, the situation of our tribe is actually not good right now. With Winnie's explanation, Sarone finally understood why the orc tribe, which had always kept to itself, and kept to itself with the forest troll tribe, would consider invading Sunset Forest. According to Winnie, the place where their orc tribe lived was originally a beautiful place with plenty of prey. However, about 6 months ago, some meteors suddenly fell from the sky and landed in the mountains. The orc tribes were also aware of this situation. According to their tribal records, it was a case of a meteorite falling to the ground. And there may also be some rare materials. So they sent some soldiers to investigate. However, before the soldiers even reached the spot where the meteorite had landed, they all began vomiting incessantly, as if they were ill. Furthermore, the skin has developed severe ulceration. He died in agony upon his return. The tribe's doctors couldn't find the cause of the illness at all. They only knew that their body tissues had died from some kind of toxin. Seeing this, Winnie didn't send anyone else to investigate, thinking that the matter might have ended there. However, after a period of time, some of the wild and ferocious beasts around the tribe disappeared or fled. This led to a food shortage for the orc tribe. When Winnie saw that there wasn't much meat, she told the tribe to gather plants to fill their stomachs. She thought it would get better after a while, but she didn't expect that a month later the surrounding plants would wither and die. Moreover, some of the tribe members have started to fall ill, with skin ulcers. Accompanied by symptoms such as hair loss, the symptoms were exactly the same as those of the soldiers before them. If things continue like this, their orc tribe might perish before they even understand what's going on. Therefore, they had no choice but to come to Sunset Forest to seek a new place to live. After hearing what she said, Salon felt it was a bit like a viral infection. After all, meteorites might carry some kind of substance that, after falling to the ground, could produce some strange viruses. But it's a bit strange that it could kill plants as well. If you can't figure it out, then stop thinking about it. But there's still your own magic iron or vein there. This is going to be difficult. Forget it, I'll go see for myself. I think I'm healthy enough to survive the virus. Why did you have to come to Sunset Forest? Sarone asked curiously. Because the south is the territory of the Orc Empire, and the east is a powerful human city-state, and the impact area of that meteorite is too large, we can only come here, Winnie said honestly. The Orc Empire? Why don't you go to the Orc Empire? Winnie hesitated for a moment. Because we are all descendants of sinners, going back means death. It turns out that a coup d'etat occurred in the Orc Empire decades ago, but it failed. Some of the most powerful members were all killed, and Winnie and her friends are the descendants of these members. They were supposed to be wiped out anyway. However, for some unknown reason, some people within the Orc Empire deliberately spared these weaklings. So after they escaped, they established a tribe. Because they were mostly old, weak, women and children, they named it the Rose Tribe, but the outside world still called them the Orc Tribe. Chapter 26 Black Film. It sounds like another power struggle or something. Salon felt that pursuing power and such was a bit foolish. This is a world beyond the ordinary. Individual strength is very important. For him, his followers are tools to make him stronger. Otherwise, he would have no reason to collect followers. Of course, for some true dragons, their retinues have many uses. They can be used to support the dragon, to fight, and even as food when necessary. Then let's go visit your tribe tomorrow, Saron said. By the way, did you make those black stockings, those black silk garments, yourself? Saron suddenly asked. This is black membrane silk, made from a magical plant. It can help transmit magic power on the body's surface, allowing my innate skills to last longer. Winnie explained. Black membrane silk? From now on, let's call it black membrane silk. Saron reached out a claw and tried to hook the black membrane silk on Winnie's arm, but his claw was too big for Winnie's body and tore it in one go. Saron looked at the strand of black silk on the ground, speechless. It was far too fragile. The atmosphere was slightly quiet for a moment, and Winnie subconsciously touched the scratch. But it was originally called black silk, Winnie argued softly, not quite understanding why the name was changed. Listen to me. Saron made the decision immediately. Oh, Winnie nodded her little head. Salon looked at Winnie with a sense of helplessness. He couldn't even do the things he wanted to do now. Based on his age, he should still be a fledgling dragon, but judging from his size, he should be a juvenile dragon. Generally speaking, teenage dragons can use shape-shifting to transform themselves into humanoid forms. For example, humans, elves, or half-dragons. Most dragons do not like to transform into humanoid forms except when necessary. Because a true dragon can only unleash its full power when it is in its true form. If they transform into a humanoid form, their strength will be greatly limited. Throughout history, there have been numerous instances of dragons transforming into humanoid forms only to be ambushed by their adversaries. However, some true dragons also like to transform into humanoid creatures, such as humans. For example, some silver dragons among the metal dragons can maintain their human form and live in human cities for more than 10 years. During this process, they will also form a mate with a human they like, and leave when their mate dies. Winnie, from now on you'll be my maid, Saron suddenly said. We can't let this beast-eared girl go to waste. A maid? Winnie's eyes widened. What? You don't want to? Saron looked at Winnie with a slightly dangerous glint in his eyes. I do. Winnie breathed a sigh of relief. She had long heard that the five-colored dragon was capricious and fickle, and now she truly experienced it firsthand. All right, prepare some clothes to make a maid outfit. And now come over and help me wipe my scales. Saron continued to lie on the ground. Winnie paused for a moment. Then, realizing what was happening, he moved a large stone vat from a corner and poured some spring water from the cave into it. Then he moved the stone jar next to Saron and began to clean it. Saron sensed something was off. Use your little cat paws. Weren't you scratching pretty hard before? Yes, sir. Winnie blushed, and 3 sharp, cat claw-like things popped out from the backs of her hands. I started to scratch slowly. Not bad. Saron nodded in satisfaction, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Being a Kemonomimi girl is so comfortable. Just as Saron was enjoying himself, Shadar rushed in. Lord Saron, that cook keeps insisting on seeing you. Sir, what is this? Shadar was a little confused as to why the orc was sticking out its claws and clinging to Lord Saron's back. Ignore her, she's cleaning my scales. Saron opened his eyes. Lord Saron, shall I arrange for some women from our troll race to help you? They are definitely much stronger and faster than her. Shadar said. The image of those female trolls with their broad shoulders and thick waists, along with their yellow teeth, immediately made Saron feel uneasy. Let them help you, Saron said calmly. All right, Shadar scratched his head. Why didn't Lord Saron like those attractive female trolls in his tribe? It said that true dragons can discover the beauty of every race. Bring that cook up here. Saron remembered what Shadar had just said. Yes, sir. A short while later, the Tauren cook was brought up under the escort of 4 troll warriors. Click, click. His hands and feet were bound by thick chains, which severed the flow of magic through his body. Walking is quite strenuous. Lord Black Dragon, we have offended you this time, but Winnie is a good girl, and we hope you will not hurt her. Cook said immediately upon seeing Saron. She's already mine, I won't hurt her. Saron said with interest. What did you do to her? Cook suddenly noticed a wisp of black cloth on the ground. He recognized that these were the clothes Winnie was wearing. Brother Cook, I'm fine. Winnie peeked out from behind Saron. She wiped the sweat from her face and happily walked up to Cook. I'm so glad you're all right. Cook breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Winnie's condition. Brother Cook, I have decided to make our Rose tribe a servant of Lord Saron. Winnie said earnestly. What? He's a dragon. Cook exclaimed anxiously. How could a pure girl like Winnie work under the command of an evil dragon? As soon as Cook finished speaking, Shadar slapped him hard across the face, knocking him to the ground. Your master is merciful, yet you dare to do this. Shadar said expressionlessly. Bright red blood trickled from the corner of Cook's mouth. Brother Cook, Winnie wanted to go forward and help Cook up, but Saron blocked her with his claws. He really is a stubborn mule. Shadar, send all the Tauren warriors, including this cook, to mine. Their daily workload must be 10 times that of the goblins and kobolds. If they don't finish, they won't get any food, and what they'll eat will be worse than what the goblins get. Tell them this is the price of Cook's arrogance. Saron said with an icy look in his eyes. Yes, sir. Shadar picked up Cook's 2 horns and carried him away from there. Master, please. Winnie knelt down as soon as Shadar left. She even started addressing people as master. This is the price they have to pay. Get ready. We're going to your tribe tomorrow. Saron glanced at her and then closed his eyes. Winnie's sobs slowly drifted up from the side, but Salon ignored her. Chapter 27 Rescue. Saron's claws gripped Winnie as they flew rapidly through the sky. Winnie, how much longer until we reach your tribe? Saron asked. We're almost there. Winnie looked around curiously. This was her first time flying at such a high altitude. Although she was being held like this, she could understand. True dragons generally wouldn't let anyone sit on their backs. The back is a no-go zone for any living creature, because it is easy for someone to harm them. Saron suddenly stopped. He flew to a high cliff and came to rest. What's wrong with Lord Saron? Winnie asked, puzzled. There are humans ahead. Saron explained. Dragons possess the best senses and vision of all living beings. What Winnie couldn't detect, Saron had already seen long ago. A few minutes later, a human convoy came into view. Something seems wrong, Saron said, looking at the human convoy. The cages on top were made of metal, and inside were many humanoid creatures with animal ears and tails. Misha and Layla, Olsen, Lord Saron, they are all from our tribe, Winnie said in a panic. Winnie, don't be nervous. Salon looked down at the heavily guarded convoy below. This looks like a human slave hunting group. Winnie calmed down. Lord Saron, please help me, save them. In the past, when they were powerful, humans would occasionally come to harass them. But they never succeeded. Many of the orc warriors died this time, and Winnie happened to be out. This gave humans an opportunity to exploit. Orcs are highly sought after in human cities, as are bunny girls and cat girls. Saron, who had long considered the orcs his private property, was furious. These guys had actually captured so many beautiful beast-eared girls. Winnie, these humans are quite strong. We need a suitable opportunity. Salon's scarlet eyes stared down. Lados, we're sure to make a lot of money this time. We've captured so many orcs. A black-haired knight in silver armor, carrying a great sword, said with a grin to a warrior holding a battle axe beside him. Who says otherwise? And this time there are several top-tier ones, the battle axe warrior said, looking at the several female orcs trembling in the iron cage behind him. Normally, you can only see this kind of stuff in the orc capital. I never expected to see so many of them gathered in this rundown place. Indeed, but we've also lost quite a few men. These guys are really tough to deal with. The two chatted casually, one after the other. Sister Misa, I'm so scared, I don't want to be sold. A beastman girl with brown raccoon ears said fearfully, clinging to the arm of a girl with rabbit ears. They wore thick chains on their hands and feet. Bella, don't be afraid. Winnie will come to save us. The bunny-eared girl had a pair of ruby-like eyes that looked exceptionally bright. She appeared relaxed on the surface. but deep down, she was filled with worry. I'll attack from the front, and you use your special ability to flank around to the back and take care of those caravan guards. Can you do that? Saron looked at Winnie at his feet. He originally planned to wait until nightfall to launch a surprise attack, but judging from the pace of these guys, they would probably be out of the forest before nightfall. No problem. Winnie extended 3 sharp claws from each hand, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Saron said nothing more, but instead flew up and attacked the convoy. Using the dense forest as cover, Salong reached the top of the canopy. These primeval forests are full of trees that are over 100 meters tall, making them very easy to hide in. Looking at the 2 warriors at the front of the convoy, Saron knew that these 2 must be the main escorts. Rupture. While the 2 warriors were chatting casually, Saron activated his shatter skill. Who is it? Countless sharp spikes instantly erupted from the ground, but the 2 reacted quickly and jumped into the air. However, this was exactly what Saron wanted. He spat out a mouthful of acid, and just as the person was about to cover their body with battle aura to defend themselves, a dragon roar came. The 2 felt their internal fighting spirit become chaotic and momentarily out of control. But it was too late. The acid instantly burned the greatsword warrior's body, and half of his body was almost corroded beyond recognition. His body, which was stronger than that of an ordinary soldier, became a tool to prolong his suffering. The giant axe warrior beside them used the broad blade of his axe to block the acid. It's a black dragon. Lados, save me. The greatsword warrior knew he was going to die, but he didn't want to die, so he desperately reached out his hand to the great axe warrior. But Saron wouldn't give them a chance. He took a bite right in. Uft. The warrior wielding the greatsword watched helplessly as Saron bit his body in 2. With the added armor-piercing power, Saron's teeth easily pierced through Saron's valuable armor and his tough body. Well, his world turned dark in an instant, but he didn't suffer much pain at the last moment. The giant axe warrior, Rathos, stared at Saron in shock and anger. Why was there a black dragon here, and such a strange one at that? An 8th-level warrior was killed so easily. Get closer and attack. Caster, control his movements. The other warriors in the caravan immediately surrounded him and, under the command of the giant axe warrior, launched an attack on Saron. Saron paid no attention to these men. Their armor-piercing crossbows couldn't penetrate his scales, and the attack went more smoothly than he had anticipated. One of the 2 level 8 warriors died instantly, and the remaining one was terrified. They only dared to send these ordinary soldiers to their deaths. Crackling. Several thick vines lashed out at Saron. This was an attack from the wood-type mages in the slave-catching group. Saron followed the direction of the magical fluctuations and locked his gaze on a tall, thin man. Just as he was about to rush over and finish off the guy, the air around the wood-type mage rippled. A whooshing sound rang out, and 3 fatal claw marks appeared on the wood elemental mage's neck. No, damn it. Lados hadn't expected there to be an attacker, who had even killed the most crucial person. It was Winnie the Catwoman who made the move. Don't be afraid, everyone. He's just a teenage black dragon. With so many warriors like us, we can definitely defeat him. Today is the day we become legends. Think about it. We will be dragon slayers. Lados shouted. The other soldiers recovered from the commotion. Yes, this black dragon isn't very big. We can kill it. We will all be dragon slayers. Just as all the warriors charged forward, Lados hurled his giant axe at Saron. Then he ran away without looking back. Just kidding. This is clearly a mutated black dragon, with its strong body and scarlet eyes. And just now, another level 8 warrior was instantly killed. How could I possibly win with my limited strength? I hope those warriors can buy me some more time. Saron was speechless as he watched the fleeing man. Saron had thought he was dealing with another mercenary captain like the one he'd encountered before, with the man's impassioned speech. The deputy commander has run away. He abandoned us. Saron landed directly on the ground from the air, and looking at the warriors, he activated Rupture once again. Countless spikes of soil burst forth from the ground once again. These warriors don't have the reflexes and strength of Lados. Amidst screams of agony, his body was pierced. Saron had no sympathy for them whatsoever. These slave-catching groups were practically no different from bandits. They were not only capturing humanoid races as slaves, other humans were also their targets. Sometimes they would even massacre an entire village to kill and plunder. Saron charged out again, his claws and fangs the most terrifying weapons. The dragon's might was unleashed without restraint. These soldiers, already terrified, had no will to resist. Soon after, apart from the orcs and Winnie in the cage, there were no other living creatures left at the scene. Saron looked in the direction Lados had fled, glanced at Winnie, and then gave chase. He won't let that guy leave, otherwise it will definitely cause trouble. He can't escape. Click click. Winnie used the keys she found on the corpse to open the iron cages one by one. A white-haired girl with snow-white rabbit ears ran over with her long, slender legs. Sister Winnie. Tears welled in her red eyes as she hugged Winnie. Misa, you've suffered so much. Winnie stroked the other person's long ears. Winnie, let's get out of here quickly, that black dragon. The escaped orcs, still shaken, surrounded Winnie. Bang! A mangled corpse lay on the ground. It was the warrior Rados, who had just escaped. Saron flapped his wings and landed on the ground. He took a few steps forward. There are lots of beautiful kimono Mimi girls here. Especially that bunny girl. She was absolutely gorgeous, with those snow-white ears and hair. And those red pupils looked incredibly alluring. Salon felt that these girls could be trained properly. They looked so pleasing to the eye. If they were trained properly and made to dance the dances from those live streaming apps in his previous life, wouldn't they be invincible? It's a dragon. Black dragon. He's back. A commotion erupted, and the orcs' nerves instantly tightened. The image of the black dragon wreaking havoc was deeply etched in their minds. Lord Saron, please don't take offense. Winnie bowed to Saron first. Saron casually waved his dragon claw. He was still quite tolerant of the beast-eared girl. Winnie stood on a big tree and shouted, "Listen to me, everyone." She calmed everyone down. This is Lord Saron, a very powerful, true dragon. I have now decided to become Lord Saron's subordinate. If anyone is unwilling to join me, I can send them some valuables to leave the Rose tribe, Winnie declared loudly. The crowd below exchanged bewildered glances. Everyone should be very clear about the situation of our Rose tribe now. Without the protection of a strong person, we are in danger of being wiped out at any time in this forest. Winnie said solemnly. Salon felt that she did indeed have some leadership qualities. Winnie is right. We have no other choice now. Seeking refuge with the strong is the best option. At this moment, a female orc with black hair and gray ears stepped forward and said. After a closer look, Saron realized it was a little wolf girl. I'm willing to follow Winnie forever. Misa looked at Saron curiously and stepped forward as well. We'd love to. Salon nodded to himself. It seemed Winnie held a high position of authority here. Winnie, Shadar will send people here in a little while. You can take your people to Sunset Forest to stay temporarily. Now tell me the location of that shooting star. Saron said, ignoring the other orcs for the time being. Lord Saron, that place is rather complicated. Let me take you there. Winnie said after a moment's hesitation. Before Saron could reply, the bunny girl stepped forward. Sister Winnie, let me take Lord Saron instead. Everyone needs you right now. Misa, it's dangerous there. Don't forget, I'm the best healer in our tribe. I'll take good care of myself. Misa said sweetly. Only she knows how eerie that place is. Winnie was in a bit of a dilemma. Don't worry, Winnie, nothing will happen with Lord Saron with me. Misa smiled sweetly at Saron, her two rabbit ears perking up slightly. Winnie, you should go back to your tribe first. Chapter 28 Plutonium Dragon Egg. In the end, Saron still took the bunny girl Misa with him. The further they flew in, the more desolate it became. There were dead plants and animal carcasses everywhere. It's so beautiful here. Misa looked at the scene from high above with a touch of sadness. She clung tightly to Salon's paws. Saron suddenly stopped. He keenly sensed that something was amiss in his surroundings, a feeling akin to some kind of radiation. It descended directly and landed on the ground. As soon as he landed on the ground, Saron sensed something was wrong. Everything around seemed lifeless, and Saron grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground with his claws. He possessed an extremely powerful talent for earth magic, but at this moment, he sensed that the earth element in the surrounding land was unusually scarce, almost non-existent. The basic structure of this land has been completely destroyed. What could it be made of? Misha, you can wait for me here, or you can go back first. Saron felt that it wasn't very safe inside. Lord Saron, Misa wanted to say something more. Hurry back, be careful on the road. After saying that, Saron took off and left Misa. Misa stared blankly at Saron's retreating figure, realizing that legends were indeed unreliable and that the black dragon was actually quite good. After dropping Misa off, Saron flew alone into the deeper waters. The further in you go, the more animal carcasses you find. It seems they all died on the way. Saron felt increasingly depressed. Finally, Saron flew to the side of a huge meteorite crater. When he saw what was inside, his scarlet eyes widened instantly. How is that possible? Winnie led everyone to a patch of dark bushes, then took out something that looked like a whistle and blew it in a certain pattern. A few moments later, some rustling sounds began to emanate from the room. Some half-goat people, half-deer people, and other half-orcs came out. Sister Winnie. Lyra. After hearing Winnie's words, some of the orcs sighed. Winnie, that's a black dragon, the most treacherous and cunning of the 5 dragons. A half-orc was about to say something when Winnie the Catwoman interrupted him. Since you all know that dragons are petty creatures, you should all be careful not to anger him. Since we have decided that we will be the black dragon's servants from now on, then let's carry it out completely. If anyone is unwilling to follow, I will give them food and gold coins to help them leave this place. Seeing Winnie's serious expression, the others fell silent. After all, in this world, the strong are respected. Once Saron reached the very center of the crater, he finally realized something was wrong. There were even more monster corpses here, all of them mummified dead bodies. In the very center of the corpse was an egg, or more precisely, a dragon egg. The black eggshell was decorated with golden patterns, and it was more than twice the size of a normal dragon egg. Saron sensed that the dragon egg was the source of the radiation. He then discovered that some of his scales were about to fall off due to radiation. Salon walked further ahead, becoming even more interested. What kind of dragon egg could have caused this? After collecting some inherited memories, Saron finally learned what kind of dragon egg it was. Plutonium dragon egg. Yes, the dragon egg in front of you is a plutonium dragon egg. Plutonium dragons are renowned creatures throughout the multiverse. In the multiverse, there are the rainbow dragons among the rainbow dragons, the plutonium dragons among the metal dragons, the blue diamond dragons among the gem dragons, and the star dragons among the enchantress dragons, and so on. There are also time dragon and power dragon. These are all exceptionally powerful dragons. Simply put, they are hanging dragons, possessing talents and physiques far surpassing those of other ordinary dragons, making them beings even feared by the ancient gods. There are fewer than 10 plutonium dragons in the entire multiverse. Plutonium dragons belong to the fire-type subspecies, and adult plutonium dragons are immune to fire and heat damage. Unlike other metallic dragons, plutonium dragons, although also metallic dragons, clearly belong to the evil faction. The plutonium dragon has solid, opaque metallic scales and equally dark, almond-shaped pupils. In addition, the edges of the scales and iris are inlaid with gold, so that every movement of the plutonium dragon and the random movement of its eyes are shimmering with golden light. As a member of the metal dragons, the plutonium dragon scales are composed of more than 80% plutonium. Therefore, plutonium dragon's entire body was intentionally or unintentionally emitting deadly nuclear radiation, essentially making it a giant, walking nuclear reactor. Therefore, plutonium dragon also has another name, nuclear bomb dragon. His body is constantly undergoing ultra-micro-nuclear fusion. The land that the plutonium dragon passed through would be barren for 3 years due to intense nuclear radiation. Humans, or other creatures that encounter them, will die young from cancer. When an adult plutonium dragon attacks in a rage, its scales will no longer be black, but will be covered by a golden light, as bright and intense as the sun, making it impossible to look directly at it. Of course, no living being could survive witnessing such a sight. The bodily fluids of plutonium dragons also contain potent toxins. A single drop can kill the population of a large or medium-sized city and render the land within a radius of several kilometers lifeless for decades or even centuries. No wonder they're on the evil side. With this kind of ability, they can't possibly achieve justice. Plutonium dragons have X-ray vision-like eyes, allowing them to see many things. Like the chromatic dragon, the plutonium dragon is an evil dragon, and its cunning is even deeper than that of the black dragon. Like most dragons, plutonium dragon is ferocious, cruel, treacherous, cunning, possessive, and extremely selfish. Saron carefully examined the plutonium dragon egg in front of him. It's a pity it was a dead egg. Even though it wasn't a stillborn fetus, Saron was still a little worried. These are naturally strong individuals. There is a hole about the thickness of a human little finger piercing through the dragon egg on the surface of the eggshell, through which one can feel the stillborn fetus inside. The wound is very small for the entire dragon egg, but it is deadly. That shouldn't be happening. Saron was a little confused. Generally, these dragons choose to be born among metallic dragons and then spend their infancy. Moreover, plutonium saurus eggs are difficult to distinguish from those of other dragons. After all, apart from the color of its scales, the plutonium dragon was just like a normal metallic dragon when it was young. Only when the nuclear radiation on their bodies can no longer be concealed over time will they be distinguished from other metal dragons. Saron had no idea how the unborn plutonium dragon had been discovered. Such a precise strike. The reason this place became like this is because after the unborn plutonium dragon perished, some of its bodily fluids leaked out through this small hole. The reason why so many magical beasts rushed towards this direction was due to their biological instincts. After all, dragons represent power, and the blood of a true dragon can evolve the bloodlines of most magical beasts. Not to mention the remnants of plutonium dragons. However, no monster could make it to the dragon egg alive. Fortunately, it was radiation from an unborn plutonium dragon. If a drop of blood from an adult plutonium dragon fell here, then it would be enough to cause such a large impact, let alone in such a small area. Even the sunset forest will be shrouded in radiation, rendering it barren. Chapter 29: The most unique ingredient in history. Although the plutonium dragon egg was necrotic, it was still very valuable. In the hands of some alchemists, it could be used to forge incredibly powerful magical artifacts. After thinking about it, Saron decided to try using it as an ingredient after the feast began. Swallowing the plutonium dragon egg raw would be the most foolish decision. Even with Saron's current physical condition, he would die if he swallowed the dragon egg raw. The only difference is the way they die. They are either killed by radiation or explode. With that in mind, Saron immediately began casting earth magic, and under his control, the surrounding earth and rocks slowly enveloped the dragon egg. These rocks and soil contain some of the substances from the plutonium dragon eggs, and Saron decides to eat them along with the eggs. Saron had a premonition that if this succeeded, he would undergo a tremendous transformation. After doing all this, Saron spread his wings and temporarily left the place. He found that his body seemed to be having some problems after staying there for so long. The master actually saved you? Shadar from the Rose tribe looked at the orcs in front of him with suspicion. I thought they were really powerful, but it turns out they're just a bunch of old, weak, sick, and disabled people. Shadar, don't forget what your mission is. Winnie ignored Shadar's sarcasm. At its peak, the Rose tribe wasn't afraid of these forest trolls at all. Now, this has made them complacent. Ha. Of course I know what my mission is. It's to find iron or veins. Vickers was found long ago, Shadar said, pointing to the goblin chieftain beside him. The goblin leader could only force a smile at the group. Just then, the sky seemed to darken, and Saron's enormous figure descended from the heavens. He still smelled of blood. Saron had casually killed a few ferocious magical beasts on his way here to heal the wounds on his scales. What's going on? Saron looked at the people present and casually put Misa on the ground. Lord Saron, we found a vein of magic iron ore. Shadar rushed forward to greet them. Approximately how much are the reserves? Saron asked Vickers. Your Majesty the Great Dragon, the reserves are truly astonishing, at least richer than those of the Topaz mine. Vickers said humbly. Very good. This should be enough to last a long time. Lord Saron. Winnie bowed to Saron. Winnie, I found the reason for the changes around your territory. Shadar, get people to start mining the iron ore here as soon as possible. Saron gave a brief instruction. Yes, sir. Shadar patted his chest and said, Winnie, take your people to Sunset Forest as soon as possible to find a place to live. Shadar can help you. Saron said. From now on, I need to find a place to begin my slumber. You all need to do your own thing. Shadar, where are the things I asked you to bring? Saron asked. Lord Saron, here he is. Shadar produced a magical artifact. It was the spoils of war that Saron obtained when he killed that prince. When Salong's spirit entered it, he saw that it was filled with topaz ore. Very good. Saron nodded in satisfaction, then soared into the sky. He was going to the dragon egg to begin the feast. After flying for some time, Saron finally arrived at the place where the plutonium dragon egg had been found. He carved out a cave in the crater large enough to accommodate his body. They then brought the dragon egg inside. In the pitch-black cave, Saron's scarlet eyes stared at the main course before him. The feast begins. A familiar feeling of hunger washed over him, and the dragon egg before him suddenly smelled delicious. The aroma is stronger than ever before. Saron began to devour without hesitation. Click, click. Saron ate the eggshell along with the surrounding soil, bite by bite. Whether it was Saron's imagination or not, he felt even hungrier this time. After eating the plutonium dragon egg, Saron ate some, or before the feast came to an end. In that pitch-black space, Salon watched as his body slowly changed. A ball of golden energy slowly flowed into the heart. The golden energy then withdrew from the heart, and slowly began to form a new organ next to it. Under the influence of golden energy, a heart-like organ gradually forms. Golden lines began to radiate throughout the body through this newly formed substance, just like newly formed blood vessels. This transformation was extremely slow. Saron felt that the previous feast transformations combined hadn't taken as long as this one. Finally, after the most critical parts were renovated, a new change took place. As his physique gradually grew, his body became increasingly robust. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Selenia, in the city of Vultan, the Vultan family, a robust, blond old man looked at the map in front of him. He was Victor Walton, the current head of the Walton family. Our family slave hunting group has been missing for several days now, and we still haven't received a single piece of news. But we can't start searching too openly. Another middle-aged man rubbed his temples. His family had several slave hunting gangs, but this one was the most powerful and always managed to capture some good goods. The buying and selling of slaves is a normal thing, but the slave hunting group of the Vultan family does more than just capture slaves of other races. Sometimes they would also arrest other people, such as soldiers from commoner backgrounds, or wealthy merchants, or beautiful girls with a good reputation in the countryside. These are all valuable goods, and there is a great demand for them in some places. However, none of these things can be done in the name of the Walton family. Moreover, the slave-catching groups are very powerful and can do many things, such as helping to deal with people who shouldn't exist. It doesn't matter if they die, we've already made enough money off them anyway. But what that guy Leto said about discovering a large-scale magic iron or vein, if it's true, then it's of great significance to our entire family. But the intelligence they sent back last time clearly indicated keep a low profile, so Lados wouldn't dare lie to us. A wolf-like glint flashed in Victor's eyes. If we had this much magic iron, our family's army could expand and bring down that corrupt royal family. Taram, you personally lead a team there to investigate. This is crucial for our family, Victor said coldly. Yes. Taram bowed. Chapter 30 Atomic Furnace. More than 10 days later. Boom. A ferocious black dragon emerged from a flat area. This is Saron after its transformation. At this moment, he was 12 meters tall, with an incredibly robust physique, and his entire body gleamed like metal. Upon closer inspection, each scale on Saron's body now has tiny, golden, hair-like threads. These golden threads radiate outwards from the surface of the scales. Moreover, many sharp spines grew on its back, and there were also some fine golden threads on them. Saron was a little excited because these were characteristics that only plutonium dragons possessed. When an adult plutonium dragon attacks, the energy within its body flows to the surface through these golden threads. Their bodies would be brighter than the sun. Saron looked at his panel. Saron, Health 280. Feast levels, 8. Feast cooldown, 30 days. Talent 1. Carnivore. You can restore health and energy by killing enemies. The amount restored is determined by the amount of health and energy the enemy has. Talent 2. Earth Magic Affinity. You possess powerful Earth Magic talent. Talent 3. Fire Magic Affinity. You possess powerful Fire Magic talent. Talent 4. Armor Penetration. Your claws and teeth will deal more damage to enemies. Talent 5. Wild Scream. Your roar will deal more damage to enemies and interrupt their spellcasting. Talent 6. Atomic Furnace. It can help your body absorb and convert more energy. Perhaps after reaching a certain level, you can try nuclear fusion within the atomic furnace. The cooldown period this time is a full 30 days, and the only new talent is Atomic Furnace, which hasn't been introduced yet. Salon felt that there was indeed a golden, sack-like organ next to his heart. This must be the Atomic Furnace. He sensed a continuous flow of energy emanating from the atomic furnace. His body seemed to be brimming with power, and he desperately wanted to release it. He thought it and did it. Saron felt a heat in his chest and began to gather energy in his mouth. A large plume of white breath was exhaled directly from Saron's mouth, instantly melting the surrounding dry trees and ground. Saron stopped 2 seconds later. The ground was melted, creating a crater about 10 meters deep, and the surface of the crater was covered with crystals. Saron was stunned. This breath sounded so much like that of a certain boss from his past life. Because what he spewed out wasn't flames, nor was it any kind of laser. It's just pure heat, and this heat can be increased in temperature using an atomic furnace. This is even more domineering than the flames of the red dragon. With the atomic furnace, he is now essentially a winged Godzilla. However, due to physical limitations, it is temporarily unable to perform nuclear fusion to release more powerful energy. When he gets even bigger, he will be even more powerful than the legendary Godzilla. The atomic furnace is like his second heart, or even more powerful. With this enhancement, not only strength, but also all aspects of bodily functions will become more powerful. Furthermore, there seem to be other changes in the body that are not reflected on the panel. It is up to Saron to discover this himself. Saron suddenly found himself seemingly able to absorb something from his surroundings. With a thought, all the surrounding radioactive energy began to flow into his body. Saron discovered that these substances, after being transformed and synthesized in an atomic furnace, were stored in the body's secondary exhalative organs and could be released when needed. After spending some time absorbing the remaining radioactive material in the area, Saron left. After all, it was a plutonium dragon egg, and who knows how much energy the dragon egg had lost before it landed. Not many actually remained on the ground. Looking at the barren ground beneath him, Saron knew that once the radioactive contamination was gone, this land would soon regain its former vitality. From then on, all traces left by the plutonium dragon egg in this place disappeared. Whatever killed this unborn plutonium dragon Saron needs to be treated with extreme caution. The old camp of the Rose tribe has been transformed into a storage site for magic iron ore. All the mined magic iron ore will be temporarily stored here before being transported to the Evil Tooth tribe. Thanks to the efforts of the goblins and kobolds, the mining process has finally gotten on track. After learning about the kobolds and goblins' formidable mining abilities, Shadar never dared to let his forest trolls eat them again. On the contrary, he now attaches great importance to these goblins. If the goblins are gone, it would be terrible if Lord Saron sent his forest trolls to mine ore. They just don't understand why the mine pits they're digging don't collapse. When Saron returned to the Rose tribe, he saw everyone busily transporting ore. Honorable Master, you have arrived. Your presence is as radiant as the sun in the sky. Shadar was the first to spot Saron, noticing that Saron had grown considerably larger. Moreover, its appearance is even more ferocious. All the other goblins and kobolds stopped what they were doing and stared at Saron with fervor. Now they all know that it was because Saron ruled the Evil Tooth tribe that they were spared from becoming food. The people of Saron were truly grateful to him. Moreover, their imposing stature deeply impressed them. You guys keep going. Saron walked to the ore cart and used his magic device to load several hundred kilograms of ore. Unfortunately, most magical artifacts actually have very little space. The magical artifact of this prince in Sarana has a relatively large space. The volume is approximately 10 cubic meters. Did Winnie and the others go to the Evil Tooth tribe? Saron picked up a piece of iron ore and crunched on it. The feast is still cooling down, but Saron still wants to have a taste. As for why feast cooled down, Saron had some ideas about it through this feast. They actually don't have many people left. At your request, they established a settlement next to our tribe. Shadar explained. You'll be needed here to guard this place for the time being. The iron ore cannot be lost. Saron said solemnly. Even if iron ore plays a limited role in the feast in the future, Saron will still be clear about its value. Such a large mineral vein is enough to rival the treasure of several adult dragons. Lord Saron, rest assured, with me here, everything will be absolutely foolproof. Shadar said, patting his chest. The true dragon I serve grows so fast, and it doesn't have that habit of eating its followers all the time. They are simply the best people to pledge allegiance to. Chapter 31, The Uninvited Guest. After settling everything, Saron left. They returned to the canyon deep within the former Evil Tooth tribe. When Saron returned to the cave in the canyon, his eyes lit up. It was truly a pleasant surprise. Inside the cave, at regular intervals, there were exquisitely carved topaz stones. Topaz is transparent by nature, and it becomes incredibly bright with just a little fire. It is said that some nobles on the mainland use topaz as a luxurious decorative material for their houses. The spring water on the left side of the cave was diverted down and formed a small pool below. In the very center of the cave was a huge stone chair, on which various animal hides were laid in a certain pattern to form a dragon design. Lord Saron, you're back. Winnie and Misa, who were setting up the top of the cave, nimbly jumped down and landed in front of Saron. Did you make this? Salon looked at the two of them, a strange feeling welling up inside him. Lord Salon, don't you like it? Winnie's heart tightened. It is said that black dragons prefer to live in swamps and mud pits. However, in Winnie's opinion, Saron seemed very different from the other black dragons. After her last visit here, the observant Winnie noticed that the black dragon in front of her seemed to prefer clean places. I decided to do this so that we can get along better in the future. You did a great job. Saron glanced at the two of them and walked to the stone chair, where he lay down. I must say, it was really comfortable. Oh right. Winnie, from now on, remember to add meow to the end of every sentence you say. Salon suddenly said, looking at Winnie. It feels like something's missing when the cat girl doesn't meow. Meow. Winnie was a little confused. She was a catwoman, but not a cat. Catwoman and cat were two different species, okay? Why did Lord Saron make me do this, meow? Winnie added a word as if possessed, then felt a little embarrassed afterward. Excellent. Saron said with satisfaction. This is the cat girl he knows. This feeling is wonderful. Misha, you'll have to wear black stockings from now on. Saron said, glancing at Misha beside him. Misa, the bunny-eared girl, was still a little stunned. She didn't know why Saron would make such a request, and even make Winnie meow. Yes, sir. Misa didn't know what the Black Dragon's quirks were, but now that she had pledged allegiance to him, she would follow him to the end. Can you dance? Saron suddenly remembered the hot dance videos on live streaming apps he had seen in his previous life. If Misa, Winnie, and those orc girls formed a girl group to dance for him, it would definitely add a lot of interesting things to Dragon's life. Otherwise, eating all the time would be too boring. We're not very good at it. Winnie forced a smile. She felt that her future might not be as easy as she had imagined. Saron, on the other hand, didn't feel much psychological pressure. In my past life, the unique social structure had placed too much pressure on me. The pressure from family, work, and mortgage payments made it hard to breathe. Some hobbies have to be gradually given up, turning one into a corporate slave, which is undoubtedly very frustrating. But in this world, I am the dragon, and I can do whatever I want. I can even be an ancestral dragon. It is unclear whether the evil in human nature was completely unleashed due to the lack of restraint, or whether it was the nature of the dragon that influenced him. But Saron didn't dislike this feeling. He found the feeling of being able to do whatever he wanted quite good. What are propriety, righteousness, integrity, and a sense of shame to a dragon? You can't control me if I have no morals. Of course, you can only do whatever you want after you've grown up. For now, you should be a little more cautious. After a while, Winnie and the other woman were ready and let Salon enjoy their dance. Saron was watching intently. Winnie and Misa were probably dancing a traditional orc dance. It looked like a sacrificial ceremony. It gave me the illusion of a shaman performing a ritual. The dance seemed so to Saron, but it still looked quite charming against the backdrop of Winnie and Misa's stunning looks. Unfortunately, there was no music. Saron felt a little disappointed. Stop. Upon hearing this, Winnie and Misa stopped and bowed to Salon. Lord Saron doesn't like it. Winnie wiped the sweat from her forehead. Misa's bunny ears also drooped down. Winnie, you can do this. Twist your hips, and then make some hand gestures, Saron said, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the two of them as he began to instruct them. He told the two of them about the hip-shaking dance and seaweed dance from a video he watched in his past life. Misa Rabbit's ears immediately stood up. At this moment, a small group of swordsmen dressed in light armor were observing everything around them outside the original Rose tribe. Captain Walker, this used to be an orc tribe, but why are there so many forest trolls and evil creatures like goblins and kobolds now? A soldier asked, looking at the forest trolls and the like working up a fuss in front of him. The fact that there isn't a single orc here means the orc tribe has been wiped out. And since forest trolls have always had a penchant for devouring the corpses of their opponents, these kobolds and goblins must be enslaved by the forest trolls. Walker, the swordsman captain who was much stronger than the other warriors, guessed. So what do we do now? Our orders are to investigate the whereabouts of the previous slave hunting group and the situation at the Magic Iron or Mine. Let's go to the Magic Iron or Mine and check the situation first. Walker ordered. They were the most loyal warriors of the Vultan family, so they were sent to carry out this special mission. When we arrived, Lord Taram said that everything was for the sake of the mineral veins. The dozen or so people slowly disappeared into the jungle like ghosts. A convoy transporting or also arrived at the Rose tribe, perfectly avoiding Walker and his group. Hurry, hurry, this batch of ore needs to be delivered as soon as possible, Goblin leader Vickers shouted, looking at the ore below. He felt that he had reached the pinnacle of his life. These forest trolls, who used to see themselves as slaves and food, now have extraordinary respect for themselves. I no longer have to worry about being eaten by someone I don't like one day. All of this is because of His Majesty the Great Black Dragon. The smelting of magic iron ore is extremely difficult. It requires the construction of a special furnace and the addition of a plant powder to successfully smelt magic iron that meets the requirements. Fortunately, when he was enslaved in the human world, Vickers was forced to learn some advanced smelting techniques. He planned to conduct experiments here first, and then present the refined magic iron to His Majesty the Great Black Dragon. After watching the dance for a while in the cave, Salong was satisfied and let Misa and the others go to rest. Although the two were somewhat restrained for certain reasons, resulting in a dance performance that differed from their previous life, it was still a delight to watch. Unfortunately, Saron couldn't do anything. Judging from his physique, he is now a standard young dragon, even much stronger than the average young dragon. But unfortunately, he just couldn't use the transfiguration spell. Chapter 32 arrives. After relaxing for a while, Salong got down to business. We can't let the fire elemental affinity we gained go to waste. Generally speaking, true dragons rarely learn other types of magic. This will make them very uncomfortable. However, this does not mean they cannot use other types of magic. Just like Saron could use the light spell before. True dragons can forcibly cast other types of magic by virtue of their powerful elemental control. However, this is not something that is usually done. Just like, does a water-based spellcaster necessarily have to be unable to cast fire magic? That's not necessarily true. However, casting spells of other types requires more than 5 times the effort of one's own elemental attributes. However, fire magic elemental affinity solves this problem. As long as Saron can create a spell model, he can cast this magic in dragon language. Fireball. This is the most basic type of fire magic. It exists in Saron's legacy memories, and, like the light spell, its spell model is relatively simple. Saron began to mobilize the surrounding fire elemental energy and slowly began to construct. This gave Salon the illusion that he was solving a geometry problem from a past life. Unlike the light spell, Saron had an exceptionally smooth time constructing the fireball spell. If the spell model for light required Saron to carefully construct, then fireball was entirely different. It's so easy. These fire elementals were like obedient soldiers. Saron simply moved to where he was supposed to go at a moment's notice. Soon a fireball 1 meter in diameter appeared around Saron. It's not large compared to Saron's size. Bang! Under Saron's control, the fireball slammed into the ground. It then exploded on the ground. Saron observed the marks on the ground. This is quite powerful. It's much more powerful than a hand grenade. Suddenly, Saron had a bold idea. He cast fireball again, this time releasing 2 fireballs. However, this time the target wasn't the ground, but himself. Bang bang. 2 fireballs struck Saron. The area hit by the fireball showed almost no change. A glint of light appeared in Saron's eyes. He condensed 4 more fireballs and hurled them at himself. This time, however, he clearly sensed something different. That means that about 60% of the damage these fireballs cause to you is reduced. Saron knew that the plutonium dragon was completely immune to damage from fire or heat. And it seems that I also possess this characteristic. It's just not as outrageous as plutonium dragon. Lord Saron, the goblin chieftain Vix, has arrived. Misa walked in slowly, wearing a short skirt and black stockings. Goblin chieftain? Let him in. This guy is a highly skilled talent that Saron has his eye on. A short while later, Vickers walked in cautiously. He felt that his tattered clothes were out of place in this place, so he hugged the wooden box in his arms tighter. Your Majesty, the Great Black Dragon, this is a gift from your humble servant. Vickers humbly knelt on the ground and held the box in his hands high. Misa, who was standing nearby, looked over and took the wooden box. Vickers never dared to raise his head from beginning to end. This was a habit he had developed when he was a slave in the human world. Misa took the box and walked up to Saron. When she opened it, she found pieces of iron with a blue glow inside. Your Majesty, this is refined magic iron. Vickers pointed out. Good. Saron's enormous eyes were fixed on the magic iron in front of him. I don't know much about smelting technology, but judging from the color, it should be pretty good. For Saron, there wasn't much difference between eating raw and smelted fell iron. But this thing is still very important to me. Whether it's weapons needed by one's own family or selling them for other ingredients, it's a good choice. After all, Saron doesn't yet have the strength to just grab whatever he sees. From now on, you will be fully responsible for the mining and smelting of magic iron ore. I have only one requirement. Output. Both ore and refined magic iron. Saron raised his head and looked down at Vickers. Yes, ma'am. Vickers said with great joy, then humbly walked out step by step. Misa didn't say a word the whole time. She was just a little curious about why Saron would make such a use of a goblin. Misha, these magic irons are for you. They should be enough to make 2 short swords. Sarone said. Thank you, Lord Sarone. Misa's 2 rabbit ears twitched. Salon knew this was a sign that she was very happy. You can tell what Misa is thinking just by looking at her ears. If they droop down, it means she's sad or depressed. Jumping around like this makes me incredibly happy. It's a pity there are no skilled blacksmiths, so I can only use magic to forge it myself. Misa looked at the magic iron in her hand. Captain Walker, what do we do? These guys are already mining the magic iron or vein. Behind a thicket next to the fell iron mine, Walker and his group watched with grim expressions as goblins and kobolds continuously mined out the ore. Let's go back and report to Lord Tarom. We have no way to deal with these forest trolls guarding the area. Walker said decisively. Their reconnaissance mission is almost complete. Some of the remains of the slave hunting gang were also found, which were probably made by forest trolls. The enemy capable of wiping out the entire slave hunting group was not someone these few people could handle. Under the cover of the bushes, the group quietly left. After traveling at high speed for several hours, the group met Tarom at a camp. Lord Tarom, the slave-catching party has been wiped out, and the demon iron or vein has been seized by the forest trolls. Walker told Tarom all the information he had obtained. Tarom, standing to the side, took a sip of wine, savoring its sweetness. That means the information about the magic iron or vein was correct. Yes, Lord Tarom. The mineral reserves are very rich. Walker said. The forest trolls shouldn't be this strong. Tarom put down his glass and said. Their family had encountered the warriors of that forest troll tribe. The forest trolls were very powerful at the time, but they were far from having the strength to wipe out their own slave-hunting party after wiping out the entire orc tribe. Lord Tarom, shall I send some men to probe their strength? Walker suggested. No need. Our Volton family is determined to get the mine. No matter what hidden tricks the forest trolls have up their sleeves, we will get it. Tarom's eyes were as fierce as a wolf's. It wouldn't matter if it were anything else, but this magic iron or vein is of great significance to the Volton family. But with just over 100 of us, Walker hesitated for a moment. Tarom glanced at Walker. I know what you mean. No matter how strong the forest trolls are, we don't have enough manpower to deal with them. I'll have the family send reinforcements. It's not just the family guards. Brutal Shield will also be involved this time. Brutal Shield. Walker's eyes showed seriousness. I never expected the family to take this so seriously that even the Brutal Shield would step in. Chapter 33 Brutal Holy Shield. Walker knew what the Brutal Shield was. It was a bunch of monsters. No. To be precise, it's something even more terrifying than a monster. Seeing Walker's expression, Tarom knew what the captain of the guard was thinking. The Walton family has been around for over 200 years. The main cornerstone is Brutal Shield. Brutal Aegis is a type of warrior trained by the Volton family. These soldiers were trained according to the standards for suicide squads. The Walton family would select hundreds of 3- or 4-year-old boys from various places. They were then castrated to remove all male characteristics and subjected to regular brainwashing to eliminate all their personality, emotions, and ego. They will then be trained in various advanced combat skills, during which some will be eliminated. The only outcome of being eliminated is death. Then, around the age of 10, they will be selected again, forced to kill each other, with only the one who obtains the head of their companion surviving. At this point, usually only 50-odd people remain out of several hundred. Then came even more brutal training and modification. The Volton family would use various special magical potions to strengthen their bodies, which would also eliminate pain. Then came the demonic transformation, which involved using a demonic transformation method obtained from somewhere by the ancestors of the Volton family. This transformation will continue until adulthood, at which point more than 50 people may be reduced to less than 30. Only those who can truly endure this inhumane training and intensification can survive. They will be equipped with the finest armor and the most powerful weapons to kill. Thus, the Volton family's most powerful trump card, the Brutal Aegis, was born. Each of the Brutal Shields can take on 100 men, even if those 100 are elite troops. Born in this environment, the Brutal Aegis is absolutely obedient to the orders of the Volton family. They are highly disciplined and have strong combat capabilities, so there is no possibility of robbery or rape. The only drawback is that Brutal Shield consumes its own potential, so its lifespan is only about 30 years. In other words, a Brutal Aegis only serves the Volton family for a little over a decade after being trained. This is a secret known only to the most core members of the Walton family. Even the most loyal captain of the guard, Walker, doesn't know it. Take this letter to the head of the household. Taram wrote a letter with a quill and handed it to Walker. Yes, sir. Walker bowed and then left. The magic iron or vein. My Vultan family is determined to have it. Taram gazed into the distance. Saron was unaware that his mind had been targeted. He is now examining a map made of animal hide that is extremely small for him. This was an important asset of the Orc tribe. In this era, maps were of paramount importance. Saron found Sunset Forest above, and the place he was in was actually part of Sunset Forest. Sunset Forest is located next to the Larkana Mountains, which stretch southward into the territory of the Orc Empire. Winnie and the others came from here. The north side contains some towns and villages, but there's nothing further north. Saron found the location of the bone-eating swamp above. He remembered that he had been flying north the whole time. Could it be that his sense of direction was wrong? Otherwise, why would I have come to this place? To the east lies another powerful human kingdom, the kingdom of Selenia. However, the place he was in was not bad, as it was located in the middle of these countries. It's suitable for short-term development, and Saron has another idea. That is, whether or not one can maneuver among these major powers by relying on magic iron ore. In this way, he can obtain more of the ingredients he needs. Salong did not forget his roots. Whether it's family members or minerals, everything is for the purpose of the feast. This is the fundamental reason why I can compete with those who are stuck in the same boat. Meanwhile, undercurrents were already brewing outside the Rose tribe. More than 300 warriors clad in black armor gathered here. There were swordsmen and shieldmen, archers and crossbowmen, and spearmen. The most striking feature was the 6 enormous figures standing in front, completely different from the other warriors. They were about 3 meters tall, their entire bodies encased in silver-white armor with spikes, covered in dense patterns that indicated it was enchanted. Even the eye area was protected by a black, crystal-like eye mask. Each person also carried a huge two-handed greatsword and a long spear on their back, exuding a chilling aura. They are the most fearsome and brutal holy shield of the Vultan family. Uncle Tarom, these are all the reinforcements the family has sent, said a young knight in silver armor. He is Argus, a member of the Walton family, a young knight. The Vultan family has a rule that brutal Aegis must be accompanied by a direct descendant of the Vultan family on every mission, because the brutal shield must remain in the hands of the Vultan family forever. Argus, you've worked hard. With this power, even if those forest trolls were 10 times stronger, they wouldn't be a match for us. Tarom laughed. The reason why the Vultan family has been able to stand for so long is not only because of its strong fighting power, but also because it never underestimates any opponent. We won't give our opponents any chance. Let's go now. Yes, sir. Under Tarom's command, the army advanced silently towards the outskirts of the Rose tribe like venomous snakes. Argus, you take some men and go capture the Fell Iron Mine first. I'll take Brutal Shield and the other warriors to wipe out those damned forest trolls. Tarom assigned tasks along the way. Don't worry, Uncle Tarom, Argus said, patting his chest. Walker, you know the situation best. You take Argus to the Fell Iron Mine, Tarom said, looking at Walker behind him. Yes, Lord Tarom. Walker bowed. As long as we take over this mine and remain patient for a while, we will eventually usher in the most glorious moment for the Vultan family. Tarom said fervently. Argus said nothing more. Their Vultan family nominally ruled only one city, Vultan. However, their actual strength far exceeded the number of guards stipulated by the kingdom. This is all in preparation for being able to take charge of things in the future. Argus felt a surge of excitement at the thought, but he was no ordinary person. He was Prince Argus. Chapter 30 for the Lost Mine. A few hours later, the battle above the magic iron or vein has ended. There was absolutely no suspense in this battle. This place is very close to the Orc tribe, so Shadar did not send out a large number of guards. However, under the fierce attack of the elite troops led by Argus, the dozen or so forest trolls guarding the mine were powerless to stop them and could only shed their blood here. Sir, what should we do with these goblins and kobolds? A soldier asked, looking at the goblins and kobolds in the distance. Argus glanced around casually. We'll need miners to mine the ore later, so let's keep these readily available miners for now. However, he didn't see that among the kobolds, there was one who was stronger than the others, staring at him as if he were already dead. This was unexpected for Dogman Doug. In fact, given his status among the kobolds, he didn't need to go down to the mines at all, but in order to better assist the great Black Dragon King, he decided to personally oversee the mining operation, but unexpectedly encountered a human army. Doug didn't irrationally rush forward and say things like, "We are the retinue of the great black dragon." Instead, he restrained the other tribesmen and the goblins, preventing them from speaking out of turn or rebelling, and waited for an opportunity. How can these creatures be compared to a true dragon? Where did the other two go? Argus asked, somewhat annoyed. Besides the 6 soldiers killed when the trolls launched their final counterattack, 2 more were missing. Lord Argus, the Anders brothers have gone after an orc. Orcs? Argus asked, somewhat puzzled. A half-orc girl, who looked like a werewolf, so they couldn't resist. Argus could tell what was going on just by looking at his subordinate stammering. Orc women are highly valuable, and the 3 of them probably want to make some extra money. Damn it. Argus knew the Ander brothers. They were powerful men whom he had personally recruited, and he was furious. He wasn't angry that these 2 went after some orc, but that these people dared to disobey his orders. These soldiers were his trusted confidants, personally selected by Argus. Argus decided that he would teach the 2 a lesson when they returned, and even make an example of them. Let these subordinates remember what it means to obey orders without question. A small, even swift, creature was running through the forest. Laura did not flee towards the Rose tribe. She knew that the enemy was so brazen in attacking the mining site. Then you must be prepared to deal with those forest trolls. Those enemies were exceptionally well-equipped and powerful. Laura believed that even if the Rose tribe and the Evil Tooth tribe joined forces, they would be no match for them. Her only hope now is to get to the Evil Tooth tribe as soon as possible and tell the Black Dragon the news. Hopefully, it won't be too late. Suddenly, Laura's wolf ears turned and she pounced to the other side. Swish swish. 3 arrows grazed her body as they flew past. Laura turned around and saw that 2 armored warriors had surrounded her. Hee hee, I told you so, she's a little wolf girl. The 2 exchanged a smile. They had already seen the little wolf girl trying to escape. However, he didn't make a fuss about it, but quietly followed along, hoping to make a fortune on his own. Brother, can I play around with it first? Another soldier said lewdly, taking off his helmet. Third brother, we can't gamble on this. You know, there are plenty of noble lords willing to pay high prices for a complete set. I promise she'll be whole, but can't you just play with other things? The third brother was a little reluctant. Then hurry up, the boss waved his hand impatiently. All right. Hee hee, little guy, you'd better surrender obediently. The third brother took out an iron chain and looked at Laura. Laura lowered her head, curling up as if terrified. Seeing how frightened the little wolf girl was, the 2 were relieved. She was just a 13 or 14-year-old half-orc. Just as the third brother reached out to grab the little wolf girl's hair, Laura suddenly sprang into action. Third brother, be careful, the eldest brother had just said. Uft. The little wolf girl with bloodshot eyes bit the third brother's neck and pulled hard in an instant. They ripped off a section of the trachea, which was dripping with blood. Then, with a powerful kick, he sent the third brother's body hurtling towards the eldest brother, before frantically fleeing into the distance on all 4s. Hee hee. The third brother's eyes were lifeless. He wanted to breathe some air, but with his trachea severed, he had no chance of survival. Ah. The eldest brother held his brother's corpse in immense pain. The little wolf girl was too fast, and he had underestimated her and removed his helmet. Moreover, he died so tragically without even being able to use his fighting spirit. Damn beast, I'll cut off your head myself. The leader removed his armor to lighten his load, then grabbed his weapon and channeled his fighting spirit to chase after the beast with all his might. Shadar was currently gnawing on a beast's leg. Just in case, Sarone ordered Shatter to personally lead a group of troll warriors to guard the area, as the ore was crucial to the feast and could not be neglected. Shadar was overjoyed to see the goblins and kobolds putting the ores into the warehouse one by one. In fact, the life of their Evil Tooth tribe is quite simple and primitive, consisting of hunting and robbery. This method is not very efficient. Forest trolls are notorious, and apart from some caravans that have no choice but to take this route, other caravans take a detour. While the forest trolls are quite powerful, they are not strong enough to disregard all the forces in this region. Trolls eat a lot, and they also need to store meat and animal hides to exchange for essential supplies, such as salt. Therefore, trolls don't actually hunt that many prey. Of course, if they let loose, almost all the prey in the forest would be hunted by the forest trolls. However, the forest trolls have lived here for generations, and they still understand the principle of draining the pond to catch all the fish. They had initially thought that the arrival of the Black Dragon would subject their Evil Tooth tribe to unprecedented oppression. But unexpectedly, this gave their Evil Tooth tribe new hope. Chief Shadar, something terrible has happened. A human army is heading this way, and they've killed 2 of our sentry brothers. A male troll ran up to Shadar, panting, and shouted. What? Shadar threw the bone in his hand, and his eyes instantly turned red. First it was Lord Black Salon, then the orcs, and now the humans are attacking them too. Do these guys really think they're easy targets for bullying, like all the forest trolls? Gather all the people of the tribe. I will make those damned bastards pay the price. Shadar said viciously, taking out his large bone club. A roar suddenly erupted from within the camp. Forest trolls are never afraid of any battle. Shadar took out a set of rough-looking armor from the side. It was a full suit of armor, complete with a helmet and other accessories. Shadar originally believed that all these should belong to Sarone, since magic iron was wealth. Given the dragon's obsession with wealth, or even a malevolent dragon like the Black Dragon, they estimated they wouldn't get a single piece of ore. But Sarone allowed them to use it to forge their own armor. Shadar remembered what Sarone had said. You are my men, your present and your future belong to me. Consider this an investment I make in your future. After all, there are many mines, and there is still a lot of time ahead. He didn't know what investment was, but he knew that Sarone valued their forest trolls highly. The favor of the true dragon is exceptionally precious. Shadar stopped thinking. After quickly donning their armor, Shadar and dozens of troll warriors walked out without fear. Chapter 35: The Huge Gap. Meanwhile, the little wolf girl is still confronting the leader of the Ender Brothers. The little wolf girl saw the murderous intent in this guy's eyes and knew he had completely gone mad. She looked at the other person warily. Haha, you bastard, how dare you kill my only brother? The 3 brothers had come out to make their way in the world. The second brother was killed, leaving only the 2 brothers behind. They originally thought it was just a windfall. I never expected to lose my only brother. Just as he rushed forward, he felt a chill on his neck, reached out and touched it. It was bright red blood. A beautiful figure slowly appeared in the air. The little wolf girl exclaimed happily, Sister Winnie. Taram wondered if they had overestimated these forest trolls. They originally planned to ambush these forest trolls, but they didn't expect these guys to have set up warning magic on the outermost edge, so they had no choice but to kill the sentries who came to check the situation. Unexpectedly, this one move had far-reaching consequences, and the whole thing was discovered just like that. However, Taram wasn't too worried. Hiding with several hundred people was no easy task, and a sneak attack was the safest option. Since a sneak attack is not an option now, a frontal assault is a good alternative. After all, his army and the brutal shield are best at frontal attacks. Kindness. Taram watched as dozens of forest trolls, clad in crude armor, charged out of the orc tribe. Army formation, prepare. Click, click. Immediately, the group of several hundred people began to move about in an orderly manner. Swordsmen and shieldmen, holding huge shields that were more than half a person tall, formed a formidable wall of armor. The spearmen behind them thrust their spears out from between the shields. The 3-meter-long spears were incredibly sharp. At the very back were archers and several spellcasters. They looked like they were well trained. Taram smiled as he looked at the forest trolls, who seemed like a rabble. He felt that even without brutal shield's intervention, these elite troops could completely wipe them out. Shadar looked at these humans with a grim expression. Unexpectedly, they were a regular army. In the past, human caravans would have scattered and fled in terror at the sight of so many forest trolls charging towards them. But regular armies are different, and so many of them are enough to wipe out their entire tribe. Humans, why are you invading the territory of the forest trolls? Shadar did not rush forward angrily. At his gesture, the female trolls beside him slowly dispersed, preparing to cast spells. The male trolls, meanwhile, watched the human army before them warily. I'll give you a chance to live. Sign a master-servant contract with our Voltan family, Taram said slowly. Subduing this forest troll tribe would be far better than annihilating them. With a little training, these forest trolls can become the most powerful soldiers. Unfortunately, the enchantment potion only works on humans, otherwise we could try to see if we could create the brutal shield from the forest troll version. What? Shadar looked at Taram as if he were an idiot. Ha ha ha, you pigs like you dare to be our masters? Shadar mocked. How can despicable humans be compared to true dragons? Besides, everyone on the mainland knows that humans are the most cunning of all. If you believe what they say, you're not far from death. Since you're so ungrateful, then go die. Taram wasn't angry. The most basic requirement for a qualified leader is to remain calm and composed, not showing their emotions. He was prepared to be rejected before he even spoke. At Taram's command, the archers behind him immediately fired their crossbow bolts. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Countless arrows flew towards Shadar and the others. Kill them, Shadar roared. Uft. The sound of arrows piercing flesh echoed continuously, and several forest trolls charging at the forefront were instantly riddled with arrows, but they did not fall. Leading the charge are the strongest warriors of the Evil Tooth tribe. This is one of their tactics. The strongest will withstand the pressure. Amplification spell, defense. The female troll behind her quickly cast a unique amplification spell, characteristic of forest trolls, on the male trolls on the battlefield. Suddenly, a bluish magical light began to emanate from the forest trolls. This gave them a significant boost. Facing the menacing forest trolls, Taram calmly gave the order, intending to use these trolls to test the sharpness of his army. Prepare for the impact. Swordsmen and shieldmen, hold the line. Spears in position. The spearman simply planted one end of his spear on the ground. The forest trolls are very fast. They wanted to leap up and charge straight into the enemy's camp. But they were met with fireballs and ice arrows from the spellcasters. The first few forest trolls were immediately hit and lost all signs of life. The forest troll behind it dodged the spear and rammed directly into the shield. Bang bang bang. Shadar was even more ferocious, and he single-handedly broke through an opening. It knocked the two human soldiers behind the shield flying. But unexpectedly, there was another defensive shield array behind it. The other pikemen began attacking Shadar with their pikes. Shadar's magic iron armor was exceptionally tough. The spear could not break through his defenses. Ha ha, you swine, prepare to die. Shadar grabbed a spear and stabbed a human soldier behind him through the throat. Taram naturally noticed Shadar as well. This troll leader was truly tenacious. But it doesn't matter, the troll leader is indeed powerful. However, he is not strong enough to change the entire course of the battle single-handedly. Elsewhere, troll warriors are being killed continuously. But how could they possibly wipe out the entire slave-catching group with such limited strength? Is it because the price paid for destroying the slave-hunting group and the orc tribe was too high? Taram couldn't understand it. Strangle formation. Taram ordered again. Then the originally arc-shaped military formation slowly began to surround the remaining 30-odd trolls. The female trolls behind were protected by the male trolls in the very center. The swordsmen, holding their shields with both hands, began to push inward with the help of their comrades behind them. The pikemen continued their attack. Gradually, the forest trolls' living space became smaller and smaller. Only Shadar still held the advantage, but cracks began to appear in his rough armor. After all, magic iron isn't invulnerable to swords and spears. What's more, it's not enchanted. Seeing Shadar's rampage, Taram felt he couldn't waste any more time. Shield 38, Shield 15, attack. Kill him. Taram pointed at Shadar and said. The two brutal holy shields removed the great swords from their backs. They then began their charge. The massive creature, about 3 meters tall, charged straight at Shadar, crushing the head of a troll warrior who was blocking its path with a single blow from one of its brutal shields. Shadar had just killed a soldier and hadn't even had a chance to catch his breath when he felt a strong sense of crisis. He subconsciously held his magical beast bone club horizontally in front of his chest. Bang! 2 brutal holy shields swung their great swords down, and Shadar's bone club only lasted about a second before breaking in two. He himself was thrown heavily into the air, and brutal shield did not hesitate. A punch landed on Shadar's chest, denting his armor made of magic iron, and a mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. Leader. Chief Shadar. Shadar was caught by 2 troll warriors. Stop. From a distance, Taram gave the order. The 2 brutal shields did not attack again. Forest Troll, I'm giving you one last chance. Sign a master-servant contract, and I'll spare you and your people. You should be able to see that the gap between you and us is enormous. Taram looked at Shadar with curiosity. It was truly rare to see someone survive 2 brutal shield attacks without dying, only suffering serious injuries. This forest troll is something else. He has a fondness for talent. Chapter 36, Saron's Raid. Shadar stood up with the help of 2 trolls. He ignored Taram's words and stared intently at the 2 brutal divine shields. Those 2 guys are really something. Although the opponent's attack had an element of surprise, Shadar himself was prepared to defend. Use fanaticism. Shadar gave the order directly. The female trolls behind did not hesitate. They began chanting a special incantation. Frenzy is a berserk state unique to forest trolls. With this magical amplification, the forest trolls' pain will be minimized. Moreover, their speed and strength will be greatly enhanced, making them extremely aggressive and excited. But the price of fanaticism is severe. Whether it's a female troll who casts spells or a male troll who fights, their magic and energy will be depleted exponentially over time, until death. So this was a desperate tactic. Shadar knew that all their elite troops had been wiped out in this battle, and their evil Tooth tribe was finished. They only hoped that Lord Saron would take shelter from the old, weak, women, and children of the trolls who remained in the camp, considering the price they had paid with their lives. In this way, their evil-toothed tribe will prosper once again. What is that? At this moment, everyone present suddenly felt a sense of oppression. Taram looked up, and before he could react, an incredibly terrifying roar came over. A ferocious black dragon swept across the sky in an instant. What followed was a deluge of acid, which corroded the soldiers' armor and flesh, causing a chorus of screams. It was only then that Taram realized they had been attacked by a black dragon. Before he could even think about why the black dragon was there, Taram realized the gravity of the situation. Although I have never seen a real dragon. However, he knew that the oppressive aura he had just felt was the dragon's might, and judging from its size, the dragon was almost an adult. However, its appearance seemed quite different from the black dragon he knew. Most importantly, his army had never had any experience dealing with dragons. Brutal shield strikes blocked the black dragon's attack. 6 brutal holy shields drew their great swords and stood at the front of the group, stabilizing their formation. They were unaffected, for they knew nothing of fear. The black dragon was seen flying in from afar once again. Taram took out a huge ballista from his magical artifact. The 3-meter-long crossbow bolts on it were dark red and had some mysterious runes, indicating that it was enchanted. This giant scorpion crossbow is far more powerful than the ordinary giant scorpion crossbow. It is specifically designed to deal with large magical beasts, such as dragons. It has been enhanced with many attributes. This was something Taram bought at the last auction intending to keep as a collectible, but unfortunately, he only brought one enchanted arrow with him. He himself was an 8th-level warrior, and his strength was incredibly powerful with the support of his family's inherited fighting spirit. It was enough to wield this giant scorpion crossbow. Unfortunately, these spellcasters were too low-level to quickly cast powerful anti-air spells. If we can deprive this black dragon of its ability to fly and drag it into the army's quagmire, then with the power of the brutal holy shield and the combined attack of the entire army, even a dragon would die. But before that, he has to hit his opponent. Spellcasters, cast a spell to provide cover. And you crossbowmen, fire as many arrows as you can. Don't leave a single one unfired. Saron looked down at the army on the ground from high in the sky. Generally speaking, if an ordinary army were to encounter an attack by a dragon, it would likely scatter and flee immediately, causing chaos in its formation. Just like when the Black Dragon Girl attacked Karini's city, most of the soldiers in the city did not have the courage to face a black dragon and trembled in fear under the dragon's might. However, this army quickly organized its formation and even planned to counterattack, which is a very rare occurrence. Saron looked at these people with icy eyes. Their goal is clear, to steal the magic iron ore, and the progress of his feast is related to the magic iron ore. These people are preventing him from holding a grand feast, which is tantamount to letting him die of old age. Since he doesn't want to die, he can only let these people die instead. Saron swooped down again, trying to use some breath to create an opening for Shadar and his men. Suddenly, several huge fireballs, along with ice arrows and spears, shot towards Saron. Is that all there is to it? Saron dodged the ice arrows and some spears with a sidestep. He simply withstood the remaining fireballs. I got it. Several spellcasters in the distance exclaimed happily. They are level 6 spellcasters. The fireball spell cast by 4 level 6 spellcasters working together is extraordinary. Being hit head-on by such an attack would definitely not be pleasant. After the firelight disappeared, Saron appeared unharmed in the same spot. How is that possible? This black dragon was not only uninjured, but its scales were also completely intact. Fire! At that moment, the crossbowmen on the ground fired their crossbows. However, Saron flew too high, and these arrows were ordinary arrows. Even if Saron stood in front of them, he could not break through their defenses. Call out. An arrow hidden among the other arrows suddenly pierced Saron's right wing root. Saron looked closely and saw a middle-aged man in golden armor staring coldly at him from among the human army, with a giant crossbow beside him. It was obviously fired from that giant crossbow. Saron's flight was inevitably affected by the shot to his right wing, but it was not impossible for him to fly. Since you want me to fight you in close combat, then so be it. Saron folded its wings and swooped down. Hold on. Taram shouted as he watched the black dragon charge toward him. The black dragon actually dared to engage them in close combat, and Taram seemed to see a glimmer of hope for victory. The soldiers, suppressing their fear, picked up their giant shields and fought back with all their might. In fact, it's uncertain whether these soldiers would still be standing in place if it weren't for the 6 towering, brutal shields in front of them. Rumble. Saron crashed head-on into the army like a meteorite. Imagine the destructive power of a dragon weighing over 10 tons falling from the sky. In an instant, countless screams and the sounds of steel colliding with flesh and blood rang out. The shields of the swordsmen were torn apart as easily as paper, and flesh and steel mingled together. The defense line was breached instantly. One of the 6 brutal shields was struck squarely by Saron, who instantly splattered him like a tomato can, flesh and steel mingling together. At this moment, the guy still had a breath left. He slowly raised his hand that was gripping the greatsword, and Saron slashed at him with a claw, tearing him to shreds. The other 5 brutal Holy Shield members showed no fear whatsoever. They swung their great swords at Saron. Saron looked at the group indifferently with his scarlet eyes. He had noticed them long ago. After all, normal humans don't have a height of 3 meters and are not afraid of dragon might at all. The golden threads on the scales on his body glowed slightly, and then the atomic furnace inside his body began to exert its power. In an instant, a thick, white, high-temperature ray shot out from Saron's mouth. Chapter 37 True Form. The few spearmen who had just charged forward were hit squarely by the white, high-temperature ray breath. The swordsmen and archers who followed were not spared either. Their bodies were roasted and melted. Immediately, the aroma of roasted meat wafted into Saron's nose. Armor can protect against physical attacks, but it cannot prevent attacks from pure high temperatures. Taram's expression was no longer calm. Could someone tell him why the black dragon possessed such a strange, high-temperature breath? It looks a bit like water vapor. It really is Lord Saron. His powerful physique is simply unparalleled. Shadar struggled to his feet, and the instant he heard the black dragon's roar, he knew that Lord Saron had arrived. Everyone, follow Lord Saron and fight the enemy. Shadar shouted, picking up a long sword. Shadar, Lord Saron has ordered you to evacuate with your men. At that moment, the air seemed to distort. Winnie's figure appeared before Shadar and the others, accompanied by her words. What? This is the master's order. Do you want to disobey it? Winnie said, looking at Shadar. These trolls are just wasting their lives. As Lord Saron's retinue, they shouldn't die so meaninglessly. Shadar turned around and looked at the remaining 30-odd forest trolls behind him, clenching his fists tightly. Let's go, Shadar said through gritted teeth. A red light flashed in his eyes as he looked at the countless dead and wounded soldiers and the brutal Taram who was struggling to hold on. He crushed a red gem in his hand and said softly, Liberation. At the same time, the 5 brutal shields beneath it began to change. Their heavy armor began to fall off automatically, revealing their true forms. It has bluish-black skin, red eyes, and jet-black markings on its body. They had some small red scales on their backs, and they were no longer human. Its body slowly swelled and grew larger, and 2 huge ram horns slowly emerged from its head. His fingernails grew longer and longer, like those of a wild beast. Taram knew that this was the final form of brutal Aegis, and its power was worlds apart from its normal form. The armor on their bodies has some kind of magic array, which not only provides some protection for the brutal shield, but also, most importantly, seals their power. The reason for this is that brutal Aegis can only fight for about 15 minutes in this form before it dies from exhaustion. Saron also noticed the changes in these guys. What? You've transformed, haven't you? The wings that had just been injured had long since recovered after killing 40 or 50 soldiers. The carnivore's talent is quite impressive. Several fully transformed brutal shields charged toward Saron. One of them bent his knees and jumped up, attempting to attack Saron's back. Saron stared at his opponent and then bit down with lightning speed. It should be noted that the sharpest part of Saron's body is his teeth, which also have the added benefit of armor-piercing properties. Then a sound of bones breaking rang out. The black stripes on the opponent's body surface rippled, but Saron's teeth were too sharp. Unsurprisingly, the brutal shield broke in two. Is the black dragon's bite force that strong? Taram was taken aback. The black dragon before him made him wonder if he had underestimated dragons before. Putting aside everything else, he personally tested just how tough the unsealed brutal shield was. Steel is nowhere near as good as the body of the brutal shield. Saron glanced at the remaining few people, the soldiers surging up beside him, and Taram watching him menacingly from a distance, then took to the air. As several brutal divine shields tried to stop him, Saron let out an angry roar. He used a wild scream. Suddenly, everyone on the battlefield felt a jolt of adrenaline run through their veins. The spellcasters and high-ranking warriors sensed it most clearly. Their magic and fighting spirit were more sensitive, and they instantly felt as if their magic was out of control. Saron then took the opportunity to fly away, because Shadar and the others had already left the area. Moreover, these guys' condition is very unstable, which means that their transformation is time-limited. So, just to be on the safe side, Saron decided to wait until they finished their transformation before killing them. Stop him! Taram panicked. They finally managed to get the black dragon to land and engage in close combat with them. Moreover, it freed the brutal shield. If they let him leave like that, given the dragon's vengeful nature, they would definitely not have a good time. Several brutal Holy Shield members picked up the spears on the ground and threw them out like lances. But Saron had anticipated this move and easily dodged a few spears. He then casually bit a long spear and ate it with a crunching sound. This unenchanted weapon was nothing special to him. However, these guys below are really strong. He had already flown 300 meters into the air. The spear was not only accurate, but also quite lethal. Damn it! Taram could only watch helplessly as the monstrous black dragon swaggered away. If this guy didn't actually look like a black dragon, Taram would definitely think it was some unknown monster. How could the black dragon spew such high-temperature heat rays? And how could the wounds on its wings heal so quickly? After all, the giant scorpion crossbow comes with various attributes such as bleeding and armor penetration. Have the casualty counts been tallied yet? Taram asked his adjutant beside him, his voice irritated. Lord Taram, we have suffered 98 dead, 37 seriously wounded, and 72 lightly wounded. This loss is too great. You have to understand that these are all elite warriors, and each of them was trained at great cost. They are not only powerful, but also extremely loyal. Most importantly, brutal shield. This time they lost a total of 6 brutal shields. Taram looked down at the 5 brutal divine shields below, their auras slowly fading as their bodies gradually returned to normal. Suddenly, Taram thought of something and quickly said, "Quickly send someone to check on Argus's situation." Saron stopped on a cliff. Next to her was Winnie, who was reporting the intelligence she had just gathered. "Master, the enemy at the mine hasn't made a move. They've already occupied the mine and are controlling the kobolds and goblins to mine the ore. Haha, these people are really arrogant. They're already mining ore, which means they've already made this place their home. Damn it, this is outrageous. They came to my territory, killed my family, and stole my things. Just you wait. Winnie, I'm going to the mine now to wipe out that 100-man army there. You keep an eye on this army in front of you. If they dare to send a messenger to ask for help or anything, just kill the messenger or the flying magical beast that is sending the messenger." "Yes, ma'am," Winnie replied obediently, and then her figure disappeared into the air. Salon nodded. Winnie's abilities were not to be underestimated. She was best suited for this kind of work. Don't be fooled by how easily Saron broke through her abilities before. That's because Saron's wild screams are unreasonable. No one else screams like a wild animal. What Saron wanted to do was to annihilate this elite army right here. Anyone who dares to covet his treasure is courting death. Secondly, Saron doesn't want to reveal himself so early. After all, his black dragon is indeed too strange. It could easily attract those mentally unstable dragon slayers and cause trouble. Killing the messenger would isolate the army and prevent intelligence leaks. The reason he didn't continue the direct confrontation was that he was already in an invincible position, and those strange warriors gave him a bad feeling. According to modern thinking, Saron is a tanky warrior, an all-around player. To be even more cunning, as long as this army is still in the forest, Saron will occasionally go over and breathe fire on them, or simply grab a few people and fly them into the sky to kill them. Even if you get injured, it doesn't matter. You have the talent of a carnivore. They'll be worn down sooner or later this way, and Saron won't let any of them go. Let's deal with those guys at the mine first. With a flap of his wings, Saron vanished, his figure obscuring the sun like a dark cloud. Chapter 38: The Battle of the Magic Iron Mine. At this moment, in the magic iron or vein, Angus was eating meat and drinking with several of his captains. "This wine tastes really good," Walker exclaimed. "They don't usually get to enjoy such high-quality drinks. Only nobles like Argus could drink it like water. Haha, I have to thank you all for helping me take over this mine. I will definitely recommend you all for credit when I get back to my family." Argus said with a smile. Thank you, sir. Everyone said happily. Although Argus is a very strict master, he provides a lot of benefits. What's that? A soldier took a sip of his drink and looked up at the sun. Before he could even utter a sound, he was burned to ashes by a powerful white breath. The other soldiers around them were not spared either. Screams echoed throughout the room. There's an enemy. Quickly defend and prepare for a counterattack. Argus threw down his glass and shouted. A dragon. It's a black dragon. We've been attacked by a fully grown black dragon. Several of the stronger subordinates then looked into the distance and saw a powerful black dragon continuously spewing out white rays. More than half of the 100+ soldiers they brought have been killed or wounded. Argus wondered if he was dreaming. Only one thought occupied his mind. Why would an adult black dragon appear here? Saron originally intended to use the sunlight as cover for a surprise attack, since that's the correct way for the black dragon to make its appearance. But I never expected these guys to be having a party and celebrating. They sat in neat rows. Saron felt that he would be letting down such a well-organized team if he didn't use his breath to take care of them. So instead of spraying acid to give them an acid rain, he used a more powerful heat beam. After the battle, Saron had a clearer understanding of his own strength. Apart from certain powerful weapons and some extremely strong warriors, these ordinary warriors could not break through their defenses even if they stood still and let them kill them. If they can't break through the defenses, it means Saron can slaughter them with impunity. Soon, Saron even landed on the ground and began to deal with the soldiers. The moment Doug heard the dragon's roar, he knew their chance had come. He seized the opportunity to pounce on a guard, biting him in the neck and ending his life, then snatched the long knife from his hand. The great dragon has arrived. Everyone, follow me and fight our way out. Kill. It's hard to imagine that a group of kobolds, considered lowly, could have such ferocious eyes. They surged out of the mine in a mighty procession and charged towards the panicked human soldiers. The goblins behind looked at each other, hesitated for a moment. Then one of them gritted his teeth, picked up his ore mining hammer, and rushed out. Seeing that there was a leader, the goblins behind him followed suit. Lord Argus, run. Walker ran to Argus's side with a shield and said anxiously. The black dragon in the distance was no match for him. He tried throwing 2 spears, but they couldn't even break the dragon's scales. How could this happen? Argus hadn't even reacted yet. Lord Argus, the kobolds and goblins are attacking us. A soldier, clutching a wound on his arm, struggled to run over. How dare these lowly bastards? Argus almost choked on his breath. Kobolds are one thing, but goblins dare to join in the fun too. Argus watched as the short goblin in the distance carried a basket on his back, occasionally taking out a piece of ore and throwing it at the soldiers around him. These ores are all magic iron ore, which is inherently hard and heavy. If you smash it down, it will cause head injuries and bloodshed. These goblins have figured out how to use it. Argus soon discovered that they were surrounded by goblins and kobolds. Seeing that things were not going well, Walker tried to run away, but a goblin next to him threw a rock at him, and Walker fell to the ground and died. Argus was a little confused. Was Walker really done for? Only then did he realize that there were no soldiers around him. Then a huge shadow fell over Argus. Saron looked down at the human swordsman before him and knew that this must be the leader. Because this guy was wearing the same style of armor as the person who was in command before. This battle was very easy. Saron completely dominated from start to finish. Argus took a deep breath, trying to keep his body from trembling. Your Excellency Black Dragon, I am Argus of the Vultan family. It is a pleasure to meet you. Humans, how dare you trespass into my territory? Saron said coldly in the common language of the continent. Lord Black Dragon, this is a misunderstanding. If we had known it was your territory, we certainly wouldn't have chosen to invade. Argus said righteously. Damn it. How did Walker get the intelligence? Argus thought to himself that if his family had known there was a black dragon here, they would have been much better prepared, with all sorts of dragon-slaying weapons, more brutal holy shields, and ordinary soldiers. As for giving up, how could they possibly give up? Under the glory of the Vultan family, even black dragons must submit, let alone a young dragon. Moreover, the black dragon itself is the greatest treasure. The Walton family? Never heard of them. We Walton. Saron was too lazy to ask any more questions. Did this guy think he was the main villain? They constantly bring up their family background. He's already a dragon, yet he still pulls that old trick. Saron spat out a few drops of acid that instantly corroded Argus's feet. Argus let out a piercing scream as his legs were crippled. He had never suffered such a severe injury in his life, and he was momentarily devastated. Doug, This man is yours. Interrogate him and get some valuable information out of him. His life or death is up to you. Saron glanced at the kobold dug beside him. He noticed that this guy had been particularly ruthless in his killings and was a promising talent, so he decided to train him. Yes, Your Majesty, the Black Dragon, the kobold dug said hastily, kneeling down beside him. And this guy on the ground who's pretending to be dead, take him back for interrogation too. Saron glanced at Walker at his feet. All the kobolds and goblins immediately looked at Walker lying on the ground. Was he dead? But Walker remained motionless, and Saron extended a sharp claw that slashed across Walker's feet. Walker sprang up from the ground, brandishing a short sword covered in battle aura, and thrust it towards Saron's eyes. But Saron's claws were faster, slicing right across Walker's feet. Walker groaned and fell to the ground, while he remained silent, much better than Argus. He was just a little puzzled as to how his feigned death technique had been discovered. Argus, standing nearby, was even more furious. Damn it, he was faking his death. Commendable courage. Saron exclaimed in admiration. It's a pity he's not the protagonist. If he were the protagonist of a dragon-slaying hero, this sword would definitely blind him, and then the protagonist would take the opportunity to kill him, and so on. But reality is cruel. With this, all the invading humans on the Fell Iron Mine were wiped out. Chapter 39 Solution. After giving all the instructions, Saron, for safety reasons, told Doug and his men to speed up the mining process. He needs to deal with those guys from before first. Taram rode silently on his warhorse through a forest, followed by his army. It's just that his spiritedness was different from when he arrived. The original elite warriors, numbering over 300, are now reduced to about 100, and everyone looks utterly exhausted. The armor was tattered, and many people had even lost their weapons. Before facing the dragon directly, Taram felt that dragons weren't all that great, just bigger ones. Have our messengers still not delivered any news? Taram snapped out of his thoughts and looked at the adjutant beside him, asking a question. No, I've already sent out 3 waves of messengers, but each time they've disappeared without a trace. And there's no news from young Master Argus either. The adjutant said cautiously. This time they have suffered absolutely heavy losses. In the past 10 years, the Valton family has never suffered such heavy losses. Taram sighed. Argus is probably in grave danger. It seems things have been going too smoothly for him these past few years. This has caused the Walton family to lose their vigilance. He wouldn't have been so reckless as to lead his army in before. He thought he could solve everything with his brutal shield. But now the family has lost 6 brutal holy shields, and so many elite warriors. He needs to take responsibility for this himself. Suddenly, the sky was once again shrouded in a huge shadow. What followed was white heat rays. The team was instantly shattered by the impact. It's that black dragon again. Damn it. Taram's mount was so frightened by the dragon's might that it lay flat on the ground and couldn't stand up no matter how its master tried to urge it. Get into formation, start defending. Taram shouted hoarsely. However, Saron flew away after killing about 40 or 50 soldiers with his breath. Taram breathed a sigh of relief. He felt a pang of sadness looking at the soldiers' miserable state. Lord Taram, the Black Dragon's purpose is clear. He wants to wear us down here, the adjutant said anxiously after counting the number of dead and wounded. Taram clenched his fists. He knew all too well what to do, but what could he do? Given the Black Dragon's strength, it could have wiped them all out in one go. However, he did not take the risk, but instead chose a safer method to slowly torture himself and his subordinates. He had long heard that among the 5 dragons, the Black Dragon was the most despicable, shameless, and treacherous, and this time he experienced it for himself. If I manage to get back alive this time, I'll definitely make that damned Black Dragon pay the price. After spewing a torrent of nonsense, Saron flew to a rocky beach. This is the place he and Winnie had agreed to meet. A short while later, Winnie, reeking of blood, appeared out of thin air. She still had some wounds on her body. After all, anyone sent out to deliver a message at this time was quite capable. Winnie had to put in quite a bit of effort to get them to behave. Lord Saron, they sent 3 waves of messengers, a total of 6 people, and they are all here. Then, 6 bloody human heads were thrown out of the magic device. Saron's eyelids twitched. Was this woman really that fierce? Very good. Salong offered a dry, encouraging remark. He then said, next time, you don't need to bring their heads back. Yes, Lord Saron, and Shadar and the others are also nearby. Winnie touched her cat ears, feeling as if she had forgotten something. Shadar? Didn't I tell them to retreat to the Evil Tooth tribe? Saron knew that Shadar and his men were fighting with a death wish after learning about the enemy's strength. So I didn't think about blaming them. Such loyal subordinates are hard to find. They wanted to do their part for the adults. Winnie shook her head, recalling the pitiful state of Shadar and the others. Let them clean up the battlefield later, and also seal off the surrounding jungle. I don't want any human soldiers to leave here alive. After the previous probing, Saron knew that the remaining army was basically ineffective in combat. He didn't see those inhuman warriors again, so he decided to deal with them directly in the next wave. After all, trespassing into a dragon's territory means being prepared to pay a price. Although they didn't know it was their territory. Yes, Lord Saron, I will not let a single human soldier escape. I will go and inform Shadar and the others right now. Winnie skipped and bowed before disappearing into thin air. Saron shook his head at the spot where she disappeared. Winnie's racial talent was truly formidable. Then Saron yawned and flew up. It's time to send these guys on their way. Saron felt no remorse for killing so many people. After all, he was a dragon in this life, not a human. Moreover, unlike some of his predecessors who were transmigrators, he did not believe in the supremacy of humanity and insisted on becoming a pure human. This time, Saron flew very high, about 800 meters above the ground, before slowly descending to 400 meters. With the dragon's amazing vision, he spotted the remaining human soldiers on the ground. The atomic furnace inside Saron's body began to glow, so much so that his chest glowed with a fiery red light. He hadn't fully released the energy of the atomic furnace in previous attempts, but this time he was going to truly unleash it. Taram had a bad feeling all day. His intuition was sometimes very accurate. Pass down the order. Be on high alert. Taram quickly ordered everyone to be on guard. However, these soldiers were already very tired during this period. They had been marching at high speed and hadn't eaten much food. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. All personnel on high alert, prepare for defense. It's Black Dragon, he's here again. Run. Why can't you let us go? I want to go home, my wife is pregnant. But this time, some soldiers did not obey his orders and began to scatter and flee. After all, they are not the inhumanly brutal Holy Shield. Joining the army is simply to make life better for oneself or one's family. After several attacks by the Black Dragon, that taut nerve finally snapped. But Saron did not let them go. He swept over the group, exhaling a breath that was white with a slight blue tinge. This breath was hotter than before, and many soldiers' armor was melted. Even the ground was melted and crystallized by the high temperature. Saron completely ignored the attacks, including spears, fireballs, and ice arrows. After all, even if they are injured, the carnivores will keep healing. He felt better than ever before, with energy surging through his body, making him eager to release it. Taram put on his helmet and ignored his mount, which was so terrified it was soiling itself. He looked at the Black Dragon that was slaughtering his men indiscriminately in the sky and said firmly, I am Taram Voltan, and I will not lose. He took out a bottle of red potion from the magic device and drank it directly. A crimson light flashed in Taram's eyes. It's all for the Walton family. Chapter 40 Demon Descendant. As the effects of the red potion began to take hold, Taram's bloodline slowly began to change. This change is somewhat similar to the previous brutal shield, but it seems to have many more features. His body swelled up like an inflating balloon, reaching nearly 5 meters in size. His armor was torn apart, and his boots were pierced by sharp fingernails. The skin on its body began to turn red, and huge sharp horns grew on the top of its head. Its head elongated, and rows of teeth grew out of its mouth. Another pair of enormous arms grew from its back, covered with bone fragments and spikes. Moreover, what grows on it are not fingers, but large pincers similar to those of a crab. Looking at Taram now, it's impossible to tell that he was once a handsome middle-aged man. Lord Taram, the adjutant looked at Taram in horror. Taram grabbed his adjutant and said, Take the remaining troops and retreat. Take as many as you can. Then, using a clever move, he threw it a distance away. The adjutant gritted his teeth, glanced at Taram and the Black Dragon in the distance, and led a few soldiers straight into the depths of the jungle. After Taram finished doing all this, he stared at Saron with a mad expression. Dragon, I will tear you to pieces. A hoarse voice came from Taram's gaping maw. Saron had long since stopped the killing. His crimson eyes narrowed slightly. Demon. This memory happened to be present in the true dragon's inherited memories, which allowed him to recognize the other party's identity. That's right, the guy in front of me is a demon descendant, a descendant of demons. In the past, Powerful demons would often cross dimensions to wage war in the prime material world. In certain special circumstances, some demons may have relations with humans, resulting in offspring with bloodlines from both. This kind of human-demon hybrid is called a demonic offspring. No wonder he felt the aura of those warriors was familiar before. Now that he thinks about it, those guys had also been implanted with demonic bloodlines in some way, which triggered their aura. But this person in front of me is different. His ancestors were probably a hybrid of a pure demon and a human, and his demon bloodline was not as strong as that of the first generation of demons, so he was able to completely control the bloodline in his body. But Saron was a little confused. The demon-born's personality wasn't like that. This creature's personality is actually similar to that of the five-colored dragon. They are born with the belief that they should undoubtedly become the overlords who rule over mortals, and that all mortals are ants. It is said that a bored nobleman conducted an experiment, fostering demons in the homes of kind humans from birth. However, the evil of the demons was revealed from a young age. For the sake of profit, they would not hesitate to kill their foster parents, and plotting riots in towns was commonplace. The person in front of me was actually willing to sacrifice himself for the remaining 30-odd human soldiers. His current state likely involves using a potion to suppress his human bloodline and activate his demonic bloodline. However, this method of forcibly activating the demon form is very dangerous. During battle, the demon bloodline in his body will be constantly depleted, and over time, he will die from bloodline depletion. Go to hell. Taram didn't say anything more, but charged straight at him. Taram knew the origins of the Vultan family better than anyone else, so what if they were demons? The warrior's fighting spirit within him transformed into some kind of black energy that adhered to his arm. It was filled with an ominous atmosphere. Saron let out a deafening roar at Taram, who was charging at him. He focused all his wild screams on Taram. Visible sound waves attacked Taram. Suddenly, Taram felt a surge of demonic energy within him, and the skills that had been accumulating on his body were interrupted and disappeared. He seemed to have lost his hearing in both ears. Then a dragon's tail lashed out at Taram's body with lightning speed. Rumble. Taram's body slammed heavily into the nearby jungle. Countless trees were broken. Saron didn't give Taram much time to react, as the atomic furnace within his body began to operate. A blue-white ray struck Taram directly. Saron sprayed for a full 10 seconds before stopping, leaving the surrounding trees and grass completely charred black. After the smoke cleared, Taram's miserable figure appeared in the same spot. One of his eyes was burned. Of his 4 arms, only 1.5 remained. The other arms had been used to protect his vital parts. However, Saron's breath was still too hot, and even with his demonic constitution, Taram couldn't avoid it. Saron did not burn his opponent to ashes, which was not what he expected. What kind of monster are you? Taram no longer considers the other party to be a black dragon. The black dragon didn't have the ability to interrupt spell casting, and even though he had seen this kind of breath before, Taram was still full of doubts. If this black dragon can breathe fire, then it might be a hybrid of a red dragon and a black dragon. After all, hybrid dragons have appeared in history before. The Vultan family had heard of an old red dragon who had taken advantage of a silver dragon to produce a hybrid red dragon. The black dragon's breath before them was unlike anything they had ever heard of. I think you're the monster. Saron looked at the other person with great interest. Under his gaze, the wounds on Taram's body were healing rapidly, and even his severed arm was growing back. It reminded Saron of Wolverine from the movies of his past life. Let's do it again. Seeing Taram Saren, who was standing still, spread his wings and charged forward, the brief exchange just now gave him great confidence. This guy's strength seems to be just SOSO. Taram's newly grown arm once again rushed forward. Saron didn't exhale this time. The heat ray he had just unleashed was too intense, and he needed to catch his breath. Roar. Taram let out a superhuman roar, and the black dragon's desire for close combat suited him perfectly. He was already one of the top warriors in the Vultan family, and now, with the added benefit of his demonic physique, his strength is even more formidable. He didn't believe his fighting skills were inferior to his opponent's. Taram sprinted forward, turning sideways to attack Saron's abdomen. Good grief. Are you planning to finish me off with a slide tackle? The scales on a dragon's belly are indeed weaker in defense than those on other parts of its body. But those are other true dragons. Their defenses have no blind spots. Rupture. The dragon language magic began to be cast. Suddenly, countless spikes of earth erupted from the ground around Taram, and he immediately felt his body become unusually heavy, and his speed was reduced. It's earth-based fusion magic. Taram's pupils contracted. How could this be? Fireball. Saron then unleashed a full-force fireball. More than a dozen large fireballs, each about 4 meters in diameter, appeared around his body. To Taram's astonishment, more than a dozen enormous fireballs hurtled toward him. Then came a violent explosion. After the firelight faded, Taram, now only half a body, lay on the ground, struggling to stand up. The demonic bloodline is also constantly trying to heal itself. Suddenly, a whooshing sound rang out, and Saron appeared abruptly behind Taram, biting down with his mouth. Click! Taram was instantly decapitated. His mutilated body was crushed by Saron's teeth, which were imbued with armor-piercing properties, and then a mouthful of acid completely corroded it. At this point, only Taram remained, his bloodshot eyes staring at Saron. Can you still heal yourself? Now I'm going to fight you in close combat. Saron spoke slowly, stepping on Taram's head. Chapter 41 Undercurrents. Taram looked at Saron calmly. Even though only his head remained, he was not completely dead. This shows the demon's tenacious vitality, but he is now not far from death. You actually still had so much strength left. My defeat wasn't unjust. Taram gave a wry smile. He thought he had overestimated the black dragon enough, but it turned out he still hadn't. The strange sound waves that interrupted spellcasting, the earth magic, the fire magic, and the strange breath. I wonder what other tricks they have up their sleeve. Moreover, the dragon struck him as overly cautious. In short, it was afraid of dying. He could have easily torn himself apart with his powerful physique, but he still resorted to some underhanded tactics. Is your entire family of demonic descendants? Saron asked curiously. Our Voltan family has many direct descendants, each of whom can awaken different demonic bloodlines. I have nothing else to say, Taram said slowly. Saron released his grip on Taram's head. He understood what Taram meant. This was all the information Saron of the Voltan family could get. I understand you, and I admire you very much. Is there anything else you want to say? Saron asked. It has always been my wish to die for the Voltan family. Please help me find peace. Taram had seen through everything before he died. Moreover, this black dragon was really strange, making him feel like he was talking to a human, not a dragon. Saron looked down at Taram without saying anything more, then opened his mouth and spewed a white, hot breath at Taram's head. Under the influence of the high temperature, the head slowly reverted to a human form, then melted into black ash. Taram felt his thoughts gradually drifting back to the past. Talam, what are your dreams? A 5 or 6-year-old red-haired girl asked a blonde boy next to her in a green field. My ideal is to strengthen the Voltan family and make it the most powerful family on the continent. The blonde boy said a sentence he had heard before, a sentence he thought was very impressive and lofty. Then my ideal is also to strengthen the Voltan family and make it the most powerful family on the continent. The little girl was a little confused, but she still clenched her little fists and said seriously, Then this is our shared ideal, the blonde boy said, extending his hand. The red-haired little girl also reached out her hand. The two then held hands and walked away together into the distance, bathed in the glow of the setting sun. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, Saron felt that things were not over yet. The demons are not so simple, especially this kind of crazy guy. The thought of Taram Salon gives me a headache. Generally speaking, people in high positions don't work this hard. After all, this is the time to enjoy life. Fighting to the death is something for the lower classes, let alone for extremely selfish and self-serving guys like the demon race. Just then, Shadar, in a flurry of activity, arrived with several wounded forest trolls. Lord Saron, I'm late. Winnie also materialized from thin air. Lord Saron, all 37 humans who escaped are here. Shadar and the other trolls each carried several heads on their backs. Shadar carried the most. Very good. You don't need to carry enemy heads next time. Now go clean up the battlefield. Saron stopped thinking and looked at Shadar. Yes, master. Shadar exclaimed excitedly. He just didn't quite understand why his master disliked the enemy's head. This is a symbol of a warrior's honor. Shadar himself has collected many prey skulls, and he wears them on his body during major festivals. Then Saron watched as a group of troll warriors stripped the armor and clothing off all the corpses. Some even tried to put it on themselves. Saron found the sight of a troll desperately pulling at a corpse's underwear rather offensive. Winnie looked at all of this with disdain. Compared to them, the forest trolls were truly hideous. Just take some armor and weapons. Nothing else is important. Saron suggested. Yes, sir. Shadar patted his chest and then grimaced. He was seriously injured this time. He almost lost his life. Lord Saron, Should we continue mining at the fell iron mine? Winnie keenly sensed that Saron seemed to have something he was reluctant to say. Stop mining for now. Have the goblins and kobold seal off the mine and head to Sunset Forest to quickly mine the topaz vein. Saron made a quick decision. The fact that they were able to accurately locate the mine and the orc tribe shows that the magic iron or mine has been targeted. Given their determination to win, this place is bound to become a battleground. After a few more grand feasts, no matter what the strength of the Walton family is, they will have to kneel down and sing conquer. It's a pity that the main ingredients are hard to find. If it's just a regular feast, then a lot of ore and gold coins are needed to sustain the increase in health points. Saron suddenly regretted burning Taram to ashes. Devil ingredients must be pretty amazing. However, Taram was already exhausted, and there was probably not much demonic blood left in his body. Under these circumstances, he probably wouldn't qualify as a staple food. By the way, this guy has a high status, so there should be some good stuff in his magical artifacts. I hope you don't get burned to ashes. Saron quickly flew to the place where Taram had died and began searching with his claws. Magical artifacts aren't very sturdy. Once destroyed, their contents are lost in the spatial turbulence and can never be found again. Walton. In the Walton family, Victor looked at the statue in front of him and sighed. Taram is dead. Can you feel it? Strangely, only Victor, the head of the family, was in the house at that moment. A slightly mocking voice came from the darkness. He's dead, so he died a worthy death. Don't tell me you'll be sad about it. Taram is different. He is the most outstanding talent in our Walton family. Even 10 or 100 Argus cannot compare to one Taram. Victor's eyes revealed a murderous intent. You should know that he owes everything he has today to you. What family honor. I never imagined you could brainwash someone with such strong demon blood like this. Human emotions are truly strange. You'll never understand. Victor turned and walked out. Tisk tisk tisk, if you still hold this mentality, then I guarantee that even if you are successfully converted, you will be devoured until there are no crumbs left. After he finished speaking, there was no more sound coming from the darkness. Victor paused for a moment, then left. Taram, my brother, I won't let you sacrifice yourself in vain. Victor's eyes slowly changed. His eye area turned completely black. Chapter 42, Cooling and Adaptation. Victor had already planted a special kind of magic in Taram's body through some means. Moreover, their human bloodlines are closely related, making it easy for them to perform their skills. This demonic magic allows Victor to briefly sense some of the visions that Taram had thought of or seen in his lifetime. As more and more black magic slowly appeared in Victor's eyes, the scene before him changed. However, there are only 3 scattered images. The first scene shows a ferocious black dragon descending from the sky, its raging form instantly charging into the ranks and wreaking havoc. The second scene shows the black dragon charging into the group, and Victor watches as the black dragon almost wipes out the entire team. Finally, Taram used a secret potion to awaken his bloodline, preparing for a final battle. Victor felt a chill on his neck at that moment. He knew that Taram had been beheaded. Victor deeply empathized with the despair and pain that followed being beheaded. The third scene shows a young boy and girl walking hand in hand in a green field. Victor felt extremely saddened upon seeing this scene, but his strong willpower brought him back to his senses quickly. Although there weren't many shots, Victor was able to deduce some information. First of all, Taram and his group were attacked by a black dragon, and it must have been attacked many times. You could tell from the soldiers' exhausted state. This black dragon is probably not yet an adult, because Victor happened to have seen an adult black dragon once. However, this black dragon was exceptionally powerful, far more terrifying than an adult black dragon in every aspect. The terrifying destructive power also shook Victor to his core. Furthermore, Taram didn't even have a single brutal shield by his side at the end, indicating that Taram used all of his brutal shields during the opponent's first attack. And they were liberated. Victor guessed that brutal shield must have repelled the opponent in its unleashed state under these circumstances. However, without the protection of the brutal shield, Taram was left to fight alone. Even after activating his bloodline, he was still easily defeated, and in the end, no remains were left. A terrifying murderous glint appeared in Victor's eyes. Black Dragon. The image of that black dragon was forever etched in his mind. This time, he not only wants to obtain the magic iron or vein, but also to kill that black dragon. He would refine his body into a necromancer dragon for his own use. Saron was a little disappointed that he couldn't find the magical artifact after searching for a long time. It seems I really did ruin it myself. There's nothing we can do about that. I need to be more careful next time. After all, what's the difference between killing someone and not looting their body? Let's go check out the situation at the mine first. Lord Saron, this is the magical artifact I obtained from the lieutenant after I killed him. Winnie then pulled out a ring-like object from her waist, held it up with both hands, and handed it to Saron. Saron's eyes lit up as he looked at the barely noticeable ring on Winnie's hand, and then he used his magic to probe into it to examine the items inside. There were about 1,000 gold coins, and some bottles and jars. A jumble of armor and greatswords. This thing looks like one of those brutal holy shields from before. This is not the kind of wealth and possessions an adjutant should have. Could this be Taram's magical artifact? Salon guessed that this explained why he had thrown the lieutenant out. But there doesn't seem to be anything special in it. Who knows what those bottles and jars are for? No, someone knows. We captured some young Master Argus from the Walton family before, so let's have this young master identify him. While you're at it, go ask for more information. Having made up his mind, Saron took to the air and looked down at the crowd on the ground. As per my previous orders, all the goblin kobolds above the Fell Iron Mine, including you, must return to the Evil Tooth tribe and take away all the ore mined during this period. Just leave a few guards here. Yes, Lord Saron. Winnie and Shadar bowed. Saron glanced at the two of them, then spread his wings and flew away, leaving the area. He would have to be careful from now on. Saron won't give up this mine easily, unless it's absolutely necessary. As long as Saron survives, he will eventually rise to power with the feast at his disposal. Then I started to check my panel. Saron, health 280. Feast levels, 8. Feast cooldown, 9 days. Talent 1. Carnivore, you can restore health and energy by killing enemies. The amount restored is determined by the amount of health and energy the enemy has. Talent 2. Earth Magic Affinity, you possess powerful Earth Magic talent. Talent 3. Fire Magic Affinity, you possess powerful Fire Magic talent. Talent 4. Armor Penetration, your claws and teeth will deal more damage to enemies. Talent 5. Wild Scream, your roar will deal more damage to enemies and interrupt their spellcasting. Talent 6. Atomic Furnace, it can help your body absorb and convert more energy. Perhaps after reaching a certain level, you can try nuclear fusion within the atomic furnace. Cooldown time is almost up. After these several feasts, Saron finally understood why there was a cooldown period. This is actually a form of protection for Saron himself through the feast. After all, he wasn't a void creature capable of ignoring everything and devouring everything indefinitely. Each feast brings about a significant change to the body, and this change requires a period of adaptation. Therefore, there is a cooldown period. Furthermore, the adaptation time varies depending on how the food affects the body. For example, this time a new organ atomic furnace was directly added. Therefore, the body's adaptation period is relatively long. After this battle, Saron gained a deeper understanding of the role of the atomic furnace. This thing is really powerful. It can generate heat to allow itself to breathe. The physical enhancement is also exaggerated. During the operation of the atomic furnace, Saron's strength, speed, and other abilities are greatly increased. If it weren't for his physical limitations, Saron felt that the boost provided by the atomic furnace would be even greater. Chapter 43 Digger. A few days later, the Evil Tooth tribe. Doug was reporting the details of the last interrogation to Salon. Saron was comfortably enjoying the massage from Winnie's cat paws, while Misa next to him was constantly cleaning the scales on Saron's body with a brush. I have to say the massage was quite comfortable. It's just that Winnie's little cat paws were a bit too small. The nobleman Argus's bones were not as strong as he thought. Argus's mind couldn't take it anymore after several kobolds ate his 2 arms alive. He told us all the information in detail. He even revealed that he had an affair with one of his uncle's lovers when he was 13 years old. It was an eye-opener. After listening, Salon closed his eyes and continued to enjoy the massage. The Walton family is indeed not so simple. Their strength far surpasses that of an ordinary ducal family. They even plan to destroy the royal family and become the master themselves. The others are all about methods for cultivating brutal holy shield, etc. However, these potions were personally concocted by the head of the Walton family, and ordinary family members had no access to them. Argus himself didn't know much about the family head, Victor. All that is known is that the head of the family is very mysterious and possesses extraordinary strength. Unfortunately, Taram's magical artifacts didn't contain many good items. They were mostly just things that stimulated the bloodline. At that moment, the goblin leader Vix walked in with a solemn expression. Lord Saron, there's been a problem at the Topaz mine. Vickers said, kneeling down. What's going on? Saron opened his eyes and looked at Vickers. The magic iron or vein cannot be mined for a period of time. The other ingredients for the feast all came from topaz ore, so he was very interested in anything related to topaz veins. Vickers and Doug immediately looked down, feeling the violent pressure emanating from Saron. We were attacked by some unknown monsters while we were digging down, and they stopped us from continuing to mine. After calming his racing heartbeat, Vickers spoke slowly. An unknown monster? What type is it? They were some kind of insect-like magical beasts. They came in hordes, and many of the goblins who went down to mine, as well as my people, were devoured. However, my men killed one of the smaller ones, and its body is outside. Angus continued. Bring it in. Saron was curious about what kind of monster it was that dared to steal his ore. Doug stood up, went outside, and dragged in a 2-meter-long insect carcass. A brown body, with a segmented torso. This insect looks like a giant insect with 6 long, thin legs and sharp claws at the ends of its feet. It has black eyes and 2 huge jaws on its mouth. A burrowing worm. This thing is a burrowing worm. These insects have powerful mandibles that can bite through trees and even rocks, making them excellent at digging burrows. That's how it got the nickname digging worm. The burrowing worm's 6 legs are as sharp as swords. They are adept at ambushing prey from underground, suddenly grabbing their prey with their legs and ending its life with their powerful jaws. Moreover, burrowing worms usually come in swarms, and some large magical beasts don't like encountering them. Because their flesh is not only unpalatable but also poisonous, only a few alchemists might need some material from these insects when conducting experiments. It's simply not worth fighting them to the death, so most creatures will just avoid them. Saron felt something was strange. Burrowing worms were carnivorous burrowing monsters, yet they didn't eat rocks. Therefore, they generally live in plains where there is plenty of prey. Only a few would like to live in the mines and ambush miners. However, there are no large animal populations near the topaz veins. Why are they there? Moreover, according to Doug's description, that burrowing worm swarm had at least dozens of members. Although burrowing worms are social creatures, their members are family-like, usually consisting of 7 or 8 members at most. It's quite rare to see dozens of people gathered together so united. The memories of Salon the Two Kings made him more agile in his thinking than others. Perhaps the other dragons simply don't care about burrowing worms, as evidenced by the pitifully little information about them in their inherited memories. He quickly realized that something was amiss. Misha, go find Shadar and ask if his injuries have healed. If they have, come with me to the Topaz Mine. Saron turned to look at the bunny girl Misha behind him. Yes, Lord Saron. Misha skipped and hopped away from there. A short while later, Shadar rushed in. Lord Saron, your subordinate has arrived. Shadar was full of energy at this moment. He was dressed in black armor and carried his large bone club on his back. At his waist was a great sword, the equipment of the brutal shield. Combined with his ruthless and unapproachable demeanor, he looked quite fierce. Looks like you're recovering quite well. Saron nodded as he looked at Shadar. He values Shadar highly and naturally pays more attention to him. Lord Saron, rest assured, the regenerative abilities of our forest troll race are quite formidable. Shadar chuckled. All right, take some soldiers to the Topaz area first, and have the miners temporarily stop mining. I'll be there shortly. Yes, master. Shadar patted his chest and walked out. Salon continued to enjoy Winnie's massage, while Misa repeated the name, digging worm, which she seemed to vaguely remember. Saron quickly flew to the vicinity of the Topaz mine, holding Winnie and Misa in his claws. This was Saron's second time visiting the Topaz mine. In the past, the goblins would deliver the topaz directly to him. Lord Saron, this is the mine tunnel. These burrowing worms seem to have dug many dense cave roots underground. I went down and saw it myself. It's a maze of tunnels, and it's easy to get lost. Shadar hurriedly said. Moreover, these burrowing worms have extremely keen senses, making them very difficult for us to detect. And they don't seem to want to fight us. They just want to drive us away. Doug suddenly added. He had just gone down into the mine shaft as well. Let those Tauren go down and test them again. Saron thought of the stubborn bulls from before. Goblins and kobolds are loyal servants, not suitable as cannon fodder. Lord Saron. Winnie hurriedly walked up to Saron, and Misa was also a little excited. Winnie, you need to be clear about your position. Saron glanced at the two of them. At this moment, Winnie, who was standing to the side, suddenly seemed to remember something, hesitated for a moment, and said, Lord Saron, I've learned about these burrowing worms before, and I should know something about their current situation. Winnie, you tell us. Saron knew the origins of Winnie and her group of orcs. They might have come into contact with something more advanced. The burrowing worm is a magical beast that only reaches level 5 when it grows up. However, few people know that these magical beasts can also molt. Some worthy burrowing worms will choose special places to molt into even more powerful burrowing demon worms. Chapter 44. The Burrowing Worm. Saron carefully examined the mine shaft below. This is really deep. Moreover, with his current size, it wouldn't be easy for him to go down into such a small hole. Even if they went down there, it wouldn't be easy for them to make a move. As for giving up, that's impossible. Who knows what will happen after this thing completes its transformation? According to previous investigations, the burrowing worms gathered at a depth of more than 400 meters below the ground. This depth is not easy to solve. Saron suddenly remembered a scene from a movie he watched in his previous life, where the protagonist effortlessly pierced through the Earth's surface and core with a single atomic breath. Am I embarrassing Brother Boss by having an atomic furnace myself? A mere 400 meters. It's still too deep. Lord Saron, the trampling of Cook's clan should be able to shatter the tunnel and force out these burrowing worms. Misa said, her eyes lighting up. Is a tunnel over 400 meters deep feasible? And if the tunnel is shattered, it will seriously affect subsequent mining operations. Vickers frowned as he looked at the dark, gaping mine shaft. He had finally managed to stabilize the mine, but if this happens, the mining difficulties will increase even further. One warrior certainly won't do it, but more than 30 Minotaur warriors using their iron hoof trample at the same time should be able to, even if their talent is not as good as Cook's. Are you confident you can persuade those stubborn bulls? Saron looked down at Misa. Lord Saron, we are confident. Misa and Winnie exchanged a firm look and said, okay, if they agree, then the original 10 times the mining volume can be reduced to 9 times. Saron also offered a small benefit. He lost a lot of money when the mining volume dropped from 10 times to 9 times. Well, Winnie and Misa were speechless. It would have been better if there hadn't been any at all, but it was better than nothing. That's the only way they could comfort themselves. A short while later, Winnie and Misa arrived with a group of emaciated Minotaur warriors, some of whom had been whipped. Cook was among them. Cook suffered immense humiliation during this period. As the leader of the Ironhoof tribe and a nobleman in the Orc Empire, he was forced to mine ore. To prevent Cook and his people from rebelling against Shadar, the female trolls used some kind of magic to forcibly imprison the Minotaur warriors' magic. Furthermore, they were all bound together by heavy chains, making it impossible for them to escape. Cook, you absolutely have to listen to me this time. Winnie looked at the Minotaur Cook with a serious expression. Winnie, has he been bullying you? Cook asked, looking down. He didn't want anyone to see him in such a disheveled state. Lord Saron is doing well, Winnie said softly, thinking of Saron's usual demeanor. Cook felt as if something inside him had shattered when he looked at Winnie. Lord Saron, Cook and the others have agreed. Winnie didn't notice the dejected Tauren Cook. Instead, he ran up to Saron excitedly and said. Saron looked at Cook and the other Tauren warriors and unleashed his dragon's might. Cook didn't dare to look up at Saron's scarlet eyes again. After a few breaths, Saron withdrew his dragon might. Remove their shackles. Shadar waved his hand, and several troll warriors stepped forward, took out keys, and unlocked the chains binding Cook and the others. He wasn't afraid of these guys rioting. With Lord Saron around, these guys will have to behave themselves unless they really don't want to live anymore. Do you still have the magic to cast Iron Hoof Stomp? Cook stretched his stiff limbs and turned to look at the other Minotaur warriors behind him. Chief, we're fine, several soldiers said. Okay, let's begin. More than 30 Minotaur warriors stood together and began to trample with their iron hooves. Rumble. Countless rocks fell from the surrounding mountain walls, and the honeycomb-like mine shafts began to collapse. Saron nodded in approval as he saw Cook and the others working so diligently. If they don't work, Saron can handle it himself. It's just a bit more troublesome. Saron felt a little depressed thinking about this. His earth magic talent is very strong, but unfortunately time is too tight. Otherwise, learning advanced earth magic like Earthquake would be enough to solve the current problem. He has only been in this world for less than a year. There is so much to do. Gradually, the mine in front of everyone calmed down. A hole about 100 meters in diameter and almost bottomless has appeared where the original mine shaft was. Saron looked around and realized that the hole dug by the burrowing worm was an inverted funnel shape. The openings at the top are very narrow, but the bottom is quite spacious. This space is large enough for Saron to go down. Without hesitation, Saron flew downwards into the air. Shadar, keep putting the shackles on them. Winnie is coming with me. The rest of you wait here. Saron grabbed Winnie and then lunged down. Cook watched Saron's departing figure, clenched his fist, and finally complied with the troll warrior putting chains on him. Saron quickly reached the underground. There is a huge cave sloping upwards here. This must be the tunnel dug by those burrowing worms. Winnie, sneak in and check things out first. If you're discovered, run away immediately. Safety first, Saron instructed Winnie. The main reason for bringing Winnie along was her formidable investigative abilities. Don't worry, Lord Saron. Winnie bowed, then her body slowly merged with the surrounding space. Saron didn't come down to kill any bugs on a whim. Firstly, these guys have indeed seriously affected the mining work. Secondly, the time for the grand feast is fast approaching. He wanted to find some suitable main ingredients. Other low-level magical beasts were not even qualified to be the main food source. Therefore, this rare burrowing worm became a target for Saron, who hoped that the burrowing worm could successfully metamorphose. In fact, Saron was thinking that if there really weren't suitable ingredients, he could try to obtain the Tauren's iron hoof trampling. However, this is a last resort. Saron also used the Earth Pulse, an Earth-based scouting spell. However, nothing was found to be wrong. A few minutes later, Saron suddenly heard a strange roar. His gaze fell upon the tunnel before him. What exactly is going on? Winnie was desperately fleeing through the tunnel. She had already infiltrated the territory of the digging worms using the Shadow Cat clan's talent. She even passed by some wary burrowing worms without them noticing her. Seeing these, she knew the burrowing worms wouldn't be able to detect her, so she boldly burrowed deeper inside. With a roar, all the burrowing worms suddenly seemed to see Winnie. They began their attack on her location. Winnie had no choice but to reveal herself to defend herself. In the chaos, she could only run and defend herself, and soon she was wounded. As a result, these burrowing worms seemed to become even more excited when they smelled blood. The speed has increased significantly. Boom. A dozen or so burrowing worms suddenly appeared on the ground in front of Winnie. The burrowing worms on both sides trapped Winnie in the tunnel. Winnie looked at the burrowing worms that were slowly surrounding her with a puzzled expression. The burrowing worm shouldn't be this smart as an insect-type magical beast. They even know how to use tactics. Chapter 45, Digging Demonic Insect. Winnie stretched out her sharp claws and collided violently with a burrowing worm that pounced on her. The cat's claws ripped open the burrowing worm's abdomen, and disgusting mucus oozed out. Winnie didn't finish off the enemy. Instead, she quickly retreated, taking advantage of the opportunity for the other burrowing worms to pounce on her. She did not try to integrate her talent into the space again. She had just tried it and found that even if she became invisible, the insects would still find her, so she might as well save her magic. This is the second time Winnie has encountered a situation where her Shadow Cat talent can be directly countered. Moreover, it's different from Lord Saron's method. The differences are quite significant. Lord Saron used a certain sound wave to disrupt the flow of magic within his body, thereby achieving the desired effect. However, if Winnie had simply hidden herself next to Saron from the beginning, Saron wouldn't have noticed. But these insects can. It was as if someone was showing them the way. Just as Winnie continued to run away, a glowing stone wall blocked her way. Winnie knew it was a huge topaz, or rough. She knew how hard topaz was. The other insects that had been chasing after them retreated quickly, as if sensing something. Winnie suddenly bristled and quickly moved to the side. Boom. The ground cracked open, and the head of a hideous insect emerged from beneath the earth. Its front end can stand upright for more than 10 meters, and its body length is at least 15 meters. Its yellow carapace was covered in sharp spikes, its huge jaws dripped with sticky liquid, and its small black eyes stared at Winnie as if she were a piece of meat. The digging demon worm. Winnie knew this was the transformed burrowing demon worm, judging by its powerful aura. For a moment, their roles seemed to be reversed, and Winnie was now like an insect. The burrowing worm stared at its prey. It had eaten many of these humanoid creatures before and knew that they were exceptionally delicious. The food prepared before this transformation was long gone. It had been starving for a long time, which is why it chased away the ordinary burrowing worms and planned to enjoy the food itself. Just as the burrowing insect pounced, it suddenly seemed to sense something and leaped away with a twist of its legs. Lord Saron, Winnie said with delight. She was confident enough to come here because she knew that Lord Saron would definitely come to rescue her. The burrowing worm roared furiously incessantly. Although the burrowing worm in front of him wasn't very intelligent and had never seen a dragon before, he knew that this guy was not to be trifled with. So this is the digging demon worm? It looks kind of interesting. Saron scrutinized the burrowing worm. His charged sneak attack had been dodged beforehand. Moreover, this burrowing worm is larger than Saron. However, Saron looked much stronger. Amidst the roars of the burrowing worms, dozens of ordinary burrowing worms crawled out from the shadows. They surrounded Saron. Saron paid no attention to the tiny insects and unleashed his dragon might without restraint. Under the influence of Saron's might, these ordinary burrowing worms hissed uneasily, the bloodline suppression making them very uncomfortable. The burrowing worm roared again, much to the unease of the ordinary burrowing worms. But they still launched an attack on Saron without hesitation. Winnie, you need to find a safe place to hide. After speaking, Saron ignored the ordinary burrowing worms and focused his attention on the burrowing demon worms. The mandibles and legs of these ordinary burrowing insects were simply unable to break through his scales. Winnie glanced at both sides and then stepped back. The burrowing worm was also affected by the dragon's might, but it forcibly suppressed this unpleasant feeling. They boldly launched a frontal attack on Saron. Flame impact. Saron unleashed another fire spell he had recently learned. Suddenly, a torrent of flames shot towards the burrowing demon worm like a long river. The burrowing worm was caught off guard and sprayed all over its face. As Saron grew larger, the magical power within his body also increased, and the magical power he unleashed was not to be underestimated. However, the burrowing beetle's carapace was only burned black, and it seemed to be unharmed. Hiss! After the flames disappeared, Saron discovered that the burrowing worm had vanished. Looking at the marks that had been dug out on the ground, Saron knew that this guy must be underground. Saron tried to use the magic earth pulse to sense the movement underground, but didn't find much. This guy must have used some method to hide himself. Interesting. Are you planning a sneak attack? The moment the thought crossed Saron's mind, the stone wall beside him suddenly broke open. The burrowing worm suddenly lunged out, gripping Saron's body firmly with its powerful legs. The two enormous creatures rolled together, crushing countless burrowing worms on the ground. The burrowing worm originally intended to pierce Saron's body with its legs, but found that it was impossible to break through his defenses in the short term. It could only use its jaws to bite Saron's neck, intending to deliver a fatal blow. The bite force of the burrowing worm was already powerful, not to mention that of the burrowing demon worm. Click! Cracks appeared in the mandibles of the burrowing worm. Saron looked at the burrowing worm as if it were an idiot. His neck was short and thick, and to better defend his vitals, Saron's horns curved and grew backward during the feast. It protected its neck as firmly as the skull of a triceratops. Saron himself didn't know how hard his dragon horns were, but they were definitely very hard. Seeing that things were going badly, the burrowing worm tried again to pierce Saron's body with its legs, but Saron did not give it the chance. You want to get close, and so do I. Click. Saron mustered all his strength and bit down on the burrowing worm's neck, but the creature's neck was rather short. He bit the bony plate on the neck of the burrowing worm to pieces in one bite. The burrowing worm hissed and spat a mouthful of acid at Saron. Saron was sprayed all over his face. He almost forgot that this guy also spews acid, but his acid attacks are not as conventional as the black dragon's. The burrowing worm will only use acid to attack when it is under mortal threat, and it takes a long time to recover afterwards. Saron spat, the saliva almost getting into his mouth. Damn, I'm disgusted. Do you have any sense of public morality to spit everywhere? Enraged, Saron grabbed the burrowing worm's mandibles and forcibly pried open its mouth. He ignored the tiny wounds the other person kept leaving on his body with their footsteps. The atomic furnace inside his body was running rapidly, and then a blue-white mist-like breath shot directly into the throat of the burrowing demon worm. The burrowing worm struggled frantically, trying to escape from Saron's claws. But Saron will not give it any chance. Its carapace is very hard, but its internal organs are very fragile. Under this attack, the burrowing worm's struggles became weaker and weaker until it finally stopped moving and lost its breath. Saron tossed aside the lifeless corpse of the burrowing worm, and without any magical support, he easily ripped off its head. He roared at the remaining ordinary burrowing worms. Swish swish. The burrowing worms scattered in all directions. They had only gathered together under pressure, and with the death of the burrowing demon worm, they went their separate ways. With the burrowing worm's death carnivore talent activated, Saron's injuries quickly healed. Chapter 46 New Talent. Lord Saron is amazing. Winnie jumped to Saron's side, and was somewhat shocked as she looked at the huge, still smoking insect corpse on the ground. These burrowing worms are so fierce and powerful, but they are almost powerless against Lord Saron. Salon knew what Winnie was thinking. In fact, this burrowing worm is indeed very powerful. Its carapace is exceptionally hard, and its bite force is astonishing, allowing it to burrow underground. It will also vomit acid. Insect-type magical beasts are inherently strong, and the burrowing worm's enormous size grants it immense power. Ordinary living things really can't handle it. Even against a young red dragon, he could arm wrestle. But Saron almost completely counters him. In terms of defense, Saron is stronger than it. In terms of bite force, Saron is miles ahead of it. As for vomiting acid, let's not even talk about that. Their strength is also significantly greater. Saron felt that this was the strongest individual of the burrower race. After all, this kind of thing didn't even appear in the true dragon's inherited memories, which shows that the digging demon worm is extremely rare. Let's go up first. Saron grabbed the corpse of the burrowing worm with his claws and flew upwards. Although the worm's corpse was disgusting, it was the only decent food Saron had at the moment. Winnie also leaped onto the corpse of the burrowing worm, intending to hitch a ride. While everyone waited anxiously on the ground, Saron flew up carrying the corpse of the burrowing worm. Lord Saron, Shadar, and the others bowed respectfully. Bang! The enormous insect corpse was thrown directly onto the ground by Saron, kicking up a cloud of dust. Shadar looked at the insect corpses on the ground and knew that these must be the corpses of the burrowing worms. As expected, Lord Saron was invincible. How could such tiny insects possibly do anything to Lord Saron? The crisis in the mine has been resolved, and mining operations are proceeding normally. Shadar, transport all the topaz or to my cave. Yes, sir. I'll do it right away. After saying this, Saron left with the corpse of the burrowing worm. With the grand feast approaching, he needed to make thorough preparations. The Tauren cook watched Saron's departing figure and sighed unwillingly. The burrowing worm is documented in the Iron Hoof tribe. It is said that an elite team of more than 50 people from the Iron Hoof tribe once encountered a burrowing worm. I initially thought it was just an ordinary burrowing worm, only a bit bigger. However, to their surprise, the digging worm almost wiped out the entire team with minimal effort. If they hadn't happened to encounter the royal army of the Orc Empire, the consequences would have been unimaginable. And so the burrowing worm retreated unharmed. Moreover, this black dragon is getting stronger and stronger. Its current aura makes me tremble involuntarily. It wasn't this size last time. Isn't it said that dragons grow very slowly? Cook was filled with doubt. Moreover, the time is drawing ever closer. You should know that the Ironhoof tribe, which you came here from the Orc Empire and worked so hard to establish, wasn't really meant to become a mountain bandit king. He has a very important mission, and his most important task right now is to get out of there. A few days later, in the cave, Saron looked at the ingredients in front of him. The cooldown period for the feast has finally arrived. This time, the burrowing worm is the main course, the sparkling topaz or is the staple food, and a few silver and gold coins are used as seasonings. The potions and other condiments found on Tarim were also used as seasoning. During the feast, Saron is not afraid of ingesting any poisons, because the feast perfectly transforms all the substances he eats into nutrients for his body's growth. Then let's begin. The feast is about to commence. A familiar feeling of hunger washed over me. A fragrant aroma wafted from the insect carcasses in front of him, and Saron knew that the main course should be ready this time, although the aroma was far inferior to that of the plutonium dragon egg from last time. Saron stared at the corpse of the burrowing worm in front of him and began to devour it with his eyes closed, ignoring the worm's ferocious expression. Click click. The burrowing worm's hard shell was gradually swallowed up. Surprisingly, the insect meat was quite delicious, with a taste similar to beef. After eating the insect meat for a while, Saron started eating topaz, or adding some gold and silver coins as seasoning. Then continued gnawing on the corpse of the burrowing worm. Saron quickly devoured the corpse of the burrowing worm, skin and bones alike. The feast is 94% complete. Saron devoured all sorts of random ingredients, including topaz, in one go. The feast is finally 100% complete. Renovation begins. In that familiar, dark space, Saron watched as his body began to grow, like an observer. After some time, Saron slowly opened his eyes in the cave. He looked at his body. His size hadn't changed much, and his length from head to tail was approximately 13 meters. It only grew to about half a meter. Saron touched his head. Things seemed to have changed even more here. He went to the pool in the cave and looked at his reflection in the water. He seemed to have become even more handsome. 2 more dragon horns grew on its head. This time, the 2 dragon horns extended forward and were much smaller than the other 4 dragon horns. Saron still considers dragon horns very important. During the last battle with the burrowing worm, it was the dragon horns that extended backward that protected his neck and shattered the burrowing worm's jaws. Of course, even if you get bitten, it won't be fatal. However, it is undeniable that dragon horns are not merely decorative. It seems the dragon's horns are extending forward this time, so it can use its head to ram into enemies? Saron snapped out of his thoughts and looked directly at the panel. Saron, health 315. Feast levels, 9. Feast cooldown, 10 days. Talent 1. Carnivore. You can restore health and energy by killing enemies. The amount restored is determined by the amount of health and energy the enemy has. Talent 2. Earth Magic Affinity. You possess powerful Earth Magic talent. Talent 3. Fire Magic Affinity. You possess powerful Fire Magic talent. Talent 4. Armor Penetration. Your claws and teeth will deal more damage to enemies. Talent 5. Wild Scream. Your roar will deal more damage to enemies and interrupt their spellcasting. Talent 6. Atomic Furnace. It can help your body absorb and convert more energy. Perhaps after reaching a certain level, you can try nuclear fusion within the atomic furnace. Talent 7. Vibration Perception. You can sense vibrations within a certain range, which greatly helps you pinpoint enemy locations. As your magic power increases, the range of your perception will also expand. The health points only increased by 35, which is still acceptable. The cooldown time has indeed been reduced significantly. Saron focused his attention on the newly added talents. Upon seeing the description of this talent, Saron immediately understood. No wonder that burrowing worm could evade my sneak attack in advance. It turns out it could sense vibrations within a certain spatial range. Saron knew that the burrowing worms could sense vibrations. When they are lurking underground, they will press their antennae into the soil to sense movement on the surface. Thus, they can ambush and stealthily attack their prey. However, most burrowing insects can only sense movement on the ground. However, this burrowing worm could actually sense the movement in the surrounding space. That's quite remarkable. It's equivalent to having a 360-degree, all-around perception. No wonder Winnie's invisibility talent was useless against this burrowing worm. Salon instinctively began to sense the vibrations. It's a wonderful feeling, like entering a completely different world. Saron's body can easily sense all vibrations around him. Everything around seemed to be amplified. Dragons are already very sensitive to their senses, and with the help of the feast, Saron's physical senses are even more powerful. Salon felt that his hearing had been greatly enhanced this time as well. Moreover, this talent is even more powerful in himself than in the burrowing worm. For example, at this very moment, he can sense 2 sources of vibration outside the cave. He knew that these were guards arranged by Shadar. The source of this vibration is most likely the heartbeats of 2 forest trolls. With this talent, Saron will no longer be afraid of ambushes or the like, unless the attack is so fast that you can't even react to it. However, his current perception range is relatively limited. He can sense vibrations within an 80-meter radius centered on Salon. Even the slightest movement of an insect vibrating its wings. This talent also places high demands on the brain, as it has to process a great deal of vibrational information. Overall, the feast was quite good. This was beyond Saron's expectations. He had originally thought that this would only increase his health points. Chapter 47 The Way Out. Lord Saron. The 2 guards beside Saron were stunned as soon as he emerged from the cave. Why does Lord Saron seem even more majestic? At that moment, Saron sensed a very tiny source of vibration appearing beside him. Lord Saron. Winnie suddenly appeared from the side. Saron was already familiar with her elusive figure, but this time he sensed Winnie's location very clearly. Furthermore, Saron discovered another problem. He seemed to be able to roughly remember the characteristics of vibration sources that appeared around him. For example, if Winnie appears next to you once, you will know that the source of the vibration is her the next time. Just think how this silly cat felt so good about not having noticed her. Furthermore, vibration sensing also seems to have a simple lie detection function, because Salon can clearly sense other people's heartbeats. It's important to know that your heart rate is different when you lie than when you're normal. Is there something you need? Winnie stared at Salon for a moment, lost in thought. Do dragons grow this fast? How old was Black Dragon when I first met him? Lord Saron, there are some humans at the Fell Iron Mine who seem to be searching for something. I didn't disturb them. Salon let out a sigh of relief. It seemed the peaceful days were numbered. Those guys seem to have had enough. The Walton family, huh? I'll be waiting for you. Let Shadar deal with them. Since they are enemies, all their henchmen should be cut off. Having never fought Saron, I don't know if I can handle the Walton family. Just do it anyway, and if you can't win, just run away. A dragon's revenge is never too late, even after 100 years. But before that, let's find a way out for ourselves. He could fly away directly, but it wouldn't be so easy for Shada and Winnie. Salon pondered carefully. This isn't being cowardly before the battle. It's being prepared for a rainy day. Yes. Also be vigilant. I don't want to be the last time when the enemy has already reached our stronghold before we even realize they've taken over. Saron instructed. Those humans are not simple. No, it shouldn't be human anymore. It's half human. Upon hearing this, Winnie paused for a moment and then vanished from the spot. Salon knew that Winnie had already run far away. Lord Saron, would you like me to clean your scales? As soon as Winnie left, Misa, the rabbit, hopped over carrying all sorts of cleaning supplies. Her residence was very close to Salon's. She saw Saron as soon as he came out. However, Saron didn't say anything. He just looked at Misa. White pantyhose covered her long, slender legs, while the purplish-black skirt accentuated her perfect figure. Not for now. After saying this, Saron went back into the cave. He saw Misa and suddenly remembered that he still needed to study another magic he had tried before. Polymorph. Otherwise, you'll get too angry. Moreover, there is another method available. Huh. Misa looked at Saron's retreating figure with a puzzled expression. She could tell that Lord Salon didn't dislike her. He had clearly enjoyed her washing his body every time before. Unable to figure out the reason, Misa could only return to her own place. She needs to learn more about treatment methods. A forest troll clad in armor, drenched in sweat, ran up to Shadar and said, Chief Shadar, after we killed several of those human scouts, they all suddenly disappeared. They're all gone. Shadar asked in confusion. The enemy sent more than 20 men, but they only killed 4 of them. The rest disappeared. What kind of people do you think of? Shadar threw down the meat in his hand and roared in anger. Chief Shadar, those guys are like insects. They disappeared on their own without us even noticing them. Find them. Kill them all. Shadar's single eye radiated a chilling, killing intent. After many attempts, Saron finally discovered that he seemed to be able to forcibly perform the transfiguration spell. He began to slowly mobilize the magic power within his body to construct a spell model. The spell model for polymorph is not difficult. The main reason for Saron's previous failures was that some nodes were not working properly. And this time it finally worked. It's somewhat similar to AI-generated character creation, but the transformation technique seems to only be able to fix one form. After a while, a black light flashed and a humanoid creature appeared on the spot. He is 2.6 meters tall. He had strong limbs, broad, rounded shoulders, and a high, firm chest, as solid as a steel pillar. His whole body is full of explosive muscles. Its 6 dragon horns, like a crown, soared into the sky, and its long black hair, like a black torrent, extended all the way to its waist. His scarlet eyes radiated an inexplicable murderous aura. Behind it is a pair of enormous dragon wings spread out. This is exactly what Salon looked like after undergoing the transformation. Saron went to the pool next to him and looked at himself. So, I guess I'd call him a half-dragon? Saron said uncertainly. However, the half-dragon appearance in the inherited memories seems quite different from his own. At least half-dragons don't have wings. However, no matter how he used transformation, he couldn't retract his wings. His hands were still black dragon claws, with incredibly sharp nails, and his open mouth revealed sharp teeth that sent chills down one's spine. Moreover, his cheeks were covered with black dragon scales inlaid with gold threads, making him look incredibly sinister. Black dragon scales are faintly visible embedded on the arms and legs. In fact, this was the closest Saron could come to human form after using his shape-shifting technique. His body, in terms of both muscle and bone density, far exceeded that of dragons of this age. The shape-shifting magic inherited from the dragon race is too unsuitable for him. Saron looked down at his capital. It seemed far beyond his expectations. He wondered what Misa and Winnie were up to. Being naked like this isn't good, Saron thought to himself, and a suit of black armor covered his body. These are dragon scales transformed from the Saint Cloth of Hades from his previous life. That's perfect. Saron gave himself a thumbs up. Suddenly, Saron frowned. His transformation spell seemed to have consumed too much magic. This means he can only maintain it for about an hour. Moreover, in this form, it's as if one is shackled, and one can only exert about 30% of their strength at most. Logically speaking, a smaller size should result in greater speed, but Saron's strength and speed are both less than 30% of his dragon form. This made him feel very insecure. Most importantly, it's not very stable. Excitement can easily cause Saron to revert to his dragon form. Saron was worried that if he got excited while doing that with Winnie and the others, he might revert to his dragon form. The consequences are unimaginable. Saron decided to revert to his dragon form, and decided to test the stability of the transfiguration spell later. Anyway, Saron could accept the result of the transformation. Hoo-hoo. Saron breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, his dragon form was the most suitable for him. It not only made him feel safe, but also made him feel very comfortable. He sighed again. It's still better to be a dragon. I don't know how those metal dragons can maintain a transformation spell for decades. That's absolutely insane. Chapter 48 Seduction. In the deep jungle, several dark figures gathered. Have you found any trace of that black dragon? We didn't find them. Only some forest trolls gathered here, and they even killed a few of us. A bunch of useless trash. The leader, a man in black robes, roared angrily. Their orders were to find a black dragon, instead of some damn forest troll. But my lord, we carefully examined the scene of Lord Taram's battle with the black dragon and discovered something very important. These forest trolls seem to have fought alongside the black dragon. Kindness. Forest trolls and black dragons? Are these two related? Moreover, some of the equipment on those forest trolls belongs to our family, the subordinate added. Yushi thought about it carefully and finally understood. No wonder Lord Taram said it was just dealing with a bunch of forest trolls. But in the end, it disappeared without a trace. It turns out the black dragon and the forest trolls were in cahoots. Most importantly, he, as the intelligence officer for the Walton family, hadn't even considered this. What's the difference between this and a pig? Yushi knew they had underestimated the forest trolls and planned to kill the black dragon before dealing with the forest trolls. But given the greed of the chromatic dragon, how could it possibly share its spoils with its subordinates? Let's ignore that for now. As an intelligence officer, Yushi naturally had a good understanding of the surrounding situation. There is only one troll tribe in the surrounding forest. Evil Tooth Tribe. The black dragon's hiding place is most likely in the Evil Tooth Tribe, or even if it isn't, it's still inextricably linked to the Evil Tooth Tribe. Go back and report to the head of the family immediately. After finishing his sentence, Yushi immediately took the lead and quickly left into the distance. The others glanced at it and immediately followed suit. The Walton family. Victor stared at Yushi in front of him, and after listening to the report, Victor could not calm down for a long time. Little did I know that they had been thinking the wrong thing all along. 2. Who would have thought that a nearly adult black dragon would be living in a small tribe of evil teeth? However, Victor was certain that this black dragon would not have been in the world of the Evil Tooth Tribe for more than 6 months. Half a year ago, the Walton family's intelligence agents had already thoroughly investigated the Evil Tooth Tribe after paying some price. Such a large black dragon could not possibly be hidden. Moreover, the difficulty of supporting a dragon is extremely high, and this kind of thing cannot be hidden. Not to mention the dragon's greed for treasure and the like. Dragons have an unusually large amount of food. That's why Victor didn't connect the black dragon with the forest trolls at first. He just thought the black dragon might have been passing by. It seems we've lost the vigilance we should have had when the Walton family began to rise to power, Victor said with a gloomy look in his eyes. When the Walton family was just beginning to grow in power, they always made their move only after thoroughly understanding their enemy and themselves. Their information about Sunset Forest and the Evil Tooth Tribe was still based on data from 6 months ago. All subsequent inferences were based on this erroneous intelligence. Damn it, Taram died a terrible death. It was the information gap that ruined him. Go down, Victor said calmly. Yushi breathed a sigh of relief and slowly retreated. He knew that the calmer the patriarch appeared, the stronger his anger was. But it seems I won't be torn to pieces by the enraged patriarch. In fact, Victor did not blame his intelligence agents. After all, no one would have thought that a forest troll tribe would need to go to such great lengths to reinvestigate it. You all have to help me kill this dragon this time. With your own strength and the entire foundation of your Walton family, killing a subadult black dragon shouldn't be too difficult, right? A huge figure appeared in the darkness. This is a giant monster that is 6 meters tall. For arms extended from the giant's towering body, which was covered in black spikes. Its bizarre and ferocious appearance marked its extraordinary nature. It is the most deceptive demon, the temptress. Tune yourself down. Victor frowned slightly as he looked at the other person. It wouldn't be good if others saw this. Heh. Mortals are always used to fantasy and hate reality. A mixture of wisdom and cruelty shone in the eyes of the seductress Keen. Its body slowly changed, transforming into a handsome middle-aged man with black robes and black hair. If you want our help, you'd better be prepared. Making a deal with the devil comes at a price. Keen chuckled. I know, but my requirement is that the black dragon must be killed without fail. Victor said calmly. Haha. Victor, you know what? I like people like you. Actually, I've always considered you a brother. Keen said warmly. Victor remained silent. He knew that believing even a single word from this demon, aside from the terms of the deal, would lead to utter ruin. Keen wasn't angry that Victor wasn't going to pay any more attention to him. Instead, it turned into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared from the spot. Victor sighed wearily as he looked at the spot where the other person had disappeared. Dealing with this kind of demon is exhausting. It's a double-edged sword. One wrong move and you'll be devoured, leaving not even bones behind. This seductive demon was a demon from the abyss that Victor had unintentionally summoned long ago using a summoning spell passed down in his family. The rise of the Vultan family was also inseparable from their dealings with seductive demons. Just when he thought he was about to achieve his goal, a black dragon interrupted all his plans. More importantly, Taram will never come back. Saron, who was researching new magic in the cave, suddenly had a bad feeling. Who the hell is cursing me? Saron muttered casually before continuing his study of magic. The spell model for this fire magic, Explosive Bullet, is really difficult to create. Explosive Bullet is an advanced version of Fireball. Saron had more magic power within him, and although Fireball was powerful, it was still a basic spell. Its destructive power is limited. Like last time, the Fireball spell on the digging bug might just tickle it and not cause any damage to its carapace. The Explosive Bullet is different. It not only gets hotter, but also has a more outstanding explosive effect, far surpassing the effect of the Fireball spell. I'm going to cultivate both magic and martial arts. I can't neglect magic. Saron sees himself as a mage, tank, warrior, and assassin all at once. Can fight and can run. As for things like biting off more than you can chew, Saron doesn't care. Anyway, there's enough time. It'll fall apart after a while of chewing. Chapter 49 Seeing Through. Explosive Flame Grenade. Saron cast a dragon language spell at the distant rocks. Bang bang. A deep red fireball, trailing a long flame, slammed into the large rock. The stone then shattered. The power is not bad. Saron nodded. He can now fire 7 or 8 of these explosive projectiles at once. This can provide considerable help. There hasn't been much progress in Earth attribute magic, because he didn't have many spell models. Saron looked toward the doorway, where Misa, dressed in a tight-fitting outfit, appeared. She was no longer wearing white pantyhose, but black pantyhose and a black leather skirt. He also had a pair of short swords made of magic iron that Saron had given him last time tucked into his waistband. Lord Saron. Misa bowed solemnly and said. Salon suddenly felt a little unaccustomed to the rabbit's serious art style. Misa, what's wrong? I'm going to kill the enemy. Misa said seriously, her little face beaming. You're going to kill the enemy? Who would send a rabbit to fight a war? Isn't this just delivering food? Misha, why do you want to go to war? Saron asked tactfully. Everyone else has their own things to do, but I can only study healing techniques every day, Misa said, her 2 rabbit ears drooping. But you've always done this before? Saron was a little speechless. Isn't this what priests do? It seems he's just bored. I want to make some changes. Actually, you don't need to change anything. Just like when you were in the orc tribe, everyone would come to you for treatment when they were injured. In fact, everyone has their own reason for being. Saron used some inspirational quotes from his past life to do some ideological work with Misa. These words are actually useless, but they sound very reasonable. Misa was successfully fooled. I understand, Lord Saron. Misa regained her confidence. Meanwhile, a strange forest troll appeared in the Evil Tooth tribe. Is this the Evil Tooth tribe? It's a bit primitive. The forest troll looked around and sneered. This is Keen. The location of the Evil Tooth tribe is no secret. Just as he was checking the surrounding information, a troll with a face full of scars walked over. Aguda, what are you doing wandering around here? Have you forgotten the rules? I've almost forgotten. It turns out that the forest troll they killed was named Aguda. This small valley is the dwelling place of the true dragon. No one except the guards designated by the leader can enter casually, including someone like me. A true dragon? Keen looked at the small valley beside him. This must be where the black dragon was hiding. I never expected that a subadult black dragon would actually be hiding in such a small tribe. The soul of a black dragon would be a good reward. How dare I provoke a true dragon? Keen feigned fear and quickly went outside. The scarred troll looked at his companion and felt that he seemed a bit strange today, but he didn't think much of it and left. Keen's figure reappeared after he left. His appearance gradually changed, eventually transforming him into the likeness of a scarred troll. They then headed into the valley. Let's go check the goods now. I hope I won't disappoint myself too much. Saron was having Misa clean his scales. He is thinking about where to get the next batch of ingredients, as the help he receives from the evil Tooth tribe is not as great as before. Moreover, what Saron most desires is an ingredient that can grant him special talents. Kindness. Suddenly, Saron sensed a strong heartbeat. He stood up and walked out of the cave, ignoring Misa's questioning gaze behind him. A forest troll warrior with a face full of scars walked towards them from afar. Saron didn't care about the other forest trolls. However, dragons have a memory that is not so simple. Saron clearly remembered that the forest troll had just been standing guard at the entrance. His heartbeat was deep and powerful, but the sound was different. Saron's eyes narrowed slightly. Lord True Dragon. Keen hadn't expected to run into this black dragon so unexpectedly. And why does this black dragon look so strange? Did you find Shadar when I asked you to? The atomic furnace inside Saron's body began to operate quietly. Keen became wary upon hearing this, and his mind raced. Lord True Dragon, you didn't send me to find Shadar, did you? At that very moment, Saron let out a piercing dragon roar. Keen felt a surge of magic within him. The scarred troll's body slowly twisted, and Keen's 6-meter-tall true form was revealed. How is that possible? Keen was completely bewildered at this point. Why did my conjured body become ineffective after the other party shouted at me like that? You should know that their ability to seduce illusions is far superior to ordinary polymorphism. This is their most powerful tactic. But before he could react, a blue mist-like breath sprayed directly onto his body. The intense heat caused Keen immense pain. Saron didn't give his opponent much time to react. After exhaling, it lunged forward. They grabbed the giant monster's body and began to tear it apart. The stone wall behind them was smashed to pieces by two enormous objects. With a single bite, Saron ripped off one of Keen's massive arms, along with half of his shoulder. He bit down on the other person's head. It was simply dodged. Keen felt this was the most bizarre battle he had ever experienced. He had too many questions, but no time to think about them, because he felt he might be bitten to death. Black Dragon, stop. Stop. I didn't come here to fight. But Saron paid no heed. With a single bite, half of Keen's head, along with one of his giant horns, was crushed to pieces by Saron. Keen roared a few times. A flash of blood appeared on his body. Then the enormous body quickly disappeared. Misa behind her and the forest troll beside her quickly stepped forward. Lord Saron, Saron stopped the two forest troll guards before they could say anything. Go find Shadar, tell them to come back, and abandon everything outside. Yes, your majesty, True Dragon. The two forest trolls hurriedly ran out, and seeing the half-head and the huge arm on the ground, they knew a storm was coming. Lord Saron, what was that just now? Misa looked into the distance, still shaken. That was a temptress, a very cunning demon. Saron recalled the appearance of the creature from just now. As one grows older, more and more memories inherited from the true dragon are unlocked. So the moment he saw what the guy looked like, he knew who he was. A seductive demon? Misa had never heard of such a demon before. Like a succubus, it corrupts living beings. But unlike succubi, who use trickery to arouse the lust and desires of some creatures and corrupt them, seductive demons are a different kind of seducer. Although it appears ferocious and beastly, the temptress is actually a master of deception and lies, and its greatest skill is using tricks to make creatures kill each other. They often use illusions to conceal their true nature, then stir up trouble in various places, making it impossible for ordinary creatures to distinguish them. We can only be manipulated by it. Misa found it hard to believe that the creature that had just been so powerful and ferocious was actually most skilled at scheming and plotting. Saron was pondering how that guy had suddenly disappeared. If it's the same teleportation scroll as the one used by Prince Ravel. The teleportation has a time limit, and he can interrupt it directly with a wild scream. However, there aren't many ways to teleport instantly like this. Chapter 50, A Cruel Deal. A burst of blood-red light suddenly appeared on an open space. A blood-soaked figure appeared in the crimson light. It was the seductive demon Jean from just now. Ha! Jean laughed in a grotesque manner. He ultimately escaped death. He certainly wouldn't be able to be teleported into the abyss like that demon. It was a teleportation spell he obtained from a Yogro demon at some price. This magic is engraved inside his body, but the conditions for teleportation are very demanding. It will instantly draw half of the magic power and blood from the body. Therefore, this kind of teleportation is destined not to be used many times. Just now, it wasn't just his blood. Jean felt that the demonic bloodline within him had also been greatly affected. That wasn't an ordinary black dragon. Even an adult black dragon couldn't compare to it. Jean, as a seductress, has been in the human world for an unknown amount of time. I do know something about dragons. He had witnessed a battle between a green dragon and a legendary dragon-slaying squad 10 years ago. The green dragon and the dragon-slaying team fought fiercely for more than half a month before the green dragon was finally killed. His treasure and corpse became spoils of war. However, the terrifying figure of that black dragon still made Jean feel extremely terrified. The most important thing is how you were discovered. The unknown is what makes people feel the most uncomfortable. The reason he has been able to thrive in the human world all these years is because of his innate illusionary abilities as a seducer. Jean felt he would never have peace of mind if he didn't find out the reason. Moreover, that black dragon's decisive nature was truly incredibly ferocious. He wasn't given any chance at all. And his strength. Aren't black dragons supposed to spew acid? What is that white, misty, high-temperature breath? I've never heard of a dragon breathing like that. Jean looked at his severely burned body. And then there's the black dragon's incredibly powerful body. All of this was difficult for Jean to understand. The seductive demon simply enjoys using schemes to harm others. But their combat strength is by no means inferior, okay? However, he was powerless to resist that guy and was simply tortured to death. Without that teleportation, I would have really died there. Moreover, this time they suffered a huge loss, and Victor will have to pay a heavy price. After thinking for a moment, Jean forced himself to endure the pain and began to heal his wounds. His burned skin and his severed arms slowly grew back. His body, which had been torn apart by Saron, slowly recovered. He appeared to be uninjured. Only Jean himself knew how serious his injuries were. I can only trade with those damned guys after this is all over. After doing all this, Jean transformed back into the handsome, black-haired middle-aged man he had been before. He started walking in one direction. More than an hour later, Jean stopped next to an open space. Suddenly, the open space changed. It became a large, heavily guarded camp. This is the Walton family's camp. After a while, Victor, the head of the Walton family, appeared here. Victor, clad in golden armor, stared intently at Jean. Have you found the black dragon? Victor asked. Of course, Jean said with a smile. Come in. Victor went in first. Jean glanced around at the Walton family members with interest, then casually followed them. Inside the tent, Victor listened to Jean's intelligence report. That's just an ordinary subadult black dragon, or it could be a hybrid of a red dragon. You don't need to worry too much, Jean said to Victor. If it's just an ordinary subadult black dragon, you should be able to handle it with your own methods, right? Victor suddenly said. Despite his discomfort, Jean smiled and said, the price I need to fight personally is something you can't afford. Victor paused for a moment, and then said nothing more. He brought 45 brutal holy shields with him this time, which is almost 80% of the family's stockpile over the years. Moreover, there were more than 800 soldiers, all of whom were elite troops, and some spellcasters. Unfortunately, due to their bloodline, the Walton family rarely produces high-level spellcasters. Recruiting high-level spellcasters is too costly, and they are not trustworthy. Victor stared at the seductive demon before him. Victor always had to carefully consider his words. Jean felt a little uncomfortable under Victor's gaze. He spoke directly. Pay me back what you owe me first, then we can talk about anything else. There's a village called Zeiss next to the city of Walton, with a population of about 6,000. I will announce to the world that the village has encountered a high-level magical beast. You can take those mortals at any time. You can do with their souls or bodies as you please. I will have the army cooperate with you, and no news will get out. Victor said ruthlessly, as if it were not more than 6,000 people, but more than 6,000 blades of grass. Tisk tisk tisk, you humans are really terrifying, selling so many of your own kind just like that. Jean couldn't help but mock. Victor, I've always said you have the potential to become a demon. Jean, we've been working together for a long time, and I hope we can be more sincere with each other. Victor ignored the other's sarcasm. He hadn't collected taxes from that village for 3 years, and it was constantly guarded by a powerful army. For the past 3 years, everyone in the village has been very happy. No one is starved to death. 3 years of happy life should be enough. Victor believed this was the mercy he was showing them. Fine, fine, whatever you want. Jean didn't say anything more. Victor sighed. Tarim, my brother. Don't worry. Our time has come. I won't let you down. Chapter 51 Horned Demon Idris. A few days later. Inside the cave, Saron looked down at the map before him. Standing before them were the goblin leader Vickers and the kobold Doug. Shadar and Winnie are also here. Lord Saron, the burrowing worms have dug a very long underground tunnel beneath our topaz vein. I sent some of my people to conduct an in-depth exploration, and they discovered that this tunnel should lead to the northern part of the Larkana Mountains. However, due to the complex environment inside the tunnel and the time constraints, the exploration was not complete. As he spoke, the goblin leader Vickers pointed to the map on the ground. He said. Saron lowered his head in thought. He discovered that long tunnel after killing the burrowing worm last time. He casually gave Vickers a heads up and then ignored it. But things seem to be a bit more complicated now. Salon looked at all his retinue. You should understand our current situation. That seductive demon is very likely related to the Valton family. It seems the enemy is very determined this time. As soon as Saron finished speaking, Shadar began to express his determination. Lord Saron, we forest trolls will fight those guys with all our might. Lord Saron, our people are few in number, but I have my own determination. When he said, she witnessed firsthand the changes that the black dragon under her nose had undergone in just a few months, which gave her great confidence in her future life. And even if another 10 or 20 years pass, she cannot imagine how powerful Saron will be. This may be the only chance for the Rose tribe. Moreover, that's her personality. Once she's made a choice, she won't easily change it. As long as we can get through the current difficulties. From then on, this will be the path to heaven for all members of the clan. She will absolutely not give up. Shadar, Winnie, you can take the elderly, weak, sick, disabled, and pregnant women from your respective tribes to that tunnel first. The rest of you, prepare for battle. Lord Saron, our entire forest troll tribe can become warriors to defend our homeland. I know your determination, but you must always be prepared for the worst. I hope you can leave a foundation for your tribe. Salon watched the group. He was speaking from the heart. After all, when things have reached a point where there's no way to change anything, he would definitely choose to save himself. He might abandon both Shadar and Winnie. Saron had a clear understanding of himself. He knew he had never been the kind of person to sacrifice himself for others, especially since in this life, he wasn't even human, and was the most selfish and self-serving of all the colorful dragons. At most, they will not be subjected to any humiliation, and they will definitely avenge them. Having enjoyed such a grand feast, he will eventually grow up and become an unparalleled being. Yes, sir. Shadar sighed inwardly. This time, things were truly dire. May Lord Saron lead them to continue creating miracles. Outside the evil Tooth tribe, a large, dark army of humans had gathered in a jungle. Behind Victor stood about 40 brutal shield members. This time, Victor didn't bring too many ordinary soldiers with him because there were some things that were not suitable for ordinary people to know. This is the evil Tooth tribe, and that black dragon is inside, Jean said, looking at the tribe in front of him. A cold glint flashed in Victor's eyes. How's the anti-air magic coming along? Victor, dressed in a dark red robe, looked at the spellcaster squad beside him. Lord Victor, the territory of the evil Tooth tribe is very large. If we were to set up an anti-flying spell over the entire area, it would inevitably alert the forest trolls inside, since they also have spellcasters. Furthermore, dragons are very sensitive to fluctuations in magical energy. The spellcaster said with some difficulty. You will spread out with the brutal shield and prepare anti-air magic around the evil Tooth tribe. I will attack the moment you are ready. Victor said nonchalantly. Jean, where's the helper I need? Victor looked at the seductress Jean beside him. The help will be here soon. Jean said nonchalantly. Black light began to appear in his hands. Then a black circular summoning circle appeared on the spot. Victor, this is the best service I can offer you in recognition of our years of business dealings. Jean said with a smile. Of course, even demons have emotions. He was so badly injured that he had to make that black dragon pay the price. However, I must ask Victor for more compensation. Victor, drip your blood into the summoning circle so that the contract can be established. Jean instructed. Without the slightest hesitation, Victor used his short sword to cut open his own finger. A drop of dark red blood immediately dripped into the summoning circle. Bang! As if the air itself had exploded, the magic circle grew larger and larger. Roar! A terrifying red figure emerged from the magic circle. a body over 7 meters tall. It has 2 black, streamlined horns on its head. It has a pair of huge wings and a whip-like tail covered with barbs. He also has a steel fork in his hand. I never expected it to be a horned demon. As a demon descendant, Victor naturally knew a lot about the various demons in the abyss. And the horned demon is one of them. Horned demons are the most outstanding flying units in the Hell Legion, and Idris is one of the best among them. You've hit the jackpot this time, Jean said calmly. Jean, you haven't settled the debt of the soul you promised me last time. The red figure looked at the seductive demon Jean beside him. Idris, it's been a long time. Don't worry, your employer now owns a vast territory, and he will grant all your requests. Jean said nonchalantly. Among demons, their currency isn't gold coins or anything like that. It's human currency. Their only currency is population, or you could say the soul of a living being. Moreover, only highly intelligent demons know how to use this currency. Those lowly cannon fodder who lack intelligence are a different story. The horned demon Idris looked at Victor based on the contract. He knew that this human must be his employer. Idris sniffed. You have the scent of hellish demons on you. Are you a demon descendant? Idris had lived for a very long time. He had naturally seen demons before, and the strong demonic aura emanating from Victor surprised him. Haha, Idris, Victor is no simple man. In a while, he'll be one of us. Jean said with a sly smile. Understood. Idris nodded. So what is the target this time? Idris didn't ask any further questions. The only connection between demons is self-interest. He didn't care about all that nonsense. He only wanted a share of the profits. This summoning is different from a normal summoning. A normal summoning wouldn't be able to bring him here. And a seductive demon like Jean, who has lived for an unknown amount of time, naturally has his own methods. Our target is a black dragon, Victor said, glancing at Idris. A black dragon? This battle should be very interesting. Idris also became interested. After all, it was his first time dealing with a chromatic dragon, and he was quite curious. Chapter 52 Clash of the Horned Demons. At this time, the Evil Tooth tribe had already entered a state of war preparedness. Lord Cerrone, there are many humans outside the tribe. Winnie appeared out of thin air. Cerrone opened his eyes and saw that the feast cooldown time on his panel had reached 0. His gaze instantly turned icy cold. Let's go then. At this moment, the horned demon Idris did not personally take action. He looked at the Evil Tooth tribe before him, his yellow eyes filled with murderous intent. His right claws were clenched tightly together, and he held the demonic steel fork high in his hand. Begin silently reciting the incantation in the language of the abyss. Suddenly, a scarlet demonic magic circle appeared behind him. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Countless tiny demons, each the size of a human head, began to fly towards the Evil Tooth tribe. Their eyes were filled with madness. They were densely packed, like an enormous swarm of bats. These are the cannon fodder at the very bottom of the abyss of hell, little devils. Now that a contract has been made, Idris intends to take it seriously. In the moment, the little devil swarm appeared above the Evil Tooth tribe. The protective magic circle of the Evil Tooth tribe was then activated. A deep blue light radiated, and some lesser demons were instantly split in two upon contact. But the little devils behind them still charged forward fearlessly. Cerrone looked at the countless little demons in the sky. It seems a rather powerful demon has been summoned. Because the lesser demons simply cannot withstand the consumption and pressure of crossing dimensions. Only a powerful demon could do this, so these lesser demons must have been brought here. Winnie, protect yourself, and Misa later. Cerrone glanced at Winnie and Misa behind him. Misa gripped the two short swords in her hands nervously. When Cerrone sent away those weak orcs, he wanted Misa to leave with him. But for some reason, she still didn't leave. Salon did not blame her. Lord Cerrone, I will protect Misa, Winnie said earnestly. Then let's begin. Cerrone's enormous figure began to emerge from the cave. At this moment, several enormous fireballs landed on the defensive magic circle, and the eerie blue light stirred up ripples. Chief Shadar, our magic crystals are running out too quickly, and we might not be able to hold on much longer, a female troll said anxiously, holding a staff. One of the secrets of the Evil Tooth tribe is this protective magic circle. That's why they've stood here all this time. However, activating the magic circle consumes too much magic power. The main problem is that we've been constantly under attack, and the magic crystals we've accumulated over the years won't last much longer. Use your magic to sustain yourself for now, Shadar said, adjusting his armor. His injuries from last time had only just fully healed. At that moment, a deep voice rang out. Shadar, Activate the magic circle in a moment. I will take the initiative to attack. If things don't go well, remember to preserve your forces and head to the Topaz Mine. Don't just throw your lives away. Saron appeared behind Shadar. Lord Saron. Shadar hurriedly bowed. Remember what I said. Saron glanced at Shadar and then flew into the sky. Shadar gritted his teeth and glanced at Saron's retreating figure. Activate the defensive array. Suddenly, a small gap appeared in the magic circle. Countless little demons rushed in. They collided with Saron, who had just taken to the skies. Saron completely ignored the lesser demons. I walked straight through them, although he did not intentionally engage in fighting. However, the dragon horns on his head and the spikes on his body still caused a shower of blood. A little demon had just climbed onto Saron and excitedly began to bite him with its teeth. Click! The little devil's teeth were all broken off instantly, and his mouth was covered in blood. Then it was pushed out by the little devils behind it. Saron paid no attention to the lesser demons. To him, they were merely tools for healing his injuries later. We can't kill him now. Black Dragon, you're quite amusing. At that moment, a gigantic figure appeared before Saron. It was the horned demon Idris. He looked at Saron with great interest. The dragons Idris had seen most often were metal dragons. But this was the first time I'd ever seen a black dragon. Abyssal horned demon. Saron sized up the other person. It seems this is the Walton family's trump card. Demons of this caliber are not something that can be summoned casually. Moreover, summoning is also very dangerous. The demons are truly unscrupulous. Kill him. Victor, who was in the distance, recognized Saron the moment he appeared. Horned demons possess simplified telepathy, allowing them to communicate with intelligent beings within a certain range. Therefore, Idris could hear Victor's voice. Without another word, he flapped his enormous wings and flew directly toward Saron. Idris was incredibly fast, reaching Saron in almost the blink of an eye. He swung his steel fork towards Saron's head. Saron dodged the attack with a nimble turn in midair. Impressive reaction speed. Idris exclaimed. Bang bang bang. Just then, several large red fireballs landed on Saron. It worked. It worked. A group of spellcasters on the ground exclaimed happily. After a massive flash of fire, Saron appeared in the air unharmed. Saron cast a brutal glance at the human spellcasters in the distance. It's rare to see demons and human spellcasters teaming up to fight a dragon. How is that possible? Several human spellcasters stared in disbelief at Saron's figure. They are high-level fire mages. Moreover, this is a black dragon, not a red dragon, so its resistance to fire is not very high. How could someone who took the combined attack of several of them head-on with the molten fireballs possibly emerge unscathed? Salon felt a warm sensation in his body, as if the atomic furnace inside his body was also absorbing the heat from his body's surface. This made him feel a sense of comfort. Forbidden air. At that moment, a transparent, net-like ripple swept across Saron's body. Suddenly, Saron felt that the magic within him could no longer aid him in flying. Anti-fly magic again. This anti-air magic is far more powerful than the one previously used by the Shadar tribe. As a result, Saron's body suddenly began to decline. Just as Saron descended, Idris, who was standing nearby, did not miss the opportunity. He threw the steel fork in his hand directly, aiming for Saron's head. He followed from behind. At this moment, Saron turned to look at the steel fork. The steel fork pierced Saron's mouth. Idris stopped. He hadn't expected the black dragon to be so foolish that it could be dealt with so easily. No, things aren't that simple. Click click. To Idris's astonishment, Saron devoured Idris's fork as easily as chewing a bone. The game has only just begun. After swallowing the steel fork, Saron stared at the horned demon before him with his crimson eyes. I wonder what the horned demon tastes like. Chapter 53 Overload. Idris felt a sudden tightness in his chest. He sensed that something was amiss. Boom. Saron's body slammed heavily onto the ground. The few soldiers Victor brought were instantly swept away by this behemoth. Some fearless individuals even attempted to pierce Saron's scales, which were harder than steel, with their spears. Saron swept the soldiers away as easily as a mortal swatting a mosquito, turning them into mincemeat. Charge them. Seeing this, Victor ordered the brutal shield beside him to surround them with weapons. Saron shook his head and stood up. This level of impact was nothing to him. With a casual swipe of his claw, Saron sent a soldier who was still screaming on the ground flying, then spread his wings and looked at the horned demon in the sky. A flash of red light appeared in Idris's hands, and a new trident appeared in his grasp. He's no little devil. though his opponent is more formidable than he imagined. With a flap of its wings, Idris swooped down, its massive size creating a suffocating pressure. The other spellcasters were also ready, their bodies flashing with magical light. The spellcasting materials in my hands were already prepared. We must ensure that this black dragon perishes here. Super weight technique. Saron felt his body suddenly become heavy, and at the same time the ground beneath his feet began to loosen. Quicksand technique. Several spellcasters jointly cast the intermediate earth magic spells Overweight and Quicksand. Because the dragons have such high magic resistance, they did not cast any offensive spells. Instead, they intended to take control of Saron. These two types of magic are often used to deal with large magical beasts. They believed that there was an anti-flying spell in the sky. And then there's the horned demon Idris attacking from the air. There are also powerful warriors like Brutal Shield on the ground. All they need to do is control the raging dragon, and everything will be settled. In the smoke and dust, only Saron's scarlet eyes could be seen. The brutal holy shields charged forward, wielding their great swords, showing no fear of the dragon before them. Saron looked at these guys who wanted nothing more than to devour him alive, and felt a sense of calm. He began to operate the atomic furnace within his body. And unlike before, he didn't prepare his breath this time. Instead, the atomic furnace operates continuously. A red glow emanated from his chest. Finally, it seemed to have reached a limit, and the golden threads on the surface of Saron's scales began to glow. The red patterns on the two dragon horns became increasingly bright. Roar! Saron appeared to have transformed into a dark golden dragon. This is one application of the atomic furnace that Salon experimented with. He called it an overload condition. In this state, Saron's attributes will be increased by almost 5 times. Defense, speed, and breath control will all be greatly enhanced. However, the atomic furnace must be restored for a period of time afterward. The enormous bat wings began to flap, and before the brutal shield could even get close to Saron, it was blown backward by the violent air currents. Bang bang. With the help of this power, Saron's entire body directly broke through the quicksand and supergravity spells. He recklessly charged straight ahead. The consequences of such a giant dragon rampaging are predictable, despite the brutal divine shield's constant attempts to attack Saron. However, their power is far too weak compared to Saron. Moreover, their greatswords were completely unable to penetrate Saron's body defenses. The brutal shield, struck by Saron, exploded like cans of tomatoes. His target is us spellcasters. Everyone be careful. One of the spellcasters suddenly spoke. Saron charged toward them with almost no attempt to conceal his intentions. The horned demon Idris paid no attention to the humans shouting and yelling. To him, these humans were no different from insects. So what if I die? The key is to complete your own transaction. This is the Devil's Code. Earth Wall Technique. Mud Swamp Technique. Ice Wall. In their haste, the spellcasters could only unleash a large number of basic spells in an attempt to stop Saron. But these are meaningless to Saron. They are no different from paper. The earthen wall collapsed, and the ice wall shattered. Saron finally charged up to the spellcasters. The group tried to escape, but Saron wasn't about to let them go. Its dragon claws reached forward. The spellcasters' fragile bodies were no match for Saron's attacks. Their magic shields were practically useless. Help! Damn dragon! Saron looked at the tiny humans in his claws and exerted all his strength. Instantly, countless bits of flesh burst from between its claws. Idris's yellow eyes lit up. His opportunity had arrived. The horned demon, wielding a trident, thrust it directly at Saron's neck. The trident was covered in a kind of aquamarine ripple. The trident's blade transformed into a gigantic sea monster's head, tearing at Saron. This trident is different from the previous one. This is the spoils he obtained while conquering a small sea creature plane. It is said to be the weapon of that sea tribe royal family. It has bonuses such as sharpness, armor penetration, and severe injury. He was confident he could pierce the black dragon's neck directly. Saron had just finished dealing with a few spellcasters when he looked up at Idris. Just then, Idris's trident pierced down. The trident pierced Saron's shoulder, but could not penetrate any further. How is that possible? Idris stared at Saron in disbelief. Saron had been charging up his power from high above, and yet, despite using such a powerful weapon, he hadn't managed to kill him with a single blow. It's my turn. A blue light began to emanate from Saron's throat. Idris instantly sensed something was wrong. He wanted to take back his weapon, the trident, but it was too late. Then, a dark blue breath shot out from Saron's mouth and struck Idris squarely. Idris felt an immense heat the moment he was hit head-on. He felt that the heat was even more terrifying than the hellfire he had experienced in the abyss. The red scales even melted. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Saron grabbed Idris's arms. The sharp dragon claws pierced Idris's body. Idris forcibly cast a spell in the language of the abyss. Demon sacrifice. The bodies of countless lesser demons still fighting on the battlefield began to wither. Vast numbers of deaths. Meanwhile, Idris's aura began to intensify. The injuries on his body began to heal steadily, and his muscles continued to grow. Black, demonic patterns began to appear on the surface of its body. Their size also began to increase, until it reached nearly 9 meters. Idris stared intently at Saron. His claws also grabbed Saron's arm. Black Dragon, don't underestimate me. Idris had gone somewhat mad at this point. He felt he had been cheated. What do you mean, just a subadult black dragon? Is that a black dragon? Isn't it said that black dragons are just large lizards that live in mud and only spew acid? The loss of so many little devils made him extremely distressed. It's important to know that imps capable of performing demonic sacrifice are not easy to raise. According to the terms of that contract, in human terms, he had lost a fortune this time. Even if we kill this black dragon and get another 5,000 souls, it would still be a huge loss. Chapter 54, Eating Alive. How could they actually push Idris to this point? The seductive demon Jean, who was watching from the sidelines, was quite surprised. I never expected that this black dragon had kept so many trump cards up its sleeve during our last battle. If he had fought me in this state last time, I would have died a pretty bad death. Teleportation might not even be possible. Truly a cunning chromatic dragon. Jean felt a chill run down his spine when he saw Idris's ferocious face and murderous eyes. It seems Idris has really messed things up this time. There may be no more opportunities to cooperate in the future. I originally thought it would be an easy thing to do. This would allow him to both avenge himself and complete his deal with Victor. This would also allow them to conveniently sell Idris some benefits, laying a solid foundation for future transactions. But all of that fell through. Victor, this black dragon's strength has far exceeded our expectations. You have to pay more, Jean said, looking at Victor beside him. This old guy is no simpleton either. Aside from sending his men to their deaths, he remained calm and collected. He didn't seem panicked at all. Our deal must abide by the contract. And wasn't it you who investigated the strength of this black dragon, Jean? Didn't you say that it was at most a hybrid of a black dragon and a red dragon? Am I mistaken? Victor said calmly. Jean was taken aback by the word you. I originally intended to trick Victor, but I ended up getting tricked myself. I won't give you even a single extra soul. Victor said. We cannot take whatever we want from these demons. Otherwise, what do you take him for, Victor? Soul-making machine? Hee hee. Victor sneered inwardly, looking at Idris, who was still fighting Saron in the distance. Go ahead and fight. It would be best to perish together with them, so that I could also obtain some pure demon materials. These foolish demons have such powerful bloodlines, yet they don't know how to use or develop them. They only know how to fight in such a simple and brutal way. The brutal shield, developed by his own family based on demonic bloodlines, is far more powerful than those of these low-level demons. Furthermore, Teram's and his own research on demonic bloodlines surpassed that of these guys. The seductive enchantress Jean could tell from Victor's appearance that the old man was up to no good. But it doesn't matter anymore. Their relationship was always one of mutual exploitation. Saron and the horned demon on the other side have already exchanged several blows. Horned demons are exceptionally difficult to deal with, especially with the added benefit of demon sacrifice. Not only has its strength increased significantly, but its defense and self-healing abilities are also exceptionally powerful. Saron had bitten off his arm several times, but the guy had managed to heal it each time. Even though Saron tore his throat once, he recovered. Saron wanted to kill this horned demon using the same method he had used to kill the burrowing worm. But horned demons and burrowing worms are different from those low IQ creatures. He didn't give Salon many chances. Salon pondered. This won't do. He can't maintain this overload state for long, although it seems the other person's state isn't going to last either. But he can't gamble. After all, there are still many enemies below. It can be restored, right? Let's see how awesome you are. The feast begins. Saron silently began the feast. Then, an intense feeling of hunger instantly swept through my body. The stench emanating from the demon beside them was no longer present. And it has an incredibly delicious aroma. Salmon involuntarily drooled. The horned demon Idris opposite him felt a chill run down his spine. This guy seems a little different. Saron bit Idris's arm again. Useless black dragon. I'll be able to do it soon enough. Before he could finish speaking, Saron tore off his arm and swallowed it whole. Teeth are the sharpest part of Saron's body. After all, you can't build a grand feast without a good set of teeth. Idris's relatively strong defense compared to other creatures means it's just a matter of a few more bites. Just as Idris's arm began to grow back, Saron bit down again. Damn it! The horned demon Idris was both shocked and furious. This black dragon actually wanted to eat him. Idris became furious. If you eat me, then I'll eat you too. Let's see who eats the fastest. Despite being a demon, Idris also possessed a madness deep within him. He bit down on Saron's arm as well. Click! It bit too hard. Idris had several teeth broken off. He felt as if he had bitten into divine iron. Seeing Saron's crazed state, Idris started to panic. He spread his wings and took flight. He even broke both of his own arms just to get rid of Saron. Idris flew into the sky and stared at Saron on the ground. They were plotting how to deal with this guy. Saron then ate Idris's arm whole. He watched as Idris in the sky began to slowly flap its wings. The fragrance was too enticing for the dragon. The anti-flying spell is still in effect. He can't fly. Jean watched as Saron flapped its wings. Idris's mode of flight is quite different from that of the true dragons in the material world. Therefore, it is not affected by anti-flying magic. But as Saron's bat wings began to flap incessantly, a fierce wind suddenly arose. And Saron actually took to the air. What? Jean stared at Saron as it ascended into the air, but there was no fluctuation of magic. Therefore, this black dragon flew entirely on its own. But how is that possible? Victor, standing to the side, also looked surprised. It actually took flight. Even if this black dragon's wings were much larger than those of other real dragons, it wouldn't be able to fly like that. Just like humans, you can't just put on wings and start flying. Even if it were possible, it would be gliding, not flying. There are many other factors to consider, including one's own weight. While they were pondering, Saron had already engaged Idris in battle again. This time, Saron held on to Idris tightly and wouldn't let go. His claws gripped the other person firmly. Then he began to gnaw on Idris's flesh, bite by bite. Is Lord Saron really that fierce? Shadar on the ground watched with fervor as Saron and that powerful enemy clashed in the sky. Shadar moved quickly. Winnie looked worriedly at the huge figure in the sky. Lord Saron is clearly in the lead. Why should we move? Shadar asked, puzzled. The human army didn't come much. Some of them were just dealt with by Saron. The spellcasters were almost completely wiped out. Moreover, Lord Saron gained the upper hand against that demon. Why evacuate at this time? Lord Saron told me privately that if he uses this ability, all the tribesmen must evacuate. Winnie said directly. Seeing that Shadar still didn't believe Winnie had taken a black dragon scale out of her magic device. This was specially given to Winnie by Salon. Shadar's expression turned serious upon seeing the dragon scales. Because Saron once said that the dragon scales were his only proof. All soldiers, evacuate. Shadar looked at Saron in the sky and said through gritted teeth. End of chapter 55. Black Dragon, what exactly do you want to do? Idris felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the black dragon with its crimson eyes. Is it I who am the demon, or is it this black dragon that is the demon? He had eaten some living things before, but this was the first time he had ever been eaten alive like this. Does this black dragon really want to devour itself whole? Saron didn't speak. His mouth was full of demon flesh and blood, and he had no time to pay attention to this guy. Because the time for overload mode is running out, we must hurry and finish the feast. At this moment, the horned demon Idris was in extreme distress. The black dragon in front of him had devoured countless parts of his flesh and blood, and he himself was also trying to eat the black dragon. However, his teeth are clearly not as good as others. He had to bite the dragon more than a dozen times before it broke its defenses, breaking many of his own teeth in the process. But during that time, the black dragon had already eaten more than a dozen pieces of his flesh. If it weren't for his ruthless nature as a born demon, any other creature would have collapsed long ago at the sight of being eaten alive like this. Never mind. Do you think I, the mighty abyss horned demon Idris, am afraid of you? If I can't eat your flesh, can't I at least drink your blood? I've heard that dragon blood is a great tonic, and that mortals in this world can become powerful dragon warriors by consuming the blood of giant dragons. I should be able to do it too. Idris started to get aggressive. Idris began to suck Saron's blood from the wound he had just inflicted. But smoke started coming out of Idris's mouth as soon as he took a puff. Cough, cough, cough. What is the blood of this black dragon made of? It's both hot and poisonous. Damn it. It's completely inedible. What kind of monster is this? Saron paid no attention to Idris's actions. Since the atomic furnace was invented, his blood no longer possessed the potent toxicity and astonishing heat of plutonium dragons. However, it is not comparable to ordinary creatures. Especially at this time, when it is still under overload, the blood is flowing with the radiant energy released from the atom furnace. Therefore, he didn't react much to Idris's attempt to eat his flesh and blood. What does it matter if the demon can eat it? The only concern is that the demon's stomach might not be able to handle it. Finally, Idris couldn't hold back any longer. If you can't beat them or defeat them, then there's nothing you can do. He extended his newly grown claws, a ruthless glint in his eyes, but instead of striking Saron, he swung them down at his own body. Idris severed his upper and lower body. The upper body consisted only of the head, a wing, an arm, and a few remaining fragments. Then a blood-red magic circle appeared behind Idris, and the remaining remains flew directly into the magic circle and disappeared without a trace. Well, Saron stared in astonishment at the demon's lower body that he was holding in his claws, then looked at the spot where Idris had disappeared. They just ran away? Driven by instinct, Saron then devoured the remaining remains of Idris. The seductive demon Jean on the ground was also dumbfounded. He looked left and right and took a few steps back. Only Victor remained standing, gazing at Saron in the sky. Saron had already devoured Idris's remains. At this point, his feast was 96% complete. On the ground, the seductive demon Jean had vanished without a trace the moment Idris chose to flee. Just kidding, his seduction skills are all about strategy, not fighting and killing. Once is enough, like last time. Victor, however, did not retreat. The black light in his eyes grew stronger. In the end, I still have to rely on myself. These hellish demons are unreliable. What kind of horned demon is this? It's more like a food demon. All it does is deliver meat to people. Saron looked down at the ground. The evil Tooth tribe was in complete disarray, with fires and ruins everywhere. The forest trolls have mostly left. Winnie also covered the last few orcs as they left the area. However, they encountered several brutal shield units blocking their way. Winnie's magic was almost completely depleted by the attack from the horde of imps. Misha, what are you doing? Winnie looked at the bunny girl anxiously. These topaz and refined magic iron are very important to Lord Saron, and must be taken away. Misa then stuffed the two magical artifacts into Winnie's arms. Winnie, take these with you. With your talent, these guys can't do anything to you. I'll cover you. Misa had never seen Saron eat topaz and magic iron. But she wasn't stupid. Every time Saron underwent metamorphosis, a large portion of the fell iron and topaz in the cave would disappear. Without these, Lord Salon's growth would be greatly affected. As for why she was willing to die for him, Misa was unsure. Perhaps it was a black dragon that brought him to the light during his most desperate moment in the slave-hunting group. Just as Winnie was about to make a difficult decision, Saron descended from the sky and took Winnie and Misa away one by one. Lord Saron. Winnie and Misa looked on with surprise. Saron ignored them. He casually bit the two brutal holy shields into his mouth, chewing as he flew, and finally swallowed them along with the armor and weapons with a flick of his throat. They then began flying north. Saron sensed that the overload was about to end. Seeing Winnie and Misa on the ground, as well as brutal shield beside them, Saron, driven by hunger, finished the last 2% of his feast. At this moment, he felt his body getting weaker and weaker. Looking at the human on the ground, Victor, he had a bad feeling. So instead of pressing their advantage, they chose to leave. Kindness. After Saron flew away, the black light in Victor's eyes slowly disappeared. Did he sense it? That shouldn't be happening. After flying for a while, Saron felt his condition getting worse and worse. The golden threads on the surface of his body gradually darkened, and his originally powerful aura subsided. Lord Saron, are you alright? Winnie asked cautiously. I'm fine. Saron looked down at the woods, wanting to find a safe place to finish the feast as soon as possible. Because the desire for evolution emanating from the very essence of life within the body could no longer be suppressed. A feeling of exhaustion slowly enveloped Saron's entire body. Looking at the river below him, he felt his eyelids growing heavier and heavier. At one point, Saron's wings stopped moving and he plummeted to the ground. Lord Saron. Before Winnie and Misa could react, a feeling of weightlessness suddenly washed over them. With a thud, Saron and two orcs crashed directly into an exceptionally turbulent river. Chapter 56 Awakening. In the dark space, Saron looked at his own body before him. It's that familiar evolutionary space again. Saron watched as his body slowly changed. Compared to the other feasts, the ingredients for this one were mostly demons. I wonder if any new talents will be generated. The main problem is that the horned demon doesn't seem to have any outstanding advantages. It is very strong, has sharp claws and teeth, and its defense is also quite good. These are good, but Saron is miles ahead of it in these aspects. And that powerful self-healing ability at the end doesn't seem to be his natural talent. It's a magical state, and this kind of feast is generally not inherited. However, it seems that he ultimately failed to find a safe place to carry out the feast transformation. But it's okay, he can sense that his body is safe now. He had had this information in his mind for a long time. If the body is injured, then the grand transformation will indeed be interrupted. However, Saron will also wake up before being harmed. There won't be any issues like going astray or becoming possessed. The trade-off is that the current feast level won't count, and there won't be any bonuses like health points. It's essentially like starting the feast progress all over again. Moreover, although body modification in the dark space seems to take very little time, the time outside and the time inside are actually not synchronized. Several hours may have passed inside, but several days may have passed outside. A few days later, Winnie slowly rose to the surface of the lake. She spat out a few mouthfuls of water, then looked around. Cats dislike water, but that doesn't mean they can't swim. Lord Saron, Misa, where are you? The river was very large and deep. Winnie roughly estimated that the river was over 300 meters deep. However, Saron was so large that it was impossible for him not to be seen after falling into the water. Winnie dived down, but found no trace of Salon and Misa. Winnie has been searching like this for the past few days. The river is not calm. It is home to many ferocious and monstrous creatures. Winnie's talents are not suited to playing in the water. Meanwhile, more than 5,000 meters away from Winnie, beneath the surface of a river, a massive black dragon, seemingly forged from black steel, was sleeping. It was as if it had lost all traces of life. A huge, ferocious crocodile was greedily eyeing the black dragon's body from a distance. The 12-meter-long body exuded a sense of oppression. This black dragon has been brought here by the water for a long time. This is the territory of this crocodile, the undisputed overlord of these waters. Although the black dragon remained motionless, the apex predator aura it unconsciously emitted upon its arrival nearly terrified the sauropod. It chose to flee immediately. However, after escaping for several hundred meters, it realized that the other party was not chasing it, so it stopped. After pondering for a moment with its limited intelligence, the Deinosuchus made a bold decision. It began to slowly, little by little, test the waters. 3 days later, the emperor crocodile finally approached the black dragon and found that the dragon was still motionless, just like before. This excited the sauropod. It instinctively sensed that even if it ate a piece of the other's flesh, a huge change would occur. The instinct of biological evolution compels it to slowly approach. Finally, it approached the black dragon's body. Seeing the opponent's claws, it planned to use its most proficient technique, the death roll, to dislocate one of the opponent's forearms. Finally, its sharp teeth bit into the other's forearm. Its body began to roll rapidly, but then a clicking sound followed. Blood flowed from the mouth of the sauropod. A dozen seconds later, immense pain instantly swept through the sauropod's nerves. Although it is a cold-blooded animal, it still experiences pain. Only its pain response is somewhat slowed down due to the influence of temperature. The Deinosuchus had all its teeth broken off. The immense pain and fear drove the sauropod to flee the waters in a frenzy, determined never to return. They disappeared in no time. All that remained were a pile of broken teeth. Salon's forearm was completely unharmed, without even a mark. After some time, a pair of scarlet eyes opened in the pitch-black riverbed. Upon waking, Saron sensed his current state. Its body seems to have grown even larger, now probably 14 meters long, and its strength has increased as well. Moreover, there are even more spikes on the back of the body. It slowly extends from the spine to both sides, and its body shape is completely unrelated to the black dragon except for its skin color. Saron began to check the panel. The information displayed on the panel was the most important. Saron, 350 health. Feast levels, 10. Feast cooldown, 13 days. Talent 1. Carnivore. You can restore health and energy by killing enemies. The amount restored is determined by the amount of health and energy the enemy has. Talent 2. Earth Magic Affinity. You possess powerful Earth Magic talent. Talent 3. Fire Magic Affinity. You possess powerful Fire Magic talent. Talent 4. Armor Penetration. Your claws and teeth will deal more damage to enemies. Talent 5, Wild Scream. Your roar will deal more damage to enemies and interrupt their spellcasting. Talent 6, Atomic Furnace. It can help your body absorb and convert more energy. Perhaps after reaching a certain level, you can try nuclear fusion within the atomic furnace. Talent 7, Vibration Perception. You can sense vibrations within a certain range, which greatly helps you pinpoint enemy locations. As your magic power increases, the range of your perception will also expand. Talent 8, Telepathy. You can communicate with any intelligent being, regardless of whether they can speak, and you can sense the emotions of all beings, both intelligent and non-intelligent. If your mind is strong enough, you can even vaguely sense the thoughts of some weaker beings. Did he actually develop a new talent? But the question is, does that horned demon have such talent? How could someone who looks so stupid have such talent? Saron couldn't quite understand it. Telepathy? That seems pretty awesome. After careful analysis, Saron realized that with this ability, he could communicate seamlessly with any living being. However, dragons are proficient in various common languages and can be considered language masters except for extremely obscure languages. Passing on memories is no joke. Sensing the emotions of living beings seems like a good approach, and it could be combined with vibration sensing for other uses. Furthermore, it also senses the thoughts of some weaker creatures at the very end. That's pretty impressive. Even though it was just a weak creature with a vague sense of perception, it was still quite powerful. This is mind reading, although it's far inferior to real mind reading. But Saron was still very happy. Looking around, he seemed to be underwater. But it seems like I've forgotten something. Saron looked down at his own claws. Where are my two huge animal-eared girls? Chapter 57 Searching. Lord Saron, Winnie, where are you? In a jungle, the bunny girl Misa hopped and skipped, looking at the distant scenery with a hint of helplessness. She called out weakly, her two rabbit ears drooping. But the jungle didn't respond to her at all, and Misa looked at the dark forest and felt a little scared. But he still gritted his teeth and slowly walked forward, leaving behind a long shadow. A dire wolf is eating its newly caught prey in the forest. Suddenly the sky seemed to darken, and a huge black figure flew over the forest. The dire wolf had no time to spare for its newly caught prey. They immediately began to flee in panic. The aura of someone at the top of the food chain was terrifying. Salong flew low in the air, looking at the water and the riverbanks on both sides. If it were when Saron was weaker, he certainly wouldn't have dared to fly so blatantly at low altitudes. Because there are many ferocious monsters on the ground, flying at such low altitudes is like delivering food to them. But now, wherever Saron has passed, whether in the forest or on the river, all the magical beasts and ferocious creatures have fled, not daring to linger for even a moment. His main purpose in doing this was to find Misa and Winnie. These two beast-eared girls are not only loyal, but also very precious. Because they were carrying magical artifacts containing all the magic iron, ore, and topaz mined during this period. Therefore, we must find it. The dragon had excellent eyesight, but just to be on the safe side, Saron chose to fly at a low altitude. This is because vibration sensing can detect specific vibration sources on the ground. Saron was already intimately familiar with the vibrational characteristics of Winnie and Misa. Therefore, Saron is equivalent to using all his perception abilities, including visual, auditory, and vibrational perception, to their limits. We will ensure that not a single trace is missed. He soon reaped the rewards. On the distant riverbank, Winnie was still anxiously searching for any possible traces. Her clothes were tattered and torn, making her look like a beggar. If the black film silk wasn't strong enough, then this is the scene that Saron saw at that moment. But finding it is a good thing. Saron slowly flew up above Winnie. Winnie looked up and saw Saron's enormous figure. Lord Saron. Winnie waved excitedly from below. Saron landed on the ground and looked at Winnie, who looked like a little kitten. Winnie ignored all of that and pounced on Saron, grabbing one of his hands. Saron grabbed her in his claws and then flew up. He is looking for another one. Misa isn't with you? Saron asked as he flew. I've been searching for Misa for a long time, but haven't been able to find her. The situation was too urgent when we fell into the water, and we used up too much of our magic and were severely lacking in strength. Otherwise, there would have been no way to separate us just from falling into the water. What Winnie didn't say was that Saron was so big that Winnie and Misa were separated the moment they fell into the water. Do you know where this place is? Salon looked down at the forest and river. There wasn't a single familiar place to be found. The river alone was at least 500 meters wide. Moreover, he had been flying north the whole time. The renovation of the banquet venue has been going on for many days. Who knows how far they've come? Winnie looked down at herself and shook her head. Lord Cerrone, I really don't know where I am, because there aren't many distinguishable objects here. Salon looked around and saw nothing but forests. He really had no idea where he was. Kindness. Winnie suddenly looked at the several strange magical beasts on the ground. Lord Cerrone, let's stop. Cerrone glanced at the 3 magical beasts on the ground. They seemed to be attacking a giant rhinoceros. These monsters looked somewhat like a hybrid of chickens, lizards, and bats. It was about the size of an ostrich that Cerrone had seen in his previous life, and at first glance it looked a bit like a wyvern. It's quite bizarre. They attacked the giant rhinoceros with agility, as if toying with it. The giant rhinoceros charged wildly, but to no avail. Several strange monsters would occasionally leave bloody wounds on its body with their beaks or claws. Cerrone swooped down and landed on the ground, but the monsters on the ground did not immediately flee upon seeing Cerrone. Instead, they flapped their wings frantically and charged straight at Cerrone, attempting to peck at it with their sharp beaks. This was the first time Cerrone had ever seen such a magical beast. He didn't seem to have any records of it in his inherited memories. Moreover, even without unleashing his dragon's might, the fearless nature of these magical beasts was still quite impressive. He pinned down a monster with one claw. He then spat acid at the other 2 monsters. Hiss hiss hiss. The 2 monsters were instantly drenched in acid, which quickly killed them. Looking at the monster Cerrone, who was still squealing and yelling under his paws, he squeezed it hard. The other party immediately became obedient. Lord Cerrone, this is a snake-chicken beast. A snake-chicken beast? Cerrone couldn't see any resemblance between this thing and a snake. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that their tongues were forked, just like snakes. What a strange creature. Lord Cerrone, the snake chickens are creatures unique to the Silminster Forest. They are ferocious and have the ability to petrify their opponents. If you are pecked by their beaks, that part will be temporarily petrified. Cerrone watched expressionlessly as the snake-chicken beast secretly pecked at his paw. Lord Cerrone, your magic resistance and mana are too abundant. Naturally, it cannot petrify you. When he explained, Cerrone picked up the snake-chicken beast with his mouth, chewed it, and swallowed it whole. It tastes awful. So you mean we're in the Silverminster Forest? Yes, Lord Cerrone. We are now quite far from the Evil Tooth tribe where we were before. When he said, that river must be the Surdas River. Now that the location was confirmed, Cerrone relaxed. He then continued flying along the riverbank with Winnie in tow. After flying for a while, Cerrone landed next to a grove of trees. Cerrone looked down at the thicket of trees. The thicket was quite ordinary. But the things hanging on it are not ordinary. It's a wisp of black membrane. It's Misa. Winnie also hurried over, grabbed the strand of black membrane, and smelled it. It smells like Misa, that's right. Did something happen to Misa? Winnie began to imagine things in a negative direction. Probably not. Cerrone sniffed around and found no smell of blood. Moreover, Misa's taste was very faint, indicating that she probably didn't stay here for long. Let's search further in, Cerrone said, looking at the boundless sea of trees. This forest is full of giant trees that are over 100 meters tall, and some are even over 200 meters tall. This makes Cerrone's figure appear less enormous. Cerrone also began to be careful. This Silverminster Forest is teeming with magical beasts and ferocious creatures, and offers a wide variety of food options. Such fertile forests usually have owners, and it's unknown what kind of magical beasts might inhabit this place. Chapter 58: Blue-Footed Dragon and Snake. Cerrone and Winnie traveled through the forest for a long time, but still couldn't find Misa. Cerrone didn't really like forests. Such places weren't suitable for his enormous wings. Flying feels a bit restrictive. Only the not-so-wide wings of the green dragon are best suited for living in this kind of forest. This can't go on. We need to find a way to go. Cerrone was getting a little annoyed. At that moment, Cerrone sensed a strange source of vibration. Cerrone turned his gaze into the distance without making a sound. There was a monster there constantly rubbing against the tree trunk. It's like scratching an itch with a tree trunk. This monster is one of the monsters that Cerrone is quite familiar with, the Earth-Shatter Bear. He remembered that the paws of the earth-splitting bear were very bouncy. And this guy also gave himself a talent. Cerrone still has a deep memory of the Earth-Shatter Bear. And if he remembers correctly, this kind of magical beast is intelligent. The Earth-Splitter Bear, who was happily scratching its itch, suddenly sensed something was wrong. Turning his head, he saw a colossal black dragon staring at him with scarlet eyes in the distance. The saliva at the corners of their mouths had corroded the ground clean. A strong sense of fear immediately surged up to the top of the earth-splitting bear's head. It tried to escape, but the powerful dragon's might enveloped it directly. The earth shaker stood upright and roared at Saron. However, there was something about that roar that sounded a bit like a show of bravado masking underlying weakness. Tisk tisk tisk. Saron, however, felt quite pleased. Back then, I struggled so much even to defeat an injured earth shaker. But now, adult earth shakers would rather tuck their tails between their legs and run away than face themselves. This gave him the feeling that fortunes change every 30 years. No, it should be a few months east of the river, a few months west of the river. Saron approached the earth-shattering bear step by step. He tried to be as amiable as possible. However, his ferocious expression made the earth-splitter bear's fur stand on end. "Hello, little one." A voice suddenly echoed in the mind of the earth-splitting bear. It looked around but couldn't find the source of the sound. "Stop looking, I'm right in front of you," Saron suggested. He knew this creature possessed a certain level of intelligence, so he communicated with it directly using telepathy. The earth shaker patted its head with its paw and stared blankly at Saron. "It's me." Saron gave an affirmative answer. The earth-splitter bear remained very wary, and he began to roar slowly. "You're a dragon, you're powerful, so I'll leave." Saron heard some intermittent sounds. That's a pretty clear line of thinking. No, you can't leave yet. I have some questions for you." Of course, Saron wasn't going to let him go. "Have you ever seen a rabbit-like orc?" "A rabbit? A half-orc?" The earth-splitter bear expressed its incomprehension. "Winnie, I remember you have a portrait of Misa, right? Take it out," Saron said, looking at Winnie who was standing next to him with a blank expression. After all, in Winnie's eyes, it was Saron staring at Earthshaker, and Earthshaker occasionally roaring. Oh. Winnie took out a piece of animal skin from her person, on which was a portrait of Misa. Although it was very rough, it was still somewhat recognizable. Saron placed the animal hide in front of the Earthshatter bear and began to question him. "This is the creature. Have you seen it before?" This time, however, a glint appeared in the eyes of the Earth-splitter bear. "I saw her. She went to a cave where dangerous and powerful creatures reside." The Earth-splitter bear turned its head to look in one direction. This time, Saron understood what it meant. Misa went to a dangerous place that even the Earth-splitter bear dared not go. "There is a cave there. It's dangerous inside the cave." "Okay, thanks, Xiong'er." Saron stretched out his dragon claw, patted the Earthshaker's head, and left. "I was thinking of having an extra meal." However, seeing that the guy seemed somewhat simple-minded, they let him go. After all, such an interesting creature is quite fascinating. "Winnie, let's go." Misa went there. Saron grabbed the still-shocked Winnie and flew towards the place the Earthshaker was pointing to. The Earth-splitter bear, which remained standing, paused for a moment, then took off running far away. "This place is too scary. We need to stay far away from it." After flying several thousand meters, Saron finally saw a deep cave. The cave entrance is very large, about 40 meters high. Saron can enter very easily. "Lord Saron, I'll go in and check the situation first," Winnie said, looking into the dark cave. "No need. You hide at the cave entrance. I'll go in myself." After looking around the cave, Saron slowly walked inside. He seemed to smell a scent that he found repulsive. But he had never smelled this scent before. Saron did not fly because, although the cave was quite large, it was still a bit small compared to his wingspan of nearly 40 meters. In the pitch-black space, Saron's crimson eyes surveyed everything around him. What is pitch black to humans is not much different from daytime to a true dragon. Just then, Saron sensed a very peculiar source of vibration. Although the other party tried their best to hide it, he still found out everything clearly. The other party had already reached the cave above his head. Is this a plan to launch a sneak attack? Saron continued forward without making a sound. Just then, rumble. A gigantic figure lunged at Saron. Saron quickly turned around and collided with his opponent. Bang bang bang. Saron rolled around in a ball with the attacking creature. Then Saron tore it open with force, leaving several deep wounds on his opponent's body. Saron then leaped to the side, separating himself from the creature that had tried to entangle him. Saron also saw clearly what kind of creature attacked him. Its appearance is similar to a combination of a centipede and a crocodile, but it also looks a bit like a python. It has a pair of black, pointed horns on its head. The teeth in his mouth were unusually sharp. It has 6 pairs of short legs on each side of its body. Its body is covered with many tiny scales, and its outer skin seems to be made entirely of scales. Its outer skin ranges from cyan to dark blue, gradually transitioning to a light blue on its belly. azure-footed dragon, and snake. Saron gazed at the 40-meter-long body of the other and spoke slowly. This is a kind of creature in the transmission of memory. The blue-legged dragon serpent in front of them continued to roar at Saron. Its eyes were filled with hatred. Black dragon, how dare you trespass into my territory? It spoke pure dragon language. There was no surprise at all that the other party spoke the dragon language, Saron. Chapter 59 Killing. The name, blue-footed dragon snake, might not sound very familiar. But it has a famous title, the enemy of the dragon. The origin of the blue-footed dragon snake is very ancient, dating back to a distant ancient time. Giants and dragons were engaged in an endless war, though both sides eventually forgot why they were fighting in the first place. The giants put in a lot of effort to win the war against the dragons. They studied many weapons of war. The first azure-footed dragon serpent was created by the storm giants under these conditions as a weapon of war. Thus, the blue-footed dragon serpent took root completely in the material world. Although the large-scale war between giants and dragons ended a long time ago. However, the azure-footed dragon snake clan still harbors hatred towards the dragon clan. They never nest in areas where dragons inhabit. If a dragon attempts to build a nest within dozens of miles of the green-footed dragon snake's lair, the green-footed dragon snake will have to go and kill or drive it away. Only when the dragon becomes too powerful to fight will the azure-footed dragon snake give up and travel far away to find a new nesting place. Saron watched as the blue-footed dragon serpent crawled effortlessly across the cave floor and walls. It seems having more legs does have its advantages. Your territory? This land is registered in your name? Saron looked at the guy and said, despite being much larger than himself. But Saron was not afraid of it. The blue-footed dragon snake crawled forward on the ground and walls. Its eyes were fixed on Saron. In this cave, the blue-footed serpent believed it had gained an absolute advantage. This black dragon is definitely no match for me. After all, it is a cave predator that strikes fear into the hearts of many. But it couldn't understand why its sneak attack had failed, even though it hadn't made a sound. But it doesn't matter anymore. This dragon must die. It's a hatred etched into its genes, even though it doesn't know why it hates the other party. The azure-footed dragon serpent opened its massive maw and spat out a bolt of blue lightning towards Saron. The azure-legged dragon serpent, which could be used by storm giants as a weapon of war against dragons, must be quite powerful. The storm giant even designed a lightning breath for the blue-footed dragon serpent, mimicking the breath of a giant dragon. Its lightning breath can incinerate most living things. Although Saron was very confident in its defense, it didn't want to take a breath attack for no reason. Roar! Saron let out a terrified scream at the blue-footed dragon serpent. The azure-footed dragon serpent's breath, which it had just exhaled halfway, became somewhat unsteady. Saron unleashed the heat rays he had prepared long ago. The blue and white breath directly dispersed the blue lightning breath that the azure-footed dragon serpent had stalled on. The azure-footed dragon snake retracted its 12 short legs. It then twists and moves rapidly like a snake. However, Saron's breath still struck its tail. Roar! The azure-footed dragon snake let out an angry roar. In fact, this injury is nothing for the blue-footed dragon snake, because it is large enough. However, this blue-footed dragon snake has been guarding this place for some reason, and no creature has been able to injure it like this over the years. After a series of serpentine maneuvers, the blue-footed dragon serpent completely surrounded Saron. Saron nodded to himself as he looked at the charred marks on the other's body. It seemed that this guy had pretty high resistance. He sniffed hard. It seemed to smell like Misa. The azure-footed dragon serpent, however, was unimpressed by the black dragon before it. It intended to strangle the black dragon before it. Because over a long period of time, it has also encountered creatures more powerful than itself. But even creatures stronger than it will be strangled and swallowed alive. The black dragon before us will be no exception. I've already eaten 3 giant bats, 6 cavemen, and 2 giant rhinoceroses today, but it's alright. I think my stomach can still fit you. This black dragon. Are you done talking? If you are, then go die. A golden light flashed across Saron's body as he entered an overload state. Now that Misa's trail had been found, he didn't intend to waste any more time with this blue-legged dragon serpent. The golden light shone brightly in the dark cave. This overload condition is even more severe than before. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the blue-footed dragon snake forcefully coiled around Saron. It was confident that as long as it entangled its opponent, no matter how powerful the opponent was, it would be crushed by its immense power. What? After entering overload state, Saron plunged his claws into his opponent's body, and then it took a bite out of it. This time, the powerful defense of the azure-footed dragon serpent did not play its due role. Saron's sharp teeth shattered the scales on the body of the blue-footed dragon serpent. It pierced deep into its flesh. Your internal organs seem quite soft. With a forceful tug, Saron tore off a large chunk of flesh and swallowed it. With the added armor-piercing ability, Saron's claws are incredibly sharp, especially under overload conditions. The painful hiss of the blue-footed dragon serpent echoed throughout the cave. It used its sharp claws and huge canines to try to inflict some damage on Saron. However, under such strangulation, Saron's body only had some tiny marks. Saron continued to bite, and in this situation, it has to be said that having good teeth is very important. Saron felt as if he had bitten into a hard object. He knew this must be the spine of the blue-footed dragon serpent. Click click. A sickening cracking sound came from the cave, and the hindquarters of the green-footed dragon serpent slowly went limp. It was no longer able to entangle. The azure-footed dragon serpent did not give up. Lightning seemed to be flashing incessantly in its eyes. Blue arcs of electricity pulsed deep within his throat. A bolt of lightning, even more powerful, thicker, and sharper than before, enveloped Saron's entire head. Saron closed his eyes. He felt a tingling, numb sensation in his head, as if he were being pricked with needles, but other than that, he didn't feel anything special. The intense heat accompanying the lightning breath was negligible to Saron at this moment. He even felt warm and cozy. Seeing this, Saron retaliated by unleashing a heat ray breath. Before the azure dragon snake could react, it sprayed the other party's face with water. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Saron pounced on its opponent, opened its huge mouth, and bit the throat of the blue-footed dragon serpent, ignoring the other party's desperate struggle. 7 or 8 minutes later, Saron finally felt the healing effects of the carnivore's talent on his injuries and magic. Only then, confirming that the other party was completely dead, did they release the enormous body of the azure-footed dragon serpent. Lord Saron. Winnie's figure emerged from the air beside her. Winnie swallowed hard as she looked at the corpse of the blue-legged dragon serpent, which was more than twice the size of Saron. Go check this cave and see if Misa is there. Saron twisted his neck and said. He found himself becoming increasingly accustomed to overload conditions. Moreover, this time it can last for more than twice as long as last time. Yes, Lord Saron. Winnie began to carefully inspect the entire cave. Saron looked at the cave. He felt this place was pretty good. If there aren't too many problems, he plans to make this cave his new home. Moreover, the corpse of the green-footed dragon serpent cannot be wasted. This guy is definitely good enough for a feast. Chapter 60 Joie. Lord Saron, I have not found any trace of Misa in this cave. A dozen minutes later, Winnie ran up to Salon and said. Winnie was getting a little anxious. Misa wasn't very bright. What if something bad happened to her? I just smelled Misa's scent. She was here. In fact, Saron already had serious doubts about Misa's safety. He felt it was a miracle that a rabbit could survive in such a dangerous environment. However, at least Misa carried so many resources with her and cleaned her scales so many times. Saron still wants to find her within his capabilities. He began casting the earth-based reconnaissance spell, Earth Pulse. They also turned the vibration sensor up to its limit in an attempt to find some clues. After exploring the cave, Saron finally made some discoveries. He came to a narrow crevice, where he could also smell Misa. Then, with a paw, it dug away the nearby rubble, revealing a huge hole hidden below. This is already the deepest part of the cave. Salon looked at the cave entrance thoughtfully. With his current eyesight, he couldn't even see the bottom of the hole. It seems to lead all the way down into the ground. Moreover, this was clearly intentionally hidden. It seems to be closely related to that blue-footed dragon snake. It's a pity that the guy is already dead, otherwise we might have been able to get some useful clues. Looking at the cave entrance, Saron said to Winnie beside him, Keep an eye on this entrance, and let me know immediately if anything happens. At this moment, Winnie was like a kitten, constantly sniffing the surrounding stones. Yes, Lord Saron. Winnie snapped out of her daze. Saron glanced at her, then turned and left. He currently only has Winnie as a subordinate he can command, which makes Saron somewhat nostalgic for his previous life in the Evil Tooth tribe. Just tell someone what to do. It seems we should try to find Shadar and the others if we get the chance. Furthermore, they also need to recruit some new members. Saron thought of the silly bear outside. It was a bit silly, but it was much better than other magical beasts. Although adult Earthshatter bears are now insignificant compared to Saron. However, Its combat power is quite formidable. Since I've already named him Xiong, there shouldn't be any problem with him working for me for life. At the same time, a large bear that was scratching itself under a big tree yawned. It felt that it must have been stung in the nose by disturbing a beehive yesterday, and it hadn't recovered yet. I shook my head and started rubbing myself to relieve the itch. Ah, it feels so good. Saron glanced at the panel. The feast cooldown was still 5 days away. Saron arrived at an open space inside a cave. There are scattered armor and weapons everywhere. There are also skulls of humans and other creatures. It seems this is where that blue-footed dragon snake keeps its collection. Those unfortunate human adventurers were probably all eaten, leaving only these as precious collectibles for the bored blue-legged dragon serpent. Saron looked at the armor and weapons. The quality is acceptable, but that's about it. It can barely serve as a supplementary food. The main course still has to be that blue-footed dragon snake. Misa felt she had never been so unlucky. I was originally hoping to find Lord Salon and Winnie. But unexpectedly, they entered the cave of an unknown monster. Fortunately, the monster seemed to be asleep. In her panic, she didn't even know where she had run off to. But as Misa walked along, she realized she was lost. As a result, he fell into a huge cave and was almost eaten by a strange lizard before he could even recover. Fortunately, the woman in black robes in front of her saved her. Thank you for saving me. Misa patted her chest, still shaken. He spoke to the figure hidden beneath the black robe beside him. Don't mention it. What kind of creature are you? I don't think I've ever seen you in the dark abyss before. The man in the black robe took off his hat and asked in confusion. Misa exclaimed in surprise after seeing clearly. You're a drow elf. This is a female elf with blue skin. Pointy ears, long white hair reaching her waist, blue eyes, and a slender figure. In addition, her three-dimensional and delicate features make her look very beautiful. I am a drow elf. You can call me Maya. The drow elf Maya said nonchalantly. My name is Misa, and I come from the Rose. Oh no, I should say the Evil Tooth tribe. I'm a half-orc. Misa twitched her 2 rabbit ears. Where you from? Maya reached out and curiously pinched Misa's rabbit ears. Then he touched his pointed ears, looking quite lively. However, Misa was a little unfamiliar with this kind of enthusiastic approach. She shrank back and whispered, I don't know either. I was running and I just ended up here. Then you're really unlucky. Maya shook her head. She felt that the little white rabbit probably wouldn't live more than a few days. Maya, don't you drow elves only live in the underground world? Misa suddenly had a bad feeling. This is the Underdark, the underground world you mentioned. Maya said, adjusting her crossbow. This is the underground world. Misa was completely dumbfounded. Had she really ended up in the underground world? Isn't it said that the entrance to the underground world is very difficult to find? How did she get in? Now that she's here, will Lord Saron and Winnie still be able to find her? The drow elf Maya sized up Misa, wondering about the orc's background and whether she could be of any use to her. For days later, Saron looked at the body of the blue-footed dragon serpent before him. This guy's body is just too big. The feast begins. Sure enough, the strongest fragrance came from the blue-footed dragon and snake in front of them, while the fragrance from the weapons and armor was very limited. This indicates that its quality is not high. Salon was not discouraged that he hadn't gotten a bargain. He began to devour the enormous body of the blue-legged dragon serpent. Salon ate very cleanly. Not a single piece of meat, bone, or scales is wasted. Saron devoured all the armor, long swords, short swords, and crossbows on the ground without missing a single one. A few minutes later, the enormous body of the azure-footed dragon serpent had disappeared. Anyone who saw this scene would be absolutely stunned. Because Saron ate food that was 4 times the size of his own body. Even a dragon with its powerful stomach cannot eat this much in a short period of time. Saron soon fell into a deep sleep, awaiting the transformation of the grand feast. Chapter 61 Lightning Breath and Xiong. 2 days later, Saron awoke from his slumber in the cave of the former blue-footed dragon serpent. Salon stretched his body. Saron is now nearly 15 meters long, which is definitely the size of an adult dragon. Saron opened his mouth and touched his teeth with his paw. He discovered that he had an extra row of teeth after his dental work. It's right behind the original tooth. Saron smacked his lips. Now he had no idea how powerful his bite force was. However, a good set of teeth is still very important for a qualified foodie. Furthermore, teeth are also a very powerful attack method for Saron. Saron flapped his wings and looked at the panel. Saron, 380 health. Feast levels, 11. Feast cooldown, 8 days. Talent 1, Carnivore. Talent 2, Earth Magic Elemental Affinity. Talent 3, Fire Magic Elemental Affinity. Talent 4, Armor Penetration. Talent 5, Wild Scream. Talent 6, Atomic Furnace. Talent 7, Vibration Perception. Talent 8, Telepathy. Talent 9, Lightning Breath. You can release your body's bioelectricity through a unique reflex organ. The power of this breath depends on the magnitude of the bioelectricity, and the current will also cause a paralyzing effect on your opponents. Lightning Breath. Salon began to sense the new vomiting organs within his body. When Saron was undergoing the transformation, he discovered that new organs were forming inside his body, which turned out to be a spitting organ. This new ejection organ is located next to the acid sac cavity. It feels a bit strange. Without much thought, Saron began unleashing his lightning breath. The organs transformed by the feast looked perfectly natural. Suddenly, a feeling I had never experienced before surged through my body. Sizzle. A thick, cone-shaped bolt of blue electricity shot out from Saron's mouth and struck the stone wall in front of him. The stone wall immediately shattered, revealing a large hole. Salon stopped and walked closer to examine the stone wall. The surface is covered with marks from high-temperature burning, and the paralyzing effect has not yet been verified by Saron. However, this power is already quite impressive, almost comparable to the power of a normal heat ray. Moreover, it seems to have some kind of penetrability. Suddenly, Saron's eyes lit up. He seems to have just discovered another problem. The energy from the body's atomic furnace appears to be able to pass through this newly added spewing organ. Salon knew what this meant. This shows that heat rays can be superimposed with lightning breath. One breath attack is already powerful enough. If these two breath attacks were combined, even Saron himself couldn't imagine the power. This is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Salon began experimenting with feeding energy from the atomic furnace into the new ejector organs. Suddenly, golden lightning seemed to flash in Saron's eyes. Boom! A thick, golden beam of energy shot out directly from Saron's mouth. The rocks in front of him first shattered and then melted, and in less than a breath, Saron carved out a bottomless passage in front of him. Saron himself was stunned. This is fucking awesome. What happened? Did the earth shake? Winnie, who was guarding the tunnel, was caught off guard and landed on her butt. She immediately lost her temper. Then he carefully looked at the bottomless tunnel. Winnie, what are you doing? The sudden appearance of Salon startled Winnie. Lord Saron. Just now. Winnie calmed herself down. I tested out a new attack method. Saron explained casually. Saron was in a very good mood after receiving this powerful breath. Oh. However, Winnie's attention was no longer on the tremor. Her entire focus was now on Salon's body. Because she discovered that Saron had grown bigger again. As before, the growth rate is exceptionally rapid. Is Lord Saron's black dragon truly a dragon in the real sense? Winnie was lost in thought. We'll go down from here to look for Misa later, Saron said. Now, Winnie asked excitedly. She couldn't wait to go see her best friend. We need to find someone to guard this cave first, Saron said. Although the cave is in a very dangerous location, it is still discovered by some creatures. Help her. An hour later, to Winnie's astonishment, Saron flew into the cave with a bruised and battered earth shaker. Winnie recognized it as the same earth shaker that had shown them the way before, though it had gotten much fatter. Bang bang bang. The earth shaker was roughly thrown to the ground by Saron and rolled a few times. The loud noise made Winnie feel pain. Bear 2, you'll be living here from now on, understand? Saron said kindly to the earth splitter bear he named Bear 2 through telepathy. Feeling uncomfortable all over, the earth-splitting bear whimpered a few times in grievance. Stay, the earth-splitter bear growled softly. Idiot, you can treat this place as your own territory, Saron said, slapping the earth-shaker's head in exasperation. The monsters around him were either too weak to communicate telepathically or too low for Saron to notice. Clear. The earth-shaker looked around at its surroundings, then at Saron and itself. He uttered those two words haltingly. Yes, Xiong Air is quite clever. Saron was starting to miss Shatter and his companions. The forest trolls were far too clever for these guys. Lord Saron, how did you tame it? Winnie asked curiously. It's well known that the Earth Shaker is notoriously irritable and short-tempered, and even young Earth Shakers are impossible to tame, let alone adults. Even when facing creatures far stronger than themselves in dire circumstances, they will fight to the death. I only took it clubbing a few times. Salon looked at Winnie with ill intent. Would you like to give it a try? No, thank you. Winnie quickly shook her head. This doesn't sound like a good thing. Saron felt a great sense of accomplishment. At first, Xiong was indeed willing to die rather than comply. Even after being soundly beaten by Saron, he wouldn't back down. Still enraged, he attempted to attack Saron. However, Saron grabbed him and lifted him to a height of 500 meters above the ground. Then it released its paws and gave Xiong a free fall. Just as it was about to be smashed into a bloody pulp, Saron caught it again with his superb flying skills. Then increased the height and let it fall freely. From 500 meters to 1,000 meters, and then 1,500 meters. But Xiong gave up when he reached the 4,000 meter mark. It vaguely indicated that it would do whatever Saron wanted, even kill it and devour it alive. Just let it return to the ground. Looking at the dark cave entrance, Salon thought, now that we have Xiong guarding the entrance, it's time to go down and investigate. Chapter 62, Petrified Lizard. Lord Saron, shall we break through this hole? Winnie asked. After all, Saron's enormous size seemed too large to fit through the cave entrance. Need not. Salon knew that the opening was somewhat cone-shaped, with a small opening and a large bottom. He didn't intend to damage this natural protection. After all, who knew what was underneath? Transfiguration. In a burst of black light, Saron transformed into a dragon man who was 2.7 meters tall. Saron frowned. It seemed that as feast size increased, it was becoming increasingly difficult to maintain the transfiguration. I remember the last time he used the transformation spell. He transformed into a 2.6 meter tall dragon man. This time it's 2.7 meters tall, and its appearance is even more ferocious. Lord Saron, this. Winnie stared at Salon with her mouth agape. Although I had heard long ago that real dragons could transform, but when she actually saw it, she realized how incredible it all was. Such a large size has become so small. Saron scratched his dragon horns, looking rather uncomfortable. Logically, having been human in his previous life, he should be more adapted to the human form, but Saron felt a little awkward. He didn't say anything more, and amidst Winnie's gasp, he stepped forward, hugged her, and placed her in his arms. Winnie is only about 1.6 meters tall, and when Salon hugs her, it feels like he's really hugging a kitten. The soft sensation was very pleasing to him, and he suppressed the urge to take her right there, and then, calming himself down. Salon felt this was unsafe. Having both hands occupied was dangerous in case of an emergency. He simply supported Winnie's body with one hand. Then it spread its wings and jumped down into the dark cave. The deeper you go, the more you realize that this place is truly bottomless. After descending approximately 1,000 meters, Saron finally touched the ground. Winnie felt her heart race. She glanced cautiously at Salon beside her. Salon looked around at the surrounding environment. There are many blue, glowing plants here, though not as bright as those on the ground. But it can still illuminate some areas. However, this is not so friendly to creatures with poor eyesight. Salon suddenly discovered some petrified animal remains on the spot. He stopped abruptly just as he was about to examine it more closely. Kindness. On one of the wreckages, he found a strand of black silk. He brought it to his nose and smelled it. It was Misa's scent. At that moment, Saron felt a source of vibration that seemed to be approaching the two of them. Winnie, standing to the side, was completely unaware, but her cat ears were still perked up, listening intently to the sounds around her. Saron wrapped his arms around Winnie's waist, and with a slight flap of his dragon wings, he instantly took flight. A hideous head emerged from beneath the ground where Saron had just left. A body as large as an elephant, dark blue skin, and blue eyes. It also has red spikes covering its back, and 8 legs with strong claws extending from them. And his mouth full of sharp teeth indicated that this guy was not to be trifled with. Roar. Petrifying lizard. Saron recognized the monster before him. This creature is the infamous petrifying lizard, which can petrify other creatures by making eye contact with them. But it's not most famous for its petrification ability. Rather, it is its value. The petrified lizard is one of the few magical beasts that can be tamed. However, they must be trained from a young age. Once tamed, the petrified lizard will learn to obey its owner's commands and make eye contact with specific creatures. This petrifies the opponent, making it a well-known beast guardian. Therefore, the eggs of petrified lizards are quite valuable in the human world. The petrification effect of the petrifying lizard is ineffective against true dragons. Winnie, don't look him in the eye. Salon reminded Winnie, who was standing next to him. While the petrification of the petrifying lizard was ineffective against him, it was a different story for Winnie. Winnie obediently turned her head. Saron attempted to communicate with the petrified lizard using telepathy. However, the other person's thoughts were always chaotic and disordered, making communication impossible. The petrified lizard even took the opportunity to stare at Saron, attempting to petrify him. Forget it. I might as well just die. Saron shook his head, as if he thought he was Medusa, staring back and forth. He did not revert to his dragon form after putting down Winnie. Instead, it charged directly at the petrified lizard in its dragon-human form. Saron raised his fist and knocked the petrified lizard to the ground with a single punch. Then, with a single claw, it tore off a piece of flesh from the other creature, threw it into its mouth, and swallowed it. The petrified lizard stood up. It angrily lunged at Saron, intending to swallow him whole. However, Saron grabbed the petrified lizard's upper and lower jaws directly. Then, with a forceful tug, the lower half of the petrified lizard's mouth was torn open, and blood flowed freely. The blue light in the petrified lizard's eyes increased. But Saron met its gaze without fear. It's over. Saron instantly reverted to his original dragon form. The petrified lizard's eyes were filled with utter horror. Saron stretched out his dragon claw and crushed the petrified lizard's skull. The blue light in the petrified lizard's eyes dimmed. The corpse also stopped struggling. That feels so good. Saron breathed a sigh of relief. It seems I forgot to test the paralyzing properties of lightning breath. Never mind, maybe next time. Saron's main purpose this time was to test his strength in his dragon form. Although he felt he would never fight his enemies in this form. But I just want to play. After eating half of the petrified lizard, Saron licked his lips. This lizard tastes alright. Winnie, take out the mucus from this petrified lizard's secondary stomach and keep it safe. Saron said to Winnie beside him. The petrified lizard has two stomachs. Few creatures know that the mucus in the secondary stomach of a petrifying lizard can restore a petrified creature to its original state. And this information happens to be found in Saron's Dragon Legion. Yes, Lord Saron. Winnie ignored the disgusting smells. They started cleaning out the petrified lizard's stomach, and also took out its two faintly glowing eyeballs. She really likes this. What are you doing here? It's very dangerous outside the city. The drow elf Maya looked helplessly at the rabbit beside her. After spending the last few days with her, her impression of the bunny girl beside her was that she was silly and stubborn. I will wait here for my friends. They will come to find me. Misa looked at Maya firmly. She's not smart, but she's not stupid either. Along the way, she tore off her black membrane threads little by little and placed them on the road. Because she firmly believed that Lord Salon and Winnie would find her. Furthermore, based on her usual conversations with Winnie, Lord Salon seems to really like black silk. And they specifically renamed the black membrane silk to black silk. Menzoberranzan is the closest drow city to here. If you don't go in, you could be captured at any time. Maya was about to say something when her expression suddenly changed drastically. Chapter 63 The Observer's Eye Demon. A strong male drow elf appeared. Unlike female drow elves, male drow elves are quite ugly. His skin was grayish-black, and his bald head bore several hideous scars. He was wearing a suit of armor made of animal hides. He held a black halberd in his hand, with a black spider in the shape of metal at the top. He glared fiercely at Misa and Maya in front of him. Maya, you should know why I'm here. Come back with me, and I'll plead for you because we trained together. Non, I didn't expect you to catch up so quickly. Maya looked at the male drow elf in front of her with a grim expression. I believe the mistress will forgive you, as long as you come back with me. Non stared coldly at Maya in front of him. Maya took out two short swords from behind her back. Non, you should know that you are no match for me, Maya said without fear. Of course I know. So why do you think I'm the only one who came? Nun waved his hand, and a dozen or so drow elves appeared behind him. Maya's heart tightened. This was going to be troublesome. The deeper they went underground, the larger the space seemed to become, so Saron didn't use his shape-shifting ability to transform into any dragon-human form. Instead, he walks directly in the underground world using his physical body, which makes him feel safer. Saron felt that this underground world was truly amazing. It's comparable to the so-called hollow earth of my previous life. The more I walked, the more wonderful it felt. The ground is now more than 2,000 meters above the top. Saron had only recently learned that this was indeed the underground world, what surface creatures often referred to as the Dark Abyss. Lord Saron, which way should we go? Winnie said weakly. I don't know either. Let's find a tongue first. Saron looked around. Then he took Winnie and flew away, trying to find some intelligent beings. Let's figure out what's going on with the environment of this underground world. Tongue. Winnie didn't quite understand what a tongue was, but she roughly knew that Saron meant to ask another creature. Tongue must be a special term used by dragons. After flying for a while, Saron suddenly had a bad feeling. It felt like I was being watched. Lord Saron, I have a bad feeling. Winnie said, do you also feel like you're being watched? Saron asked. Yes, Lord Saron. Winnie replied hastily. Saron immediately turned the vibration sensor up to the maximum, trying to pinpoint the source of the anomaly. Hee, look what Willie J found. A big oaf and a little oaf. La 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 la. Just as Saron was searching for the anomaly, a strange voice resounded from the depths of Saron's mind. Looking at Winnie's blank expression, it was clear that she hadn't heard the sound. Salon was very familiar with this tactic. Telepathy. Ha ha. What is this big idiot looking for? Is he looking for Willie J? That mocking voice rang out again. You thought I couldn't find you? A crimson light flashed in Saron's eyes. This guy should have no heartbeat at all, and he hadn't moved an inch. Do you really think you have no other way out? Saron opened its massive maw and unleashed a deafening roar. With the amplification of the wild scream, the sound waves emanating from Saron's throat almost became tangible. Under this indiscriminate sonic attack, a vibration was heard from a stone wall at the top. The source of the vibration was instantly detected by Saron. Found you, you bug. A bolt of blue lightning shot out of Saron's mouth. The lightning breath was incredibly fast, striking the stone wall in an instant. A terrified scream rang out. Then a strange figure appeared on the spot. This guy looks very strange. He only has a huge green head. Above it is a terrifying white vertical eye and a gaping, blood-red mouth. There are 4 eye stalks growing next to the head, each with 4 small eyeballs. It hurts so much. The telepathic message kept echoing in Saron and Winnie's minds. A long tongue covered in disgusting mucus stuck out of its mouth. Lord Saron, what kind of monster is this? Winnie had never seen such a disgusting, evil creature. Behold her. Saron looked at the other person and said, to be precise, it should be the Observer's Eye Demon. The bewitching demons are a very large and complex race. There are many categories. The Observer's Eye Demon is a rather special kind of one of them. This creature does not belong to the prime material plane. It was summoned from another plane through some kind of ritual. The Observer Eye is more loyal than other eyes. They will guard a certain area for the summoner for over 100 years. It will also prevent any creature other than the summoner from entering this area. However, these eye demons seem to have developed some kind of mental problem due to their long-term solitary life. For example, they might have some imaginary enemies, or they might refer to themselves in the third person. William J. is so scared. That big, dumb guy is terrifying. The Observer Eye Demon continued its incessant chatter. However, this time it didn't use telepathy, but spoke directly. It is still the common language in mainland China. Saron frowned as he looked at the other person. Where is this place? He asked in the common language of the continent. Where's this place? The Observer Eye Demon mimicked Saron's voice. I hope you will cherish your life. Saron issued his final warning. I hope you can cherish your life. The Observer continued to imitate Saron's voice without a care. Winnie, who was standing to the side, was initially feeling a bit nauseous. But seeing this comical scene, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Salon glanced at her, and Winnie immediately covered her mouth. The Observer Eye Demon has been living in solitude for a long time, so he has developed a mild form of madness. But Saron didn't think the guy in front of him had any mild madness at all. It seems that living alone for too long has made his mental illness worse. Otherwise, this guy wouldn't be unaware of the difference between himself and a fully grown dragon, and he still dared to provoke such a thing. It's also possible that this guy has no idea how terrifying dragons are. Lord Saron, are there any other Observer Eye Demons nearby? No, the Eye Demon race is extremely arrogant. Every Eye Demon believes that they are unique in their race, and all other Eye Demons are trash among trash. Moreover, if 2 Observer Eye Demons meet, they will definitely fight each other to the death. The memories of these creatures in the Saronite heritage are very clear. After all, they are even more arrogant than true dragons. There's such a thing. Although Winnie had read many animal encyclopedias, she had never learned about the Eye Demon. Meanwhile, the Observer on the other side was still babbling strange things. Forget it, you should just die. Saron looked at the mad, bewitching demon and said. He decided to help the other party resolve the issue. Just as Saron was about to launch his attack, the Observer Eye Demon on the opposite side attacked first. A gray beam of light shot out from its eyeball, which was over 2 meters in diameter, at an extremely fast speed towards Saron. After all, Saron's size is what it is. Fear, you foolish creature. Saron looked at his own body, then at the bewitching monster opposite him. What is this guy doing? At this moment, The observer's bewitching instincts told him something was amiss. Why is the fear ray ineffective against him? Chapter 64 found. Then let's experience the effects of paralysis. Although Willie J., the observer, is not entirely mentally stable, he still remembers his mission. Drive away all creatures that enter this land. This time, the eyeballs on its 4 rootstocks released a black ray all at once. However, Saron felt a chill run through his body for a moment, then returned to normal. Are you kidding me? Saron looked at the other person with malicious intent through his scarlet eyes. With a flap of its wings, it charged straight up. This guy can't even scratch himself, so let's just deal with him and keep him as a backup ingredient. The eye demon was still trying to unleash its final, deadly ray in midair. The 4 secondary eyes and the primary eye simultaneously emitted a certain red ray. At that moment, Saron rushed up to the observer beholder. A wild scream caused the eye demon's rays to become intermittent. Then, with a single claw, it shattered one of the opponent's eyeballs. That's it. The eye demon let out a sharp howl. Its long tongue tried to entangle Saron's dragon claws. However, with a gentle tug, Saron tore off the observer bewitching's tongue, which was over 4 meters long. Then a blue lightning-like breath pierced through the main eye of the observer beholder. Instantly, the roots and stems of the eye demon drooped down, and it lost all trace of life. Saron stared at the bewitching demon in the dragon's claws. Is this thing really that weak? Wrong. Something must be wrong. Am I too strong? Saron lifted the corpse of the observer beholder. Forget it. If I can't figure it out, I'll stop thinking about it. Winnie, collect the body. Salon called out to Winnie, who was in the distance. Winnie ran over and used the magical artifact in her arms to collect the beholder's corpse. This is Saron's backup food. Although he's a crazy beholder, beholders are special creatures that Saron probably doesn't know. Maybe if they could provide some talent or something, we'd be rich. Winnie, let's keep going. Saron glanced at the dark passage in the distance. In the dark tunnel, Nun, along with 7 or 8 drow elf warriors, stared pale-faced at the corpses of their fallen comrades. This girl is really something. All of us with so many powerful warriors couldn't capture her. Yeah, and she's carrying a burden too. When did Maya become so kind? Actually helping other creatures. Maya was the only drow in our batch to receive the best title. None explained. But she can't escape this time. Even more powerful warriors await her ahead. Captain Non, why do you think the matriarch insisted on capturing Maya? I heard it was blasphemy against Rose, the Spider Queen. Let's not talk about things we shouldn't. We just need to do our jobs, Nun said, putting away his weapon. The group then fell silent and stopped discussing these matters. In the Zhuir society, men are generally subordinate to women. However, Nun's ability to lead this patrol team with his outstanding skills speaks volumes about his capabilities. The group then disappeared into the darkness. Maya, you could have left me. Why did you take me with you? Misa asked as she helped Maya heal her wounds. I could handle that situation. I was confident I could get you out of there, which is why I brought you along. Maya said calmly. Misa looked at the hideous scars on her body and was speechless. Thank you. Misa sighed. You are welcome. Maya casually wiped the blood off the weapon. This is just a regular occurrence for her. But she sensed that this battle was somewhat unusual. No, Nun didn't seem to want to catch me at all just now. Could it be? Maya stood up abruptly. We need to get out of here quickly. Hee hee, no wonder she's her descendant. She's quite quick-witted. A muscular female drow emerged from the darkness. She was over 2 meters tall, carrying a huge axe on her back, and looked at Maya with a mocking expression. Rufo, it's you. Maya soon discovered that she was surrounded by more than 40 drow elves. She knew she might be doomed here today. After all, Rufo was the captain of the family's guards, and even 10 of him combined couldn't defeat her, so he could only run away. And since her subordinates were all elite drow warriors, she had even less hope. Actually, I don't quite understand why you did that. The cause of your mother's death is already very clear. She failed to receive the blessing from the Spider Queen Rose because she wasn't sincere. And why are you still holding on to this? My mother is the most devout believer of the Spider Queen Rose. So many people have received the blessing before without any problems. So why did a problem occur when it was her turn? Maya said with a hint of madness. A cruel glint flashed in Rufa's eyes as she swiftly appeared in front of Maya. This has nothing to do with me. I can give you a chance. I won't use any weapons. Rufa threw the giant axe on his back onto the ground. The dagger at his waist was also thrown to the ground. Maya glanced at Rufa's tall stature. He drew 2 short swords from behind and moved directly to Rufa's side, stabbing her in the eye area. Her weapon is coated with the venom of a highly poisonous spider, Whoever pierces her wins. Rufa caught the blade of her short sword with just 2 fingers. Maya did not give up and slashed Rufa's throat with another short sword. Rufa grabbed Maya's arm and twisted it gently. With a cracking sound, Maya's arm snapped. Maya groaned and suddenly spat out a black needle from her mouth. Rufa quickly turned her head. However, the black needle still left a mark on her face. "You've lost," Maya said, blood still in her mouth. Soon the poison would take effect and kill Rufa. Misa rushed forward to support the swaying Maya. "Heh, it's the venom of the devil spider, isn't it?" To Maya's astonishment, Rufa picked up the black needle that was stuck in the stone wall and plunged it directly into the back of his hand. He even showed an expression of enjoyment. "Did you know that I've been using the venom of various poisonous spiders to train my body since I was a child? I became immune to the venom of the devil spider 5 years ago." Rufa mocked. Maya's heart sank. "And this orc, I'm going to make her my slave," Rufa said, looking at Misa's exquisite face. "Then you're not qualified." At that moment, a ripple appeared in the air. Winnie's figure appeared. "Winnie." Misa excitedly ran to Winnie and hugged her arm. "It's all right." Winnie patted Misa's bunny ears. "Winnie, these drow elves are really powerful," Misa said hurriedly, snapping out of her daze. "The master is here too," Winnie said with a smile. "My lord." Misa's eyes immediately filled with joy. Chapter 65 The Craving for Adamantite. Another orc? Interesting. Rufa looked at Winnie in front of her without caring at all. This guy seems to be more formidable. He's quite different from the rabbit from before. But with her there, and with so many elite drow warriors, they are more than capable of handling any crisis. To her, it was just another slave. Just as the drow elves were about to make their move, everyone present suddenly felt their heartbeats quicken. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, and a feeling of facing an apex predator surged from the depths of my blood. Rufa felt as if she were being enveloped by a huge shadow. She slowly turned her head, and what came into view was a huge black dragon. Its huge scarlet eyes stared cruelly at Rufa, and the saliva at the corner of its mouth slowly dripped onto the ground, corroding a small pit in the ground. Saron looked down at the drow elf. This was the second time he had seen an elf. The female elf from last time was much prettier than this drow elf. And this guy's pectoral muscles are really impressive. "It's a black dragon," Rufa screamed. She tried to run away, but her legs went weak under the full force of Saronrod's attack. The other drow elves fared even worse, collapsing to their knees with cold sweat pouring down their bodies. How could there be a black dragon here? It turns out she was a female jouer. After hearing this bizarre voice, Saron realized what was happening. He immediately felt offended. Great Black Dragon Lord. Rufa had a clear understanding of his own strength. Therefore, begging for mercy is the best course of action at this time. But before she could even say anything, Saron unleashed a lightning-fast breath, and Rufa first felt her whole body go numb, followed by intense heat. She lost consciousness before she could even scream. Suddenly, the aroma of roasted meat wafted from Rufa's corpse. The other drow present immediately prostrate themselves in awe upon seeing the humanoid mass of roasted meat. It seems they wanted to use this method to make Saron not notice them. Lord Saron. Misa felt she had never been so eager for her master as she was now. She skipped and hopped over to Saron's side. Maya, standing to the side, was somewhat dumbfounded. A wave of fear washed over her. Luckily, the silly rabbit wasn't sold, otherwise she'd probably be the next piece of roast meat. Salon sniffed. The roast meat smelled delicious. It would be even better with some cumin and chili powder. It seems he's never eaten cooked food since he came into this world. Saron lowered his head and subconsciously stuck out his tongue to swallow the human-shaped roasted meat in front of him. Well, the taste is not bad. It really is the nature of a dragon that has influenced me. Damned nature. But the taste is indeed quite good. Saron stopped dwelling on the issue and turned his attention to the other drow warriors. These soldiers included both men and women. But its appearance is more than 10 times better than that piece of meat. Great true dragon, the drow elf Maya pays homage to you. Maya endured the pain of her severed arm and crawled to Saron's side. Misa, who was standing nearby, darted over and went over to help Maya fix her severed arm. Although elves have a much greater ability to heal than humans, such injuries still require a long recovery period. Saron looked down at the drow elf in front of him. This is all right. It doesn't make me feel nauseous. If grilled. Maya suddenly had a bad feeling. Lord Saron, it was Maya who saved me. She's very kind. Misa noticed the atmosphere was a bit off, and quickly said something. Fine, I'll just be a tongue. I need you to explain the situation in this place in detail. Saron said, looking down at Maya in front of him. Maya swallowed hard, then nervously grabbed Misa's arm. Previously, the other party relied on her, but now she has to rely on the other party. Great true dragon, we the drow. Through the Mayan narrative, Salong began to gain a deeper understanding of his surroundings. The underground world is vast, and there are many places that Maya had never been to since birth. Many creatures live here, and these drow elves only arrived here a long time ago. So they were actually outsiders who obtained the territory after driving out the original cave dwellers. The drow elves have 10 cities here. The closest city to here is Menzoberranzan. The city was built in a cave where water and food were plentiful. Although the drow elves are dark elves, they still retain the elegance of the elven race. Their stone carving skills were comparable to those of the best dwarf craftsmen. Moreover, it preserved the unique aesthetic concepts of the elven race. Great true dragon, I, Maya, in the name of the goddess Rose, swear to be unconditionally loyal to you from this moment forward. Maya immediately began to pledge her loyalty. Having lived in the underground world for so many years, she had never heard of a black dragon in this area. It's quite obvious then that this black dragon is an outsider. And dragons are known for causing trouble. So Maya decided to become the guide. This kind of opportunity might only come once in a lifetime. Saron's massive head drew near the drow before him. The biggest condition is the absence of any conditions, Saron said. Maya lowered her head and remained silent. She could no longer live with the drow elves. This was her last struggle. What resources do you have here? Like ores or some rare substances? Saron continued to ask. This area has a lot of fine gold or veins, as well as some ordinary iron or veins. I heard there are also silver or veins near Charleston City. Besides ores, there are also various medicinal herbs that grow underground. Adamantite or? Saron asked. Maya took a dagger from her body with one hand. The dagger was black, with many runes outlined on it in silver thread. There is a red spider motif on the handle. This is a weapon made from a supernatural metal called adamantite. Saron stared at the dagger, which was much smaller than a toothpick to him. This thing should be pretty good. Very good. Maya, tell me more about this Menzoberranzan city. We need to prepare to reclaim my city and the adamantite or vein. Winnie and Misa exchanged a glance. The two understood each other through eye contact. Winnie, Lord Saron said he'd take back his city and the adamantite vein? Misa, I think so. Winnie, the problem is, it seems like Lord Saron is here for the first time? Misa, I think so. Winnie. Maya wasn't surprised by Saron's statement. After all, she knew a bit about the 5-colored dragons. These guys are obsessed with treasures and wealth. They believe they were born to have them, and have the right to possess all the wealth in the world. Moreover, they are natural rulers. Chapter 66 Spider Elf. Menzoberranzan is mainly controlled by 2 major powers, the drow noble families and the drow merchant clans. Actually, the only thing we need to deal with are the drow noble families, among which the Dark Demon clan is the dominant one, and the current matriarch is Elise. The Dark clan is formidable. They have occupied Menzoberranzan for a long time, and have many drow mages and elite warriors serving them. It is said that they even have spider-like drow elves. Moreover, Menzoberranzan's defenses are extremely strong, with tall walls built of special materials and many domesticated giant spiders serving as guards. These giant spiders leave the city covered in venomous webs. We can first subjugate some small clans on the outskirts of the city to build up our strength, and then send spies to infiltrate the city. From there, we can coordinate an attack from within and without. Maya was still talking about the defenses of Menzoberranzan and her plans. But Saron had grown impatient and interrupted Maya. I feel we have a more efficient plan. My Lord Dragon, what is your plan? Maya asked curiously. That was the best plan she had come up with. You tell me where the city is, then I'll go there and tell them it's mine, and then I'll kill all the opponents. Saron yawned. The Mayan idea of tribes surrounding cities is good, but it's based on the premise that Saron is a weakling. Now, Saron doesn't consider himself a noob. Therefore, it would be better to come openly and honestly. Regardless of their clan, those who obey you are kept, and those who do not are killed. It's that simple. After all, this is a supernatural world, and Saron doesn't need to confide in his subordinates or make friends with them. That's completely unnecessary. On the contrary, it might be more effective to make your subordinates fear you. Saron understood this very well. And if you can't beat them the first time, you can try again a few more times. Saron didn't believe that even if he bombed that city a dozen times a day like a bomber, they would still have the strength to resist. Moreover, it is more agile than any bomber. Its defenses are also much stronger, making it difficult for ordinary attacks to harm it. Saron also figured out why the observer's magic had no effect on him. That's because their constitution is so strong that it directly negates the damage and negative effects. Those with the innate talent of carnivores are not afraid of getting injured, nor are they afraid of any kind of consumption. But that's my own city. If you break it, you'll have to fix it. Huh. Anyway, I'm not the one fixing it. Salon thought the plan was perfect. Maya was speechless when she heard about Salon's plan. It's funny to think about it now. She actually believed that Yaishalong had some profound plan. But Lord True Dragon, the defenses over there are very strong. Maya spoke cautiously, afraid of angering the black dragon in front of her and being eaten by it. What? Are you doubting my strength? Saron's crimson eyes were right in front of Maya. Your subordinate wouldn't dare. Maya quickly knelt on the ground. The view from Salon's vantage point was stunning, which lifted his spirits. I don't want my family to question my decision. This is my first warning to you, and it will be the last. Otherwise, I don't mind having an extra meal. Saron's cold voice reached Maya's ears, making her tremble. Your subordinate dares not. Maya didn't even dare to raise her head. Even Winnie and Misa, who were standing nearby, were frightened by Saron's state. Salon looked around and was satisfied with his performance. There is a dreamlike city beside a vast underground river. This is Menzoberranzan, the city of the Drow Elves. After so many years of development, Menzoberranzan has become very prosperous. On the city wall, which is more than 30 meters high, Drow warriors riding giant spiders patrol from time to time, armed with weapons. A tall tower was built at the highest point in the city. Elise, the matriarch of the Dark Clan, lives up there. Elise looked at the city beneath her feet with satisfaction. This was her city. It feels amazing to have all the power in your hands. Plusta, thank you for your help over the years. Elise said, looking at the enormous creature behind her. Elise, I have fulfilled my promise to you. You have become the ultimate victor in this political struggle and the matriarch of the Dark Clan, gaining supreme power. Prestes slowly walked forward. This is an incredibly terrifying body. A giant spider, far more terrifying and enormous than any ordinary giant spider, strode up to Elise's side on 8 legs. The upper body of a female drow is growing where the giant spider's head is. From the outside, it looks like a hybrid of a female drow and a giant spider. This is precisely the spider-like form unique to drow elves. In the tradition of the drow, the goddess Lolth would summon drow who showed great potential to her web-bound depths for testing. This test was to assess their loyalty and strength. Drow elves who pass the test will gain the favor of the goddess Lolth. The losers will be transformed into a hybrid of a spider-like spirit, the drow, and a powerful giant spider. This is also a symbol of the power of the goddess Lolth, because only drow elves can be transformed into spider elves. Only the goddess Rose could possess such an ability. Generally, spider-like spirits become extremely insane after returning to the prime material plane. They roam alone or lead countless giant spiders on hunts. It is rare for someone to return to drow society like this, because even drow would hate spider elves, such disgusting and insane creatures. Because you can't be sure if the spider-like spirit next to you will tear you apart with her claws. Presta, I still need you. You know I'm the only one in the whole city who doesn't. Just as Elise was about to say something, the city's alarms suddenly went off. Elise looked up into the air. A gigantic black dragon was seen circling above the city. Salon looked at his city and felt very satisfied. The drow elves are indeed quite good at decorating. The spider webs that can be seen everywhere in the city actually have a certain charm. After Saron saw that he had successfully attracted the attention of those below, he let out a deafening dragon roar. His roar carried the power of a wild scream. Suddenly, tens of thousands of drow elves in the city, including Elise, all felt a jolt. The magic within my body seems to be out of control. Drow elves of Menzoberranzan, your master has returned. Saron proclaimed in the common language of the continent. Make sure all the drow in the city can hear it. Damn it. Elise felt like she was going crazy. Why was there a black dragon here? Her ambitions have only just begun. Chapter 67 Elise's Thoughts. After Saron made a grand announcement of his ownership of the city, he discovered that the drow elves below did not seem happy. Under the chanting of some drow mages, a protective magic circle resembling a water bubble enveloped the entire city. Saron did not stop them. Because this kind of thing requires a mage to maintain the magic circle, unlike the forest trolls which require magic crystals to maintain. Of course, its defensive power is definitely stronger than that of the forest troll. However, for Saron, the weaknesses of this defensive magic circle were too obvious. All we need to do is interrupt the spell casting of those mages. This was too easy for him. A wild scream would have been enough to take care of it. At that moment, a giant bat flew towards Saron. This giant bat was just an ordinary ferocious species with little magic power in its body. It was an aerial mount tamed by the drow elves. A young female drow elf rode on the back of a giant bat. It stopped about 30 meters away from Salon. The female drow bowed to Saron. "Your Excellency Black Dragon, welcome to Menzo Biranzan. Our mistress Elise pays her respects." The young woman, Joair, was clearly very nervous. The giant bat beneath her was trembling all over. It would never have dared to fly to Saron if the female drow elf hadn't used her magic to constantly soothe it. Why doesn't she come herself? Salon exhaled a puff of hot air from his nose. He looked down at the city, trying to find his mistress, Elise. "The mistress has some matters to attend to and cannot come to greet you. This is a gift from the mistress." The female drow took out a magical artifact that looked like a necklace. "There are 3,000 gold coins, 5,000 silver coins, and various precious jewels here, with a total value exceeding 5,000 gold coins." "Hee. Is this guy trying to freeload off someone?" "Your sincerity is all right, but I have an idea. If I get this city, I will gain countless times more wealth." As soon as Saron finished speaking, he unleashed his dragon might with unbridled abandon. The first thing to be impacted by the powerful dragon's might was the giant bat in front of it. The giant bat instantly lost control of its bladder, and its enormous body plummeted downwards. The female drow elf stomped hard and broke free from the giant bat. The giant bat's body crashed into the protective magic circle, emitting a series of screams, and was burned to ashes by the magic circle within seconds. Saron looked at the giant bat's miserable state and felt that even if he had to withstand the power, he should be able to enter. "Damn Black Dragon. I knew the 5-colored dragons were all greedy creatures. How could we possibly hope he would let us go?" Matriarch Elise gritted her teeth as she looked at the black dragon in the sky. In fact, she had already gritted her teeth and taken those gold coins. She had sacrificed a great deal of wealth and resources to become the matriarch during the coup, in order to eliminate rival families. Unexpectedly, a black dragon appeared right after her success. Elise was planning to become the first queen in the history of the drow elves after unifying the 10 cities of this region. "All drow warriors, prepare yourselves. Today we are going to slay a dragon," Elise said solemnly. Since they couldn't get rid of it, and the black dragon was clearly their enemy, they had no choice but to go to war. And it's just a black dragon. As the matriarch, Elise was decisive enough. "Elise, after I help you defeat this black dragon, I will return to the wilderness," said the spider-like elf Presta, looking at Elise. Elise looked at Presta in front of her, thinking how she hadn't done Presta a favor at that time. Then Presta took the initiative to swear an oath, so she could not command a spider-like drow. She really didn't want to lose this helper. But the current situation. "Presta, you're free after this," Elise said earnestly. The spider-like elf glanced at Elise and walked outside. Elise was also ready to make her move. It's important to understand that becoming the matriarch requires more than just cunning. It demands immense power. Generally speaking, the matriarch is the strongest member of a drow elf family. Elise is not only the strongest member of the Dark Clan, but also the Dark Clan's priestess Lolth. The High Priestess of Lolth is an extension of the will of the Spider Queen Lolth. Elise received countless trainings from birth and was destined to become the High Priestess of Lolth. She is loyal to both her family and the Goddess Rose. However, her position as a priestess was awkward, and only she knew that the Goddess Rose had never given her any response. Meanwhile, the drow warriors and mages also received orders from the matriarch. Although they were terrified when they first faced the dragon, they also felt a vague sense of excitement. Slay the dragon. Some drow elves began deploying massive defensive crossbows. Others began preparing crossbows and spears. Saron seemed to be preparing to make a move, judging from the situation below. He flew high into the air. Then, an even louder dragon roar echoed through the city below. The drow mage, who was still maintaining the protective magic array, felt his magic power suddenly freeze for a moment. This kind of stagnation might not be a problem under normal circumstances. However, at this crucial moment, their spellcasting was interrupted. The magic circle rippled instantly. "What's going on?" Elise asked, sensing her own physical condition. Although the black dragon's roar earlier had caused her magic to become somewhat unstable, she attributed it to her own nervousness. Now it seems that this is not the reason at all. Explosive flame grenade. Seeing that the protective shield was about to shatter, Saron used dragon magic directly. At that moment, 17 or 18 enormous fireballs fell from the sky toward the city. The protective shield, which had already reached its limit, collapsed instantly. After the magic power within Saron's body was further enhanced, the destructive power of the explosive bullet became even greater. Rumble. The fireballs exploded upon hitting the ground, and some drow warriors riding giant lizards and spiders were hit head-on, their bodies and mounts exploding together. Instantly, a shower of blood flew everywhere. Meanwhile, Saron continued to unleash explosive bolts, which would restore some mana to the carnivorous talent after killing some drow elves. Although not many, they were quite ferocious with the support of Saron's powerful magic. He can unleash 17, 18, or even 20 explosive fireballs at once using 50% of his magic power to kill more drow elves. Then the magic power will be restored, and then the explosive fireball will be released again. That was fucking awesome. This gave Saron a feeling of playing video games in his past life, specifically in the infinite firepower mode. However, Saron was targeting the drow elves, not the city's buildings. In his view, the city was already his. It's not worth the trouble to destroy it. The drow warriors on the ground, positioned on the city wall, struggled to fire their enchanted giant crossbows into the sky. Some bewildered drow warriors also quickly fired their crossbows and spears. They tried to shoot down the black dragon. However, Saron simply flapped his wings and dodged the attacks. Moreover, he flew at a very high altitude, and even in the extraordinary world, there is still gravity. Those arrows couldn't harm him at all. Elise watched as the city she had painstakingly conquered was so ravaged. She looked up at the black dragon frolicking in midair with a grim expression. Is this a black dragon? Is this kind of murder and arson not a red dragon in black dragon skin? Moreover, this guy is different from the red dragon she knows. As far as she knew, red dragons were all muscle dragons with nothing but muscle in their heads. Even if they could use fire magic, they wouldn't be so cowardly as to hide high in the sky. And this guy is as despicable and shameless as a black dragon. This guy is practically a combination of a black dragon and a red dragon. The brain of a black dragon and the body of a red dragon. Web technique. I've a black tentacle. Just as Saron was having a great time, a violent magical fluctuation came from the side. Chapter 68, The Shadow Demon. Saron looked down and saw a female drow elf in a black robe leading 7 or 8 drow mages attacking him. Suddenly, a spider web 5 or 6 times larger than Saron enveloped him. Beside them were several enormous black tentacles that came bound to Saron in a chain-like formation. It was Elise who launched the attack. For her, the first thing to do now was to pull that damned black dragon down from the sky. Otherwise, they will always be passively attacked. Hee. Saron crashed directly into the spider web. Excellent. There are many deadly toxins on the spider web, even if he is a black dragon. Before a drow mage could finish speaking, Saron tore open the huge spider web with a single claw. Those so-called toxins didn't even damage his scales. The black tentacles behind were shattered by a burst of fireballs. Is there anything else? Saron looked at the guys in front of him. Elise didn't say anything more, but instead used levitation to fly up. Several drow mages followed. Demon Fire Technique. A massive black fireball hurtled towards Saron as several drow mages joined forces to cast a spell. Feeling the astonishing heat above, Salon's eyes glowed even redder. He began to actively operate the atomic furnace within his body. A miraculous scene unfolded. The black fireball formed by the demon fire spell slowed down as it approached Saron. Its size also gradually decreased. Finally, it was caught and crushed by Saron's claw. That's it. Saron looked at the drow elf before him with amusement. He had just used part of the energy-absorbing properties of the atomic furnace to directly absorb the heat from the demonic fire spell before him. After all, this thing relies on some corrosive effects and high temperatures to cause damage. The corrosive effect after the high temperature is absorbed is negligible for Saron's defenses. Elise looked at Saron in front of her. What kind of monster was this guy? Why does the demon fire spell suddenly stop working for no apparent reason? Even a red dragon, who is proficient in fire magic, cannot do this. Elise's face turned pale. Just then, Saron felt a strange vibration on his upper right side. It turned out that the spider-like elf Presta had quietly climbed up the cave wall to the right side of Saron. Presta looked at the powerful black dragon with a resolute expression on his face. Her 8 limbs were incredibly sharp and covered in highly toxic venom. If they can pierce the black dragon's body, they can say they've won half the battle. but she will surely be killed by the enraged black dragon. She was already tired of living like this, so she might as well die. Presta slowly spun out spider silk, trying to get closer to Saron. Just as Presta was about to attack, she noticed that the black dragon suddenly turned its head and looked at her curiously. Oops, we've been discovered. Presta immediately sensed something was wrong and quickly tightened his web to escape. She didn't want to live, but she also didn't want to die meaninglessly. Stop him. Seeing that Presta had been discovered, Elise hurriedly gave orders. Spider web technique. Freezing ray. Darkness spell. Immediately, all sorts of magic, large and small, began to be cast. Saron completely ignored the magic and charged headlong towards Presta. The spider-like elf began to crawl through the complex cave environment using its 8 agile legs, trying to avoid Saron. However, Saron was flying very fast, and those so-called magic had no effect on him at all. Just when Presta thought she had escaped, a voice appeared behind her. Got you. The spider-like elf suddenly felt that half of its 8 legs had lost their senses. Saron looked at the spider-like elf in the dragon's claw with some curiosity. This kind of creature is very rare. He adhered to one principle. The more bizarre the creature, the more talented it might be, and the more special it could be used as a special ingredient. Click click. Saron severed the spider elf's 8 long legs with his dragon claws and threw it to the ground. While Saron was dealing with the spider-like elves, Elise had already begun casting new magic. As the matriarch, her power was naturally formidable. However, her strength was completely useless in front of this black dragon, and she was no match for it. This made her seem no different from ordinary drow mages when facing the black dragon. Since we can't beat them, let the ones who can beat them take over. Morph summon. Saron, who had originally intended to interrupt Elise's spell casting with Wild Scream, stopped after seeing her move. That familiar taste. It seems the other party is summoning some kind of creature? Because I had seen the summoning animation of the seductive demon Jean on the surface before, so Salon had some impression of it. Finally, a black summoning image appeared behind Elise. A black, fluffy mass emerged from the summoning circle. It was like a writhing monster, and there seemed to be many strange faces inside. Shadow Demon. Is this what you rely on? Saron said, looking at the strange creature. Haha, this is no ordinary shadow demon. This type of shadow demon is described in Saron's Legacy of Dragons. The most common explanation is that these shadow demons are actually demons from the abyss that lost their physical bodies and were unable to return to the abyss. Therefore, they can only be trapped in the material world. In order to survive, these demons absorb the emotions of other creatures, in order to prevent himself from disappearing. However, some demons will become extremely powerful during this process. They have even evolved other talents. And at this time, the shadow demon was born. They can completely disappear into the darkness. Furthermore, one can treat the bodies of some living or non-living things as difficult terrain to traverse. Therefore, this guy is basically immune to physical attacks. It's all thanks to this guy for coming up with the idea of using this kind of thing to deal with me. This makes Saron's powerful physical advantage less significant. But demons are great ingredients. Thankfully, the spell wasn't interrupted. Otherwise, where would we find such good ingredients? Saron stared at the shadow demon with shining eyes. Chapter 69 Capture. Upon receiving the order, the shadow demon swiftly floated towards Saron. Because it has no physical form, this thing is very fast. This reminded Saron of a superhero from his past life. That guy can also change his body density to pass through physical matter, although changing body density is rather absurd. Since the inherited memories contain the memories of the shadow demon, it means that this thing does indeed have some merit. Saron happens to know a way to counter his opponent. Light spell. This was the first dragon language spell used by Saron, which was generated in the underground world with the support of Saron's abundant magical power. A ball of light, like a white sun, suddenly appeared in midair. Both the drow elves and their mounts let out a series of screams. Creatures that live underground cannot adapt to such bright light. Saron paid no attention to the drow elves. He glanced at the shadow demon beside him. The guy let out a faint scream. However, it seems that they were not seriously injured. In Saron's inherited memories, light magic is this guy's nemesis. And the shadow demon finally revealed its true form. This guy has black skin all over his body and is humanoid in shape. The most striking feature is its enormous claws, which seem capable of tearing apart the soul. It has tattered wings like a traditional demon and white eyes. And those long, sharp horns and fangs. However, its lower body was in a state of nothingness. It looks very strange. This shadow demon was born after devouring dozens of ordinary shadow demons. So although it is instinctively afraid of light magic cannot harm it at all. Moreover, your true dragon body may not be immune to its damage. Elise, snapping out of her daze from the light spell, looked at Saron and said. In fact, she was a little nervous, since the abilities of the shadow demons were directly exempted by the powerful physique of the true dragon when facing it. She wasn't sure if this peculiar shadow demon could harm the black dragon. So she hoped that this foolish black dragon would back down. Saron was also a little curious, because the shadow demon has the title of demon. However, this creature is actually no longer considered a demon. They cannot advance like ordinary demons. They can only be summoned by certain creatures to achieve specific purposes. Legend has it that they can devour the memories, doubts, and fears within their prey. But this one in front of me has become immune to light magic. However, according to the descriptions in the dragon race's inherited memories, Saron, regardless of what the shadow demon's abilities are, their attacks seemed unable to cause any damage to the true dragon. Saron lunged at the shadow demon. He wanted to test the quality of the item himself to see if it would satisfy him. The shadow demon let out a shrill scream as its two ethereal claws reached out to grab Saron. As its body blurred, Saron's body actually passed right through the creature's body. Saron recalled that he didn't seem to have felt much just now. It was as if I had passed through the air. Wrong. Saron turned to look at the shadow demon's condition. This guy doesn't seem to be completely unharmed. It seemed to be emitting black mist from its body, as if it had suffered some kind of injury. After thinking for a moment, Saron let out a wild scream at it. This time, Saron controlled the range of the sound waves, targeting only the shadow demon. Substantial sound waves enveloped the shadow demon. Suddenly, the already blurry body of the shadow demon seemed to become even more blurry. Saron stopped there, pondering how to capture a guy and make him his food. Thinking of this, he stopped attacking the shadow demon and instead turned his gaze to Elise, the drow elf matron, who was standing next to him. Elise's palms were sweating. She hadn't expected that this black dragon would actually have a way to harm the shadow demon. As a contractor, she could sense the state of the shadow demon at any time. Just as the shadow demon pierced through the black dragon's body, some extremely strange heat seemed to have harmed the shadow demon. The sound wave just now caused even greater damage to the shadow demon. Suddenly, Elise felt a chill run through her body. Oops. That black dragon's target is her. Stop him. Elise pointed at Saron and said in shock and anger. The other drow mages used levitation spells to float in front of Saron. However, their binding magic, such as web-spinning spells, is practically useless against Saron. Saron simply charged straight through and broke through these binding spells. Even several drow mages were smashed into pieces. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Elise gritted her teeth and used the highest level of magic she could cast. A stream of blood gushed from her mouth. It was blood from her body. The blood gradually swelled and deformed under the influence of magic. Death Spider Bite. A colossal red spider materialized in midair. Its ferocious appearance, with clearly visible blood-red fur, made it even larger than Saron. Elise's body merged into the giant blood spider's body like flowing water. This spell is formed very quickly. Elise knew that Saron had the ability to interrupt spellcasting. Therefore, a lot of blood and magic were used to make the spell take shape quickly. Death Spider Bite is a combination spell that Elise herself created using Death Spider Spell and Spider Bite. It imitates one of Rose's servants, the wax-melting demon. Not only can it summon powerful death spiders, but it also possesses powerful spider bite attacks. Most importantly, the casting material is her blood, so she can perfectly control the giant blood spider. This is also what Elise is proud of. Hiss hiss hiss. The giant blood spider's fangs hiss just like a real spider. Several blood-red spider webs were spat out of his mouth and wrapped around Saron. Saron wasted no more time. Supported by the atomic furnace within his body, an incredibly powerful blue laser-like breath instantly shattered the opponent's blood web and struck the giant blood spider. Inside the giant blood spider, Elise sensed the spider was going mad and collapsing. How is that possible? Elise was even more shocked than when the shadow demon had just been defeated. After all, the death spider bite technique is not that simple. Just then, Elise felt a jolt throughout her body, and a numbing sensation spread from all over her body. She can't move. Gotcha, you bug. At that moment, a huge dragon claw reached into the helpless giant blood spider's body and grabbed Elise's body. Elise knew she was finished. Chapter 70 Occupation. The mistress has been captured. The other drow elves looked on in despair as they watched their mistress being held in the black dragon's grasp. If the matriarch is gone, will they still need to fight? And this black dragon is so powerful. Thinking about how they had just impulsively decided to slay a dragon. This is more like being slaughtered by a dragon. After all, Saron had just killed dozens of drow elves with just a dozen or so explosive bullets. Seeing that Saron didn't kill her immediately, Elise felt she had a chance. She knew that saying anything to such a dragon was pointless at this point. Only by demonstrating one's own value can this be achieved. Lord Black Dragon, I now control the entire city. No one knows better than me how much wealth this city has. Moreover, I am good at making money. With my talent, I can also conquer other drow cities and contribute even more wealth to you, my lord. You can summon that shadow demon at any time. Saron looked at the drow elf in the dragon's claws. The shadow demon had vanished, and he wondered if it had gone into hiding or what. But he realized that he could now kill the shadow demon directly. But it doesn't make any sense. But he couldn't catch the other person either. Since we can't catch her, we should just catch Elise, who can summon that guy. Sure, the summoning contract I made with it allows me to summon it at any time, but it was just injured, so I have to wait until it recovers a bit before I can summon it again. I usually summon other creatures to help me during this time. Elise spilled everything out like beans from a bamboo tube. Other demons? Salona's scarlet eyes lit up. I was originally planning to kill this drow elf matriarch after dealing with the shadow demon. Because every new emperor brings a new court, who knows if this guy might have bad intentions. So killing it is the best option, but for now it seems that not killing it is also acceptable. Elise seemed to have figured out what Saron meant. I can sign a servant contract with you, and from this day forward I will never betray you. Saron stared at this guy who could be killed with the slightest effort. Looks like they have a strong will to survive. Saron began searching his mind for the most impressive slave contracts. There are many of these things in the Black Dragon's legacy memories. Moreover, it is quite common on the mainland. However, all contracts have one thing in common. They only become effective if both parties agree to them voluntarily. Holding Saron tightly, Elise struggled to take out a scroll from her magical artifact, intending to sign it. This is a scroll belonging to the Goddess of Justice sect, generally used as a testimony. Wait a moment. Saron stopped Elise. Use this. Saron used the magic within him to construct a pattern in midair. This is a contractual method used by the dragon race in the Saron heritage. Elise remained silent, focusing her attention on the task at hand. His expression changed slightly. The conditions on it were extremely harsh. They treated her like a slave among slaves. However, she did not resist, and calmly left her magic, bloodline mark, and name on it. The moment the signature was completed, the magical pattern transformed into a beam of light and entered Saron's body. Saron felt as if he had some kind of connection with Elise in front of him. This is the power of contracts, isn't it? It feels pretty good. Let the city's defenses surrender. Saron released Elise from his dragon claws. Yes, my master. Elise adopted a very humble demeanor. Saron also landed on the highest point in the city. Here, a spider-like elf covered in wounds awaits her fate. Presto. Elise opened her mouth, but only managed to utter the other person's name. Elise, our promise has been fulfilled. The spider-like elf looked fearlessly at the black dragon that was many times larger than her. For her, she was already dead when she became like this. She is the drow elf Presta, not this half-elf, half-spider monster. Saron brought his massive head close to the spider-like elf and sniffed it deeply. This ingredient seems pretty good. I wonder what she tastes like under such a grand feast. Winnie, bring Misa and Maya over. I've reclaimed my city. Saron's voice suddenly rang in Winnie's mind, startling her. This was the first time that Saron had used telepathy to communicate with Winnie while she was invisible. Before she could even think about why this was happening, Winnie's figure slowly emerged from the air. Yes, Lord Saron. Elise, standing to the side, wisely refrained from asking any questions about the reasons. I just felt that the orc's talent was somewhat familiar. Elise, you drow elves have quite the talent for architecture. Build me a palace first. After seeing Winnie disappear, Saron spoke to Elise beside him. Yes, master. Hee. Elise sneered inwardly, thinking that all 5 dragons were exactly the same. It's time to start enjoying the victory. But don't black dragons prefer habitats like swamps and muddy pools? Then we can speculate on the intelligence of this black dragon. If it's a stupid, ambitious, and wicked dragon, then that would be perfect. This type of dragon has a typical characteristic. It is greedy for money and lustful. However, this black dragon in front of us now seems to have the appearance of a rather foolish dragon. With my intelligence and talent, I'm sure I can do very well under him. Moreover, the 5-color dragons are generally very lazy. They generally don't care what their relatives do as long as they have treasures or the like. Perhaps this isn't a good thing, but rather a rare opportunity. Imagine if this black dragon were controlled by its own intelligence. Then you'd essentially have a powerful henchman of a real dragon. Despite the slave contract, Elise was confident she could gain the man's trust. Then remove this thing at that time. He's just greedy and lustful. The treasure was first deposited with him. As for being lecherous, she was a drow elf, and most powerful adult female drow had a dozen or so male lovers. However, because she is a priestess of the goddess Rose, she does not yet have a lover. Thinking about it this way, I'm not losing out anyway. Just think of it as having a black dragon lover. Saron, standing to the side, looked at Elise with a drooling mouth and an absent-minded expression, somewhat puzzled. Could it be that he had a mental breakdown because he saw his friend about to be eaten? That won't do. This guy is still useful. Hurry up and prepare the palace for me. Saron swung his claw and sent the stunned drow elf matriarch flying. Elise was jolted out of her reverie. She knelt on the ground and said humbly, "Yes, my master." After saying that, he left to clean up the dilapidated city and tell the drow elves that they had a new master. Saron glanced at Elise's departing figure, then at the spider-like elf lying on the ground. Where did that deep affection and loyalty go? Is this what they call a fake sisterhood? Chapter 71, Summoning Princess and Quasi-Demon. A huge and magnificent palace was built in Menzoberranzan in less than a day. Salong is located at the very center of this palace. There is a huge stone seat here. It is decorated with some colorful gems and the like. It's like sitting on a giant mountain of gems. It seems this guy really put his heart into it. Moreover, the extraordinary world is different. Such a huge palace would not have been easy to build in my previous life. But now it can rise from the ground. However, what Saron didn't know was that Elise used his intimidation to extort money from all the drow merchants in the city. Previously, Elise didn't dare to push them too hard. However, taking advantage of Saron's decisive victory over the drow nobles, Elise naturally amassed her wealth. Even the majority of the manpower, material resources, and financial resources of this palace were contributed by the Zhuar merchants. After all, Elise herself was quite strong, and no drow merchant would want a huge black dragon to suddenly appear and devour them, leaving not a bone behind. This also hastened the departure of the drow merchants from Menzoberranzan. The most outrageous thing is that Elise actually started collecting a fee to leave the city at this time. They extorted those Zhuar merchants again. After these drow merchants left, Menzoberranzan's economy suffered a significant decline. However, Elise won't tell Saron any of this. In her view, all she needed to do was bring treasure to the black dragon. Although Saron knew that this guy had his own little schemes. But he didn't care. After all, this was a world of extraordinary beings, and true strength lay in one's own power. Wealth is fleeting. What matters most is transforming it into your own strength. After all, he's not a farming dragon who needs to develop the economy of any city. Great true dragon, Maya salutes you. The drow elf Maya never imagined that this black dragon could actually conquer the entire city of Menzoberranzan single-handedly. It should be noted that although Menzoberranzan is not the most powerful of the 10 drow cities, but it's not too bad. So it was brought down by this black dragon? As Maya knelt, she glanced at her matriarch, Elise, beside her. She had seen this guy before, back when Elise was a high-ranking priestess and matriarch. This made her extremely envious, jealous, and resentful. But now this guy is kneeling on the ground just like me. Elise keenly sensed the gaze of this fellow clansman. She glanced at the other creatures in the palace. 2 orcs. One of them looked cool, like a little wildcat. The other one, looking rather silly, was clearly a foolish rabbit. However, both of them are beautiful, which seems to confirm one of the black dragon's traits. These 2 came with the black dragon. We can try to get closer to them later. We might get some useful information, or bring them to the same side. She needed to be wary of her own kind. Based on her years of experience, these kinds of people were no ordinary individuals. Elise, you did a great job. Saron looked down at the elven mistress and said, "Thank you for the compliment, master." For Saron, having followers and subordinates was simply a means to enhance his own strength. They don't care about scheming against each other, as long as it doesn't interfere with their own lives. Now take me to see your treasure trove. Saron was selecting items to prepare for the feast. Hopefully, the Drow's treasure vault will bring me some surprises. After all, Daenerys' vault had already given her some surprises, and the forest trolls of the Evil Tooth tribe also had the Siren's Tear. There must be far more drow elves than those two combined, right? Saron felt like opening a treasure vault was like opening a chest in a game in his past life. It was full of anticipation. By the way, I wonder how the evil Tooth tribe is doing. I need to find a chance to bring them back. After all, they were his most loyal servants. One thing, is it true that you can only summon shadow demons? Saron suddenly asked. If only the shadow demon can be summoned, then once the shadow demon is consumed, this mistress will... Master, I can summon a demon every day. However, I can't determine the type of demon. The shadow demon I summoned before was just a coincidence. Summon a demon every day? Saron's eyes gleamed. The devil is good. The devil's scent. The devil smells so good. The horn demon from last time tasted really good, and it even provided a talent. Yes, but the summoning time is limited. The summoned demon can only exist in our world for less than 15 minutes. Elise didn't understand why the black dragon had suddenly become excited. Then summon a demon for me now. Saron said he wanted the demon right now. Moreover, Elise is no longer someone he can kill at any time in his eyes. But she is a qualified summoner. By the way, what's the strongest demon you've ever summoned? Saron didn't want this guy to summon some kind of demon lord and swallow him whole. Well, if we use the human system, it would be equivalent to a level 12 mage, but according to the demon system, it would be at most a mid-level demon. Iris said uncertainly. Salon understood what she meant. After all, there are too many races in different planes. Each race may have its own unique power system. Therefore, there is no clear division of power in the multiverse. Some different races are ranked according to the number and widest presence of human mages in the multiverse. But this is just a legend. The following is what happened. After reaching the legendary level, all races are called legendary. However, even legends vary in strength. 5 or 6 legendary human mages might not be able to defeat a single legendary red dragon. Saron nodded. A human mage of level 12 at most? He had nothing to fear. They come to deliver food. Then let's begin. Elise nodded and then initiated the summoning. Black magic surged from her body. Gradually, a magic summoning circle was formed. A short while later, a humanoid green-skinned creature, about 2 feet tall, with a barbed tail and a pair of long horns, emerged from the summoning circle. This guy's head is somewhat like a bat's, with big ears and black eyes. You summoned this thing for me? Saron got a little annoyed just looking at this tiny thing that was only 2 feet tall. Quasamo. Don't be fooled by the fancy name. They're basically just cannon fodder and food. These demons exist in large numbers in the lower planes. Their bodies are very weak, and they are generally used as messengers of demons or food for demon armies. Some demons would tear Quasaman apart to kill time. The emerging Quasa demon looked at its summoner, Elise. Suddenly its gaze fell upon Saron, who was sitting on the enormous stone chair. Quasamo immediately felt uneasy. It ran towards the summoning circle that had not yet disappeared. But how could Saron possibly give it that chance? Even the smallest demon is still a demon. A black chain the size of a human thumb bound Quasaman, and then a huge spider web enveloped him. This rendered it unable to move. It was Elise, who was standing nearby, who made the move. She looked at the bewildered, immobilized Quasimodo and explained to Saron. Master, although Quasaman is weak, it has its own unique strengths. Compared to other demons, it is easy to summon and will actively serve the summoner. It can form a mental link with the summoner. Once the link is established, the summoner can share vision with the Quasa demon when the two are within 1 kilometer of each other. Kindness. Only after hearing this did Saron begin to examine the thing more closely. It seems that it does have its unique features. This guy doesn't seem like a simple person. Chapter 72 Preparations for the Feast. Can it be kept indefinitely? Saron asked. I can keep it alive by using a lot of magic, but then I won't be able to summon any more demons. Moreover, summoning demons is an extremely dangerous act, and even the most powerful mages are very careful about it. Elise was a little confused. The purpose of summoning demons is generally to help or assist in combat. No one wants this thing to exist forever. Firstly, magic won't allow it, and more importantly, if demons exist in the material world for too long, unpredictable problems will arise. Saron didn't pay any attention. After all, the Walton family had become a den of demons before, and nothing seemed to go wrong. It is evident that this material plane has a very strong ability to withstand pressure. There shouldn't be any problems. Let it stay for a few days. I need to use it to verify some things. As for the treasure vault, I'll go check it out now. Saron said he wasn't sure if this mind-based ability would still exist after Quasaman's death. So it's better to eat them alive. Yes, my master. Elise blinked. It's just a quasi-demon. With her magic, it could exist in the material plane for more than 10 days. Saron followed Elise into a vast palace. As soon as you enter, you see piles and piles of gold and silver coins, far more than Daenerys Targaryen possessed. But Saron remained completely unmoved. This thing is nothing special. To him, it's like seeing piles of potatoes in his past life. It leaves him completely unmoved. Elise kept a close eye on Saron's expression. She was a little puzzled. A normal dragon would have pounced on and rolled around in a frenzy upon seeing so much treasure. Why is this black dragon unmoved? Could his treasure be much greater than this? Master, this is refined gold. After passing the pile of gold coins, Saron looked at a large pile of black metal. He went up, picked up a piece, put it in his mouth, chewed it, and swallowed it. This stuff is of good quality, even much stronger than magic iron, making it a good food. Saron was somewhat disappointed after examining the spider elf's treasury. Aside from adamantite and some gold coins, the staves and similar items were completely useless. After all, a true dragon, who loves treasure, is born with some appraisal ability. Saron understood. The ingredients are almost ready. The corpse of an eye of the Watcher, and a living quas-set, and a spider-like elf, an adamantite, and the like. It's about time for the next grand feast. As Salon grew larger, ordinary food could no longer satisfy him. Although some key ingredients play a significant role. However, hard currencies like ores and gold coins are still necessary. Fortunately, the adamantite from Minzo Biranzan can replenish a lot of it. Elise, which is the closest drow city to ours. After attacking Minzo Biranzan, Saron gained a clear understanding of his own strength. Previously, and now, he wouldn't even consider ordinary dangers a threat. Then seized the opportunity to plunder resources in preparation for the feast to come. Sigh, I'm so miserable, always running around and working so hard just to find food. Master, the nearest city is Charles City, which is far more prosperous than ours. Elise was very clever. She had long suspected that the dragon's goal was not just a city. So it's really going to show its fangs so soon? But this was exactly what she wanted. You should quickly discipline your city guards and make them understand who they truly serve, Saron said. Although those guys' combat power was SOSO in Saron's eyes, it was better than nothing. They can at least be used as cannon fodder. Moreover, it's quite disrespectful for a true dragon to not have its own retinue. Thinking about this, Saron began to understand why Black Dragon Girl's followers hadn't been very prestigious back then. After all, the weaker members of these families can be dealt with, but so can the Black Dragon Girl. But these powerful enemies' retinues were completely useless, so in the end, Black Dragon Girl had to take action herself. Therefore, the role of those relatives was mainly to maintain appearances. But master, if we want to attack Charles City, we must pass through Death Valley, and there is a Death Knight in Death Valley. That guy is a bit crazy. Death Knight. It was only after Elise's explanation that Saron learned that Minzo Biranzan and Charles were not far apart. Therefore, trade between the two cities was very frequent. But at some point, a powerful Death Knight appeared in a canyon between the two. He took over the canyon. In the underground world, this canyon can be considered a necessary route between two cities. Therefore, they must take back this place, which they call Death Valley. After all, opening up new roads is not a simple matter, considering that Death Knights are actually intelligent and capable of communication. At that time, Elise was not the matriarch of Minzo Biranzan. She was the matriarch of another family, the Ethan clan. Initially, the matriarch of the Ethan clan sent some messengers to communicate with the Death Knight. They also prepared generous gifts in an attempt to cooperate with the other party. But unexpectedly, this guy did nothing but hack the delegation to pieces as soon as they arrived. In the end, none of them survived. The corpses were also infected by the death aura emanating from the Death Knight, turning them into some low-level undead creatures. Finally, the matriarch was enraged and led a portion of her army to personally attempt to drive away or destroy the Death Knight. But then something strange happened. The matriarch of the Ethan clan and her army disappeared after entering Death Valley. It is said that the other drow who were initially guarding outside the canyon heard the sounds of battle. But then all the sounds suddenly disappeared. The drow elves guarding the area sent some of their men in to check, but they never came out. Meanwhile, Elise began to accumulate power while the strength of the matriarch's family was greatly reduced. 6 months have passed, and the matriarch of the Ethan clan has still not appeared. Elise knew the time had come, so she simply wiped out all the members of his family in one fell swoop. They then occupied Minzo Biranzan, intending to make their mark. As a result, Saron came and picked the peaches. Saron immediately understood. No wonder the city's defenses seemed so weak. Turns out it was all my own doing. Saron looked at Elise with pity. How should I put it? This girl was quite lucky to have met me. As for this Death Knight, Saron began to ponder. Do you know what that Death Knight looks like? Saron asked. He needs to clarify one issue. I didn't see it clearly, but it seemed to be riding a mount with flames engulfing all 4 hooves. Elise recalled. Because at the time, only a few guards stationed outside the canyon took a glimpse from afar and were frightened away. Elise naturally didn't dare to provoke that guy again, so she really didn't know what he looked like. Chapter 73 Death Knight. For hooves wreathed in flames. He seemed to understand what this was. Death Knights are a general term for a class of undead creatures. Ordinary people generally believe that a skeleton riding a skeleton horse is a Death Knight. However, this is a misconception. A skeleton riding a skeleton horse is still a skeleton. The real Death Knight is not that simple. Their birth is extremely difficult. It was formed when a fallen paladin was affected by dark forces upon his death. Furthermore, a paladin must have extremely strong negative emotions before death in order to successfully transform them. These are usually transformed by some very powerful evil spirit. This includes deliberately leading the paladin to his downfall and the eventual successful conversion. Because the power of faith within a paladin is extremely strong, a kind of holy power that ordinary demons cannot break through. The strength of a Death Knight is determined by their strength in life. Therefore, some Death Knights are very powerful. They retain the ability to cast holy spells in life through strange powers. However, since the paladin has been transformed into an undead creature and possesses undead characteristics, the paladin's magic can no longer possess healing properties. Instead, it all transformed into powerful aggression. This makes them even more dangerous than when they were paladins in life. Furthermore, Death Knights typically ride powerful skeletal horses. However, the mounts of the truly powerful Death Knights are not skeletal horses. It's a nightmare. Nightmare is also known as the Demon Steed or Hell Steed. This guy is intelligent too. Furthermore, nightmares are not naturally occurring. They are created. They were transformed from celestial beings called Pegasus. The ritual to create a nightmare requires the Pegasus to experience extreme pain. Then, in this agonizing state, their wings were cruelly removed. Then, powerful dark magic is used to transform these noble celestial beings into evil nightmares. It follows the same formula as the Death Knight. According to Elise, the Death Knight's mount should be Nightmare. That Death Knight must be very powerful. Otherwise, the nightmares wouldn't submit to him. After much deliberation, Saron decided to investigate the Death Knight. This even surpassed his interest in Charlestown. After all, Death Knights should be edible too, right? Still such a powerful Death Knight. Just thinking about it is so exciting. But before that, let's have a grand feast. After all, a grand feast is not to be missed. Thinking back to when I was in the dragon's lair, I even had to steal 2 dragon girls' eggshells to make sure I could have a feast. Now we must plunder other things. Regular monster meat is no longer enough to satisfy them. All that comes and goes is for the sake of a grand feast. It's just a life of toil. Meanwhile, in a muddy swamp in the plains, Hannah, who was tearing at a dead fish, yawned. She looked at Emily, who seemed bored beside her, and asked, Emily, when can we finally eat monster meat? I'm getting tired of eating fish every day. What's wrong with fish? Fish is still meat. It's much better than eating dirt. Emily covered herself in black mud. This can mask their body odor and also make them feel comfortable. She rolled over and looked at the 2 shiny little stones in her dragon claws, feeling exceptionally comfortable. Although it's just an ordinary stone, without a trace of magic, it is the first treasure of the future great black dragon queen. But Saron even took me to eat monster meat back then. Hannah chewed the fish, finding it increasingly tasteless. She started to miss the taste of benthic devil fish and split-ear bears. You're not going to eat it? Then give it to me. Enraged, Emily pounced on Hannah and began snatching the half-dead fish. Hannah quickly swallowed the half-fish, skin and bones, into her stomach. Emily was still angry and kept scratching at Hannah's mouth with her paws, trying to scoop out some minced meat. After a long while, the 2 little black dragons, covered in mud, lay in the mud pit. If you didn't look closely, you would think they were 2 piles of mud. Saron must be living a very comfortable life, Hannah suddenly said. This time, Emily didn't play around with her anymore, but said seriously, we witnessed Saron being chased by that fire elemental with our own eyes. You know, even Mother lost to the fire elemental lord. But Saron is very powerful. Hannah sighed. Hannah, stop deceiving yourself. You can't be unaware of Saron's fate. Besides, we are true dragons. There's no such thing as life or death separating us. And Saron might not be dead. He might have been captured and used as a mount, Emily said, unusually offering a word of comfort to Hannah. She is still resentful about Saron stealing her eggshell back then. He must be alive and not being used as a mount. Hannah didn't speak again, but firmly said to herself. In the palace in Menzoberranzan, Saron ordered all members to leave. He looked at the corpse of the observer beholder before him, and that spider-like drow elf with a deathly pale face. And there were the Kwasaimen rolling around nearby, along with piles of adamantite and gold coins. Let's begin. Saron silently began the feast. A familiar feeling of hunger washed over him, and Saron forced himself to resist the urge and began to smell the aroma in front of him. The aroma of a feast is, to some extent, Salon's most obvious judgment of the quality of the items. Surprisingly, the most delicious food was actually the unassuming corpses of the Kwasa and the observer-eyed demon. Salon said he couldn't understand. Then there's adamantite and gold coins. Finally, there was that spider-transformed drow elf. In other words, according to the feast's judgment, this spider-like elf is not even worth a gold coin. So worthless? Okay, let's start eating. Saron snatched the Kwasaimen in its mouth and swallowed it whole, instantly ending its life. It's the kind of painless experience. Then comes the corpse of the observer-eyed demon. The feeling of its giant eyeball finally exploding is also very exciting. Then use refined gold coins, silver coins, and the like. The spider-like elf standing to the side was dumbfounded, although she had long since disregarded life and death. But seeing this scene still makes me feel confused. Is this black dragon's hobby so strange? Surprisingly, he likes to eat strange and unusual foods. And most importantly, he actually eats gold and silver coins. For a true dragon, this is no different than eating its own manhood. Is it really that bizarre? She even forgot the fact that she was going to be eaten too. He was just curiously looking at the black dragon in front of him. Chapter 74 Mind Chains. Saron shook his head as he looked at the spider-like elf with a curious expression. Let's just give him a quick death. She looks so silly. I hope I won't be as silly as her after I eat her. Saron easily crushed the spider elf's hard body. The humanoid upper body calmly watched Saron's actions, seemingly without any fear of being eaten. In her feast state, this spider-like elf ended her tragic life. However, what Saron failed to notice was that the spider-like elf was unusually calm. After Saron devoured the spider-like elf, he looked at the feast. The progress was complete. Then it gradually entered a period of renovation. Meanwhile, Winnie and Misa stood guard quietly outside. They had long known that their Lord Saron was different from other true dragons. He only sleeps for a few days each time, but he becomes incredibly powerful when he wakes up. Elise tried several times to get some information from Misa, but Misa completely ignored her. Elise had no choice but to give up, because she still had to deal with another member of her race, that damned Maya. Saron woke up a day later. This banquet went even more smoothly. Looking at her own body, she realized that her length had reached 16 meters, which was Black Dragon Girl's length at the time. Although they are the same length, Saron now looks very different from what Black Dragon Girl looked like back then. Simply put, it's full of violent beauty. Saron, Health 415. Feast levels, 12. Feast cooldown, 9 days. Talent 1, Carnivore. Talent 2, Earth Magic Elemental Affinity. Talent 3, Fire Magic Elemental Affinity. Talent 4, Armor Penetration. Talent 5, Wild Scream. Talent 6, Atomic Furnace. Talent 7, Vibration Perception. Talent 8, Telepathy. Talent 9, Lightning Breath. Talent 10, Mind Link. You can actively establish a mind link with other creatures. Note, the other creature must be willing. Once linked, the other creature cannot voluntarily break the link. Only you can break it, and breaking the link will cause significant mental damage to the other creature. Mind links allow you to share the creature's vision and voice, and you can communicate with the bound creature through the mind link. The number of mind links and the range of communication with the other creature are determined by your own mental endurance. It really is this talent. A little demon from the deepest part of that abyss. This talent is already quite good for Saron. Having experienced the technological age of his previous life, Salon understands the importance of information transmission even better than others. Moreover, it is also very important for a faction, as it is equivalent to having an extremely powerful surveillance device attached to one's subordinates. That way, I'll never be afraid of getting lost again. Moreover, it can prevent subordinates from engaging in underhanded tactics, which is far more reliable than a contract. As for the potential psychological harm that the removal might cause to the other party, Saron simply ignored it. Anyway, it's not like he's the one who suffered mental harm. Looking around at the empty space, Saron sighed. The appetite for this feast is growing ever larger. The amount of supplies needed each time is increasing. He didn't want to one day find himself without enough ingredients to eat dirt and have to speed up the feast. I wonder how much dirt they'd have to eat to speed up the feast. Saron got up and went outside. Lord Saron, Misa and Winnie, who were bored at the door, rushed over when they saw Salon come out. Seeing the two of them, Salon had an idea. I've acquired a new dragon skill, and I need the two of you to work together. Saron said, Lord Saron, please come. Misa was the first to look up at Saron with her head held high, like a warrior about to die. Saron extended a claw and gently touched Misa's head, activating the mind chains. Misa felt a chill instantly spread from the top of her head throughout her body. Saron felt as if a white bit of light appeared in his mind. He focused his mind on it. In an instant, he experienced a completely different perspective, just like watching TV in his previous life. A colossal black figure stood before him. It was himself. So this is Misa's perspective. From Misa's perspective, she felt incredibly intimidated and damn cool. That's so true to me. Lord Saron. Misa noticed that Saron was still in a daze and whispered, very good. Saron nodded. This skill was indeed quite good. For a moment, Misa was a little confused. What was so good again? Winnie, come here too, Salon said, looking at Winnie beside him. Winnie was also a little confused, but she did not hesitate. He immediately stood next to Saron. Saron followed suit and bound Winnie to the chains of the mind. I just don't know what the maximum distance of the mind chain is. As for the function of the mind chains, Saron does not intend to let others know for the time being. This thing can play an unexpected role at crucial moments. It's a pity I arrived too late, otherwise it would have been great to bind with that silly guy. This will allow us to determine the exact whereabouts of Shadar and his group. However, going back won't bring much improvement for now, and I always feel that those guys from the Vulcan family are not so simple. Last time I faced that demon patriarch, Saron, I had a bad feeling. I didn't feel this way even when facing the horned demon Idris Saron. If Saron's feeling is true, then it means that the demon lord is manipulating all the demons. But it doesn't matter, once the feast begins, no matter how outrageous they are, they're still just a dish. Go find Elise and Maya. Saron looked at Winnie beside him and said, Yes, Lord Saron. Winnie was a little confused about what Saron had done to them. But out of trust, she didn't ask. A short while later, the matriarch Elise and Maya came over together. Saron looked at the two drow elves strangely. They seemed quite strange today. Not only was her outfit much bolder, but her black dress revealed everything that needed to be shown. This reminded Salon of some female live streamers from his past life. Moreover, there was a subtle tension between the two. The kind where they can't stand each other. Salon didn't care, whatever happened, as long as it didn't affect his grand feast. Soon, Saron also chained the minds of the two drow elves, leaving them with puzzled expressions. With a total of 4 mind chains, Saron felt that this was far from his limit. But nowadays there aren't many subordinates who need to be chained by their minds. After all, in Saron's view, his mind chains were not something to be taken lightly. Only his most valued subordinates were eligible to receive it. Let's skip the other extras. Chapter 75 Death Valley. Master, Death Valley is just ahead. After a day of rest, Saron had the drow matriarch Elise bring him to Death Valley. This canyon is very large, with cliffs on both sides hundreds of meters high. It seems that a lot of effort was put into its creation. This place didn't have a name before, but after the Death Knights took over, we called it Death Canyon. Elise looked at the distant canyon shrouded in black mist, and said solemnly. Besides Winnie, Saron also brought her along this time. He also brought with him nearly 100 drow elf warriors and several drow mages. The formation looks pretty good. Lord Saron, let me go in and check the situation first. Winnie said. She discovered that her talents seemed to be even more powerful in the underground world. She felt right at home, as if she belonged there all along. Winnie, you and Maya stay here. Saron looked at Winnie beside him and said, it would be more reassuring to place 2 wards at the entrance of the canyon first. Then he led Elise and the drow warriors toward the canyon. Saron took to the air. Death Knights are powerful, but Saron is no pushover either. The black mist in the air looked even more eerie. Saron discovered that he couldn't see through the black mist, just like when he was an ordinary person in his previous life. Visibility was only about 70 or 80 meters. You should know that a dragon's eyesight is not that of an ordinary mortal. Saron watched from midair as Elise, the drow elf matriarch, steeled herself and led the drow elf warriors into the canyon. Saron then flew in as well. He was only about 70 or 80 meters away from the drow elves high in the sky. Saron switched to Elise's perspective. He discovered that he couldn't see his own figure from Elise's perspective on the ground. Even Elise herself found it a little strange. Logically speaking, as a drow elf, I should have the ability of dark vision by nature. This black fog shouldn't be invisible even to her. Everyone be careful. Stay on defense, Elise ordered. She felt a pang of regret for following that black dragon. Click click. At that moment, Saron heard some strange noises through Elise's hearing. Intermittent gurgling sounds came from the darkness, and under the gaze of the drow, a figure dragged a crippled leg, raised a swollen arm, and a broken hand. They appeared in sight, stumbling step by step. Zombie. Elise recognized the creature. It was a zombie transformed from a drow elf. Immediately afterwards, countless monsters suddenly rushed out of the black mist. Some skeleton warriors charged out wielding bone knives and spears, followed closely by a small number of low-level ghouls and other creatures. Attack. Elise gave the order directly. It's just some skeletons and ghouls. We have plenty of drow elf warriors on our side. Shoot shoo shoo. The drow warriors began to retaliate with their bows and arrows. After all, they were elves, and archery was their specialty. The drow's arrows are very accurate. Moreover, they all attacked each other's heads. After all, for these undead creatures, apart from the soul fire in their skulls being a weakness, the rest of their bodies are irrelevant. Instantly, swarms of skeleton warriors fell to the ground. But then a lot of skeleton warriors and zombies rushed up from behind. However, it was as if the area in front of the drow elf warriors was a no-go zone. No zombies or ghouls could break through the defenses. The drow mages protect this place with their magic. Even if any escapees are caught, Elise will deal with them personally. Elise looked at the black mist in the distance. Things couldn't be that simple. A short while later, some skeleton warriors riding skeleton horses began to charge forward. These guys were fast, catching the drow warriors off guard. Meanwhile, Saron watched the battle unfold from the sky. It seems that the drow elves are currently in the lead. There seemed to be a lot of these zombies and skeleton warriors. But they didn't carry any trace of thought at all. They just kept moving forward and kept dying. Just as Elise finished corroding several skeleton knights with a web spell, a faint, eerie sound seemed to come from the darkness. All the undead creatures began to retreat like the receding tide. After a short while, only some skeletons and bones remained on the spot. Tap tap tap. A knight slowly emerged from the darkness, riding a nightmare mount ablaze with flames. He was dressed in dark blue armor and wore a helmet on his head, from which the green flames in his eye sockets could be seen. He must be over 4 meters tall, and his nightmare mount is 6 or 7 meters long and over 3 meters tall. For hooves tread on red flames. Flames swirled around its mane, tail, and nostrils. It looks incredibly imposing. Saron looked at Nightmare with satisfaction. This mount was indeed damn impressive. While Saron was observing the Death Knight from 2 different perspectives, the Death Knight looked up into the air. Saron and the Death Knight exchanged a glance. This guy has found himself too. Strangely, the Death Knight only glanced at Saron and then ignored him. Instead, they focused all their attention back on Elise, the Elven Mistress. It seems that the Elven Mistress is more attractive to him than the Black Dragon Saron. A few indistinct words from the Death Knight. Elf die. The Death Knight then drew a 3-meter-long great sword from behind him. The nightmare beneath her, its eyes glowing with fire, lit up, and its 4 hooves took flight, appearing almost instantly beside Elise. The Death Knight swung his greatsword down at Elise. Elise quickly dodged the sword that nearly cut her in half at the waist. At this moment, Elise was completely bewildered. The moment the Death Knight looked up at the sky, she guessed that he must have spotted the black dragon in the sky. I originally thought the other party would directly confront that black dragon head-on. But to my surprise, this guy actually charged straight at me. It seemed as if there was some deep-seated hatred between them. But this is their first time meeting. Why is that? Web technique. A massive spider web bound towards the Death Knight. But the Death Knight casually swung his sword and tore through the spider web. The toxins on the spider web had no effect on him. That's not all. With a single swipe of his hand, the Death Knight sent 3 black and red hellfire balls flying toward Elise. At the same time, Nightmare sat down and let out a roar. The figure of the Death Knight appeared behind Elise. Great Master, save me. Elise cried out urgently. Saron in the sky knew that Elise must still have some trump card up her sleeve for escaping. But it doesn't matter. Now that the main character has shown up, let's go and test our skills. Saron closed his wings and charged toward the Death Knight. Chapter 76 New Life. Saron crashed into the Death Knight the instant he charged. However, the Death Knight reacted quickly, and with a swift movement of his 4 hooves, he dodged Saron's pounce. Elise finally breathed a sigh of relief. This Death Knight was putting too much pressure on her. Moreover, this guy seems to have a slight advantage over the Drow elves. After all, many of the attacks of Drow elves rely on poison and the like. But you can't expect a powerful undead creature to die from poisoning, can you? Still such a powerful Death Knight. This guy is basically immune to any toxins. She felt that if he long hadn't come, she might really have died here. Dragon, I don't want to be an enemy. Target, spirit. The Death Knight looked at Saron's massive figure and spoke slowly. The eerie blue flames of death flickered incessantly in his eyes. I don't want to be your enemy either. I think we can be friends, Saron said, staring at the Death Knight before him. Friends? The Death Knight repeated, puzzled. Saron knew through telepathy that the guy was indeed very confused. Yes, friends. You're lying to me. The Death Knight suddenly flew into a rage. The nightmare he sat on sensed its master's emotions. With a hiss, flames swirled around its limbs, and it leaped into the air, appearing beside Saron at incredible speed. Saron was a bit dumbfounded. This guy's crazy. He caught the opponent's greatsword with one claw. The Death Knight paused for a moment. I never expected that my surefire attack would be blocked like this. A red light flashed in Saron's eyes. This guy is really strong. He was only able to easily withstand that attack because he had been blessed by the feast. If it were Black Dragon Girl, it definitely wouldn't be easy. Saron compared Black Dragon Girl's combat strength at the time. This Death Knight is probably just as bad as the Black Dragon Girl. The Death Knight didn't seem to care that his attack was easily blocked. A ghostly blue flame emanated from his left hand, forming a giant, 4-meter-long, ghostly blue sword. This is the spell I mastered when I was a paladin. Elemental weapons. Blazing slash. Several blue flames suddenly slashed toward Saron. As Saron tried to dodge, he suddenly felt as if the blue flames were following him, as if they had eyes. A forced confrontation. This is a basic spell for paladins. Under the influence of this spell, the opponent must counter his spell. The Death Knights used this spell to its fullest extent. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Death Knight had a thought, and the nightmare he rode moved its 4 hooves slightly, running above Saron. The Death Knight hurled his massive elemental sword at Saron. Saron hovered in midair. This guy really had a knack for coming up with all sorts of tricks. He let out a deafening roar. A wild scream echoed along with the dragon's roar. The black mist beside him surged, and the elemental greatsword in the Death Knight's hand flickered a few times before turning into a ghostly blue flame and disappearing from his hand. Saron forcefully withstood these blazing slashes. His body has a high resistance to fire. The blazing slashes emitted bursts of eerie blue light as they struck his body. Soon, as the black mist dissipated, Saron's black dragon scales showed no signs of damage other than some signs of corrosion. My friend, I've let you attack first many times. Now it's my turn, Saron said nonsensically. Immediately, the atomic furnace inside his body began to operate at high speed. The golden threads on his body began to emit a dazzling light. The dragon horns on its head also had red patterns that emitted a red glow. Saron breathed a blue lightning-like breath at the Death Knight. Sizzle. Blue electric snakes pulsed continuously as the Death Knight looked at his own body. His body surface kept cracking, and the nightmare beneath him howled uneasily. It's not going well for it either. The Death Knight spread his arms, and the black mist around him began to gather. It was like being caught in a black storm. Annihilation wave. A black energy radiated towards Saron. The lightning breath was instantly pierced through, and Saron tilted his head. The annihilation wave silently shaved off a piece of the mountain wall behind Saron. Again, Saron stopped breathing lightning. Immediately, a golden beam of energy shot into the Death Knight at an extremely high speed. This is the breath resulting from the combination of lightning and heat rays. At this moment, the Death Knight felt as if his body was slowly melting. I'm already dead. Why would I die again? At this moment, the black mist rushed to block the Death Knight's path. The remaining black mist continued to pour into the Death Knight's body, attempting to repair it. A deep sense of sorrow immediately enveloped the Death Knight. At this point, Saron's attributes all received an astonishing boost. His telepathic abilities detected the Death Knight's strange emotions. Saron looked at the Death Knight before him and tried to sense his thoughts using telepathy. Bang! Salon felt a jolt of energy run through him. He seemed to have entered a special world. Golden light was everywhere. Salon also saw some strange scenes, the life of a prince named Sost. He is a powerful paladin with legendary potential. Moreover, his identity is even more extraordinary. He is a prince of a powerful kingdom, Sost. He was of extraordinary status, possessed extraordinary strength, and was also handsome and refined. He was the dream lover of countless women. But all of this changed after one of his travels. Just before he was about to ascend the throne, Soster was traveling in a primeval forest when he rescued a beautiful elf named Isolde from some ogres. He did not tell Isolde his identity. The two began traveling together, and during this time, Soster and Isolde fell in love. However, there is one thing. Soster already had a princess at this time. She is a princess from another kingdom, and they have been married for several months. Therefore, Soster made a difficult and evil decision. He ordered one of his most loyal soldiers to kill his wife. The soldiers under his command faithfully completed the mission. However, after the warrior's scheme was exposed, he found the elf Isolde. He told her everything, including Soster's identity and the task he had given her. Finally, Isolde and the warrior escaped together, leaving Sost. Soster travels alone to a distant land in search of Isolde. But tragedy struck. After Soster left, the princess's father, the king of another kingdom, flew into a rage. He mobilized all his troops to launch a massive invasion of the kingdom of Sost. He was determined to seek justice for his daughter. Originally, Sost's kingdom was stronger than theirs. However, because Soster did such a thing, a third party intervened. Another powerful kingdom on the continent and the queen's father have joined forces to divide up the kingdom of Sost. They conquered the capital of Sost's mother country in just over a month. Soster's father killed his queen and other daughters before they even entered the palace. Finally, he committed suicide, burning the entire palace with magical flames, leaving no trace of his body. Soster returned a few days later. Faced with the devastation of his country and the deaths of his parents and relatives, he went completely insane. He fought his way to the capital with his superior strength. Under some kind of blessing, even Soster himself was unaware that his holy power as a paladin was slowly corrupting. At the same time, he also became much stronger. After killing all the high-ranking officials of the entire enemy kingdom, Soster had only one obsession. Find Isolde and ask her why she betrayed you. Several months later, Soster finally found Isolde, who had already gone into seclusion in a forest with the warriors he had sent to kill the princess. Seeing them so intimate, Prince Soster's heart died. And Soster also saw a half-elf girl, who was Isolde's child. Soster went completely mad. The destruction of his country, the death of his loved ones, and Isolde's betrayal drove this paladin insane. In a fit of rage, he bit the soldier to death. And they questioned whose child Isolde was. Unable to face the grotesque Soster, Isolde told him that it was his own child. But Soster simply didn't believe it at that moment. He used his holy power to create blazing flames that burned Isolde to ashes. And it burned the bewildered half-elf girl to ashes as well. It was only then that Soster realized he had lost everything. Finally, he burned himself with holy flames, during which the flames turned blue. At that moment, a voice echoed in Soster's mind. "Welcome back, my Death Knight." Soster then understood. "You did it all, you demon. I only guided some of it. You did all of this yourself, destroying your kingdom, killing your loved ones, murdering your beloved Isolde, and killing your own daughter." Ah! Soster's body was enveloped in blue flames, filled with immense resentment and intense unwillingness. After a long while, a Death Knight dressed in black armor was born. A nightmare with flames engulfing its 4 hooves howled and galloped over from afar. "Your treasure is here too. I specially went to the celestial realm to capture a Pegasus and made it into a nightmare for you," the being said excitedly. After all, a paladin with such a promising future as corruption is quite remarkable. "Go, corrupt this continent. All living beings are your prey. Make them one of us," the voice tempted. The Death Knight roared, and the nightmare beneath him became excited. At this moment, he possessed strength far exceeding that of an ordinary legend, and sweeping across the continent would be no problem. "Demon, how dare you?" Just then, a figure radiating golden light appeared from the sky. The voice exclaimed in shock and anger, "Brahma's attendant." The screen then disappeared. After a long while, Saron came to his senses and stopped exhaling. He looked at the Death Knight with a strange expression. He now knows where this guy comes from. He had just unintentionally entered the other person's long-sealed inner world through telepathy. I saw the whole story. This guy isn't from this plane of existence. He comes from another dimension. And how should I put it? This guy is a standard protagonist template. Not only is he a prince, but he is also incredibly powerful, captivating countless beautiful girls. But what a pity. They were corrupted and defiled by some evil spirit. From the moment he met Isolde, there was no turning back. The demon did not bewitch him, including by killing his own wife. However, they did provide some guidance at crucial moments. When the demon's plan finally succeeded, powerful beings from the celestial plane descended. They must have fought with that evil spirit. What the demon didn't expect was that Sost still harbored feelings of love for Isolde. At the moment of losing consciousness, the arrival of that celestial being occurred. The balance has been broken. Sost's consciousness also returned somewhat. He banished himself using the paladin's banishment spell. They also took away the ashes of Isolde and the half-elf girl. He also infused a portion of the Death Knight's power into the ashes in an attempt to resurrect the Death Knight using his power. However, the power of the Death Knight cannot bring the dead back to life. It can only turn them into undead creatures. But Soster didn't believe it. His obsession and hatred made him unwilling to give up. Finally, the ashes of Isolde and the half-elf girl turned into a strange black mist. This black mist seems to have its own consciousness. He will protect the Death Knight. However, Soster also exhausted his last bit of conscious power. His strength also plummeted from legendary to the dark abyss of this world. That is, the underground world. Based on instinct and the influence of Soster, this Death Knight is extremely hostile to elves. Therefore, he would attack any elf that entered his territory without mercy. Saron's eyes lit up. That demon and the Brahma attendants, beings from the celestial realm. They're all very powerful. It should be safe to eat, right? The Death Knight stared blankly at Saron. Saron slowly approached his opponent, but the Death Knight remained completely unmoved, with only the black mist around him attempting to block Saron's advance. Saron looked at the Death Knight, then his mind chains wrapped around him. Finally, Saron heard a voice from the depths of the Death Knight's heart. Thank you. You freed me. The Death Knight is yours now. The mind chain successfully connected with the Death Knight. Saron understood his meaning. Without Saron's accidental intervention, Soster's remaining fragments of consciousness would have been trapped forever inside the Death Knight's body. After all, Soster is dead, and what has been born is a Death Knight that grows from Soster's corpse. At this moment, a blank consciousness was born within the Death Knight's body. Saron quickly imprinted his spirit onto it, knowing that now was the best time to subdue the Death Knight. The original consciousness was completely extinguished, and at this point, the newly formed consciousness had no way to resist itself. Who are you? Came the voice from that bewildered consciousness. I am your master, the great true dragon Saron. Saron said through the mind chain. Master? Then who am I? The consciousness asked again. You are the Death Knight Arthas. Saron had intended to say Sost, but then sighed, thinking of the man's tragic life. Change your name. Let him be completely free. I am Arthas. The Death Knight's eyes blazed with a ghostly blue flame. Chapter 77 Minor Dimensions. For Saron, subduing this Death Knight was far more worthwhile than eating him. After all, eating it might grant you a Death Knight talent. However, once you subdue it, you can possess the entire Death Knight. Moreover, Arthas is not comparable to any orc or drow elf. After all, this guy has legendary strength after becoming a Death Knight. Their strength will definitely improve gradually in the future. Salon felt quite comfortable. After all, this was the first subordinate with such prestige that he had ever taken in. Arthas's greatest strength is not actually how powerful he is. Rather, it was his ability as a commander of the undead. This guy can use black mist to turn dead creatures into various undead creatures for his own use. The quantity is determined by the quantity of his black mist. It is important to know that the birth of an undead creature requires the right timing, location, and people. All three are indispensable. Moreover, other Death Knights can only command undead creatures, but cannot create them. Moreover, Saron found this guy to be very difficult to kill. Most undead creatures possess a soul fire within their bodies. If the soul fire is extinguished, then this undead creature will truly die. But Alsace was different. Even if this guy's body is destroyed, as long as the black mist remains, then one can be reborn in the black mist. To truly kill him, it is necessary to annihilate all the black mist and his true form. This was something Salon obtained from his memory. Saron probably didn't even know that the demon that led him to his downfall had created such a thing. If he knew, that guy would probably pay any price to bring Arthas back. Saron suddenly had a bold idea. What if he took this guy to those mortal kingdoms on the ground? Would it really trigger a cataclysmic disaster? After all, this guy has too many similarities with Arthas in Saron's memory. The armor style could be slightly modified. The only difference is that Arthas no longer has Frostmourne, the filial son's sword. Should we get him a weapon with ice attributes later? Master, you actually subdued the Death Knight. Elise was deeply shocked as she looked at the Death Knight, standing obediently behind Saron. After all, it's not easy to get someone so much stronger than a regular Death Knight to submit. Moreover, this kind of undead creature is not afraid of death. After all, it has already died once. Arthas looked at the Drow matriarch before him with an even stronger blue light in his eyes. Master, I hate this creature, Arthas said through the mind chain. She's still useful, she can't die. Arthas, you stay here and await my instructions. With a slight flap of its wings, Saron took off and left the area. Elise felt a chill run down her spine as the Death Knight stared intently at her. Watching Saron's departing figure, she hurriedly called her men to follow him. That looked like they were running away. Arthas, meanwhile, stared intently as Elise left. He didn't know why he instinctively felt so much hostility towards this guy. However, since his master ordered him to guard this canyon, he will guard it. Then, black mist slowly spread out and enveloped the entire canyon. Elise only dared to look back after escaping the canyon. She had just had a premonition. If she doesn't leave soon, that damn Death Knight will definitely kill her. At this moment, the drow elf Maya emerged from behind a giant rock. She looked at the slightly disheveled Elise and said calmly, Lord Salon asked me to tell you that he hopes you will find out the situation in Charles City as soon as possible. After all, he has no shortage of useless people. Maya added the last sentence herself, and she secretly felt quite pleased with herself. She wouldn't have dared to say that to a drow matriarch in the past. It doesn't matter now. After all, seeing this guy bowing and scraping, the maternal authority she once held for her has vanished. Iris ignored Maya's attitude and said gently, Maya, right? I remember your mother died, and I heard her death was quite unique. You? Maya's expression changed drastically in an instant. Meanwhile, Saron and Winnie have returned to the castle in Menzoberranzan. To be honest, he's not very interested in those or cities anymore. After all, in Saron's view, one Arthas was worth dozens of drow cities. But even mosquito legs are meat, and these Zhuir city still managed to get their hands on them. Arthas's appearance gave Saron an opportunity. That means there are other dimensions. To be fair, the combat power in the plane where Saron resides is quite strong. After all, there have been legends that angels, celestial beings, have always protected the human realm. The angels will not concern themselves with the wars between humans. However, if other creatures cause mass human deaths, then the angels will intervene. Through the inherited memories, Salon knew that the angels in this celestial plane were not the fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged beauties in his previous life's anime, who wore short skirts and wielded swords to cut people down everywhere. It is a very unique organism. In Soster's memory, the Brahma attendant was a type of angel. They are messengers or agents of the celestial plane. They were sent by some gods to the material world, the underworld, the fairy wilderness, and other planes to collect faith. The stories in mortal legends that bring hope and courage to kind people are about Brahma's attendants. They can take on any form, but they generally prefer to transform into mortals. However, these creatures are actually beings with silver skin, and their hair and eyes radiate a supernatural light. Moreover, they are large in size, averaging over 4 meters tall, and possess a pair of enormous wings. Their combat power is extremely strong, at least legendary. So Saron decided to focus on farming and leveling up while he could no longer kill legendary characters like a dog. I won't get involved in those things. And the resources in these smaller planes came into Saron's sights. After all, the strength in a small plane won't be too outrageous, so Saron can eat and drink whatever he wants and develop slowly. Then, after the feast has been piled up dozens of times, we'll challenge the plane he's in. So another order he gave Arthas was to thoroughly study the art of banishment. Let's see if we can find other smaller planes. He has made several preparations. He wants the underground world, and he also wants the other smaller worlds. The land will be his eventually. It seems like it's been a long time since we've been back to the ground. Saron glanced at Winnie beside him. Winnie, go back to the cave entrance we came in through and check on Xiong. See if he's been eaten by any monsters. After all, this is the only exit leading to the surface in this area. We still need to take this seriously. Chapter 78, The Two-Headed Giant. On the ground, in the Skillminster forest, a heavy footstep came from the forest. Many magical beasts fled from this place. Then a huge figure emerged from the shadows. Its skin was covered with a thick layer of dust and grime, and it was draped in a thick, smelly fur coat. Sticky, long hair fell over her face. This is a 15-meter-tall giant, and a rare, two-headed giant at that. Yuga, where exactly is the cave of that blue-footed dragon snake? Do you even remember the way? The left-hand head asked. His head was covered with red totem marks. His large mouth, filled with fangs and sharp teeth, spewed foul odors. Doga, you clearly walked this road yourself. Why are you asking me? Another head had blue totem markings painted on it. Idiot, it was clearly you. Idiot, it was clearly you. Two gruff voices began arguing in giant's language. Damn it. The right side of the head controlled the right hand and punched the left side of the head hard. The left side of the head was not to be outdone. Continue to attack the right side of the head with your left fist. After hitting for a long time, both heads finally got tired and stopped. What are we here for? The left-hand head asked, puzzled. You're asking me? Who should I ask? The right side of the head was annoyed. It's all your fault for not being able to find the cave. The cave? It's because you ate the messenger that we can't find the cave. I remember now. Our mission is to investigate why the azure-footed dragon snake guarding the entrance to the underground cave hasn't reported back for so long. The head on the left nudged the head on the opposite side and said, Then hurry up and find it. The right side of the head sounded a little anxious. What's your hurry? The left-hand head said dismissively. Do you want to be torn to pieces? The right side of the head seemed to remember something that terrified it. Okay, let's find it quickly. With this in mind, the two heads began to work together against the common enemy. It's all right if the messenger eats it, but the task must be completed. But I really can't remember where I am. The left side of the head was very distressed. Forget it. Let's take our time looking. This forest isn't that big. We'll find it eventually. Didn't that messenger point us to the location before? The two-headed giant strode heavily into the depths of the forest. At this moment, inside the cave of the azure-footed dragon serpent, a chubby, earth-splitting bear yawned. It felt like it had never lived so comfortably before. Except for that black dragon. That's too unfair to the bear. However, the Earthshaker is stubborn by nature. Since it has decided to submit to Saron, it will not cause any trouble. Just then, the Earth-splitter bear heard a series of heavy footsteps. It is a natural Earth-type magical beast, so it has a very strong sense of the ground tremors. Moreover, it had heard this kind of footsteps before in this forest. The earth elemental magic within the Earth-splitter bear surged slightly, and the earth and stones on the ground slowly covered its body. It looks just like a huge rock. Bang bang bang. Damn it, this cave is so small. I'll definitely teach that blue-footed dragon a lesson when I find it. But it seems we can't beat it. Even if we can't win, we have to fight. It's a matter of dignity. The two-headed giant, cursing and swearing, bent over and entered the cave from the outside. Damn you, blue-footed dragon serpent. Get out here now. How come you haven't come for so long? What's that called again? The two-headed giant's meager knowledge was a bit insufficient. Report on your work, another head added. Yes, a performance review. He doesn't seem to be here. The two large heads sniffed the surrounding air. And there's no smell of blood. No, there's something else smelling. The two-headed giant suddenly stopped in his tracks. It cautiously observed its surroundings. The two heads looked at each other while staring at a huge rock in the distance. The two-headed giant then threw the mace in his hand. Although the Earthshaker was well hidden, the two-headed giant's innate passive perception still managed to sense it. Gotcha, you bug. Roar. An angry roar rang out, and the Earthshaker quickly dodged the attack. Boom. A massive mace slammed down behind him. Just then, the two-headed giant's feet suddenly sank into the ground. The towering giant knelt down on one knee, but the two-headed giant was unusually excited at this moment. They were drooling over the earth-splitting bear in front of them. So it's a bear. Good heavens, we'll eat bear meat later. The two-headed giant yanked hard. The thick chain attached to the mace pulled the mace back into its hand. The two bears stood up and roared at the two-headed giant. Its height of 5 meters when standing upright should be overwhelming for most creatures. However, it was no match for the two-headed giant's 15-meter height. The two-headed giant held a giant axe in one hand and a mace in the other. They were determined to defeat the earth-splitting bear before them. Roar. Spikes appeared at the feet of the two-headed giant. Xiong was also very clever. It knew that it would be no match for its opponent if it fought head-on. Therefore, it directly used its own internal magic to fight against the opponent. As soon as Winnie arrived at the cave entrance, she heard a tremendous roar and the furious howl of the giant earth-splitter bear. Winnie dared not be careless. She concealed all traces of herself. They then slowly approached the battlefield. At this moment, the Earth Splitter Bear had a huge wound on its body, which almost split it in two. It was caused by the giant axe of the two-headed giant. If it hadn't put up an earthen shield in time, that flying axe would have been enough to split it in two. This is the scene that Winnie saw. A two-headed giant. Winnie never expected it to be a two-headed giant. Little bear, I'm going to tear you to pieces. The two heads of the giant uttered a chilling voice. But the Earth Splitter Bear couldn't understand what this guy meant. It responded with a roar. Just as Winnie was wondering whether she should intervene, Saron, who was comfortably enjoying a massage from Misa and Menzoberranzan, was already on his way to the cave. He had been using the mind chains to switch Winnie's perspectives, using it as a way to pass the time while watching a movie. I never expected to see a two-headed giant. Winnie, find a way to help Xiong Air. At that moment, Salon's voice resonated in Winnie's heart. Lord Saron. Winnie was filled with doubt and surprise. She looked around, but didn't see anything. This is a form of telepathy. I'll tell you later. Now help Xiong Air by some time. Saron said again. Yes, Lord Saron. Winnie stopped dwelling on the matter and slowly pulled out two huge black claws from behind her and put them on her hands. This is a weapon made from magic iron last time, which Winnie prepared specifically to deal with large magical beasts. Her original cat paws weren't even enough to scratch someone's itch. However, it still doesn't seem enough now. Chapter 79 Giant Tribe. The two-headed giant was looking at the Earth Shatter Bear in front of him with great interest, as if it were a dish. The other party can cast spells. However, their physiques are far stronger than those of the Earth Shaker, so these spells are like tickling them. For example, the earth spikes of the Earth Shaker can be easily smashed with a single axe. Moreover, even the Earth Splitter Bear can't outrun them. After all, the distance a 15-meter-tall giant can cover in one step is beyond the reach of ordinary creatures. This also gives them a decent movement speed. Just then, one of the two-headed giant's heads let out a roar. What the hell? Tear. Winnie's claws were firmly embedded in the two-headed giant's neck. However, it only pierced part of the epidermis and did not even reach the muscle. This made the two-headed giant feel like he had been bitten by a mosquito. The other head saw Winnie's figure. It was just an insect. One of the two-headed giant's heads lunged straight at Winnie. Winnie forced herself to ignore the foul breath emanating from the giant's large mouth and dodged the two-headed giant's bite. In this cave, Winnie appeared exceptionally agile. Just like an ordinary, elegant kitten, the two-headed giant's attacks couldn't touch her at all. Damn bugs. The two-headed giant also realized that this place was not suitable for it. If this insect were in an open area, it could probably be killed by it in a few blows. Xiong Air recognized Winnie. After all, the last time left a very deep impression. Thinking of this, Xiong Air's spirits lifted. The cat has arrived, so how far away can the dragon be? Roar. An excited Xiong Air began using earth magic to entangle the two-headed giant's movements. The two-headed giant was also angered by Winnie. It couldn't touch the other at all. The other moved about on the cave's ceiling as if it were flat ground, and couldn't do anything to it. Seeing the Earth Splitter Bear casting its magic with a smug grin, he was instantly enraged. Never mind, let's eat the bear meat first. I'm starving. The two heads reached an agreement. They charged towards the Earth Shaker together, completely ignoring Winnie's attack. That silly bear. Winnie was furious, even though she knew that Earth Shaker was helping her for her own good. But she doesn't need any help at all. They had no choice but to charge at the two-headed giant. When Xiong Air saw the two-headed giant charging towards it, it immediately took off running on all fours. The two-headed giant chased after them. Bang bang bang. Xiong Air ran to the deepest part of the cave. It was panting heavily. This is the cave entrance where Saron went down last time. It still remembers it. Haha, the bear meat feast is finally starting. The two-headed giant looked smugly at the Earth Splitter Bear. Just as the two-headed giant was getting excited, a huge figure burst through the cave and flew up. What is that? After the two-headed giant cleaved several boulders with its massive hand, it stared blankly at the figure in the arena. That enormous black figure, with red eyes and a chilling dragon's might. That looks like a dragon. This is a dragon. Why are there dragons? We have absolutely no experience dealing with dragons. Whatever the reason, be careful. The two heads exchanged a quick message. Saron looked at the other person with curiosity. After all, the two-headed giant is far inferior to the 6 true giants. However, they are also a race of giants, and are the nemesis of true dragons. Xiong Air, relying on his dragon-like power, kept roaring and taunting the two-headed giant. Lord Saron. Winnie also appeared. She hadn't expected Salon to arrive so quickly. Two-headed giants, where do you come from, and what is your purpose? Saron asked in giant speech. We come from the plains of giants. The blue totem's head instinctively set upon hearing the familiar giant language. Idiot, this is a dragon. How can you tell him where we came from? The other head hurriedly said. Saron looked at the two-headed giant. It seems that passing on memories is indeed the right thing to do. The two-headed giant is mentally unstable. Bang bang bang. Just as Saron shook his head, the two-headed giant suddenly turned around and ran away. Damn it, it looks like that snake was eaten by a dragon. We couldn't even beat that snake, but it was eaten by a dragon, so we'll definitely be eaten by a dragon too. At this point, the two-headed giant's strategy was clear: escape as quickly as possible. Saron watched the fleeing giant. He decided to retract his earlier thought. The two-headed giant was indeed mentally ill. However, under certain conditions, it is quite intelligent. But what makes this guy think it can escape? Saron did not spread its wings. The cave was now too small for him. His wingspan of 32 meters couldn't be fully extended. But it doesn't matter anymore. Saron gave chase. The two-headed giant ran while looking behind him. Seeing that the black dragon had actually caught up, he immediately threw out both the giant axe and the spiked hammer. But Saron didn't care at all. Earth magic, slow. Suddenly, the two-headed giant in front of them felt his steps growing heavier and heavier. What? In the instant it was stunned, Saron pounced. The two-headed giant still wanted to resist. After all, its size was no smaller than Saron's. But Saron simply swung his dragon claw lightly. Immediately, several huge wounds appeared on the back of the two-headed giant. Blood was flowing everywhere. Dragon, I'm going to eat you. The two heads of the two-headed giant lunged at Saron at the same time. Saron neither dodged nor avoided the attack, but charged straight into it. His two dragon horns pierced into the opponent's chest. Saron then grabbed one of the two-headed giant's arms with his dragon claws, and swung his other dragon claw with force. A huge arm was cut off. I need to know the details. You should understand what I mean. Saron stopped his attack and looked at the two-headed giant lying on the ground. Of course, if you don't tell me, I'll twist off a head and taste the giant's brains. He knew that both heads of the two-headed giant possessed independent thought. Moreover, these two-headed giants seemed to be different from what I remember. The two heads of the two giant seemed to be trembling slightly. They had eaten the brains of many kinds of creatures, but they still felt a sense of fear when their own brains were eaten. Saron picked up the giant's arm from the ground, intending to eat it. But seeing the thick layer of foul-smelling sludge on top made him give up the idea. Bear 2, here's some energy to replenish you. Looking at Bear 2 behind him, Salong threw his arm in front of Bear 2. Xiong Air happily pounced on him. It grabbed the giant's arm and began to gnaw on it. This guy almost killed it, and it's getting revenge. The two-headed giant watched as his arm was eaten and said nothing more. After a long silence, one head spoke. We come from the giant plains of the north, ordered to investigate why that blue-footed dragon serpent is unwilling to something. Reporting on my work. Yes, the reason for the performance review. You say the blue-footed dragon serpent is from your region? You also have a tribe of giants. Saron stared at the other party. Yes. But it wasn't just one tribe of giants, it was several. Upon hearing this, Saron's heart stirred. Chapter 80 Schemes. All giants are the mortal enemies of the true dragon. These real giants are not easy to deal with. One must be cautious when dealing with giants. Because it is different from a regular dragon. Giants are mostly social creatures, meaning if you provoke a giant, then you've essentially provoked an entire tribe of giants. After the two-headed giant explained, Saron finally understood why this guy had come here. To the north of the Silversmith Forest lies the Giant's Plain. Giant Plains is bordered by Troll Mountains and Giant Run Mountains to the left and right. This region was ruled by some real giants, which, according to the two-headed giant, should be a tribe of hill giants. The blue-footed dragon serpent was sent by the hill giant tribe to guard the entrance to this underground world. It's also that one day we can enter the underground world and plunder resources. Saron looked at the two-headed giant as if he were an idiot. Damn it, everyone else is in the underground world trying to come to the surface world to seize resources. You've actually done the opposite. We've finished speaking, you should let us go, the two-headed giant said to Saron. There must be some things you haven't finished saying. We really don't know anything else. Both heads shook their heads simultaneously. Saron looked at the guy and wondered if he was just too stupid to know much. But I never said I would let you go. Saron extended his dragon claw and stabbed the two-headed giant in the chest before the giant could react. It crushed a warm, steaming heart. The two-headed giant stared at Saron with his 4 eyes wide open in a rage. "You will surely die." One of the heads muttered its curse in the giant language. Saron ignored the two-headed giant's words. The creature struggled for several dozen seconds before losing its life force. He had no intention of subduing the two-headed giant, because such giants are simply impossible to enslave. The moment I saw the two-headed giant, I knew things wouldn't be that simple. Because two-headed giants are usually solitary giants, they rarely obey the commands of any creature. However, Saron was puzzled by what the two-headed giant had said about the giant plain and the running giant mountain range. And the troll mountains next door are quite vast. There must be many powerful creatures in so many places. How could the hill giant, which ranks last among the 6 true giants, possibly rule over these creatures? The 6 true giants are the hill giant, stone giant, frost giant, fire giant, cloud giant, and storm giant. But Saron certainly didn't think it was the storm giant. After all, truly powerful storm giants mostly live in secluded places. For example, in a castle above the clouds, or in a huge fortress in the deep sea. Places that ordinary creatures simply cannot reach. Unlike other giants, they are born with the power of thunder and storms, so the storm giants are born able to fly. Saron could hardly imagine what it would be like for the storm giant, hundreds of meters tall, to fly. Putting aside everything else, the storm giant, which is only a few hundred meters tall, weighs several million tons. One stomp would be enough to crush Saron into a meat patty. If it's a storm giant like this, then Saron will definitely run as far away as possible. As for the other giants, Saron thought it was worth a try. Moreover, the blue-legged dragon serpents were created by the storm giants, but they are very proud. They do not easily obey the commands of other creatures, even other powerful giants. Therefore, Saron believed that either the two-headed giant was lying, or the giant's intelligence or level of understanding was simply insufficient, and he didn't know enough. Saron felt a bit overwhelmed. The problems in the underground world haven't been completely resolved yet, and now there are these kinds of troubles in the surface world. The key issue is that he currently has virtually no notable followers on the ground. It's just a clumsy bear, and it almost got killed by a two-headed giant. It's like having a commander without troops. Now he misses Shadar and the others even more. It's a bit weak, but it's better than nothing. Oh well, what's done is done. We'll talk about it later. First, we need to hurry up and solve all the problems in the underground world. Then we can free up our hands to deal with those giants. If that doesn't work, we can just bring Arthas to the ground. He only cared about killing, while Arthas only cared about converting. In this way, by cooperating with Arthas, they can quickly unleash an undead army. Those giants will definitely not have an easy time. Bear 2, don't resist. Seeing Saron the Earth Shatter licking his wounds, he had an idea. Saron directly linked the Earth Shatter bear with a mind chain. Just consider it as placing a ward. Xiong'er stared at Salong with a bewildered expression, feeling as if something was wrong with its head. Xiong'er, you continue to guard this place. If another enemy like this comes next time, don't attack, just run away. After giving Xiong'er some instructions, Saron returned to the underworld with Winnie and the corpse of the two-headed giant. At this time, in the underground city of Menzoberranzan, Elise has gathered some of her close confidants to discuss matters concerning Charles City. Mistress, Charles City is very powerful. Even without Lord Saron, it would be too difficult for us to take it down. A drow elf looked at Mistress Elise with a grim expression. Moreover, the priestesses of Charles City are truly favored by the goddess Rose. The group spoke up, one after another. Because just now, Madame Elise actually said that they would take Charles City with their limited strength. This can't be a joke, right? Elise glanced at the many drow. She touched her newly painted nails and said calmly, I don't need to say more about Black Dragon's temper. You all know it yourselves. He said before that he doesn't want useless people, otherwise he wouldn't mind giving them extra food. Elise looked at the drow present. In fact, the Black Dragon's intention was not for them to attack Charles City at all. Instead, they were sent to gather intelligence. But Elise herself didn't think so. This time, she wanted to prove herself and completely gain the Black Dragon's trust. This time she will go all out and use all her strength. Taking Charles City was not her goal, because she knew it was impossible. What she wanted was for that Black Dragon to see her attitude. The drow elves present were her stepping stones. Mistress, I actually have an idea, a drow elf suddenly whispered. What are your thoughts? Tell me. Elise looked at her tribeswoman with great interest. We can use intelligence gathering as a pretext to transfer the main members of our clan to Charles City in batches, then request the protection of their priestesses. With the combined strength of other cities, we should be able to kill this black dragon. Then we'll be free, the young Jouer said, getting more and more excited. Elise, on the other hand, looked at him with a smile. She stood up and slowly walked towards the young woman, Jouer. You make a very good point. The young woman, Jouer, was smiling and about to say something. A cold glint flashed in Elise's eyes, and the female drow's head flew off. Chapter 81. Nadia. The young and beautiful woman, Jouer, still had an excited smile on her face. But she was already dead. Mistress. The other drow elves were startled. They stared at Elise in shock. After all, it was Elise who had killed her own people in this situation. They still used such ruthless methods. And this was all done without offending her. I said we're going to seriously take Charles City. Elise held the female drow's head and looked at the other drow present, speaking gently. She even licked a drop of blood off her face. This made her already luscious lips even redder. I understand perfectly. Yes, we must take Charles City. We support the mistress's decision. The drow elves present all echoed this sentiment. Although I had seen the matriarch kill enemies before, this was the first time I had ever seen something this terrifying. Very good. Elise licked the blood from the corner of her mouth again, and her smile widened. At this moment, in Saron's palace, Saron opened his scarlet eyes. This Elise is a bit unusual. He had been observing Elise's perspective through the mind chains, watching the other party discuss with their people, and then finally killing that drow. He had initially thought that Elise might agree to the drow elf's suggestion. Now it seems that he was wrong. This guy probably has a deeper scheme. But it doesn't matter, whatever that guy thinks. I possess absolute power. Moreover, the mind chain can monitor her situation at all times, and if all else fails, they can only provide her with extra food. He will show them what happens when an ant challenges a dragon. Thinking of this, Saron switched to another perspective, that of the female drow elf Maya. Since the mind chains were introduced, Saron has also found a way to pass the time. That is to treat the perspectives of these subordinates as short films, just like watching short videos in a previous life. What is this round white thing? The next second he saw Misa's naked figure. Her fair skin, her perfectly proportioned figure, and her long, slender legs. It is especially enchanting when shrouded in the misty haze. At this moment, the bunny girl exclaimed happily, Maya, I never imagined there would be hot springs in the underground world. Of course, and the hot springs here are much better than those on Earth. Plus, soaking in them is very good for your health. We don't usually get to enjoy that. Maya's voice came through. They were soaking in a hot spring. Damn it, they didn't even invite me. Saron watched carefully for more than 10 minutes, and only after confirming that the drow elf had no ulterior motives did he switch to other perspectives with satisfaction. He wondered if he should let Misa stay and study the origin of life with him next time. Saron thought for a moment, and then continued his research on earth magic, this time targeting 2 high-level earth spells. He also glanced at Xiong'er's place. Xiong'er's place has always remained the same. Since the last time, Xiong'er has spent most of his time digging tunnels using earth magic, except when hunting. It needs to create a safe environment for itself. Hee. Salon realized that this guy had actually figured things out, and he guessed some of what Xiong'er meant. This guy is probably planning to build himself an underground maze. Moreover, it's the kind of maze that can only accommodate giants, its height and size limited to one person's passage. Now let's see what the true strength of this so-called Charles City is really like. Saron planned to personally launch an attack on Charles City 2 days before the feast cooled down. Of course, it would be even better if Elise could give me some surprises. Underworld. In a palace covered in white spider webs, a purple-haired female drow elf knelt on the ground, her hands clasped in prayer. Wearing a black off-shoulder dress, her perfectly proportioned figure made her exceptionally charming. The purple spider tattooed between her eyebrows added to her mystique. At that moment, a female drow elf warrior dressed in leather armor appeared behind the priestess. High Priestess Nadia, there seems to be a new development at Death Valley. The drow priest who had been kneeling in prayer opened his eyes. She opened her purple eyes and looked at the black mirror in the hand of the female drow warrior in front of her. The view above showed the area surrounding Death Valley, and Nadia noticed that the black fog above Death Valley seemed to have lessened considerably. Can the giant bat fly over the area not covered by the black mist? Nadia asked, her beautiful brows furrowed. I've already tried it, and the giant bats will still be covered by the fog the instant they pass through. Death Knights in historical legends didn't have such powerful abilities, Nadia said, somewhat puzzled. She had personally fought that Death Knight before. She shattered the Death Knight's body twice. However, That guy was reborn in the black mist, and his power was not affected in any way. On the contrary, all of the more than 100 elite Drow warriors she brought with her perished at the hands of the Death Knights. This made Nadia realize how troublesome this guy was. So she gave up the deal with Menzoberranzan. Keep a close eye on the situation over there. Do not make any rash moves for the time being. Nadia issued the order. Yes, sir. The Drow warrior quickly left the palace. Nadia, why won't you let me help you? If the two of us join forces, we can definitely defeat that Death Knight. A petite female Drow elf emerged from the darkness. She looked to be only 13 or 14 years old, with the appearance of an innocent little girl. She slowly hugged Nadia from behind, her hands beginning to wander upwards. The priestess Nadia grabbed the other person's hand and said solemnly, Bridget, don't push me. Huh. Bridget chuckled and then took another deep sniff of Nadia. Nadia, it's all because you're so charming. I absolutely love this mature and alluring scent. The priestess looked at Bridget with a headache. If this girl weren't a true servant of the goddess Rose and of great importance to her, she would have turned against her long ago. In particular, she found the other person's sexual orientation unacceptable. You can transform into something even better than me, Nadia suggested. You said it yourself, it's an illusion, it's fake, I don't care. Bridget seemed a little disappointed when Nadia rejected her advances. All right, stop it, we're best friends. Nadia reached out and patted Bridget's head. Bridget then hugged Nadia's waist. Nadia shook her head inwardly. This is the only way to control this guy right now. Chapter 82 begins. Nadia, you understand my feelings, why don't we get married? Bridget suddenly looked up at Nadia earnestly. Nadia felt a chill run down her spine. Marriage? What a load of rubbish. Hee, let's talk about it another time. Then I want to sleep with you tonight. Sleeping is fine, but nothing else is allowed. Okay, I promise I won't do anything reckless. We are currently outside Death Valley. Matriarch Elizabeth, accompanied by a dozen elite subordinates, gazed at the black mist-shrouded canyon before her, awaiting something. After a while, a female Drow elf emerged from Death Valley. Mistress, our people have passed through Death Valley, and that Death Knight did not attack us. Very good. Seeing this, Elise breathed a sigh of relief. After all, that Death Knight last time was too terrifying and had left her with psychological trauma. But madam, Charles City is heavily fortified, far superior to Menzoberranzan's defenses. We have so few men. Hee, you should know that no matter how strong the exterior of a city is, it's always much easier to breach it from the inside. Iris said lazily. As planned, I will go to Charles City myself first, and you will come with me into the city. After making up her mind, Elizabeth led a dozen or so of her men into Death Valley. Cerrone watched Elise's actions from inside the palace, filled with anticipation. He wanted to see what tricks this guy had up his sleeve. Lord Cerrone, would you like me to clean your scales? Just as Cerrone was lost in thought, Misa's figure walked out from the side. She was holding cleaning supplies in her hands. Cerrone's attention was not on the tools in Misa's hands. He looked at Misa under his claws. This little guy seems to be wearing a black dress like those worn by Drow elves this time. A large expanse of snow-white skin was exposed on her back. Her shoulders were also exposed, which looked quite cute. Underneath the short skirt were white pantyhose, showing off her long, beautiful legs. Salon suddenly felt his mind go blank. The black magical energy on his body flashed and disappeared. Then Cerrone's 2.5-meter-tall dragon-human form appeared on the spot. This is already the smallest size he has managed to compress as much as possible. Lord Cerrone, what is this? Misa looked at Cerrone with curiosity in her eyes. This was the first time she had ever seen Cerrone in his dragon-human form. I don't really need to clean my scales right now, but I think you should. Thinking of the hot spring scene he had seen before, Salon walked up to Misa. As a bunny girl, Misa naturally had long legs, so she was over 1.8 meters tall. It's not that much worse than Cerrone. Lord Cerrone. Misa felt that Cerrone's oppressive aura was much less in this state, and it gave her a different kind of feeling. Cerrone reached out and gently touched Misa's 2 rabbit ears. He had wanted to do this for a long time. Soft, warm, and very comfortable. Misa's face flushed red instantly. After all, bunny girls have many nerves in their ears, making them extremely sensitive, even more so than human-sensitive areas. Immediately afterwards, she felt her body being pulled into an exceptionally strong embrace. Then a wave of heat hit me. Cerrone carefully sniffed Misa's scent. He lifted Misa's flushed face, his lips landing on her forehead, eyes, and behind her ears, finally succumbing to temptation and capturing her soft lips. Sarone greedily seized the essence belonging to Misa. This feeling is wonderful. Misa felt her mind go blank. She didn't even know when Sarone placed her on that enormous chair. Then his clothes gently slipped off, and Salon admired this perfect work of art. At this point, Misa already knew what was about to happen. She didn't reject this feeling. It was as if it was something she had always hoped would happen. Lord Sarone, Before she could say anything more, Salon kissed her again. Misa suddenly felt that even swallowing had become difficult. The next morning, Sarone opened his eyes. He smiled as he looked at Misa, who was lying lazily on him like a little rabbit. In the end, he couldn't resist his desires. But it doesn't matter, he's going to become the ancestral dragon. This is just a small matter. After quietly leaving, Sarone covered his alluring white body with some animal hides, and then returned to the center of the palace, reverting to his dragon form. Phew, this is definitely more comfortable. Winnie, I know you're here, come out. A ripple appeared in the air. Winnie appeared before Sarone. She looked at Misa, who was sleeping soundly behind her, with a complicated expression. That's good, because with this relationship, Misa's safety will definitely be protected at a deeper level. After all, dragons have the strongest possessiveness towards what belongs to them. Moreover, they originally belonged to Lord Sarone. Lord Sarone, this is what you asked me to give you. Winnie took out several scrolls from her magical artifact. Above are some advanced fire and earth magic spells obtained on the battlefield. It was supposed to have been delivered earlier, but Winnie didn't disturb them after seeing Salon and Misa. Instead, they stood guard outside the palace for a full day and night. Very good. Sarone felt better than ever before. It seems that indulging occasionally can be beneficial to physical and mental health. However, Misa's body is still a bit weak, so it seems we'll have to find a way to improve her physical condition in the future. After opening the scroll, Sarone first looked at the high-level earth magic. Bless the earth. The wrath of the earth. These two were ones that Sarone had his eye on from the beginning. One was an amplification of healing magic. One is offensive magic. Unfortunately, apart from the Black Dragon's magic, the inherited memories only contain some low-level magic from other magic systems. After all, the Black Dragon wouldn't easily use earth or fire magic. Therefore, Sarone didn't expect such a thing to be in the inherited memories. However, the same applies to the spell models he constructs himself, and the immense magical power within him is no weaker than normal dragon language magic. Winnie, go outside and keep watch. No one is allowed to come in without my permission, Sarone said to Winnie, who was standing beside him. Yes, Lord Sarone. After Winnie left, Sarone came to the throne. Misa's eyelashes trembled slightly with her eyes closed, and Sarone knew that she had been awake for a while. He was just a little embarrassed because Winnie was there. Misa, Winnie is gone. Salon chuckled. Well? Misa opened her eyes, clutching the animal skin tightly to her body, her face flushed and incredibly alluring. Sarone sighed. His transformation spell had just ended, and he needed to recover a bit. Otherwise Misa would definitely be in big trouble. Chapter 83 begins. You are the current mistress of Menzoberranzan? Nadia looked at the disheveled drow elves in front of her in disbelief. The city guards just said that 7 or 8 drow elves from Menzoberranzan have arrived in Charles. Nadia came to meet her personally immediately. After all, Death Canyon is not as simple as it seems. Yes, our former mistress went missing for a long time while exploring Death Valley, so I was elected to lead Menzoberranzan through this crisis. Elise was dressed in tattered clothes. He had some scars on his face and looked very haggard. The 2 drow warriors behind him were also missing limbs. I am the matriarch of the Dark Clan, Elise added. The Black Demon Clan, I've heard of them before, Nadia said thoughtfully. But I'm curious how you got across Death Valley? And why did you insist on coming to our Charles City? Nadia knew how powerful that Death Knight was, and she didn't believe these drow elves couldn't distinguish between what was important and what wasn't. How could these drow elves possibly cross the canyon to get here? And why come to Charles City? Even if transportation is cut off, wouldn't it be better to stay in Menzoberranzan? That's because a fully grown black dragon suddenly appeared near Death Valley. It wanted to take over our city. We resisted, but there was nothing we could do. We can only let them occupy our city. Moreover, that black dragon is eyeing other drow city-states, which is why we came to Charles City to warn you. That's why we took the opportunity to enter Death Valley. It just so happened that the black dragon was engaged in a fierce battle with the Death Knight while it was chasing us, so we took the opportunity to escape. Elise said wearily. A black dragon? Or an adult black dragon? Nadia frowned. Dragons are not creatures to be trifled with on the continent. This creature is powerful and arrogant. Unexpectedly, an adult black dragon has appeared in this area after it had been peaceful for so long. This is troublesome. They had never dealt with a dragon before. However, she couldn't just listen to Jua Air's side of the story. She had to send her men to verify it. What were the Death Knight and the Black Dragon like when you came out? Nadia asked next. Logically speaking, the Black Dragon should have easily defeated the Death Knight, but that Death Knight seems different. It is very strong. When we came out, the Black Dragon was still fighting the Death Knight. Nadia began to ponder. No wonder there was so much less black mist in the canyon before. It seems that the Death Knight was seriously injured. Nadia is now certain that the Black Dragon is probably not having an easy time either. Because the black fog has only decreased, not disappeared completely. So the Death Knight was definitely injured, but he's still alive. This means that the Black Dragon did not defeat the Death Knight, but instead retreated. Nadia had a bold idea at that moment. What if both of them got injured? So, can she take this opportunity to reap the rewards? You have to understand that dragons are real treasures, whether you tame them to make them your mounts or kill them to get materials. This is a great fortune. Dragon scales, dragon horns, dragon bones, dragon flesh, and dragon blood can be used to baptize warriors and imbue them with the black dragon vein. And most importantly, what kind of blessing would the goddess Lolth receive if a complete adult black dragon were sacrificed to her? Nadia began to feel excited. Moreover, the strength of Charles City is far beyond that of Menzoberranzan. She is very confident about this. Elise, you came here for more than just to warn us, didn't you? Nadia said calmly. Upon hearing this, Elise smiled slightly to herself. This guy really couldn't resist the temptation. However, she outwardly appeared somewhat hesitant. High Priestess Nadia, I request your help in reclaiming Menzoberranzan. I have only recently taken control of the city. Nadia sneered inwardly. It seemed this guy wanted to use her as a tool to disappear. Mistress Elise, you should take your men and rest. We can discuss these matters again tomorrow. Nadia began to see the guests out. Go and arrange accommodations for Madame Elise, and make sure she is treated with the utmost hospitality. Understood. Please, Matron Elise, said the two drow warriors standing nearby. Elise glanced at Nadia reluctantly, then gritted her teeth and followed her down. This perfectly illustrates the saying, when you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. After Elise left, Nadia adjusted her expression and then said sweetly, Bridget, I'd like to ask you to investigate the situation in Death Valley and Menzoberranzan this time. Nadia, we don't need to be so polite. Bridget appeared out from behind Nadia at some point, hugged Nadia's waist tightly, and rubbed her cheek against Nadia's. Nadia gently patted Bridget on the back. Mistress, won't they suspect something if we do this? At Elise and the others' residence, a female drow elf spoke softly after confirming that the surroundings were safe. This time, several of their soldiers actually injured themselves. The price paid was high. Although I've never met Nadia before, I know she's an ambitious woman. A potentially injured adult black dragon, and a strange and powerful Death Knight. I don't believe she won't be tempted, Elise said. Moreover, she knew that the other party would not trust them and would definitely send their best subordinates to verify the facts. But no matter how she investigated, she would find that it was true. Because it's true that Menzoberranzan was taken over by the Black Dragon, and it's also true that the Black Dragon fought the Death Knight. It is true that the Black Dragon amassed a great fortune in Menzoberranzan. But what if she ignores us? No way. Elise was quite certain of that. Because she's the same kind of person as me. In Saron's palace in Menzoberranzan. Saron, in his dragon form, slowly pushed Miso off him. I started thinking about what would happen next. He finally saw Charles City through Elise's perspective. Compared to Menzoberranzan, Charles City is not only much larger in area. More importantly, it is more prosperous here. Just look at the heavy crossbows on the city walls and the powerful drow warriors patrolling at all times, and you'll know. There are even more powerful magic crystal cannons. As for Elise, Saron has found her to be fairly honest so far. Regardless of how she treated those drow elves, at least Saron got what she needed. Moreover, through Elise's perspective, Saron just discovered that the High Priestess Nadia seems to be more than that. Because through Elise's perspective, Saron clearly sensed a strong feeling of unease in her heart when she first entered Nadia's side. Elise seemed to be being targeted by some kind of creature. Chapter 84 Intelligence. A very strange female drow elf arrived in Menzoberranzan at this time. She was holding something that looked like a lollipop and eating it continuously. He kept glancing around at the scenery. She was Bridget, who had come to Menzoberranzan to gather information. She had just crossed Death Canyon without incident, but had not found the Death Knight. The black mist was strange, making it impossible for her to detect it in detail. To avoid unnecessary trouble, she first went to Menzoberranzan. The city walls are indeed badly damaged. These were all recently rebuilt. The drow elves around here don't seem to be in good spirits. There does seem to be an unusual aura. She looked around, and then fixed her gaze on a female drow elf. This guy is dressed like a drow nobleman. He should know a lot. Bridget slowly approached the other person, and then, without the other person noticing, suddenly reached out and touched the female drow elf's arm. A strange glint flashed in the female drow elf's eyes. Then she followed Bridget away in a daze. In a house in the city, Bridget closed her eyes and placed her hands on the head of the female drow elf. Begin using skills to detect the opponent's thoughts. Dominating beings lower than herself and detecting their thoughts are her innate abilities. Soon Bridget saw images of a black dragon attacking the city in the other person's mind. There's also the black dragon's request to build his palace, and the day he flew towards Death Valley. After a long while, Bridget opened her eyes. It seems that what the drow matriarch said was true. Let's verify it a bit more. She extended a finger and silently pierced the temple of the female drow on the ground. White brain matter flowed out through the hole. The female drow elf had her life ended by Bridget in her sleep. Bridget put her wet fingers in her mouth and sucked on them a few times. It tastes good. Then a stream of poison was sprayed from her mouth, and the female drow elf's body and clothes slowly melted away, as if they had never existed. So what Elise said was true. Inside the temple, Nadia looked excitedly at Bridget before her. It must be true. I detected 5 drow elves in Menzoberranzan, all of different classes, and the information in their minds was consistent. Bridget looked at Nadia with a bored expression. Very good. And what about the Black Dragon's condition? Nadia asked. I only got close to the Black Dragon's palace, but I had a feeling of danger, so I left because I was afraid of being exposed. Bridget was also a little puzzled. She had never seen a dragon before, so she had no accurate understanding of its power. But her intuition told her that the other person was dangerous. Bridget, I need you this time. Nadia breathed a sigh of relief. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and she didn't want to miss it. Nadia, I can help you, but you have to meet a few small requests of mine. Bridget came up to Nadia and reached into Nadia's clothes. Nadia's face flushed slightly, but she did not resist. She figured she might as well just take a shower. Elise, you should know how troublesome a fully grown black dragon can be, and I don't want to be its enemy. Nadia said, looking at Elise, the drow matriarch. High Priestess Nadia, you must help us. Elise said, her face pale. Nadia shook her head inwardly at the other person's performance. He was still too inexperienced. Having no bottom line during negotiations is a major taboo. But why should I help you? Upon hearing this, Elise sneered inwardly. They had taken the bait. This high priest is a bit too stupid, but it doesn't matter. This is exactly what she wanted. I can make a contract with you. As long as you take Menzoberranzan back from that black dragon, you will receive 50% of Menzoberranzan's future profits unconditionally. Elise said through gritted teeth. I want 70%, and your black demon clan must become my vassal clan. Nadia said calmly. This? Elise looked conflicted. You know, we paid a very high price for this. If it doesn't work out, then let's just give up. Nadia felt that she had the other party under control. Fine, I agree. But all of this is contingent on you reclaiming Menzoberranzan. Elise seemed to have lost all her strength. No problem. The strength of our Charles City is beyond your imagination. Nadia said readily, having achieved her goal. Elise looked down on the other party with slight disdain. It was impossible to get even a single copper coin back from that freakish dragon, let alone a city. Whether the contract exists or not is irrelevant. In other words, even if the other party had the power, she wouldn't allow it. In Menzoberranzan, Sarone silently watched the drow elves below. Lord Sarone, our mistress will lure the enemy's main force into Death Valley. Then, Lord Sarone can try to seize the undefended city of Charles. The drow elf, covered in sweat, dared not look up at the black dragon above. That kind of aura is just too powerful. Go back and tell Elise that I will have Arthas cooperate with her. But you go back and tell Elise to recognize her place. Sarone said, raising his eyelids slightly. I understand, the drow elf said tremblingly. He was afraid that the black dragon above might get angry and eat him. That Death Knight seems to have entered a dormant state. He looks quite badly injured. I think we can ignore him for now. But the current situation is that if we go through Death Valley to deal with the black dragon, there will be many unexpected changes. The Death Knight is one issue, and going directly there will inevitably arouse the Black Dragon's vigilance. Moreover, the defenses of our Charles City are very strong, and many methods are most effective when used within the city. Elise, watching Nadia and the other noble drow in the city of Charles, felt a little disdainful. In her opinion, she should be able to make this decision herself, so there was no need to discuss it with these guys. Only the obedient ones are considered noble drow elves. If they are disobedient, other obedient drow elves will be replaced. Some of them wanted to become nobles. Elise, you are the matriarch of Menzoberranzan. Why don't you offer some suggestions? Nadia suddenly said, looking at Elise beside her. Immediately, all eyes were focused on Elise. Chapter 85 Undercurrents. Elise hadn't expected the other party to ask for her opinion. Everyone here is the most capable elite from their respective families, and you are sure to come up with a better plan than I can, so I won't participate. Elise smiled slightly. Don't be so polite, Elise. Just tell me your thoughts. Nadia waved her hand dismissively. Then I'll share my own thoughts. First of all, that black dragon is very strong, but it would definitely not have an easy time clashing with an equally powerful Death Knight. If we want to deal with him, we must choose a battlefield. Either we find a way to lure him to Charles City and use its strong defenses to kill him, or we send our elite troops to slay the dragon. The drow elves in the hall all nodded. I feel it would be better to eliminate that black dragon in Charles City. We have constructs here, as well as magic crystal cannons and dragon-slaying crossbows. Sarone, who was listening to these guys' plans to slay the dragon, instantly perked up. How dare they call it the Dragon Slayer crossbow? That's a powerful name. They're truly fearless. Fortunately, it was in the underground world. If its fame had spread on the surface. Lord Sarone, what's wrong? Misa, who was cleaning the scales, was a little puzzled when Salon suddenly sat up. It's nothing, I just heard a joke. Sarone lay back down, unconcerned, treating it like watching a documentary. Then it's decided. Send elite warriors across Death Valley to deal with that black dragon. Meanwhile, prepare in the city. If the main force fails to eliminate the black dragon, then Charles City must be prepared. Nadia finalized the plan. Yes, sir. The other noble drow elves present also gradually withdrew to begin preparations. After all, this was the first time they had ever fought a dragon-slaying battle. Elise, you should get ready to set off too. Nadia said, looking at Elise beside her. No problem, High Priest, I will be prepared. Elise bowed. Nadia nodded. She also needs to prepare, as it is a matter of great importance. A group of elite drow elves set off. At the forefront stood Nadia, the High Priestess of Charles City, her entire body shrouded in a thick black magic robe, riding in a runic chariot pulled by two giant lizards. Nadia, I don't understand. You didn't need to come out. Bridget's voice came from the darkness beside her. She didn't quite understand why Nadia would risk coming out of here herself. Why not just have your subordinates do it? Bridget, you don't understand. Nadia shook her head. Fine, if you don't understand, you don't understand. Bridget didn't want to waste her brain power thinking about that anymore. She's not a real drow elf, so it's normal that she doesn't understand some things. As long as Nadia's safety is protected, everything will be fine. Elise, riding on the back of a giant lizard, looked ahead at Nadia's convoy with a smile in her eyes. This mission went way too smoothly. She hadn't expected that not a single drow in Charles City could see through her. The drow nobles were like idiots, unconditionally supporting Nadia in fighting the black dragon. The entire city is firmly supporting Nadia. Anyone who doesn't support Nadia is considered a traitor. This puzzled Elise, as managing Menzoberranzan was not this easy for her. Each family has its own ideas, and there are countless conflicts of interest and power struggles. The entire city of Charles is united as one. You have to understand that it's a black dragon. One wrong move, and you could be in serious danger. These guys seem to be eager for Nadia to leave and go slay the dragon. Suddenly, a glint of light flashed in Elise's eyes. It seems that Charles City is not as simple as it appears on the surface. For the first time, Elise felt that something seemed to be beyond her expectations. At this moment, several figures dressed in black robes stood quietly on the city wall in Charles City, watching Nadia's entourage slowly depart. Their black robes were embroidered with strange white eyeballs. Lord Oral, High Priestess Nadia and the others have finally left, said a man in black robes. Nadia has left, and the one in the temple who was never far away must have left as well. Several men in black robes had a glint in their eyes. But Elise seems to have ulterior motives. Our goal is to get Nadia out of Charles City without arousing her suspicion. Whatever Elise's intentions may be, she unintentionally helped us once. As long as our goal is achieved, that's fine. A hoarse voice came from the black robe. My lord, why don't we just eliminate Nadia? That way, the entire city would be ours without any obstacles, and we'd even give her a precious scroll. No, Nadia is a high priestess who has received a response from the goddess Lolth. She is no ordinary drow matriarch. If we rashly attack her, the expected consequences may occur. It's best to leave things as they are for now. Besides, Charles City has always been ours, as have the other cities. Oral's voice was eerie. They had been making Nadia believe that she had the city firmly under their control. How is things on the Lord's side? Oriol then inquired. Our Lord should be waking up soon, but this time it seems a bit strange. He has never slept for this long before, and there's a very eerie aura in the place where he's sleeping. Our Lord should be experimenting with other powers, and refrain from making unwarranted comments. Oral said sternly. Your subordinate wouldn't dare. Go do what you need to do. You might have to deal with Nadia later. Yes, sir. Nadia felt somewhat uneasy while sitting in the car. It seems something bad is about to happen. She lowered her head and touched the ruby ring on her finger, and the unease in her heart slowly faded away. She thought it was just a bit of nervousness about facing a powerful enemy. Attention everyone. Death Canyon is just ahead. Watch out for that black fog, said a drow elf warrior riding a ferocious bat at the front of the group, flying through the air. Nadia lifted the curtain and looked out at the dark, gaping canyon of death. It was very quiet inside, but Nadia seemed to sense that a terrifying monster was watching her from inside. Keep going. Slowly, the entire large group walked into Death Valley. From a distance, Death Canyon resembles the gaping maw of a gigantic beast, and the entire drow elf party seems to have walked into its mouth. Chapter 86 Construct. Saron was standing atop a stone pillar at the highest point of Death Valley. Arthas stood beside him, the Death Knight's eyes gleaming with a lively blue light. Two terrifying creatures stared at Death Valley, quietly waiting for the prey to take the bait. Arthas, how well have you recovered your strength? With nothing else to do, Saron began to inquire about Arthas's strength. After all, this guy's strength is legendary after the transformation. However, some things were lost after arriving in this dimension, but it is still slowly recovering. My lord, there are too few living beings here. I cannot convert more into living beings, and the amount of necromantic energy I can absorb is limited. Saron nodded. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to let Arthas reap the rewards. Building a massive undead army would be a great idea. They're here. Saron's crimson eyes stared at the black mist below the canyon. He had just seen these guys enter Death Valley through Elise's vision. Lady Nadia, what should we do if that Death Knight appears? Elise asked, looking at the surrounding black mist beside the chariot. Don't worry. I have my own way of dealing with that guy. Nadia said confidently. It would be better if that Death Knight didn't come out. If he did, she wouldn't be afraid. Elise looked at Nadia suspiciously. What made this high priest think she could easily deal with a Death Knight? You should know that Death Knights are not so easy to deal with. Furthermore, if Nadia had a trump card that could easily deal with the Death Knight, why didn't she use it before? Is it because it's not worth using? Then I'll have to trouble High Priestess Nadia. Elise said with a smile. Careful. Then a clicking sound came from the darkness. The surrounding black mist slowly began to surge. The surrounding drow warriors quickly formed a defensive circle. Huge shields, each more than half a person's height, were placed at the very front of the procession. Pat pat. A sound of horses' hooves rang out. A majestic and powerful figure in armor emerged from the black mist. It was Arthas, the Death Knight. He held a dark blue-black great sword in his hand. It was his elemental great sword. Death Knight, do you really want to be our enemy? Nadia's calm voice came through. She wanted to communicate with this guy again. However, Arthas did not respond to her at all. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of undead creatures rushed out of the darkness and surrounded Nadia's entire party. The atmosphere in the entire team immediately became tense. Then I'll have to deal with you, Nadia said coldly. All warriors. Before she could finish speaking, black raindrops began to drip from the black mist. Nadia was a little confused. This was the underground world, so how could there be rain? A soldier reached out and caught a drop of dark rain. Immediately, white smoke began to rise from his hands. Ah! A scream rang out. His hands were directly corroded. Careful! Suddenly, a torrent of black acid rain fell on the entire group. Some drow warriors were immediately corroded by the acid. At least 30 soldiers died and 70 or 80 were wounded. The team is essentially half incapacitated. However, Nadia reacted quickly, as did the drow elf mage in the group. A blue dome enveloped the entire group, blocking the eerie acid outside. Meanwhile, The acid continued to corrode the blue protective shield. Boom. Before they could even catch their breath, a massive figure, using the cover of the black mist, swooped down from above. Nadia's mind went blank. It's a black dragon. What's Black Dragon doing here? Saron looked down at the blue protective shield. He just launched his first surprise attack using the cloud mist technique combined with his breath attack. This was learned from the Black Dragon Girl's methods. Surprisingly, the results were quite good. The defense is decent. Saron opened its massive maw and let out a deafening roar. Roar. The dragon's roar, mixed with wild screams, instantly pierced through the protective magic circle and directly attacked the drow elf mage inside, who was maintaining the magic circle. A surge of magic welled up within them. The entire cyan magic circle shattered instantly. Arthas also issued the order to attack. Immediately, the undead launched a fearless attack on the drow elves. The drow warriors fired their crossbows and spears incessantly. One by one, the undead began to fall, but those not fatally wounded stubbornly rose to their feet and attempted to attack. Nadia, this is a trap. The Death Knight has already joined forces with the Black Dragon, Bridget said, looking at the chaotic scene and the cruel and ferocious appearance of the Black Dragon in the sky. Where's Elise? Nadia looked to the side, but Elise had long since disappeared from the spot. Damn it! Nadia gritted her teeth, and with a flash of black light in her hand, 3 enormous spider-like creatures appeared before her. Construct. Iris, who was hiding behind the stone wall in the distance, said in surprise. It has a ferocious silver exterior and 8 red eyes. There are also 8 extremely sharp legs. This is clearly a construct. No wonder this guy was confident in facing the Death Knight. He had such a trump card. You should know that even their city of Menzoberranzan doesn't have a single high-level construct like this. The 3 constructs attracted some undead creatures as soon as they appeared due to their enormous size. But the 3 constructs' red eyes lit up. Its 8 legs attacked with lightning speed, like the sharpest spears. Like the most efficient slaughterers, the undead fell in droves, like wheat. Saron became interested in the 3 giant, metallic spiders that had suddenly appeared below. This thing has 8 legs, and its diameter is about 12 meters when spread out. It looks a bit like the mechanical spider from my past life. However, things are a little different in the magical world. It exists in the legacy memories of the construct Saron. This was created by powerful creators, some strong and some weak. These 3 constructs in front of us are clearly powerful war machines created for combat. Arthas, you go and deal with that high priest. These 3 constructs are mine, Saron said, and charged straight at the 3 constructs. The moment Saron charged down, all 3 constructs simultaneously raised their bodies. Suddenly, 3 thin strands of metallic spider silk shot out from their mouths. Saron dodged the 3 strands of spider silk with a skillful drift. Instantly, the spider silk transformed into a giant web, directly enveloping the stone wall behind Saron. Salon turned around, and his scarlet eyes narrowed. Good heavens! The stone wall was shattered into small pieces, as if it had been cut by a sharp laser. Chapter 87 Wax Melting Demon. Saron tentatively used her explosive bullet. Silver patterns appeared on the bodies of several spiders. These were runes from a magic circle. The flames did not have much effect on them. Instead, several silvery white spider silk threads shot out from the mouths of the 3 metal spiders. These threads were made of some unknown material, were extremely sharp, and moved at incredible speeds. Saron frowned. Constructs are usually made of special materials and are equipped with many defensive magic arrays on their surface. Therefore, these items have very high magic resistance. The instant the spider webs touched Saron, he pounced on a construct. His massive body pressed down on the metal spider's back, and his dragon claws pressed down on the spider's 8 eyes. The construct's red eyes flashed red light continuously. However, it couldn't break free from Saron's power at all, and the other 2 constructs tried to jump onto Saron's back to launch an attack. However, Saron lashed one of them away with his tail, and the other was struck by a blue lightning breath, causing his body to crackle with electricity. It seems to have fallen into paralysis. Saron continued to study the construct beneath him, which reminded him of his mecha dream from his previous life. Nadia, let's prepare to leave. The situation is out of our control. Bridget, dressed in a black dress, looked at the Death Knight and the Black Dragon in the sky. She was filled with a sense of crisis. This is an innate ability of her race, and she has never made a mistake. But the 3 constructs seemed to be able to suppress that Black Dragon. Idiot, that Black Dragon wasn't attacking seriously. He's just curious about the 3 constructs. Nadia shouted. Careful. Bridget grabbed Nadia's arm and jumped up. Boom. A dark blue greatsword struck the chariot, causing it to explode instantly. The protective magic array on its surface had no effect whatsoever. Arthas appeared before the two drow elves, riding a nightmare. He stared expressionlessly at the two creatures in front of him. Nightmare sneezed, exhaling two streams of undead flames from his nose. Nadia, you go first. I'll hold this guy off. 8 black spider legs extended from under Bridget's back. Arthas did not stop attacking. His condition was exceptionally powerful due to Nightmare's terrifying speed. To those ordinary soldiers, Arthas seemed like a black shadow. It disappeared and reappeared in an instant, then collided head-on with Bridget's strange figure. Bridget may appear petite, but she is incredibly strong. He actually withstood Arthas's sword strike. However, 2 of the spider legs behind her were also broken, so she was clearly not in good shape either. Run! Bridget looked at Nadia, who was preparing to attack, and said sharply. Nadia gritted her teeth, watching the drow elf beside her slowly being attacked by the undead. Then he slowly climbed up in the eerie black mist. Unwilling to give up, she led a few elven warriors and rode into the air on ferocious bats. Let's stay. Saron, who had already dealt with the 3 constructs, looked up at the ferocious bats that were about to leave in the sky. A roar, imbued with the might of a dragon, resounded throughout the entire sky. Several ferocious bats let out a mournful cry, and their bodies instantly stiffened. They were so terrified by the dragon's roar and its imposing presence that they rolled their eyes back and fell, crashing against the stone wall and turning into several bloody flowers. Nadia. Bridget, who was dealing with Arthas, panicked when she saw Nadia struggling to escape from the ferocious bat. Black Dragon, we admit defeat this time. I'm willing to pay any price. Treasure, beautiful drow elves, you can have them all, just let us leave. Bridget tried to reason with the ferocious black dragon in front of her. Saron, who had just used his superhuman strength to twist off the heads of 3 constructs, looked at the Spider-Woman in front of him. You're welcome, remember this in your next life. Saron and Arthas surrounded Bridget, one in front of the other. He felt that the creature in front of him seemed a bit strange. This is unlike any other Zhuor. She wasn't particularly interested in the high priest in the distance. You forced me to do this. Bridget looked at Nadia in the distance with resentment. Her body slowly grew larger, as if melting away. The girl's body quickly faded away. Soon a disgusting monster appeared before Saron, and Bridget's petite figure had vanished. It's like a rotten tree stump covered in yellow mud, with a single, malevolent eye growing from its top. It was about 10 meters tall, and the yellowish mud on its body kept dripping onto the ground, corroding the ground and creating pits, demonstrating its potent toxicity. Its body was covered with many branch-like things that were bearing their fangs and claws. She looks completely different from the little girl from before. Damn Black Dragon, you actually forced me to use this ugly form, a shrill voice rang out. The voice was full of malice. The wax-melting demon. Saron recognized the disgusting creature. A brief description of it could be found in his inherited memories. This creature is quite rare. She is Rose's maid and an extension of the Spider Queen's evil will. They generally live in Rose's web of iniquity, essentially serving as Rose's proxies. Just like angels in heaven. However, their strength is no match for that of angels. Sometimes they are sent to the material plane to guard the temple of Lolth and to assist the most devout priestesses of the goddess Lolth. They usually disguise themselves as drow elves and accompany the priests. Saron turned his gaze to the disheveled priestess in the distance. It seemed that the priestess had indeed received a response from Lolth. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent a wax-melting demon to help her. You have to understand that sending a wax-melting demon across dimensions is no simple matter. Hehe. Arthas, kill her together. Arthas and Saron, the powerful black dragon, charged towards the wax-melter together. The wax-melting demon shrieked, and a stream of yellow, waxy liquid sprayed onto Arthas's body, making a sizzling sound. However, Saron wasn't too worried, because the wax-melting demon's greatest weapon was actually poison. As an undead being, Arthas possessed an exceptionally strong resistance to such things. Sure enough, the black mist on Arthas's body vanished in a flash, and all the yellow wax fell off. It did not cause him any harm. The withered tree branch-like organs on the surface of the wax-melt demon's body rapidly elongated, lashing out at Saron and Arthas like whips. Saron grabbed one and bit down hard, but it softened completely like putty. Not only were the bites ineffective, but the substance also slipped out of Saron's claws like ordinary water. However, Arthas's elemental greatsword struck down one of them. However, that branch also turned into molten wax and flowed back into the body of the wax-melting demon. Ha ha ha, your attacks are ineffective against me. The branches of the wax-melting demon danced wildly. Saron was a little angry at the laughing wax melt. Her branches didn't actually do much damage, since Saron, being a black dragon, only breathed acid. Its resistance to poison is decent, and with Feast's high health, attacks can't even break its scales. But it's highly insulting. The yellow stains where he had smoked looked disgusting, which made Saron think of something bad. So you're just trying to annoy me because you can't beat me, huh? Chapter 88 Wax Melting Demon. Arthas over there seemed to sense that Saron was in a bad mood as well. He rode the nightmare towards the wax-melting demon, the branches unable to touch him at all. The giant sword slashed towards the wax-melting demon's true form. His elemental greatsword glowed with a ghostly blue magical light. The wax-melting monster cried out, and its body transformed into a cloud of yellow mist, dodging Arthas's slash. This is the third form of the wax-melting demon, the mist form. In this form, her flight speed increases threefold, and she is even immune to physical attacks. Furthermore, this mist attack can be used. If ordinary creatures enter the mist, they will be poisoned and devoured by the wax-melting demon. It's even more powerful than the shadow demon's ethereal transformation. Explosive flame dance. 5 torrents of flame, each with a dragon's head, rushed towards the yellow mist, directly blocking her retreat. This is precisely the high-level fire magic that Saron possesses. These past few days, Saron hasn't just been indulging himself, he's also been building other spell models. Explosive dance is one of them. A typical high-level fire mage might only be able to unleash one blazing dance. However, Saron possessed an abundance of magic power and could summon 5 fire dragons with a flick of his wrist. A muffled groan of pain could be faintly heard from within the yellow mist. After all, fire magic is not ordinary flames. These magical flames can still cause some damage to wax-melting demons. Hellfire. A ball of dark blue flame flew towards the wax-melting demon. This is the flame of Arthas. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, the wax-melting demon revealed its true form, a disgusting wooden stake. After all, she would suffer greater magical damage when she was in a mist form. Boom. The wax demon took the fire magic of Saron and Arthas head-on. After the flames subsided, the charred yellow figure of the wax-melting demon reappeared in the same spot. Before she could utter another sound, more than 20 explosive bombs that had been prepared by Saron were fired at her again. A single blazing cannon spell might be easily ignored, but a spell cast by more than 20 powerful dragons with abundant magic power is not so simple. Haha. Being a mage is so awesome. Salon's chest lit up. A thick beam of blue-white light followed closely behind the explosive flame bullet and attacked the struggling wax-melting demon. Seeing this, Arthas gathered a huge ball of hellfire and threw it in, while Nightmare at his feet was not to be outdone. A torrent of red flames shot out. Amidst bursts of explosions and the constant high temperatures in the surrounding area, there are hardly any drow elves left alive on the entire battlefield. Most of them were killed, and their corpses were unconsciously transformed into undead creatures by Arthas's black mist. Crackling. The surrounding stone walls had been melted by the flames into green crystals. A huge, deep pit appeared where the wax-melting demon was located. A black wooden stake, about 3 meters long, remained motionless in the deep pit. Saron flew over and caught it in his claws. He had not received a response from the meat-eater. Therefore, this wax-melting demon should not be dead yet, but has entered some kind of dormant state. Saron pierced it with his dragon claw and found it felt like jelly. It was sticky, but the wax demon was still alive. This vitality is truly amazing. But it doesn't matter, let's just treat it as fresh ingredient. Turning around, I saw that the war was long over. When Nadia fled first, the drow warriors, who had initially held the upper hand, instantly lost their will to fight, under siege by undead creatures. In addition, Saron had just consciously shifted the battlefield to the center of the drow elves. Under the onslaught of the 3 powerful beings, the drow had no chance to resist. Lord Saron, you are truly amazing. Elise suddenly appeared from behind the stone wall. She stared in horror at the remains of the wax-melt demon in Saron's hand. As a follower of the goddess Rose, she naturally recognized the wax-melting demon. These creatures are powerful and bizarre. They are assassins, their toxins are incredibly potent, and their survival and camouflage abilities across their three forms are top-notch. It is basically immune to physical attacks. Unexpectedly, Saron unleashed a barrage of unreasonable fire magic, along with his eerie breath, and burned them to this state. Elise, why didn't you fight alongside me just now? Saron looked at the elven matriarch before him. This guy had just made his escape and had been hiding in the back watching the show, ignoring even the deaths of several of his men. Lord Saron, I was just admiring your and Lord Arthas's imposing presence, so I was a little lost in thought for a moment. Besides, it seems that my little bit of power isn't needed here for the time being. Elise lowered her head, because she had just discovered that Arthas had been staring at her. This made her very uncomfortable, as if Arthas was about to rush over and chop her up at any moment. That's why I didn't join the battle just now. It wouldn't be good if I got slashed in the chaos. Saron sensed Elise's emotions using telepathy and the mind chains. I understood her general idea. This is a one-time exception, and since you did a passable job this time, I won't pursue the matter further. Saron handed the remains of the wax-melting demon to Arthas. Keep an eye on her. I'll have you bring her over when I need her. Saron said that the guy wasn't completely dead yet, and it seemed that physical attacks were ineffective. It doesn't matter, it's all the same when you eat it. But it's not time to eat yet. Handing it over to Arthas is the safest option. Arthas lowered his head, took the remains of the wax-melting demon, and placed them on Nightmare's body. His deep blue eyes kept sweeping over Elise, making her feel a little nervous. Where is the priestess? Saron scanned the area, but Nadia did not appear to be there. Miss Winnie has already gone to track her down. Elise hurriedly said. Then let's go to Charles City now. Today I'm going to take back my second city. Salon switched Winnie's view. They discovered that she was almost back in Charles City with Nadia. Then let's go to Charles City now. Today I'm going to take back my second city. Salon said decisively. Instantly, countless undead creatures surrounded him from beneath his feet. The green flames in their eyes kept flashing. Chapter 89 The Wrath of the Earth. At this moment, Nadia was hurriedly making her way towards Charles City in a disheveled state. The giant spider beneath her had 8 legs that became afterimages, and white foam kept spitting out from its ferocious mouthparts. Nadia, still not satisfied, continued to stimulate the spider's potential with her internal magic, causing it to unleash extraordinary speed. Bridget was her most capable assistant, even with some unusual hobbies. That person was still 100% loyal to her, the only one she could trust without reservation. Losing her was a huge blow to Nadia. Lord Oral, the plan has failed. Nadia has fled towards the city. Bridget has been defeated by the Black Dragon. A drow elf who had long since fled the battlefield was reporting to several men in black robes. Damn it, this is troublesome. That Black Dragon will definitely come to Charles City. The black-robed elf's face was grim. Alas, the Lord has chosen Charles City as his resting place this time. Pass down the order. Have our men take over the city's defenses. As for High Priestess Nadia, let her come in first. After arrangements were quickly made, the entire city of Charles was placed into a state of high alert. Outside Charlestown, some undead creatures slowly approached this place. Behind these undead creatures, the figures of Saron and Arthas appeared. Their size made them stand out like cranes among chickens compared to the undead creatures around them. Lord Saron, Charles City is just ahead, Elise said, pointing to the city that was far more magnificent than Menzoberranzan. Most of Charles City's elite troops perished in Death Valley this time. The rest are not a threat. Saron stared thoughtfully at the magic circle slowly covering the sky above the city, which did indeed seem to be somewhat stronger than Menzoberranzan. Not only is the city much larger, but the magic circle also seems to be much more powerful. However, it remains to be seen whether the spell array is controlled by the caster. Then let's launch a full-scale attack. Saron stretched out his wings and looked down at Elise. Elise, you will be the vanguard. Lord Saron, Elise was stunned. He wanted her to be the siege vanguard? What? Saron stared at Elise with his scarlet eyes, as if he would devour her if she dared to say no. Faced with this threat, Elise felt a chill run down her spine. This was a dragon. How could she dare to? Yes, Lord Saron. I have no problem. But this magic circle. Elise adjusted her leather armor to conceal her inner unease. She looked at the massive protective array in the distance, which was far more powerful than the one in their Menzoberranzan. Saron then looked up at the enormous magic circle. This thing is indeed a problem. Without breaking the magic array, there's no way to attack the city inside. After thinking for a moment, Saron spread his wings and took flight. He landed on the ground only about 200 meters from Charles City. Here you can clearly see the terrified expressions on the faces of the drow warriors guarding the city. Lord Oral, that black dragon has really come, said the drow warrior beside the black-robed drow Oral, his face grim. Oral also saw the ferocious appearance of the black dragon. So many elites had been defeated, and they alone were not confident of dealing with the black dragon. Go tell High Priestess Nadia to come out and lead us to defeat that black dragon. Oral decided to see if Nadia had any other tricks up her sleeve. My lord, what is that black dragon doing? Oral was also a little confused. Don't dragons usually attack cities by breathing down from the sky or charging down directly? Not good. Oral sensed a powerful magical aura, but it was too late. Sarone looked at the distant city with amusement. It was a perfect target for him to test his magic. The wrath of the earth. More and more earthy yellow magical elements were appearing on his body. Then it flowed down his limbs and merged directly into the ground beneath his feet. As the earth element permeated the air, the ground began to shake. It was as if an ancient behemoth that had slumbered underground for countless years was awakening, and the ground itself seemed to be enraged. In some places, the ground sank down, while in others it bulged out as if it had exploded. Boom. A massive crack stretched from under Sarone's claws toward Charles City. The violent impact of the earth element caused a crack more than 100 meters long to pierce through the entire city wall. The earth was torn apart at that moment, and the earth roared wherever it went. The magic circle covering Charles City was torn open with a huge gash by the raging earth elementals. At that moment, the city wall collapsed. Before some drow warriors could react, they fell off the dilapidated city walls and into the cracks. Large defensive siege weapons such as giant crossbows and magic crystal cannons on the city walls were also destroyed. The cracks multiplied like a spider web, plunging the entire city of Charles into chaos. Kill. Elise originally thought she would have to pay a huge price this time, but she didn't expect the Black Dragon's earth magic to be so powerful. She's not good at winning tough battles, but she's very good at beating a drowning dog. Arthas, who was behind him, also drew his greatsword and pointed it at Charles City. Instantly, countless black undead creatures surged towards Charles City like a black tide. Sarone himself was stunned. He hadn't expected an Earth-type Earth Fury to be so powerful. He then calmed down. This magic is indeed powerful, but its power lies only in sieges and large-scale wars. This constitutes a group attack. Such slow-casting magic is generally not used in battles between strong individuals. Let's have the undead test the waters first. Damn it! How could this be a black dragon? Nadia, who had just changed her clothes, saw this scene before she even reached the city wall. What kind of monster is this? He had previously demonstrated exceptional fire magic talent in Death Valley, as well as a body so powerful that even constructs couldn't tear it apart. This is another powerful earth magic spell. Even the magic cast by some legendary earth magic spellcasters is no more than this. High Priest, what should we do? Oral ran over and looked at Nadia in front of him. Nadia felt a pang of anguish as she watched the undead creatures surging into the city and the drow elves being devoured. At this point, Arthas had already rushed into the city, where he faced for the first time the terrified drow civilians. But for Arthas, there was no distinction between commoner and warrior. Only enemies. Under the powerful black mist, the weak drow civilians and the corpses on the ground all stood up and transformed into new undead creatures. It turned and tore at its former relatives and clansmen. Let's retreat immediately and go to other drow cities, Nadia said through gritted teeth. The undead creatures have entered the city, and a massacre is inevitable. Charlestown will become a dead city. It's too late to save it. Retreat. Oral's face twisted in anger. Your trump card is retreat? How can you retreat? Chapter 90, The Destruction of Charlestown. Nadia looked at Oral, whose face was contorted with rage, with a hint of confusion. So what if it's a strategic retreat? The current situation is already very clear. Oral, what do you mean? Nadia looked at the drow elf warriors around her, and suddenly felt something was wrong. They had actually subtly surrounded him. High Priestess Nadia, you are a high priestess favored by Rose. How could you only have this much ability? You should find a way to defeat the Black Dragon as soon as possible, Oral said calmly. Oral, how dare you address the goddess by her name? Nadia looked at the drow noble patriarch and the drow warrior beside him with a sense of unfamiliarity. Hell, what goddess? She's just a half-human, half-spider, Oral said dismissively. You're insane. Nadia genuinely felt that these guys in front of her had gone mad. Because Rose, the Spider Queen, is, after all, a deity, and the power she possesses is beyond the imagination of ordinary creatures. Even beings who don't believe in her wouldn't be so rude. After all, the difference between gods and ordinary beings is too great. But Oral is still a drow elf in front of him. Nadia realized for the first time that she had no one she could trust except Bridget. This made her feel frustrated. Hurry up, High Priestess Nadia, show us your true power, Oral urged. Nadia felt a pang of discomfort. If she had any real skills, she would have shown them off in Death Valley long ago. How could I possibly escape back in such a sorry state, only to be pressured by these guys? Boom. Just then, a strange hissing sound came from underground in Charles City. The expressions of the several drow elves and Oral changed drastically. It's the Lord. Damn it. Did that black dragon's earth magic disturb the Lord? What Lord? Nadia looked at the drow with a puzzled expression. However, the drow elves ignored her and ran towards the center of Charles City. Nadia smiled. She felt like a fool for thinking she was the high priestess of Charles City, and the thought of her past ambitions made her laugh. Thinking back to what Bridget had said about her, Nadia, you're really not suited for scheming and plotting. Just then, the air around Nadia distorted, and a Catwoman wielding metal claws appeared in front of her. Who are you? Nadia was startled. When did she appear, and how did she end up beside me? But Winnie didn't answer her question. Instead, she raised her claws towards the priestess in front of her. Meanwhile, Cerrone, who was in the distance, also sensed a different kind of fluctuation. He spread his wings and flew towards the very center of Charlestown. He flew at low altitude the whole way, so the drow warriors and civilians could see Cerrone's appearance very clearly. They screamed, terrified that the black dragon above them would unleash a breath attack. But Cerrone paid no heed to the opinions of these ants. The fluctuation I just felt was familiar. It was like being monitored. Could it be the Observer's Eye demon? No, it's not the Observer's Eye demon. I already ate one last time, so hopefully there won't be 2 Observer Eye demons in this area. At this moment, a hole with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared in the square in the center of Charles. Oral and several other drow elves watched the changes unfold. It seems that the Lord has indeed been disturbed. Damn it, the Lord said before he went into slumber that this slumber was very important. Just then, Cerrone's enormous figure appeared here. Arthas arrived there immediately. The undead creatures in the distance also rushed towards this side. Cerrone noticed the drow elves immediately, but he didn't pay them any attention. What concerned him was the eeriness of the cave at that moment. Strangely, the cave seemed to be constantly changing. For example, at this moment, a huge black rock was floating above the cave, and below it was a strange stone carving. This illogical phenomenon is very strange. The surrounding environment seemed distorted. Cerrone conjured a fireball and hurled it at the boulder. The fireball pierced straight through the boulder, blasting the nearby buildings to smithereens. Damn it, let's get down here. Several drow elves, seeing Cerrone and feeling its powerful dragon might, jumped into the burrow and disappeared. Interesting. Cerrone immediately became interested. With his eyesight, he couldn't seem to see much below. Elise, go down and take a look. Elise Salon said directly to her. These are ready-made eyes. Yes, sir. Go down and search for 3 minutes, then come back up, Cerrone added. Elise regretted joining in the fun. But those drow elves just jumped down, so she should be fine, right? Gritting her teeth, Elise summoned a ferocious bat in the air, then mounted it and flew down. Meanwhile, Cerrone used the power of the mind chains to observe the intricate cave through Elise's eyes. Elise was stunned as soon as she entered. There are countless openings here. She didn't know which way to go, so she just randomly picked one and went in. It turned out that there were more holes in front. Cerrone was almost completely confused by this guy. The underground was like a maze. And it's so big, I bet the entire underground of Charles City is hollow. That's some serious efficiency in digging holes. Moreover, according to Winnie's observations, High Priestess Nadia, the Supreme Commander of Charles City, was unaware of this matter. 3 minutes later, Elise, who was completely disoriented, realized that she was lost, and it seemed that she could not get out of the maze. Just then, 3 drow elves dressed in black robes attacked her. Kill her. Before Elise could even speak, the 3 drow elves, as if possessed, were about to kill her. Elise had no choice but to fight him. Meanwhile, Cerrone also lost patience. He didn't want to drag it out any longer. After sensing that Elise seemed to be out of danger, a red light flashed in Cerrone's eyes. His entire body began to radiate an earthy yellow light. The wrath of the earth. It was the same old wrath of the earth. He didn't care what was hidden underground. Let him hide if he wants. I'll shatter and collapse this entire maze. Let's see if he comes out again. It would be even more fun if it were deep underground. You know, being buried too deep underground. The terrifying pressure is something Saron felt he might not be able to withstand. Not to mention other creatures. Boom. The entire city of Charles was plunged into disaster, with countless buildings collapsing. Some drow elves and undead creatures sometimes didn't have time to dodge and fell straight down. This is far more terrifying than the consequences of Saron's Earth Fury during his siege. It could also be said that Charles' city is now destroyed. But it doesn't matter. Saron was planning to pull off a heist anyway. Let the city be destroyed. He can just let the drow elves find treasure for him in the ruins. At that moment, a purple ray shot through the ground next to them. Countless rocks and soil were eroded, forming a cave. Saron knew the other party was about to come out. A terrifying roar echoed, and a massive figure floated up from the ground. Chapter 91: The Giant-Eyed Tyrant. The terrifying purple creature before them was also an eye demon. However, the observer bewitching demon at that time was no match for this bewitching demon. This demonic eye's main eyeball is over 10 meters in diameter, and its 4 secondary eyeballs are equally terrifying. Behind them float many red tentacles that look like the muscles of the eyeballs. Its mouth was full of sharp teeth, and it was chewing on the corpses of several drow elves. Cough, cough, cough. Elise managed to escape just as the cave collapsed. She almost died underground. What is this? Elise felt a chill run down her spine as soon as she looked up and saw this terrifying creature. The eye demon. No, this should be it. Giant-eyed tyrant. The enormous, bewitching demon roared. Its 5 eyes stared greedily at Saron. Saron would be thinking about the information on the giant-eyed tyrant. Although the eye demon is xenophobic and looks down on other eye demons. However, every group has unique individuals, and the eye demon is no exception. Some of the more powerful bewitching demons can restrain their xenophobic tendencies and transform them into a dictatorial ideology. They will end their solitary lives and, in the name of the giant-eyed tyrant, enslave other creatures to build their own empire. The giant-eyed tyrant will establish its territory beneath major cities and subjugate proxy creatures to serve it. Their dissociation rays can easily construct intricate mazes at the bottom of large cities. This is the alien lair of the eye demon. Ordinary beholders might only have 2 or 3 types of beams, like the observer beholder that Saron encountered last time, which could only use 3 types of eye beams. But the giant-eyed tyrant can use 10 types. Charm ray, paralysis ray, fear ray, slowing ray, weakening ray, psychic ray, hypnotic ray, petrifying ray, disintegration ray, and the most powerful lethal ray. The rays that just pierce through the ground must have been dissociation rays. This shows that its strength has far exceeded that of ordinary eye demons, and it can be called a legendary eye demon. Saron discovered that this guy was somewhat similar to the Void Eye, a character from his previous life in the game, also known as Big Eye by the players. However, the Eye of the Void is far superior to this eye demon in both rank and strength. Big Eyes can even use his vast knowledge to disrupt the fundamental structure of the world and achieve the goal of destroying it. After all, he's a scholar from the Void. Knowledge is power. Saron noticed something was wrong. The giant-eyed tyrant seemed to be in an abnormal state. The eye demons are incredibly intelligent, let alone top-tier beings like the giant-eyed tyrant. At this moment, some of the flesh on the giant-eyed tyrant's body was constantly falling off, as if it were rotting, revealing an aura of decay. But strangely, this guy didn't seem to notice, or perhaps he didn't care. It seems you are the true ruler of Charles City, and those drow elves are just your chosen proxies. After all, the giant-eyed tyrant has a charm ray. Die! The giant-eyed tyrant uttered only one word. Then a purple ray shot out from his large eyes. A blue-white heat beam also shot out from Saron's mouth. Uft! The 2 rays collided violently and were quickly extinguished. Meanwhile, the giant-eyed tyrant's 4 secondary eyes also emitted nearly transparent rays, but their target was not Saron, and those huge rocks next to it. The boulder was propelled into the air by the psychic beam and hurtled toward Saron. Arthas, standing nearby, quickly unleashed several hellfire spells. The boulder was reduced to ashes by Arthas's infernal fire before it even got close to Saron. At this point, the giant-eyed tyrant seemed even more enraged, and it began to indiscriminately attack the creatures around it. Saron rose up and flew into the air, while Arthas, using Nightmare's power, stopped beside Saron. My lord, its vital signs are not right. Arthas observed for a moment before speaking. Arthas, what are you sensing? It seems to be transforming into an undead creature, but this process appears to have been interrupted, causing some changes to it. The undead, Saron stared at the rampaging giant-eyed tyrant ahead. Its 5 eyeballs constantly emit various rays. All the drow elves and undead creatures around it were within its attack range. My lord, we are your most loyal agents. Oral, who had narrowly escaped death, shouted with 2 drow elf warriors. This seems to have truly caught the attention of the giant-eyed tyrant in the distance. Its enormous eyes were fixed on Oral and his companions. My lord, Oral looked at the giant-eyed tyrant with excitement. The giant-eyed tyrant glanced at the drow elves. Immediately, the purple tentacles on its back wrapped around several drow, including Oral, and then threw them into its mouth. Crunch crunch. A terrifying chewing sound came from the giant-eyed tyrant's mouth. Blood flowed down its mouth. Has he lost his mind? Saron thought, watching as this guy even devoured his own agent. According to his inherited memories, the giant-eyed tyrant was a cunning and treacherous fellow. They are exceptionally intelligent. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to control an entire metropolis through just a few agents. So this shouldn't be the giant-eyed tyrant, but the dead-eyed tyrant. It should be said that a giant-eyed tyrant is evolving into a death-eyed tyrant. Saron said, the eye demons are strange creatures. When some giant-eyed tyrants are asleep, their consciousness will occasionally wander to a corner that is even more insane than usual. Then these guys will fantasize about the possibility that they continue to exist after they die. Once this dream is fully formed, the giant-eyed tyrant will completely transform in reality. Its flesh and blood will all fall off, leaving only one eye. This creature retains its personality and most of its magic from its previous life. Even more powerful, and that is the dead-eye tyrant. The dead-eye tyrant is far more powerful than the giant-eye tyrant. It can be called the source of destruction. Moreover, the dead-eye tyrant has a similar ability to Arthas, deadly dictatorship. That is to transform ordinary living beings into undead beings. The dead-eye tyrant can wipe out the lives of a large city in a very short time. Subsequently, its army of undead creatures accumulated. However, the giant-eyed tyrant in front of them seemed to be stuck in the middle of the transformation. Saron guessed that it must have been interrupted by his own Earth Fury spell. It caused some kind of change, which is why it acted as if it had lost its mind. Chapter 92 has ended. Arthas, take care of this guy. Saron looked at the irrational giant-eyed tyrant, who had turned his attention back to him after slaughtering all the life around him. Explosive flame dance. 7 enormous fire dragons rapidly formed around Saron and charged toward the giant-eyed tyrant. A gray, weakening ray shot out from the giant tyrant's eyeball. The 7 fire dragons gradually shrank as they approached each other. In the end, it turned into a small flame. Madness flashed in the eyes of the giant-eyed tyrant. Just then, Arthas, riding Nightmare, circled around behind the giant-eyed tyrant and delivered a heavy blow to it with his greatsword wreathed in hellfire. Arthas cut off several purple tentacles. The giant-eyed tyrant roared, and its tentacles lashed out at Arthas. However, Nightmare reacted extremely quickly, directly pulling Arthas away from the attack. After dodging, Arthas began to unleash the annihilation wave. However, the giant-eyed tyrant's eyeballs paused slightly. The surrounding space seemed to have changed in some way. Arthas suddenly discovered that his annihilation wave seemed unable to be activated. The magic within my body seems to have become much sluggish. The sensation was even more pronounced on Saron's side. Just as he was about to unleash a few more fire spells, the magical elements within his body suddenly went dormant. Anti-magic field. This is a unique technique of the giant-eyed tyrant, which can render all magic in an area ineffective. However, this force field is equally effective on itself. It can no longer emit rays. The tyrant of the dead turned his gaze to Arthas, revealing his fangs. Just then, Saron, whose whole body was radiating a faint golden light, flew to the front of the giant-eyed tyrant. He has entered an overload state. The atomic furnace is unaffected by anti-magic fields. Saron's overall attributes received a significant boost. The enormous dragon claw reached out to grab the giant eye of the giant-eyed tyrant. Kaka! A scraping sound rang out, and Saron's dragon claws failed to pierce the giant eyeball immediately. You should know that Saron had previously pierced the eye of the observer's eye defenses as easily as poking a bubble. But the eyeball defense of this giant-eyed tyrant is surprisingly strong. At this moment, Saron could clearly see the black substance condensing in the giant-eyed tyrant's eyeball. He grabbed a secondary eye and hid behind the giant-eyed tyrant. Sizzle! An even more bizarre black ray shot downwards. Where the black ray passed, everything, whether buildings or other living beings, turned to ashes. In that instant, The giant-eyed tyrant withdrew its anti-magic field and unleashed its most powerful lethal ray. Good heavens, that lethal ray is really powerful. Saron felt that this was even more powerful than Arthas's annihilation wave. However, the lethal ray seemed to consume a lot of energy, and the giant-eyed tyrant only lasted for about 3 seconds before stopping firing. Saron felt his chance had come, and he took a bite and severed one of the giant-eyed tyrant's secondary eyes. Then he tore off another piece of rotten flesh from the area around his secondary eye and swallowed it. Then, golden light began to flash continuously in his chest cavity. Puffed. Blue gold breath energy was exhaled from Saron's mouth. After melting the outer layer of the giant-eyed tyrant's skin, it slowly shot into the back of its head. The tentacles on the giant-eyed tyrant's body lashed out at Saron incessantly. However, the black dragon's defenses were clearly not something that could be broken through by a few tentacles. Finally, the golden light pierced through the giant-eyed tyrant's eyeball. From a distance, it looks like a golden ray shooting out from the eye of a giant tyrant. The giant-eyed tyrant's struggling aura gradually weakened. Saron and the giant-eyed tyrant's massive bodies crashed to the ground together. Boom. Saron pushed away the giant eyeball on his body, looked at the massive body of the giant-eyed tyrant, and exhaled. This guy truly deserves the title of legendary in strength. It is even more powerful than some other legends. If it weren't for his mental instability, with the cunning intelligence of the tyrant with the giant eye, Saron and Arthas might not have been able to defeat this guy. Looking around, the entire city of Charles was basically reduced to ruins. There are hardly any intact buildings left. Looking around, you can hardly find any living creatures. Only some undead creatures are searching for traces of the living. But it was all worth it. Because this giant-eyed tyrant must have some special qualities. The traits are the names Saron uses for ingredients that grant him special talents through feasts. For example, the azure-footed dragon serpent had the characteristic of breathing lightning. The giant-eyed tyrant has too many tricks up its sleeve, making it arguably the most difficult enemy for Saron to defeat. Not to mention the 10 types of rays, there's also the anti-magic field. This guy's physical strength is already very powerful. Unlike the fragile eye of the observer, this guy is totally a ranged tank mage. After all, even the dragon claws with armor-piercing effects couldn't pierce its enormous eyeballs. Elise. Saron sensed a peculiar source of vibration. Lord Saron. Elise emerged from behind a boulder. She looked at the corpses of Saron and the giant-eyed tyrant before her. Lord Saron, you seem to be injured. I am indeed injured. You can try to ambush and kill me, Saron said mockingly. He was indeed injured by the giant-eyed tyrant, but with the tyrant's death and the effects of his carnivore talent, he recovered. His injuries have almost completely healed. Your subordinate wouldn't dare. Elise knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. Saron glanced at her. He had just said it casually out of boredom. Go and gather all the treasures of Charles City and bring them here. Saron looked at the dilapidated city before him and said, Yes, ma'am. Ignoring her injuries, Elise quickly got up and headed towards the treasury of Charles City in the distance. My lord, I don't like this creature. Arthas, riding Nightmare, stared at Elise's retreating figure and said, As long as I remain stronger than her, she will be my most loyal assistant. Don't worry, if she has any designs on me, I will make sure she knows what it feels like to be food. Saron continued, lying on the ground. Arthas said nothing more, but began to gather all the undead creatures in the city. Arthas gained more undead creatures in this battle. This battle resulted in the death of 99% of the creatures in Charles City. Those drow civilians didn't have much fighting power at all. They are far too vulnerable in the face of undead creatures. Therefore, they directly became members of the undead army. Saron planned to have Elise bring over some treasures and other valuables, and then begin the feast right here. Because the feast's cooldown period is down to just 1 day, he didn't want to delay any longer and was eager to acquire new talents. Chapter 93 The Twisted Seed. A day later, Elise arrived here with some things from Charles City. Splash. Countless gold and silver coins, as well as pearls and other treasures, were unearthed from the magical artifact. Saron scooped up a handful of gold coins with his dragon claws and watched them fall through the gaps in his claws with a satisfying feeling. He looked at Arthas in front of him and gave the order. Arthas, give me the wax fell. From this moment on, you and all the undead will guard this square. No creature is allowed to enter without my order. If they try to get close, kill them without mercy. Elise, you stay on the outer perimeter too. Upon hearing this, Arthas took out a piece of what looked like a charred, rotten wooden stake from behind him and placed it in front of Saron. Elise glanced at Salon and slowly retreated. She sensed that the Death Knight behind her was about to strike the drow. Saron grabbed the wax-melting demon in front of him, then looked at the countless treasures and felt that this time he should be able to win. Then the feast began, and as hunger grew, the aroma of the ingredients wafted continuously from all around. Salon looked around and, as usual, started eating from the most fragrant ingredients. The most fragrant is. Saron looked at the giant-eyed tyrant's corpse in front of him and simply shoved the big guy away with a claw. Then he pulled out a small statue from below. It was relatively small for him, but for those drow elves it was over 2 meters tall. The upper body is that of a beautiful, voluptuous woman, and the lower body is that of a spider. This was the most fragrant thing just now. Without hesitation, Saron threw it into his mouth and swallowed it. The statue's eyes seemed to flicker, its expression one of slight surprise, but Saron swallowed too quickly. He then began to devour the corpse of the giant-eyed tyrant, and soon the giant-eyed tyrant's enormous body was completely consumed by Saron. Next was the sleeping wax-melting demon, that broken wooden stake. When Saron bit into it, there was a strange, exhilarating sensation of something bursting out of its shell. At this point, the feast was about 80% complete. As usual, let's make up the rest with gold coins and treasures. I'm a wealthy dragon, with tons of treasure. Gold coins crunch like butter, and silver coins just get stuck in my teeth. Saron ate the gold coins with gusto, thinking to himself with amusement. The feast was soon 100% complete. Saron closed his eyes in relief, ready to welcome the transformation of the feast. Arthas remained quietly by his side. A few days later, Saron opened his scarlet eyes. It's finally over. Saron slowly stood up. His body was now over 17 meters long. His body also appeared unusually strong. He started looking at the panel. Saron, health 445. Feast levels, 13. Feast cooldown, 16 days. Talent 1, Carnivore. Talent 2, Earth Magic Elemental Affinity. Talent 3, Fire Magic Elemental Affinity. Talent 4, Armor Penetration. Talent 5, Wild Scream. Talent 6, Atomic Furnace. Talent 7, Vibration Perception. Talent 8, Telepathy. Talent 9, Lightning Breath. Talent 10, Mind Chains. Talent 11, Twisted Seed. You can form a unique twisted seed within your body and then parasitize the body of a target you choose. Initially, the twisted seed will enhance the target's attributes by 3 times. As the parasitism continues, the enhancement effect will become more and more obvious. In the end, you can even twist the target's body and mind. Please experience the specific effects for yourself. Note, the twisted seed is completely under your control, but there is a very high probability that it will be detected when parasitizing a creature whose life level and strength are far superior to yours. It wasn't the various ray skills from the giant-eyed tyrant that you might imagine, or the skills from the wax-melting demon. It was actually a twisted seed. It seems that during the previous feast, the most fragrant item was a strange statue. Could it be from that thing? Saron refused to believe that the twisted seed, composed of 3 top-tier ingredients, could have ordinary talents. My lord, Arthas was not surprised by Saron's change. As long as he was sure his master was safe, that was all that mattered to him. Arthas, go and capture a few live creatures. Yes, sir. Arthas, riding Nightmare, transformed into a black shadow and vanished instantly. Saron looked in the direction Arthas had left. The guy seemed to have gotten stronger too. He looked thoughtfully at the large number of undead creatures that had appeared around him. Arthas returned shortly afterward, leaving behind a middle-aged female drow elf with a missing arm and a giant lizard. The female drow was thrown to the ground, and she looked around in fear and unease. She was just a city-defending warrior who had narrowly escaped the undead, and she didn't even know why Charles City was suddenly attacked. It was attacked by the legendary dragon. The monitor lizard, terrified by the dragon's might, lay motionless on the ground, seemingly playing dead. Saron looked at the 2 creatures. He began to drive the twisted seed according to his innate instincts. Saron extended his dragon claw and casually spat out a small red fleshy lump, which appeared in the palm of his claw. It's really small, about the size of an average human's little finger. If it weren't for the dragon's exceptional eyesight, they really wouldn't be able to see it. Saron examined the small lump of flesh closely. It resembled a drop of blood, or a closed, bloody eyeball. Behind it, countless tiny tentacles were still waving unconsciously. At first glance, it looks a bit like a shrunken-eyed demon, except it only has 1 eyeball, and it's closed. Is this the seed of distortion? This feels a bit like something out of Cthulhu. I'm supposed to be in a magical world, but the art style seems off. But it's okay, just give it a try. Saron walked up to the monitor lizard that was pretending to be dead. This monitor lizard was about 3 meters long from head to tail, which was quite a big one. Just as he was about to place the twisted seed on it, he didn't expect that the twisted seed seemed to sense Saron's thoughts. With countless tiny tentacles fluttering, it actually floated into the air. Seeing this scene, Saron thought of the way the giant-eyed tyrant floated before. The giant-eyed tyrant appears to be able to fly. As Saron continued to observe, the twisted seed silently landed on the giant lizard's back, melting directly into the lizard's body as if it were melting away. This seems to be the body of the wax-melting demon being vaporized, but the twisted seed seems to be used more easily. The monitor lizard seemed to sense something, opened its yellow eyes, glanced around, and then continued to play dead. Saron felt as if he had some kind of connection with the giant lizard. To be precise, it's related to the twisted seed within its body. Then try activating the effect of the twisted seed. As soon as Saron had a thought, the giant lizard in front of him suddenly began to twitch. The monitor lizard opened its eyes in pain, and its body began to undergo strange changes. Its yellow pupils slowly turned scarlet, and the scales on its body began to fall off, revealing bloody skin. However, new black scales quickly form on the skin's surface. Its body swelled from 3 meters long to over 4 meters, as if it were being inflated, and its claws and teeth became even sharper. A thin red line appeared on the forehead between the two eyes. The thin red line opened, and with a hiss, it revealed a strange red eye, which scanned everything around it. The giant lizard, mutated by the twisted seed, let out a painful howl. 3 eyes filled with madness. Chapter 94 Experiment. In a flash, the giant lizard appeared right next to the female drow elf. The huge mouth's sharp teeth snapped at the female drow elf. However, Arthas slapped him away, since this was a living creature that Saron needed. The female drow elf collapsed to the ground. This giant lizard used to be her mount, and now it had been turned into this. After its attacks failed, the giant lizard continued to attack the surrounding undead creatures, and before anyone could react, a skeleton knight was bitten to pieces. Saron slowly walked up to the giant lizard. Upon seeing Saron, the giant lizard did not attack him, but instead continued to attack all the creatures around it. Stop! Saron conveyed this idea to the twisted seed. The monitor lizard then stopped moving, but he still greedily eyed the undead creatures around him, especially the living drow elf. Is this what it means to have all attributes tripled? Strength, speed, defense, and even reflexes have all been enhanced. Saron stared in astonishment at the giant lizard. Its black scales seemed somewhat like dragon scales. The eyes also seemed to be of the same style as Saron's. The key is the eye between the eyebrows, which seems to be from the seed of twistedness. However, the experimental data seems incomplete. We can continue the experiment. Saron grabbed the female drow elf. Please, let me go. Saron ignored the other person's pleas. It's better to try more things out of a scientific and rigorous attitude. Saron then spat out another twisted seed. The drow elves tried to resist. Saron placed the twisted seed directly into the opponent's body. Excitation. Like the giant lizard from before, this drow elf also changed rapidly. Her severed arm regenerated rapidly. Black scales sprouted from her body, and she grew larger. The fingernails on his hands turned into sharp claws. A red eye opened between his brows. A tail with long, sharp spikes extended from behind its body. These are new limbs that have grown rapidly in the body. You kill her. You kill it. Saron gave the 2 mutants the order to attack each other. The 2 mutants began attacking each other without hesitation. Every punch landed squarely, blood splattering everywhere. Neither of the mutants had any intention of defending themselves. Their sole purpose was to kill the other. Scales and flesh kept falling off. The drow mutant even swallowed the flesh and blood of the giant lizard mutant directly. The monitor lizard seemed oblivious to the pain and continued its relentless attack. After a long while, the battle was finally decided, with the giant lizard mutant being bitten in the throat. The drow mutant swallowed its throat and began to enjoy its spoils on the spot. Saron also gained a new understanding of the twisted seed. Once the twisted seed is activated, it will indeed increase the target's attributes by 3 times, including strength, speed, and defense. I wonder if the magic power will also be amplified. I can try again next time. However, the target will also lose his reason and intelligence, turning into a beast-like creature. Furthermore, it will indiscriminately attack any creature other than Saron, especially living beings. Moreover, generally speaking, if the target does not have food after being stimulated, they may die after exhausting their stamina. If there is food and flesh, then it can exist indefinitely. To Saron, this was somewhat like zombification. Saron felt he could create a biohazard because he discovered that forming the twisted seed wouldn't have much of an impact on him. However, if he accumulates too many twisted seeds, he must consume flesh and blood to replenish them in order to condense new twisted seeds. He assessed his current abilities and estimated that he could condense approximately 200 twisted seeds. As for the issue of the target's mental state, Saron found that as the master of the twisted seed, he could slightly restrain the target with simple commands. Of course, it is commanded through the twisted seed, but the twisted seed has no intelligence. So let's skip the more complex commands. Looking at the drow mutants still devouring the giant lizard's corpse at his feet, Saron gave an order. Without hesitation, the drow mutant stretched out its claws and pierced its chest, crushing its own heart and ending its own life. Saron looked at Arthas in front of him and suddenly had an idea. Can undead creatures be parasitic? Just do it. He directly condensed a twisted seed. Arthas, come here. Arthas rode Nightmare to Saron. Don't resist. The twisted seed slowly drifted onto Arthas's body and then burrowed into him. Saron felt a deeper connection between himself and Arthas. It actually works. But before Saron could even rejoice, the twisted seed lost its connection with him. It failed. However, it seemed to have successfully parasitized Arthas at first. Arthas, leave some undead creatures here to keep watch. I'm leaving now. Saron looked at Arthas, who seemed confused, and said. Arthas did not speak, but instead gave a knightly salute. Then, arrange for the undead creatures to be stationed there. Saron then spread his wings and flew towards Menzoberranzan. After all that, it's time to take a break. It is located a few dozen kilometers from Charles. Nadia fled in a sorry state, riding a giant lizard. But as a silver claw mark flashed, the giant lizard beneath him suffered 3 wounds on its neck and then lost all signs of life. Nadia was caught off guard and fell to the ground, getting a mouthful of mud. She spat out the dirt from her mouth. He looked around angrily. Are you ever going to stop? It's been so long. You can't kill me, and I can't do anything to you. Can't you just let me leave? Charles City is already yours. Nadia felt incredibly unlucky to have encountered a madwoman, whom she had initially thought was just an ordinary, overconfident orc girl. I can easily solve it myself. However, she underestimated her opponent. Although this guy is not as strong as me, his talent for becoming invisible is disgusting. Silently, she tried everything, blood spider technique, spider movement technique, detection technique, but she just couldn't find it. Only the spiderweb detection technique could barely detect some vibrations, but soon after the opponent failed in a sneak attack, they seemed to realize something, and then there were no more vibrations. The other party was also disgusting. Since she couldn't beat him, she killed his mount. This is already the 5th mount that the opponent has killed. I've heard of this disgusting talent. Winnie was also helpless. The other party's magic was very strong, and she couldn't defeat him head-on. Moreover, that guy seemed to be very sensitive to killing intent. If he tried to get close to kill her, he would be detected. If his talents hadn't improved a lot during his time in the underground world, he would probably have been discovered by her. So you're from the Shadowcat clan? Nadia suddenly exclaimed. Chapter 95 The Changes in Arthas. So that statue is a statue of Rose the Spider Queen. After returning to Menzoberranzan, Saron also took the matter of the statue to heart. After careful questioning, I finally learned its origin. Yes, because the Temple of Charles City is right next to the central square. The statue of the goddess Rose was always there. In the end, the aftermath of the battle destroyed the temple, and the statue was buried underneath. Elise explained. Saron felt a little strange, because the idol was just a symbolic representation, like the statue of the goddess Lolth in Menzoberranzan. It's just stone at all, maybe with some gold powder or something like that added. But why is Charles City so special? Never mind, you can go now. Saron looked at Elise and said, yes. Saron watched the other person's departing figure with great anticipation. He had unknowingly sent the twisted seed into Elise's body. Who knows what kind of result it would produce? Saron didn't care whether she found out or not, because when the twisted seed was not activated, it only had benefits and no drawbacks whatsoever. Elise will find her body becoming stronger and stronger, and her abilities in all aspects will be enhanced. Lord Saron, Winnie is back. At that moment, Misa walked in wearing a black Jer dress. Winnie followed behind, but she remained very silent. The reason I called you all here is to improve your skills. Saron transformed into his dragon form, and 2 drops of something resembling blood appeared in his claws. To prevent it from becoming too bizarre, he retracted the tentacles on the twisted seed. It makes it look like a drop of congealed blood. Lord Saron, what is this? Misa has gradually become more open since she developed that relationship with Saron. She looked directly down at the twisted seed in Saron's hand. I even curiously poked it with my finger. Saron pinched her bunny ears and placed one of the twisted seeds directly into Misa's hand. The twisted seed vanished directly into Misa's hands. Misa touched her palm. She felt that something about her was different. You can consider this as my flesh and blood. It's called the twisted seed, and it can make you beings similar to the Dragonborn. So that means I'll become a dragon vein warrior. Winnie, who had been silent, suddenly said with a hint of excitement. After all, the legendary dragon vein warriors are incredibly powerful, and she really wants to become stronger now, watching Saron grow stronger day by day. The opponents she faced were getting stronger and stronger, and she found herself falling behind. Now that there's an opportunity to become stronger, I certainly won't miss it. But then I noticed that Misa didn't seem to have any particular reaction, which felt a bit strange. After all, the baptism process for the Dragon Vein Warriors is a very grand affair. The Twisted Seed is different from the Dragon Vein Warrior. The Dragon Vein Warrior's strength will increase dramatically after being baptized by dragon blood, but his strength will be permanently fixed after the baptism. But the Twisted Seeds can make you stronger over time. Saron explained. Winnie silently extended her hand, and Saron placed the Twisted Seed into Winnie's palm. Unlike the carefree Misa, Winnie knew that what she gained was bound to come at a price, and that this Twisted Seed must have some purpose. For example, being controlled by Saron. But it didn't matter to Winnie, because she had long since tied everything she had to the black dragon before her. As he watched the two slowly merge with the Twisted Seed, Saron nodded to himself. Now he was truly relieved. After all, he was a dragon who was very insecure. Winnie, is there anything you want to say? Saron asked, noticing Winnie's hesitant expression. It seems Winnie went after that priestess. Saron simply checked Winnie through the mind chain, and, finding her to be safe, paid her no further attention. After all, he had to face the giant-eyed tyrant with all his might at the time. Lord Saron, I let that priestess escape. Winnie whispered. It's all right. Let them go if they've run away. Saron thought of the priestess Nadia. That guy is really a bit brainless. His own city had been thoroughly infiltrated by the giant-eyed tyrant, turning it into a sieve, with a maze dug directly beneath it. If they don't even know this, they have absolutely no control over their own city. Winnie breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Salon's nonchalant reply. Winnie, you go and rest now. Misa, stay here. Yes, ma'am. Winnie vanished into thin air. Misa, her face flushed, looked at Saron. Although it wasn't the first time, she still felt, well. Saron smiled as he looked at Misa, took her slightly cool little hand, and walked towards the enormous throne. After the clouds cleared and the rain stopped, Saron returned to his dragon form and walked out of the palace feeling refreshed. Mistress Elise greeted her happily. Lord Saron, representatives from several other Drow cities have come to discuss some matters with you. Discuss matters? What do you mean? Saron asked with interest. It's about how much of the profits we'll get, and then we'll receive your protection. Salon interrupted Elise as soon as she opened her mouth. Go tell those city representatives that they only have one choice. Unconditional submission, or they can all become undead creatures. That way, they won't waste food, and they'll be more obedient. Saron spread his wings and flew away. He flew toward Death Valley. Elise was nearly blown away by the wings as she watched Saron's figure. That's so domineering. No wonder it's called the Black Dragon. Elise giggled. Arthas, do you mean that your strength has been increasing as the number of undead under your command has grown? Saron asked, looking at Arthas. Yes. Arthas touched the forehead of his nightmare, and he could indeed feel his magic power increasing during this period of time. The area covered by the black fog is also getting larger and larger. Saron looked around at the undead creatures. If Arthas went to the surface and slaughtered a few kingdoms, would he be invincible? No. This is too blatant. After all, this world is not simple. Dragons generally don't arbitrarily slaughter cities and destroy kingdoms, because this would attract the attention of many powerful beings. Even the real Arthas was defeated and perished because the consequences of unleashing the scourge were too severe. We must proceed gradually. Let's see how those Drow city-states react. If they don't cooperate, then let them become Arthas's provisions. Arthas, you stay here and guard. Saron gave some instructions and then flew away. Chapter 96, Silver Dream Demon. Lord Saron, the Drow Elf representatives have agreed to your terms. Okay, shall we get ready? Saron stared intently at Elise before him. You mean they really joined us unconditionally, without any resistance or dissatisfaction? Saron was quite surprised. After all, his conditions were so harsh, and unconditional meant that he could take whatever he wanted from them. They could not put up any resistance. No, but they have one small request. They hope that you, Lord Saron, will fly over their city and let those Drow elves realize your power, Elise said with a smile. Hee. Saron was speechless. It was his domineering aura that caused the enemies to surrender one after another. All right, Saron said, looking bored. By the way, have you summoned any new demons lately? Saron asked. Elise's summoning ability is truly indescribable. He kept summoning Quasimodo, summoning 8 or 9 Quasimodo in a row. This greatly impacted Salon's food supply plan. Lord Saron, I haven't been able to summon any powerful or special demons since last time. Elise also felt a little uncomfortable, wondering why her summoning ability only summoned cowardly demons or quas demons. After all, she was also having a hard time constantly summoning those damn little demons. Don't tell me you have no other way. Saron's gaze turned dangerous. Lord Saron, there are actually other ways to increase the success rate, but they are somewhat dangerous. Elise said, what method? A short while later, a summoning circle that looked different from the previous one appeared before them. Elise knelt on the ground and began to pray. I am Elise, a Drow elf, and I need the Abyss's help. After Elise finished speaking, she waited. Salon, along with Misa, watched all of this from a great distance, much like Winnie. Elise said that such a summoning circle cannot be cast with any overly powerful creatures present. Otherwise, the summoning probability will be extremely low. Saron looked at the summoning circle, and he seemed to understand it. It's basically a random lottery. More than an hour passed, and there was still no movement within the magic circle. Saron has lost his patience. He walked straight out. This summoning method is so rudimentary, it can't possibly summon anything at all. Lord Saron, Elise said, closing the magic circle. Listen carefully. A few minutes later, Elise reopened the summoning circle. The difference this time was that her appearance had changed. Her clothes were tattered, and she had some injuries on her body. Next to her was Winnie, also dressed in tattered clothes. I am Elise, a Drow elf. I need the help of the Great Abyss. I am willing to do anything to avenge myself, whether it be my soul, my body, or anything else. This is a sacrifice I have captured, a Catwoman. Before Elise could finish speaking, a voice came from the magic circle. You're a Drow elf? And a Catwoman? Yes. Elise said hurriedly. Thankfully they finally arrived. We absolutely cannot let them escape. I need to confirm this. The voice on the other end sounded slightly agitated. Of course, Elise glanced around. In the distance, Saron transformed into his dragon form, concealing his magical aura and minimizing his presence. He wanted to see what this thing was all about. As the magic circle rippled, a demon cautiously peeked out from within it. This is a demon whose appearance can be described as handsome. His exposed upper body had silver skin and strong, powerful muscles. His eyes were fixed on Elise and Winnie with intense affection. I can't believe there are 2 such top-quality ones. Haha, I've hit the jackpot this time. After confirming the identity, the demon stepped out of the magic circle, revealing its full face. Standing at just over 2 meters tall, it could only be considered a small demon, but its facial features were very similar to those of a human, and it had a pair of cloak-like wings behind it. Let me enjoy this first. The demonic hand reached out to grab Iris, but a shadow loomed over him. Kindness. The demon turned around stiffly and saw a huge black dragon staring at it with a pair of scarlet eyes. It felt like looking at food. Silver Nightmare. Saron recognized the type of demon. It looks like a gloomy, handsome man, with sharp horns and bat wings, and beast legs below. Waist belt. He looks really cool to some people. But Salon didn't like it because this guy was practically useless except for being a womanizer and having a crush on dating. They were just torturers or casual sex partners of some powerful demons. Dragon. Silver Dream Demon was shocked. Weren't there only 2 beautiful females waiting for his favor here? Why is there a black dragon? Without saying a word, he spread his wings and prepared to fly into the summoning circle. But Saron won't give him that chance. With a single swipe of its claw, it pinned the Silver Dream Demon to the ground. The Silver Nightmare attempted to attack Saron with its weapon minions, but its power was too weak. It could hardly cause any damage to Saron. Elise, standing to the side, looked at the demon with a mocking expression. She's so strong that she can't even beat me, yet she still wants to have feelings for me. It probably doesn't make much difference whether this guy ate it or not. Saron said bluntly in common tongue. Don't eat me. I'm useful. I'm extremely useful. The Silver Nightmare has a strong survival instinct. For a demon from hell, principles and dignity mean nothing. I can infiltrate human society for you and find any treasure, beautiful females, and... But Saron remained unmoved, his eyes growing even more dangerous. Your Excellency Black Dragon, I am a demon under the command of the demon Lord Crimson Flame. If you kill me then... Saron wasted no time and exerted force directly, causing blood, flesh, and bone fragments to flow out from between his claws. He has telepathic abilities, allowing him to sense the emotions of beings whose existence is slightly inferior to his own. Aside from his first sentence, this guy lied about almost everything after that. Logically speaking, if he were human, having such a demonic subordinate skilled in infiltration and torture would be very worthwhile. Moreover, this guy has the same ability as a succubus, capable of bewitching humans, and with his decent intelligence, he could be a strategist. But he is a black dragon, an anomaly, and has no need for human schemes, tricks, or power plays. Saron placed the Silver Nightmare's meat pie corpse aside, intending to try his luck at the next feast. Then, looking at Elise, he said, Continue. Elise was startled. She had originally thought that Saron had summoned the demon for some other reason. I never expected it was just for food. Thinking back to the last time, I felt a little uneasy. Chapter 97 The Soul Judge. Strangely, Elise failed to summon again after several attempts. Lord Saron, there doesn't seem to be anything else here. Elise was about to say when suddenly a huge arm emerged from the magic circle. This is an arm covered in long gray hair, with gleaming claws on it. The enormous arm groped around as if searching for something. Elise and Winnie quickly dodged the thick arm. Huey clearly came in from here. So where did he go? A gruff female voice came from the other side of the magic circle. Saron observed the arm with curiosity. Judging from this arm, the demon on the other side is definitely not small. As the other person touched it, they touched a lump of flesh and blood. It was the corpse of the same Silver Dream demon from before. It has been so badly manipulated by Saron that its original shape is no longer recognizable. He touched the arm, then paused, seemingly in disbelief. Who is it? How dare you kill my plaything? A terrifying roar came from the magic circle. Then a huge creature squeezed out from inside. Standing nearly 9 meters tall, with a comically obese appearance, its body resembles a hybrid of an ape and a wild boar. Its bulky body has a pair of slightly small wings on its back, and its entire body is covered with gray fur. The soul-slaying demon? Saron's eyes were filled with joy. Who dares to kill my beloved? Just as the traitorous demon was furiously planning to find the enemy who killed her beloved Silver Dream demon. Saron and the soul-breaking demon locked eyes. The soul judge looked at Saron's enormous figure with astonishment in his eyes, while Saron's eyes were filled with joy. Dragon, did you kill my dearest Huey? The soul judgment demon looked at the corpse of the Silver Dream demon under Saron's claws and said, You could say that. Saron readily admitted. Damn it, the soul judgment demon, being a large-scale demon, was not afraid of a black dragon. That Silver Dream demon brought her so much joy, yet her beautiful body turned into a puddle of mud. Roar. The soul judgment demon let out a piercing roar. Then, flapping its 2 comical wings, it pounced directly at Saron. As a demon who betrays souls, she has experienced many wars. During a war, she faced an adult black dragon. At the time, her strength was almost equal to its opponents, but some of its dragon language magic was quite disgusting. She was fairly familiar with the black dragon's methods. Although this black dragon looked somewhat different, she was confident in herself and believed that even if she couldn't defeat it, she would definitely not lose. Saron became interested and extended his dragon claw to meet the Soulbreaker's claws. The claws of the Soulbreaker clashed with Saron's dragon claws. Roar. The Soul Judgment Demon took several steps back and looked down at her own claws. The claws on it have all been cut off. Saron's dragon claws, however, remained completely unharmed. The Soul Judge looked at Saron with a serious expression. This black dragon was very strange. As a demon that judges souls, its greatest pride lies in its strength and close-range attacks. However, the black dragon before her was stronger than her, and its claws were far more destructive. This time it's not going to be fun. The traitorous demon never expected that his search for his casual sex partner would lead him to encounter such a strange black dragon. You're great. Saron looked at the scratches on his dragon claws and said, although his defenses weren't breached, the dragon claws, being one of the toughest parts of his body, still managed to leave some scratches. You don't seem like a black dragon, the Soul Judge said seriously. You don't seem worried about your safety at all. Saron found it a bit strange looking at the calm deity. So what if I'm dead? You killed me and ate me, so what? I've already enjoyed everything I was supposed to. Besides, you might not even be able to kill me, the Soul Judge said indifferently. She had already had enough of the desire to kill and the physical desires. Then let's see if I can kill you. A fierce glint flashed in Saron's eyes. Rupture. Instantly, countless earth spikes sprouted from within a 50-meter radius beneath the soul-slaying demon's feet. The soul demon wanted to fly, but the skill, broken, had a slowing effect. Her poor little wings fluttered a few times, but she couldn't fly at all. It was immediately pushed up by the earth spikes. At that moment, Saron appeared behind her, his powerful dragon claws reaching for the heart of the Soul Breaker. The Soul Judge was so frightened that his veins bulged on his body. Just at the critical moment, the Soul Judge suddenly disappeared. Saron's dragon claws missed completely. He carefully sensed the sources of vibration around him. He had just memorized the vibration characteristics of the Soul Judgment Demon. Then he looked towards a corner more than 50 meters away, where the figure of the Soul Judge Demon appeared. Saron stared at his opponent in astonishment. Was that a flash? This guy actually had a flashbang. I was careless. You bastard. Just as the Soul Judge was about to say something, Saron unleashed a fire spell. Explosive flame dance. Boom. 13 enormous fire dragons flew toward the Soul Judge, and Saron took the opportunity to carefully observe the Soul Judge. The soul-slaying demon let out a cry and flew out again, crashing through the top floor of the main hall and soaring into the sky. However, the fire dragon continued its relentless pursuit, and compared to the fire dragon, the Soul Judgment Demon was far too slow. The Soul Demon gritted its teeth, intending to withstand Saron's fire magic head-on. But then a blue lightning-fast breath shot out from behind several fire dragons and attacked the Soul Judgment Demon. Helpless, the Soul Judge had no choice but to use the short-range teleportation skill he had just used to dodge Saron's attack again. Saron, who had chased after them from afar, finally saw clearly the casting animation of the Soul Destroyer using this short-distance teleportation technique. Before it attacks, this creature places its right claw on the center of its forehead, and then its body disappears instantly. Upon Saron's renewed perception, the Soulslayer demon had already appeared in the palace, and she channeled some of her magic power into the magic circle to stabilize it. It seems she intends to return to the magic circle. What a clever feint. No wonder this guy is so confident. But Saron wouldn't give her that chance. He quickly flew into the main hall. Fear Light. Just as the Soul Judge was about to unleash her most powerful magic to temporarily repel the black dragon before her, a piercing dragon roar interrupted the flow of magic within her body. This prevented the magic from being cast. Saron's dragon claw pierced the body of the Soul Breaker from behind, squeezing her heart. Teleport again this time. The soul-slaying demon's powerful vitality prevented her from dying immediately. You bastard, how could you be a black dragon? Bright red blood flowed from the mouth of the soul-slaying demon giant. As Saron looked at the Soul Judge in front of him, whose breath reeked of foul odor, an idea came to him. Chapter 98 Planting. Saron spat out a twisted seed, which entered the Soul Breaker's body through her wound. What do you want to do? The Soul Judge felt a chill run down his spine when he saw the twisted seed. Seeing that the twisted seed had entered the body of the Soul Breaker, Saron pulled the dragon claw out of the Soul Breaker's body. Immediately, thanks to the demon's powerful self-healing ability, the wounds on the Soul Demon's body began to heal. For some demons, as long as they are not killed on the spot, their injuries will eventually heal. What did you do to me? The Soul Judge clearly saw that strange thing enter his body. Nothing much, just a small gift. Of course, you can try to keep running away. Saron said. The Soul Demon wouldn't care about any of that. Just as she was about to continue walking into the magic circle, suddenly, a wave of pain spread from my head to my entire body. The Soul Judge had a premonition that something terrible would happen if she continued to walk inside. Isn't this a form of control? As a Soul Judge, she naturally had her own knowledge of it. After all, demons have done this kind of thing quite often. Saron stopped activating the twisted seed within the Soul Judgment Demon's body. You can think that way. He said it without a care in the world. What do you want? The Soul Judge calmed down when he saw that Saron didn't kill him immediately. Although she is not afraid of death, She would not deliberately seek death if she could live. You'll become my subordinate. Hunt down other demons for me. Of course, you can choose to refuse. Saron said indifferently. Make me your subordinate? Don't you know how powerful a demon like me is? Then die. Before the soul demon could finish speaking, Saron extended his dragon claw and severed one of its arms, and began to activate the twisted seed. The soul judge immediately sensed something was wrong. She had let her guard down and hadn't dodged the attack. Seeing Saron's serious expression, she hurriedly said, Wait, I agree. Yeah, they really won't shed a tear until they see the coffin. Saron scoffed. The soul judge didn't know what Saron meant, but she understood that he was mocking her. Your first task is to hunt down another soul-slaying demon, or you can use yourself instead. Saron patted the other's forehead with the arm of the soul judge that he had just cut off. Clear. Strangely, the soul-slaying demon felt that it didn't feel much hatred towards the black dragon before it, which seemed abnormal. What's your name? Saron asked casually. Debbie, the soul judge said. Kindness. Idiot. Saron looked at the soul judge in front of him, who looked like a pig and a monkey at the same time, and nodded. He was indeed a moron. There's someone called that? But when Saron thought back to the misunderstanding when he asked Shadar his name, he roughly understood that it seemed that the idiot wasn't actually an idiot. Shall we sign a contract? The soul judge demon said with a hint of sarcasm. Then let's draw up a contract. Although Saron had confidence in the twisted seed, he still decided to add another layer of insurance. You. The soul judge Debbie suddenly felt like she had shot herself in the foot. The two quickly made a pact, which stipulated that Debbie, the soul judge, must capture a demon that would satisfy Saron. Then Saron can release control as needed, and so on. Then, the soul judge, clutching her severed arm, walked into the magic circle. For her, this experience was quite bizarre. The instant the magic circle disappeared, Saron closed his eyes and began to sense the other party through the mental chains he had just placed on the soul judge. Unfortunately, I couldn't sense anything. It was like a fog. Saron then continued to sense the twisted seed, and surprisingly, he could vaguely detect a trace of it. However, the relationship between the two planes seems unclear. After all, the prime material plane and the outer plane are separated by an unknown distance. However, Saron discovered that he could control the twisted seed at any time to keep it active, thereby achieving his goal of killing his opponent. This way, you won't have to worry about the other party breaking their promise. For Saron, planting the twisted seed in the soul breaker was more worthwhile than simply consuming it. Although consuming the other party may grant new talents. However, it won't be easy to encounter such a powerful demon again in the future. The soul judgment demon is like a seed, and he hopes that this demonic seed can bear countless demonic fruits. Let him eat his fill. And just in case, he also kept one of the other person's arms. If the soul judge is dead or doesn't return, he should be able to acquire the soul judge's traits through this arm. After all, the telepathic talent I received from the horned demon Idris was obtained by consuming a part of its body. At the same time, Saron was also full of curiosity about the outer planes. After all, the 7 heavens, the 9 hells, and the bottomless abyss were all there. That place is the abode of gods, powerful demons, and other creatures. This soul-slaying demon is an opportunity. Lord Saron. Just as Salon was thinking, Misa, Winnie, and Elise came over. When Saron was fighting the Soul Reaper, he had already instructed them not to interfere. Elise, can a summoning magic circle also summon demons? Saron asked directly. Lord Saron, it is possible, but I may not be able to summon a more powerful demon like the one just now. That demon has already made a pact with you, so this summoning circle is for her exclusive use, and my magic power has not yet recovered, Elise said meekly. Then let's go down first. Misa, stay here, Saron said, glancing at the spot where the magic circle had disappeared. It seems my devilish vegetable garden isn't quite perfect yet. I'll take it slow. One day, even the 9 levels of hell will become their own vegetable garden. Let's enjoy life for now. After all, even such an ugly soul-slaying demon has a silver dream demon by his side. Saron then transformed into a dragon and went over to take Misa's hand. Elise bent down and left, but Winnie didn't. She bit her lip, glanced at Salon and Misa's retreating figures, hesitated as if she wanted to say something, and finally walked away dejectedly. Salon glanced at the spot where Winnie had left and shook his head. She couldn't escape. Looking at Misa, she was wearing a black dress today, with long white hair reaching her waist. Her slender waist made her chest look like it was about to fall off. The contrast between her fair skin and the black skirt made her skin appear even whiter and more delicate. Most importantly, She's wearing pigtails today. This made Saron's heart burn even hotter, and he immediately pulled Misa into his arms. Feeling Misa's breath, caressing the soft warmth in my arms. Saron felt great at that moment. Chapter 99 Current Situation. Lord Saron, what is our next objective? In the palace, Saron transformed into a dragon man and sat on a massive chair. Misa, her face flushed, was held in his arms. Are there any other powerful races around this region where you drow elves live? Saron asked, stroking the two soft rabbit ears. There are many races around, but since we drow came here, they have united and are very hostile towards us, Elise said softly. I need intelligence about the surrounding area. Saron glanced at her. Yes, my master. Elise suddenly winked at Saron. However, with Misa in his arms, Salon was constantly enjoying the feeling of soft, warm flesh. He didn't have any particular ideas. Get out. Saron coldly dismissed the man. Elise glanced at Misa before finally backing away. Lord Saron, Maya said before that this Elise seems to have ill intentions. Misa said, peeking out from Saron's arms after Elise left. I hope she has ill intentions. Saron said with a laugh. With mind chains monitoring him and the twisted seed controlling him, he wanted to see if this guy could give him a surprise. I'm going out for a while. You'll stay with Winnie for the time being. Saron stood up and touched Misa's forehead. After all, she was his first partner, so he cared about her quite a bit. Lord Saron, I understand. Please be careful. Misa also stood up. Her heart is now completely devoted to Saron. She doesn't know what the future holds, but she is happy right now. Saron said no more, and after reverting to his original form, flew out of the hall and headed towards the ground. After flying for some time, Saron arrived at the cave where the blue-footed dragon serpent had originally been. At this moment, Xiong-Er, who was guarding the cave, was still fast asleep. He was surrounded by hard stone walls made of earth and stone. Salon quickly located Xiong-Er's position using the mind chain and vibration perception. Without a sound, he tore through Xiong-Er's stone wall with a single claw. They grabbed Xiong-Er by the scruff of his neck and lifted him out, just like catching a kitten. Silly bear, have you missed me? Salong asked, looking at the terrified Xiong-Er. Roar, roar, roar. Xiong-Er was suddenly caught off guard and panicked. But upon seeing Saron's appearance, they immediately fell silent. She looked somewhat aggrieved. Saron ignored the other's aggrieved look. It was a bit disgusting for a ferocious earth shatter to make such an expression. Bear 2, your defensive fortress is no good. Look, I broke through it with one claw. If there were really intruders, you would have been dead on the spot, Saron comforted him. After being put down by Salong, Xiong-Er touched his head. That seems to be the case. If the black dragon could break through the stone wall's defenses with a single claw, then other enemies should be able to as well. That really makes me feel insecure. Saron silently placed a twisted seed into Xiong-Er's body. All right, you can continue guarding. After saying this, Saron flew away and left the cave. He has a very important purpose in coming out this time. This time, after expending so much effort, they only obtained 2 adamantite mines belonging to the drow elves in the underground world. However, the 2 fine gold or veins have been mined by the drow for some time. Therefore, the reserves are very limited, and even when combined, they are far less than the previous magic iron or veins. This infuriated Saron. I now realize how lucky I was to have obtained 2 large mineral veins in a row. Now that he has the power, he decided to go back and reclaim his mine, and also to find his old enemies. After all, he holds grudges very well. He wanted to get revenge on both the Volton family and that so-called Dell Kingdom. These guys probably didn't expect to be back so soon. Salon thought with a wicked sense of humor. After all, dragons have a relatively long growth cycle. You only become an adult at 100. Therefore, it is never too late for a dragon to take its revenge, even if it takes 100 years. And now he is already the size of a fully grown dragon. Saron continued flying in the direction he had come from before, and after flying for about half a day, Saron arrived at the Larcana Mountains. After casually killing 2 clueless monsters to fill his stomach, Saron felt a surge of pride. Saron knew that if he continued flying along the Larcana Mountains, he would be able to enter the Sunset Forest. Meanwhile, beneath the Topaz Vein, in a wide tunnel, the one-eyed troll Shadar was sitting on a large rock, with some topaz embedded in the tunnel walls. It emitted a faint yellow light. Chief, it's been getting increasingly difficult for us to get food lately, and we were almost discovered by those humans. Maybe. A forest troll looked at Shadar in front of him. I understand what you mean, but now that Lord Saron has taken the goblins and kobolds as his followers, we can no longer treat them as food, especially at this time. And I don't want to hear any more of that kind of talk. Shadar's single eye flashed with a fierce light. Because the evacuation was rushed, many things were not brought with us. Especially the food. Because human soldiers were stationed outside, finding food became extremely difficult. Shadar is not afraid to fight human soldiers. However, the evil Tooth tribe and those goblin kobolds were hiding in the topaz mines. If this place were exposed for the sake of some food, it would undoubtedly have very serious consequences. After all, in Shadar's heart, Saron would definitely return, and some forest trolls didn't quite understand Shadar's thoughts. After all, humans were far more powerful at the time, and the black dragon was clearly no match for them. However, Shadar had personally witnessed Saron's terrifyingly high growth potential. He believed that Saron would return soon, so he stayed here during this time. The goblin leader Vix and the kobold leader Doug are also here. They have also been mining downwards into the vein. They discovered an underground river below, containing some bioluminescent fish and other creatures. Since there aren't many goblins and kobolds, they can barely survive. Chapter 100 Saron's Plans. Chief Doug, some of the forest trolls are looking at us strangely now. Goblins and kobolds are hiding deeper in the mine. The kobold leader, Doug, was gnawing on a raw fish. The goblin leader Vix beside me said with a worried look on his face. He felt as if he had returned to the time when he was food for the forest trolls. Doug paused for a moment and then continued. Vix, you're coming with me to see Shadar later. And bring half of our food with you. Doug, what's going on? Vickers looked completely bewildered. Vix, I'm asking you, do you believe the true dragon will return? Doug asked, looking at the goblin in front of him. Of course we'll come back. Otherwise, what's the point of us mining? Vickers said decisively. Because that black dragon was truly special. Since you think so, then Shadar must think so too. Hee. Besides, food is just a backup plan. I believe Shadar will make the right choice. Doug stood up after eating the fish, bones and all. I'll go with you. Vickers gritted his teeth and decided to trust Doug. Doug, with an expression that suggested he had known this all along, ordered his men to take some stored food and go find Shadar. Doug remained calm as he looked at the powerful forest trolls around him, while Vickers behind him trembled with fear. Shadar was quite surprised by their arrival. However, he still met with them. Chief Shadar. Doug, you did a great job when we reclaimed the mine. Shadar stared at Doug with his one eye. Chief Shadar, I have only one purpose in coming here today. Doug stared fearlessly at Shadar, who was much taller than him. Do you think Lord Saron will return? So what do you think? Shadar's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. I'll definitely be back, Doug said confidently. Haha Doug, you know what? I used to look down on you guys, but now I really admire you. Don't worry, from now on we'll be the best of brothers. I'll keep those tribesmen in check so they won't harass you. After all, we're all Lord Saron's retinue. Shadar said readily. Vickers, standing to the side, was a little confused. This was a success? They hadn't even taken out the food. After flying for some time, Saron finally arrived at the camp where the evil Tooth tribe had been. On a high cliff, Salon folded his wings and landed. Below is the camp of the evil Tooth tribe at that time. Upon closer inspection, it appears that this place has been transformed into a human settlement. Every now and then, a few scattered human soldiers would come and go. Vibration sensing. Saron began to carefully sense all the sources of vibration within the camp. After all, the sound of a human heartbeat is far too obvious to Saron, who has the ability to sense vibrations. It's like a beacon of light in the darkness. There were a total of 139 vibration sources, which means there were 139 people. Let's collect some interest first. Saron blinked his scarlet eyes and then took flight. He wanted to give these human soldiers a big surprise. Let them see the bombers from their past lives. Saron began to fly higher and higher, eventually reaching an altitude of over 1,000 meters. Explosive flame grenade. More than 20 enormous explosive projectiles gradually took shape around Saron's body. Earth and stone technique. After the fireballs took shape, Saron began to mobilize the surrounding earth magic elements, and blocks of earth and stone, each 5 or 6 meters in diameter, began to form. Then get ready for a surprise. In the former camp of the evil Tooth tribe, a tall man in white armor was eating roasted meat on the table. Damn it, they gave the most lucrative mining job to that idiot Velo, and made me stay here to guard the forest and wipe out some forest trolls. General, don't worry about these things. With your status, you don't need those worthless ores to increase your merits, a soldier flattered. You don't know anything. That's an unprecedented reserve, incomparable to ordinary mineral veins. Huh? What's that in the sky? Did the sun fall down? Suddenly, a soldier looked up at the dozens of large fireballs in the sky and asked in confusion. Enemy attack. It was too late when the white-armored general finished speaking. Rumble. Dozens of boulders plummeted downwards under the force of gravity. It smashed a huge crater in the ground, causing countless deaths and injuries in an instant. The explosive bombs that followed also exploded in the camp. Saron possesses abundant magic power, making the condensed explosive bullets even more powerful. The biggest difference between explosive bullet and fireball is that explosive bullet explodes, just like the small bombs that Saron used in his previous life. However, the flames produced by magic are naturally incomparable to ordinary fire. Saron looked down at the camp that had become a sea of fire, feeling neither joy nor sorrow. It seems that I'm quite competent as a bomber. He landed in the center of the camp and casually used his claw to relieve a soldier trapped under the rubble. Saron walked step by step to his former cave and stood there for a while. Come out, you bugs, Saron said, looking at a boulder at his feet. Boom. The boulder was lifted, and a strong man in white armor fled frantically into the distance. Saron swatted the white-armored man away with a single claw strike. The opponent, having used this power, disappeared into the distance after paying the price of spitting out a mouthful of blood. Saron watched the other's retreating figure without giving chase. He had already achieved his goal. Saron began to purge the lucky survivors of the bombing like catching insects. With their ability to sense vibrations, these soldiers had nowhere to hide. The white-armored man, who was using a magic scroll to escape, felt a surge of fear. Damn it, how did I get attacked by a dragon? I heard that the family once besieged a black dragon, but it escaped. Could this be the end? How unlucky. Didn't they say that the other side wouldn't dare to come back for at least 50 years? What a load of bullshit. He didn't notice a strange little red thing entering his body as he ran away. Generally speaking, with his strength, he would be able to detect the parasitic presence of the twisted seed. However, after experiencing the complete annihilation of the camp and the appearance of the black dragon, he was extremely panicked. Naturally, they wouldn't care about these things. Chapter 101 Changes. Saron searched the makeshift camp for a while. After killing all the surviving human soldiers, they flew directly towards the topaz mine. After all, the topaz vein is just as important as the magic iron vein. When Saron flew over the topaz mine, he discovered a human army on the ground, who appeared to be on patrol. The original location of the topaz vein no longer has any mining sites or similar facilities. Moreover, it has turned into many broken, cratered pits, which look quite unremarkable. This relieved Saron. It seems that Shadar and his team did a good job, keeping their topaz vein undiscovered by humans. Otherwise, he would be very unhappy even if he lost even a little bit. How could there be a forest troll here? A soldier looked around at the rocks with a bored expression. But traces of forest trolls have indeed been found here before. It might be a forest troll that didn't manage to escape. Let's find it quickly, deal with it, and turn in the quest. This group of soldiers numbered about 40 and belonged to the Valton family's direct army. The family's spellcasters had already explored this place with earth magic and found nothing amiss. But strangely, some traces of forest trolls were discovered a few days ago. In fact, the Valton family had no interest in forest trolls at all. All they cared about was the black dragon. What is that? Suddenly, a figure seemed to fly out from the sun. Careful, but it was too late. A blue, lightning-like breath enveloped the entire search team. Screams rose and fell, and the aroma of roasted meat wafted out from time to time. Saron had just used the sun's cover to get close to the squad. Without further ado, he used lightning breath. These soldiers had no way to resist. The high temperature from the electric current alone was enough to kill them. After landing, Saron looked at the charred human corpses before him without feeling a ripple of emotion. He began to use vibration to sense the heartbeats of these soldiers. Then they took down a few soldiers who were pretending to be dead. A squad, after all, has to be in perfect order. After resolving these issues, Saron searched for the original or mine. Vibration sensing. Saron carefully sensed the movements underground. Finally, several vibrations were heard at an altitude of more than 130 meters above the ground. Saron, who had spent a long time in the Evil Tooth tribe, immediately recognized that it was the heartbeat of a forest troll. Saron looked at the ground in front of him. It seemed that Shadar and his men had taken precautions to prevent the enemy from finding this place. They kept digging downwards, and the excavated soil and rocks were then used to fill the tunnel. Saron pondered for a moment, then began to mobilize the magic within his body to control the surrounding earth element. Magic flowed continuously from Saron's body into the earth. Rumble. The ground began to shake. Immediately afterwards, the ground within a 50-meter radius of Salon began to slowly rise. After rising to about 80 meters, it stopped, revealing a dark tunnel. This is an exit tunnel left by Shadar and others. This is a high platform formed by Saron raising a portion of the ground by controlling the earth element. Using magic in this way consumes a lot of magic power, but it's not a big deal for Saron. Roar. Immediately following, a deafening dragon roar echoed from beneath the ground. Amplified by the wild scream, Saron's roar echoed deep underground. Meanwhile, Shadar and Doug, who were still tense from the violent tremors underground, also heard the long, drawn-out dragon roar. There will never be another sound like that, which makes their inner energy vibrate. Lord Saron is back. Shadar said excitedly. That's definitely Lord Saron's voice. I can't be mistaken. Doug and the goblin leader Vickers exchanged a glance, knowing that their time had finally come. Not long after Saron arrived, Shadar, covered in mud, emerged from the tunnel with his people and goblin kobolds. Lord Saron. Shadar immediately spotted the enormous figure on the platform. This 16-meter-long black dragon has changed a lot compared to before. But those scarlet eyes and unique posture immediately convinced Shadar that this was indeed his master. The goblins and kobolds behind them ran down to the foot of the platform and knelt down. Great true dragon, you have finally returned. Saron nodded in approval at Shadar, Vickers, and Doug, who were at the front. You are all very good. After all, in this situation, it would be very simple for them to survive. They could just run away. After all, Saron himself ran away. But their first thought was actually to protect the topaz vein. And it was protected very well. Lord Saron, this is what we should do. Shadar patted his chest. Shadar, I've killed the human squad here and the group of humans who occupied the Evil Tooth tribe. But the tribe is also destroyed. Later, you take a portion of your tribesmen there to clean up the mess and retrieve some spoils of war. Yes, Lord Saron. Saron looked at the three leaders beside him and pondered for a moment. Then, 3 blood-red, twisted seeds appeared in the palm of his dragon claw. This is what you deserve. Integrate it into your bodies. Doug, you go first. Saron whispered. The twisted seed then entered Doug's body. Doug felt a surge of heat throughout his body after the crimson substance merged into his body. He couldn't help but let out a low growl. Click, click. Doug's body began to change. The strange scales on his body slowly fell off and turned into black scales. His body began to grow taller and taller, and his original short stature had long since disappeared. His height was now almost as tall as Shadar. At the same time, the claws and teeth began to grow longer, gleaming coldly and looking incredibly sharp. The changes finally stopped, and Doug suddenly felt a pang of hunger. He began to devour the dead human soldiers on the ground. Saron nodded, and without harming Doug's body, he actively controlled the twisted seed to slightly modify him. On his way here, he had already discovered through experiments on those magical beasts that he could actually activate a portion of the twisted seed's power to have a positive influence on the host. But the changes in Doug seemed quite significant now. Chapter 102 Changes. Thank you for your kindness, Lord Saron. After eating 4 human corpses, Doug finally stopped and knelt down in front of Saron. Feeling the powerful energy within his body, Doug was extremely excited. Due to his race, his strength improved exceptionally slowly. But this time it's completely different. Lord Saron, Shadar looked at Saron with fervent eyes as the once unremarkable kobold had instantly transformed into a creature that even he feared. After all, becoming stronger is the instinct of every living being. Without hesitation, Saron merged the twisted seed into Shadar's body. Shada felt his blood boil for a moment. Immediately afterwards, the wounds on his body also began to heal rapidly. At that moment, he felt a sudden itch in his eye socket, and Shadar tore off the tattered cloth that had been covering his one eye. Tiny red tentacles sprouted from the previously empty eye sockets. Then a blood-red eyeball quickly took shape in the eye socket. Shadar's body also began to change, with small black scales growing on his arms. The muscles in his arms grew increasingly thick, as if they were twisted steel bars. Lord Saron, I think I can see it now, and the vision in this eye seems to be much better than the other one. Shadar now has one normal troll eye, but the other is a scarlet vertical pupil, making him look incredibly eerie. He awkwardly covered his red eyes again, as the difference in vision between his 2 eyes was too great, making him feel uncomfortable. Shadar felt that his troll bloodline might be reverting to its ancestral form, but this would take some time. It's important to know that trolls belong to the race of giants, but the forest trolls are much smaller than other trolls. This makes their combat effectiveness relatively low. But now Shadar feels that the bloodline within him is undergoing a transformation. Saron looked at his two subordinates. The Twisted Seed seemed to have a slightly different effect on Shadar and Doug. The improvement for Doug is significantly greater. Judging from Doug's current state, Shadar might not even be able to defeat him. Great True Dragon, your majestic figure is so. Vickers noticed that Saron was looking at him and quickly said something. All right. How's the mining output lately? Saron asked directly. Lord Saron, we have been mining ore while you were away, and all the mined ore is now stored in the underground tunnels. Vickers hurriedly said. Very good. It seems these guys haven't slacked off since I left. Vix, this is yours. Saron gave Vix a Twisted Seed as usual. Vickers was overjoyed. Although he didn't know what it was, he had seen the changes in Doug and Shadar. Although he doesn't like fighting, it doesn't mean he doesn't want to become stronger. With the enhancement of the Twisted Seed, Vickers' claws also became sharper. His claws were covered with a layer of black scales. However, nothing else changed. The muscles just looked a bit stronger. Although he was a little disappointed, Vickers was still very happy. After all, becoming stronger is a good thing. This is my reward for your loyalty. The changes now are just the beginning. You will discover many more benefits in the future. And if you make great contributions, I will treat you all the same. Saron looked at the other forest trolls who were staring at him expectantly, especially the kobolds and goblins. Their eyes seemed to be shining. The True Dragon could really make them powerful. Saron can now grant all his followers a Twisted Seed. But he didn't do that. Because if we did that, what would the leaders like Shadar think? After all, things are valued for their scarcity. Moreover, Saron's target wasn't the goblins and kobolds present. He needs many of these tool people and their families. While the Twisted Seed has side effects, its enhancement effect on organisms is even greater. Moreover, only he knows about these side effects, and they are still within his control. Now go and gather your people again. I will make those guys pay the price. Saron spread his huge wings. Kill. Let's follow Lord Saron and avenge him. Shadar, who was gnawing on meat, was the first to react and shouted loudly. Kill. 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 What? That black dragon is back. Victor asked incredulously, looking at his disheveled subordinate. It's true, chieftain. That black dragon wiped out our camp in half a minute. If I didn't have some tricks up my sleeve, I would have been dead long ago, said the man in white armor. Moreover, he is now far stronger than the family's previous records indicated, with his enormous body, powerful fire magic, and even earth magic. The man in white armor explained in detail all the intelligence he had encountered at the time. Victor's face gradually darkened. You may leave, Victor said coldly after hearing this. Yes. The man in white armor retreated tremblingly. Victor, on the other hand, began to ponder alone. If his subordinates were not mistaken, then that black dragon was indeed a bit strange. After all, true dragons have very long lifespans, which is why their growth rate is very slow. The black dragon's growth process, which defied the laws of growth, had never occurred before. However, it's also possible that true dragons possess some unknown means to accelerate their growth process. After all, true dragons are a rather ancient species. I still know too little about these powerful magical creatures. But it just so happens that this black dragon will be the first sacrifice after my transformation. Alternatively, one could make this black dragon their greatest sacrifice, which would undoubtedly bring them the highest starting point. He's far more powerful than that foolish seductress and that idiot horned demon Idris. Ambition gleamed in Victor's eyes. He wanted to be a person of high status, and even if he were to be a demon, he wanted to be the strongest among demons. He, Victor, regardless of the life form, must be the most outstanding. Someone come here. At Victor's command, 2 guards dressed in black armor entered. Chieftain, go and have Tyrth inform the families we are on good terms with. Tell them I've invited them to discuss the dragon-slaying plan, and hope they can bring their strongest warriors. Victor said calmly. Yes, sir. The 2 guards slowly retreated. Come on. All of you come on. A cruel glint flashed in Victor's eyes, a glint he had never shown before. Chapter 103 The Ingredients of the Soul-Slaying Demon. Next to a topaz vein, a new camp had already been established here, and Saron simply used earth magic to carve out a cave for himself. He just used his mind chain to observe the guy he had deliberately put back earlier. He saw that old guy Victor through his perspective. This guy seems to be the same old cunning schemer, Saron always has a feeling that this guy is up to something. However, I believe that no matter how much he acts up, he'll only get what he deserves in the face of his own strength. At that moment, Saron suddenly felt the space around him fluctuate, and a familiar aura appeared in front of him. This is... Boom. A blood-red portal formed in front of Saron. A familiar figure emerged from the portal. Your stuff. The newcomer was none other than Debbie, the sole judge, who threw a wounded corpse off her back. This is the corpse of another traitorous soul demon. You're so efficient. Saron stood up and pawed at the corpse of the soul breaker, which seemed to be much smaller than Debbie. It took me a whole month to hunt this guy down and finally kill him. Debbie said casually. Actually, she didn't say that this soul-slaying demon was her ally. She only seriously injured him during a surprise attack. Otherwise, given the demon's survivability and the soul-slaying demon's short-range teleportation ability, killing it wouldn't be easy. Debbie felt no remorse whatsoever. To a demon, there's no ally one he wouldn't betray. Demons are inherently chaotic and disorderly. Saron felt something was off about Debbie. He looked at the panel and saw that feast cooldown was still 2 days away. You said you've been chasing this soul-breaking demon for a month? Yeah, the flow of time is a little different in the material world and the 9 levels of hell. Debbie explained impatiently. I see. Saron was not ashamed of his ignorance. Actually, I have another question. You must be an abyss demon, so why do you stay in the 9th level of hell? Saron took this opportunity to find out more. The abyss is not a place that ordinary demons can enter. Someone as weak as me wouldn't fare well there. I might just become some demon lord snack. On the contrary, the 9 levels of hell would be much more comfortable. Debbie felt that the black dragon had talked too much today, and she wanted to leave. Why were you able to come to my side directly through a magic circle? Because we have already signed a contract. I can directly use interdimensional teleportation to locate your spatial coordinates. Debbie said quickly. Before Saron could ask any more questions, she walked straight toward the magic circle. Next time you'll have to bring another demon, Saron said bluntly. Debbie didn't say anything, but walked directly into the magic circle and left. She had to enjoy the handsome silver dream demons she had just captured. She had no time to waste arguing with this mentally unstable black dragon. Meanwhile, Saron was still contemplating the 9 hells and the abyss. Vickers, bring all my topaz. Saron gave Vickers the command directly through the mind chain. Vickers, who had just been strengthened and was contributing to the construction of the goblin race, was suddenly disturbed and instantly weakened. Lord Saron, ignoring the gaze of the female goblin beneath him, Vickers pulled up his pants and ran out. They began to work diligently to arrange for their men to transport the yellow ore into Saron's cave. Saron, of course, knew nothing of this. He only wanted his own ore. Soon, thanks to the goblins' transport, Saron's caves were filled with ore. Saron doesn't plan to go to the Fell Iron Mine for the time being. He wants to further improve his strength before heading to Walton City to wipe out that so-called family. After all, he is a dragon. The Walton family intends to kill him, so there's nothing wrong with him killing them too. Looking at the corpse of the Soul Slayer demon beside him, Saron sighed. The improvement in strength is still too slow. The city of Walton has been unusually lively these past few days. Because the patriarch of the Walton family rallied the surrounding mercenary groups and adventurers to gather in Walton City to kill an evil black dragon. It is said that the black dragon attacked not only the Walton family's slave hunting group. Furthermore, they killed Lord Teram of the Walton family and countless soldiers. It was all for the purpose of robbing treasure. I've heard that the dragon's lair is filled with mountains of treasure, including countless powerful weapons and staves. They stole hundreds of thousands of gold coins from the Walton family alone. Instantly, all the adventurers and mercenary groups were in an uproar. A tavern in Walton has become incredibly popular. Geraint, are you here to participate in the dragon slaying event too? A burly man dressed in animal skins called out to a handsome man with long blonde hair. I definitely have to see what's going on. The blonde man, Geraint, looked around at the scene with great interest. Geraint, we can cooperate sometime. To be honest, I'm not really interested in slaying dragons. My biggest interest is the black dragon's treasure. Forget about the hundreds of thousands of gold coins. We could make a fortune just by picking up a staff or something from his cave. The burly man in animal skin exclaimed excitedly. Daniel, dragons are not so simple, especially when it comes to guarding their treasures. Geraint said seriously. Hee, with so many mercenary groups and adventurers, as well as the Walton family's army and spellcasters, Black Dragon will handle them. We don't need to confront them head on. The burly man in animal skin waved his hand dismissively. Geraint, Delia, what's wrong? Geraint asked gently, looking at the petite figure shrouded in a black robe behind him. Maybe we should leave here, Delia said anxiously. Delia, I know that your former teammates all died at the hands of the Black Dragon, but this Black Dragon was an adult Black Dragon. The one that attacked your mercenary group was just a young dragon. Geraint sighed. But since Delia doesn't like it here, let's replenish our equipment here and then leave. The highest point in Vultan. The Patriarch, Victor, stood atop the tower, watching the ever-growing number of mercenaries below with a cold expression on his face. Patriarch, these mercenaries are all seasoned veterans. We can't expect them to do anything, and we'll just have to share their spoils for nothing, said an elder of the Vultan family. Don't worry, I have a plan, Victor said calmly. Chapter 104 Walking in the Void. Lord Saron, those humans are going too far. They're spreading rumors everywhere that they're planning to slay a dragon in Vultan City, and they've even sent us a message, Shadar said angrily. Because in the past 2 days they have captured more than one group of adventurers or mercenaries. From these people, we learned that the Vultan family was actually calling on mercenary groups and adventurers in the surrounding area to fight against the great true dragon. They also want to steal the dragon's treasure. This enraged Shadar, who then decided to go to Vultan City and kill those guys. Shadar has become somewhat irritable now that his strength has increased. He killed all the human adventurers who came before him. Saron sensed that Shadar was likely influenced by part of the Twisted Seed. Saron, however, remained calm, because he sensed that this time things might not be so simple. And to be honest, he was a penniless dragon. All the treasures went into his belly. This may disappoint those adventurers. Shadar, go down first. Don't make any rash moves. Wait for my orders. Yes, sir. Although he felt very uncomfortable, Shadar managed to suppress his restless and bloodthirsty heart under Saron's orders. It slowly receded. Saron's attention was now focused on the control panel. The feast's cooldown period has ended. He believed that as long as he was strong enough, he could crush the Vultan family no matter what tricks they used. Looking at the corpse of the soul-breaking demon in the cave and the countless topaz veins, Saron felt that should be enough. During this time, he also hunted down some large magical beasts in the surrounding area, used as reserve rations. Let the feast begin. Then came the familiar hunger, a feeling that grew stronger and stronger, a desire to devour everything. Saron began to dismember the ugly corpse of the Soulbreaker. After being a dragon for several months, he no longer cared about such things. Saron didn't know what the flesh of the Soul Slayer originally tasted like, but with the blessing of the feast, its flesh was the most delicious to Saron. After swallowing a Soulbreaker, Saron provided approximately 30% of the feast progress. Not a lot, but not a small amount either, since Saron is mainly for traits. Next up were the monster corpses and topaz ore. They were all crunchy, but unfortunately there were no seasonings, gold coins, or silver coins, which made it feel a little less satisfying. But as he ate, Salon realized something was wrong. Because the percentage of feast that the ore can provide is much smaller. For example, the original 4 tons of topaz could provide him with about 1% of the feast's progress. But now it takes 7 tons to barely provide 1%. This means he must consume more topaz. It seems we still don't have enough resources. Salon opened his scarlet eyes and pondered. Let's get through this feast first. Saron stopped thinking about the problem. The world is vast, but the grandest feast is the greatest. Soon, with only a few topaz stones remaining, the feast's progress finally reached 100%. A day later, Saron woke up, by which time he had grown to 18 meters in length. Moreover, its body became thicker and stronger, and the number of spikes on its surface increased, with these spikes emerging from its back, and even its cheeks. This made Saron look even more ferocious. Saron, Health 470. Feast levels, 14. Feast cooldown, 13 days. Talent 1, Carnivore. Talent 2, Earth Magic Elemental Affinity. Talent 3, Fire Magic Elemental Affinity. Talent 4, Armor Penetration. Talent 5, Wild Scream. Talent 6, Atomic Furnace. Talent 7, Vibration Perception. Talent 8, Telepathy. Talent 9, Lightning Breath. Talent 10, Mind Chains. Talent 11, Twisted Seed. Talent 12, Void Walk. You can spend a certain amount of mana to teleport to a nearby area. The teleportation distance is determined by the amount of mana you spend. You can use Void Walk multiple times, but this will consume more mana and requires a high level of physical strength. Walking in the Void. It looks a bit like a certain hero's skill, but it's not the same. This is like a teleportation. Let's try it out and see how it goes. The talents granted by the feast are like Saron's instincts. They can be used with a mere thought. Saron's enormous figure vanished instantly, and then reappeared 50 meters away. Luckily, the cave was big enough. Saron was astonished at himself. He had only used a small portion of his magic to teleport so far. Looking around, the space here was too cramped to be suitable for using the void walking technique. Thinking of this, he flew directly out of the cave. The enormous shape roared up, instantly creating a gust of wind. Shadar stared wide-eyed at Saron's departing figure. This is truly worthy of Lord Saron. Shadar began to recall how big Saron was when they first met. It's already doubled, right? But for Lord Saron, this is normal. Saron then went to a forest and continued to experiment with his ability to walk in the void. A huge black dragon appeared here and there in the forest. It looks quite eerie. After experimenting for a while, Saron finally understood the void walking talent. The maximum range is 300 meters in the void at a time, but this requires a huge amount of magic power. Furthermore, you can perform another void walk after each void walk. However, at this time, not only is more magic required, but the body will also experience a tearing sensation. Saron tried it and found that he could walk through the void 8 times in a row based on his physical strength. It might get dangerous after that. After that, you need to adapt for about 5 minutes, and then you can continue walking in the void. Saron was quite satisfied with this. After all, the ability to walk through the void can be activated with a single thought. It's important to know that while spatial magic does exist in this world, such as the spatial scrolls mentioned earlier that can be used for teleportation, it's important to understand that it's not the only form of magic in the world. However, the spatial structure is extremely complex, so these spatial spells cannot be used to teleport immediately after activation. There must be a gap in the spell casting process, which makes it easy to be interrupted by a sneak attack. However, void walking doesn't have this problem. It's instantaneous. Hehe. Now I can have a little fun. Chapter 105 Unexpected Changes. After completing the experiment, Saron left and returned to his cave. Shadar was already waiting there. Lord Saron, the head of the Valton family, has sent a messenger with a letter. Shadar's fangs were still dripping blood. Where's the messenger? Salon saw no messengers around. That guy disrespected the true dragon, so I ate him. Shadar said, "Don't you know that in war between two armies?" I originally intended to say that in war between two armies, one should not kill the messenger. But looking at this guy, Saron knew he probably couldn't understand. Fine, let's just kill him. It's no big deal. What does the letter say? Lord Saron, the letter from the head of the Valton family is full of provocations. It seems he wants to provoke you into going to Valton City, said Vickers, the goblin chieftain, holding a letter made of animal hide. Show me. Salona's exceptional eyesight allowed her to see directly the contents above. The parchment was written in the common language of mainland China. It's clear the guy who wrote this letter is quite talented. He started by praising Saron's power with a jumble of nonsensical words. Then there's a hint of irony in the text, implying that a powerful dragon only bullies the weak and fears the strong. Then they even brought Saron to Valton for trial. Honestly, I don't think a normal person could write something like this. If Black Dragon didn't bully the weak and fear the strong, would he still be Black Dragon? Do you expect me to deliberately stage a challenge against someone stronger than me, even if I know you're clearly stronger? And what kind of trial is it to send an adult Black Dragon to Valton City? Has someone's brain been caught in a door? Lord Saron, these humans are far too arrogant. Vickers' personality had also changed slightly after receiving the twisted seed. No longer as timid as before, he dared to speak now. There's something strange about that Valton family, Saron said seriously. He always felt that the Walton family was in too much of a hurry. Normally, even if someone occupies this place, they should take back what rightfully belongs to them. Even if they had a feud with the Valton family before, they are still a true dragon. No one would be foolish enough to think that the Black Dragon, known for its cunning and treachery, would fall for such a trick, would they? Lord Saron, many of our kin have wanted to join your ranks lately, and our forces are growing stronger. Vickers bowed. It seems that Chief Doug has also taken in a lot of kobolds. Let's continue. For Saron, these followers were better than nothing. They were enough to keep him from being too shabby. Because unless goblins and kobolds put in the effort to strengthen themselves, their strength will always remain the same. But will Saron expend the effort to help them become powerful? Of course not. He'd be better off using that energy to find more ingredients. After all, with the grand feast, the gap between him and his retinue would only widen. Saron scratched at the scales on his cheek with his dragon claws. but he really wanted to see what those guys in Vultan City were up to. He stared in the direction of Vultan, his eyes radiating murderous intent. Want to slay a dragon? Then give it a try. In the city of Vultan, the Vultan family. Chief, the assassins have delivered the message to the Black Dragon's territory, a man in black robes said respectfully to Victor. What was their reaction? Victor asked, as he was reading an ancient magic book. The enemy's subordinates ate our messenger, but the Black Dragon doesn't seem to have reacted much, the black-robed man said, puzzled. He didn't quite understand why his patriarch was doing this. Black dragons are all driven by self-interest. No matter how special they are, with this letter, there's a very high chance they won't come. After all, seeking advantage and avoiding harm is the instinct of every creature, Victor said. Chieftain, why don't we use a scheme to lure that Black Dragon to Vultan City? Our family is so powerful, and with so many mercenaries and adventurers, including many high-level spellcasters, we should be able to deal with that Black Dragon, right? The black-robed man asked. I have my own conclusions, don't worry, just follow orders, Victor said calmly. Although the man in black robes sensed that something was amiss, he chose to obey out of his long-standing trust in the family head. By the way, Chieftain, all the newly mined magic iron ore has been transported to the city. Continue sending it to the magic circle and reinforce the defenses of Vultan City, Victor said without looking up. Yes, sir. A few days later, things were a bit strange in Vultan City, because today was the day the Vultan family announced they would be holding a mobilization meeting to slay the dragon. Strangely, when the mercenary group and adventurers arrived at the central square of Vultan City, they did not see the head of the Vultan family. Geraint, something seems wrong here. As a forest elf, Delia was very sensitive to the elemental energy around her. The atmosphere here made her feel very uncomfortable. Something does feel off here, but I feel safe. The blonde man, Geraint, gave a bright smile. I originally just wanted to have some casual fun, but it seems like there's actually something interesting here. A golden glint flashed in Geraint's eyes. He was filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, Victor of the Vultan family was standing inside a small purple magic circle. His eyes were filled with fervor. Master, the mercenary groups and adventurers have arrived, the man in black robes said as he walked up behind Victor. Very good. Victor suddenly reached out his right hand and stabbed it into the black-robed man's chest, grabbing a blood-soaked heart. The patriarch, a man in black robes, stared in disbelief at the bloody hole in his chest. As a demon descendant, he is indeed very resilient, but when he doesn't transform, he is just an ordinary human. They were powerless to resist Victor's sudden attack. But none of that mattered now. He stared intently at Victor. You want to ask why? Victor chuckled. He examined the blood on his hands. In this world, the lifespan of ordinary people is as short as a shooting star. Even though we are of demonic lineage, we only live a few decades longer than ordinary people. But dragons, demons, and elves are born with such long lifespans. The only way out for us low-level demons is to transform into demons in the 9 layers of hell, and even then, the lowest level demons. Victor's eyes lit up with excitement. And I could never be a lowly demon. I, Victor, built the Vultan family from a small clan into such a successful one. Even if I were to become a demon, I would be a powerful one. Black mist began to fill Victor's eyes. Chapter 106 The Demon of Kenoros and the Golden Dragon. At the same time, 8 thick, dark purple pillars of light rose one after another around the entire city of Vultan. The purple light curtain instantly enveloped the entire city. Both the city's original inhabitants and the merchants and mercenaries who came here were very puzzled. But they showed no panic, because this was Vultan City, the territory of the powerful Vultan family. Any enemy must carefully consider its own strength. All the mercenaries and adventurers in the square watched this scene with curiosity. Geraint and his group looked at the magic circle with a solemn expression. This magic circle is strange. It doesn't seem like a defensive magic circle, Geraint said, looking at the magic circle in front of him. Brother, this magic circle seems to be a trapping formation, and there are other things mixed in with it, said a young silver-haired girl wearing a red mage's robe. She is Argenta, Geraint's sister. Both of them are excellent rangers. They encountered the elf Delia on their journey, and, by chance, saved the poor elf. The 3 of them then traveled together. At this moment, eerie black smoke began to rise from various parts of the city. Meanwhile, some ordinary people in the city feel uncomfortable all over their bodies. A richly dressed man touched his cheek, and suddenly his eyeballs and face both popped out. But strangely, he didn't seem to notice, and at the same time, his body began to slowly change. His skin began to turn pale, his hair began to fall out, his fingernails began to grow longer, and his teeth began to become grotesque and terrifying. This scene began to unfold throughout Vultan. Damn it! It's the aura of the bottomless abyss. At this moment, golden flames seemed to burst from Geraint's eyes. The bottomless abyss? Is it the bottomless abyss we understand? Delia looked around in shock. Some of the weaker adventurers nearby had transformed into pale-skinned monsters, baring their ferocious fangs at the living people around them. Someone has used some kind of evil summoning ritual to summon some aura from the abyss, and this aura has begun to corrupt the city. Argenta looked around warily. Then what are these monsters? Delia breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that they were just some auras from the bottomless abyss. Thankfully, they weren't real. Is it because mortals' bodies and souls haven't been completely assimilated by the abyss, so they can only become these kinds of spirits? At this moment, one of the mercenaries couldn't take it anymore and took out his weapon to attack the spirit next to him. Before Geraint could finish speaking, the mercenary had already severed the spirit's head. These monsters are nothing more than. Before the mercenary could finish speaking, the soul's corpse exploded. Instantly, a green, poisonous fog filled an area of more than 20 meters around. The unprepared adventurers were directly drenched in the poisonous fog. Screams erupted one after another. Geraint created a red flame shield with one hand. A characteristic of spirits is that when they die, their bodies disintegrate and release a cloud of poisonous mist. Geraint said calmly. However, the others were unaware of this. Although they easily killed the spirits, the poisonous mist cloud also easily killed them. And under the influence of the aura of the bottomless abyss, it transformed into a new soul. Something is definitely wrong with the Vultan family. Not a single one of them has stepped forward yet. Argenta watched as more and more people died. Because the majority of people in the city of Vultan are mortals, and mortals have no resistance to the aura of the bottomless abyss. The warriors and spellcasters also learned their lesson and dared not attack these spirits indiscriminately anymore. Boom. A huge stone pillar collapsed in the square, and a dark portal opened up on the spot. A sinister roar came from inside. Several human warriors watched the portal nervously. A strip of red meat with barbs instantly wrapped around the two warriors, followed by a chilling chewing sound. A huge creature emerged from the teleportation array. It was a canine-like creature covered in a thick shell, and it had no eyes. Fragments of flesh and bone could be faintly seen in its mouth, which was formed by its two pairs of jaws. A long, barbed tongue, sticky with saliva, greedily stared at the humans around it like a snake. With each breath, his body stretched out, his four clawed legs gripping the ground. They then pounced on the mercenaries, and more than a dozen of these monsters appeared behind the portal. The monster's armor was almost impervious to blades and spears. Neither weapons nor fireballs could harm them, and their long tongues reaped the lives of everyone present. Moreover, they possess magic-like abilities. Warriors who get close to them feel paralyzed and lose their lives without even realizing it. Some spellcasters had already fled to the edge of the city, but the magic circle held them firmly in place, and their attacks were futile. Brother, it's the demon of Canelos. Should we leave, or? Argenta asked, looking at Geraint in front of her. Since the Canelos demon is a hound in the Yogro demon army, its presence here suggests there must be something even more troublesome. Since there is something evil, we absolutely cannot let it go. Geraint said firmly. Sister, protect Delia and yourself. I'll go deal with these hounds, and see if I can take care of them. Geraint took off his cloak. Delia was stunned as soon as she uttered Geraint. An endless golden light erupted from Geraint's body. Roar. A dragon's roar came from Geraint's location. A giant dragon covered in golden scales appeared in midair. It's a dragon. It's still the golden dragon. We're safe. It really is a golden dragon. Saron observes the chaos in Vultan through the chains of the mind. When he deliberately released the captain of the Vultan family, he not only placed a twisted seed on him, but also a mind chain. Therefore, he could clearly see the chaos around him, and Saron also discovered a problem. That is, the guy I parasitized with the twisted seed seems to be unaffected by the aura of the bottomless abyss. The aura of those bottomless abysses was devoured in some way by the twisted seed within this guy when it approached. Golden Dragon. The dazzling golden light immediately caught his attention, but this guy was only thinking about running outside. Go to the central square, or die. Saron's voice suddenly rang in the mind of the man in white armor, startling him. Who are you? He looked around warily, but found nothing. Saron was too lazy to waste words with him and simply activated the twisted seed. The man in white armor immediately felt a sharp pain. The pain was so intense that even this veteran soldier, who had fought countless battles, knelt on the ground. The feeling, as if worms were crawling all over his body, was unbearable. I do. Chapter 107 Nikaro's Demon. What's your name? Salon's voice asked in the man's mind. Great being, my subordinate is named Just. The man in white armor, pale-faced from the ordeal he had just suffered, spoke. Just, behave yourself, and I'll keep you alive, Saron said. Thank you, master. Just said excitedly, having deeply felt the despair in the city of Vultan. If I can get out alive, even being enslaved doesn't seem so bad. Meanwhile, Saron's main body had reached an altitude of 5,000 meters above Vultan, where Vultan looked like a large purple eggshell from the air. It was impossible to see any movement inside. It seemed as if the entire city and the world had been separated. This is the Abyss invasion? No, this is far from being an Abyss invasion. Saron shook his head, staring at the city before him. The invasion of the world by a true bottomless abyss would be terrifying. Many powerful demons are merely the vanguard. An endless stream of abyssal demons would drive any world to despair. Not to mention the final gaze of the will of the abyss, which is the most deadly thing for a world. The abyss has devoured countless planes and has long since developed a very sophisticated process. First comes infiltration, then contamination, followed by control, and once this world is truly transformed into what the abyss desires, it will utterly perish. Hound-type demons like the Canelos are cannon fodder when the abyss invades large worlds. However, it is not considered weak. After all, under normal circumstances it is considered a close bodyguard of some powerful demons. They're absolutely dominating here. Saron continued to observe the golden dragon. This creature appears to be only about 15 meters long, still within the range of a juvenile dragon. However, as one of the more powerful gold dragons among metal dragons, this guy's combat strength is really not weak. At least in Saron's opinion, this golden dragon could take on 2 black dragon ladies. A strong physique, powerful magic, and that scorching flame breath. He held his own against 7 or 8 Kenoros demons. They even managed to kill 3 of them. That looks really impressive. However, the Kenoros demon, as a hound of the bottomless abyss, still has its unique characteristics. Their physical defense is very strong, and their resistance to fire and poison is by no means weak, which means that the golden dragon's fire breath cannot cause much damage. In addition, their agility and coordinated combat skills still caused Jinlong some trouble. However, Geraint believed that it was only a matter of time before he dealt with these guys. Argenta, your brother. Delia, I'm sorry, my brother and I have a rather special background, so we've been keeping it from you. Argenta smiled apologetically. Delia didn't say much. After all, the metal dragons were of the lawful alignment, and they had helped her before. But whenever she thinks about her former captain having his heart ripped out by the black dragon and her teammates having half their heads bitten off, she feels unable to calm down for a long time. I am filled with fear of dragons. Just then, the golden dragon in the sky encountered a problem. Just as Geraint was about to seize the opportunity to tear apart the head of a Kenoros demon with his powerful dragon claws, a huge green claw reached for his neck. Geraint reacted quickly, using his dragon claws to meet the opponent's attack. Bang! The golden dragon claw and the green claw collided violently. The golden dragon flapped its wings to stabilize itself. The creature that launched the sneak attack also revealed its true form from thin air. This is a creature with huge bat wings and thick green skin. It looks like a giant gargoyle. Its limbs have razor-sharp claws, its ears have some webbing, and its head has 2 black devil horns. Nikaros, the demon from the bottomless abyss. You creature have actually come out here. Moreover, he is one of the more powerful beings among the Nikaros demons. Jinlong recognized the creature. Golden Dragon, you're quite good. Nikaro's demon revealed a mouthful of sharp teeth. He praised in the language of the abyss. Golden Dragon, you shouldn't be here. Victor's figure appeared on the ground. At this moment, the patriarch of the Vultan family was surrounded by a dark abyss aura. Patriarch, why did you do this? A young man dressed in the magnificent attire of the Vultan family shouted excitedly. He didn't understand why the clan chief would do that. I don't want to be a lowly demon, so I can only communicate with the great abyss, hoping to please it and transform me into a more powerful demon, Victor said. But the young man was about to say something when a Kenoros demon behind him used its tongue to entwine the young man's mouth. Hee. Don't blame me. That's just human nature. I'm just a little stronger than you, so I have a lot of options. Victor's will to get to where he is today is naturally not something that can be shaken by ordinary people. Human, I admire your will. Nikaro's demon praised Victor. The abyss is inherently chaotic and disorderly. Kinship and friendship are insignificant. If Victor, with his naturally evil yet rational soul and powerful will, were truly transformed into a demon by the abyss, his achievements would certainly be remarkable. Right now, there's only a hint of the abyss. That's not enough to please it and make it look here. Victor looked around at the city he had built with his own hands, which remained completely undisturbed. Unfortunately, so many human souls and bodies still couldn't attract the abyss's attention. So you are the source of everything. The golden dragon in the sky said coldly, looking down at Victor. If we kill this golden dragon, that should be enough. Victor ignored the golden dragon's murderous intent and aura. He had originally planned to bring the black dragon here, but time was too tight, and he couldn't plan it properly. I was initially a little disappointed, but I didn't expect there to be other real dragons. He might have been very wary at other times, but things were different at this moment. Calster, are you confident you can take down this golden dragon? Victor asked directly. I'm not sure. Nikaro's Mokelster said directly. Seeing Victor's expression, he chuckled with a wicked grin, then said, but other demons can. Nikaro's Morkelster landed on the ground and planted his blood-stained giant axe in the earth. He casually grabbed a few human corpses, extracted their blood, and began to cast a spell. Under his control, the blood formed a powerful magic circle. Interdimensional teleportation. Then a huge figure appeared before everyone. Chapter 108 Baylor Flame Demon. A gigantic humanoid figure, 5 meters tall, with wings on its back and flames engulfing its body, emerged from the magic circle. Its crimson skin resembled flowing lava, and its massive black horns shot straight into the sky. Flames were still burning on its huge wings, its shoulders were covered with spiked shoulder armor, and its waist was a metal belt with the head of an unknown creature embedded in it. The long, flaming whip in his right hand and the massive decapitation sword in his left hand clearly identified him. This is Balrog's signature weapon. Baroth the Flame Demon. Argenta's expression suddenly changed as she looked at the newly appeared demon in the sky. Argenta, is this demon very powerful? The elf Delia's body trembled. As a forest elf, she instinctively felt that this demon was terrifying. The Balrogs are the most powerful Tanarus demon clan known in the Abyss, because every Balrog, even a newly born one, is bound to be a powerful legendary demon. Argenta was very worried. How could such a powerful demon appear here? It's Balrog. Saron observed the battlefield through the mind chain. Balrog is an extremely unique being in the Abyss. Such demons are very rare. In the Abyss, Balrogs usually serve powerful demon lords. They all serve as officers or generals in the demon army, and some Balrogs even become powerful demon lords, leading countless demon armies to invade various planes. In the bottomless abyss, strength reigns supreme, and the fact that the Balrog demons can stand out demonstrates just how powerful they are. Even the weakest among them are legends. This golden dragon is probably going to die. Saron glanced at the golden dragon in the arena. This Balrog should not have embarked on the path of a slaughterer yet. However, even so, this young golden dragon is not someone that can fight against, and even an adult golden dragon might not be able to defeat it. Only a strong, mature dragon or even an old dragon can consistently overpower its opponent. Calster, I only got here by taking the entropy ship without the dark portal. You must keep your promise. The Balrog, who had just arrived, paid no attention to the situation in the arena, and he spoke directly to Nikaro's demon. Don't worry, Lord Ev. All your requests will be fulfilled. Before that, this troublesome golden dragon can serve as your appetizer. Nikaro said humbly, bowing his head. Baloram Hava turned his gaze to the golden dragon in the sky. It's been so long since I've tasted dragon blood. Is there really only one golden dragon? Baylor Flame Demon licked his lips. The Balrog, huh? Then bring it on. Geraint's eyes blazed with fury. He opened his enormous mouth and spewed his breath directly at Baylor the Fire Demon. Baylor, the Balrog, showed no reaction whatsoever to the scorching golden dragon's breath. Golden red flames engulfed the demon's body. However, Balrog simply extended its fiery whip and casually swung it a few times to split the dragon flames apart, and the remaining fiery breath had no effect on Balrog. After all, as a Baloro, its fire resistance is extraordinary. In a sense, it actually restrains Geraint quite. Is there anything else? The ground temperature within tens of meters of the Baylor demon began to rise slowly, and the ground and buildings burst open under the high temperature. It formed a magma-like liquid. Those who couldn't escape in time, whether spirits or human warriors, were instantly melted. This is an innate aura of evil. Golden Dragon, after I defeat you, I will forge your head into my armor and take your soul to the bottomless abyss, so that you will know the price of offending me. The Balrog's voice carries its unique and powerful, lawful intimidation effect. All the creatures present felt a sense of dread from the depths of their souls. Under this bizarre mental attack, some human warriors knelt down, daring not to move an inch no matter how much the spirits around them attacked them. Geraint, being a powerful dragon, was initially affected, but his dragon pride prevented him from accepting his fear. I'm going to help my brother, Delia. You find a good place to hide, Argenta said anxiously, seeing that the situation was not good. After giving Delia some instructions, she left and ran towards the battlefield. Golden dragons are best at fire attacks, so why don't you try this too? Baylor Flame Demon said nonchalantly. Firestorm. Within 100 meters of Baylor, the surrounding air seemed to begin to burn. The temperature rose sharply, and countless flames appeared out of nowhere, instantly killing or wiping out almost all of the surviving human warriors in the vicinity. The flames then formed a firestorm that swept towards the golden dragon Geraint. Geraint felt a sense of unease as he experienced this terrifying temperature. As a golden dragon, he has very high fire resistance, but he still feels uneasy in the face of this temperature. A layer of golden red flames appeared on his body, keeping the firestorm at bay. Baylor the Balrog was not disappointed. With a wave of its right hand, the flaming whip in its hand instantly grew to over 100 meters long. Slap slap. The flaming whip, like an ordinary fire serpent, carried endless flames and swept towards the golden dragon in the sky. Lightning fast. Faced with the strangling attack of the flaming whip, Geraint began to dodge using his superb flying skills. However, the flaming whip was very intelligent and continued to wrap around Geraint. And then the Balrog's true form on the ground suddenly appeared behind Geraint. Its enormous decapitation sword swung down toward the golden dragon's head. An extreme sense of danger filled Geraint's heart, and he instinctively dodged away. However, a thick stream of flame shot out from the decapitation sword and struck Geraint. Instantly, the golden dragon scales turned charred and shattered, and Geraint's figure was forced to fall into the strangulation net formed by the flaming whips. If they get trapped, then the battle is over. Brother, roar. Uft. A blast of cold air swept across the entire flaming whip, momentarily suppressing its flames. Geraint seized the opportunity and quickly flew to the side. Balrog turned his head and saw an incomparably beautiful silver dragon appear next to Geraint. Interesting. I thought you wouldn't make a move. Baylor Flame Demon licked his lips. It possesses constant wisdom, capable of seeing through all pretense and falsehood. It discovered Argenta's silver dragon identity as soon as it arrived. Argenta, you shouldn't have come, Geraint said. Argenta possesses some kind of spatial teleportation magic, which allows him to leave this place after casting the spell for a period of time. His original intention was for Argenta to teleport away with Delia. He held off his opponent all by himself. Brother, this place is strange. The teleportation spell has failed, Argenta said in a clear voice. What? Geraint looked at the dark purple magic circles around him. This magic circle can actually seal off space, but how did Balrog teleport to my side just now? Chapter 109 Baylor Flame Demon. You can't escape. We have plenty of time to play this game. Baylor the Balrog said calmly. It was only then that Geraint began to notice his surroundings. There are almost no living people left in the entire city of Vultan. Without Geraint's restraint, the Canelos demons slaughtered human warriors and spellcasters as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. The firestorm and evil aura of Balrog just now killed even more humans. The entire city has been completely destroyed. At this point, only 5 or 6 people, including the elf Delia, survived on the ground. The others were transformed into abyssal spirits. Hee, human, there are actually 2 metal dragons in your city. What a wonderful gift. Nakaro's demon looked at the 2 giant dragons excitedly. Can the 2 metal dragons handle this? Victor asked, looking at the 3 figures in the sky. Victor, you're not our comrade yet. I can forgive your ignorance this time, but once you reach the abyss, you'll know what the Balrog is all about, Nakaro said disdainfully. Victor didn't speak again, but seemed to be deep in thought. Great being, I am about to be killed by the demon. just looked at the scene around him with a sense of despair. Hang in there a little longer. Saron watched the scene unfold with great interest. Golden Dragon, Silver Dragon, and Baylor the Fire Demon. These are all good stuff. The Silver Dragon truly lives up to its name. It's really beautiful. It's silvery white, smooth scales, and elegant, slender figure. Baylor the Balrog is also very powerful. Let's wait and see. We'll wait until they're both exhausted before we try to take advantage of the situation. Brother, let's fight it together. Argenta looked solemnly at the Balrog in front of him. The Balrog doesn't seem as powerful as I remembered. I might not be able to beat it alone, but I'm sure I can with you, sister. Geraint said. It seems necessary to show you what true power is. Besides, I don't want to fight weaklings like you anymore. Baylor said impatiently. Soul-capturing technique. Geraint and Argenta suddenly felt dizzy. By the time their physical immunity to mental attacks was achieved, it was already too late. Balrog had already reached them. His flaming whip instantly wrapped around Geraint, and then his decapitation sword plunged directly into Geraint's body. His body was pinned firmly to the ground. Don't want. Argenta never expected that Balrog would defeat her brother so easily. She wanted to go up and help, but Balrog wouldn't give her the chance. It grabbed Argenta's dragon wing as easily as catching a chick. Argenta's long neck lunged fiercely at Balrog's arm. Balrog grabbed Argenta's wing and slashed her back hard with his right claw. Instantly, the dragon's scales shattered, and bright red blood flowed from its silvery white skin. With another kick, Argenta crashed to the ground next to Geraint like a kite with a broken string. Argenta. Geraint looked at his sister beside him, his heart filled with unbearable pain. He shouldn't have agreed to his sister's request to come here to see the black dragon. He regretted getting involved in such a thing. However, his body was bound by the flaming whip, and his body was pinned to the ground by the decapitation sword. Completely incapacitated. Brother, I'm fine, Argenta said groggily. Bright red dragon blood flowed from her back, and the Balrog's attack seemed to have some kind of severe injury effect. The dragon's powerful self-healing ability seems to have lost its function. What a powerful Balrog. When it gets serious, it took down 2 dragons in one go. Victor looked at the Balrog's enormous body with longing. The weak should have the awareness of the weak. Baylor Flame Demon landed on the ground and looked at the 2 giant dragons. Lord Ibsen is truly powerful. Nikaros exclaimed. I'm taking these 2 dragons back to the abyss. I'll treat them well. You can continue what you're doing here. Balrog waved and walked towards the 2 dragons. At this moment, the 2 dragons' eyes were filled with despair. What kind of place was the bottomless abyss? If they went there, not only would their lives be lost, but their souls would also be unable to find peace. Just then, Baylor looked up at the sky and saw more than a dozen huge, flaming boulders hurtling towards it. A flash of flame appeared in Balrog's eyes, followed by a streak of gray light, and the boulders in the air vanished one by one. Advanced magic dispel. Before it could react, it suddenly felt a sharp pain from behind. Baylor the Fire Demon subconsciously used a short-range teleportation spell to get to the other side. It looked down and saw a huge, heavy black dragon appear where it had just been. Geraint and Argenta, who were prepared to face death, stared at the black dragon in utter bewilderment. Brother, it's a black dragon. This seems somewhat different from the black dragon in the inherited memories. How could it be, Victor? Didn't you say your spatial sealing array had completely isolated this city? What's going on with this black dragon? Nikaros looked at Saron with a grim expression. After all, Baylor Flame Demon was actually ambushed, and even within this spatial sealing formation. The magic circle is still there, but as for this black dragon, it seems to have appeared out of thin air. The more Victor looked at the black dragon, the more familiar it felt. Those unique dragon horns, and the scarlet eyes that are different from those of other black dragons. And that incredibly strong body overlapped with the black dragon in my memory, but the change in size was too great. Interesting, a gold dragon, a silver dragon, and a black dragon. The wounds on the back of the Balrog healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. With a wave of its hands, a flaming whip and a decapitation sword appeared in its hands. It stared at the black dragon with eyes blazing with fire. Be careful, this Balrog is very powerful, Argenta warned weakly. Hee. Saron glanced at the gold dragon and the silver dragon. Those 2 useless trash, you actually wanted them to fight the Balrog to the death. As a result, they were completely crushed, forcing them to come out in person. If I don't come out now, everyone will finish their work and go back to their own homes, and then I really won't have anything to eat. What's even more interesting? You have flash too? Then I'll follow your flash. Saron reappeared silently behind Baylor once again. Creak. Saron's dragon claws clashed with Balrog's decapitation sword. Suddenly, a sickening metallic scraping sound rang out. What incredibly strong dragon claws. What immense power. Baylor was very worried. Something was very wrong with this black dragon. Law and decree. Awe and deterrence. Balrog used a mental attack on Saron, but Saron was completely unaffected and continued to attack. He was immune to this mental attack simply because of his strong physique. Looks like I've met a worthy opponent, Balrog thought, watching Saron's retreating figure. Chapter 110 Battle against the Baylor Flame Demon. Bang bang. Saron also became interested. Balrog swung his fiery whip, which stretched for over 100 meters, as it swept towards Saron. Saron reached out and grabbed the end of the flaming whip. The raging flames on the whip did not cause him any harm. After all, he is inherently fire affinityful and also possesses the fire resistance genes of a plutonium dragon. He was almost completely immune to fire magic, let alone the tiny flame on the whip. Balrog struggled against Saron, pulling hard on its fiery whip, but Saron seemed to have more strength. With a single pull, the Balrog was involuntarily dragged forward. What incredible strength! Baylor the fire demon exclaimed. Then let's try again. Out of desperation, it gave up the flaming whip. He swung the decapitation sword at Saron's neck. But Saron was not intimidated at all, and its dragon claws met the attack head-on. Sparks flew as the black dragon claws and the long decapitation sword collided. Saron then viciously bit at Balrog's neck. Baylor Flame Demon instinctively used his left arm to block. But Saron didn't let it get away with it. With a snap, it tore off Baylor Balrog's left forearm. Instead of flying into a rage after being injured, Balrog continued to slash at Saron's head with his decapitation sword, intending to behead him. However, the dragon horn of Sarana clashed violently with the blade of the decapitation sword. Click! The dragon horns were attached to the skull, and Saron felt his head buzzing. Balrog looked even uglier and quickly separated from Saron. He then looked down at the decapitation sword in his hand, where a huge notch had appeared. It exhibits spiderweb-like cracks. It looks like it'll be ruined after one more cut. And there was only a shallow mark on the opponent's dragon horn. Damn it! The decapitation sword is the signature weapon of the Balrog, and its quality can be improved as the master's strength increases. It's of extremely high quality, practically a legendary weapon. If that golden dragon had been there, it could have beheaded it instantly. Now that it's destroyed, Baylor has no idea how much it will cost to repair it. Enveloped in red flames, the arm that Saron had bitten off grew back. It sheathed its decapitation sword and looked at the black dragon before it. Warm-up complete, the real battle begins. Then, the Balrog began to emit powerful, long, fiery serpents. Then its body began to change. Its body, originally 5 meters tall, began to grow larger in the flames, eventually reaching over 9 meters before stopping. Its crimson skin was covered in flames and many mysterious black symbols. The oppressive feeling of this enormous humanoid demon suddenly increased, and the surrounding air became increasingly hot under the evil aura. You've transformed? Saron asked curiously, watching the other's transformation. Black Dragon. Balrog flapped its enormous, flaming wings and flew towards Saron. Labor and management can also change. Salon activated the atomic furnace within his body, causing his entire body to enter a state of overload. He finally understood. Balrog truly lived up to his reputation as the most perfect demon. Its powerful physique endows it with astonishing strength and speed, formidable magical abilities, fire resistance, and combat skills. This makes it virtually without any weaknesses. Don't even think about using magic to kill the other party. We have no choice but to confront them head-on. Suddenly, a golden light emanated from Saron's body, and it seemed as if golden blood was flowing on his skin. As a result, his body seemed to have grown a size larger. The ferocious dragon's might clashed with the evil aura of the Baylor Flame Demon, filling the air with a heavy atmosphere. Brother, is this the black dragon among the 5 dragons? He's so powerful. Silver Dragon Argenta stared in shock at Saron in the sky. A black dragon? No, that guy doesn't look like a black dragon at all. Geraint had already gotten up. However, his wounds were still bleeding, and the decapitation sword had a severe injury effect, which prevented his powerful self-healing ability from taking effect. Brother, who do you think will win? Argenta flapped her wings. I don't know, but it won't do us any good no matter who wins, Geraint said bitterly. As a gold dragon among metal dragons, he is not yet fully grown. However, he has always considered himself to be quite capable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought Argenta to the human world. But seeing this scene now, he felt that the older generation of dragon ancestors were right. It's better to sleep on Dragon Island until you're an adult before coming out. Coming out early and doing all that fancy stuff is pointless. In the sky, Saron had already begun its battle with Balrog. They were like two real wild beasts, each biting the other. Balor the Balrog also noticed that this black dragon had ridiculously high fire resistance, so he stopped wasting magic power casting fire spells. Instead, they fought with all their might. Saron was covered in blood, but not a single drop was his own. They all belonged to that Balor flame demon on the other side. The opponent's claws were also powerful, but they were still somewhat inferior to the decapitation sword. Even if its scales are broken, it won't suffer too much damage. Balor the Balrog also sensed that things were not going well for him. This state was very taxing, and he couldn't hold on for long. However, the black dragon on the other side became more and more energetic as the battle progressed, and its defense was much stronger than his own. Without the decapitation sword, its attacks seemed somewhat ineffective. Damn it, how can such a dragon exist? Balrog appeared behind Saron in a flash. Before his claws could even reach down, Saron had vanished. Balrog felt a chill run down its spine as Saron pierced its bat wing with a single claw. There's no other way but to use teleportation again. So the two enormous creatures would suddenly disappear and then suddenly reappear. Is there no limit to his spatial teleportation? Balor Flame Demon could no longer use short-distance teleportation. This magic has limitations. Something seems amiss. Nikaros below watched the battle in the sky, then looked at Geraint and Argenta on the ground. With a wave of his hand, he ordered, "Kill those two metal dragons first." Immediately, several Canelos demons rushed towards Geraint and Argenta. Argenta and Geraint could only deal with the situation in a sorry state. Balrog is growing weaker and weaker. This can't go on. Balrog planned to use summoning magic to summon some more demons. But Saron attacked it relentlessly, preventing it from casting spells. "You guys hold him off for now," Balor the Balrog said to his demon minions who were attacking the gold and silver dragons. Saron stared at the increasingly weakened body, his crimson eyes wide. The opportunity has arrived. Saron instantly used Voidwalk to appear directly in front of Balrog and grabbed its upper and lower jaws with a claw. A blue-white light emanated from Saron's mouth. Chapter 1:11 Erasing. Just as Balrog was about to break free by injuring himself as before, Saron let out a wild scream. Suddenly, the magic power within his body surged, and the spatial teleportation failed. How could that be? Under the bewildered gaze of Balrog, a beam of blue and white light pierced straight through its mouth. Saron remained unmoved as its claws attacked it. Finally, the massive body of Balor slowly came to a stop moving. Because half of its head had been burned away by Saron, Saron grabbed the demon's horns and yanked them off forcefully. Half of Balrog's head was ripped off. Dead. The Nikaros and Canelos demons on the ground felt a surge of fear. The powerful Balrog demon died just like that. Run! Nikero seemed to realize something and tried to escape, but it was too late. Suddenly, the corpse of the Balrog in midair emitted a dazzling light. Then a deafening roar erupted. Rumble. Endless light and heat swept across and covered the surrounding space, centered on the corpse of the Balrog. The entire city of Vultan was enveloped in it, and the purple magic circle that sealed off the city shattered instantly, like an eggshell under such a powerful attack. Hurry up. Geraint only had time to use his body to protect the humanoid Argenta and the elf Delia. Saron, still holding half of Balrog's head, was somewhat astonished. "This is Balrog's incinerate explosion," Geraint exclaimed in shock and anger. When Balrogs die, their corpses explode, causing their weapons to explode as well. Crackling. Saron was also directly engulfed by this endless light and heat. A few minutes later, everything calmed down. After a long time, a large mound emerged from a patch of scorched black soil. Cough, cough, cough. Geraint crawled out of the ground in a disheveled state, with Argenta and the elf Delia beneath him. "Argenta, Delia, are you alright?" At this point, the golden dragon had almost no intact scales left on its body. Its two wings were tattered like two pieces of cloth, and there was hardly any good flesh left on its body. "Brother, we're alright." Argenta shook her head, and Delia was taken out of her arms. "Brother Geraint, are you alright?" Delia looked at Geraint with concern. "I'm fine. I didn't expect Balrog's burning explosion to be so powerful. If we hadn't been far from the center of the explosion at the last moment, plus Argenta's ice magic and my fire resistance as a golden dragon, I would have died long ago. Geraint looked around and saw that there were no living creatures left. It turned out that the location of Vultan City was just a huge pit. This city has been completely wiped off the map. Geraint sighed. That's almost 1 million people. Argenta said, a hint of sadness in her voice. What about that black dragon? Argenta suddenly thought. He's probably dead. He was right at the center of the explosion. With that intensity of magical flames and high temperatures, plus the abyssal aura, he definitely is. Before Geraint could finish speaking, an explosion suddenly occurred underground. A massive figure radiating golden red light flew out and landed on the ground. Black Dragon. The 2 dragons and the elf were terrified. Damn it. Saron stared grimly at the half head in his claws, half the head of Balrog. The other bodies have all just exploded. Even the decapitation sword didn't survive. That was a legendary weapon. Saron's heart was bleeding. What wonderful ingredients. Furthermore, there is something even stranger. Saron did not receive the recovery feedback from the carnivorous talent after Balrog's death. It was as if that Balrog had never died. But the other person is clearly dead. Saron suddenly remembered that the demon lords in the bottomless abyss all had one characteristic. Aside from their strength, the biggest difference between them and ordinary demons is that they are favored by the abyss. They place their essence in the abyss so that even if they die, they can be quickly reborn there. However, this guy is clearly not a demon lord yet, since demon lords are much stronger, and some even have divine status or something similar. This makes them even more powerful than some gods. However, with this head, it should be able to absorb some of the Balrog's traits. Saron then looked at the 2 dragons and 1 elf on the ground, all of which were pitch black. Without careful observation, you wouldn't be able to tell that they were actually powerful golden dragons, beautiful silver dragons, and elegant elves. At this moment, Salon could clearly sense the anxiety, tension, and unease of the 3 through telepathy. Since we didn't get anything else, having these 2 dragons and 1 spirit is enough. He didn't seem to be hurt much, Geraint exclaimed, looking at the black dragon before him. Aside from some wounds on his body, there were several holes in his wings. The rest of the area was basically unharmed. Lord Black Dragon, we have no intention of being your enemy. Geraint is not a brainless dragon. Under normal circumstances, he is not afraid of even the red dragon among the 5-colored dragons. But this black dragon was terrifying. Perfect, I don't want to be your enemy either. Come with me first, Saron said cheerfully. However, the unbridled release of his dragon might show that he didn't take these 3 guys seriously at all. Should we still be his enemy? Do you have the strength to be our enemy? Lord Black Dragon, we are all dragons, we should not kill each other, Argenta whispered, extending her jet black body. Haha, if I hadn't intervened just now, you would have been dragged into the abyss by demons long ago. Your souls would never find peace. So I saved your lives. Salong stopped halfway through his speech. Sigh, why am I telling you all this? Just arrest them and take them back. He then planned to cripple the 2 dragons and the elf and take them back with him. Kindness. Saron suddenly felt a vibration coming from a distance. A troop of soldiers dressed in white knightly armor and riding white horses approached from a distance. Because Saron and his companions were in the giant crater created by the explosion, the knights didn't spot them immediately. Quickly, let's find out what's going on in Vultan City, a white-armored knight said urgently. But when the group of 40-odd people reached the edge of the pit, everyone held their breath instantly. Immediately, the 3 dragons, 1 elf, and the human army of over 40 people stared at each other. The Cavaliers' formation completely collapsed the next second. Dragon Black Dragon. Still 3 black dragons. Run. How can there be a dragon? They couldn't understand how 3 giant dragons, which were rarely seen, had suddenly appeared, and all of them were black dragons. 3 black dragons. Saron was a little confused. Wasn't it supposed to be 1 black, 1 gold, and 1 silver dragon? Geraint and Argenta looked at their charred, scaled bodies and felt a pang of bitterness. But Saron wouldn't let these knights leave. With the release of his dragon might, the knights' formation was instantly thrown into chaos. The mounts were so frightened that they defecated and urinated, and even the giant wolf riding the lead knight was no exception. These humans are all innocent. Before Argenta could finish speaking, Saron unleashed a blue heat beam. Suddenly, both the mounts and the humans fell silent. Just kidding. So many soldiers would be great for healing wounded soldiers. Saron felt his injuries heal instantly thanks to the carnivore's effects. Chapter 112 Argenta. Don't you miss your brother? You. Argenta pointed at Salon, unable to speak. You still care about other creatures? I'll give you two choices. First, obediently do whatever I tell you to do. Second, I'll cut off all your limbs and then slowly kill you. Saron said impatiently. He was already upset after all that work, only managing to get half a demon's head, and now he'd wasted even more time. Luckily, it still had half a head and 2 dragons, otherwise it would have been a huge loss. As for that elf, he selectively ignored it. It wasn't even enough for the entire elf girl group. What's the difference between this and enslaving us? As soon as Geraint finished speaking, Saron knocked him to the ground with a single claw. He grabbed the heavily injured golden dragon by the neck, lifted it up, and threw it away. Bang bang bang. The golden dragon's figure crashed heavily to the ground, and Geraint also collapsed unconscious. Elder brother. Argenta was terrified and hurriedly flew towards Geraint in the distance. But Saron grabbed one of her dragon claws and pulled her down. A single paw pinned it to the ground. Argenta, Geraint. The elf Delia watched all this weakly from the side. But there was nothing she could do. Although Geraint and Argenta had protected her, she was still injured. Coupled with the terrifying memories of the real dragon she once knew, she was filled with dread and did not recognize Saron as the baby dragon they encountered when they stole the dragon egg. Similarly, Saron didn't remember that this elf was the same elf archer from before. Let me go. Argenta struggled desperately. However, her power is far inferior to that of Saron. It was like a strong, grown man and a 7 or 8-year-old girl. Your name is Argenta? Saron asked. So what if it is? Argenta felt terrible. She shouldn't have left Dragon Island with her brother in the first place. Great name. Argenta, you don't want anything to happen to your brother Geraint, do you? Saron sighed, unable to resist touching the silver dragon's smooth horns. You. Argenta knew that the other person was using her brother to coerce her. But seeing that pitiful figure in the distance, she collapsed helplessly to the ground, her dragon wings drooping, and she began to sob softly. Brother, what should I do? She grew up in the loving care of her elders on Dragon Island, and after leaving, she received meticulous care from Geraint. I have never felt so desperate. A wave of sorrow washed over me. Saron was somewhat speechless. Such a large silver dragon was crying. This made him feel guilty for bullying a little girl. What about your proud nature and powerful will as a true dragon? Besides, I didn't hurt you. Damn it. Emily didn't shed a single tear even after being scolded like that. She's a disgrace to dragons. I promise you. I submit to you. Argenta said slowly, composing herself. Her brother has protected her for so long. It's time for her to do something for him. Very good. Saron nodded in satisfaction. The 2 dragons were almost adults. Unlike Emily and Hannah, they can immediately form a powerful fighting force. Moreover, we can let them bleed a little and cut off some flesh to see if they can develop special traits. Don't resist. A red, twisted seed appeared in Saron's hand. The twisted seed slowly merged into Argenta's body. Argenta's body instinctively wanted to resist, but she forced herself to endure it. Argenta suddenly felt her body getting hot, and soon black stripes slowly appeared on her silver dragon horns. What did you do to me? Its entire body gradually grew, and its original height of a little over 13 meters eventually exceeded 14 meters. Roar. Argenta couldn't help but let out a dragon roar. This. Argenta was stunned. What had this black dragon just put on her that would directly boost her power? At this moment, she felt that not only her body had grown, but also her internal strength and magic had grown a lot. If she were to grow naturally, it would take her at least 7 or 8 years to grow to this size. Saron, observing Argenta's changes, also noticed a problem. It seemed the twisted seed was a little too effective against dragons or creatures with dragon blood. This is a kind of contract between us. You'll understand later. Saron said casually. This left Argenta somewhat puzzled. Elder brother. If she couldn't figure it out, she stopped thinking about it. Argenta quickly flew to Geraint's side, and this time Saron didn't stop her. Geraint slowly opened his eyes under the call of Argenta's magic. Argenta. Geraint looked weakly at his sister. Argenta, wait for me over there. Don't eavesdrop. Your brother and I have something to discuss. Saron flew over as well. You're not allowed to hurt my brother. Argenta said firmly. Don't worry, we're already the closest of friends. I won't hurt either of you. Saron said gently. Argenta, do you intend to disobey my orders? Saron's tone changed instantly. Argenta glanced at her brother, then at Saron, and slowly flew away, stopping about 400 meters away. She began to check on the elf Delia's injuries while keeping a close eye on Saron's movements. After all, if this black dragon really wanted to harm them, she would be powerless to stop it. Argenta, what did you do to her? Geraint asked angrily, looking at his sister's subservient attitude towards Sarone. Calm down. Sarone said nonchalantly. Actually, I don't want it to be like this, but I have no choice. Rest assured, as long as you submit to me, your sister Argenta will be harmed in no way. Impossible, Geraint said firmly. How could the golden dragon submit to the black dragon among the 5 color dragons? Geraint, I'm only doing this in good faith. You should know that your sister is a silver dragon, a beautiful and elegant silver dragon. If I were to have 10 or 8 baby dragons with your sister, would they be black dragons or silver dragons? Sarone turned to look at the silver dragon Argenta in the distance. You evil black dragon. Argenta is not yet an adult. If you dare to touch her, all the metal dragons will not let you go. Geraint's mind was about to explode when he heard this. If this were to happen, my sister's life would be ruined. Silver dragons are extremely loyal to their mates, and Geraint dared not imagine the consequences if such a thing were to happen. Moreover, he was well aware of the silver dragon's allure, and he knew that the black dragon would definitely do the same. As if the metal dragon would let me go if I didn't touch her. Sarone said disdainfully. Geraint, you don't want your sister to get hurt, do you? Sarone used the same tactic. Geraint gritted his teeth as he looked at Argenta in the distance. I agree to be your slave and sign a contract with you, as long as you promise not to harm Argenta. If it were just him, he would definitely choose to fight to the end, even if he was far from being a match for the other party, and might as well die. But he also has a younger sister and friends who need protection. Don't worry, I mean what I say. Sarone was pleased. He also gave Geraint a twisted seed, but it was not activated. Chapter 113 Bloodletting Therapy. Argenta breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Sarone had not harmed her brother. That would be enough for his efforts, and Geraint also felt relieved looking at his sister. Can you still fly looking like this? Sarone asked, looking at Geraint's dragon wings, which resembled tattered rags. I can bring my brother, Argenta said hastily, fearing that Sarone might do something else. Then hurry up and follow. Sarone took to the air first, unafraid that his opponent would escape. To think that someone with the twisted seed could escape his control is simply wishful thinking. Soon, Sarone arrived at the temporary camp with 2 dragons and an elf. Shadar and his men were already waiting. Lord Sarone. Shadar looked at the 2 dragons behind Sarone and felt a little confused. What's going on? He went out and brought back 2 giant dragons. Go and arrange 2 places of accommodation for them. Sarone said casually. Yes, sir. Shadar was very puzzled, but looking at the giant dragon in front of him, he said, Please come with me. Both of you. Geraint and Argenta looked at the dilapidated camp in front of them with some helplessness. In a place like this, how could such weak followers be subordinates of the Black Dragon? And doesn't the Black Dragon live in the swamp? However, the 2 dragons didn't have many questions and quickly followed with Delia. A figure slowly rose from the ruins of Walton. I'm still alive. Victor, the head of the Walton family, slowly crawled out from inside. He also had a red, glowing object in his hand. Victor's eyes burned with desire as he looked at the object, even though his attempt to convert the abyss by pleasing it had failed. But he found another, better path. I can't believe you survived. Victor then turned his gaze to a charred figure below. This guy was the same, just from before. Now, his whole body was covered in black scales, and his eyes had turned blood red. His body had grown much larger, and he exuded an aura of the abyss. I don't know. Just said, still confused. He had no idea what was going on. Looking at his own body, he felt a bloodthirsty urge to devour everything. All right, since you've survived, I hope you can continue to serve me. Victor took out a contract. Sign it. Just looked at the contract in front of him, gritted his teeth, and signed his name with his blood. Great. Now come with me. You won't regret your choice today. Victor said excitedly. It's nice to have someone witness your success. The 2 slowly disappeared into the distance. Meanwhile, Sarone, inside the cave, opened his scarlet eyes. Interesting. Let's see what surprises you have in store for me. In any case, the twisted seed will never escape his control, so let's just consider it as planting a seed. Hopefully, it will yield satisfactory results. Meanwhile, the major cities and kingdoms surrounding Walton were in an uproar. After all, Walton is not some small village or town. Such a large city just vanished, along with hundreds of thousands, or even millions of people. Among them were nobles, merchants, and many spellcasters. The intricate relationships are not so simple. Most importantly, this is the location of the Walton family, and now the Walton family is completely wiped out. According to reports from nearby villages, the city was first covered by a purple magic circle. Then came a deafening explosion. Immediately, all factions arrived at the ruins of Vultan to inspect them. The royal family of Sakania was furious. After all, this was one of the more powerful cities within their kingdom's territory. It just disappeared so inexplicably. After many spellcasters inspected the site, they discovered the presence of an abyss, leading them to conclude that someone had deliberately introduced abyssal creatures. This caused everyone immense worry, because that was an abyss. The spellcasters carefully removed all abyssal energy and continued to purify the area of any traces. They even directly sealed off the ruins of Vultan. However, there is a rumor that someone saw a huge black dragon appear in the sky above Vultan City when this incident occurred. But such news cannot withstand scrutiny in the face of the abyss. However, some people in the Kingdom of Del noticed this news. Kar City, the city where the third princess resides. Are you sure a black dragon left from there after the explosion? Princess Sophia asked, looking at a warrior beside her. This is one of her soldiers who is most skilled at reconnaissance. That's absolutely right. I would never be wrong. And the patrol team was all killed by that black dragon, said the knight in black armor. If this matter is really related to the black dragon, then the black dragon's strength is definitely far beyond everyone's imagination. Sophia smoothed her fiery red hair. Have you found out where that black dragon is staying? Your Highness, the black dragon is extremely dangerous. Her subordinate seemed to have guessed her thoughts. No matter how terrifying the black dragon is, it's not as terrifying as that person. Sophia smiled brightly, but no one noticed the glint of hatred in her eyes. Get ready. I'm going to see this black dragon. Sophia's eyes flashed with an unprecedented light. Inside the cave, the golden dragon Geraint was already unconscious. Meanwhile, Saron was holding a huge bucket and slashing the opponent's wrist to collect the dragon's blood. What are you doing? Argenta, who had just returned, saw this scene and her eyes turned red. She rushed straight up to Geraint and looked at Saron warily. Heal your brother, Saron said casually, looking at the dragon blood flowing from Geraint's claws. If you're going to treat him, why did you bleed him? Argenta glared angrily at Saron. This is an ancient bloodletting therapy, which is to expel toxins from the body. You don't understand, Saron said in a profound tone. Seeing that the golden dragon Geraint was already extremely weak, Saron silently activated the twisted seed. Meanwhile, Geraint's wounds began to heal at a visible speed, and his charred scales returned to their original golden color. This? Argenta stared at the scene in disbelief. She, who was about to explode, instantly calmed down. Could it be that I really misunderstood him? Is there really a way to cure this by bloodletting? What's the principle behind it? Alright, now eat more monster meat and the like. With the golden dragon's self-healing ability, you'll recover quickly. Saron left with a large bucket of golden dragon blood, and casually tossed a few pieces of dragon meat from the ground into the bucket. Argenta was left staring blankly at his retreating figure. Saron fiddled with the things in front of him. Half the head of a baler, a bucket of golden dragon blood, and a few pieces of golden dragon meat. There were also countless magic iron ore nearby. The magic iron ore vein was reclaimed by Shadar after the Vultan family disappeared. The guards were of no use whatsoever. However, a lot of the magic iron ore vein has already been mined, and those guys don't know what methods they use to mine it. Well, Saron sighed. The ingredients were far too meager. Looks like there won't be enough food in the future. Chapter 114 Sophia. Lord Saron, a human wishes to see you, said the kobold Doug. Humans? Saron asked, somewhat puzzled. Humans are looking for a black dragon? Are you kidding me? What human? Saron became interested. And can mere humans just see him whenever they want? That black dragon of his is so lacking in class. That human brought a cart full of gold and silver coins, as well as other treasures, my lord, Doug said somewhat awkwardly. If it were an ordinary human, he would have eaten them on the spot. How dare you even think you could see Lord Saron? But this group was clearly unusual, and they even brought gifts. What if they came to be a dependent? That would be disastrous. He was afraid of ruining important matters, so he had no choice but to let Salon decide. Bring him in, Saron said. Since they brought a gift, let's take a look first. If it's an enemy, we can just kill them. A moment later, a person completely shrouded in a black robe walked in. Salon looked at the woman's curvaceous figure. It was a woman. The man in black robes removed his robe, revealing his true appearance. She wore a fiery red off-shoulder princess dress, her beautiful collarbones faintly visible, and the fabric of the dress seemed slightly transparent, reflecting the light subtly. The skirt's hem curves gracefully upwards, revealing the girl's long, slender, jade-like legs. The hem is dotted with diamonds, like countless beautiful morning dewdrops. Her fiery red hair was incredibly alluring. She performed a standard royal curtsy to Salon. "Your Majesty the Great Black Dragon, Princess Sophia of the Kingdom of Del greets you." Sophia glanced at Saron and then quickly lowered her head. I never expected this black dragon to be so powerful. She had seen the portrait of the female black dragon in the bone-eating swamp before, and it definitely didn't have this kind of imposing presence. Such a strong person can definitely help her. The princess of the Kingdom of Del? Interesting. Saron finally remembered that the idiot prince from before seemed to be from the Kingdom of Del. Now there's a princess from the Kingdom of Del. How interesting. Stop talking nonsense. Just say what your purpose is. A true dragon's patience is limited. Saron unleashed his dragon might. He leaned down to look at the other person, who clearly did not connect himself with what had happened in the bone-eating swamp. "I would like to ask you for a favor." Sophia was startled. Even with her deep composure and strong mental fortitude, she felt flustered after being frightened like this. But thinking of her purpose, she gritted her teeth and said it. "Mortal, do you think you can command the great black dragon with just a card of gold coins?" Saron exhaled a puff of white mist from his nose. His mouth almost touched Sophia's cheek, putting her under immense psychological pressure. "Your Excellency Black Dragon, that's not what I meant. I'm here to discuss cooperation," Sophia said, calming herself down. "And that cartload of gold coins is nothing." Sophia began rummaging through her magical artifact. In just a moment, 2 enormous mountains of gold coins appeared before Saron. There are also countless pearls and gems that make up a huge mountain of gems. Saron was speechless for a moment. The other party seems to have given a bit too much. Damn rulers, they're all rich. "I'll allow you to explain in detail because of these treasures," Saron said. "Great Black Dragon, I have only one purpose. I want you to help me kill my father, King Fisk of the Kingdom of Del," Sophia said resolutely. "Killed your father?" Saron thought of that good-for-nothing prince and then looked at Sophia in front of him. They are all such filial sons. He'd kill his father at the drop of a hat. I want to know why," Saron said, lying down. Sophia forced a smile, composed herself, and said, "You know what? My father was called the greatest king in the history of the Kingdom of Del by the ministers, and it's true, he governed the Kingdom of Del very well. I used to admire him a lot, but one day his love for his daughter went beyond normal limits. For example, he would always bring my younger sister with him, just like other princesses. I can't bring myself to say something like that. I used to think my father was being controlled or something, but later I found out that was his greatest interest. He would intentionally choose good-looking women to be his queens, and the children born under the control of some kind of drug would definitely be daughters. As for me, because of my high magical talent, I was taken in as a student by the legendary mage Gust. He dared not act rashly. Knowing this, I was terrified, so I slowly began to build my own power and stayed away from the capital. But my sister committed suicide when she was 11 years old. Saron felt he was missing some peanuts and melon seeds, but he never expected such a melodramatic plot to unfold. It's so twisted. The entertainment industry is truly chaotic. He even had designs on his own daughter, and it was intentional. He originally intended to pass the throne to that good-for-nothing Ravel, but that good-for-nothing is dead, and he's very anxious now. I heard he's already sent someone to seek unicorn magic to restore his body. Wait, you said unicorn? A celestial creature called a unicorn? Saron interrupted Sophia. Yes, it's that kind of powerful unicorn, Sophia said. Meanwhile, Saron was thinking, unicorns are so powerful, they must taste delicious, right? These treasures are not enough. I need more, Saron said, regaining his composure. He didn't want to hear any of this stuff anymore. From now on, the Kingdom of Del will respect you, and I will serve you as my master. Sophia knelt down immediately. Then why didn't you ask your teacher to step in? Saron asked curiously. After all, he was a legendary mage. My teacher is the guardian of the kingdom. His duty is to ensure the stability and strength of the nation, and that beast has accomplished all of that. These are merely his private matters. Salon indicated that he understood this kind of royal family. Putting these aside, let's look at the offerings of a kingdom. That sounds really good. This will make it much easier to find the ingredients needed for future feasts. Although the Kingdom of Del is relatively small, it is still a kingdom. I want you to make a detailed plan, and I also need a guarantee. Saron said that he took out a twisted seed and planted it directly into the opponent's body as a backup plan. Sophia saw Saron's actions, but didn't say anything. She knew it was probably a form of control he was using. But deep down she was very happy, because she finally had hope. Chapter 1:15 Flaming Body. Saron knew that killing a king was no easy task. In this world, even ordinary cities are protected by magic arrays. There are also some spellcasters and warriors who are stationed here. Otherwise, humanity would have been wiped out by monsters long ago. The capital of the Kingdom of Del is undoubtedly the most heavily guarded place. There also resides the Kingdom Guardian, a legendary archmage. Therefore, if Saron kills the king, it means he will be at odds with the entire Kingdom of Del. However, Saron felt nothing about being an enemy of a human kingdom. Kill them if you want. If we attract some dragon slayers or something, it's perfect for adding some food to the menu. Anyway, he has flash, so if he can't win, he can just run away. With the feast's abilities, he can quickly improve his strength. We'll come back to fight back then. Lord Black Dragon, I have a plan, Sophia said directly. She had made 2 preparations before she came. Tell me about it. Saron glanced at her. That beast usually stays in the Kingdom of Del, where even the king doesn't come out, because there are kingdom guardians and powerful magic arrays there, and basically all the strong people gather there. But I can invite him out of Carl's city. You said he was very cautious, so why would he come out? Saron asked curiously. Because he would never refuse to toy with the student of a legendary guardian of a kingdom, especially since that student is his own daughter. Sophia said coldly. Abnormal. The word popped into Saron's mind. Then you should wait for my message. Go when I tell you to invite him. Saron said. Yes, my great master. Sophia suddenly smiled charmingly. Even though Saron had already tasted Mace's flesh, he still felt an urge to execute her on the spot, due to the dragon's powerful desire for conquest. But he held back. Business was more important. Under Sophia's seemingly expectant gaze, Saron blasted her away. They have absolutely no sense of propriety. Looking at the mountain of gold coins and treasures in front of him, Saron felt that this feast was a sure thing. After instructing Shadar and Doug to protect the cave, Saron prepared to begin the feast. This way, he'll have a better chance of winning, since his opponent is a legendary human mage, and he should show him some respect. However, according to Sophia, her teacher's strength doesn't seem to be considered very strong among human legends. Saron knew that the gap between some legendary mages could be greater than the gap between mortals and dragons. Even the worst of them are only slightly better than the disgraceful Pfizer. In combat, they only throw chain lightning spells, and their only defensive spells are things like armor shield. It takes a lot of effort to take down 3 or 4 stone golems. The truly powerful ones can single-handedly slaughter a nation, overturn the world with their own hands, shape mountains and rivers with their minds, deploy armies, possess immortality, and live as long as the heavens. Just as Black Dragon Girl is a legend, Baylor Flame Demon is also a legend. However, if Black Dragon Girl were to face Baylor, her fate would likely be no better than that of Golden Dragon Geraint. Furthermore, according to inherited memories, some legendary mages went even further, creating clones of themselves while their original selves remained hidden, leaving all tasks to the clones. Thinking of this, Saron immediately began his feast. He was still somewhat weak. Unfortunately, no special ingredients were found among the gems brought by Sophia, which disappointed Saron. Your Highness Sophia. After leaving the forest, Sophia arrived at a clearing. A group of knights are waiting here. Everyone's face lit up with smiles when Sophia appeared. Don't worry, I'm fine. Sophia looked at the forest behind him and smiled. His goal had finally been achieved. A few days later, a pair of scarlet eyes opened in the darkness. This is Saron after his metamorphosis. At this moment, Saron looked at his nearly 20-meter-tall body and felt a sense of Gankai, Gon 3 Kai 3, a complex emotion encompassing both emotion and feeling. I've become so powerful without even realizing it. It gives me a great sense of security. Saron, 500 health. Feast levels, 15. Feast cooldown, 12 days. Talent 1, Carnivore. Talent 2, Earth Magic Elemental Affinity. Talent 3, Fire Magic Elemental Affinity. Talent 4, Armor Penetration. Your claws and teeth will deal more damage to enemies and inflict severe wounds. Talent 5, Wild Scream. Talent 6, Atomic Furnace. Talent 7, Vibration Perception. Talent 8, Telepathy. Talent 9, Lightning Breath. Talent 10, Mind Chains. Talent 11, Twisted Seed. Talent 12, Void Walk. Talent 13, Flame Body. Your body is engulfed in flames, granting you immunity to almost all fire magic. Any enemy who engages in melee combat with you will suffer fire damage, which can explode after accumulating a certain amount. This effect also applies to Twisted Seeds. Saron's eyes lit up. This time it seems different. The armor penetration has been buffed, which is a good thing. After all, many of the enemies Saron faced had powerful self-healing abilities. For example, demons have self-healing as a basic ability. No matter how sharp your claws are, if you can't hit a vital spot, they will instantly grow back. It is said that some demon heads can grow back even after being cut off. Severe injuries can temporarily slow down their recovery. The fiery body below greatly surprised Saron. Leaving aside the inherent fire magic immunity, which Saron already possessed after devouring the plutonium dragon egg, it's just not displayed in his talents. As for the explosion effect, it should be similar to Balrog's burning explosion. I have to say this thing is really disgusting. It's disgusting you even after it's dead. Most importantly, the Twisted Seed also comes with this effect. Imagine gathering some grunts, fusing them with the Twisted Seed, activating them on the battlefield, and then exploding them when the enemy is off guard after they die. That effect is absolutely amazing. Should we give it a try first? Without hesitation, Saron stood up and flew out of the cave entrance. Saron landed in an open space. There were two leopard-like magical beasts fighting, but under Saron's dragon might, they didn't even dare to run away and could only tremble in fear. Saron fused the Twisted Seed into both of the monsters. Then he activated his fiery body. Suddenly, countless golden red flames appeared out of thin air from the gaps in Saron's scales. It made him look like a golden dragon bathed in flames. Saron looked at the layer of flames on his body and thought for a moment before making a thought. Burst. Boom. Instantly, the area within 200 meters of Saron was completely covered by the fire explosion effect. Saron flapped its wings to disperse some of the smoke, and gasped as it looked at the ravaged forest floor around it. This works great. Moreover, its power seems to be able to continue to increase, since it is based on the temperature of the body surface and the fire element, and it has an atomic furnace that can continue to heat up the body surface. Furthermore, fire affinity can also gather more fire element on your body. Saron had already devised some combat methods. He activated his fiery body, used Void Walk to teleport into the middle of the enemy, and then exploded. Chapter 116 Father and Daughter. After carefully experimenting with how to use the flame body, Saron had an idea. He flew back to his cave and felt a little regretful looking at the few remaining stones on the ground. It seems that resources are still too scarce. His appetite grew with each new level of the feast, and the topaz and magic iron veins were no longer enough to satisfy him. It seems that taking over the kingdom of Del is inevitable. A kingdom should be able to feed you for a long time, right? Salon seemed to be deep in thought. Lord Saron, I have already sent out the message. That beast will set off for Karl's city in 2 days. Sophia looked at the increasingly powerful black dragon in front of her and slowly lowered her head. How did he become so powerful in just a few days? Got it. I'll take care of him. Saron yawned. But he has many powerful guards around him, and my teacher might come too. It doesn't matter who's with him. Saron interrupted Sophia. He was determined to acquire the kingdom of Del. It was his kingdom, and also his designated vegetable garden. Anyone who dares to touch his vegetable garden will have to pay the price. Saron really didn't care about the human legend beside him. He doesn't care what methods the other party uses. He will find a way to kill them. Then, Lord Saron, I will arrive at the battlefield first, and you may follow later. Sophia said, wanting to see the beast's fate with her own eyes. Do whatever you want. All you need to do is take control of the entire kingdom after I've dealt with that guy. If you can't do that or you lie to me, then you'll understand what true cruelty is, Saron said, grabbing the kingdom's princess and placing her in his palm. Sophia stared at the enormous dragon's mouth before her. The teeth, coated with corrosive saliva, were almost touching her cheeks. I could faintly smell the unbearable odor coming from his mouth. Lord Saron, I am certain that I will be able to take control of the kingdom of Delaware. Over the years, I have secretly contacted many ministers who are dissatisfied with the king, as well as some warriors and spellcasters. If the king dies, I will definitely be able to seize power smoothly. Sophia said firmly. I hope you keep your word. Saron placed it on the ground. Sophia's anxiety finally subsided. She finally understood why a dragon was a dragon. Such capricious creatures were truly a headache. 1 second they're leering at you. The next they're scrutinizing you like you're a plate of food, as if they're about to devour you. Watching Sophia's departing figure, Saron lowered his head and closed his eyes to rest. In reality, He was observing his subordinates and followers. With the mind-lock connection, Saron watched them one by one, just like he was scrolling through short videos in his previous life. First up is Misa, this little rabbit who seems to be practicing some kind of magic, looking completely focused. Then there was Arthas, the Death Knight, who sat on a massive black throne. The nightmare was right next to him, and countless undead creatures roamed beneath the throne. He seemed to be contemplating the meaning of life. Then there's Elise, Xiong-Er, and Maya. Finally, it was Winnie. Kindness. Salon realized he could no longer see what Winnie was doing. But the other party is definitely still alive, because the twisted seed is still strengthening her within her body. This shows that Winnie is in very good condition. Thinking of this, a red light flashed in Saron's eyes. This state was very similar to that of the soul judgment demon. The soul breaker is in this situation. Saron can sense the twisted seed, but cannot see what's happening on its side through the mind chains. Did Winnie cross over to another dimension? Is this kitten girl really that awesome? Forget it. Let's finish things here and go back. Let's see what's going on over there. 2 days later, on a plain, a large caravan was marching. Inside was an incomparably magnificent golden chariot, upon which sat King Shan of the Kingdom of Del. Outwardly, this person has long golden hair, resembling a golden lion. He is nearly 70 years old this year, but he looks like he is in his early 50s. Not only were there many griffin riders patrolling in the sky, but there were also many knights guarding the central chariot on the ground. What a pity, we haven't gotten our hands on the unicorn's magic yet. Shan sighed. The unicorn's magic was enough to restore him to his peak condition, and he asked the kingdom's guardians for help, but it seemed there wasn't much of a solution. That unicorn was very arrogant and didn't seem to care much. Moreover, he was furious after his only heir died, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he had been given many ways to save his life, and it was a dragon that killed Ravel. This is no ordinary creature. Hopefully Sophia will provide some fun this time. A surge of excitement welled up inside me as I thought of my dashing third daughter, Sean. Although I'm an adult now, I no longer meet my ideal standards. But thinking about it still makes me excited. The kingdom's guardian's student, his own daughter, a princess of high status in public. Moreover, her daughter thought that no one had noticed her little tricks. He already knew about the scheme to win over the ministers. His purpose in going was to make his daughter face reality. That would be really interesting. Your Majesty, the third princess has arrived. A guard walked in and announced. Let her come over. I didn't expect her to come to greet me after being away from the city for so long. Sean said with a smile. A short while later, Sophia, dressed in Red Knight's armor, rode her warhorse to Sean's carriage. Sophia, my dear daughter, you've come. Sean looked at Sophia's curvaceous figure. His eyes were filled with greed. Sophia looked at Sean with cold eyes. This man was her father, but his disgusting gaze seemed to want to strip her naked. Your Majesty, you've finally arrived. Sophia composed herself. Sophia, you've become even more beautiful since I last saw you. Let's hurry to your manor for a proper get-together. Sean stepped forward and tried to grab Sophia's delicate hand. But Sophia drew her long sword directly from her waist. Immediately, the guards around Sophia looked at her warily, and several knights in silver heavy armor surrounded her. He had a strong urge to kill her on the spot. Don't be nervous. Sean stopped his men. He looked at Sophia with a smile. Sophia, is this how you greet your father? Father? You don't deserve that title. Sophia exploded, her eyes bloodshot. You beast, you don't deserve to be a father. Sophia, I've known for a long time that you're not happy with me, but your status, your position, even your body were all given to you by your father, and all I want in return is a little bit of insignificant reward. Why won't you listen to me? Sean's face slowly turned cold. Chapter 117 Attack. Yeah, why would I even think of communicating with a beast like you? Sophia laughed self-deprecatingly. Sophia, I'm actually quite surprised that you dare to talk to me like that. What's your backing? Sean asked curiously. You'll find out soon enough what I'm relying on. Sophia shook her head. She didn't have to come this time. She could have just waited for Saron to kill Sean so she could handle the aftermath. But she couldn't eat or sleep without seeing the beast's fate with her own eyes, so she came despite the danger. Most importantly, she believed that the other party would not be willing to kill her immediately. No need to wait. Let's do it now. Sean smiled. He then clapped his hands, and an elderly man with white hair walked out from behind the convoy. He bowed to Sean and Sophia in the arena. Your Majesty, Your Highness the third princess. Egbert, Sophia exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the newcomer. The old man before me is the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Del, the highest-ranking minister after the king. After a long period of getting to know him, Sophia knew that this minister was upright, honest, and had a strong sense of justice. This is the highest-ranking and most powerful of her supporters. Sophia, do you know that Egbert has already told me all about your affairs? Sean said calmly. Including how you contacted my close advisors, and the powerful knights in the kingdom, and so on. Sean said with a smile. Besides, Egbert has always been one of my confidants. Otherwise, why do you think he would be the prime minister? Do you think it's really based on his abilities? Don't be ridiculous. That's all just a lie to fool the common people. You. Sophia stared in shock at Egbert before her. The old man was so kind, compassionate, and firmly on her side. Why is this happening? Looking at Sophia, Egbert remained unmoved. Your Highness, you are still too young. Many things are not as simple as you think. Sophia, do you know that Egbert and I are actually best friends? He shares the same hobbies as me. In Egbert's house, his daughter, daughter-in-law, and even granddaughter have all had relationships with him. It may seem unbelievable to you, but to me it's just a kind of aristocratic culture, Sean said nonchalantly. Seeing Sophia's incredulous expression, he was very pleased. Her desperate expression was exactly like her mother's. Sophia, I'm giving you one last chance. Obey me first, then marry Egbert's youngest son. Sean suddenly felt a bit bored. At this moment, his daughter seemed to have never given up hope. Well then, let her give up hope completely. At this moment, Sophia felt somewhat fortunate that she had personally handled the matter of meeting the Black Dragon, and even her subordinates were unaware of it. Otherwise, she definitely wouldn't have any cards left. Send a few men to take the third princess back. Sean waved his hand. He needs to enjoy it properly. Just then, the griffin in the sky suddenly cried out in unease. These creatures, combining the characteristics of a lion and an eagle, were now filled with panic. If it weren't for the knight's control over him, he probably would have escaped long ago. A huge figure flew in from the distant sky. It's a dragon. Black Dragon. Protect His Majesty the King at once. Sean and the others on the ground also saw the scene in the sky. It's the Black Dragon again. Sean looked at the Black Dragon in the sky with a grim expression. This gave him bad memories. Don't panic. All warriors and spellcasters, prepare to fight. Our kingdom of Del has dealt with black dragons before. With Sean's reassurance, the slightly chaotic convoy returned to calm. After all, they are the royal guard, and their quality is incomparable to that of ordinary troops. They quickly formed a battle formation to prepare for the enemy. All the high-ranking warriors and spellcasters in the army were staring at the Black Dragon in the sky. Meanwhile, Sean silently sent out a high-level communication scroll. Sophia felt she had never longed for the appearance of this terrifying Black Dragon more than she had ever. Her face flushed as she looked at the domineering Black Dragon in the sky, then at the chaotic scene, and slowly retreated. From high above, Saron looked down at the convoy on the ground, which consisted of about 1,000 people. The scale was quite impressive. It was densely packed. Saron had previously sensed something was wrong through Sophia's perspective. I immediately felt that this woman was very stupid. I never expected her to take such a risk, but I can't just ignore it, since Saron is too lazy to find another partner. Saron's eyes were filled with cruelty as he watched the griffin riders flying towards him. Let him roast the griffin. Saron was instantly engulfed in flames as he charged head-on into a squad of 40 to 50 griffin riders. As soon as they approached, the griffins trembled under the dragon's might, and some even fell to the ground. The life level of the Sarons is far higher than theirs. He only had to charge at a dozen or so griffins in front of him before they fell to the ground in flames. Saron opened his mouth and bit a griffin, along with the knight on it, into a mass of minced meat. He then swallowed the griffin's carcass. The taste seems pretty good. Seeing that Saron showed no intention of negotiating, the warriors and spellcasters on the ground began to attack. Countless arrows, fireballs, and ice spikes flew towards Saron. However, it's a joke against Saron's powerful physique and magical resistance. Saron simply ignored these attacks. They continued their pursuit of the panicked griffins as if it were a game. Can you cast an anti-flying spell? Sean asked, his face grim as he looked at the Black Dragon in the sky. At this point, he had no time to care about Sophia. Your Majesty, casting the anti-flying spell takes time, and that Black Dragon is flying too high. It has already exceeded the range, the spellcaster explained. Damn it. Sean looked at the 4 high-ranking warriors beside him. They were all great swordsmen. Their strength is extremely formidable. This is a wind elemental scroll. Do your best to hold it off. But before Sean could finish speaking, the Black Dragon, which had just been wreaking havoc in the sky, suddenly appeared in the convoy on the ground. Instantly, screams and wails echoed through the sky. After accumulating enough heat, Saron decisively used Void Walk to appear in the convoy. He knew the principle that even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit, and that all he needed to do was get rid of the king. This place is less than 150 meters away from where King Shan is. Shan could even see the tiny scales on the black dragon's body. This shocked everyone. However, before the spellcasters around Shan could raise their magical shields, Saron's deafening roar interrupted all their spellcasting. Burst! Saron ignored the warriors' attacks with spears and greatswords. An attack of this magnitude would be meaningless to him. Rumble! Instantly, light and heat filled a 200-meter radius around Salon. Chapter 118 The Ring of the Heir Apparent. It's important to know that the flames on Saron's body are not just hot, but also possess magical power. This renders those fragile magical barriers completely ineffective. The effects of the wild screams meant these guys didn't even have time to cast defensive spells. After the flames burned, the battlefield was left in complete disarray. The soldiers around Shan suffered heavy casualties immediately. However, nothing changed within a 5-meter radius around Shan. The area was covered by a blue shield. Upon closer inspection, Saron noticed a small shield in Shan's hand. The shield then emitted a blue light, forming a blue protective shield around Shan. Thank goodness for this shield of courage, otherwise we would have been finished. Shan looked around at the terrible scene, his forehead covered in sweat. At least 500 of their soldiers died from that attack by the Black Dragon. Saron looked at the man, thinking that as a king, it was only right that he had some good things. But the fact that that thing could block the incineration explosion clearly indicates that it's not low grade. He wants it. With that thought, Saron used Void Walk to appear directly next to Shan. His enormous claws slashed down at Shan. Shan was shocked. A blue ring on his finger flashed. Suddenly, his figure vanished into thin air. Kindness. Saron was somewhat surprised. This king was clearly just an ordinary person. There was no trace of magic or fighting spirit on him. But it's amazing that it can use this level of spatial teleportation. No matter, Saron began using his vibration sense talent to sense the vibrations around him. There it is. Saron looked toward a forest more than 400 meters away. It seems the teleportation distance wasn't that far. Saron's body also vanished from the spot. In a mud pit, King Shan had long lost his previous arrogance. He just escaped here using the spatial teleportation magic in his storage ring. He was well aware of the magic contained in the magic storage ring. This distance was not safe. That black dragon was definitely a mature black dragon, even more powerful than an adult black dragon. That power truly instilled in him a deep fear of dragons. The newly grown black dragon in the bone-eating swamp was incomparable to him. Just as Shan was about to continue teleporting, he felt a surge of heat behind him. You're quite the runner, you bug. Saron's voice came from behind him. Shan, pale-faced, was about to unleash the magic. But Saron won't give him that chance. Uft. The sharp dragon claws sliced through the opponent's 2 arms. As a king, Shan had always lived a life of luxury and had never suffered such harm. The pain was so intense that I almost fainted. Saron found 2 rings on Shan's severed arm. One is a magical artifact, which is a storage ring for storing items. The other one is quite old and exquisite. A magic storage ring. After examining it with his magic, Saron recognized the ring. This ring is a storage ring. As the name suggests, it is specifically used to store magic. This thing is extremely rare. It can store magic inside and release it when needed, without expending any magic power whatsoever. Therefore, ordinary people can also use this equipment. This storage ring contains 6 spatial teleportation spells, 10 fireball spells, 3 wind spells, and 5 earth wall spells. It's almost reached the limit of this storage ring. But this guy has probably already used several of them. Ignoring Shan's screams, Saron threw the 2 rings directly into his mouth. Dragons sometimes store small items in this way. Saron continued to look at Shan on the ground and noticed that the guy's severed arm had started to stop bleeding. This guy still had some good stuff. This is a potent healing potion hidden in my teeth, not a magical item, Shan said, enduring the pain, as if he had understood Saron's meaning. He wanted to live, not die. Saron glanced at Shan, grabbed the guy, and flew towards the convoy. At this moment, some of the soldiers and ministers had not run far when they saw the black dragon coming again. I suddenly hated myself for not being able to fly. Saron looked at the fleeing soldiers and ministers with cold indifference. Explosive flame dance. Instantly, More than 20 fire dragons began to devour the lives of these human soldiers and ministers. And they were brought together, intentionally or unintentionally. Then Saron landed with Sean. Sophia rushed over. Lord Saron, it's me. Before she could finish speaking, Saron interrupted her. I didn't expect you to be so useless, completely controlled by such a thing. Great true dragon, I am the king of the kingdom of Delaware. We can negotiate. If you release me, I can promise you 10 times what Sophia can give you. Sean has an incredibly strong will to survive. It's okay if your arm is broken. There are plenty of powerful priests who can spend a fortune to get it back. But if you lose your life, it's really over. He never imagined that Sophia would have such a deep connection with a black dragon. But it doesn't matter. Dragons are greedy creatures. As long as they pay enough treasures, they will definitely survive. Saron looked at the down-on-his-luck king before him and suddenly had an idea. Haha, do you still remember those black dragons in the bone-eating swamp? The bone-eating swamp. Sean muttered it to himself before finally remembering. The bone-eating swamp is quite famous because of the female black dragon that lives there. However, it seems he sent men to slay the dragon a few months ago, although the black dragon managed to escape. Sean was startled. Could this strong, black dragon in front of him be related to the mother dragon? Great black dragon. Could that black dragon be your mate? I'm so sorry, I was confused at the time. Sean suddenly became nervous. Salon didn't explain much either. After all, his own transformation was too bizarre, far exceeding the comprehension of the creatures in this world. Lord Saron, please don't listen to him. I can give you everything. Sophia said hurriedly. He was afraid that Salon would listen to Sean's words. And he has just sent a message to the Kingdom Guardian, the legendary mage. I didn't. Sean vehemently denied. You damned bitch. His eyes were bloodshot. Sean felt so regretful. Why didn't he just take her and keep her in the palace for the rest of his life? It's all that old guy's fault. He said that powerful magicians are more interesting. Oh, Kingdom Guardian, legendary mage. Saron remained calm, wondering what a human legendary mage tasted like. As for cannibalism, we can just eat half of it then. With that thought, Saron was no longer in a hurry. He looked at Sophia and ordered, cripple this guy. Sophia was overjoyed to hear this, finally able to take revenge. She took out her long sword and plunged it into Sean's lower body. Suddenly, an indescribable scream echoed throughout the surroundings. Chapter 119 Gust. Saron felt a bit of a headache looking at Sean's miserable state. However, the hardness of his thing was incomparable to that of ordinary creatures, and even if he were hit like that, he was confident that he would be unharmed. Immediately following Sean's screams, Sophia used her long sword to sever his legs and blind him. All Saron could say was that this woman was ruthless. I didn't even notice before. Could this be the beastly nature that's been released after extreme repression? Meanwhile, some of the surviving ministers and soldiers instinctively tightened their legs, feeling a chill between them. After Sophia finished doing all this, Sean was on the verge of death, while Sophia looked on with a smug expression of revenge. Lord Saron, my teacher has been a legendary for 5 years. He has 3 legendary items, the greedy gloves, the ring of defense, and the heart of resurrection, as well as many other high-level items. Sophia told Saron all the information she knew. Since she had already decided to stand on Heelong's side, she would definitely stick with him to the end. Only 5 years after becoming a legendary, Saron thought for a moment. Legendary status requires a foundation, whether it's magic or legendary equipment. Generally speaking, newly promoted individuals aren't very strong. But who knows? Maybe they're one in a million geniuses, the kind who's practically cheating. Just as Saron was pondering this, a sudden gust of wind inexplicably arose in the sky. Saron keenly sensed something different. A giant blue eagle, about 12 meters long, appeared in the clouds. A man dressed in a blue mage's robe and holding a staff sat on the back of this giant eagle. The surrounding area was filled with howling winds. Lord Saron, my teacher Gust, the guardian of the kingdom, has arrived, Sophia said from the side. She looked at her teacher with a sense of nostalgia. Although she respected Gusto's attitude toward the decadent lifestyle of the royal family made her feel very uncomfortable. Moreover, he acted completely indifferent when Sean tried to harm him. The old guy made quite a grand entrance, but I wonder how strong he really is. Saron stared at the giant eagle in the sky. But deep down, his eyes gleamed as he looked at the equipment on Gust's body. This is all food. When Gust arrived, he found Sean in a state of utter misery. Anger welled up in his heart. He simply went to talk to the unicorn about healing magic. He never expected things to turn out this way. He rushed here as soon as he received Sean's message, but he was still a step too late. Black Dragon, how dare you interfere in the affairs of the human kingdom and commit such heinous crimes? Saron's figure was reflected in Gust's blue pupils. You old codger, stop pretending. You know better than I do what this is. I hate the hypocrisy of you humans. Saron said mercilessly. Since His Majesty Shan ascended the throne, he has been diligent and conscientious in the affairs of the entire kingdom, and all the nobles support him. Gust was somewhat annoyed. After all, he was a legendary archmage, and this black dragon dared to insult him like this. What about the pride of being a dragon? And Sophia, I never expected you to betray the kingdom. Gust looked at Sophia below. Lord Gust, you finally arrived. We've been waiting for you for so long. Prime Minister Egbert looked at Gust as if he had seen a savior. In his opinion, no matter how powerful the black dragon is, can it be more powerful than a legendary archmage? Saron looked down at the clamoring human and spat a mouthful of acid at Egbert. Court death. Gust couldn't hold back any longer when he saw that Saron had actually made a move in front of him. Find your mother. Saron used Void Walk to instantly appear behind Gust, letting out a wild scream before its dragon claws slashed down at Gust's back. Wind Wall. Just as Gust was thinking of casting a defensive spell, the magic power in his body was thrown into disarray by Saron's dragon roar. The nascent magic was shattered by Saron's claw. Just as Saron was pressing his advantage and trying to crush his opponent, a ring on Gust's body emitted a burst of light. Cracks appeared on the cyan protective shield, but it still managed to block Saron's dragon claws. Saron's claws slid and pierced deeply into the body of the giant eagle beneath Gust's feet. The giant eagle let out a painful howl, its wings flapping incessantly, but its body could not escape Saron's dragon claw. Looking at Guster Salon, who was standing in the air, he looked at the ring on his hand. Legendary equipment. It grants both defensive and flight abilities, and its power is even greater with the magical enhancement of a legendary mage. Damn it. Gust felt a wave of fear wash over him. Luckily, I had legendary equipment, otherwise that claw attack from that guy would have seriously injured me. That kind of spatial magic, and that dragon roar that interrupts spellcasting. Moreover, this kind of despicable and shameless sneak attack. This black dragon is troublesome. With that in mind, Gust no longer took it lightly, and took out something that looked like an oil lamp. Then she took out a necklace and put it around her neck. The Shield of Holy Light grants immunity to most negative effects of the same level for 10 minutes. There are a lot of good things here. Saron was quite envious of what the other party had. Wind Blade Technique. As the opponent swung his staff, dozens or even hundreds of wind blades formed around him. Then it slashed at Saron. However, Saron did not defend himself. Instead, he grabbed the giant eagle and took a few bites, enjoying the stimulation brought by the blood. The wind blades slashed at Saron one by one, but none of them could penetrate Saron's scale armor defense. The scraping technique is great. It feels very comfortable. Saron threw down the giant eagle's corpse. What? Seeing that his wind blade spell had not caused any damage to him, Gust was shocked. Even a black dragon couldn't just take a wind blade head-on without breaking its skin. The wind sweeps away the clouds. Saron used Wild Scream the instant the opponent cast the spell. Roar. However, Gust moved his body slightly and continued to release magic. Suddenly, a powerful whirlwind swept towards Saron, seemingly cutting through the air itself. This magically released whirlwind was even stronger and sharper than a knife. A body of flames. Golden red flames began to burn on Saron's body. Explosive flame dance. At the same time, more than a dozen fire dragons appeared around his body, and then Saron's entire body flew towards Gust like a cannonball. Chapter 1, 20 Chi Giant Spirit. Gust watched the approaching black dragon with bated breath, constantly keeping an eye on the surrounding defenses. Saron broke through the whirlwind's barrier and rushed directly in front of Gust. Gust coldly stared at his opponent. The defensive ring had just consumed almost 40% of its magic power, which should be the limit of the dragon's claw's attack. However, he did not notice that some tiny golden threads on Saron's scales were beginning to glow slightly. This time, the cyan protective shield failed to stop Saron's claws. His claws sliced directly across Gust's body, sending a spray of blood flying, accompanied by one of Gust's right legs. The blue oil lamp in Gust's hand flickered. Gust vanished from the spot. Kindness. Saron stared at the empty sky before him and vanished. No, it's invisible. Invisibility is great. I love playing hide-and-seek. At this moment, 200 meters away from Saron, Gust looked at his broken leg with a grim expression. He looked at the oil lamp in his hand. You have to help me this time, or you'll never be free. Hee, it's alright if I'm not free. I'll just find another chance after you die, a lazy voice said from the oil lamp. How about this? You serve me for another 10 years, and I promise I'll set you free, Gus said after considering it carefully. Your promise is no different from farting. The voice from the oil lamp was completely unconvinced. I can make a pact with you before the gods, Gus said. A contract? I want it made right now. The voice from the oil lamp hesitated for a moment. No problem. That black dragon seems to have noticed us. Gus looked at the black dragon, which was only about 20 meters away from him, with a puzzled expression. The opponent is only one body length away from this distance. Impossible. You should know our clan's invisibility technique. Careful. Suddenly, a blue-white beam of light shot directly toward where Gus was. Little bug, you think you can hide from me? Saron stopped after spraying for a few seconds. This kind of invisibility technique that hides in the air is simply countered by vibration perception. The reason he fought so cautiously wasn't because he was afraid of killing his opponent, but because he was afraid of damaging his own belongings. After all, those are all treasures. Kindness. After exhaling, a huge, strange man with blue skin appeared in front of Gus. Its upper body is in the form of a humanoid creature, and it is covered with many ornaments. Its lower body is something that resembles a tornado. He was also holding a strange large knife in his hand. Chi giant spirit. It turns out it's this thing. Such a thing exists in Saron's legacy memories. The air giants are proud and agile beings from the air elemental plane, possessing captivating, tall, and robust humanoid bodies, as well as black eyes and blue skin. They are dressed in light and shimmering silk, and their deliberately form-fitting design flaunts their muscular physique. The Chi giants typically govern floating islands formed from cloud-like objects, which are filled with enormous pavilions or various wondrous buildings, courtyards, fountains, and gardens. This creature enjoys juicy fruits, spicy wines, exquisite perfumes, and beautiful music. It is a creature that cherishes comfort and ease. The Chi giant is known for its mischievous humor and friendliness towards mortals. However, this also leads to a problem. That is, they are very easy to deceive. Therefore, some mages will use certain methods to deceive these creatures and then enslave them. The body of the Chi giant will be sealed in bottles or jars by mages. Sometimes, lucky mortals will find these things. In order to escape their predicament, the Chi giant spirit would grant some wishes of mortals, achieving them through prayer spells. Isn't this the genie? Saron was speechless. No wonder he felt this thing was so familiar. But it looks quite delicious. The giant spirit felt a chill run down its spine when Saron looked it over like that. It swayed its body uneasily, which immediately caused a gust of wind. Quickly finish him off. Gus cast a healing spell on himself to restore his wounds. Don't give me orders, the Chi giant spirit said impatiently. Several pillars of wind then attacked Saron. The giant wind spirits are the masters of the wind. They can cast wind magic without any incantations, moving at will. Saron flapped its wings to avoid the wind pillar attack, but countless wind blades formed around the air giant. It slashed towards Saron, and this wind blade was even more powerful than the wind blade spell that Guster had just cast. Saron finally began to have some sense of it. At that very moment, a massive tornado formed around Saron. From a distance, the tornado appears to connect the sky and the earth. Saron was right in the center of the tornado. This guy knows spatial magic. Can a tornado trap him? Guster asked, frowning. According to you humans, this tornado is a high-level magic among high-level magic, comparable to some forbidden spells. The space inside will be affected. Under these circumstances, he will not be able to use spatial magic. Next, I feel like preparing the great forbidden spell Doomsday Storm. Chi Giant Spirit explained. But at that moment, a blue-gold beam of light appeared behind Gust, which was many times more dazzling than before. Under such terrifyingly high temperatures, both defensive rings and other defensive items became useless. Gust's armor lasted less than a second before being melted by the beam of light. Melted along with it was Gust's terrified face. How could I have failed? I still had many trump cards up my sleeve. The power of the Chi Giant hadn't been fully unleashed yet. The giant spirit wanted to say something, but after Guster's death, its figure was forcibly pulled back into the ordinary oil lamp. At that moment, Saron appeared behind them. The so-called spatial influence is completely useless against the talent of walking in the void. Just now, while the giant spirit and Gust were focused on the tornado, Saron used Void Walk to appear in the space about 50 meters behind Gust. Then a combination of Heat Ray Breath and Lightning Breath was used, and the diameter of the ray was intentionally controlled within a certain range. Under such circumstances, with the enemy not paying attention, Gust and the giant spirit had no chance to react at all. In Saron's view, in terms of true strength, Gust is actually inferior to Balor the fire demon. It's just that he has a lot of equipment, and his main magic is wind magic, which makes him more difficult to deal with. Anyway, now is the time to collect the spoils. Lord Gust has been killed. How could that be? That was a powerful legendary mage. Impossible. The surviving human soldiers below felt like the sky had fallen. Chapter 121, Conclusion and Gains. He actually killed Lord Gust. Sophia was momentarily stunned. Is this the Black Dragon's power? The legendary archmage was actually dealt with by him in such a way. If that's the case, what do I have to be afraid of? Saron's breath had just cut a trench more than 100 meters long and more than 10 meters deep in the ground. Gust's body has been largely lost. Saron searched for his equipment in the ashes. He found the oil lamp that sealed the giant spirit of Chi first. Then there was a red glove, though it was already somewhat torn. Saron didn't see the defensive ring and the storage magic device. The magic on this legendary equipment was very strong, but Saron couldn't sense it, so it was probably damaged. But he didn't give up, because a legendary mage's wealth shouldn't be too low, even if this was just a weak legendary mage. He flew to the side of the surviving humans, where Sophia was pointing her sword at the throat of the so-called Prime Minister Egbert and saying something. On her back was Sean's lion-like head, and judging from his terrified face, he had clearly suffered inhuman torture before his death. Lord Saron. Upon seeing Saron arrive, Sophia excitedly stepped forward and bowed. After all, she had gone from having no chance of winning to having a crushing victory. Saron was in a bad mood because he hadn't found the storage magic device yet. What are you doing? Lord Saron, I intend to subdue these guys, and then have them support me in becoming Queen Del. Sophia explained. If I remember correctly, this bug seems to have provoked me. Saron stared at the old man in front of him with his scarlet eyes. My Lord Dragon. I didn't mean it. Egbert immediately regretted his loose tongue when he saw Saron's terrifying appearance. Saron gave him no chance, and with a single swipe of its claw, the debauched old man was reduced to an indescribable mass. Lord Saron, the other items belonging to my teacher Gust should be in the hands of his family. I will fetch them for you later. Sophia could tell that the black dragon in front of her seemed to be in a bad mood, so she wisely kept quiet. He was just a prime minister. Her plan was to use him and then kill him. Let's just consider it an early kill. Kindness. Saron, who was initially somewhat disappointed, looked at Sophia upon hearing this. Lord Saron, you may not know this, but Archmage Gust is a person who values family very much. This is a secret that only I know. Moreover, I personally found out about his family. Originally, I was thinking of using his family to curry favor with him, Sophia said with a wry smile. But life is unpredictable. Unexpectedly, Gust died in this wilderness, leaving no trace of his body. It's worth noting that in his youth, Gust was not only handsome, but also a genius magician. Very well, I hope you can bring my treasure as soon as possible. As for the rest, you can handle it yourself. Saron's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He had originally planned to go to the capital to find Gust's family himself, but since Sophia had sent them to him, it saved him the trouble. As for the other party embezzling his treasure, with the parasitic presence of the twisted seed and the surveillance of the mind chains, Saron believed that the other party couldn't pull any tricks. After taking the spoils of the battle with him, Saron left. Watching Saron's massive figure gradually disappear into the distant sky, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Gentlemen, I don't need to tell you what to do I? Sophia said, looking at the few surviving ministers and soldiers. The ministers looked at each other in bewilderment. One of the younger, blonde men said, Your Highness Sophia, both His Majesty the King and the Guardian have fallen. I feel we should return to the capital first, and then see if there are any outstanding individuals among them. Before the minister could finish speaking, Sophia plunged her sword into his throat. It's important to know that she received a great deal of resources from a young age, thanks to the support of the royal family and the kingdom's guardians. The spellcaster is level 7, and the swordsman's strength is equally impressive. But he didn't have much authority, especially in front of these people. At this point, someone actually dared to jump out and sing a dissenting voice, which was perfect for establishing authority. Hee. Blood gushed from his throat. The young minister hadn't expected that he had only intended to slightly threaten the princess, who seemed easy to bully. To pave the way for his later rise to power, he originally thought the other party was being forced by the evil dragon. But now it seems that's not the case. They returned to their simple camp. Saron began to examine his spoils of war. First, there's the oil lamp containing the Chi giant spirit. That thing is undoubtedly very precious. This is especially true for wind-type mages. It was like adding wings to a tiger. The reason that guy dared to be so confident in dealing with him was definitely largely due to this thing. Otherwise, legendary mages would generally be reluctant to encounter dragons. After all, dragons are quite powerful. Then there's the spell storage ring, which is rather useless for Saron, as he can unleash far more magic at once than it can store. Then came the greedy gloves, which Saron tried out. This glove comes with 3 spells: Sharp Hands, Bull's Brute Strength, and Bear's Endurance. They are all magics that enhance physical abilities. This is a fairly suitable spell for the caster's relatively fragile body. Then there's Sean's storage magic device, the King's. Saron opened it and began to examine it carefully. The pile of gold coins was so high that a glance would reveal at least 5 or 600,000. There are also countless kinds of pearls, agates, and gemstones. There were also some staffs and great swords, with faint magical fluctuations on them. There were also more than a dozen magic scrolls radiating powerful magic nearby. There were also a few paintings, musical instruments, and other items that looked quite old. Salon suddenly looked at a pile of women's underwear and the like, all of them very small, with plum blossoms on them. It's clearly not something an adult would wear. Thinking of that perverted hobby, Saron couldn't help but exclaim, "What a beast!" Even in Saron's previous life, such a scene might only exist in Doujinshi. So this guy's death was truly not unjust. These gains are already quite good, considering that the majority of the spoils are in the royal treasury. Next, we'll see what Sophia's methods are. If all else fails, Saron will just have to make a quick buck and forget about sustainable development. Saron didn't intend to rule the kingdom of Del himself. Firstly, it would be too conspicuous. After all, openly ruling a human kingdom would make one a target. Who knows what kind of trouble they might cause? The main problem is that Saron is too lazy. All he does is improve himself. Rights and such are just SOSO. Chapter 122 Impact. A few days later, Sophia personally delivered the storage magic device containing the treasure to Saron's mansion. Lord Saron, this is all of Lord Gust's treasures, as well as some special items from the royal treasury. Sophia took out 3 storage magic devices and a small box. Put it down. Saron immediately checked the 3 storage magic devices, and the gold coins inside probably exceeded 2 million, which was undoubtedly a huge sum of money. There were also all sorts of magic scrolls and various other items, which dazzled Saron. In short, there are indeed many good things. At this moment, Saron turned his gaze to the small box. Seeing that Saron seemed quite interested in the small box, Sophia opened it directly. Inside was a blue, oval-shaped stone, roughly the size of a human hand. Lord Saron, this stone is kept in the royal treasury. It cannot be placed in a storage magic device, Sophia tried to explain, but Saron interrupted her. Sky Boundary Stone. The stone before us is recorded in the Dragon Legacy Memories of Saron. Sky Stone is a very special material. It can be used to make a spatial staff, thereby unleashing some powerful spatial magic. Of course, it can be used to make storage magic devices, but most people wouldn't do that. Making a storage magic device would be such a waste. Very good. Saron's eyes gleamed. This void stone alone is enough to cover the cost of this operation, and may even far exceed it. It should be noted that in the inherited memories, those dragons who love collecting treasures will never see even a small piece of void stone in their entire lives. Seeing Saron's undisguised surprise, Sophia knew in her heart that this stone must be something good. However, she didn't regret taking it out, since exchanging a stone she didn't know the use of for Saron's trust was a very worthwhile thing. Lord Saron. At that moment, Sophia suddenly called out to Saron. Out of respect for the void stone, Saron looked at Sophia. What's the matter? Lord Saron, I wish to obtain safer protection, Sophia said, removing the black robe she was wearing. Salon stared intently. Holy crap. Queen's attire. Sophia was wearing a bright red court robe today, with delicate gold embroidery of eerie and noble lotus flowers, and her fair legs were faintly visible at the bottom of the robe. A string of pearls adorned her delicate collarbone. Her fiery red hair reached her waist, and atop her head was a purple gold crown. Most importantly, her demeanor instantly transformed from meek and submissive to a cold, arrogant, and domineering queen. Lord Saron, I would like to ask you to be the king behind me, would you please? Sophia's voice came out. Can I take that as you tempting me? Saron asked jokingly, hiding the treasure behind him. Lord Saron, I wish to have a closer relationship with you. Our current relationship is too fragile, Sophia said with a sigh. In her view, any princess could make such a deal. She was nothing special. Moreover, the kingdom of Del is currently at a critical juncture and needs top-tier combat power. The black dragon in front of her was, in her opinion, the best choice. Saron glanced at himself and silently used shape-shifting magic, transforming into a dragon man over 2 meters tall. He slowly walked up to Sophia and reached out his claws to remove the crown from her head. He stroked Sophia's naturally fiery red hair. I hope you'll always be this obedient. If he could tolerate this, he wouldn't be a dragon. After all, dragons are inherently lustful. What's the point of having something offered to them if you don't take it? Soon, the once majestic and powerful queen submitted to Saron, crying and screaming. The entire palace was filled with the scent of love, giving Saron a unique experience. Sophia limped away from Saron's palace the following day, but her face was beaming with joy, despite having lost what was most precious to a woman. But Sophia believes she will get even more. Meanwhile, what Saron did not anticipate was that news of his killing of the king of Del had already spread to cities and countries in the surrounding regions. After all, Saron had no intention of carrying out any assassinations or anything like that. A mere king of a kingdom was not worthy of being told to do something he wouldn't admit. In the past, when he was weak, he might have hidden himself, but now that he is strong, others should be afraid of him. Why should he be afraid of others? If things go wrong, we can just switch maps and come back when we're stronger. It's that simple. As for the issues that Sophia couldn't explain, Saron said that was something Sophia needed to think about, and all he needed to do was use the kingdom of Del to host several more feasts. However, it is extremely rare and horrifying for a dragon to kill a kingdom in broad daylight, even taking down the kingdom's guardians along with it. Not to mention, the king of Del Kingdom died in an extremely gruesome manner. It is said that he was dismembered, and in the end, the third Princess Sophia only brought back his head. Moreover, the kingdom's guardian was nowhere to be found. Immediately, all the surrounding forces became tense. Neither the king nor the ministers wanted to be enjoying their lives when a black dragon suddenly appeared and wreaked havoc on them. Then someone brought up the previous destruction of Vultan. It seems that someone saw the black dragon when the city of Vultan was destroyed. However, this news was overshadowed by the news about the bottomless abyss, so few people paid attention to it. Finally, someone brought it up. Some even say that the hundreds of thousands, even millions, of people in the city of Vultan were slaughtered by this black dragon. However, some people have raised doubts, since the aura of the bottomless abyss was too strong back then. Moreover, dragons generally need treasure and won't deliberately risk raiding cities. This is clearly contradictory. As Saron's fame grew, it eventually became known that he had slaughtered an entire kingdom. This notoriety has deterred many eager adventurers. Meanwhile, some powerful evil creatures also heard of Saron's reputation. Star Spiral Mountains. A burly half-dragon beheaded a human adventurer with a single sword strike. He watched as the other half-dragon warriors licked the blood off their swords. According to this human, there is a powerful true dragon in the Larcana Mountains. Let's go and seek refuge with the powerful true dragon. Tursoon, we'll do as you say. Let's go together. Yes, let's go together. The half-dragons all expressed their support for the decision of the half-dragon in front of them. Then let's go see if that black dragon is worthy of our loyalty. The same story circulated among evil creatures in various places. After all, the cities that slaughtered humans and their kings, being true dragons, were too evil and powerful, making them perfect objects of loyalty. Chapter 123 Hobgoblin and Bugbear. Saron soon discovered that more and more evil creatures were joining him. Not only are they numerous, but their quality is also quite high. For example, the goblins and bear goblins in front of us each came with the will of their own tribes. These two types of goblins are completely different from the goblins like Vix. The giant goblin in front of them was enormous, nearly 2 meters tall. It has red skin all over its body, pointed ears, and black hair. His face was extremely fierce. He was wearing fine iron armor, had a shield on his back, and a long sword and a short sword at his waist. These goblins possess a fearless and aggressive nature, and in ancient history, there were even powerful goblin empires. The rulers among them are the goblins and bear goblins. The goblin warlords love war and will seize any resource-rich place. Wars are waged for resources and against any living being. Throughout history, The Goblin Empire built countless war fortresses and waged a protracted war against humanity. They attacked towns and villages, killing humans, both civilians and soldiers. The goblins possess exceptional war skills. Before launching an attack, they thoroughly investigate the enemy's strengths and weaknesses, then launch their attack to cut off the enemy's escape routes and supply lines, etc. It has caused a lot of trouble for humanity. However, the Goblin Empire ultimately lost to humans for various reasons. A tribe of goblins can be called a warband. The bear goblin gets its name entirely from its brutal nature and immense strength. This guy is nothing like a goblin at all. It looks like a bear man standing upright, with sharp teeth in its mouth and long hair like a brown bear on its body. Most of his body was bare, except for his shoulders, forearms, and waist, which were covered in black spiked armor. He was holding a huge spiked club. They were born for fighting and rioting, and their way of life is to plunder and hunt. Like the goblins, they belong to the type with strong combat power. Are you sure you want to become my servants? Saron stood up. The immense dragon's might was unleashed, instantly pinning the earth goblin and the bear goblin to the ground. Saron knew that there was no way to appease these chaotic and evil creatures. Only by being more ferocious and brutal than them could he truly control them. Great true dragon, Morges pledges his allegiance to you. Great true dragon, Gert pledges his allegiance to you. The goblin chieftain and the bear goblin chieftain knelt down and spoke in fear. They stared at the black dragon before them with fanaticism. After all, it's extremely rare to see a black dragon that looks so fierce and imposing. Its ferocious body, scarlet eyes, cruel expression, enormous size, and the fear that permeated their very souls all indicated that this was an incomparably powerful black dragon. Very well, I accept your allegiance. Saron never imagined that he would one day be able to subdue his subordinates with a mere tremor of his dragon form. How many tribes do you have in total? Saron asked. The goblin leader, Morg, spoke first. Great true dragon, our tribe, excluding the old and weak, has more than 8,000 members who can fight immediately. However, we can search for other tribesmen living in the wilderness. I believe we can soon assemble an army of tens of thousands of warriors. Chief Gort, the goblin chieftain, patted his chest. Great true dragon, our tribe has over 5,000 warriors capable of fighting. I can also invite our former tribesmen to become your followers. Saron nodded. This level of combat strength was already quite impressive. It's important to know that goblins and bear goblins are generally stronger than humans of the same level. Moreover, they would build their own watchtowers, large catapults, ballistae, and other war equipment. Tens of thousands of goblins and bear goblins are enough to fight against a human army that is 2 or even 3 times their size. This is a formidable force. At this moment, Shadar walked in with a helpless expression. Lord Saron, more than 20 half-dragons have arrived outside. They have also come to seek refuge with you. Since Saron's infamy spread, many more evil creatures have come to join him. This gave Shadar an unprecedented sense of urgency. Previously, the goblins and bear goblins were already very powerful, and there were so many tribes of them. Our own Evil Tooth tribe is rather weak. The half-dragons who came this time were quite powerful, especially the one who was leading them. His strength made him somewhat solemn. This filled Shadar with a sense of urgency. He didn't want to one day be nothing more than a lowly lackey under Lord Saron. It's time to contact the other forest troll tribes. Try to strengthen the power under your command. Bring him in. Salon raised his eyelids slightly. He had been quite excited about this matter of subduing his followers at first. But as I collected them, I got a little tired. These guys were uglier than the last. 2 small black dragon heads emerged from a pool of water near the Is River. Emily, why are we going that way? Hannah looked helplessly at Emily, who was itching to go. Wouldn't it be better to just stay here quietly? Hannah thought there were fish to eat and water to drink here, and that she could move to another place to hide after a few years and slowly grow up. This is the safest way. You know nothing. There's an incredibly powerful, mature black dragon there, known as the Calamity of Despair. Let's go and seek refuge with him, and we'll have so much treasure and food. Emily said, organizing her treasures. In reality, her treasure consisted of only 7 or 8 gold coins, some seashells, and a few colored stones. But despite this, Emily wouldn't allow Hannah to touch her treasure. But why should the 2 of us go and rely on them? Hannah said speechlessly. After all, that powerful black dragon must have lived for thousands of years. With that kind of insight and strength, how could they possibly look down on those 2 little black dragons? Isn't it an honor for the future great black dragon queen to seek refuge with him? That's what he said. But Emily was already mentally preparing how to plead or what methods she could use to beg someone to take them in. But what if they enslave us? Hannah asked abruptly. After all, the five-color dragon is no pushover. Black dragons are also known for their cunning and treachery. Although they are both black dragons, Hannah doesn't believe that the other party has any sympathy or anything like that. After all, the two little black dragons were just two burdens. Emily suddenly fell silent. After a while, she looked at Hannah in front of her and said, "I'll go and seek refuge with him first. You stay here and guard my treasure. Don't even think about stealing it. I'll take it back when I come back." Chapter 124 Preparing for the Feast. Emily, I want to go with you. Hannah shook her head. She and Emily had been together since birth, and she knew a little about Emily's personality. There was a strange bond between them that was not found in ordinary evil dragons. After all, talking about feelings among the five-colored dragons is nonsense, even for the black dragon born of the same mother. The relationship between Emily and Hannah is an extremely special one. Hannah knew that Emily was definitely thinking of trying to join forces with that powerful black dragon. If she is enslaved, then she certainly won't be able to come back. If not, then he will definitely come back and bring her with him. Hannah could actually understand Emily's thoughts. It would be too difficult for the two young dragons to survive in this perilous world. The two of them were nearly torn to shreds by some magical beasts more than once. There were also a few encounters with humans, and I almost got caught. This place doesn't seem safe anymore. It will be very difficult for them to reach adulthood smoothly in the future. Only by seeking the protection of a powerful creature can one hope to reach adulthood. The black dragon that appeared this time is the best choice. You're disobedient. Emily pounced on Hannah, grabbing her head and pressing it down hard, trying to shove Hannah's head into the dirt just like Saron had done to her. But Hannah was just as strong as him. Emily was unable to do anything to Hannah for the time being. This is a bit awkward. After struggling for a while, both little dragons were exhausted. They went to the bottom of the pool to rest. The next morning, two sneaky little black dragons hurried toward their destination. Meanwhile, Saron began his next feast. The ingredients in front of them were plentiful, including a giant spirit, a precious void stone, a magic storage ring, and various staffs. There are also a large amount of ores, gold coins, etc., and some random monster corpses, etc. Tursoon, Shadar, I'm going to take a nap. You two keep watch over this place. Yes, Lord Saron. Tursoon is a half-dragon human who is about 2.5 meters tall. His red skin and red scales indicate that he is a red dragon, half-dragon human. It wore black armor with gold trim, and its head was a simplified version of a red dragon. It had a fierce face and fangs, and two strange dragon horns. There was not a single human feature on it, and a dragon tail was swinging back and forth behind it. Generally speaking, these half-dragons would seek refuge with the red dragon. However, there are no red dragons in this area, so Tursoon and his group of half-dragons came here. All the dragon kings submitted the moment they saw Saron. After all, Saron looked even more ferocious and majestic than the red dragon, and he was a robust black dragon 20 meters long, which was enough for them to pledge their loyalty. Tursoon was appointed as the captain of Saron's guard because of his great strength. Saron has already placed mental chains on him, but the twisted seed has not yet been bestowed upon him. After all, the other party hasn't made any significant contributions, so it wouldn't be appropriate to reward them rashly. In fact, Saron values these half-dragons very much. After all, even a kobold like Doug, who has a very thin dragon vein, has seen his strength increase so much. So how strong would these half-dragons with a high concentration of dragon blood be? As the cave entrance closed, the half-dragon and the forest troll exchanged a glance. They each gave the other a disdainful look, then stood guard at the door. "Brother, that black dragon seems to have gone into a deep sleep," said a voice from a cave near Saron. The silver dragon Argenta transformed into a beautiful human form and watched as Saron's cave closed. "I see it," said the humanoid golden dragon Geraint. His injuries have fully recovered. Compared to Saron's preference for walking in his true form, Geraint and Argenta preferred to use human forms. Furthermore, they felt it was somewhat inappropriate for a gold dragon and a silver dragon to swagger around so openly on the territory of a black dragon. Previously, Geraint had heard from his sister that the black dragon had used some kind of bloodletting therapy on him. "To my surprise, my injuries actually healed. You should know that his injuries have the aura of an abyss. Recovery is not easy, but the black dragon recovered by simply bleeding itself out. That's quite a powerful method. Sister, we've already signed a contract with them, and there's no way to break it for now. so don't even think about running away. Geraint sighed. Brother, I didn't mean to run away. What I meant was that Saron should be in the dragon slumber period right now. Should we go and protect him? After all, a true dragon needs to be in a safe environment at this time. Argenta said softly. Geraint stared wide-eyed at his sister. Argenta is actually worried about the safety of that black dragon? That doesn't seem right. Geraint's current feelings towards Saron are limited to not disliking him. This was after Saron helped him recover from his injuries, which changed his opinion of the other party somewhat. Argenta's thinking was actually quite simple. She had initially resisted it, but later, for some reason, she began to recall the good qualities of Saron. After all, if Saron hadn't killed Balrog and Valton, it would have been a huge loss. The siblings had long been living a life worse than death. Furthermore, Saron enhanced her strength, healed her brother's injuries, and seemingly even boosted his own abilities. This gave her a vague sense of liking for Salon. Geraint didn't discuss the matter further with Argenta. He said, I'm going to check on Delia. She's been acting strangely lately. Saron did not immediately begin the feast in the cave, but instead remained in deep thought. He had just sensed the conversation between the brother and sister through the mind chain. Before the feast, for safety reasons, he would use mind chains to monitor the thoughts and positions of each of his subordinates. He overheard Argenta and Geraint's conversation. So far, the Twisted Seed seems to be working well, but Argenta's personality also plays a part. After all, compared to Geraint, she is not only kinder but also more innocent, so she is more susceptible to its effects. Forget about that for now. Let's get started on the feast. Looking at the ingredients on the ground, Salon immediately began his feast. He threw the oil lamp containing the giant spirit into his mouth, followed by the void stone and other magical artifacts such as magic wands. As he expected, these items had an exceptionally strong fragrance. The fact that he could perceive such a strong aroma proved that these items were indeed of high value. Slowly, Saron devoured all the food in front of him. Chapter 125: The Desperate Cycle of Reincarnation. While Saron was feasting, undercurrents were swirling among the various factions surrounding Sunset Forest. In a nearby forest, several men dressed as mercenaries stared at the manticore corpse before them. One of the men, wearing white gloves, squatted down. He touched the manticore's wound, then dipped his finger in the blood, put it in his mouth, and closed his eyes. He opened his eyes less than 5 seconds later. It was indeed made by a young black dragon. The aura and the shape of the wound confirm it. Judging from the size of the wounds, these 2 black dragon hatchlings are probably less than a year old. Moreover, the fact that 2 hatchlings had to resort to a sneak attack to kill a ferocious manticore shows that they are definitely very weak. Quest, are you telling the truth? The scarred warrior carrying a greatsword asked excitedly. John, when has my tracking method ever failed? These are definitely 2 black dragon hatchlings less than a year old. You should know how much I've sacrificed to practice my tracking techniques. The white-gloved man looked displeased. Being questioned in your area of expertise is a very unpleasant experience. Quest, I believe in you. You've never let us down. He hadn't quite believed it when his 2 men claimed to have found 2 small black dragons in a muddy swamp. To be on the safe side, they spent a lot of money to hire a top tracker who had followed them all the way from where they were before. For days have passed since then. I'll signal the others right now. We're determined to get these 2 black dragon hatchlings, the scarred warrior said with fervor. 2 black dragon babies. This is such a huge fortune. If you seize it, you'll truly rise above the rest. Just imagine how powerful that black dragon, known as the Calamity of Despair, is, capable of slaughtering cities and destroying nations. And he himself is about to obtain 2 of these black dragon hatchlings. In an instant, a fierce determination ignited in everyone present. These 2 black dragon cubs had to be captured. Meanwhile, more than 20 kilometers away, Hannah and Emily, 2 little black dragons, were heading towards Sunset Forest. They moved through the jungle on all 4s, occasionally using their wings to glide. The 2 little black dragons can now fly with the help of magic, but in this dense jungle, the sky is a more terrifying place than the ground. Not to mention the large magical beasts in the sky. Emily had been too flamboyant during her hunt, attempting to swoop down from the sky to hunt the ferocious species. But just as she was about to reach the ground, she was almost grabbed by a giant ape monster. Thanks to Hannah's reminder, Emily would probably have been torn to pieces and eaten. They became much more careful after this incident. After all, the environment is where they can most easily grow. Emily, I have a bad feeling about this, Hannah suddenly said. As true dragons, their intuition is sometimes quite accurate. Emily felt a little annoyed when she thought about the few humans she had accidentally bumped into before. If they weren't so weak, how could they have let those people leave? After all, humans are different from ordinary magical beasts. If a magical beast attacks them once and fails, it will not pursue them, because their sense of territory is very strong. But humans are different. These creatures are exceptionally cunning. Once they discover that they are not protected by adult dragons, they will do everything in their power to capture them. Hannah, we should be there soon. Emily didn't say anything more. She had sensed something was wrong a long time ago. Those despicable humans, she'll teach them a lesson when she grows up. In the sunset forest, Saron opened his eyes in a dark cave. He shook his body, feeling quite comfortable looking at his body, which had grown a bit more. It's this powerful feeling that makes me feel so good. At this point, Saron's body was already nearly 23 meters tall, and his weight had reached an extremely exaggerated level. After all, the density of his bones and muscles far exceeded that of an ordinary dragon. This body size far exceeds the original 16-meter stature of the Black Dragon Girl. However, all feedback still depends on the panel. Saron, 550 health. Feast levels, 16. Feast cooldown, 13 days. Talent 1, Carnivore. Talent 2, Earth Magic Elemental Affinity. Talent 3, Fire Magic Elemental Affinity. Talent 4, Armor Penetration. Your claws and teeth will deal more damage to enemies and inflict severe wounds. Talent 5, Wild Scream. Talent 6, Atomic Furnace. Talent 7, Vibration Perception. Talent 8, Telepathy. Talent 9, Lightning Breath. Talent 10, Mind Chains. Talent 11, Twisted Seed. Talent 12, Void Walk. Talent 13, Flame Body. Talent 14, Wind Elemental Control. The wind element is under your control. You can freely cast any wind magic, provided that you create the corresponding spell model yourself. Moreover, the wind magic you cast is much more powerful than that cast by other spellcasters of the same level. Talent 15, Reincarnation Abyss. You can drag enemies into your own alternate dimension. In this space, all of the enemy's attributes will be reduced, and they will be unable to escape by any means. The initial duration is 1 hour, and the duration will increase as your attributes increase. Moreover, the alternate dimension will evolve as the number of enemies you kill increases. Holy crap! Saron looked directly at the cycle of despair, even ignoring the control of the wind element. It was this. This thing is an incredibly overpowered one-on-one skill in the game. By forcibly pulling enemies into one's own alternate dimension for a duel, weakening the enemy is actually a way of indirectly strengthening oneself. However, the cycle of despair seems to be a little different from the game, as there is no limit to the number of enemies. Furthermore, it lacks the ability to steal enemy attributes. But this is already quite good. This means that Saron is no longer afraid of being surrounded. It's not just ordinary grunts attacking him. Imagine several equally powerful individuals ganging up on Saron. Then he can use the cycle of despair to pull an enemy into another dimension. Then, since the enemy is weak and we are strong, we can kill them directly, and then continue killing them. You definitely have to try this. Saron sensed that this cycle of despair was definitely not simple. After all, this was the real world. It's not the kind of skill designed for hero balance like in the previous game. Chapter 126 Experimental Skills. Saron emerged from the cave. Shadar and the half-dragon Tursoon are faithfully guarding the cave entrance. Shadar didn't feel much when he saw Saron emerge from the cave. After all, he was used to Saron changing drastically after a night's sleep. But the half-dragon Tursoon felt very excited. It is important to know that the purpose of a normal dragon's slumber is to digest the dragon's heritage and grow within its mind. These periods of dormancy are measured in years. And this enormous black dragon has grown this big in just a few days of sleeping? Congratulations, Master. Tursoon didn't think much of it, and quickly said, "How are things?" Saron asked directly. "Lord Saron, too many creatures have defected to us lately, causing great chaos here. Some tribes are even starting to quarrel." Shadar stepped forward and spoke. Saron could tell from Shadar's troubled expression that things were indeed a bit chaotic here. After all, what good things could someone who comes to him for refuge have? They must all be evil creatures. It's no wonder that so many chaotic and evil creatures can live in harmony together. It must be that I don't like you, and you don't like me. If it weren't for Saron's deterrent presence here, things would probably have descended into chaos long ago. Tell them I want a palace nest that matches my status. Saron said directly. Nothing to do, huh? I'll find you something to do. First, fix the worker's house. After saying that, He took off and flew around his cave at low altitude, continuously releasing his dragon might during the process. The creatures that were originally scattered on the ground were now all staring at the black dragon in the sky with fanaticism. Is this the legendary catastrophe of despair? Such terrifying power truly befits an existence capable of slaughtering cities and destroying nations. Saron glanced at the frenzied, evil creatures on the ground. He did this to show them what was going on. Are the masters you follow awesome? After flying around a few times, Saron had a better idea of what to expect. It has to be said that there are a lot of creatures coming to him for refuge this time. A rough estimate suggests there are already close to 100,000 people, and that's before the large tribes have fully relocated. For example, there are goblins, bear goblins, and lizardman tribes, etc. If all these tribes are added together, then Saron's army has reached a terrifying number. It was only then that Saron truly understood the power of reputation, even if it was just infamy. Moreover, sometimes a bad reputation seems to be more useful than a good one. After circling a few times to make his presence known, Saron flew towards the distant forest. He wanted to test his newly acquired talent there. Brother, I don't think he looks like the black dragon. Argenta and Geraint stared in disbelief at the black dragon soaring away into the sky. His growth rate is a bit too bizarre. Geraint sighed as he compared Saron's size before and after his slumber. The brother and sister had also been in a deep sleep, each time for several years. But this black dragon became increasingly unfathomable to them. Delia, what's wrong? At this moment, Geraint felt that the elf girl next to him was acting a little strange. I just felt that this black dragon was somewhat familiar, Delia said, puzzled. Delia, you must have been working too hard lately. You didn't have to stay here with us. Geraint said. You saved my life. How can I just leave? Delia said firmly. Kindness. My flight speed seems to have increased. Saron sensed something different. His flight speed seemed to have increased considerably. It's almost twice as fast as before. This is already quite outrageous, considering that his weight at this point is incomparable to what it used to be. However, the speed increased instead of decreasing. The reason is that Saron felt as if he had become one with the wind that was omnipresent in the world. The wind seemed to be helping them fly. Is this what wind element control is? The changes in his body alone are already this exaggerated. Saron knew this was the control of the wind element. It seems like it can go even faster. As Saron thought this, he felt as if the wind elements around him were gathering on his wings. His speed suddenly increased dramatically, at least twice as fast as before. Saron stopped when it flew to an open area. After thinking for a moment, Saron moved his mind and countless transparent wind blades appeared around him. Puff, puff, puff. The wind blades flew towards the large tree in front, and countless wind blades directly shattered the spell into fragments. That's incredibly impressive. Saron was overjoyed, knowing that casting magic required setting up a spell model, which was the most basic step. However, I did not chant any incantations or set up any spell models. This basic wind blade technique was used directly. Saron's legacy contains quite a few wind magic spells. There aren't many, after all, he's a black dragon, belonging to the water element. However, what Saron wants to do most right now is to experiment with the cycle of despair. He restrained his dragon-like might. They then used all their senses and discovered some movement nearby. He then couldn't wait and teleported there instantly using a void walk. A 3-meter-long magical beast, the Gale Leopard, is enjoying its spoils, the carcass of an enormous horned rhinoceros. Saron appeared directly in front of it. The Gale Leopard looked up and froze, staring at Saron's enormous body. It even forgot to run. When it came to its senses and tried to escape, Saron unleashed its dragon's might and pinned it to the ground. Saron activated his talent upon seeing the Gale Leopard before him. The cycle of despair. Instantly, Saron and the Gale Leopard disappeared into the forest. In a world entirely of gray, the figures of Saron and the Gale Leopard appeared. Saron looked at this alternate dimension, but he couldn't even sense where it existed. But his intuition told him it should be inside his own body. This extra-dimensional space is about 100 meters in diameter and about 100 meters high. For a body that is 23 meters tall like Salon, this is not considered very large. There was nothing inside, but Saron sensed something different. The wind element is very strong here, and there are also a lot of fire and earth elements. Water element is also present, but it is the least. These are all elements that Saron excels at. However, the Gale Leopard in front of them was now in trouble. Even though Saron had restrained his dragon might, it could barely stand up. Saron found it hard to believe that the Gale leopard had transformed into a large cat. Isn't the cycle of despair supposed to weaken enemy attributes by a percentage? And it depends on strength? Or rather, it's based on my strength? Saron slashed down with his claws, ending the Gale leopard's suffering. Chapter 1, 27 Separation and Reunion. Just as Saron killed the Gale leopard, a message entered his mind. He saw the entire memory of a leopard from birth to death. Wow, you can do that. Saron's eyes lit up. This was an attempt to steal the other's memories. And it seems there's something even deeper going on. Saron felt that this cycle of despair was no longer just a gladiatorial arena. This thing probably has other uses that I'm unaware of. But this is already a great deal. While Saron was experimenting with his skills, Hannah and Emily were in a much worse situation. At this moment, Emily had 3 arrows stuck in her body, and Hannah was leading her to escape. Damn it, the future Black Dragon Queen will make them pay, Emily thought, despite her already extremely weak body. However, she still said that dragon blood was flowing from her mouth, which meant that the arrow had injured her internal organs, but the dragon's strong vitality gave her some energy. Emily, shut up, Hannah warned. They were being watched by some humans, and Hannah estimated that there were at least 400 or 500 people chasing them. Haha, they really did flee in those 2 directions. We're rich. At this moment, 2 human warriors dressed in white armor jumped out and looked at the 2 young dragons in front of them, as if they were seeing mountains of gold and silver. Emily spat out a mouthful of acid, but the warrior on the other side simply used his huge shield to block it all. Quick, go and grab them. The 2 knew that the 2 little black dragons had already exhausted a lot of energy earlier and should have no power to resist now. They hastily dropped their corroded shields and rushed forward. A glint of light flashed in Hannah's eyes, and then it spat out a mouthful of acid. However, the white aura emanating from one of them flashed and disappeared in an instant. Hannah's breath couldn't get close enough to the other person's body. Perhaps she'd be able to when she's older. Ha, we saw through your tricks long ago, so just let us catch you obediently. Yusal is capable of projecting his battle aura outwards. Just then, a stream of acid shot from Hannah's mouth like an arrow into the mouth of the man who was laughing wildly. Immediately, white smoke began to rise from the other person's throat. He then lost all signs of life in extreme pain. Before the other person could react, Hannah and Emily tackled him to the ground. Emily then bit off the other person's neck. The 2 little dragons looked around, panting heavily. Hannah, you go first, I'll hold these guys off, Emily suddenly said. Emily, you. Stop talking nonsense. I'm too badly injured, and my injuries have just worsened. I can't run away anymore. Emily was still as assertive as ever, but her tone had softened a lot. If you leave now, you can still avenge me when you grow up. But if we both get caught, then we'll never have another chance. Emily interrupted Hannah when she saw that she wanted to say something. Get out of here right now. Emily turned away, ignoring Hannah. Hannah glanced at Emily behind her, gritted her teeth, and flew forward. But after Hannah left, Emily looked at the empty forest and murmured to herself, don't leave me. But soon her eyes hardened. Did she want to enslave her? Dream on. Hannah hurried through the jungle. Her mind was completely blank. How could things have turned out this way? Just then, without noticing, she was suddenly caught in a net in the air. This reminded Hannah of a time when she was with Saron, and she had been captured in the same way, but Saron eventually rescued her. Chief Doug, finally we can have some blood. Damn it, those guys killed all the prey around here. A kobold grumbled as he walked out, followed by a rather tall kobold. Kindness. Doug was stunned when he saw the creature in the trap. Is that a dragon? It does look like a dragon, Chief Doug. We've caught a little black dragon. The young kobold was stunned. They caught a dragon with just a simple trap? Hannah also heard what the 2 kobolds were saying. It turned out they hadn't been captured by humans after all. There's still a chance. I've come to see the great calamity of despair. Put me down right now, Hannah shouted. Doug felt things were a bit beyond his expectations. Looking at the small black dragon in the net, which was only about 4 meters long and not even as strong as himself. He originally just wanted to catch some prey for a treat. But now it seems a bit troublesome. The black dragon is still so small. What if it is the master's child? Saron stared in astonishment at the enormous palace nest before him in the open space. I didn't expect these guys to be so efficient. They actually managed to build such a magnificent palace for themselves in such a short time. It's completely different from the humankind. It looks full of primitive and wild flavor. Just then, Saron noticed that the kobold Doug was hurrying over. Lord Saron, we've found a little black dragon. She says she wants to come and seek refuge with you. Doug said as soon as he arrived. He dared not hide this matter. After all, it was not some random race, but a real black dragon, although it was still very young. However, this matter can only be decided by Saron. Little black dragon. Saron paused for a moment. Bring it here. Saron walked into his new palace, looked at the huge throne in the very center, and lay down on it. A short while later, Doug walked in with a creature that looked incredibly miserable. Although they hadn't seen each other for several months, Salon recognized Hannah at first glance. Before he could even speak, Hannah prostrated herself on the ground. Great despair, I am Hannah Tristan, and I now utterly submit to you. Hannah felt very nervous looking at the ferocious black dragon above her. This is definitely a mature black dragon, and its power is far greater than that of its mother back then. Moreover, all those terrifying creatures along the way were the black dragon's retinue. She had made up her mind. She would agree to whatever it took, whether it meant being enslaved or not, as long as she could persuade the other party to rescue Emily. Saron slowly walked down. He reached out and touched Hannah's tiny head, asking curiously, You really don't remember me? I've never seen you before, Hannah said cautiously, looking up. At this moment, she looked up at the top of Saron's head. Why did this black dragon have so many horns? Wait, dragon horns. Hannah's face was full of disbelief, but Saron had 2 pairs of horns, while the robust black dragon in front of her had 3 pairs. She asked cautiously, Are you? Chapter 128 Reunion. You are Saron's father? Then you are our father. Saron was stunned by this guy's thought process. We'll discuss the fact that I'm your father later. He flicked Hannah's head. Lord Saron, the goblins, and the half-lizardmen are about to fight. Shadar entered at that moment. Saron. Hannah stared at Saron in disbelief. Doesn't look like it. As soon as Salon spoke, he realized there was something wrong with what he said. Nonsense. It would be a miracle if it looked like that. Even the mother can't tell the difference between the person I was before and the person I am now. You really are Saron. Hannah exclaimed excitedly, circling Saron several times. Never mind that for now. What's the story behind Emily being arrested? Saron pressed down on Hannah's restless body. Hannah shook her head. Yes, saving Emily is the priority. We can worry about the rest later. We originally came here hoping to seek refuge with you, but we encountered a group of humans who have been chasing us. After hearing Hannah's story, Salon felt that the 2 little ones had really had a tough time. It's quite an achievement to survive being hunted by monsters and humans. You have to say they were really lucky. Shadar, go and call Geraint over. Saron said, looking at Shadar. Shadar was still in a daze. Was this little black dragon Lord Saron's child? But it doesn't seem like it. Yes, Lord Saron. Although Shadar was somewhat confused, he still went down to call the golden dragon. But in his heart, he was thinking that he should treat that little black dragon better from now on. Doug breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had been cautious. A short while later, Geraint arrived, followed by his sister Argenta and the elf Delia. Geraint, it seems you're recovering very well. Saron said, looking at Geraint's complexion. This guy not only recovered from his injuries, but his strength also seems to have been further enhanced. I must thank Lord Salon for the bloodletting therapy. Geraint bowed. Having decided to work under this black dragon, he felt at ease. Moreover, this black dragon is so flamboyant that it will inevitably attract some powerful enemies sooner or later. Suddenly, Saron sensed something was wrong with the elf next to Argenta, and her heartbeat quickened instantly. He looked at the elf. When he came back earlier, his attention had been focused on the gold dragon and the silver dragon. Now, this elf seemed somewhat familiar. Dragons have incredibly powerful memories. Saron remembered them after a moment's thought. Delia's feelings at this moment were quite complicated. She trembled slightly the moment she saw the little black dragon in front of her. Because she recognized the little black dragon as the target captured by the mercenary group she had previously belonged to. Because of this incident, she was the only one who survived in their entire mercenary group. Are you nervous? Saron's massive head suddenly slammed right in front of Delia. Sensing that something was amiss, Geraint quickly shielded Delia. Lord Saron. Previously, the other party had shown absolutely no interest in this elf. How come it's suddenly like this? Argenta also looked at Saron with a nervous expression, but her eyes were full of doubt. Hannah, come here. Saron gestured to Hannah, who was standing next to him. Hannah came running over excitedly, looking at Saron with a puzzled expression. She also sensed the unusual aura emanating from Geraint and Argenta. Do you know her? Hannah glanced at Delia and Argenta, then shook her head. She wouldn't possibly know these people. No, she's that archer. Hannah had seen Delia before, It was the first time in her life she had been injured and captured. You still recognized me, Delia said calmly. Then let's get started. Delia, what's going on? Argenta asked, somewhat bewildered. Do you remember what I told you before, that my entire mercenary group was killed and I was the only survivor? We were greedy and tried to catch a small black dragon, which is the one right here. Delia explained the whole story. How could this happen? Geraint was very upset. After all, although he was a metal dragon and didn't get along with the 5-colored dragons, it was still unacceptable for a young dragon to be captured and sold by humans, since they were both dragons. Lord Cerrone, please spare her this time for the sake of my siblings. Geraint sighed. Although it didn't succeed, this kind of thing was already intolerable for the dragon race. Delia's actions were indeed ill-considered. Geraint, I have a task for you. A little black dragon has been captured by a group of humans, and I need you to bring her back. In return, I might consider sparing her, Cerrone said directly. He could tell that Geraint seemed to have special feelings for this elf. This seems like something we could try. No problem, Geraint said directly. Hannah, tell him the direction those humans are and their general origins. Cerrone didn't plan to go and find them himself. Looking at Hannah in front of him, he had an idea. His own power was beginning to take shape. These guys are all incredibly bored. Cerrone will probably descend into chaos in the long run. Even with his imposing presence, he probably wouldn't be easy to manage. The solution is to shift the blame and find a powerful force to take down first. They shift internal conflicts to external ones, just like the United States and China in their previous lives, who would point the finger at other countries whenever a major conflict arose within their own country. He could use Emily's abduction as an excuse to cause trouble, since launching a full-scale attack on a kingdom might not be a good idea. But we have a legitimate reason. You captured my fledgling dragon, so it's okay if I wipe you out, right? Just like what the Black Dragon girl did back then. Geraint soon left, leaving only Argenta and Delia. You may all leave now. Cerrone glanced at the dragon and the elf. He didn't say anything about locking the elf up. It wouldn't make any sense. Running away is impossible. Argenta breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Cerrone say that. They walked down with the dejected elf in their arms. Cerrone, how did you grow up like this? Hannah asked, unable to contain her excitement, after seeing that only she and Cerrone were left around. It felt like she was begging on the street before, and suddenly someone told her that she actually had a brother worth hundreds of billions. It's simple, just eat and sleep. Salon still had a little bit of affection for this younger sister. Well, Hannah was momentarily at a loss for words. She scratched her ear with her paw. Cerrone, we're not even a year old yet, are we? 1 year old? Cerrone suddenly realized. So I'm still a fledgling dragon. Looking at his own 23-meter frame and Hannah's small frame of about 4 meters in front of him, he fell into deep thought. Chapter 129 Whereabouts. In Casso. In the luxurious mansion, a middle-aged man looked excitedly at the little black dragon bound in the magic cage before him, his face full of ecstasy. Haha, we actually caught a baby dragon this time. My lord, with this fledgling dragon, our clan will surely rise to prominence once again, a guard said obsequiously. Of course. I will definitely restore the honor of the Obsidian family, the middle-aged man said proudly. But before he could even properly enjoy his future life, his mansion was surrounded by a magic circle that shimmered with golden light. What happened? Austin, this black dragon does not belong to you. A warrior in heavy white armor burst through the door and walked in. He spoke in a muffled voice, followed by a neatly arranged squad of soldiers. Several spellcasters stood in the very center. I am a nobleman of the kingdom of Selenia. How dare you trespass into my home? The middle-aged man exclaimed in shock and anger. The man in white heavy armor gave a casual salute. I am the leader of the royal guard of the kingdom of Selenia. You can call me Nickel. We are now in charge of everything here. You can appeal to His Majesty the King if you have any complaints in the future. He then ignored everyone else and waved his hand, signaling the armored warriors behind him to leave with the magic cage. Stop! The middle-aged man, Olsen, was furious. The royal family had actually come to intercept them? Lord Olsen, I must remind you that I have brought about 500 warriors with me this time. They are surrounding your manor. If you defy the king's orders, I will order them to raze this place to the ground. Nickel's icy voice pierced Olsen's chest like a sharp sword. It seems the royal family is determined to get the young dragon. Damn it. How did the information get leaked? He paid a heavy price to catch them. The little black dragon in the magic cage is Emily. She ultimately failed to escape. Emily looked at these humans with a mocking expression. Did these guys really think they would acknowledge a master? The royal guard was very efficient, and soon, under Olsen's resentful gaze, the royal guard took Emily away. After the royal guards left, the middle-aged man roared like an enraged lion. This is something no one can bear. Damn it, don't blame me for doing this. Olsen thought to himself. My lord, what should we do? A servant asked from the side. Haha, if they won't let us have an easy time, we won't let them have an easy time either. Go and spread the word that the king of Selenia has captured a black dragon hatchling and is preparing to transport it to the capital. Olsen said, recalling the arrogant face of the other party just now. Yes, sir. Soon, thanks to the extensive propaganda of those with ulterior motives, news of the Solenian royal family obtaining a black dragon hatchling spread throughout the surrounding cities. They also revealed the routes of the royal guards. Meanwhile, some surrounding forces began to stir. After all, a fully grown black dragon is already so powerful. Imagine how strong their power would be if they had one of their own. Moreover, the young dragons are highly malleable. When Geraint arrived, he heard the news that the little black dragon had been captured and taken to the capital. Without hesitation, Geraint went directly to the mansion of the most powerful noble family in Kaso, the Olsen. According to information he gathered from the humans he had captured along the way, the little black dragon was eventually brought here. The two guards at the door were no match for Geraint. He kicked them both away. The guards inside rushed out after hearing the commotion. But for Geraint, it wasn't even enough to fill a tooth gap. However, due to the metal dragon's kind nature, he did not harm its life. Of course, broken bones and torn tendons are inevitable. And so Geraint stormed into Earl Olsen's residence with unstoppable force. Olsen looked at Geraint with a grim expression. Yesterday, the captain of the palace guards had made him lose face. Today, another expert came to cause him trouble. Seeing his warriors and even spellcasters fall one by one, he ordered his men to stop attacking. What brings you here, sir? Why have you trespassed on my property? Olsen asked calmly. You guys caught a little black dragon before, right? So what? She's already been taken to the capital, and she's probably been contracted to become someone else's mount. Haha. Earl Olsen got angry just thinking about it. Plus, although the person in front of him was powerful, he only injured people and didn't kill them, so he was less wary of him. Therefore, the language is somewhat arrogant. Geraint felt somewhat dissatisfied with the other party's arrogant attitude. How can a true dragon become someone else's mount? He rushed to Earl Olsen's side in an instant. He pressed one hand against his throat, and at the same time, Geraint's eyes turned into scarlet dragon pupils, and he exuded an inexplicable aura. I'm asking you one last time. Despite his kind attitude towards humans, he was not a pedantic fellow. Well, Earl Olsen tried to pry Geraint's hands off, but how could he possibly shake the power of a golden dragon? Looking into Geraint's crimson pupils, Earl Olsen seemed to understand something. His eyes were full of regret. It seemed he was in big trouble this time. His gaze was frantic. Geraint then threw him to the ground. Olsen took a few breaths and said carefully, Yesterday, it was the captain of the Royal Guard of Selenia who personally came to take away that little black dragon. It really has nothing to do with me. And what? I hope you won't let me down. With a snap, Geraint crushed one of Olsen's shoulders. Olsen immediately let out a scream. As a nobleman, when had he ever been treated like this? Geraint was worried about Delia, so he was getting impatient with Olsen's expression. Even Geraint himself didn't realize that he was now quite different from the gentle Jinlong. Moreover, according to the information I received from my subordinates in the capital, the captain of the palace guards took the little black dragon away with a flying magical beast yesterday, and it was already in the palace last night. Olsen dared not hide anything any longer. This is a huge problem. Geraint looked in the direction of the capital. After all, the kingdom of Selenia is far stronger than the kingdom of Del. There are many experts in the capital. If he forces his way in, he might lose his own life. After all, humans have been established in this world for many years and have some strength. Meanwhile, in Sunset Forest, Saron had already sensed what was happening on Geraint's side through the mind chain. His scarlet eyes were full of light. Looks like we've got something to do next. Chapter 130 The War Begins. Saron stretched his body, and Hannah looked at him enviously. She also wants to grow up to be this big. But no matter how hard she racked her brains, she still couldn't understand how Saron ended up looking like that. This is completely contrary to the normal growth cycle of living organisms. Saron ignored his silly sister. Just treat it like a pet companion, as long as it doesn't steal your food. And after all, it is a real dragon, so it still has potential. It's just that it grows too slowly. After flapping its wings a few times, Saron took flight. At this moment, an evil aura filled a plain next to Sunset Forest. This place is home to over 100,000 evil creatures, including goblins, bear goblins, kobolds, forest trolls, and lizardmen. Saron's massive figure swept directly over these creatures, letting out a deafening dragon roar. It also incorporated a wild scream effect and unleashed dragon's might, causing all the evil creatures to feel a powerful pressure. Saron flew to a cliff and landed, from where he could see the entire plain. He spread his wings and looked down at the chaotic, evil creatures below. My subjects, I am your master, the great true dragon Saron Tristan. Saron used a bit of telepathy to ensure that all creatures could hear his words. Because some guys don't speak the common language of mainland China. Roar, roar, roar. A chaotic roar erupted from below, and Saron could tell that these guys were very excited. But some guys actually dared to offend me. Some humans from the kingdom of Selenia kidnapped my child. What do you suggest we do? Kill, 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 kill them all. Kill them all and eat them. Kill. The dark creatures below raised their weapons to express their resolve to Saron. Very good. Then let's attack this human nation that dares to offend us. Saron roared. Then, a dark mass of evil creatures below let out excited cries. It's terrifying. Saron actually launched such a large-scale war against a human kingdom for Emily's sake? Hannah was dumbfounded. No, Saron would never do that. Hannah shook her head, thinking of how Saron had stolen food and eggshells as soon as he was born. Saron must have other motives, but she's not at a high enough level to know them yet. And this is a good thing. Such a big operation will definitely save Emily. Hannah wasn't too worried about Emily's safety, since the greatest value of a fledgling dragon wasn't just about killing it and getting a corpse. Soon, the black, evil creatures surged towards the kingdom of Selenia like a black tide. Tesselton is located on the very edge of the kingdom of Selenia, in a plain near the upper reaches of the Is River. That area belongs to the kingdom of Del, so many troops are stationed there. They also use the ferocious species and magical beasts in the surrounding forests to train their troops, which is why these border troops are exceptionally powerful. They are not comparable to the defense forces of ordinary cities. 2 sentries stood atop a wooden watchtower, surveying their surroundings. One of the soldiers stood atop the watchtower and lazily yawned. Suddenly, he sensed some movement in the forest in front of him. There seems to be something ahead. Another soldier glanced over and said, "It's probably some ferocious race again. These things never learn. Our heavy crossbows are not to be trifled with. Let me tell you, you're new here, you don't know, back then." Before the old soldier could finish his boasting, a black wave surged out of the forest. Countless evil creatures charged out with overwhelming force. The 2 sentries were stunned by what they saw. Run, run. Before the 2 sentries could even come down from the watchtower, the entire wooden watchtower was pushed down by several goblin bears. The 2 sentinels were instantly engulfed in a horde of evil creatures and melted on the spot. A lizardman swallowed a bloody human arm. Lizardmen and kobolds are somewhat similar, but they are completely different. Lizardmen are much more powerful and, like the goblins, have a strong warlord system. The man before them was the leader of the entire lizardmen. He was tall and burly, covered in green scales, and had armor on his wrists. He held a huge bone club in his hand and carried a shield with spikes on his back. This time, I will definitely show the great true dragon the true strength of our tribe. Red blood was still flowing from the lizardman chieftain's mouth. The commotion here has already been discovered by the soldiers guarding the city of Tessilon. Standing atop the city wall, the general felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the densely packed dark creatures in the distance. Damn it! Why are so many dark creatures attacking us? Tesselton has only about 20,000 human soldiers, some of whom are newly recruited. The spellcaster hasn't arrived yet. They've arrived, they're setting up a magic array. Monsters are attacking the city. Hurry! Use siege crossbows. But by then it was too late. The lizardmen have climbed the city walls. Among them were some half-dragons, and the half-dragon Tersoon even killed 4 human warriors with a single blow. As Tersoon watched the several high-ranking human warriors charging towards him, his chest began to heave. A burst of red flames erupted from Tersoon's mouth, instantly causing countless deaths and injuries among the defending soldiers. As a red dragon half-dragon, Tersoon can use a breath similar to that of a red dragon, but this breath is very different from that of a real red dragon, whether it's power or other aspects. Moreover, he needs to build up his strength in advance, but this also gives him great power. The lizardman leader glanced in their direction a look of unease creeping into his eyes. It seems I have gained a competitor. Within his vast palace, Saron monitored the battle situation in his mind via the mind chain. This time, Saron was left with almost no guards. He sent out Shadar, Doug, Vickers, and the newly recruited half-dragon guards, among others. They split into 4 groups and advanced into the territory of the Kingdom of Selenia, just like 4 dragon claws. Saron wasn't afraid of anyone attacking his rear, since he had already eaten most of the treasure. The rest were in storage magic devices, and he didn't have the same need as other true dragons to enjoy being surrounded by piles of treasure all the time. Moreover, the silver dragon Argenta remains here, and she is quite powerful. On the contrary, Salong was looking forward to someone bringing him food. Lord Saron, isn't such a large-scale invasion of human kingdoms a bit much? The silver dragon Argenta whispered. Since the twisted seed merged into her body, Argenta has almost no ill will towards Saron. In the past, Argenta wouldn't have reacted with such an inquiring attitude when faced with a similar situation. Are we going to let them attack the human kingdoms instead of fighting amongst themselves here? And the royal family of Selenia dares to enslave a true dragon, so they must pay the price, Saron said, approaching Argenta. Argenta looked at Hannah, who seemed bewildered, beside Saron, and the thought of a similarly small black dragon suffering unknown torment at the hands of humans lessened her compassion for them considerably. But I never expected that black dragon would have such a tender side, actually waging this kind of war for his own child. Saron sensed that Argenta was imagining something, but he didn't call her out on it. Chapter 131 Saron's Plan. Saron's minions attack with exceptional speed. By the time the Kingdom of Selenia realized what was happening, it had already lost many cities. Most of the surrounding cities have been breached by dark creatures. These goblins and lizardmen are not like those guys who swarm in. After conquering human cities, they first integrated all their equipment and then used human fortifications to create defenses. Then there's the looting of all the treasures and ores within the city. As a member of the True Dragon's retinue, it's impossible for them not to know the True Dragon's hobbies. Damn it! Why is our kingdom suddenly being invaded by dark creatures? Some nobles in the kingdom complained bitterly. This kind of war is different from those between other countries. Those dark creatures don't care whether you're a nobleman or a commoner or a beggar. If you oppose them, they'll kill or even eat you. This greatly alarmed the kingdom's upper echelons, who considered themselves civilized nobles. After all, when war breaks out with other kingdoms, there is usually an unspoken agreement that nobles should not be killed, and they can be ransomed with money. I heard that the royal family of the kingdom captured the black dragon's child, a little black dragon. But isn't that black dragon a male? Aren't dragon cubs all raised by their mothers? Oh well, whatever. Anyway, I'm pretty sure it's true. I have a distant relative who works at the palace. These past few days, the palace has been under heavy guard, and there have been occasional dragon roars. It seems that the royal family did indeed provoke them first. Isn't this just plain stupid? Who can argue with that? It seems the human army is preparing for a counterattack. The lizardman leader sat atop a city wall, watching the human army formation in the distance. The human city he was in had almost become a dead zone. Watching those neatly arranged soldiers marching towards them in a grand and imposing manner, the lizardman leader was not worried at all. Prepare to attack. We're going to wipe out this human army, the lizardman leader said confidently. After all, he believed that he was not comparable to those inferior creatures. Instantly, countless lizardman soldiers stood atop the city walls, holding sharp spears in their hands. There were also some lizardman soldiers fiddling with human heavy crossbows and giant scorpion crossbows. Soon the soldiers below the city walls began attacking the city with catapults. But they didn't pay attention to where they were stepping. Rumble. The ground next to the city began to sink. The rows of sharp metal spikes beneath were revealed, and the army that had been advancing in unison was instantly thrown into chaos. Immediately, screams of agony rang out. After all, digging tunnels and setting traps is a specialty of the lizardmen. Throw stones, fire arrows, and spears, the lizardman chieftain calmly commanded. Yes. The lizardmen are incredibly efficient at executing orders. They fire their spears, crossbows, and other weapons like machines. Those high-ranking soldiers in the army could only rely on their superior strength to avoid the traps, and then look for opportunities to counterattack. The lizardman leader already had a strategy to deal with these issues. Saron glanced at them briefly and found that he actually had quite a few talented people under his command. Like this lizardman leader, the military skills of his lizardman army are almost on par with the regular armies he knew in his previous life. There are also the goblins and bear goblins. These two tribes have already wiped out 30,000 troops from the kingdom of Selenia. This only means that they have focused more of their energy on scavenging treasures and ores for Saron. And those half-dragons were even more outrageous. They numbered only 30-odd people, but their strength was overwhelming. So their target was the nobles in various cities. They robbed a few of them because they felt they were even wealthier. I've already accumulated quite a few storage magic items. Saron looked at the destroyed human cities and the dead through the mind chains without feeling a shred of emotion. It's better to grab a quick buck and leave. As for using the advanced ideas from his previous life to rule over humanity, boost the economy, or plant red flags everywhere, Saron never even considered it. He is, after all, a dragon. He couldn't be bothered with such things. The world was so big, and there were so many kingdoms. He could just cause trouble everywhere. Food ingredients are the most important thing. Next, Saron has something even more important to do. He had been looking for high-grade water attribute ingredients, but had not been able to find any. After learning this, the half-dragon Tursoon told Saron that there seemed to be some powerful water attribute magical beasts in Fire Dragon Bay. Fire Dragon Bay is located next to the Star Spiral Mountains. It's not too far from here, and Saron decided to try his luck. As for the affairs of the kingdom of Selenia, he planned to let his dark creatures do their thing. He'll deal with it when the important guy comes out. He didn't care much about the casualties. After all, that was one of his goals. Only those who survive are the elite, the most powerful. As for the dead, no living being will remember them. Argenta, stay here and guard our home. Don't let anyone steal it. Saron instructed Argenta before flying into the sky and leaving. Hannah watched Saron's departing figure with longing eyes, then pursed her lips and secretly glanced at Argenta beside her. She already knew it was a silver dragon, and a silver dragon that was almost an adult. I have no idea how Saron managed to bring her back. I heard he brought her brother, a golden dragon, with him. Little one. Argenta tossed her long silver hair. He then walked over to Hannah with a smile and touched her dragon horns. Black Dragon was quite cute when he was little. Can you tell me who your mother is? Why did your father raise you? Argenta asked curiously. Isn't it usually the female dragon who raises the cubs? What's the point of a male dragon raising the cubs? This female dragon is being incredibly irresponsible. Hannah rolled her eyes at the expectant look on the dragon's face, wondering if the silver dragon had something wrong with its head. That makes sense. He must have some kind of mental problem to have been abducted by Saron. The two stared at each other for a while, both feeling unable to communicate with one another. At that moment, Geraint rushed in. He glanced around and found that only his sister and the little black dragon were there. Sister, where is Lord Saron? Lord Saron has been gone for a while now, and I don't know where he went. Argenta replied. Brother, is there something you need? Sister, Lord Saron has launched a large-scale war against the human kingdoms, and now, Geraint said anxiously. I know that, because they captured Lord Saron's child. Isn't that a lesson for humanity? Argenta said matter-of-factly. Lesson? Geraint thought of the deserted cities on the ground that he had flown to on his way here, cities ravaged by dark creatures. And what a lesson this is, with countless human deaths and injuries. That's bad enough, but why has my own sister changed? Geraint felt something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Chapter 132 Fire Dragon Bay. Saron flew for some time. Finally, I saw a tall mountain range, probably several thousand meters high. According to Tursoon, you can see the sea if you fly over this mountain range. Then, after continuing for a while, you'll reach Fire Dragon Bay, where some flying dragons seem to be lurking. Saron casually grabbed an unknown, rabbit-like magical beast with one claw, threw it into his mouth, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it. Keep flying. Saron soon flew to his destination, Fiery Alone Bay. The beautiful sea is now clearly visible. This was the first time Saron had ever seen the ocean in the world. It must not have been polluted by the industrialization of its previous life. The seawater here is clean and transparent, displaying several different shades of blue. Moreover, thanks to Salon's amazing eyesight, he also spotted some colorful corals underwater. The bay is crescent-shaped, and Salon himself saw a silvery white sandy beach that stretched for more than 10,000 meters, with very white and fine sand. In other places, it's unknown how many meters it extends. The shore is covered with lush green plants, and there are also some very steep rock walls. If it were in modern times, it would probably be a very nice tourist attraction. Saron soon detected the presence of other creatures. Interesting. Saron slowly flew to the cliff face over there. Instantly, countless bipedal dragons flew out from the dense thicket. They made a shrill sound around Saron. So many wyverns. These bipedal wyverns look somewhat similar to real dragons, except that they are much smaller. Moreover, they only have 2 feet, and their claws are somewhat similar to those of birds. The wings are covered with some feathers, and the tail is barbed. Saron looked at the largest of the wyverns, which was much larger than the others. It should be over 11 meters long and have a wingspan of over 20 meters, looking quite fierce. These guys couldn't speak, but they all glared fiercely at Saron. However, the leader wyverns seemed very wary of Saron, and they seemed to only want Saron to leave. I don't want any conflict to occur. Saron unleashed his dragon's might and let out a deafening roar. Stimulated by both the dragon's might and the wild screams, the wyverns immediately fell into chaos. Some even fell directly to the ground. However, the scene that Saron had imagined, where the opponent immediately fell to the ground and submitted upon the release of his dragon's might, did not occur. On the contrary, these guys were still glaring at him fiercely. Saron knew that although wyverns seemed to be close relatives of true dragons, their intelligence was actually very limited, much like that of magical beasts. You need real strength to conquer them. Saron pounced directly on the leader wyvern, and with his speed boosted by the wind attribute, he easily flew to the wyvern leader's side. Then he grabbed the other person's neck with one claw. The 11-meter-long body of the wyvern leader was no match for Saron's 23-meter-long body. Its wings flapped incessantly. The barbs on its tail were still stabbing towards Saron's body, trying to inject venom, but Saron's scale armor defense was simply beyond its ability to penetrate. Saron held him like a chick, letting the other man flap his wings and scratch with his claws. He slapped the wyvern leader across the face, but Saron didn't use his full strength. Otherwise, this guy wouldn't be able to withstand a slap from him. The wyverns also began to recover and attack Saron. These creatures have a simple attack method: biting, grappling, and attacking with the venomous barbs on their tails. Saron grabbed the wyvern leader by the neck and began to fly into the sky, ignoring the ticklish attacks from the other wyverns. He flew higher and higher, 4,000 meters, 6,000 meters, 10,000 meters. When we reached an altitude of about 15,000 meters, the gale force winds there had reached a terrifying level. Saron had wind elemental control, and his scale armor provided strong defense, so he was unharmed. But the wyvern leader was in trouble. It had never flown that high before. The surrounding gale made it almost impossible for it to open its eyes, and it also felt a sharp pain all over its body. Saron used his telepathic ability to communicate with the guy. "Submit to me, or die." The leader of the 2-legged wyverns, Saron, sensed the intermittent mental thoughts of not wanting the dragon. "Then let's see how strong your courage really is." Saron released the dragon's neck and grabbed the wyvern leader's wings with its claws, preventing it from spreading its wings and flying. They then folded their wings and began to freefall from the sky. During this process, their speed increased and they got closer and closer to the ground. The wyvern leader screamed in terror, but Saron showed no sign of stopping, getting closer and closer to the ground. 5,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 1,000 meters. With only 500 meters left, the wyvern leader could no longer hold on. "If you win, I will submit." "Very good." Saron immediately stopped and slowly came to a stop on the beach. For him, such a sudden stop was relatively easy. The wyverns around them gathered around when they saw this. The wyvern leader roared at the other wyverns. The wyvern leader then folded its wings and knelt down before Saron in submission. Immediately afterwards, all the wyverns lowered their heads and landed on the ground to submit to Saron. Saron was overjoyed to see these hundreds of wyverns. This was his air force. He looked at the 2-legged wyvern leader in front of him. "From this day forward, I am your master." He then channeled the distortions into the other's body, and under the watchful eyes of all the wyverns, the wyvern leader's body began to undergo drastic changes. The light red scales began to fall off, and at the same time, the muscles on the surface of the body began to become stronger. Its entire body began to grow larger, from the original 11 meters to 13 meters in length, and its body surface began to be covered with black scales. The wyvern leader was thrilled by the changes in itself, and it looked at Saron with fervor. Saron has just conquered it in the air and transformed it into this super bipedal dragon. This made it incredibly excited. Saron nodded. The change in the wyvern leader was within his expectations. "From today onwards, you shall be called Drogon," Saron said. "Shwagung," the wyvern leader repeated. It felt different starting today. Chapter 133 Dragon Turtle. After subduing the wyvern, Saron once again flew over the sea. According to Drogon, this is a shallow sea, so there are no special magical beasts here. There are only some common fish and marine life here, which usually hunt for food. If we really want to find those powerful marine creatures, we have to go to the deeper parts of the ocean. However, there were some places there that even the Wyvern King felt terrified. Sauron knew that the place must be home to many powerful magical beasts, or perhaps some dangerous places. Sauron asked the Wyvern King to take him to the outer sea. Soon, Sauron felt that he and the Wyvern King had flown tens of thousands of meters. Once you get to this place, you can hardly see any islands anymore. There is only an endless expanse of azure ocean. Suddenly, Sauron noticed a huge ship in the sea, which was about 150 meters long. It is undoubtedly a giant ship in this world. This must be a cargo ship. It's packed full of goods. The people above seem to have spotted Sauron and the Wyvern King as well, since Sauron and the others were only 700 or 800 meters from the sea surface. Captain, there seem to be 2 dragons in the sky. They've got their eyes on us. This was said in the captain's cabin. One of the crew members said with a solemn expression, "Activate the protective magic array and prepare the warriors and spellcasters on board." The captain calmly gave the order. Having spent years living and sailing on the ocean, their giant ship was no pushover. Even a dragon wouldn't be able to defeat them easily. The Wyvern King let out a roar. Sauron understood what this guy meant. His strength had just increased significantly, and he had become somewhat arrogant. They wanted to attack the giant ship. Don't rush. Sauron stopped it. He discovered something even more interesting, but he ignored the sight of the giant ship being slowly blocked by the cyan magic shield. I was just looking at the water beside the giant ship. The crew below breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the 2 dragons above did not launch an attack. It seems they are also quite wary of us, the captain reassured the group. In fact, he was already on high alert, even though the distance was quite far. But that dragon was already enormous. If it really launched an attack, things would get complicated. Fortunately, the other party did not. Just as he was thinking this, the entire ship suddenly shook violently. What happened? Everyone on the ship panicked, and some ordinary people fell onto the deck. Before anyone on the ship could react, the entire magical shield shattered. With a deep and heavy roar, the giant ship was smashed into a large chunk by an enormous monster, and countless cargo and crew members fell into the deep sea. Sauron could see it all clearly from the sky. The monster's enormous mouth was filled with sharp teeth, and it had 2 dragon horns on its head and blackish-blue scales on its body. Behind it was a huge tortoise shell covered in sharp spikes. The giant ship was attacked by one of the most terrifying creatures in the ocean, an enormous dragon turtle. The shell of this giant beast is over 80 meters long, and with its tail included, its body length is estimated to be over 100 meters. By size standards, it belongs to the supergiant dragon category. Even from this distance, the Wyvern King beside Sauron sounded uneasy. If Sauron hadn't been there, the Wyvern King would probably have already fled on instinct. At this point, the battle below was nearing its end, and in Sauron's view, it was a one-sided massacre. Under the attack of the dragon turtle's incredibly powerful jaws, the giant ship shattered in less than a second. Countless crew members and soldiers fell directly into the sea, some of whom were swallowed by the dragon turtle. A human tragedy unfolded on the sea, with ordinary people desperately clinging to broken planks and other debris. Even if the dragon turtles didn't attack them, they wouldn't be able to survive on this vast ocean. This guy seems to really enjoy doing this. Drogon, you stay here. I'm going to deal with this guy, Sauron said before flying down. As expected, this guy should be the high-level water attribute magical beast I'm looking for. Sauron's massive body crashed directly into the shell of the dragon turtle that was gnawing on the wreckage of the giant ship. He originally intended to hit the guy's head, but the guy's body was too big, and he shifted his position slightly. Suddenly, towering waves surged across the sea, accompanied by the dragon turtle's angry roar. The dragon turtle's enormous body was smashed into the deep sea by Sauron. Sauron also entered the deep sea. After all, he was a black dragon and was very skilled in naval warfare. Black dragon, why did you attack me? The dragon turtle asked angrily in the language of the dragon race. This creature is also a type of subdragon, so it can speak dragon language, but its lifespan is even longer than some true dragons. You submit to me, or I will kill you. Sauron stated his purpose bluntly. Impossible. The dragon turtle flatly rejected Sauron's request. It's important to know that while true dragons are powerful, the deep sea is their home turf, and with their massive size and sturdy defenses, very few creatures can challenge them. Then let's fight them to the death. Saron made his decision. He charged straight at the dragon turtle in the water. Although he was much smaller than the dragon turtle, his aura was much stronger. Countless fish in the deep sea avoided these two powerful creatures. Roar. The dragon turtle let out a deafening roar. Some fish in the sea that couldn't escape in time were killed by the shock. But Saron was unaffected. His teeth bit directly into the dragon turtle's forelimb. He tore off a huge piece of flesh, but this amount of flesh was insignificant compared to the dragon turtle's massive body. But this only enraged it further, and its massive claws swatted Saron away. A dazzling white light emanated from the dragon turtle's mouth, and a cone-shaped stream of steam was exhaled from its mouth towards Saron. Saron did not dodge. His steam breath still relied on high temperatures to kill the enemy. But the high temperature will only make him stronger. Saron used Void Walk again to teleport behind the opponent and grabbed the dragon turtle's shell with his claw. However, the tortoise shell was too thick. Even though Saron broke through the surface defenses, he still couldn't really hurt it. Through several attacks, Saron also discovered that the dragon turtle's enormous body endowed it with powerful vitality and immense strength. It also has high defense. Any other black dragon like it wouldn't be able to do anything to this guy. After all, it is more agile in the water than Saron, and its huge body can move around without being affected. But Saron has a way to kill him. He can grind him down to death. However, Saron's original intention was not to kill it, but to subdue it. Now that he had determined the opponent's strength, things became much easier. The Cycle of Despair. Chapter 134 The Dragon Turtle's Wealth. Under the uneasy gaze of the dragon turtle, it and Saron suddenly appeared in a gray, hazy space. At this moment, the dragon turtle keenly sensed that its body seemed to have weakened considerably, whether its strength or defense, etc. Moreover, it tried to push it in, but found that it could not break through the space at all. What kind of spatial magic is this that can restrict it like this? This space is the extra-dimensional space attached to the Cycle of Despair. Hey, your thing is huge. Saron and the dragon turtle nearly filled this small, extra-dimensional space. Saron stood atop the dragon turtle's enormous shell, with its large head positioned below it. The dragon turtle's enormous size made it impossible for it to use its full strength in this space. It is incredibly clumsy here, even though it is so comfortable in the water. It can't even turn around properly because the space is too small. It tried to stretch its neck and use its sharp jaws to bite Saron, but it couldn't reach him at all. He could only watch helplessly as Saron launched an attack on him. A powerful blue-white ray began to emerge from Saron's mouth, about to shoot towards the dragon turtle's head, etc. At the crucial moment, the dragon turtle spoke up. The blue-white rays grazed the dragon turtle's head, shaving off one of its dragon horns. This terrified it. What was this breath? It was similar to its own steam breath, but much hotter, and it also possessed the power of lightning. Isn't the black dragon only capable of spitting acid? You've submitted? Saron asked. I will submit to you if you agree to one condition, otherwise kill me. The dragon turtle's deep voice rang out. You have no right to negotiate, but we value you highly and are giving you this opportunity. So what are you to say? I hope you can defeat me head-on in terms of my strongest area, physical defense. Of course, you've already broken through my defense, so all that's left is strength, the dragon turtle said, recalling the terrifying breath he had just unleashed. What a cunning fellow. This dragon turtle is enormous. Although it is a subdragon, its power is certainly much greater than that of some true dragons. Judging from Saron's size and strength, he should be no match for it. All right, I'll grant your wish. Saron immediately canceled the Cycle of Despair and released the dragon turtle back into the ocean. The dragon turtle was immediately at home. Instead of running away, it stared at Saron, who then activated the overload mode of the atomic furnace. At the bottom of this dark ocean, his body shone brightly like a small sun. In this state, his power will be amplified fivefold. Originally, his power was already very strong because his physical body was too powerful. Even Saron himself doesn't know how powerful he is now. Bring it on. Saron charged straight at the dragon turtle. The dragon turtle, showing no sign of weakness, charged head-on towards Saron. They intend to determine the winner in this way. Rumble. At the very center of the collision, the seawater immediately boiled, as if it had been boiled. Countless splashes and ripples spread outwards, even triggering a massive tsunami. Once everything calmed down, Saron grabbed the dragon turtle by the tail and dragged it step by step to the surface. At this point, the dragon turtle's shell had huge cracks on its surface, and many of its spikes had broken off. His body was covered in wounds. It wearily opened its eyes and looked at Saron. You have won. I submit to you. From this day forward, I acknowledge you as my master. Very good. Saron was very satisfied with this subordinate. Before long, the dragon turtle led Saron to its cave, which was located at the bottom of the seabed. Upon entering the cave, Saron saw several mountains of gold and silver, countless pearls and corals, and an immense quantity of human weapons. Despite being prepared, Saron was still extremely surprised. It seemed this was all the accumulation of this guy over hundreds or thousands of years. Like dragons, dragon turtles love to collect treasures. They usually sink ships first, search for coins and treasures, then swallow the wreckage and regurgitate it when they return to their caves. This guy probably doesn't even know how many ships he's sunk over the years. The dragon turtle looked at its treasure with a mixture of reluctance and sadness. It represented all its accumulated wealth. Although it doesn't have the almost obsessive desire for treasure that a true dragon has, this is a treasure it has accumulated little by little. Oh well, it'll live a long time anyway. We can take it slow. Since you have offered me all your treasures, I will not be stingy. Saron directly condensed a twisted seed and merged it into the dragon turtle's body. The dragon turtle's body only began to react after a while. Its wounds began to heal in an absurd way. Even the broken dragon horns are growing back at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its size was gradually increasing, and its originally dark green skin and scales slowly turned black. Its face became even more ferocious, and the spikes on its back became even sharper and denser. Its claws and teeth also gradually grew longer. The dragon turtle suppressed its hunger and watched its body undergo tremendous changes. It was genuinely excited, considering that its size had already nearly reached the limit of the species. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it will likely remain that size for its entire life. However, the twisted seed that Saron bestowed upon it seems to have given it a lot of room for improvement. It feels it can grow even bigger. Lord Saron, I'm going to eat now. Go. I'm admiring the dragon turtle collection, Saron said casually. After the dragon turtle went outside, it looked at the surrounding schools of fish, opened its huge mouth, and inhaled forcefully. Instantly, countless small fish and shrimp from the seabed flowed into its mouth. Saron felt that the things the dragon turtle had collected were enough for him to hold 2 or even 3 grand feasts with plenty to spare. This guy is a real treasure turtle. He even considered staying there and digesting all the treasure. But then he shook his head, remembering that he still had some relatives and dependents. They can bring you more treasures, so you can't neglect one for the other, or it would be a huge loss. When all the treasures are gathered together, I will feast on them several times until that time comes. Hee. Saron's eyes were shining. Chapter 135, Giant Deep-Sea Squid. After a hearty meal, the dragon turtle's body seemed to have grown a few more inches. It had never felt so comfortable before. Looking at it this way, finding a master wouldn't be bad, although it would cost a lot of money. After stretching its body, the dragon turtle swam into its cave. At this moment, Saron was lying on its mountain of treasure, ready to enjoy itself to the fullest. What's your name? Saron asked. It feels weird to keep calling out dragon turtle, dragon turtle. Noah, the dragon turtle said. Noah? Goodness, this name seems to be something special. Tell me about what's going on around here. Saron had just found something else in the dragon turtle's treasure, the bones of some humanoid creatures. Master, I am one of the most powerful magical beasts in this area. The dragon turtle was interrupted by Saron before it could finish speaking. One of them? That means there are people even more powerful than you. There's a group of Sawa fishermen nearby. They worship a giant deep-sea squid. That giant deep-sea squid is about as strong as me. I can't kill it, but it can't kill me either. We fought several times and neither of us can gain the upper hand, said Dragon Turtle Noah. Giant deep-sea squid. Saron knew that this was also a rather powerful sea monster. One difference between sea monsters and land monsters is that they are generally much larger. Like the giant squid, this creature is somewhat similar to the giant squid that Saron knew in his previous life. But it's far more terrifying than the giant squid. Are you sure you can take down that giant deep-sea squid now? Saron asked. After all, this thing has been enhanced so much. If it still can't kill a giant deep-sea squid, then Saron will have to question its abilities. Noah the dragon turtle thought of his old rival and secretly made up his mind. Master, don't worry, I will definitely bring that guy's body back. After saying that, Noah the dragon turtle confidently left. Saron then began to monitor the battle situation in the kingdom of Selenia through the mind chain. The dark creatures here have gone berserk, and strangely enough, the legendary Archmage and legendary warrior of the Kingdom of Selenia have not made a single move. Saron was somewhat puzzled. The dark creatures had wreaked havoc on the country like this, yet they still hadn't come out. It seems that the Kingdom of Selenia is not as simple as I thought. At this time, in the royal palace of the capital of the Kingdom of Selenia, King Isaac, protected by a group of people, looked at the little black dragon in the huge cage in front of him. Emily listlessly looked at the humans outside the cage, saying nothing, but simply memorizing each of them. Your Majesty, dragons are hard to tame. This black dragon's will is too strong. No matter what we do, we cannot sway her, a court sorcerer said helplessly. Can't we just forcibly enslave her? The king asked directly. Your Majesty, powerful warriors or spellcasters in the kingdom could forcibly form a contract with this black dragon while it is young, but your Majesty's mental strength is somewhat insufficient. The spellcaster was practically pointing his finger at the king and saying, You're fucking weak. How could someone who's barely stronger than an ordinary person force an enslavement contract with a true dragon? Even an equal contract requires the other party's consent. Then let's continue. I must become her master myself and sign a soul contract with her, Isaac said firmly. This black dragon must be in his own hands. But your Majesty, the father of this young dragon is sending his retinue to attack our country. Hundreds of thousands have already lost their lives, and millions have been displaced. This price is far too high. Moreover, the black calamity has almost spread to the capital. Several ministers also advised. The black calamity is what humans call the dark creatures under the black dragon's command. The ministers thought Isaac was just being a busybody. Wouldn't it be better to let other, more powerful warriors become dragon knights? Why do I have to do it myself? I'm saying this one last time. I must sign a contract with her. Don't make me have to do it again. Also, issue bounty missions through the Mercenary Guild to recruit powerful mercenaries to fight against the black calamity. After Isaac finished speaking, he left. The ministers and spellcasters were left looking at each other in bewilderment. Isaac turned around and sneered. How could the lives of these ordinary commoners compare to his own? There are two main reasons why he insisted on signing a contract with this black dragon. One reason was the impact of the previous incident with the Vultan family, which made him realize the importance of strength. Another reason is that he discovered a kind of magic in the royal treasury. One way to share the lifespan of dragons is, but the dragons must not resist and must cooperate fully for it to be possible. As for the Kingdom of Selenia, as long as the legendary Archmage and the two legendary warriors in the royal family are still alive, all these lost lands will be reclaimed. The people of the Kingdom of Selenia, of course, were unaware that in the eyes of their king, the lives of commoners and even nobles were as worthless as mud. Noah the dragon turtle returned a day and a night later, his body covered in tiny wounds. One of his eyes even popped out, and the sharp spikes on his shell were much less. In particular, there was a shocking wound on his neck. He was still dragging the corpse of an enormous monster in his mouth. Saron then saw the giant deep-sea squid in its entirety. It was enormous. Its two main predatory arms are over 200 meters long. The remaining 8 tentacles were also a full 100 meters long, and the monster's tentacles were covered with terrifying suction cups that could rotate 360 degrees. Ordinary deep-sea monsters are no match for it. Only the dragon turtle Noah, with its thick hide, can fight it. At this point, there was a huge gap in the head of the giant deep-sea squid. It appears to have been killed by a single blow from the giant jaws of the dragon turtle. Master, this is that guy's corpse. Dragon turtle Noah exhaled countless bubbles. He hadn't expected this guy to be so difficult to deal with. He fought the giant deep-sea squid for a day and a night, and this time he was almost killed by it. If I hadn't been enhanced, I would most likely have lost based on my previous strength. Very good. Saron looked at the carcass of the giant deep-sea squid, which was several times his size, with a satisfied expression. This thing is clearly a powerful water attribute magical beast. It must have special talents. I'll have the dragon turtle cut off some flesh and bleed it, and then eat it along with the corpse of the deep-sea giant squid. That should give me some good water attribute talent. This is your reward. Saron exhaled a breath, severing one of the giant tentacles of the deep-sea squid, along with about a third of its carcass. Your injuries will definitely heal after you finish eating these. Chapter 136 Floating Island. Noah the dragon turtle glanced at Saron. This black dragon was quite generous. Although it's a reward for oneself with one's own possessions, it's still much better than a regular 5-color dragon. Other 5-color dragons would have simply let the dragon turtle Noah heal his injuries, and claim the entire corpse of the deep-sea giant squid for themselves. Master, I also discovered a spatial passage in the territory of the giant deep-sea squid this time. Noah the dragon turtle said, chewing on his tentacle. A spatial passage? Where does it lead? Saron asked curiously. It should be the water elemental plane, said Noah the dragon turtle. It's the water elemental plane. Saron felt like he had a better option. In the water elemental plane, aside from everything else, water giants are a rare find. Saron gained wind control after eating a giant air spirit last time. If you eat the water giant. As Saron was pondering, he saw a vision in his mind through the mind chains. Something seems to have happened in the kingdom of Selenia. Kol is a relatively prosperous city in the kingdom of Selenia. But now there are no living humans inside. Everywhere are green-skinned lizardmen with blood dripping from their mouths. This is already the fourth human city that the lizardman leader has conquered. It was still the same old massacre and looting. But this time they seem to be in trouble. The lizardman leader looked at the huge shadow in the sky with a grim expression. That was a huge floating island, about 200 meters in diameter. Some figures can be vaguely seen above. Those who can possess such floating islands are generally legendary human mages. This is troublesome. Lord Theodore, these dark creatures have gone too far. Almost all the residents of Quill have lost their lives. A young warrior in golden armor and a winged helmet said to a man wearing a golden mask at the head of the table. Such cruel creatures. Exterminate them all. The man in the golden mask was none other than the guardian of the kingdom of Selenia, a powerful and legendary archmage. But Lord Theodore, there are still many residents in the city below. These lizardmen seem to have anticipated our large-scale attack, so they intend to use these residents as hostages, another middle-aged man hurriedly said. He was one of the few officials in the kingdom of Selenia who came from a commoner background. There are at least 200,000 civilians in Colthalis. If such a powerful holy light magic were to be used, the dark creatures would indeed be wiped out, but Colthalis would also be razed to the ground. This is a necessary sacrifice to punish the darkness, Theodore said calmly. He rarely explained anything to anyone, but this official seemed to remind him of his younger self, so people were relatively more lenient with him. He has a way to use advanced magic to kill all the lizardmen without harming anyone else. However, this kind of magic requires very precious casting materials and is also time-consuming. He didn't want to use it at all. He would have killed far more dark creatures by now. In fact, most of these legendary figures no longer see themselves as ordinary people. After all, for them, who have a lifespan of several hundred years, the short few decades of humans are nothing. Some legendary mages can even live for several thousand years through certain special means. This makes them feel even more lonely, just like Theodore. All his relatives and friends had passed away peacefully, leaving only himself. He wouldn't have wanted to come out at all if it weren't for some reason. Then let me purify the darkness. Theodore waved his hand, and his body emitted a bright light. Holy light judgment. At the same time, a huge magic circle appeared beneath the entire floating island. A massive magic projectile, radiating endless light and heat, formed within the magic circle. Then it descended towards the city of Kol. At this moment, both the lizardmen and the human residents who were being coerced in the city felt an incomparably powerful aura. This power sent shivers down their spines. The lizardman leader had not expected that this legendary human mage would be so ruthless and decisive, intending to destroy the city. But it doesn't matter. He had already prepared a backup plan. It's just that all of these clansmen are probably gone. But in that instant, an incredibly powerful blue breath shattered the holy light orb into pieces. That's the true dragon, the lizardman leader exclaimed, looking at the enormous figure flying in from afar. Salon's wingspan of over 40 meters looked quite intimidating. He hovered at the same height as the floating island, his scarlet eyes staring at the people above. Such floating islands are not something that ordinary legendary mages can afford. Not to mention its production cost, the various magical maintenance steps alone make it far from simple. This thing is called a floating island, but it's actually a powerful aerial base. It contains not only various defensive magic arrays, but also offensive magic arrays, construct puppets, and all sorts of powerful things. The legendary mage of the kingdom of Del, Gust, was no match for this guy at all. Black Dragon, you've finally arrived. Theodore stood up from the floating island. His small figure seemed to conceal immense power. The moment he stood up, the surrounding elements all changed. Looks like you're very confident, Saron said, looking at the other party's fearless demeanor. This guy seems to have been waiting for me all along. To be honest, I was very confident before I met you. but now I'm a little unsure, Theodore said with a smile. However, I am completely different from that junior of Gust. All right, I can return the little black dragon that Isaac captured to you, but you must serve me for 100 years. Theodore offered his terms. In his view, 100 years is nothing for a true dragon, and he is confident that he can make this mature black dragon completely submit to him within 100 years. Theodore had no intention of contracting the little black dragon. After all, it was just a young dragon. It doesn't help me at all, and I have to spend resources, time and energy to cultivate it, but a strong, mature black dragon is a different story. If you can acquire it, the benefits it brings will be immense. That's why he ignored Isaac's request for help in contracting the little black dragon. That's because his goal from the beginning wasn't just a little black dragon. Hee. Saron stared in astonishment at the guy in front of him. He didn't know what the guy looked like, but his thoughts were certainly beautiful. I've only been in this world for less than a year, and you expect me to serve you for 100 years? Chapter 137, The Legendary Mage of Holy Light. Get lost, Saron said directly. Are you insulting me? Theodore thought he had misheard. He, a powerful legendary mage, had been insulted by a dragon with such vulgar language? Moreover, this is a real dragon. Even the most evil five-colored dragons wouldn't hurl such insults. They consider themselves elegant. I'm fucking cursing you. Pot. Saron sprayed a mouthful of acidic breath directly at him. Ripples appeared around the floating island, and Saron's acid breath, after being weakened layer by layer, ultimately failed to land on the island. But it doesn't matter. It was just a random attack he threw out to annoy the opponent. Theodore remained calm despite Saron's disdainful expression, believing he was long past the age of anger. But this black dragon in front of us is really going too far. Then I'll have to render you powerless to resist. Theodore's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Rainbow Spirit Holy Light Charge. As Theodore chanted his incantation, a thick, white beam of light shot towards Saron like lightning. Saron flapped his wings, intending to dodge the attack, since he didn't know how resistant he was to light magic. However, various magic crystal cannons and powerful enchanted crossbows on the floating island also attacked Saron. Theodore's floating island is itself a powerful war machine, an aerial fortress. These weapons are certainly powerful, but that's only when dealing with mobs. For Saron, his high health provides enough defense to withstand these damages. However, the power of that holy light magic seemed quite extraordinary. A white beam of light grazed past Saron's body. Saron noticed that his scales were slightly blackened, suggesting that this light magic didn't rely entirely on high temperatures to cause damage. There seems to be a strange element inside that can break down the magic within one's body. Is this what they call holy power? Saron knew that light magic users who reached the legendary level would more or less have some mystical tendencies. So it's not surprising that it's a bit unusual. Saron is thinking about what methods he can use to deliver a fatal blow to his opponent. Can you be faster than light? Theodore was not at all surprised that Saron was able to dodge. Magic with such a slow casting motion was not a conventional method. In the name of the god of light, bind the darkness, the shackles of light. Then several white chains radiating a powerful magical aura appeared behind Saron. These thick chains, as if alive, wrapped around Saron's limbs, wings, and head. Click click. Saron dodged 3 of them, but one of them wrapped around his left forepaw. Saron immediately felt a tingling sensation, somewhat similar to the feeling he had when he had cupping done by a girl in his previous life. One word, comfortable. Saron's face lit up with anticipation. Any more? Come on, that move really felt good. Kindness. Theodore looked at Saron with a puzzled expression. Even if it was only a small amount of the power of the shackles of light, Saron's limbs should at least be paralyzed. What's with that blissful look on his face? Blade of light. Salon watched as Theodore seemed to have transformed into a giant white light bulb, emitting endless white light, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly that if this were in his previous life, the entire county wouldn't need streetlights. When countless light blades, each over 2 meters long, rained down on Saron, Saron stopped his wild thoughts. Multiple firewalls. Wind barrier. Under Saron's dragon language magic, several enormous walls made entirely of flame appeared before him. Immediately afterwards, a transparent wind blade appeared in front of him. Saron believed that fire amplified the wind, so casting both fire and wind magic together would be more powerful. The light blade collided with the firewall and wind barrier, instantly creating countless ripples. Some of the light blades pierced directly through the walls of fire that Saron had set up, and then passed through the magical barrier. However, these light blades were already quite weak after being weakened several times, and when they landed on Saron, he felt that tingling sensation again. Holy Light Demon-Slaying Bullet. Boom. A massive beam of light shattered the wall of fire and struck Saron in the chest, exploding as it struck. Immediately, endless light and heat emanated from Saron as the center. This evil dragon is doomed. No one has ever survived the attack of the Holy Light Demon-Slaying Bullet. On the floating island, a warrior clad in heavy armor said to his companion. However, there was no joy in Theodore's eyes. Sure enough, after the magic dissipated, Saron's unharmed figure appeared in the same spot. His chest armor was somewhat broken, with faint traces of blood seeping out, but upon closer inspection, one could see that the broken scales were subtly healing. His high health value provides him with extremely powerful regenerative abilities. This light magic is indeed powerful, but its destructive power seems to mainly lie in the instantaneous burst of high temperature. The strange purifying power seems to be just a side effect. However, this magic was subtly countered by Saron, because with his atomic furnace, he was least afraid of high-temperature damage. Lord Theodore doesn't seem to have done much damage to him. Another warrior said to the heavily armored warrior from before. But you just said that no one can survive such an attack. I already said it's a human, but that's a dragon. They're different, the warrior said expressionlessly. Saron stared at the other man with his bloodshot eyes. If this is all you've got, then this legendary mage's reputation is seriously questionable. The opponent's magic was good, but Saron's principle was to despise the enemy strategically, but take them seriously tactically. Theodore didn't notice that Saron's figure was already very close to him. That would be ideal if the other party thought he had let his guard down. Theodore fell silent, realizing that he, an elegant and legendary mage, was no match for his opponent in a verbal battle. Moreover, the opponent was indeed somewhat strange. My light magic seemed unable to cause him the damage I had imagined. But it doesn't matter. He has already discovered the characteristics of this black dragon after the attack. Extremely high magic resistance, powerful physique, and surprisingly, as a black dragon, also proficient in fire magic. He already has a targeted approach. Just as Theodore was about to unleash his next spell, Saron let out a powerful dragon roar. Suddenly, all the mages on the floating island, including Theodore, felt their magical power becoming somewhat out of control. This sudden change is extremely fatal at such a time, as all magic is instantly interrupted. Saron's figure also disappeared from the spot. Meanwhile, Theodore, who was on the floating island, felt himself being enveloped by a huge figure. Chapter 138 Guardian of the Holy Spirit. Saron looked at Theodore at his lips and grinned menacingly before opening his mouth and biting down. He had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. But the surrounding area was already in an uproar. Protect Lord Theodore. What's going on? How could this evil dragon possibly break through the magic array's defenses? Aurora Shield. Instantly, countless flames enveloped Theodore. At the same time, Saron's teeth clenched down, and for a moment, light shone brightly. The so-called Aurora Shield shattered directly under the armor-piercing effect of Saron's teeth. Sky Spirits, Light of Light, protect your people from the threat of evil. Spread your shining wings and block all evil in the world. Guardians of the Holy Light. Theodore chanted rapidly. Saron, however, was thrown into the air by an unknown force. He quickly regained his footing in midair and stared down at Theodore. A gigantic angelic figure radiating holy light appeared behind Theodore. The enormous wings protected Theodore like a shield. Its face was blurry and indistinct, making it impossible to tell whether it was male or female. Its eyes emitted a golden light, and it held a huge two-handed sword in its hand. It's an angel. Could this be a real angel? Angels really exist. Both on the floating island and on the ground, chaos erupted. Angels have never appeared openly and honestly in the material world. Most of the people here are seeing such powerful biological images for the first time. Its sacred and enormous body gives people an extremely strong visual impact. Even Saron felt that this guy's entrance was much more impressive than his. Saron looked at the angelic phantom with some strangeness, feeling that the creature seemed to be conscious and was looking at him. Since that's the case, then let me show you the true power of the Judgment Angel. It's your honor to die under the power of the divine servant's projection. Theodore waved his hands, and the huge angel figure behind him made a corresponding movement. The enormous two-handed greatsword slashed down at Saron, its white surface covered in the glow of holy power. Space itself seemed to be distorted. Saron felt a sense of oppression emanating from the surrounding air, and a voice inside him told him something. There was no way to dodge this attack. The only option was to take it. But Saron banished the thought from his mind. He was joking. Of course he'd be afraid of this thing. Just to be on the safe side, let's hide for a bit. Saron's figure began to blur, and then vanished from the spot in an instant. Then Sarona's enormous figure appeared 100 meters away from where he had been standing. But the strange humanoid angel, like a leech clinging to a bone, reappeared before Saron, wielding a great sword. Is this some kind of lock-on attack magic or something? Haha, the ultimate judgment can't be evaded by mere spatial magic, Black Dragon. You certainly have a lot of tricks up your sleeve, which is beyond my expectations. But under an attack of this intensity, your chances of surviving are extremely slim. Theodore's voice came from within the humanoid angel. He spent a lot of effort and resources to successfully utilize the guardian spirit. No one understood the power of the guardian spirit better than him, which is why he was still confident he could defeat Saron, even though Saron had displayed strength far exceeding that of an ordinary black dragon. Saron looked up at the giant humanoid angel above. Since he couldn't avoid it, he might as well not. Who was afraid of who? The atomic furnace within his body began to operate at high speed, golden light flowing across his body surface. Then he activated his fiery body, covering his entire body with red flames, like a burning golden dragon. Come on, you scum! Saron flapped his wings and cast wind walk on himself to make him even faster. The dragon claws became as red-hot as branding irons, radiating an astonishing temperature. Bang! A deafening roar resounded. Sarona's dragon claws, which looked much smaller than the greatsword, steadily caught the opponent's attack. He actually caught it? Theodore was also very shocked. After all, there has never been a case of directly taking a beam of light from a guardian spirit. Haha, you underestimate a true dragon. Saron glared menacingly at Theodore. He raised his claws upwards, and several clear dragon claw marks appeared on the huge two-handed sword, but they were quickly repaired by the holy light. This power was indeed exceptionally strong. The holy power contained within that damned flame was constantly consuming the original magic power within Saron's body. Holy light domain. White ripples began to appear around the giant humanoid angel's body, covering all the space within a kilometer radius. And the angel's face slowly began to become clearer. Saron sensed that the surrounding space had indeed undergone some very peculiar change. It seems that the ability to walk through the void is no longer usable, because the surrounding area is filled with this holy power, which suppresses the original spatial nodes. It created an effect even more terrifying than anti-flight magic. So you're just a container, a humanoid vessel to hold this thing. By the standards of a true human legend, you're probably not much better than that piece of trash, Gust. Saron looked at the humanoid angel in front of him, and said that the angel's surface was now covered with a layer of glowing silver-white armor, and its size was slightly smaller than before. However, its power and influence have not diminished, but rather increased. This was originally part of my power. Theodore ignored Saron's sarcasm. Wasn't the power of the guardian spirit also his? Saron looked at the guardian spirit before him, and instantly unleashed a blue-white breath attack on Theodore. Stop him! Theodore sensed an extremely strong sense of danger. The guardian spirit blocked the attack with its great sword, but this breath was Saron's all-out attack, and the greatsword couldn't withstand it at all, being directly interrupted by Saron's breath. Theodore had no idea what was happening. A thick, blue-white beam of light grazed past his body. Theodore's high-level legendary armor shattered first, and half of his body was instantly bitten off, as if by some monster. Then, the blue and white beam of light, like divine punishment, pierced through the protective barrier of the floating island behind it. The entire floating island was pierced directly by a huge beam of light, and some people inside were vaporized by the high temperature before they even had a chance to scream. The balance of the magic array on the floating island was instantly broken, and the entire island plummeted to the ground like a plane crash, billowing black smoke. Some of the more skilled warriors and spellcasters have already left the floating island using their own methods. However, it was difficult for others to escape, and the explosion of the puppet arrays on the floating island also caused great damage. Everyone in the city, whether lizardmen or surviving humans, stared in stunned disbelief at the scene that resembled a natural disaster. This is Lord Saron's power. The lizardman leader was trembling with excitement. Chapter 139, Killing Theodore. The golden light on Saron's chest continued to flash. He could unleash several more atomic breaths of that magnitude. Kill him. Theodore watched as his floating island crashed to the ground, causing an explosion, and his half-body disappeared. This is all his hard work. Previously, whenever this floating island went to a new place, the ignorant people on the ground would worship it as if they were seeing a god. And they would offer him beautiful virgins, but he hadn't had a chance to enjoy the ones that had just been offered. The most serious thing is that now God has fallen. He no longer wanted to subdue this damn guy. Meanwhile, the guardian spirit opposite seemed to be provoked by something as it looked at Theodore's disheveled half-body. A golden greatsword appeared in each of its hands. He vanished from his spot in an instant, and when he reappeared, the greatsword had already struck Saron's back. Saron used his dragon claws to knock the opponent's two-handed greatsword away once more. He looked down and saw some dragon blood seeping out from the dragon claw's fiery body. Is this my blood? It's been so long. For some reason, Saron felt very calm. In his past life, he would have been upset for a long time even if he had just cut his finger, but now he felt, that feels good. The cycle of despair. Saron directly unleashed the cycle of despair upon the guardian spirit before him. Under Theodore's watchful gaze, the enormous black dragon and his guardian spirit vanished. What happened? Theodore flew to the place where the guardian spirit had disappeared and kept using detection magic to try to find any trace of the guardian spirit. However, the information transmitted by the detection technique indicated that there were no fluctuations of spatial teleportation here at all. Moreover, he had just been within the holy light domain, so even powerful spatial magic wouldn't have failed to detect him immediately. What's more, it disappeared right under his nose. Theodore felt that his spiritual connection with the guardian spirit had almost disappeared. There are only two explanations for this situation. Either the guardian spirit is about to disappear, or the guardian spirit is extremely far away from him, possibly spanning several worlds. However, no matter what, the guardian spirit cannot be too far away from him, because this projection exists in the material world through him as a medium. If one goes too far away, the guardian spirit will be rejected by the world. Meanwhile, in the gray cycle of reincarnation, Saron looked at the guardian spirit before him. This guy has been acting strangely ever since he came in. He seems unusually uncomfortable. Its originally enormous size could no longer be maintained, and it slowly descended to a height of less than 10 meters. My body is becoming increasingly blurry. Is this because you've already managed to get overpowered without me even lifting a finger? Saron asked curiously. The dimensional reincarnation space does have some influence, but the influence shouldn't be that great, right? Unexpectedly, the guardian spirit suddenly raised its head and looked at Saron. It actually spoke. Heretics. Radiant paradise. Instantly, the entire guardian spirit transformed into a massive white sword radiating immense power. Then, endless light filled the entire dimensional cycle space. Click. The greatsword severed Saron's two dragon horns and cut into his neck, penetrating about 1/5 of the way down. Damn, that hurts. The feeling of having his dragon horns cut off was like someone pounding on his bones, but this level of attack was already the opponent's last resort. Saron shook his head. Just after the opponent finished their slash, a white, heart-shaped object, about the size of a human hand, fell into the dimensional reincarnation space. Saron paid no attention to the wound on his neck. With his high health, his regenerative abilities far surpassed those of ordinary dragons. These wounds heal quickly, but the loss of magic power is much harder to recover from, not to mention the overload state of the atomic furnace. Forget it. At worst I'll just go out and kill some humans to recover. Saron placed the small white crystal in his palm. This thing should be edible, right? The holy power of that guardian spirit was unlike anything humans in the material world should possess. It was a very strange thing. A more advanced power. And that guy actually called him a heretic? What is heresy, and why is it not recorded in the inherited memories? Meanwhile, Theodore was still outside, and he was no longer the composed and elegant man he had been just moments before. He could live without the floating island, and he didn't care if he was seriously injured, but protecting the Holy Spirit was his foundation. Without his guardian spirit, he would be just an ordinary human legend, perhaps even one of the weaker ones among all human legends. Suddenly, Theodore coughed up blood, and the spiritual connection between his mind and the guardian spirit was completely severed. He knew all too well what this meant. That's impossible. That's the power of a divine servant. Anything is possible. Saron appeared beside Theodore. He looked to be in good condition, though the wound on his neck had not fully healed and his horns were growing back. What exactly did you do? You already guessed it. Saron's chest began to turn red, a sign that he was about to unleash his breath. I've lost, kill me now. Theodore stretched out his only hand and looked at Saron with an air of righteous indignation. As Salon watched him, his chest slowly returned to normal. Theodore felt a glimmer of hope. It seemed the black dragon was still reluctant to kill him, a legendary mage. After all, the temptation to enslave a legendary human mage is considerable. Saron flew to Theodore and bit him, instantly splitting Theodore in two. You? Theodore looked at Saron. Didn't we agree not to kill him? You're very brave, I'll grant your wish. Saron began searching for the other person's storage magic device. It was time to open the blind box. Theodore died instantly from a sudden loss of breath, while Saron felt the regenerative power emanating from the carnivore. The dragon horns grew back quickly, and the wound on its neck began to heal. Saron then put Theodore's upper body into Theodore's own magical artifact, intending to sort out some of his belongings later. This is part of the ingredients. The armor and such are quite good. Chapter 140 Astonishing Changes. Saron spread his wings and flew to the top of the city wall, roaring to the sky. The surviving humans in the city all hid, some even kneeling down, completely unable to look at Saron's figure. Saron was deeply moved by the scene before him. These humans seemed like ants to him. He had once been one of the ants, but now he was grateful to have been reborn as a dragon instead of an ant. What's your name again? Saron snapped out of his thoughts and looked at the kneeling lizardman leader in front of him. Saron hadn't really paid much attention to this lizardman leader last time, because the lizardmen were much weaker than the goblins or bear goblins. Red, the lizardman leader shouted, knowing his chance had come. Red, I am giving you an order. Bring everything from that floating island in the distance back to my lair, along with all the treasures in this city. Yes, your majesty the great dragon. The lizardman leader and the surrounding lizardmen were very excited. They finally gained recognition. Very good. Go and tell the other leaders that a batch of wyverns will be coming to support them later. After thinking for a moment, Saron decided to let the wyvern race join the battle as well, because the Air Force was undoubtedly very powerful in this era. The Kingdom of Del already had an incredibly arrogant knightly order composed of dozens of griffins. However, they were unlucky. When faced with a powerful dragon like Saron, no number of griffins were no different from sparrows. Saron took flight and circled the entire city. Looking at the devastated city, Saron felt no emotion whatsoever. He was merely curious about the architectural style of the people in this world. It looked somewhat Western in style, and there were some dirty people trembling with fear on the street. A human girl of 7 or 8 years old peeked out from her mother's arms and looked up at Saron in the sky. Her mother quickly pressed it back down. Saron flew around once and then left. He needed to prepare for the grand feast. Chief, what should we do with these humans? A lizardman looked cruelly at the remaining humans. Never mind these guys. The treasures in the city have all been collected. The most important thing now is to complete Lord Saron's mission. The lizardman leader, Red, waved his paw impatiently. They led the way to the location where the floating island had crashed. Didn't you hear what Master just said? We have a new familiar, a powerful wyvern. If we don't work harder, how can we survive under such a powerful dragon? The lizardman leader explained as they walked. The clear-headed lizardman suddenly realized that the leader's consideration was indeed thorough. The surviving residents of Quill City wore expressions of relief as they watched the monsters leave. Damn it! I told you that this damned king is unreliable. I heard that he's the one who kidnapped the Black Dragon's child, which caused all of this. Yes, I know that too. That damned king even killed the great Lord Theodore. My family is a prominent noble family in the capital. This time, we will make Isaac pay the price. Yes, we should hand him over to Black Dragon and make him apologize. The surviving nobles are plotting how to kill their king, since they believe that the cause of all this is King Isaac's desire to become a dragon knight. Offending the king is not good, but offending the Black Dragon is even worse. After all, it's not so simple for a king to execute a high-ranking nobleman, since the king was put on the throne by the nobles themselves. But in the face of the Black Dragon's black calamity, there is no distinction between commoners and nobles. Under the attack of Salon's retinue, the army of the Kingdom of Selenia suffered repeated defeats. After all, this large-scale attack by dark creatures is not the small-scale skirmishes of the past. During this process, many dark creatures who came to Saron were also sent to the battlefield by him. The Kingdom of Selenia was filled with anger and fear because of the death of the legendary Archmage Theodore. After all, he was the kingdom's most powerful Archmage. The kingdom's other 2 legendary warriors even turned into cowards. As if to save face, the two legendary mages personally killed some dark creatures and then disappeared, claiming they were injured. Just kidding. The two of them combined probably couldn't beat Theodore's guardian spirit. After all, that thing was too abnormal, and the black dragon killed the opponent almost without taking any damage. So why would they go and slay the dragon? It's more like they'll be slaughtered by a dragon, and this is all the result of the king's willful actions. Let the king handle it himself. It's just some cursing, it'll pass quickly. The other kingdoms that were originally eager to make a move also fell silent. After all, the task of slaying the evil dragon requires a leader. Without a leader, how can everyone reap the benefits from behind? Should I go myself? Stop joking. The kingdom of Selenia was thus nearly driven to the brink of destruction. Under the attack of the dark creatures, some human army generals even abandoned the defense of the city. However, some mercenaries, under the call of those with good intentions, began to fight against Sauron's army. A few days later, in Sauron's dragon lair, Sauron looked at the mountain of goods in front of him and the tribal leaders such as Shadar kneeling below him, feeling very satisfied. You all did a fantastic job this time. The half-dragon Tursoon, along with the lizardman leader, Shadar, the kobold Dug, and the goblin and bear goblin leaders, all demonstrated their strength in this battle. Sauron then separated some of the twisted seeds and directly merged them into the body of the half-dragon Tursoon. Roar, roar, roar. Tursoon let out a terrifying dragon roar. He knelt down and kept pounding his chest with his claws, his body swelling up like an inflating balloon. The armor on its body was shattered, and the original red scales on its body slowly fell off. Then, larger and stronger black scales began to grow. The half-dragon Tursoon's back burst open, and a pair of black dragon wings slowly grew out. Spikes also sprouted from his joints, forming natural armor. The changes finally stopped after a few minutes. By this time, Tursoon was over 5 meters tall, with a ferocious appearance and a pair of dragon wings behind him. Tursoon suppressed the urge within him to devour everything. He pulled the dragon wings behind him to his front. Thank you, master. Tursoon immediately knelt down. He understood that all of this was thanks to Sauron's gift. This unprecedented power filled him with immense gratitude towards Sauron. From that moment on, Tursoon decided that even if the sky were to fall, he would follow the true dragon before him. The other tribal leaders present were in an uproar, shocked by the drastic change in the half-dragon. Is this the legendary Dragon Vein warrior modification? Shadar and Dug were also shocked. After all, they had also undergone the Twisted Seed, but their transformation was far from comparable to that of the half-dragon before them. Chapter 141 Reactions from All Parties. Talon was also pleasantly surprised. He had anticipated that Tursoon would change a lot, but he hadn't expected it to be this big. This guy no longer looks like a half-dragon, but like a real dragon. Seeing the expectant expressions on the faces of the other tribal leaders, Sauron said, "This is a transformative magic that will unleash your potential." Sauron, anticipating the expectations of the other leaders, also bestowed the Twisted Seed upon the goblin leaders, the bear goblin leaders, and the lizardmen leaders. However, their changes were far less significant than those of the half-dragon Tursoon. However, their strength has more than doubled compared to before. As for the tribal leaders, including Shadar and Dug, who had already received the Twisted Seed, Sauron rewarded them with some equipment they had previously obtained from Gust. Dug is a greatsword, a weapon that comes very close to being a legendary item. Shadar, on the other hand, is a giant axe and a glove of greed. These are relatively good pieces of equipment that Gust has. Sauron had already tried these pieces of equipment last time, and they didn't have any special traits. He wasn't a collector, so he gave the prize to his family. Hannah, meanwhile, stared with gleaming eyes at the mountain of gold coins and the weapons and equipment. Sauron is so wasteful. He should keep such good equipment for himself. Why give it to these guys as a reward? However, this is Sauron's own property, and she has no right to comment on it. At this moment, Hannah looked at Sauron and fell into deep thought again, feeling that her brain must have broken down. Lord Sauron, the humanoid Geraint and Argenta siblings also came in. Argenta seems even more beautiful. Sauron was in a good mood. He looked at Argenta and said. Upon hearing this, Geraint instinctively stepped in front of his sister to protect her. Lord Sauron, Argenta is not yet of age. I know, this time you will all go on the expedition with the army. Sauron said. But, Geraint wanted to say something, but seeing Sauron's scarlet eyes, he remained silent. Compared to unrelated humans, his younger sister was more important. What if Saron did something he shouldn't have while he was away? A few days later, Sophia also arrived at Saron's lair. At this time, the Queen Del was lying on Saron's chest, who had transformed into a dragon human form. Her snow-white skin was dazzling, and she still carried the afterglow of passion. Lord Salon, the kingdom of Selenia seems to want to sue for peace, Sophia said tentatively. They don't even have the basic sincerity to seek peace. Do these humans think I'm doing charity? Saron felt quite satisfied as he used his claws to feel Sophia's heartbeat. This is the dragon's life I should have. Thinking of the miserable state of those humans today, Saron couldn't help but sigh once again that it was better to be a dragon. The fact that the kingdom of Selenia has not released Emily yet shows that they were not severely damaged. Lord Saron, it's fine if you don't want to deal with them, Sophia said with a charming smile. She was quite proud of how much Salon was infatuated with her body, which proved that her charm was very powerful. After all, this is a true dragon capable of easily destroying a country, but at least for now, her relationship with him is the closest. She didn't care about the kingdom of Selenia at all. In fact, she took the opportunity to acquire a lot of land and civilians from the kingdom of Selenia during this period. These are far more valuable to a kingdom than readily available wealth. This also gave Sophia an ambition. She hoped that Saron would wipe out all the resistance forces in the entire kingdom of Selenia. The dark creatures will only raid once. But if I take the opportunity to incorporate the territory of the kingdom of Selenia into my own kingdom, how much would the territory of the kingdom of Del expand in this way? Thinking of this, Sophia became excited and sat up abruptly. Lord Saron. Saron could tell what Sophia was thinking just by looking at her, so he pounced on her. For a moment, the air was filled with the scent of spring. Before long, Sophia begged for mercy, while Saron comfortably stepped down from his throne and reverted to his dragon form. Just kidding. I'm a real dragon. I could take on 100 more of them. This Sophia is really bad at this and loves to play around. After giving instructions to the leaders of the other tribes, Saron took to the sky. Saron did not return to his lair. His destination was Fiery Rung Bay. After giving the Wyvern King the order to cooperate with the other tribal leaders in the attack, Saron went directly to the Sea Turtle's cave in Fire Dragon Bay, the entrance to an underwater cave. The dragon turtle retracted its entire body and blocked the entrance to the cave with its huge shell, making it almost invisible unless you looked closely. Upon sensing Saron's arrival, the dragon turtle poked its limbs, tail, and head out of its shell. Saron felt that this guy had grown quite a bit since the last time. It seems like a real, damn mutation. Master. The dragon turtle moved its body away. From now until I come out, you must stay here, Saron commanded. Understood, Master. The dragon turtle yawned. Saron entered the cave and found that there were more gold coins and goods around. Looking at the shipwreck beside him, Saron realized that the dragon turtle had just robbed another unfortunate ship. This guy is quite something. It's really not easy for human powerhouses in the deep sea to deal with him. That's probably why he's been able to live to this day. But none of that mattered. Saron grabbed a handful of gold coins and watched them slip through his claws. These treasures will soon become one with him. Because the feast is almost here. Saron spat out a white, luminous object from his mouth, which was the very thing left behind after the guardian spirit disappeared. He felt that this thing might be the most important, far more powerful than any of those other random things like Theodore. After silently adjusting and waiting for a day, Saron watched as the cool down of feast finally ended. Then let's begin. A familiar feeling of hunger returned, and Saron was right. That thing did indeed smell incredibly delicious. Saron swallowed it without hesitation. Just after Saron devoured the core, a glowing humanoid opened its golden eyes in a white world. One of my clones was completely wiped out. Even the core is gone. It's important to understand that the core contains all the power of the projected clone. Any human mage who obtains it will undoubtedly try to develop it. The allure of such power is irresistible. But now that all his clones are destroyed, he has no idea what happened across different dimensions. He only knows the last known location where the clones disappeared. After all, he was just a divine servant, not a god. Chapter 142, Isaac's reaction. Only after devouring most of the dragon turtle's treasure did they satisfy the needs of this feast. Saron realized he had been too optimistic. The dragon turtle's treasure might be gone after another feast. Even with the carcass of that giant deep-sea squid, we're still not rich. It seems we must plunder more. There appear to be many powerful creatures in the deep sea. After all, the biggest difference between marine and land-based magical beasts is their large size. Their larger size naturally brings advantages. Higher health, greater strength, and the deep sea is their home turf. They're too hard to kill. Saron felt he was a born plunderer. The other dragons were merely treasure hunters, while he... No, I don't know if the world can withstand this if we keep eating like this. Whatever. Anyway, the feast can't be stopped, and I can't starve myself. What the world does is none of my business. It's not something I should worry about. Saron soon fell into a deep sleep. Although it was underwater, for a swamp dragon like the black dragon, it was not much different from being on land. At this point, the king of Selenia was in a state of panic, and King Isaac was seething with hatred. How much benefit has he given to these nobles since he came to power? They had already distributed a considerable amount of the common people's wealth to them, but when faced with the black dragon, they all chose to retreat. They even demanded that he abdicate and personally go to the black dragon's lair to apologize. Damn it. If he actually went to the black dragon's lair, he probably wouldn't even see the black dragon before being torn to pieces and eaten by those dark creatures. This is not the dignified way a king should die. After all, that black dragon has a history of killing human kings. At that moment, an incredibly burly warrior in silver armor walked in. He knelt on one knee and said, "Your Majesty, the 7 noble families have refused to send their armies to fight the Black Calamity. They say what?" Seeing his subordinate's hesitant expression, Isaac asked impatiently. They said the war was caused by the king's own selfish motives, so His Majesty must have a way to deal with it. They decided to provide some financial support. His subordinates' voices grew softer and softer. In fact, this was what he had said after careful consideration. The words spoken by the nobles were far more unpleasant. The king has his own elite army, but even that can't withstand such losses. These kingdom nobles all secretly maintained a considerable number of private guards. Some private guards are quite powerful, with many high-ranking warriors and spellcasters. These were Isaac's goals, but the nobles refused to part with a single penny. But there was no way around it. The nobles were already intricately connected with every aspect of the kingdom. If we deal with them, the entire kingdom will be thrown into turmoil, and Selenia will collapse on its own without the black dragon even needing to come. I understand. How's the other thing I asked you to do going? Isaac asked, seemingly not angry at all. Those mercenaries are really fools. We gave some money to some leaders of the mercenary guild, got them to say things against evil, and with the cooperation of the soldiers hidden in the crowd, they went to their deaths with a surge of fervor. The subordinate got more and more excited as he spoke, but he was startled when he saw Isaac's expressionless face and hurriedly added, "They are true warriors, our heroes." "No, you're right, they're idiots." Isaac interrupted. "They're just a bunch of fools chasing fame and fortune. It's an honor for them to buy themselves some time. If that little black dragon doesn't give in, then we'll have to think of another way." Isaac pondered various solutions. Meanwhile, Saron's men were celebrating wildly within the kingdom of Selenia. Especially the leaders. The half-dragon, Tursoon, grabbed the 2 human spellcasters with his enormous claws and squeezed them hard. They were instantly scattered everywhere like bursting tomato sauce. Tursoon licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with cruelty. The twisted seed seemed to have suppressed the human bloodline within him too much. The savagery inherent in dragons erupted completely. He himself doesn't even know how many he's killed. Then, with a flap of its wings, it jumped directly down from the city wall. His dragon wings can no longer fly normally, only glide, but this gives Tursoon endless motivation. He also harbored ambitions to become a true dragon. Lord Tursoon, the human aerial knights have arrived. A half-dragon looked at Tursoon with envy. After all, although half-dragons live 2 or 3 times longer than normal humans, they are still not as long as dragons, and their lifespan is not high. However, Tursoon's strength was undeniable, and the other half-dragons were also very excited. After all, becoming stronger is a biological instinct. "Don't worry, those guys will be dealt with by the Wyvern King and its minions," Tursoon said. "And our mission is to collect treasures for Lord Saron at all costs." Meanwhile, about 30 kilometers away in the Sky Knights of the Kingdom of Selenia were on their way. They primarily ride on 2 types of creatures, griffins and eagles. The griffin is a strange creature, also known as the harpy or horse vulture, which is the offspring of a griffin and a mare. Its head, wings, and forelegs resemble those of a griffin, while its hindquarters resemble those of a horse, suggesting that this creature also possesses considerable fighting power on the ground. This aerial knight order has approximately 600 knights in total. This is already a formidable force, They have been virtually invincible in past battles. But at this moment, every knight felt heavy-hearted, because those dark creatures were not easy to deal with. And what if they kill too many and that powerful black dragon appears? Don't worry, everyone. Our mission is just to drop these alchemical bombs. None of those dark creatures can fly. The knight's commander encouraged the troops. The other soldiers also felt hopeful. If that were all, the mission's danger level seemed average. At this moment, in the center of a huge city, the city's spellcasters and powerful warriors have all gathered here. The surrounding area was filled with terrified civilians, each with their families, staring at the soldiers. I hope to feel some sense of security. Lord, the Sky Knights have arrived as reinforcements. They are carrying a large number of alchemical bombs, which will surely help us win. A spellcaster with a face covered in soot said to the lord beside him. Alchemy bomb. The city lord felt a headache coming on just thinking about those fearless dark creatures. Fighting these guys is much more difficult than fighting other countries' armies or monsters. Because the dark creatures combine the strengths of humans and the strengths of monsters. Their individual strength far surpasses that of ordinary human soldiers, but their discipline and obedience are even stronger. Chapter 143 Son of Death. They're here. The Sky Knights are here. Several spellcasters suddenly exclaimed excitedly. Everyone looked up at the griffins and eagles in the sky. The city lord breathed a sigh of relief, but at that moment a startling roar reached everyone's ears. A gigantic two-legged wyvern, leading a horde of two-legged wyverns, flew in from afar like a dark cloud. What is that? It's a flock of wyverns. My God, that's a wyvern in front of us. How can it be so big? The two-legged flying dragon king was over 14 meters long at this time. Its entire body is incredibly strong. If you don't look closely, you might mistake it for a black dragon. The mounts of the Sky Knights began to neigh uneasily. Without wasting words, the Wyvern King charged headlong into the massive knightly order. Prepare to meet the enemy. The commander of the Sky Knights took out a giant spear that was over 3 meters long, and his body shone with the light of battle aura. This was a weapon specially made for them, the Sky Knights. Roar, roar, roar. However, the two sides were too close. The Wyvern King swooped down and flew directly into the flock of griffins, grabbing one of them with its huge claws. He tore it apart along with the knight above. The griffin was torn into 2 pieces of flesh and blood, which the Wyvern King swallowed whole, and the knights on it were not spared either. At the same time, the swarm of wyverns collided with the aerial knights. However, the wyverns clearly had a huge advantage. They had scales and venomous stingers on their tails. Larger and stronger than griffins, they also have far superior defenses, giving them a significant advantage in the air. Therefore, griffins, eagles, and human corpses kept falling from the sky. If the Sky Knights weren't all elite warriors, all the griffins and eagles would have been wiped out in the instant of close combat. The leader of the Sky Knights rode a magnificent griffin. He charged at the two-legged dragon king, Zhuagung, carrying his spear. Monster scum, come on! Roar, roar, roar. Drogon, the Wyvern King, is quite intelligent, and he has become even smarter since being modified by the Twisted Seed. Therefore, it was very angry at the provocation from the humans in front of it. It casually swallowed a human corpse and threw the griffin's carcass down. Zhuagung also went to meet him head-on. The humans below also watched this epic aerial battle. The city lord's face turned grim, because it seemed that only 1 or 2 bipedal dragons had fallen from the sky. However, dozens or even hundreds of griffins and eagles have already been killed. Although some knights detonated their alchemical bombs before dying, wyverns are not foolish magical beasts. Aside from the 2 unlucky wyverns that were blown up at the beginning, the other wyverns became much more cautious. Moreover, there are more than 300 wyverns, although fewer than griffins and eagles. But their combat power is too strong. Damn it, I didn't expect that black dragon to have a whole group of wyvern retinues. Retreat immediately, the city lord decisively ordered. But those dark creatures have already surrounded us, a spellcaster said, his face pale. Go through the secret passage and don't tell the civilians we're leaving. The battle in the sky gradually subsided, and many wyverns landed on the ground to feast on the corpses. Meanwhile, the Wyvern King had successfully injected its venom into the griffin under the command of the Sky Knights commander. The commander of the Sky Knights gave a wry smile, then detonated the alchemical bomb on the griffin. Rumble. With a deafening explosion, the Royal Sky Knights, renowned throughout the kingdom of Selenia and many surrounding kingdoms, were completely annihilated. Saron awoke from his slumber in the pitch-black dragon turtle's lair. His 26-meter frame made him appear incredibly imposing. He moved his body a little to adjust to his increased size. Then he looked at the panel. Saron, health 610. Feast levels, 17. Feast cooldown, 10 days. Talent 1, Carnivore. Talent 2, Earth Magic Elemental Affinity. Talent 3, Fire Magic Elemental Affinity. Talent 4, Armor Penetration. Your claws and teeth will deal more damage to enemies and inflict severe wounds. Talent 5, Wild Scream. Talent 6, Atomic Furnace. Talent 7, Vibration Perception. Talent 8, Telepathy. Talent 9, Lightning Breath. Talent 10, Mind Chains. Talent 11, Twisted Seed. Talent 12, Void Walk. Talent 13, Flame Body. Talent 14, Wind Elemental Control. Talent 15, Reincarnation's Desperate Situation. Talent 16, Child of Death. You can mark an enemy and kill them in the realm of reincarnation to permanently enslave their soul. However, be careful, as enslaving too many souls may attract the attention of certain beings. Son of Death. This talent must be used in conjunction with the Cycle of Despair, which should be provided by the Holy Spirit. But why is it necessary to kill the enemy in that alternate dimension of the Cycle of Despair? Moreover, if you collect too much, you will be discovered by some kind of being. Could it be a god of this world? Saron began to think carefully. Saron's need for water-based control doesn't seem to have materialized, but he has already consumed the flesh and blood of the dragon turtle and the deep-sea giant squid. How could it be that there are no special traits? Do we really have to go to the water elemental plane to capture a water giant or get some powerful water elementals to eat? Forget it. Let's check the battle situation first. Saron began to monitor the battle situation of his followers in the kingdom of Selenia through the mind link. The looting seemed to have gone smoothly, without encountering any significant resistance. But humans are really resilient. Even under these circumstances, many of the dark creatures still perished. However, the Salangia royal family is really stubborn. They haven't released Emily even under these circumstances. Chapter 144: The Changing Situation. Saron stretched his body. Thankfully, the dragon turtle's cave was quite spacious. He slowly walked out. The dragon turtle guarding the cave entrance raised its eyelids and suddenly stood up. It stared at Saron in astonishment. Isn't the dormant period of a true dragon measured in years? How come my owner only slept for 2 days and then came out, and has grown so much? The dragon turtle had lived for a very long time, but it still couldn't understand what was happening before its eyes. Then it thought about its own changes. That's right. He's already broken through his size limit, and his master is even more powerful than him, so he'll definitely grow bigger too. This must be one of the most talented among the true dragons, but something seems off. Saron was already used to these strange looks. After all, he was a dragon who possessed a grand feast. This change is normal. Saron also sensed the situation of his followers through telepathy. At this point, the battle in the kingdom of Selenia had become almost one-sided. Most of the kingdom's cities have been captured, and the high-ranking nobles were the first to flee. Don't underestimate these nobles. The loss of the kingdom of Selenia is no big deal to them. It will just hurt a little, since we've been running this business for a long time. However, they still have a foothold in other kingdoms, and it will take some time for them to recover. The common people naturally fled along with these nobles, and it was the kingdom of Del that benefited the most during this period. They took in many impoverished nobles and commoners from the kingdom of Selenia, as well as some unclaimed cities. At Saron's behest, the dark creatures ignored the kingdom of Del's petty actions. After all, the city had already been looted time and again. As long as you don't provoke them, it doesn't matter. Besides, people like the Wyvern leader are completely face-blind. In their eyes, all humans look the same, except for the difference in fatness or thinness. Therefore, the army of the kingdom of Del was also attacked by wyverns at the beginning. And Geraint even joined the battle. The reasons are a bit complicated. Saron never expected that so many things would happen just because he had held a feast. Here's roughly what happened. Tursoon's outstanding performance and his dragon-like appearance made many mercenary groups want to kill him to make a name for themselves. However, Tursoon was not so easy to deal with. Not only was he powerful himself, but he was also accompanied by many half-dragon warriors. Some mercenary groups did nothing but have him torn to pieces, which only cemented his fearsome reputation. The top powers of the Selenia kingdom had no way to restrain him, as he always managed to break through the encirclement of large-scale armies. In this context, the Iron Blood mercenary groups from other empires set their sights on Tursoon. To be precise, it was Fisk, the son of the leader of the Iron Blood mercenary group, who developed a fervent love for Queen Sophia after seeing her from afar. However, Sophia ignored him, because this guy was just as brainless as Ravel was back then. However, I didn't want to offend him too much, because the Iron Blood mercenary group was a famous and legendary mercenary group. The guild leader is a renowned legendary warrior, and the team also includes a legendary mage and another legendary warrior. They have many impressive achievements. Some powerful magical beasts and some evil mages have died at their hands. The Iron Blood mercenary group's most famous achievement was taking more than a month to kill a green dragon that was entrenched in Koltal. Unable to contact Sarone, and fearing she might make enemies unnecessarily, Sophia hid herself away, claiming she missed her deceased father too much. But Fisk saw this as a hint, since everyone knew that the former king of the Kingdom of Del had died at the hands of that black dragon. Fisk wanted to ask his father for help. But how could the leader of the Iron Blood mercenary group possibly slay a dragon for such a reason? Others may not know, but they don't know, the strength of that black dragon. Although the Iron Blood mercenary group also has legendary archmages and legendary warriors, they all have kill records of that black dragon. Moreover, the entire mercenary group is dealing with a rather troublesome enemy, and it's impossible for them to help Fisk over this petty squabble. Seeing that his efforts were in vain, Fisk decided to show his manliness for Sophia, just as news of the half-dragon Tersoon reached his ears. Fisk gathered some other mercenaries who wanted to curry favor with the Iron Blood mercenary group. They wanted to take down Tersoon immediately. But Tersoon wouldn't care if you were the son of a legendary mercenary leader or anything like that. Under the leadership of a group of mediocre leaders, Fisk's performance was both unexpected and surprising. Tersoon is quite powerful. His enhanced defense is not only extremely strong in terms of physical defense, but also has very high magic resistance. These guys were no match for Tersoon, and Fisk was torn in two by Tersoon's dragon claws before he could even reveal his powerful background. Sarone felt a bit speechless. Why not give such a precious son some kind of life-saving equipment, like Ravel did? He carried so many things with him, not to mention, he had a lot of scrolls. Unfortunately, there was nothing of value in killing this guy named Fisk. Is it because mercenaries are poorer than kings? But that's a legendary mercenary group. However, the leader of the Iron Blood mercenary group was enraged and, after paying a certain price, ordered 2 legendary warriors from the Kingdom of Selenia, who had already gone into hiding, to risk killing Tersoon. Geraint was influenced by Sarone's previous orders, and also because he actually had feelings for Tersoon. So he went to stop those 2 legendary warriors himself. For some reason, the location of their final battle was Saladas, a city next to the capital of the Kingdom of Saladia. Even if this fool doesn't get killed by Tersoon, I'll kill him myself. Sophia is my woman, and this bastard dares to make a move on her. Looks like we can test the effects of Deathchild. Sarone said something that the dragon turtle didn't understand. Sarone then ignored the dragon turtle and headed straight for the water's surface. Bang! Sarone burst out of the sea like a sharp sword, and then his massive figure rushed towards the capital of the Kingdom of Selenia. He wanted to see if these guys really didn't take him seriously, openly and brazenly attacking his family members. Chapter 145 Iron-Blooded Mercenary Group. The city of Saladas was now a scene of ruins. Flames were rising everywhere. Geraint had transformed into his golden dragon form, and there were still traces of battle on his body. The golden dragon scales also bore scars. He had been fighting these 2 powerful legendary human warriors for over an hour. They chased each other from the borders of the Kingdom of Selenia all the way to this metropolis. At this moment, a strong middle-aged man in full silver-blue armor, holding a giant axe, looked at Geraint. His hair was also blue. You are a metal dragon, and the most powerful gold dragon among metal dragons. Why are you helping an evil black dragon? Abel looked at the golden dragon in front of him strangely. He had never heard of a golden dragon mixing with a black dragon. Because he helped me, and you actually dared to capture a real dragon or a baby dragon. Geraint is not a dragon that can be morally blackmailed. Just because a metal dragon is said to be a benevolent dragon doesn't mean you can restrain him. He is kind and has principles. But it is also a true dragon, and these guys have crossed their bottom line by capturing dragon cubs to enslave it. Bayram, it seems we're going to slay a dragon today. The golden dragon before them was far from reaching adulthood. If they were adult golden dragons, they would definitely run as far as possible. However, the underage golden dragon might not necessarily be able to defeat those 2 legendary warriors. The legendary warrior Bayram was shrouded in heavy red armor, with even the eye area of his horned helmet protected by blue lenses. He was truly armed to the teeth, holding a two-handed greatsword and looking at the golden dragon before him with eager anticipation. Abel is right. The blood of a golden dragon might help us take another step forward. Bahram brandished his greatsword. Dragons are treasures from head to toe. The blood of a golden dragon's heart is far more valuable than any ordinary treasure. I'm curious, aren't you two really afraid of him? You two can't even beat me, Geraint said with some curiosity. Although he was not yet a full adult, his physical strength and magical power had greatly improved after that bloodletting therapy. This resulted in him holding his own against these two legendary humans, even though he was not yet an adult. Of course, the most important factor is Jinlong's already abnormal foundation. You don't need to worry about this. Abel felt reassured after recalling the promise made by the Iron Blood mercenary group. Bahram said in a deep voice, I'm not afraid to tell you, the Iron Blood mercenary group's original goal was that black dragon. What? What about Fisk? I know a bit about Igor, the leader of the iron-blooded mercenary group. He probably doesn't even know how many women he slept with or how many sons he has. That Fisk is just one of his relatively talented offspring. How could the iron-blooded mercenary group possibly care about such trash? Bahram said disdainfully. The leader of the iron-blooded mercenary group is an exceptionally greedy and lustful person. Such a person has little regard for family ties and only believes in his own strength. Do you know how much wealth that black dragon possesses? The entire wealth of the guardian of the kingdom of Del. I heard he emptied the kingdom's treasury, as well as all the wealth of the legendary mage Theodore, and the wealth he plundered from the kingdom of Selenia during this period. Leaving aside how much treasure that black dragon originally possessed, this alone is enough to make the Iron Blood mercenary group take action. Add 2 of our legendary warriors. Do you think that black dragon will have any chance of survival? The legendary mage sneered sternly. Geraint fell silent after hearing this. The black dragon's treasure? I don't recall finding much treasure from that black dragon. The families were seen carrying things back, but very few people were seen. Seeing that Geraint remained silent, Abel assumed that Geraint had begun to waver. Golden Dragon, we admire your loyalty. If you agree to serve me for 500 years, we will let you go. I believe we will be very good partners in the future. Abel hurriedly added. In his view, no amount of wealth could compare to a real dragon, especially a golden dragon, which usually only emerges after reaching adulthood. A golden dragon that is about to reach adulthood is simply the greatest treasure. With a little training, it can become the most capable assistant. Geraint snapped out of his daze and glanced at the other person indifferently. Did he think he was easy to bully? Where did the Iron Blood mercenary group go? Geraint asked directly. Serve a human being for real. Geraint could never do that. Not to mention, he's a piece of trash that even I can't beat in a one-on-one fight. Of course it's the Black Dragon's lair. He sent almost all of his followers to attack the kingdom of Selenia, so his lair is naturally empty. With the strength of the Iron Blood mercenary group, killing that Black Dragon is no problem at all. Abel continued to put psychological pressure on Geraint. Damn it, Geraint's eyes turned red. He knew perfectly well that Cerrone wasn't even in the lair. There were only Argenta, Delia, and a few minions there. If that Iron Blood mercenary group is really that powerful, then Argenta. Geraint, kill these 2 guys. I'm going back now. A voice echoed in Geraint's mind. Lord Cerrone, Geraint exclaimed in delight. Obey my orders. Cerrone, who was flying towards the city of Saladas, was watching the battle between the golden dragon Geraint and the legendary warriors as if he were watching a movie, which was much better than a special effects blockbuster. But little did I know that it was all a scheme. Damn, it was the ingrained thinking from my past life that ruined me. In that society, most relatives valued family ties. But the world isn't like that. No wonder that fool died so hastily. I should have known better. You stole from my house, didn't you? This infuriated Cerrone, who felt his intelligence had been insulted. Moreover, there is indeed some treasure in the nest. The retinue members have looted it over the past few days and left it there. He figured that with Argenta and Geraint around, things shouldn't be too difficult. But I never expected the enemy to have such a formidable base rating lineup. Lord Igor, the Black Dragon's cave is just ahead, a thin figure said, kneeling on the ground. A burly, middle-aged man with red hair, about 2.5 meters tall, was eating a piece of meat of unknown origin. He was also holding a naked woman in his arms. The woman's eyes were filled with terror because another girl had been captured by this group earlier. But now only one remained. She stared in horror at the roasted meat in the red-haired man's hand, forcing herself to suppress her nausea. He was covered in black armor with mysterious runes that shimmered faintly on it, and he carried a 2-meter-long broadsword on his back. He was none other than Igor the Slayer, the leader of the iron-blooded mercenary group. There were a few other figures sitting idly nearby. They were other members of the iron-blooded mercenary group. Then let this black dragon become our next glory. Igor revealed a terrifying smile and casually crushed the throat of the woman in his arms. No one else seemed to care, as if they had gotten used to it. Chapter 146 invaded. At this moment, Argenta and the elf Delia were looking around at the scenery in the nest. The two women watched as the goblins built the palace complex for Saron. Vickers felt that the previous palace was still unworthy of the great true dragon. Therefore, he utilized the goblin race's strengths to perform meticulous optimization. After all, ordinary goblins like them simply cannot compare to large goblins and bear goblins on the battlefield. So they had to find other solutions. Vickers had also set up a lot of heavy crossbows and other weapons that he had brought back from the humans in the nest. There were even several powerful magic crystal cannons. These things were brought back by the goblins at Vickers's behest. The other dark creatures only had eyes for treasure. They wouldn't pay any attention to these things. This made Vickers very contemptuous. With their intelligence, these guys simply couldn't appreciate the greatness of these creations. Only he could see their power. There's a reason why humans have existed for so long. This gave him a sense of intellectual superiority. Vickers is currently using enhancement magic runes collected by the goblin race to imbue these magic crystal cannons and heavy crossbows with even more powerful magic. Although Vickers' strength has increased significantly since acquiring the Twisted Seed, he is still considerably weaker than the other leaders. Whether it was an illusion or not, Vickers found that his intelligence seemed to have improved a lot, and some designs that he couldn't think of before were now slowly starting to make sense. These goblins are really good at building. The elf Delia felt much more relaxed after revealing what she had been worried about for a long time. No longer as nervous as before, she followed Argenta, looking around with great interest at everything. She had always harbored a suspicion about the black dragon that she herself didn't believe, a suspicion she hadn't shared with anyone. Delia, don't worry, your brother and I will protect you. And although Lord Saron looks fierce, he is actually very kind. Argenta comforted Delia, seeing her lost in thought. Since arriving here, she has discovered that the black dragon is actually quite nice. They weren't as cruel, despicable, and shameless as the elders described. Moreover, it helped him and his brother become stronger, and it didn't kill Delia. As for the idea of waging war against humanity, Argenta believes that if her children were also captured in the future, she might be even more insane than the black dragon. This reminded her of something an old man on Dragon Island had said. That is, some things can only be understood by experiencing them firsthand, and she felt that she had already discovered the truth. Argenta, thank you, Delia said with a smile. This is nothing. Before Argenta could finish speaking, a panicked voice rang out. What followed was a huge magical explosion. Enemy attack. Intruder. There are humans. Kill. Argenta shielded Delia behind her. Swish swish. A massive, fiery red magic circle rapidly formed in the surrounding sky, covering the entire sky above the dragon's lair, turning the sky appear red. Then the three men swaggered in, followed closely by some mercenaries in black armor. They made no attempt to conceal themselves, acting as if they were in their own home, curiously observing everything around them. They showed no concern whatsoever about being surrounded by dark creatures. But some dark creatures don't even know the word fear. They only see that an enemy has invaded. Therefore, it is necessary to kill the other party. Several strong kobolds raised their giant axes and swung them down, while goblin archers followed behind, firing arrows. However, this level of attack had absolutely no effect on these guys. The arrows didn't even stop in front of them. The goblin leader, Vickers, gritted his teeth and led a group of goblins to meet them. As a clever goblin leader, he keenly sensed that these guys were not simple. Everyone, listen to my command. Aim all your heavy crossbows and magic crystal cannons at these guys. But Chief, our magic crystal cannons haven't been fully enchanted yet. Use it even if it doesn't work, Vickers said sternly. Yes. But the battle had already begun during this brief lull. No, it should be called being crushed. One of the gray-haired old men, dressed in a black mage's robe, waved his hand lightly, and a thick black smoke emanated from his body, mixed with some blood-red skulls that seemed to still have some bits of flesh attached to them. Any dark creatures that came into contact with the black smoke immediately began to kneel uncontrollably on the ground. Their expressions of extreme pain testified to the devastating consequences this magic had inflicted on them. A sickeningly sharp cracking sound rang out, and after the darkness fell, nothing remained of the creatures. Cough. Can you please stop using this damn magic? A blond man next to Igor said with a hint of disgust. He was holding a weapon made of some kind of animal bone, which he was constantly wiping. Isn't that how our necromancy works? Old man Cough said nonchalantly. You know, the flesh and bones inside these creatures are much stronger than those of humans. It's a rare opportunity. You should know that you are human too, the blond man mocked. I used to be, but I've now transcended those lowly creatures. I'm a legendary mage, and my level of life is naturally incomparable to theirs. Cough continued his slaughter without a care in the world. Igor paid no attention to the two men. Old man Cough looks kind and gentle, but he is actually a necromancer who has killed countless people. This guy comes from a distant empire that few people have heard of, the Hymenus Empire. He once slaughtered for major human cities and countless villages and towns in order to obtain materials to practice his necromancy. He was eventually discovered by another legendary mage of the Hymenus Empire and was hunted down. The strongest person in the Hymenus Empire was their king. The king personally ordered the killing of this man to avenge the innocent deaths of the humans, since population is a vital strategic resource for a nation. This guy actually killed so many of them. Cough used a magical device he received as a child to teleport over an extremely long distance to this region. He also joined the Ironblood mercenary group. He wouldn't normally dare to use necromancy so openly. After all, the lesson from last time was still fresh in his mind. However, he did not regret it, because he took this opportunity to successfully advance to the legendary level and reach the height he wanted. Cough believed that if he continued to massacre villages and towns instead of directly attacking major cities, he would remain undetected. Let's make this clear first. You can take the heart's blood, dragon scales, dragon crystals, and the like yourselves, but you have to hand over the black dragon's corpse to me. Chapter 147 Powerful Magic. You really want to refine that black dragon into a corpse dragon? Aren't you afraid of being hunted down to death by the dragon race? The blond man, despite considering himself a legendary figure, was incredibly powerful. However, making a true dragon recognize a master and killing a true dragon and then refining it into a corpse dragon are two different things. The former is better. True dragons that acknowledge a master will be despised, or some true dragons that dislike them will kill those human masters. If the latter is discovered, they will be hunted down by the entire dragon race, and even metal dragons and gem dragons will never tolerate it. This concerns the dignity of the entire dragon race and cannot be desecrated. Wouldn't it be enough if everyone who's seen me use it died? Cough said nonchalantly. His true intentions went far beyond simply crafting a corpse dragon, but of course, there was no need to reveal this to these fools. In Cough's eyes, whether it was this regimental commander Igor or that Karen, although they were legends, they were just idiots. After settling Delia in, Argenta leaped to the very top of the palace. With her eyesight, she could clearly see the intruder's appearance and paid no attention to the armored humans around her. Her red eyes stared at the group of relaxed-looking humans. Those guys are the main ones. Cough suddenly looked to the side. What's wrong? Igor asked, looking at Cough beside him. A dragon is coming. Roar. A white, icy breath shot directly down towards the three of them. A giant shield appeared in the hands of the blonde man, Karen, and the shield rapidly grew larger after his earth-yellow battle aura was applied to it. It blocked Argenta's sneak attack with her breath. Click, 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 click. The shield began to freeze, and Karen's fighting spirit began to intensify. What a powerful ice breath. Karen looked at the ice on her shield, which had returned to its original state, and said, "It's a silver dragon." Igor licked his lips as he looked at Argenta. Silver dragons are among the most beautiful and elegant members of the dragon race. Although I don't appreciate the dragon form, the human form would probably look very appealing, and it would taste alright. Could it be that the information we received was incorrect? Cough wondered. He knew those guys were useless and unreliable. Only these two would believe any information. It doesn't matter whether it's a silver dragon or a black dragon. All he wants are their corpses. How dare you trespass into Lord Saron's territory? Argenta didn't expect to kill 3 human legends with a single breath. She was simply curious why, given Saron's fearsome reputation, people would still be eager to come and die. Even if these 3 people in front of her were legends, it wouldn't matter. Her past experience and the education she received on Dragon Island made her clearly aware of just how strong Saron's monstrous fighting power really was. Moreover, judging from its size alone, Saron is far beyond what a typical black dragon can compare to. However, none of the three answered Argenta's question. At Igor's signal, the three quickly took to the air and surrounded Argenta. Erosion of nothingness. A cloud of dark red smoke rapidly spread from around Old Man Koff's body. Countless skulls with glowing red eyes faintly appeared inside. A thick cloud of red smoke enveloped Argenta, seemingly trying to tear her apart. This guy has killed countless people by creating so many half-liches. Karen frowned. He didn't like this strange old man. The man always looked at him like he was looking at a beautiful woman, which annoyed him. This kind of necromancy can't be cast casually. Just creating so many half-liches requires the corpses of countless people. I've never seen this old man use such damned magic before. Igor tidied his messy red hair. Then with a wave of his right hand, a huge spear more than 4 meters long appeared in his hand. Karen also came to her senses and took out a two-handed greatsword. They had experience dealing with large magical beasts and knew that when facing such beasts, legendary warriors like them would be best off using larger weapons. I wonder how it compares to the green dragon from before. Igor looked at the silver dragon in front of him with some anticipation. Argenta was enveloped in a rich aura of magical elements, and she rapidly unleashed dragon language magic. Ice spike. Frost storm. Suddenly, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. The ice storm, like a giant tornado, moved toward the blackish red smoke, while countless ice spikes the size of human heads shot out like sharp swords. Within the black mist, a swarm of blood-red skulls smacked their lips, slowly forming a 50-meter-tall, half-humanoid skeleton monster. 4 ferocious bone claws, its body covered with hard, black and red bone spurs. The necromancer Koff landed on the skeleton's head, staring expressionlessly at Argenta. Captain, this old guy has gotten stronger again. Karen looked at the scene with a heavy heart. He joined later and only fought alongside Koff when they were dealing with the newly grown green dragon. He clearly remembered that the magic that guy used was definitely not this powerful. After all, a legendary mage wouldn't stay in a mercenary group all the time. They are usually very busy and only come together when there is a major mission like this. His background is mysterious, but it doesn't matter. The mercenary group existed solely for the benefit of the three of them. Igor knew that Koff was up to something, and Karen also had her own ulterior motives, but overall he was still quite satisfied with the two of them. Kill her. I want to tear off her wings with my own hands. Igor licked his lips. He raised his blood-red spear high, and his eyes seemed to turn red as well. Then, like a red lightning bolt, it rushed towards Argenta. Karen gritted his teeth, grabbed his great sword, and followed behind Igor, also wanting to become a true dragon slayer. Argenta was dealing with necromancy when she suddenly sensed this deadly aura. Bang bang bang. An explosion rang out, and Igor, caught off guard, was unable to dodge. The sparks from the explosion quickly engulfed him. It's a success. The goblin chieftain Vix said excitedly. His improved goblin magic bomb seems to be quite powerful. By referencing the runes of human magic crystal cannons, the goblin bombs were designed to be launched directly, and some kind of toxin was also mixed into them. Furthermore, goblin bombs can be used to ambush enemies in this way. But before he could even rejoice, the flames and smoke were immediately dispersed. Igor dusted himself off and looked at the terrified goblins. I thought they were just some bugs, but they're actually quite interesting. Karen. Yes, sir. Karen, who dodged the goblin bomb, was also somewhat surprised, but he understood what Igor meant. Then you lowly goblins, prepare for your doom. Karen looked at the goblins in the distance with disdain. Vickers, on the other hand, was delighted and looked at Karen's back with surprise. What did you say? A massive black shadow enveloped the human warrior. Chapter 148 Half-Vampire. Watch out behind you. Koff, who was standing nearby, quickly reminded him that this was the target he had his eye on. Karen suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. He didn't look back at the scene behind him, but instead chose to run forward. But Saron wouldn't give him that chance. Having finally managed to teleport behind this guy using Void Walk, this was the perfect opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Click. Karen was terrified after taking one bite, and the earthy yellow aura around his body flickered rapidly. Holy shield protection. In an instant, countless prismatic shield phantoms enveloped Karen's figure. These things sound complicated, but they only take less than 2 seconds to do. These defenses were utterly useless against Saron's sharp teeth. The translucent light shield shattered, turning into specks of light. Karen gritted his teeth and chanted a spell. A huge golden sword light shot out from his body and struck Saron on the head. At the same time, a pair of huge, rotting claws reached out to grab Saron from the left and right. Saron neither dodged nor evaded, using his dragon horns to withstand the sword light. Facing the rotting claw that was even larger than his own, Saron unleashed a bolt of blue lightning. Crackling. A bolt of lightning streaked past, radiating intense light, and like a sharp axe, it cleaved through the rotting claws. The two claws, steaming hot, shot into the earth, leaving behind only a huge, steaming crater. Karen's figure vanished from the spot in the process. Saron smacked his lips and looked at the necromancer Koff in the distance. Koff's heart tightened. Those were the crawling claws he had just created using necromancy. Ordinary crawling claws created with the hands of a murderer could only be used as spellcasting materials or as laboratory assistants. However, these crawling claws were created by Koff using 100,000 people. The life force and soul of these people were all concentrated in these claws, so their power far surpassed that of ordinary crawling claws and reached the level of legendary equipment. The black dragon easily and severely injured the crawling claw. Moreover, this size is incomparable to that of an ordinary black dragon. Generally, the strength of a true dragon is determined by its size. The larger the size, the stronger the dragon. This black dragon is already over 20 meters long, and its strength is probably even greater than that of a mature adult dragon. Igor, the leader of the Iron Blood mercenary group, also put aside his previous thoughts. Karen, who had just escaped, stood beside Igor with lingering fear, holding a two-handed greatsword in his hand. That feeling of being so close to death was terrifying. Unexpectedly, Koff, whom he usually disliked, would save him, while Commander Igor did not offer any assistance. Thinking of this, Karen moved closer to Koff's position. Saron saw that these human legends were looking at him, as if he were facing a formidable enemy. Lord Saron, it is the great true dragon. Kill. Vickers and the other dark creatures below felt a surge of excitement, and looking at the imposing black dragon before them filled them with a sense of security. Argenta spread her wings and flew to Saron's side. She stared at Saron with wide eyes. How could this guy grow so fast? What did he eat? This body size is outrageous. Saron ignored Argenta. His attention was entirely focused on the three human legends opposite him. That legendary swordsman seems to be the weakest. He's not worth worrying about. The dark necromancer must be quite powerful. He's managed to train a simple crawling claw to this extent, which is quite impressive. As for the black-armored man in full luxurious gear, Saron couldn't quite figure him out. The life force emanating from this guy was strange and complex. This is not a black dragon at all. Igor licked his lips. How could such a ferocious and terrifying appearance, along with that lightning breath and spatial magic prowess, be a black dragon? Apart from the color of its scales, it didn't look like a black dragon at all. Igor, what should we do? Koff asked, somewhat agitated. He no longer wanted to take any more risks. Kill it, Igor said, charging forward with his blood-red broadsword. He knew that he had to take the lead to sway these two scheming individuals. Koff and Karen exchanged a glance. Koff continued casting his spell, and black mist began to rise. The flaming skulls, glowing with green ghostly fire, began to swarm towards Saron. Karen, meanwhile, unleashed her full fighting spirit and flew behind Igor to follow. Saron ripped open Argenta's silver dragon head with a claw and charged forward to meet Igor's attack. Was he afraid of a head-on collision? The power of blood. Boom. Igor's massive blade, wreathed in crimson steam, instantly grew larger and clashed with Saron's claws, followed closely by Karen's greatsword. The moment they made contact, Karen's greatsword flew out, and he himself was also thrown off balance. Igor's massive blood-red blade shattered into pieces. He looked down at his black armor, his face grim, noticing a tear in the front and the runes on it had dimmed. Saron looked at his claws, which only had a few white marks on them. How could these guys in front of him possibly shake the power of the 17th floor of the feast? Ga. It hurts. A multitude of human heads, burning with green flames, surrounded Saron, uttering incomprehensible words. Unlike the half-lich head, this flaming skull is crafted directly from the head of a powerful mage, and the target must experience extreme pain to bind their soul within it. This might even preserve their spellcasting abilities from when they were alive. Of course, this flaming skull is also quite powerful. Countless green rays shot out from the eyes of the burning skull towards Saron. A body of flames. The green undead fire enveloped Saron, but it had no effect whatsoever against the flames. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Igor condensed a blood spear with his crimson battle aura and thrust it towards Saron's neck. Saron's eyes, shrouded in flames, held a hint of mockery. The cycle of despair. A gray light flashed, and Saron and Igor vanished from their spot. Huh? Where is he? Seeing this, Kopf closed his eyes and began chanting a spell to search, but 3 seconds later, Kopf opened his eyes with a grim expression. The monstrous black dragon and Igor seemed to have vanished completely. There was no trace of Igor within dozens of kilometers of the surrounding area. At this moment, in the gray cycle of reincarnation, Saron looked at Igor, the mercenary leader, in front of him. Some kind of aura emanating from this guy has already been revealed. I'm very curious about the purpose of a half-human, half-vampire hiding in a human mercenary group and becoming its leader. Saron sniffed. The black armor the other person had just worn seemed to serve more than just a defensive purpose. It was also used to conceal their aura. However, after the armor was damaged, he found the creature from his inherited memories based on this aura. Saron knew that there were also vampires in this world, similar to those he had seen in movies and TV shows in his previous life. But the vampires in this world were much stronger than those in the movies. Because they can cast spells, a very small number of powerful individuals can instill fear in many creatures. Chapter 149 Annihilation. Most half-human, half-vampires are weak, only slightly stronger than ordinary humans. But the vampire in front of them seems to combine all the advantages of both humans and vampires. You're not some black dragon, are you? We're all just different kinds of oddities. Igor showed no surprise at being exposed. Instead, he asked, in his view, as different species within the same race, there was no question of one looking down on the other. Although Igor himself is very powerful, he must always hide himself, as he is an anomaly to both humans and vampires. Neither of them would accept him, and the real vampires considered him a disgrace to their race. Who the hell is like you? A fiery red light emanated from Saron's chest, followed by a blue-gold beam of light shooting out of his mouth. Igor was about to dodge when several pillars of wind suddenly appeared beside him, trapping him in place. The blue-gold breath tore Igor to shreds. A cloud of black smoke rose up, and Igor's figure disappeared from the spot. However, Saron did not sense any information about the other party's death. Vampires can transform into vampire bats to avoid damage. Not a bad move. The true dragon has encountered many vampires in its vast inherited memories, so it is very familiar with these methods. Did the other party really think he was some kind of ignorant, dragon-like monster? Chirp, chirp, chirp. As soon as Saron finished speaking, countless palm-sized bats with red glowing eyes flew out from where Igor had disappeared, screaming. They then came together to form the figure of Igor. At this moment, his face became even paler, his pupils turned blood red, and his teeth became sharp and pointed. It also unfurled huge, blood-red bat wings behind it, making it over 3 meters tall. This appearance is more in line with the image of the vampires in Saron's memory. Where exactly is this place? Igor looked at Saron with unease. He had only intended to absorb some dragon heart blood to increase his strength, but he never expected to encounter such a monster. This other dimensional space was very strange. He tried to use some spatial magic, but there was no response. He had just felt a strong sense of oppression in this place, which was why he, as a vampire, hadn't dodged the attack immediately. Now he had to find a way to get rid of this oppressive feeling. Is it even worth asking these questions now? Saron said indifferently. Igor knew from the appearance of the creature that resembled a black dragon that it was determined to kill him. Then we'll have no choice but to fight with all our might. Blood flame. Blood-red steam rose from Igor's body like flames. He held a huge, blood-red broadsword in his hand. Come on, killing me won't be that easy. Saron could tell from the other's appearance that the atomic breath had actually caused some damage, but vampires were indeed very resilient. A crimson greatsword, wreathed in crimson flames, slashed down at Saron. Saron's figure vanished instantly. Igor was on high alert. He tried to turn around, but it was too late. A sharp pain shot through his lower body. Igor flapped his bat wings and flew away. He looked at his lower body and saw that his legs had completely disappeared. He hadn't even been able to use his bat avatar this time. Blood kept flowing from his lower body. If it weren't for the powerful vitality of a vampire, such injuries would have ended long ago in a human. You're clearly stronger than me, so why do you keep ambushing me? Igor said, feeling a bit aggrieved. This monster had previously ambushed Karen outside, and it's mainly using sneak attacks in its current fight against me. The main point is that he could already sense that his opponent was clearly stronger than him and had an absolute advantage, So why did he still need to launch a sneak attack? What necessary connection is there between my strength and my ability to launch a sneak attack? And isn't the purpose of becoming stronger to launch a better sneak attack? Saron looked at Igor as if he were an idiot. He takes every enemy seriously until he has a trump card that grants him absolute immortality. Who knows if this guy might suddenly pull out a powerful artifact or something and kill him. Besides, this is called being cautious, not a sneak attack. It's scary how uncultured people are. You? Igor looked at Saron and almost couldn't catch his breath. It was the first time he had ever felt that a living being could be so shameless. Saron looked at the seemingly enraged vampire in his mind, and to be honest, he was somewhat disappointed in the vampire in front of him. He retracted his previous thought. This guy was really just average. You're pretty good at surviving. If you were out there would be many guys stronger than you who might not be able to kill you. Unfortunately, this is my home turf. This guy has a half-vampire constitution and magic power, which makes his survival ability much stronger than that of ordinary creatures. However, once you are bound in the cycle of reincarnation, no matter how capable you are, you cannot escape. You can slowly research new techniques. I've also heard that vampires can live forever as long as their blood core exists. I wonder if that's true. Saron's flames surged once more, and at the same time, the ground in the cycle space began to tremble. Countless fire elements in the space instantly formed a sea of fire, and hurricanes continued to howl. The wind fanned the flames, and in an instant, the entire cycle of reincarnation was covered by a storm of fire. In the cycle of reincarnation, Saron's control over the elements is even more effortless than in the material world. Salon discovered that as the area of the cycle space increased, his control over it also increased day by day. Igor did not sit idly by and wait for his death. He did not waste his magical blood energy to regenerate his legs. Instead, blood flowed from his legs, and countless drops of blood swam around Igor like giant pythons. A sea of blood. The blood was faintly resisting the sea of fire. Saron narrowed his eyes. Something wasn't right. This guy must have had several tons of blood flowing out of his body, which didn't match his body volume. Moreover, this is at most a blood pool, let alone a sea of blood. Forget it, let's kill them first. Saron used Void Walk to teleport to Igor's side. Boom. The body, having absorbed countless high-temperature flames, exploded right next to Igor. Igor's body transformed into countless blood-red bats, but the intense heat of the surrounding fire caused these bats to melt away with screams. After a long while, the cycle of reincarnation returned to calm. Instead of looking at the storage magic ring on the ground, Saron reached his claw into the space beside him. He held a red crystal the size of a human fist in his hand. Trying to hide his blood core in the cycle of reincarnation? This half-vampire is being a bit too naive. Wait, we can. As soon as a wisp of consciousness emerged from the blood core, Saron crushed it. He had already collected the half-vampire sample. Suddenly, a gray figure slowly solidified from nothingness. It was Igor just now. Chapter 150 The Son of Death, Number 1. Igor's expression was blank. His appearance was also very different from when he was alive. His whole body was covered in gray skin, and he wore black clothes. His hair, which was originally dark red, had now turned pure black. Saron closed his eyes and began to sense the state of his first death child. He opened his eyes a few seconds later. The Son of Death was more powerful than he had imagined. Most of Igor's memories had been preserved. Saron can also check it at any time. Unfortunately, it seems that Igor did not retain all of his strength from his lifetime, only about 80%. However, the vampire's greatest strength lies in its troublesome ability to survive and its immortality. However, the Son of Death seems to have many other abilities, which require further experimentation. Aren't there 2 experimental subjects right outside? You can try out the power of the Son of Death. You are Death Child number 1. From today onwards, I will call you number 1. Yes. A hoarse voice came from number 1's mouth. With a thought, Saron left the cycle of reincarnation. Meanwhile, outside the cycle of reincarnation, Argenta was leading the remaining dark creatures in their fight against the 2 human legends. Kopf and Karen were distracted as they dealt with the attack before them. The disappearance of Igor and the Black Dragon was so bizarre that it gave them a very bad feeling. Therefore, both of them intended to conserve their strength and adapt to changing circumstances. If Igor is alright, then the Black Dragon is nothing special, and we're still members of the Iron Blood mercenary group. Killing the Black Dragon together shouldn't be a problem. If Igor has a problem, then what does the Iron Blood mercenary group mean to Kopf? You can only go as far as you can. Kopf, Why don't we kill this silver dragon quickly and get out of here? Karen suddenly said. No. Koph directly rejected Karen's idea. Just kidding. It's the black dragon's body that I really want. If the silver dragon in front of me were male, I might consider it. Karen was somewhat disappointed, but Koph had saved his life before. Although he didn't consider himself a good person, he still felt it was good to show some respect to his powerful savior. Karen comforted herself with this thought. A hint of disdain flashed in Kov's eyes. He couldn't understand how such a fool could become a legend. Just then, space distorted, and Saron's enormous figure appeared in the same spot. Koph and Karen watched the enormous black dragon warily, but they couldn't see Igor. Just as the two men exchanged a glance and were about to leave, a blood-red figure rushed towards them. Igor. Karen was quite familiar with Igor, and knew that this was the special fighting spirit that Igor was familiar with. However, Koph, standing nearby, subtly stepped back a little. As a necromancer, he keenly sensed that Igor's current state seemed abnormal. But while he was thinking, Igor had already reached Karen. Igor, what's wrong with you? Karen was interrupted before he could finish speaking, and he looked down at his chest. There, a blood-red claw pierced his chest. Why? Karen stared in disbelief at the expressionless Igor before him. Although he disliked Igor, he thought the latter wouldn't dare to ambush and kill him at this moment. The legendary warrior was incredibly resilient. Despite being pierced in the chest by Igor, Karen's life did not come to an end. However, Karen could feel that his strong heart was being held in the other's hand, and that his heart would shatter with the slightest force. And a legendary warrior without a heart will naturally die. Number 1 flew behind Saron with Karen. It seems to be working quite well. Saron was very satisfied. The Son of Death's thoughts were similar to a simple artificial intelligence, because memory determines thought, and his way of thinking was also related to his memories from his previous life. As long as he gives the order to kill the enemy, Number 1 will use his own thinking to determine how to kill the enemy. Just now, Number 1, for some unknown reason, charged forward, and the idiot in front of him was pierced through the chest by the vampire's claws before he could even defend himself. But Saron stopped him when Number 1 was about to crush the other's heart. After all, he is a legendary warrior, so he could be considered as the second son of death. How did you do that? Koph looked at Number 1 with excitement. How could anyone create such a perfect undead creature in such a short time? As a necromancer, he knew how difficult it was to turn a legendary warrior into an undead creature. It requires not only powerful magical skills, but also various rituals and preparation time. It even requires the baptism of numerous sacrifices to complete, and the strength of such undead creatures will be greatly reduced compared to when they were alive, some even less than half. But Igor had only been missing for a short time before he was transformed into this kind of undead creature, and an exceptionally perfect one at that. You're not bad either. I wonder if you have any tricks up your sleeve. Salon, however, gave an irrelevant answer. He looked the mage up and down, feeling that some of his auras were unusually similar to Arthas's, even though he was clearly not an undead. It would be nice to be transformed into a child of death through the cycle of reincarnation. Koph felt a chill run down his spine. He formed hand seals and chanted incantations, and a dark vortex appeared beside him. With a hoarse roar, a huge, rotting head emerged from the vortex. Next came a long neck and an equally rotting body. This creature exuded an ominous aura. Undead bone dragon. Before Saron could speak, Argenta flew up from below. She stared at the rotting creature, which was now mostly just bones, and exclaimed in disbelief. How dare you? I'll kill you. Argenta, also a dragon, was furious and ready to charge at any moment. But Saron pinned her down with a single claw. Although this undead bone dragon was clearly crafted from the remains of a green dragon, the sensation emanating from the depths of his soul still nearly caused Argenta to lose control. Stay quiet, I'll handle this. Saron patted Argenta's head like he was soothing a kitten. Argenta's agitated heart calmed down, and she secretly glanced at Saron. Saron, on the other hand, didn't feel much. He had complete control over his body and soul, but the pride of being a dragon and his inherited memories made him somewhat uncomfortable. This green dragon doesn't look like it's fully grown yet. I don't know how it ended up in the hands of these guys. Are you trying to provoke us? The crimson light in Saron's eyes grew even stronger. Koph felt a bit uncomfortable. It seemed that taking out the undead bone dragon had backfired, and he felt like he had done something stupid. Chapter 151 Necromancy. Charge them. Koph immediately ordered the undead bone dragon to charge at Saron. Roar! A massive, disgusting undead bone dragon charged forward, flapping its rotting wings. Saron's massive body charged straight at the bone dragon. He found the thing an eyesore, and with such low intelligence, its dragon soul had probably already been refined into its bones. The bone dragon exhaled a cloud of black smoke, filled with a putrid stench, but this breath had little effect on Saron. The flames covering his body prevented the breath from getting close, and crackling sounds came from the black breath. Virus. Saron discovered that this breath was not an energy attack at all, but rather some kind of extremely special virus. What bad luck. Koph discovered that the black dragon before him had too many tricks up its sleeve, and that it mostly restrained itself. It was as if the flames covering his entire body were not ordinary flames, rendering his viral attack completely ineffective. Click. Meanwhile, Saron was already demonstrating how to dismantle bones with his bare hands, and his physical strength and size far surpassed his opponents. It was as if an adult was beating a child. First, it twisted off its 2 rotting wings, then its claws, during which the undead bone dragon's resistance appeared utterly pale and powerless. Its bony claws left white scratches on Saron's scales. Bone prison. Just as Saron dismantled the opponent's spine, the bone dragon's bones formed several long whips that began to wrap around Saron's body. Bone magic. Saron discovered that the previous mini-boss wasn't the half-vampire at all, but the necromancer in front of him. In fact, necromancers are divided into several specializations, including curse, virus, transformation, and dark magic. Among them, the dark faction is the most mysterious and powerful, specializing in bone magic and ghost magic. When the white bone spell is cultivated to a high level, it can even become an element without any attributes on its own. However, these dark mages are usually lone wolves. They abandon other paths and specialize in these too. Therefore, they are extremely powerful, capable of destroying a small country single-handedly. But the necromancer in front of us seems to know quite a lot. How I envy the inherited memories of you true dragons. You can recognize everything at a glance, unlike us ordinary creatures. Koph said with a hint of envy. So you're not only after the true dragon's body, you're also trying to obtain its inherited memories. Saron was somewhat impressed by the guy in front of him. The true dragon's inherited memories come from its bloodline, but even Saron himself doesn't know the specifics. And this guy in front of him actually dares to try to crack it? That's a ridiculous idea. You fools with only muscles and treasures in your heads are completely incapable of utilizing this great treasure trove of knowledge. Only people like us. Before Koph could finish speaking, Saron's body had already vanished from the spot. When it reappeared, it was already in front of him, and he sensed something was wrong. Bone shield. A massive shield of white bones lay across Saron and Koph's sides. With a single swipe of its claw, Saron shattered the bone shield, and then unleashed a breath attack directly at Koph. The power of the dead, the will of souls, linger on the black earth and wander in the blood-red sky. Here I command you by an ancient covenant. You will gather in my hands, become my power, and return all living beings to the feet of the god of the underworld, the birth of the dead. Koph's voice rang out in the air, and countless black wisps of mist emanated from his body, forming a huge sphere of thick black fog. Saron's breath permeated it. The bones of the bone dragon also flew rapidly into it, as did the wriggling claws, the flaming skull, and the half-lich. Hee. As the darkness slowly dissipated, a creature with the upper body of a giant human skeleton and the lower body, swirling with black matter, appeared before Saron. Behind it, a pair of bone dragon wings fluttered slightly, and will-o'-the-wisps kept emerging from its eyes. What has this guy transformed himself into? Saron scratched his dragon horns, seemingly having no recollection of such a thing. You will soon be a part of me. Koph's voice came from the skeletal giant's body. The cycle of despair. Saron used the cycle of despair without hesitation. This kind of prey must not be let go. At this moment, a monster and a giant dragon appeared in the cycle of reincarnation. So this is the other dimensional space you brought that idiot Igor to before. Koph was a little surprised. Necromancy also involves spatial aspects, so Koph knows a little about it. Generally speaking, it is not easy to break free from the constraints of space and teleport to another space in the material world. This kind of magic is very difficult to cast, otherwise demons wouldn't go to such lengths to build the dark portal. Therefore, he believed that he could still guard against this kind of teleportation, but the sudden teleportation just now left him somewhat bewildered. It was as if he hadn't left the previous space, but visually and sensorially he had indeed left the previous world. Otherwise, where was he? I'm also eager to refine you into the child of death and obtain your memories. Saron stared at the other curiously. You don't understand my ideal at all. To become the most perfect being. Koph attacked directly. He could use all sorts of bone magic with ease. The massive bone spear, the white bone skull, and his strongest form all rushed towards Saron. This is all that he has accumulated over the years. Does the prey still have ideals? Saron silently activated the atomic furnace within his body. He then used all his magic to control the magical elements of earth, fire, and wind in the cycle of reincarnation to oppress Koph. A sea of fire, a storm, and earth claws attacked Koph. Under the cover of these scattered attacks, Saron used void walking to silently disappear from the spot. Koph used bone spurs to fight off these attacks. Kindness. Koph's senses were heightened to an extreme in this state, and he sensed something was wrong, and Saron's figure appeared behind him. The necromancer saw only a blue and white light. This light lasted for several minutes. This was the first time Saron had used atomic breath at full power and continuously since the end of the feast. Saron stopped exhaling only after his breath began to smoke. All that remained in the cycle of reincarnation was a pile of broken bones and debris. Click, click. The broken bones tried to reassemble, but Saron wouldn't give them the chance. He walked up to the half-skull attached to the largest vertebra. He grabbed the half-skull and held it up in front of his eyes. You lost. The green soul fire in Koph's eyes flickered erratically. You're so powerful, then why didn't you go all out just now? Koph was speechless with emotion. His body, crafted from various magical techniques he had painstakingly researched, was certainly not this fragile. That can only mean that the other party is too powerful, and that this space has subtly led to a wrong judgment. I don't want to destroy my own nest. Saron squeezed hard with his dragon claws, crushing the skull instantly, and the soul fire dimmed as well. Such a ridiculous reason. Koph's last words came out. Meanwhile, the space of reincarnation began to expand rapidly. Then a brand new child of death slowly began to form. Chapter 152, The Dilemma of the Royal Capital. Outside the lair, Argenta was nervously watching everything around her. Argenta was a little worried after Saron and Koph disappeared. After all, the corpse of a green dragon was quite terrifying. This was the first time Argenta had ever witnessed something so terrifying. The true dragons who died on Dragon Island were all buried in the dragon tomb. She had never seen the corpses of the dead dragons, nor had she ever thought about what would happen to her after death. But this time, she was inexplicably very worried about Saron's safety, even though she knew Saron was extremely powerful. But the enemy had, after all, slain a dragon. What's on your mind? Suddenly, a deep voice rang out from behind Argenta. Argenta turned around with a start and saw that it was Saron. She exclaimed excitedly, Lord Saron, you're all right. Salon found it somewhat amusing. Do I look like I have something on my mind? It seems like everything is all right, Argenta said, transforming into human form and approaching Saron to examine him. Having spent so much time in the human world, she still prefers human form. By the way, Lord Saron, how is my brother doing? Argenta suddenly remembered that her brother seemed to be dealing with a powerful enemy as well. Saron closed his eyes and sensed the situation on Geraint's side. At this moment, Geraint's entire body was covered with the marks of battle. Many of his scales were broken, and the noble blood of a true dragon flowed from his body. His dragon wings were tattered, and most seriously, there was a huge wound on his head that almost split his cheek in two, and his left eye was almost blind. This injury is almost as bad as the one when Saron beat me up before. But Geraint still proudly roared in victory, because the enemy was in a much worse situation than him. Two humans were lying beneath his dragon claws. One of them had already lost vital signs, while the other's body was torn to shreds. Only his upper body remained, barely clinging to life. The legendary warrior's powerful vitality prevented him from dying immediately like an ordinary warrior. However, this powerful vitality was a torment for him, because with his current abilities, he simply couldn't fully recover. I told you all long ago not to challenge the patience of a true dragon, but you humans are just arrogant and conceited, Geraint said with some emotion, thinking of his former mercenary companions. You should be considered a genius among the Golden Dragon clan, so our defeat is not unjust. Abel sighed. I never imagined that a juvenile golden dragon could be so terrifying when it fought recklessly, even more cruel than an evil dragon. Now that you've finished your last words, return to the underworld. Geraint opened his mouth wide, preparing to kill his opponent with a single breath and end his suffering. Geraint, bring him back. At that moment, Saron's voice echoed in Geraint's mind. Lord Saron? Yes, Lord Saron. Geraint quickly realized what was happening. It seems that Lord Saron has learned of what happened on his side through some means. Geraint flapped his dragon wings, allowing him to fly. He unleashed a magical flame that charred Abel's lower body to stop the bleeding. After collecting some spoils, he took the crippled legendary warrior and flew towards the dragon's lair. Saron also checked the situation on the other members of his retinue and found that the entire land of the kingdom of Selenia had been ravaged by the dark creatures. Now, Shadar and the Wyvern King, along with their leaders, have only one goal: to storm the capital. After all, most of the remaining resistance forces of the kingdom of Selenia are concentrated here, and they seem determined to defend the capital to the death. It seems this battle is about to come to a successful conclusion. All that's needed is to take all the wealth of this human kingdom, and that will be the end of it. In Saron's view, those so-called resistance forces were a joke. Once individual strength reached a certain level, those ordinary human armies were no different from ants. Without the awe-inspiring power of legend, ordinary warriors and mages are utterly helpless against such large-scale warfare. This is probably the biggest difference between this world and my previous one. The strength of a top individual can influence the outcome of an entire war. Saron put aside these distracting thoughts, thinking that the treasure trove of the kingdom of Selenia must contain many good things. Argenta was somewhat puzzled. Wasn't Saron's purpose in launching this war to reclaim his child? Why did he seem more interested in the treasure? Furthermore, Saron's attitude toward the human kingdom puzzled her. Generally speaking, even dragons have a strong desire to rule over other creatures. After conquering human kingdoms, most of them would become rulers of human kingdoms and enjoy the thrill of being dragon emperors. But Saron was clearly just looking to grab a quick loot and leave, and had no intention of becoming emperor at all. However, Argenta didn't ask any further questions. After all, these were Saron's own spoils, and he should be free to dispose of them as he saw fit. Argenta didn't realize that she was now unconsciously thinking more about Saron's gains and losses. Saron is now focused solely on his own gains, completely forgetting that there is a little black dragon in the capital waiting for him to save it. Now he plans to go to the capital in person to claim his spoils of war. At this moment, the capital of the kingdom of Selenia was shrouded in a powerful defensive magic circle, like a giant eggshell, and the ordinary residents were in a state of panic, because the entire capital was surrounded by dark creatures. The powerful forest trolls, along with the lizardmen and earth goblins, surrounded the area completely, while powerful wyverns flew around in the sky, emitting terrifying roars. Even underground, there are tunnels and defensive fortifications dug by kobolds and other creatures, and some warning magic is used to prevent anyone from escaping from underground. There was truly no way to go to heaven or earth. The royal palace has been turned into a vegetable market. I told you long ago that all you had to do was hand over the baby dragon, but you wouldn't listen to me. An elderly nobleman sighed in the royal palace. Duke Cordoba, if I remember correctly, you were a strong supporter of the war back then, a minister suddenly said. How could it be me? I said that if an enemy maliciously provokes us, we must make them pay the price. This is tantamount to actively provoking them, the old nobleman shrieked. If only you had listened to me back then. Actually, I think it's the king's problem, another nobleman said, rolling his eyes. The entire hall fell silent instantly, and the ministers all looked at King Isaac on the throne. Isaac sat on his throne, his face grim, watching the scene unfold. He had not yet achieved his goal. That damned young dragon had not yielded. No matter how he threatened or bribed it, the dragon's arrogant attitude treated him like an insect. Now these guys are threatening him again. Don't think he doesn't know what they're thinking. They just want him to die. But he didn't want to die. Chapter 153 The Allure Returns. Disturbed, Isaac went to the back garden. Emily's little black dragon is imprisoned here. Emily was fiddling with a few gold coins when she saw Isaac arrive, and she didn't even acknowledge him. I'm giving you one last chance. Sign the contract with me. Isaac roared angrily, gripping the iron cage. A bug is a bug. Why can't it just crawl on the ground obediently? Emily said dismissively. This has been one of the many last chances this guy has given us, but nothing much has changed each time. Isaac rubbed his head, feeling like he was about to be driven mad by this guy. He waved to the guards around him, signaling them to leave. The guards, clad in full armor, respectfully walked down. After entering the residence, Isaac said expressionlessly to the air, "What should we do now?" The surrounding space distorted, and a handsome middle-aged man shrouded in a black robe appeared with a smile. "A long life isn't that easy," the middle-aged man said calmly. "Then what should I do?" Isaac asked, his eyes red. Although he looks young, he is actually over 60 years old. Some time ago, he learned through certain channels that his physical condition might only allow him to live for a few more months. Isaac was just an ordinary human without any cultivation, but he was unwilling to die like that. He possessed supreme power and had so many beautiful women and wealth waiting for him to enjoy. How could he die so easily? After trying all methods to extend his lifespan, Isaac met this middle-aged man and learned from him how to share the lifespan of a true dragon, provided that the dragon was willing to sign a contract with him. That depends on your determination. The middle-aged man said that he remembered another human with extremely high talent and ability who had cooperated with him last time, and that he was much better than this good-for-nothing in front of him. The seductress Keen recalled those less than pleasant memories, especially that damned underage black dragon. Now, the one stirring up this calamity is a strong, mature black dragon, and coincidentally, it has also captured the dragon's cub, leading Keen to suspect that the black dragon species is specifically designed to ward him off. The job of a demon is really not easy. Keen shook his head, dismissing the jumbled thoughts from his mind. There are over 2 million humans in your capital now, including quite a few warriors and mages. They are high-quality commodities. If you can sacrifice them all, you might be able to please the demon lord. At that time, even without this young dragon, you can still be blessed by the Lord and become a powerful demon. Keen smiled. Is this what you originally intended? Isaac was no fool to have become king, and after careful consideration, he came to this conclusion. There's nothing wrong with becoming a demon. Look at me. After the black mist swirled around Keen, the hideous appearance of the temptress was revealed in front of Isaac, his mouth almost touching Isaac's head. Or do you feel that the lives of those 2 million people are more important than your own? Keen knew the worst aspects of human nature. Despite humans' self-proclaimed status as the pinnacle of creation, he believed that humans are sometimes exceptionally fragile because their emotions are so rich. Human nature simply cannot withstand the test. As long as they can live, humans are not afraid of paying any price, and they don't care about the quality of life. As long as they can live, anything is acceptable. As expected, Isaac remained unmoved. He looked fearlessly at the seductive demon before him. After all, he already knew the demon's identity. I need to get a share of the profits in advance. And how do I know you can actually contact the demon lord? Isaac brushed off non-existent dust from his clothes. It should be noted that the demon lords are among the most powerful of all demon lords. In the abyss, even ordinary demon lords possess at least the legendary strength of humans. The demon lord could easily crush these demon lords. The seductress Keen smiled. He knew the human before him had taken the bait. At this moment, Saron was heading towards the capital of the kingdom of Selenia, his enormous figure blotting out the sky. Behind him followed the silver dragon Argenta, the half-crippled human legend that Geraint had brought back, which he had already transformed into Death Child number 4. It has to be said that their strength is really just average. But something is better than nothing. After flying for some time, we finally saw what the capital city looked like. An excited roar rang out. Drogon, the Wyvern King, flew to Saron's side and circled him up and down incessantly. You seem to have grown even bigger? Saron sized up the Wyvern King. The other clan leaders below also noticed Saron's arrival, and the dark creatures made way for him. Saron landed at this place with Argenta. Shadar and the half-dragon warrior Tursoon stared at Saron with fervor. Lord Saron, I will personally lead the charge and offer this city to you. 2 puffs of hot air came out of Tursoon's nostrils. This shows his excited state of mind at that moment. No need, I'll break this eggshell myself. Saron looked at the royal capital's protective array and felt it was somewhat familiar. The true dragon's memory is incredibly powerful, and Saron quickly recalled the familiar place. The sacrificial magic circle in the city of Vultan has an aura almost identical to this protective magic circle. Once the magic array is broken, the entire army will attack. Remember, I only want the treasure. Saron flew directly into the sky, looking down at the royal capital. No matter what conspiracies or schemes are lurking within the city, he can simply crush them with his strength. In midair, energy began to accumulate in Saron's body, and the atomic furnace began to operate at high speed. At this moment, the capital city was in chaos, and a tall warrior on the city wall was trembling all over. His face was pale as he stared at the enormous black figure in the sky, gritting his teeth as he said, "Quickly report to His Majesty, the Black Dragon has arrived." At this point, there was no need to say more. Saron's figure was already in the sight of all the survivors in the royal capital. Damn it, They arrived so quickly. The seductress Jean saw this scene as soon as she came out of the palace. But it's all right. I still have a magic circle. Just then, Saron in the sky spewed out a scorching breath. The protective magic circle shattered like a bubble. Chapter 154, Invading the Capital. Kill. Charge together. All the dark creatures became excited upon seeing the protective magic array broken. They have waited far too long. Saron looked down at all of this without stopping it. He watched the human soldiers, warriors and mages resist in vain, without feeling the slightest bit moved. The war has been going on for a long time now. Those who really wanted to survive have already fled. Those who remain should be determined to live and die with this corrupt country. So he had no choice but to grant their wish. Now we should go check out the treasure vault. Saron began flying low, his destination the royal palace, where he believed he could find everything he desired. Its enormous body generated a huge gust of air, and the moment it swept across the ground, countless people fell to their knees in terror. Why did we provoke this creature? A soldier looked at the enormous figure and despairingly put down his weapon. There is no need to continue fighting when faced with an enemy that is impossible to defeat. I used to hear about other countries being attacked and destroyed by monsters, but when it happened to me, I felt nothing but utter despair. As Keen watched the black dragon fly over his head, his heart was filled with anger and fear. Those damn dragons. They all deserve to be skinned alive, their souls roasted by the abyssal flames. Just wait, I will definitely. Keen cursed the black dragon before him with madness in his heart. Saron, who had just flown over this area, was filled with doubt and had a bad feeling. Saron possesses telepathic abilities. He just overheard what sounded like some creature cursing him. Saron stopped and landed on the roof of a palace complex. Then his scarlet eyes gazed down at the life below. Some human soldiers and civilians below, dressed in tattered clothes, didn't know why the terrifying black dragon had stopped. Although Saron did not intentionally unleash his dragon might, everyone present still felt a sense of fear of death and involuntarily knelt on the ground. This is the instinctual survival drive of life, giving up resistance in the hope that the other party will let you go. The seductress Keen knelt on the ground with her head bowed, just like the humans around her. He had a premonition that the black dragon was coming for him, but he hadn't shown any difference. Since he was exposed in front of that black dragon last time, he has improved his talents, and now he is a genuine human. Boom. A scorching breath shot directly at Keen. Ah! Keen screamed as he scrambled to his feet. He had now reverted to his temptress form, and his human body could not escape the terrifying breath. His body was covered with charred scars from the intense heat. Seduction demon. Saron never expected that his tentative breath attack would actually work, and that he would even encounter an old friend. How did you find out? The seductive demon was now somewhat frantic. He didn't understand why things had turned out this way. He had only cursed a few times in his mind, and yet he was discovered? This is even stranger than the previous black dragon. Could it be that the black dragon race is naturally restrained by itself? Saron could tell from this situation that the guy probably didn't recognize him, since he seemed to have asked him this question before. But Saron got used to it. After all, the demon race always has some oddballs or mentally unstable individuals. The seductive demon in front of me must be acting strangely after its brain injury last time. Everyone here is dressed in tattered clothes, so why are you dressed in such a clean black robe? You don't look like a good person. Saron, now intrigued, offered a rare explanation. He never expected it would be because his clothes were cleaner than everyone else's. What kind of reason is this? Just because he was dressed neatly, he's going to be killed? He was just an ordinary human being. This black dragon is definitely not in a normal mind. But considering his situation, Keen still managed to force a standard devilish smile. A demon like him must be able to bend and stretch. Your Excellency Black Dragon, your child is with Isaac in the royal palace. We have not done anything to her. Just as Keen was about to say something, 8 blood-red beams of light suddenly appeared from the direction of the palace. The dark clouds in the sky were stirred up and churned, forming an enormous vortex. The magic array has been successfully completed. Keen, no longer caring about his injuries, was enveloped in a red glow as his body fragmented into countless transparent pieces, disappearing as if pixelated. Saron looked at the spot where the temptress had disappeared. This time, it seemed that the creature hadn't escaped. His gaze turned towards the royal palace. This familiar yet unfamiliar aura left him somewhat puzzled. It resembles a sacrificial array, but it's not entirely a sacrificial array. No matter what it is, everyone has their own trump cards. Now, with increased health, the The range of movement in the void has become increasingly vast. He's no weakling in this material world, and it's time for him to unveil some of the world's mysteries. With a flap of its wings, Saron flew towards the palace. At this moment, Isaac in the palace looked at the blood-red magic circle in front of him with exhaustion in his eyes. At that moment, the seducer Keen appeared in the palace, ignoring Isaac beside him. He bit his own finger and then used his blood to draw a huge six-pointed star magic circle on the ground. Hurry up and stand in the middle of the magic circle and recite the incantation I taught you before. This is your only chance. That black dragon is already here, Keen urged. Isaac gritted his teeth. The kingdom was practically gone now, and he had no choice but to go along with the mistake. Soon, Isaac made a strange gesture with his hands, stood in the middle of the magic circle, and chanted a spell that did not belong to this world. Black blood began to flow from Isaac's 7 orifices, making him look like a vengeful ghost. At this moment, Isaac sensed something was wrong. The spell and magic circle seemed different from what the seducer Keen had said. We signed a contract. You can't do this to me, Isaac said painfully. Contracts are meant to be broken. How dare a mere mortal presume to gain eternal life? Keen scoffed. As a demon, he has his own ways of circumventing the contract. The moment the incantation was completed, the space seemed to begin to shatter. You'll die a horrible death for lying to me. After saying this, Isaac's body melted away like foam in the middle of the magic circle, leaving not even his clothes behind. Keen didn't care about Isaac's curse. If mortal curses were effective, he would have died countless times already. It seems that the blood of despair produced under these circumstances is quite effective. No wonder he possesses the bloodline of the Witch King. Thinking of this, Keen respectfully addressed the crimson space before him in abyssal language. Great Lord Graz the Dark Lord, your humble servant offers you the highest respect. Chapter 155 Lord of Darkness, Graz. As Keen spoke, the space in front of them changed. A black demon head formed from abyssal demonic energy appeared in the magic circle. Has so much time passed? I wonder what has happened in this world. Oh well, I'd better come and see for myself. A magnetic voice entered Keen's ears, and before he could react, a cloud of black demonic energy spewed out from the mouth of the demon's head. It instantly enveloped the body of the seductive demon Keen. Boom. And Saron's figure also appeared here. Black Dragon, it looks pretty strange. The enormous demonic head looked at Saron with curiosity. I think you're the weirder one. Salon exhaled a puff of hot air from his nostrils. Despite outwardly showing disdain for this guy, he was actually on high alert. I never expected to meet the legendary demon lord, Lord of Darkness, Graz here. Saron stared at the demon's head before him. There is a record of this person in the Black Dragon's legacy memories. He is the only demon lord in the bottomless abyss who can become the overlord of the abyss. In ancient times, he could be considered one of the most powerful demon lords. He was involved in many things. Some powerful figures speculate that this guy had been missing for a long time, because the Dark Lord Graz had not been active in the abyss for a long time. They didn't expect to encounter him here, even though this was not his true form. It was merely a projection of the astral plane formed from the demonic energy of the abyss. The exact strength of Lord Darkness is unknown, but the description of him in the Black Dragon's inherited memories is extremely exaggerated. Generally, the most powerful demon lords possess a domain at most one level of the bottomless abyss. However, Graz possesses a triple domain. If it were the true form of Lord Darkness, Saron would run as far away as possible. This guy is far beyond Saron's current capabilities, because he can even scheme against and kill a true god. Even the goddess Rose was tricked by him and almost lost a part of her divinity. Even their son is a demigod. However, if it is just an astral projection, that's another story, especially since it is far weaker than the astral projection of the legendary Lord of Darkness. Black Dragon, you're quite good. Be loyal to me. Graz had just finished absorbing the Temptress's memories. Sensing Saron's immense power, and considering that he had only just begun to escape and didn't yet have any decent subordinates in this world, Saron was furious when he heard this. It's just a projection of the abyss's demonic energy, yet it thinks it can make him submit? It's incredibly audacious. I would be even happier if you pledged your loyalty to me. Lord Graz of Darkness glanced at Saron, ignoring Saron's sarcasm, and continued, as a black dragon of this era, your bloodline may not even be able to support your growth to the level of an ancient dragon. In other words, even if you are lucky enough to grow into an ancient dragon, you will at most be at the level of a demigod. In the end, you will either enter Tiamat's divine kingdom to continue serving her, or become a pathetic dragon lich. And I can make you a powerful abyssal dragon. At that time, none of those guys in the celestial plane will be your match, and even Tiamat, the mother of dragons, will be unable to do anything to you. Your power will shake the entire astral plane. Graz's voice was filled with ultimate seduction. I don't feel that becoming an ally or subordinate of a demon is a good thing, Sarone said, looking at the seductive demon Keen below, who was slowly losing consciousness. Lord Graz, Keen stared in anguish at the demon's head before him. Graz had just brutally examined his memories and severely damaged his mind. He was already extremely weak in this condition. Sarone paid no attention to the pathetic seducer. He had just felt a powerful mental pull. It made him want to indulge in the kind of situation Graz described. However, with the boost from the feast's life points, his mental strength and willpower far surpassed those of an ordinary true dragon, so this mental inducement naturally posed no threat to him. If he didn't have any special abilities or was doing poorly, then Sarone might actually consider joining Graz's crew. Impressive willpower. Graz then began to take the black dragon in front of him more seriously. After all, he was the Dark Lord Graz, and even a black dragon could not resist the guiding magic emitted by just a projection of demonic energy. This seductive demon is nothing but a greedy fool. Its only purpose is to open the seal of Igvalith decades ahead of schedule, Graz said nonchalantly. As a demon lord watched over by the great will of the abyss, even if his physical body perishes in the outside world, he will be quickly reborn in the bottomless abyss. After all, the three-layer domain was already enveloped by his will, so rebirth was a piece of cake for him. However, his true form was directly sealed by the witch King Yggdrasil, and this transdimensional seal was located in a rift between layers of the prime material world. In addition, Igvali's methods prevented him from even committing suicide. That guy is really heartless. Witch King Igvali? Sarone never expected that this guy was actually sealed away by the witch King Yggdrasil. Could it be that she fell for a honey trap? But thinking about it, it makes sense, since Graz has the title of Demon Prince. This guy is incredibly lecherous, even braver than a dragon. His swan realm is filled with concubines and favorite wives from various world planes. Succubus, lion, human, giant. He would take in any race with females, which was utterly inhuman. The witch King Ygglevel is said to possess charm comparable to that of the succubus queen. Sarone felt that his guess was probably pretty close to the truth. At this moment, countless black threads began to appear around the magic circle, and the huge demon head shook and sighed slightly. Black Dragon, I have high hopes for you. We will definitely meet again in the future, and I look forward to your performance then. After saying this, the demon head disappeared from the spot. He had more important things to do. The black dragon in front of him would understand one day. The magic circle also disappeared. Everything around them returned to normal. But Sarone felt a little heavy-hearted. He sensed that Graz's last words were more than just a simple statement. He was certain they would meet again, and he did not use the astral projection to attack Sarone again. If this guy were an enemy, he would definitely be the most powerful enemy Sarone has ever encountered in his life. Sarone scratched his dragon horn with his claws. Thinking about it was pointless. If I just eat it step by step, one day I'll make this demon lord a dish on my menu. After figuring this out, Sarone looked at the half-dead temptress. Thankfully, there was food. The combined wealth of the entire capital city would be enough for him to hold 2 or 3 grand banquets. Chapter 156. Emily is rescued. At this moment, from the scorched earth, the head of a small, jet-black dragon cautiously peeked out. The powerful magic array had just shattered the magical cage, imprisoning Emily. After sensing the immense force, Emily immediately dug a hole and lay down inside, pretending to be dead. Only after sensing the disappearance of the evil and chaotic magic outside did it crawl out from underground. The moment she poked her head out, a huge claw grabbed her. What is that? Let me go. Let me go. Let me go, or I'll eat you. Emily flailed her limbs wildly. Sarone lifted Emily up in front of him and examined her closely, bouncing her up and down. She was in good shape and didn't seem to be missing any parts. It seems the royal family of Selenia did not mistreat Emily. Sarone thought she was long dead. She was lucky. Emily was cursing and swearing when she looked up and saw a pair of huge, scarlet eyes, and she immediately fell silent. She looked around and clearly knew that the burly black dragon in front of her had invaded the human capital to plunder its wealth. However, after a few seconds of mental blanking, Emily suddenly became excited. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You must be the Great Despair, the most unparalleled black dragon king in history. Emily felt a chill run down her spine when she saw Saron staring intently at her. I am Emily, a being who has the potential to become the future Black Dragon Queen. If the two of us join forces, we will definitely be able to rule this continent. Saron looked at Emily with a strange expression. This girl probably couldn't even beat the half-dragon warriors under his command, right? Teaming up? That's ridiculous. Lord Saron, the treasury of the human royal family in the capital has been found. The half-dragon Tursoon flew overexcitedly. His dragon wings weren't enough for him to fly freely, but he could glide. I will go and see the treasury, bring back all the wealth of this city. Saron said, having family is great. They do all the chores and hard work, so you can just relax. Yes, sir. Tursoon glanced at the little black dragon in Saron's hand, and Emily suddenly said something. Lord Saron is mighty and invincible. He has rescued the princess. In Tursoon's view, his master was the powerful Black Dragon King, so his master's child must be the Black Dragon Princess. Emily was incredibly excited. She actually has such a powerful father. It's unbelievable that the incredibly foolish Black Dragon Lisa has such good luck and such a powerful partner. But usually male dragons just kill their prey and run away. I never expected that my cheap father would come to my rescue. This shows that the future great Black Dragon Queen is really powerful. In an instant, Emily's mind was filled with countless images of her future powerful figure. In her imagination, there was a scene where she was surrounded by countless followers, lying on a huge mountain of treasure and looking down at two black dragons, one large and one small. Saron, you fool, how dare you come to me for refuge? The great Black Dragon Queen is not someone you can look down upon. Yes, great Black Dragon Queen Emily. I was blind. I deserve to die. The strange-looking little black dragon below said obsequiously. Emily nodded in satisfaction, then looked at the adult black dragon beside her. Lisa, you actually dared to hit me back then? How dare you challenge the great Black Dragon Queen? I deserve to die too. It is Lisa's honor to give birth to the great Black Dragon Queen. As Salon watched Emily drooling and drifting off into her own thoughts, he felt a little nauseous. The drool was even dripping onto his dragon claws. He casually tossed it to Tursoon and then wiped the dragon claw. Take her back to the lair, and don't let her touch anything. Saron then flew toward the location Tursoon pointed to. He loved opening treasure vaults. Tursoon was a little stunned. Things didn't seem to be going as he had expected. It seemed that the owner didn't like his child. She was forbidden from touching anything. That probably refers to the treasure. What are you looking at? Take me back right now, or I'll have my father kill you. Emily stood up abruptly, glaring fiercely at Tursoon. With such a powerful father, what is there to be afraid of? Now, her identity is the Black Dragon Princess. Tursoon was unsure how to treat the little black dragon in front of him. Forget it, I'll just keep a calm mind. Our nest is in Sunset Forest, quite a distance from here. Tursoon said, then flew ahead on his own. You damned half-dragon, just you wait. Emily's proud nature as a true dragon made her very angry at Tursoon's attitude. Tursoon was somewhat disdainful. His master's unparalleled black dragon was incomparable to the little black dragon before him. When Emily saw that the other person was ignoring her, she turned around and looked around, feeling a little scared, so she quickly followed. After flying for some distance, Saron found the royal treasury guarded by Shadar deep within the palace. Lord Saron. Shadar looked rather disheveled. What happened? Saron looked at the large hole that had been broken open in the vault door. But there seems to be something else inside. Lord Saron, we have broken through the protective array inside, but there are 3 very powerful constructs guarding the interior. Their bodies are very strong, and we cannot defeat them for the time being. We can only deplete their energy, Shadar explained. Saron didn't care. What master could want to enter his own treasure vault, but be unable to? He simply ripped open a section of the roof with one paw, like opening a box. Click. 3 figures rushed out from inside. Without even looking, Saron tore the 2 bird-headed, human-bodied constructs to pieces with a single swipe of its claw. The remaining humanoid construct leaped high into the air, its great sword aimed at Saron's eyes. With a single flap of its wing, Saron sent the construct crashing into the ground. Click. A terrifying suit of armor, clad in retro style, and emitting red energy from its gaps, leaped out from underground. It actually withstood one of my wings. It seems this terrifying armored construct is quite something. After all, Saron had a full understanding of his own power. Those 2 constructs were examples of this, turning into fragments with the slightest touch. The terror armor construct possesses intelligence, and can reason and adjust its tactics. It is steadfastly devoted to its creator, even after the creator's demise. The terrifying armor consists of a set of animated empty plates, serving its master without any ambition or emotion. They possess the mindset and fighting style of a powerful knight, making them extremely difficult to deal with for ordinary creatures. After all, a creature that is fearless, has strong defenses, and possesses intelligent thinking is not easy to deal with. However, it was nothing to Saron. Saron destroyed the core inside the chest of the terrifying armor with a single claw strike. Looking at the terrifying armor lying on the ground, he had an idea. Chapter 157 Trivial Matters. One's own children of death are different from those in life. Their bodies are shaped based on the cycle of death, which makes them less powerful than they were in life. However, if a way could be found to combine the Son of Death with the terror armor, it would definitely be even more powerful. However, this needs to be studied carefully. Put it away, take it back later. Saron ordered. Understood, Lord Saron. Shadar looked at the tattered armor below, somewhat puzzled, but still ordered his troll subordinates to collect it. Saron then looked into the vault, ignoring the mountains of gold coins. At first, they were exciting to look at, but after seeing them so often, he became numb to them. What he really wanted to see were those special treasures, hoping they could grant him different talents. Unfortunately, when the feast is not in progress, it is impossible to judge the value of items by their aroma. Never mind, I'll just take it back. However, Lord Wuan's words earlier had annoyed him, so he decided to find a place to clear his mind. With this in mind, Saron had an idea, and he chose a direction to fly in. At this moment, in the capital of the Kingdom of Del, Sophia sat on the throne, dressed in a fiery red palace gown. Below, a male and a female minister are reporting on the progress of the war in the Kingdom of Selenia. Your Majesty, the capital of the Kingdom of Selenia has been breached by the Black Dragon. Countless people have been killed or wounded, especially the wealthy nobles. The basic order of the entire kingdom has been completely paralyzed. Our soldiers obeyed your orders and did not clash with those dark creatures, and they seem to have no intention of paying attention to us either. Sophia felt a pang of emotion. She hadn't expected the Kingdom of Selenia to be destroyed so quickly, which made her incredibly grateful for her initial choice. Although she gave up her most precious possession, she gained not only the long-awaited freedom, but also unparalleled power. Moreover, during this period, she had already occupied almost half of the territory of the Kingdom of Selenia since the start of the war, and received countless refugees, which are the most important resources of a kingdom. It played a significant role in the future development of the Kingdom of Del. Suddenly, Sophia seemed to sense something. She waved her hand and said, "You may all leave now. Do not let anyone enter the main hall." "Yes, Your Majesty." Although the two ministers did not know what had happened, they still withdrew. "You all get out too." Sophia ordered the guards and maids around her. Yes. All the guards and maids withdrew, leaving only Sophia in the hall. "You look great lately." A strong half-dragon appeared out of nowhere next to Sophia. It was Saron, who had used the shape-shifting technique. "Master." Sophia stood up and bowed to Saron. Saron sized up Queen Sophia before him, growing increasingly fond of her aura. Instead of flying directly to the palace in a grand manner, he communicated his upcoming arrival to Sophia beforehand via telepathy. "You seem quite happy lately," Saron said as he sat down on the throne in the palace. "It's all thanks to you," Sophia said softly, bowing her head. "So how do you plan to repay her?" Saron asked casually, though Sophia had already done quite well. She would send a lot of treasure to Saron's lair every now and then, and she sent even more during this period. Saron was quite satisfied with her. Sophia smiled charmingly without saying a word, picked up a wine jug from the side, poured a glass of wine, and personally brought it to Saron's lips. Saron glanced at her, then drank it down. This was the first time he had ever tasted alcohol from another world. It tasted a bit like fruit juice. "Sophia has nothing else to offer but herself in return," Sophia said sweetly. Sophia sat directly in Saron's lap, stroking his steel-like muscles with her delicate, white fingers, as smooth as lotus blossoms, and slowly moving them down to his lower abdomen. Feeling the soft, beautiful body in his arms, Saron took a deep breath of Sophia's fragrance. Then he snatched the wine jug from her hand and threw it, quickly turning Sophia into a little white lamb. Sophia presents her beauty to Saron, but human nature is complex, and she needs to conceal some things from everyone in the Kingdom of Del. But for some reason, in front of the Black Dragon, Sophia felt that she could completely let go and show her most authentic self. Saron could sense the other person's feelings, and only then did he begin to savor the delicious food. Meanwhile, the guards of the kingdom of Del outside the palace were unaware that their majestic queen was being conquered by another powerful being. After the passion subsided, Saron looked at Sophia, who was leaning against the throne with her knees drawn up to her arms, looking somewhat pitiful, her fair and delicate skin still bearing the afterglow of the caresses. "I want to bear you a powerful child," Sophia said, her cheeks slightly flushed. Salon was somewhat speechless. He knew that Sophia was still not entirely at ease. However, Sophia may not be able to achieve her goal. In fact, he had long realized that he might not be able to have offspring through conventional means because his body was full of radiation, and the reasons for that were obvious. This radiation becomes increasingly powerful as health increases, and it is extremely harmful to the mother. People with constitutions like Misa and Sophia simply cannot withstand it, making it impossible for them to conceive Saron's offspring. So every time he made love to his woman, he would use magic to eliminate the radiation, but once the radiation was eliminated, it was no longer effective. Saron thought that if he wanted to leave offspring, he would have to find a more powerful female in the future. Moreover, Saron has only been in this world for a short time, and he does not want to leave any descendants here. Saron looked at Sophia and, unusually, pulled her into his arms to offer a gentle comfort. This gradually calmed his agitated mind. He found himself growing to love this world more and more. As long as one had enough power, one could do whatever one wanted. Chapter 158, The Two Little Ones' Thoughts. Saron did not stay in the kingdom of Del for long. After spending a brief moment with Sophia, he returned to his lair in the Sunset Mountains. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. As soon as Saron entered the palace lair, he heard a furious voice coming from inside. The little black dragon Hannah was carefully eating a large piece of meat, while Emily beside her was grabbing Hannah's dragon horns and asking her something. Upon seeing Saron enter, the half-dragon Tersoon, who had been watching the two little black dragons, bowed to Saron and then slowly withdrew. Emily and Hannah also quieted down, with Emily staring wide-eyed at Saron as he entered. She had just received unbelievable news from Hannah. That powerful black dragon, who instilled fear in countless humans and commanded a vast retinue of treasures, was actually her strange brother, Saron. "What are you two planning to do in the future?" Saron was in a good mood, and his gaze towards the two little dragon girls softened slightly. "Saron," Hannah opened her mouth as if to say something. "Emily and she are now safe, and in principle, Saron has already done more than enough to rescue them. Ordinary evil dragons wouldn't care about this kind of sibling affection." Emily calmed down and began to think about the future. A true dragon possessing the dragon's heritage is no fool. She can understand some things very clearly on her own. After all, only she knew best the hardships she and Hannah had endured outside these past few months. If nothing unexpected happens, they probably won't be able to survive to adulthood. On the other hand, Saron's strength, his forces, and his treasures have far exceeded the two little dragons' understanding. After all, Saron was only about a year old, just like the other two. This talent is unmatched even by ancient astral dragons. Perhaps only legendary dragon species can compare. Emily's eyes suddenly lit up. Looking at Saron's appearance, which was completely different from that of an ordinary black dragon, and its powerful aura, she seemed to have realized something. "Saron, I'm sorry about what happened before, but we both want to stay by your side," Hannah said, mustering her courage. "We both want to stay by your side and help you." Emily quickly interjected before Hannah could finish speaking. "Just kidding. Saron is doing so well now, much better than Daenerys Targaryen was back then. Moreover, it is suspected to be a legendary dragon species, and its future potential is boundless. So she's determined to hold on to this powerful figure tightly, and things like saving face aren't that important anymore." Moreover, she had only offended Salon slightly with her words before. Moreover, two real dragons are incomparable to any other kind of companions. Saron paid no attention to the two little ones, and instead lay down on his enormous throne. For him, the two little ones weren't really of much use, since he would be invincible by the time they grew stronger. "Lord Saron." At that moment, Geraint and his sister walked in. The two preferred human form, so they would often wander around Saron's lair in human form when they had nothing to do. Saron looked down and saw that Geraint's injuries had completely healed, and his strength seemed to have greatly improved. That's right. That level of combat had already unleashed his potential. The Golden Dragon was naturally skilled in combat, and the enhancement from the Twisted Seed further amplified his abilities. Congratulations, Lord Sarone, on successfully rescuing your children. Argenta's eyes lit up as she looked at the two little black dragons. To be honest, the black dragon when it was young didn't have the appearance of a bone dragon and looked quite cute, especially when compared to the behemoth Sarone. How could we be? Emily panicked upon hearing this. Just as she was about to say that she was not Sarone's child, Sarone on the throne pressed a claw down on her head, silencing her. The child is rather mischievous, so you can help me train him in the future, Sarone said, patting Emily's head with his paw. Emily couldn't say a word anymore. Her small body was trembling. The sudden claw strike from Sarone made her feel a strong sense of life and death crisis. She had a premonition that if she said another word, Salon would crush her head. Hannah, standing to the side, nodded like a chick pecking at rice as she watched this. Yes, we are father's children. Sarone nodded in satisfaction. The kid got into the zone very quickly. He was well aware of how fast he was growing, and in that case, it was best not to reveal himself in the early stages. The allure of legendary dragon species is considerable. Geraint, Argenta, I'm going to be in a deep sleep for a while. During this time, I'll be entrusting the safety of the dragon nest to you two. Don't let me down. Sarone stopped teasing the two dragon sisters and solemnly addressed Geraint and Argenta. Yes, Lord Sarone, Argenta said excitedly before Geraint could even speak. She did not ask why she had just fallen into a deep sleep and was now about to fall into one again. As the effects of the twisted seed gradually manifested, and given that Argenta didn't harbor much ill will towards Sarone to begin with. At this time, her affection for Salon was also steadily increasing. After making the arrangements, Sarone headed deeper into his lair, where his treasures and other items were located. Emily only realized what had happened after Sarone left, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Sarone was terrifying in that state. It made her feel like she could be torn apart at any moment. Moreover, Sarone actually subdued 2 metal dragons. When did those arrogant metal dragons become subservient to the 5-colored dragons? Your name is Emily, right? Those humans are truly despicable. Argenta walked up and touched Emily's dragon horns, intending to comfort Sarone's daughter. You think you can touch the future Black Dragon Queen? Emily barked at Argenta's hand with a paw and roared like a cat, with its fur standing on end. It seemed as if he wanted to vent all the fright he had just suffered at Sarone's place. Argenta looked at Hannah and then at Emily. They were both children of Sarone, so why were their personalities so different? Not cute at all. Sister, she is, after all, a black dragon, Geraint reminded her. The black dragon cubs are not like the metal dragon cubs on Dragon Island. Their personalities are far worse. Argenta pursed her lips, thinking that her future child would definitely be cuter than this little black dragon. How many eggs should I lay? 3 seems like a good number. A silver dragon like myself would be so cute, but who should I breed with? Argenta looked in the direction Sarone had just left. Geraint had no idea what his sister was thinking. He left the palace alone to make arrangements. Argenta remained at the palace gate as usual, but her mind was in complete turmoil. Chapter 159 Blood Control. After setting up several warning spells, Sarone entered the treasure vault and began examining his ingredients. First, there was that thing that looked like a vampire's blood core. Then there were several legendary weapons and the corpse of this seductive demon. Because Sarone's physical body is too strong, his shape-shifting form has always been a dragon human over 2 meters tall. Fortunately, the women Sarone chooses are all quite resilient. Both Misa, the bunny girl, and Sophia possess extraordinary physical abilities. If it were an ordinary human woman like Sarone, she would probably die if she slept with someone. So he had been envious of this guy's shape-shifting talent for a long time. After taking one last look at his stats, Sarone chose to begin the feast. The familiar feeling of hunger returned, and soon countless treasures that other creatures considered vital to their lives were swallowed up by Sarone like candy beans. For Sarone now, gold coins are no different from eating rice in his previous life. The treasure in the cave was disappearing at a rapid pace visible to the naked eye, but Bisharin didn't feel any remorse, since it was all stolen. Then came the vampire's blood core and the legendary human weapon, and finally the seductive demon. With about half of the treasure remaining in the cave, Sarone looked at the feast, which was now 100% complete. He felt his eyelids getting increasingly sleepy, and then he closed his scarlet eyes. During the time that Sarone slept, the war in the kingdom of Selenia also came to a complete end. The entire kingdom became part of history. The territory of the former Selenia kingdom near the Sunset Mountains was entirely occupied by dark creatures, and the remaining land was incorporated into the territory of the Del Kingdom. This made the kingdom of Del one of the more powerful kingdoms in the region. This news swept across the entire continent like a storm. Countless human cities in the surrounding area were plunged into panic as a result. In fact, it's not uncommon for human cities to be breached and massacred by monsters or other creatures. However, the kingdom of Selenia was no small kingdom, and this was the first time in hundreds of years that a powerful human kingdom had been destroyed by evil creatures. Meanwhile, the name of the dragon of despair and fear spread, and countless humans secretly cursed and swore at Saron. In the mercenary guild of a bustling city, a group of strong warriors clad in heavy armor looked at the news in their hands. A blond man, listening to the surrounding chatter, asked, "Captain, should we go and find out about the despair calamity?" After all, a powerful dragon represents honor and unparalleled wealth. Scarface took a big gulp of his drink and stared expressionlessly at the blond man in front of him. "I won't stop you if you want to go and die, but don't use our mercenary group's name." "Why? That place is fraught with danger now, teeming with dark creatures. Going there now would be suicide," Scarface explained impatiently. After saying that, he left. The blond man, who was in charge of the group, had no choice but to follow. Meanwhile, the ears of two people wearing black cloaks at the nearby table twitched slightly. "Jizania, should we go take a look?" "Forget it, I don't want to join in the fun, and I certainly don't want to fight other true dragons," the woman said, frowning. "Furthermore, there is reliable information that the kingdom of Selenia brought about the Black Calamity by recklessly capturing the Black Dragon Cub. Humanity must always pay the price for its actions." "Alright, then let's focus on finding Geraint and the others." Seeing that the other party wasn't interested, the man stopped talking. A black dragon's head emerged from the pantanal swamp, and she received some information as well. A calamity of despair? Or a young black dragon? Shaw. It then slowly sank into the swamp, leaving only a few bubbles behind. Although most humans deeply resent Saron, the world has never lacked creatures that worship the strong, and all dark beings and other monsters have also set their sights on Sunset Forest. A few days later, in the palace, Saron slowly opened his eyes. He stretched his body and looked at his 31-meter-tall frame with satisfaction. For him, growing bigger meant becoming stronger. It feels great to feel stronger all over. Then he looked at the panel. Saron, 800 health. Feast levels, 18. Feast cooldown, 15 days. Talent 1, Carnivore. Talent 2, Earth Magic Elemental Affinity. Talent 3, Fire Magic Elemental Affinity. Talent 4, Armor Penetration. Your claws and teeth will deal more damage to enemies and inflict severe wounds. Talent 5, Wild Scream. Talent 6, Atomic Furnace. Talent 7, Vibration Perception. Talent 8, Telepathy. Talent 9, Lightning Breath. Talent 10, Mind Chains. Talent 11, Twisted Seed. Talent 12, Void Walk. Talent 13, Flame Body. Talent 14, Wind Elemental Control. Talent 15, Reincarnation's Desperate Situation. Talent 16, Child of Death. Talent 17, Blood Control, Advanced Trait 1, Vigorous Blood. Your blood is filled with unparalleled vitality, greatly enhancing your health. Trait 2, Blood Mastery. You can manipulate blood to create any shape. Trait 3, you can draw energy from blood to heal yourself or other creatures. Saron was pleasantly surprised. His health had increased significantly this time, which meant that his speed, strength, defense, and spirit had all improved considerably. Even his other talents have been indirectly enhanced. For example, he can now condense hundreds or even thousands of twisted seeds without any problem. Although he was somewhat disappointed that he didn't acquire the Temptress's transformation talent, he could still find other, higher-grade ingredients to replace it in the future. The talent of blood control was somewhat unexpected for him. At this moment, Saron could clearly feel the blood flowing through the veins of his entire body, blood that was like lead and mercury. Saron used his dragon claws to slash open the blood vessels in his left arm, but blood did not flow out as usual. Instead, it continued to flow, and then the wound began to heal at a visible rate. Saron sighed. The increase in his physical strength had also made his self-healing ability much stronger. He hardened his heart and made a large cut, then manipulated the blood to flow out. Soon, a blood sphere the size of a human head floated in front of Saron. This dragon blood, brimming with pure magic, would be priceless in the human world. Under Saron's watchful gaze, the blood orb slowly transformed into a lifelike crimson dragon, its claws waving wildly in midair. Saron immediately became interested and manipulated the blood into a knife. Under Saron's control, the blood knife flew out and pierced deeply into the wall. Then the blood turned into the shape of Misa, and Saron felt very strange watching the little blood-red figure walking around on the ground. Chapter 160: The New Twisted Seed. After experimenting for a while, Saron left the nest. When he emerged from the depths of the palace, he saw Argenta, who was intently guarding the place. Her eyes lit up when she saw Saron come out, and she immediately went to greet him, saying with a hint of excitement, "Lord Saron." Argenta looked Saron up and down. His strong muscles and perfect physique made him one of the most handsome dragons in the world. "Argenta, don't move yet. I'm going to test a spell on you." Saron looked at Argenta and had an idea in mind. "Yes, Lord Saron," Argenta replied without hesitation. "Okay, don't resist." With a thought, Saron activated his blood control talent and began attempting to control the blood within Argenta's body. Argenta suddenly felt a wave of discomfort and involuntarily groaned. "This sound." Saron looked at her speechlessly. "That voice was just too, you know?" A few seconds later, Saron felt as if he could directly control the reverse flow of blood within Argenta's body. However, he did not do so because it would cause unnecessary harm to Argenta's body. Saron slowly walked out of the passage. Argenta stared blankly at Saron's retreating figure, her heart racing the moment she saw him. Even the blood in the body is restless and agitated. Is this what people often call being attracted to the opposite sex? But she doesn't seem to be an adult. After leaving the palace, Saron took to the sky. His enormous size instilled a strong sense of oppression in the half-dragons on guard around him. Lord Saron has become even more powerful. Tursoon looked at the strong and ferocious body in the sky with great envy. He, a half-dragon, could never reach such a height. Saron flew to a riverbank near Sunset Forest. Thanks to the care of the servants, there are almost no monsters left in Sunset Forest. After all, everyone needs to eat meat, and no magical beast can withstand so many dark creatures. It took Saron a lot of effort to find the two hopping rabbits in the distance. This type of rabbit is very common and belongs to the lowest level of magical beasts. It can spit out ice arrows from its mouth. Fortunately, Saron concealed his dragon might to an almost imperceptible degree, otherwise the two rabbits would have been terrified. Saron began to control the reverse flow of blood in one of the hopping rabbits. There was a loud bang. The entire hopping rabbit had exploded into a swirling cloud of bloody mist. Saron looked down at the other hopping rabbit that was stunned with fear, and then with a thought, a tiny wind blade sliced open its skin. Under Saron's control, a crimson mist enveloped his wounded area. The hopping rabbit's wound healed at a visible speed, and it was completely healed in just a few seconds. Just as the hopping rabbit beside him came to its senses, Saron looked at the hopping rabbit in his paws and threw it into his mouth. It doesn't have much flavor. After testing his skills, Saron took flight and flew towards his lair. He has some things to take care of. At this moment, two little black dragons gathered together in the nest. Hannah lay listlessly on the ground, while Emily paced back and forth in the cave. Hannah's eyes followed Emily's every move. "Damn it. We're clearly Saron's sisters, yet that damned half-dragon is treating us like thieves." Emily had wanted to explore the lair, but the half-dragons followed her wherever she went. He was not allowed to enter this place or that place, and the family members he had painstakingly recruited over the past few days were forced to disband. The key issue is that she can't beat them at all. The intense red dragon aura emanating from that guy was very effective at suppressing her. In fact, if it weren't for Saron's sake, the half-dragon Tursoon would have been impatient long ago. In the past, Tursoon might have felt awe towards the true dragon, but now, Tursoon has only one god in his heart. Moreover, those dark creatures did not submit to her because of her power, as Emily thought. After all, Emily was still nominally Saron's daughter, and the leaders of those dark creatures had only casually sent some of their people to play with Emily, whom they saw as the Black Dragon Princess. Hannah was speechless. Now her two children were officially Saron's children. In her opinion, it was actually quite good. Here, she didn't have to worry about human mercenaries or powerful monsters in the wild. They have more food than they can eat every day. The only downside is that they have no treasure. But this was already very good for Hannah. This was the kind of life she had always dreamed of, living a carefree, leisurely existence until she grew up. If you're Saron's daughter, then be a daughter. It's no big deal. Besides, the five-colored dragons value strength above all else, and human morality doesn't apply to them. Even if Saron mates with them in the future, Hannah would consider it normal. Just then, Tursoon's voice came from outside the cave. Lord Saron wants to see you. Hannah, who was lying down, suddenly sprang up, and Emily also became interested. Haha, I knew Father Salon wouldn't forget us. Tursoon, who was outside the cave, was already used to the little black dragon's crazy ramblings. He led the way with a blank expression. Soon the two little black dragons followed Tursoon into Saron's cave. As soon as they entered the cave, the enormous figure on the throne caught their attention. Saron seems to have grown up again. Emily opened her mouth, feeling a surge of inexplicable emotions within her. Compared to the current Saron, her mother looks tiny now. Saron opened his eyes. Tursoon, you can go now. Tursoon remained silent and slowly withdrew. Saron stared at the two little dragons with his scarlet eyes. Salon. For some reason, Hannah felt a little scared looking at Saron, as if something bad was about to happen. Saron opened his mouth wide, trying to show his two sisters a kind expression, but his ferocious expression made it seem as if he wanted to swallow them whole. Do you want to grow even faster? Saron asked directly. Emily's eyes lit up. In fact, she had some vague guesses about Saron's growth rate. After all, Saron's appearance is completely different from that of the traditional black dragon, a feature that only those powerful and invincible legendary dragon species possess. But now that Saron is saying this, doesn't that mean he can help them grow up quickly? Who would want to remain a young dragon forever if they could become powerful? Saron, what price do we need to pay? Hannah asked. Your loyalty and everything else, Saron said, poking his head in front of the two little dragons. Emily took a deep breath as she looked at the dragon head in front of her, which was even larger than her own body. We do. Emily interrupted Hannah before she could finish speaking. Anyway, they have nothing now, so let them do whatever they want. Hannah didn't say anything more. Very good. Two twisted seeds emerged from Saron's mouth and flew towards the two dragon girls. After acquiring the blood control talent, the twisted seed seems to have undergone some strange changes, which are certain to be positive. Let's test it out on them. True dragons are extremely rare. With the control of the twisted seed, the two dragon girls will belong to him forever, both spiritually and physically. Chapter 161 Strengthening. Soon the two little dragons felt a different sensation. Their bodies seemed to have become stronger. Emily felt this particularly clearly. She used to dislike Salon because he would steal her food and bully her. But now that I think about it, it doesn't seem so bad. After all, for Black Dragon, isn't it natural for an older brother to bully his younger sister? No. Saron is still a bad guy. Emily forcefully banished that terrible thought from her mind. Looking at her own body, she felt more comfortable than ever before. Hannah tugged at her dragon wings, which had become stronger than before, and her physical strength, including the magic power within her, had increased significantly. She finally understood why Saron had so many loyal followers. That half-dragon must have also benefited from this kind of magic. But how exactly did Saron do it? Hannah was very puzzled. After all, body enhancement magic was not common, especially those permanent body enhancement magic, which is why magical items were so precious. To date, no ordinary creature possesses magic that can permanently enhance the body. Are legendary dragons really that powerful? It's not enough for them to be powerful themselves. They can also strengthen the creatures around them. But what kind of legendary dragon was Saron? Hannah was filled with curiosity at that moment. She began searching for those legendary dragon species in her inherited memories. Saron felt a strange sensation as he looked at the two little black dragons, because he noticed that the twisted seed within them had undergone some changes. Saron followed his instincts and began to control the twisted seed within Hannah's body, then felt his consciousness directly enter Hannah's body. Unlike before, he felt as if he could directly and completely control Hannah's body, and some of his abilities seemed to be directly usable on Hannah. I tried it on Emily Saren, and it was the same. This ability seems pretty impressive. Saron's crimson pupils flickered, revealing a tiny bit of power that made him feel somewhat akin to a divine incarnation. Some deities in the astral plane are unable to break free from the constraints of the laws of the prime material plane, so their ordinary physical forms cannot reach the prime material plane. Moreover, every god is the sixth in command. What if their own divine kingdom is killed by their own enemies when they send out their main body? Therefore, some believers are chosen as vessels to receive a portion of the conscious power from the believers through a series of rituals. It should be understood that even when gods descend, they cannot possess the bodies of believers without restraint. First, the believer must be a fanatical follower, and certain sacrifices and rituals must be performed. However, Saron can do this simply through the twisted seed. I wonder if there are any limitations, such as distance restrictions, and whether it's possible to cross dimensions. Saron thought of many things in an instant. Saron, now we should have rights here, right? After throwing away the jumbled thoughts in her mind, Emily had other ideas in mind. After all, they had signed a contract, even if it was a bit strange. In Emily's view, Saron is the boss in Dragon's Nest, so she, Emily, is the second in command, Hannah is the third in command, and everyone else is just a lackey who has to obey her orders. Salon could tell what this guy was thinking at a glance. He knew Emily's personality all too well. She was the type to beam with joy at the slightest bit of kindness. But now that it's his own dragon, he doesn't want to dampen its enthusiasm. With that in mind, Saron had an idea. Sure, but you know that strength is everything here. Without strength, you are nothing. But if you can defeat everyone in the dragon's nest, I'll listen to you. Seeing the increasingly dangerous glint in Saron's eyes, Emily felt a chill run down her spine. Actually, I'm not. Let Tersoon train you first, otherwise you'll be too weak. You'll be chased away by mere human mercenaries. Saron kindly scratched Emily's head with his huge claws. It's really necessary for an older brother to care for his younger sister, since these ordinary monsters don't have the same potential as those with the bloodline of a true dragon. A dragon that's too weak won't do as a tool for my future. Emily felt a pang of unease thinking about Tersoon's physique, which was even stronger than her own. She was a true dragon, and had just been enhanced by a power-up spell. She should probably be able to defeat him, right? Tersoon, come in. Saron summoned Tersoon to his side. He needed to update the twisted seed within Tersoon's body. He discovered that he could not directly upgrade the previously deployed twisted seeds. He could only upgrade them through updates. Tersoon entered respectfully, bowed, and said in a deep voice, Lord Saron. Saron looked down at Tersoon in front of him. Tersoon, I acknowledge your loyalty. Now accept my blessing. Immediately, a brand new twisted seed separated from Saron's body and entered Tulsin's body. To Hannah and Emily's astonishment, Tersoon let out a roar, and his muscles swelled up like an inflating balloon. Its claws grew sharper and sharper, with sharp bone spurs protruding from its knees and elbows. Its back began to bend slightly, with blood-red bone spurs extending out. Its eyes turned blood-red, and even the tip of its tail had bone spurs protruding from its body. At this moment, Tersoon was filled with murderous intent. He knelt on the ground, panting heavily, and said to Saron, Lord Saron, everything I have comes from you, and belongs to you. For half-dragons, improving their strength is not so easy. After all, their bloodline, while enabling them, also limits them. However, Saron was able to break through this limitation, allowing their strength to continuously increase. They saw the hope of truly becoming dragons. Saron, I feel we should still work hard to improve our strength. Hannah said carefully, pressing Emily's head with her paw. Are you kidding me? This guy already dislikes the two of them. Making him train them would be suicide. They are all true dragons with great potential, so there's no need to haggle with a half-dragon who lacks intelligence and potential. And most importantly, the aura emanating from this guy actually made them feel a chill run down their spines. Emily understood what Hannah meant, and she didn't want to struggle anymore. Saron could tell they had backed down, but he didn't expose them. After all, it was a good thing to be ashamed and then brave, as long as their strength improved. That's fine, but I'll be coming to check your strength in person after a while. The two little dragons felt a pang of unease at Saron's terrifying appearance. They had even personally tested their strength and estimated that even their most powerful breath attacks wouldn't be able to penetrate his dragon scale's defenses. Besides, he might just kill them in one blow. Chapter 162 Arrangement. It just so happens that there have been some reckless human mercenaries around here lately, gathering intelligence or doing other things. You two go and take care of them. Saron found the two cowards somewhat amusing, but that was the nature of dragons, to bully the weak and fear the strong. He could understand this, but he couldn't accept the two of them acting this way. Yes, Your Excellency Saron. Hannah left with Emily, who still had something to say. Lord Saron, should I send some men to protect them? Tersoon said cautiously. After all, judging from Saron's appearance, he still valued the two children quite a bit. No need. If they can't even do this much, I won't keep them. Saron wasn't worried about the two little dragons causing any problems. After all, their strength has improved a lot compared to before, and they have replenished their magic blood afterward, but they just haven't realized it yet. Moreover, Saron had previously established a mind chain connection with them, allowing him to sense their situation at any time, and at the last moment, he could directly use the twisted seed. After thinking it over, Saron felt that things were more or less settled here, and it was time to go and check out the Underlands. And once you acquire a new skill, you should always find a target to test it out, right? There are no strong opponents left in Sunset Forest, and the ingredients are just SOSO, nothing but gold coins and ore, so Saron doesn't really care about them anymore. As for the other human kingdoms, it is not advisable to attack them at this time. After the destruction of the kingdom of Sakania, all the human kingdoms became extremely wary and formed a so-called alliance army, which included some powerful individuals. After all, the sudden disappearance of neighboring countries that had existed for hundreds of years really frightened those rulers. There have been repeated warnings against provoking the despair and its dark minions. Although Saron is not afraid, there's no guarantee that someone inside isn't plotting something big to deal with him. It will be much easier to deal with them after a few more feasts. Not only these human kingdoms, but also the Orc Empire is Saron's future target. These countries occupied the richest region in the middle of this continent for hundreds or even thousands of years and were incredibly wealthy. Moreover, while having so many dark creatures under his command may seem impressive, it's actually all based on Saron's own strength. If he runs into trouble one day, then his subordinates will definitely scatter like leaves in the wind. But he still needed to make some arrangements before heading to the Underdark. In the vast palace, Saron looked down at the leaders of the three major tribes below. They are Reed, the lizardman leader, Mog, the goblin leader, and Gort, the bear goblin leader. These three tribes played a crucial role in this war, and they were the ones who won most of the decisive battles. Although their weapons were mediocre and their numbers were fewer than those of the human legions, Saron saw the war potential they displayed. Especially the lizardman leader Red, whose strength was not even comparable to that of the goblin and bear goblin leaders, and whose number of warriors was not the largest. However, they were not afraid of the previous human legends and dared to hold an entire human city hostage to fight against them. Such boldness and meticulousness are rare and precious. Red, how many warriors does your tribe have now? Lord Saron, our Bloodblade tribe still has over 8,000 warriors left, including myself, who are ready to give their lives for you at any time. Red said without hesitation. After being transformed by the Twisted Seed, his strength underwent a dramatic change, which led him to develop a fanatical worship and loyalty towards the black dragon before him. I hope that when I see you again, I will have more lizardmen warriors serving me. Saron's crimson eyes flickered slightly. Yes, sir. Red thought of his kinsmen far away on the continent, and the vast lizardman tribe, which possessed lizardman shamans and warriors far surpassing the Bloodblade tribe. He wondered if they could join his legion. It seems I should have a serious talk with the lizard woman queen of that tribe. With my current strength, my chances of winning against her are extremely high. Mog, Gort, the same goes for your legions. Saron turned to look at the other two clan leaders. Yes, your majesty, Lord Saron, the two clan leaders said respectfully. They knew that their performance had successfully attracted the attention of the great black dragon. If they seize this opportunity, the glory of the ancient Goblin Empire will be restored in their generation. While Salong was busy arranging everything, the two little dragon girls had already happily gone out. Emily, we finally don't have to live in fear anymore, Hannah said excitedly as soon as she stepped out the door. They were probably the luckiest of all the five-colored dragons. With Saron growing so fast, they'll be safe with such a powerful backer. Yeah, that guy just wants to train us to be his subordinates. He's not that kind, Emily said dismissively. But she was actually quite happy. At least now she didn't have to worry about a powerful monster suddenly appearing and eating them. But what exactly is this thing that makes us grow so fast? Ever since Emily accepted the Twisted Seed, she always felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Saron is different from us. Hannah has already decided that Saron is a legendary dragon. Emily actually had the same thought, but she still felt a little unbalanced. Those are legendary dragon species. In the inherited memories, the gap between ordinary five-colored dragons like them and legendary dragon species is even greater than the gap between mortals and true dragons. Forget about all that. Those damned humans dared to offend the great black dragon queen. This time, they must pay the price. After a brief period of disappointment, Emily quickly adjusted her mood. She recalled the scene of being chased by those mercenaries and then being locked in a cage. Her yellow pupils also emitted a cruel look. She was no longer weak. They were eager to taste the flavor of blood. Chapter 163 Namer, the Water Giant. In the azure sky, a four-winged bird was greedily staring at a terrifying bird on the ground. It had been hungry for a long time, and it absolutely could not afford to fail in its hunt again this time. Call out. Just as it was about to swoop down, a whooshing sound came from behind. Before the four-winged bird could react, it was grabbed by a black talon. In that instant, all its bones shattered, and it lost its life without even letting out a scream. Then came the crunching sound of chewing. Saron stuck out his tongue and licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. Now his flight speed is getting faster and faster. Moreover, such a massive body can fly silently. This is precisely because of the talent of controlling the wind element. Wind resistance and noise during flight are naturally eliminated. If we launch a surprise attack now, even without using the Void Walk talent skill, many enemies probably won't be able to react. Saron's current combat strategy is to crush those much weaker than himself with lightning speed, and to ambush those slightly weaker. Even when evenly matched, a sneak attack is still possible. Can't win? Then don't fight, just run. Anyway, I won't put myself in danger. Getting back to the main point, Sunset Forest has now basically settled down. With so many dark creatures present, there shouldn't be any major problems, and everything is developing and growing in an orderly manner. Moreover, there are Geraint and Argenta, one a gold dragon and the other a silver dragon. Although he is not yet an adult, he is already capable of handling things on his own. Before Saron left, he had made all the arrangements clearly, instructing the dark creatures to expand northward along the Larcana Mountains until they reached the Silversmith Forest. That is, the location of the ground entrance to that dark region. The Larcana Mountains are vast, a natural treasure trove containing many powerful high-level magical beasts and countless low-level magical beasts. Powerful monsters can be recruited into your ranks, while weaker ones can be used as food to feed your army. Furthermore, there are many undeveloped mineral veins within the Larcana Mountains. All of these can be utilized. Most importantly, when the dark army of Sunset Forest, the Drow Elves of the Underdark, and the army of undead creatures unite, they will definitely be one of the most powerful forces on this continent. Then we can use this power as a base to plunder resources from the entire continent to support Saron. Then the feast will proceed very quickly. Saron pondered his future plans. At that moment, he changed direction and did not continue flying towards the Silverminster Forest. Instead, it flew towards Fiery Bay because the dragon turtle Noah had just brought a message. A giant water spirit just appeared in the underwater portal, and Noah has already engaged it in battle. At this moment on the sea surface, a colossal whale and the dragon turtle Noah faced off. Noah the dragon turtle's back and head were exposed on the surface of the sea. The giant whale then revealed its enormous mouth to Noah, seemingly wanting to swallow him whole. The giant whale before Noah the dragon turtle was over 300 meters long, and a magnificent coral castle was built on its enormous back. A gigantic creature with the head of a marine fish stood on the back of a giant whale, glaring angrily at the dragon turtle Noah before it. He was wearing a rather odd-looking vest. He was surrounded by many creatures, such as the merman riding a dolphin and the shark-like merman riding a giant shark. Namor, the water giant, never expected that there would be a spatial passage leading to the material plane near his castle. Such a thing is extremely rare. You should know that in the water elemental plane, to go to other planes, you usually have to go through the dilapidated space of the ether plane and then cross the plane's crystal wall to reach the material world. Therefore, the opportunity to reach the material world is not very common. Too many water giants want to come here, so this spatial passage is a treasure to him. After all, the material world has many good things, such as those humans with special skills and ordinary artists and storytellers. These are extremely rare in the water element plane. Yes, treasure is secondary to the water giants. They are not greedy humans or brutal dragons. Their greatest interest lies in collecting all sorts of strange and unusual things, or humanoid creatures with a particular skill. So after sending his subordinates to confirm that there was no danger on the other side of the spatial passage, the water giant Namor couldn't wait to gather some of his men and cross the dimensional passage, intending to explore it thoroughly. But unexpectedly, they encountered a dragon turtle as soon as they exited the spatial passage. Nemo's eyes lit up. This dragon turtle was a real treasure. It's quite popular in the water elemental plane. After all, building your coral castle on the shell of a giant dragon turtle is a very prestigious thing among the water giants of the water elemental plane. But to my surprise, this guy didn't listen and attack me directly. Damn it. Because ordinary dragon turtles would willingly submit to the water giant. As a top-tier water attribute creature, the water giant naturally has some advantages and a sense of oppression over other water attribute creatures. Most aquatic creatures would submit to them. Just as half-dragons are born to follow dragons, creatures like dragon turtles will follow water giants. Namor believed that with his strength and status, subduing a dragon turtle should not be a problem. But to his surprise, the dragon turtle in front of him completely ignored him and even mocked him. Namor is a member of the Hermel family, an ancient noble species. How could he tolerate such a thing? However, Namor had seen other dragon turtles before, and he instinctively realized that this dragon turtle was different from the ones he had seen before. It would be more prestigious to take it out, so he suppressed his anger and asked, "Dragon turtle, I'll give you one last chance. Follow the great Prince Namor, and I'll forgive your previous sins." Hee. Actually, it's not that I can't follow you. Noah seemed to sense something, his ferocious head looking at the water giant in front of him. What do you mean? Namor seemed to sense that something was wrong. I've already followed a master. If you want me to follow you, then you have to kill my previous master first before I can follow you. Ice pillars began to appear around the dragon turtle Noah's body. Since being modified by the twisted seed, his body has become stronger and stronger, and the magic power in his body has become more and more abundant. The amount of magic they can cast is also increasing. Then call your master out, and let me see how powerful he is, Namor said nonchalantly. He was very confident in himself. He was simply curious about the owner of the dragon turtle. Suddenly, Namor felt a strong palpitation. A powerful dragon roar came from afar. Roar! Namor looked up in shock and saw a black dragon, 30 meters long, circling above them. Chapter 164 Taking Action. What is this? A dragon. Namor was jolted awake. He had encountered a dragon. A flash of blue light appeared in his hand, and a huge trident appeared, ready for action. But then he became excited again. This was the vast ocean. That's their home turf on the high seas. Although the black dragon also knows water magic, it is definitely no match for the water giants. Furthermore, if we could capture this guy and take him to the water elemental plane, then place him in our coral castle. How glorious would that be? Those guys would be green with envy. Then, if he embellished and polished some epic legends, Namor would surely become famous. Sauron landed on the dragon turtle's back and then silently observed the water giant before him. I've been looking for high-grade water attribute ingredients, and I never expected such a large ingredient to be delivered to my doorstep on its own. Where can I find other elemental ingredients that are as good as those from the giant spirit? The water giant before them was much larger than the air giant they had encountered before, and the magical energy emanating from its body was also much stronger, so it must be even more delicious. However, this guy is much stronger than the previous chi giant spirit, but killing him shouldn't be a problem. At the same strength, fire magic can deal double the damage to a water giant. Sauron's fire magic skills are quite good, and his atomic breath and fiery body are the opponent's weaknesses, so killing him wouldn't be difficult. However, once these giant elementals are killed, they will undergo elemental extinction. For example, when a water giant dies, its body will decompose into a puddle of water and foam, leaving only the clothes or equipment that the water giant was wearing. Therefore, the most valuable thing about the giant spirit elementals is the elementals themselves, not any equipment. Sauron didn't want to fight for so long only to get a bunch of tattered foam clothes. Furthermore, Sauron felt that eating the water and foam would likely not produce any new talents, so to use him as food, he would have to be captured alive and eaten. But the feast is still a few days away, and my body is adjusting to these changes. If only I could seal this guy away. Sauron had the concept of sealing magic in his mind, but he hadn't practiced spell models, so he didn't know if it would be effective against such a powerful water giant. The main problem is that there's no place for my skills to be used. Sauron then realized the truth of the saying, you only realize how little magic you have when you need it. Namor the water giant and Sauron each had their own agendas, so they didn't clash immediately, leaving their subordinates, who were prepared for battle, somewhat at a loss. Lord Sauron, this water giant has ill intentions, the dragon turtle Noah said in a muffled voice. Of course I know. Sauron's thoughts were interrupted. He hadn't yet figured out how to capture the other party alive. He needed to think of a way to calm him down first, and then when the feast was about to begin, he would just gulp him down. Meanwhile, the water giant Namor also had a new idea. Ha! Your Majesty the great dragon. Namor the giant spirit from the Hermel family greets you. Namor the water giant, hello? I am Sauron the true dragon. Sauron said calmly. Namor was delighted to hear this. It was worth all the effort he had put into using his persuasive skills to increase his rapport. It seemed that the other party had a good impression of him at first glance. Besides, who says all black dragons are treacherous and cunning skeleton dragons. This black dragon in front of us is quite polite. It seems those guys haven't seen enough. Haha, Lord Saron, I would like to invite you to my coral castle. After all, you are the first such friendly guest I have ever met in this material world. Namor put away his trident and extended the invitation. First, find a way to get them into the water elemental plane, which is our home turf, located in the deepest part of the water elemental plane, where our family is based. Even if this black dragon is incredibly powerful, it will have to obey. Lord Namor, I've been busy lately establishing friendly and cooperative relations with several human nations and other races, so I'm quite busy and can't visit your coral castle. But Mr. Namor, you can come to my territory for a friendly exchange, Saron said, trying his best to show his goodwill. What if the other party finds out that he's going to eat him and scares the guy away? The water elemental plane is dangerous and troublesome, and there's no guarantee that he'll be safe there again for a water giant. I'll have to wait until I've stacked up dozens more layers of this grand feast before I go. Namor cautiously and discreetly cast a spell on Saron to detect good or evil alignment. This was a relatively common detection spell. Namor felt a slight sense of relief upon sensing the information transmitted by the magic. The black dragon in front of me belongs to the chaotic neutral faction, just like myself. Lord Namor, have you taken a fancy to this dragon turtle that I ride? Saron had just sensed a magical fluctuation. He knew the other party was using detection magic, but he didn't care, because the other party had used detection magic on him before, and he was no longer chaotic evil. It was all a misunderstanding. Since this dragon turtle belongs to Lord Saron's retinue, I will naturally not disturb it any further. Namor smiled slowly as he thought about the future. Compared to the dragon turtle, the real dragon is of the greatest value. That's good. A flash of red light crossed Saron's eyes. In that case, I have some matters to attend to in my castle, so I'll take my leave now. See you next time, Lord Black Dragon. The water giant Namor still felt that something was amiss. Although the other party didn't seem to have any ill intentions, he had a feeling that staying any longer would lead to problems. Leave? I haven't even fulfilled my duty as host yet, and you want to leave? Salon opened his large mouth full of sharp teeth and stared at the other party with scarlet eyes. Roar, roar, roar. Just then, a large group of two-legged dragons appeared in the sky, led by Drogon, whose size was even more ferocious than before. All the bipedal dragons surrounded the shark-like fishmen and other creatures on the sea surface. The dragon turtle Noah roared, and its massive body plunged into the water, blocking the dimensional portal. The magic power within my body surged out continuously as if it were free. Click, click. Thick layers of solid ice rapidly formed on the seabed, enveloping the entire dimensional passage. The cycle of despair. Before the water giant Namor could react, Saron instantly appeared beside Namor with a void walk and dragged him into the cycle of despair. Kill. The wyvern Drogon gave the order, and hundreds of wyverns swooped down on the merfolk and shark-like fishmen, as well as the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Although wyverns primarily fight in the air, they still possess considerable fighting power in the water. The blood donation instantly stained the entire sea red. Dragon turtle Noah faced the giant whale head-on. Chapter 165, Subduing Namor. In the cycle of reincarnation, Saron and the water giant Namor faced each other from afar. Namor thought he had been cautious enough, but he didn't expect the black dragon in front of him to be even more despicable. In fact, it didn't matter that the spatial passage was blocked. Those solid ice blocks were useless to the water giant. He could simply vaporize and pass through them. Moreover, even if the spatial passage is unusable, given a little time, he can use interdimensional teleportation to return to the water elemental plane. But this damned black dragon somehow teleported him to this other dimensional space. He couldn't use any spatial magic here, and he didn't know how to leave. Black dragon, we have no direct conflict, and all my treasures are in the castle in the water elemental plane. Even if you kill me, you will not get anything. The water giant Namor could not understand why the dragon in front of him would attack him. After all, he could tell that the dragon in front of him was not the kind of creature that could be capricious. Like myself, I am the kind of creature who does things with a purpose. You should have just stayed outside quietly. I really wanted to invite you to Sunset Forest, but why did you have to go back? Saron sighed. He really didn't want to turn against him so quickly, but the variables after this guy returned to the water elemental plane were too great, so he had no choice but to take action directly. The samsara space was the source of his confidence in capturing his opponent alive. After the feast's enhancement and the killing of enemies during this period, The samsara space had become quite large. Moreover, significant changes have occurred internally. If he can subdue the water elemental in front of him and render it unconscious, then he can store it here and digest it slowly during the feast later. You want to kill me, but I'm not someone to be trifled with. Namor waved his giant hand, and the enormous trident reappeared in his grasp. Although he didn't know why it wanted to kill him, he couldn't just sit and wait to die, and given the black dragon's strength, it might not be able to kill him. You must be the anchor point for this interdimensional space transfer spell, right? As long as I kill you, I can get out, Namor said, looking at the gray, hazy reincarnation space. Very well, then you can give it a try. Small, fiery red patterns began to appear all over Saron's body. Immediately, flames covered his body, and his entire body began to burn. Namor then sensed that something was wrong. This damn space doesn't have any water element. No, wait. There are some, but they are pitifully few. If he weren't a water giant, he probably wouldn't even be able to sense these water elements. Moreover, having lost his home field advantage, the magic within him simply couldn't sustain him for long. Salong didn't care about any of that, and went straight for Namor in a head-on confrontation. First, he used dragon language magic to instantly cast dozens of large fireballs, which flew towards Namor like a meteor shower. Namor opened his mouth and spat out a jet of water, which spread out linearly in midair, precisely covering each fireball. But Saron's body had already appeared in front of Namor in an instant. Sinking water. Waterfall. Water ring. Water shield. Namor reacted extremely quickly, and several water-based spells formed directly in front of him. Suddenly, the entire cycle of reincarnation seemed to transform into an ocean of water. Saron's flames were also kept out by the water curtain. How is this possible? Although he seemed to have temporarily contained the black dragon in front of him, Namor was already very shocked. All his water magic power has been reduced by at least half, and he just failed to summon a water elemental to help him. What's even stranger is that, according to records, the black dragon is considered a type of aquatic creature. But why is this black dragon casting fire magic so smoothly? Surging wave technique. Namor slowly rose with his palms facing upwards, and countless waves of water surged around his body. Saron looked around at his body and realized what the other party was planning. This water giant was very clever. Since the surrounding environment was not conducive to combat, he decided to modify it. His goal should be to fill the entire cycle of reincarnation with water. Water Demon Fist. Two enormous fists made of water slammed down on Saron. Let's see who has more magic power. Seeing the other party use magic so recklessly is more in line with Saron's expectations. I'll also try out my fire magic. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Fire engulfs the heavens. Infernal Fire Sea. These are all advanced fire spells mastered by Saron, but under Saron's abundant magic power, they are like forbidden spells. If this kind of force were deployed outside, it would truly be devastating. Water and fire are incompatible. Water and fire in the cycle of reincarnation begin to consume each other. The battle between Namor and Saron truly had a sense of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas. However, Namor soon found himself unable to hold on any longer, as the total amount of magic power within him could not compare to that of Saron. The water that evaporated was formed by his magic. Looking at the trident in his hand, Namor exhaled a blue light from his throat. Holy Extreme Frost Slash. A bright blue light suddenly shone from Namor's trident, and then the entire trident exploded. A colossal phantom of a water behemoth flashed past within it. Then a massive blade of light began to condense. Saron felt an immense sense of oppression emanating from it. A divine artifact? No, a divine artifact isn't that weak. It seems to be a sacred artifact, but then again, it doesn't seem to be. It appears to be merely a container containing a portion of the sacred artifact's power. Namor was determined to succeed in this attack. This was a treasure passed down from the great King Padishah, the water giant. It might not kill the black dragon, but it should be able to severely injure him. It's a pity, I don't want to play with you anymore. A red glint flashed in Saron's eyes. Namor, who was far away, stared in shock at his chest, where he saw the two hands of a ghost-like creature, its body entirely gray and white, piercing through his body. Then 3 more of the same creatures appeared and restrained his movements. What monster? Namor tried to break free, but these sons of death were all legendary figures among humans in life. Then a grayish-white necromancer-like creature rushed up and grabbed Namor's head. Namor's consciousness gradually drifted into slumber. The dust has settled. Saron took the trident, which had lost its luster and returned to its original state. In his hand, it contained a very special power. Saron, the water giant subdued by the Sons of Death, remained calm. From the moment he entered the cycle of reincarnation, Namo had no chance of winning. One of the 5 Sons of Death was a necromancer who was human in life. After Namer's magic was exhausted by Saron, he cast a kind of sleeping spell, causing Namer's consciousness to fall into a complete slumber. Now we just have to wait for the feast to begin. Chapter 166. The dust settles. Outside the reincarnation space, the battle was nearing its end. Namo did not bring too many slaves with him this time. Most importantly, he didn't have any powerful subordinates, so although these creatures were magical beings, they were generally not very strong. The wyverns left them in the ocean forever after paying a small price. Some bipedal wyverns had already begun to devour the corpses of the shark-like fishmen. Sharks don't taste very good, but wyverns aren't picky eaters. The ocean has been dyed blood red. But a roaring sound could still be heard from not far away, because the enormous whale was not yet dead. Noah the dragon turtle was still fighting it when Drogon, the wyvern king, joined in. However, this giant whale was too big, and its enormous size gave it an extremely vigorous vitality. The dragon turtle Noah was only 1/3 the size of the dragon turtle, and the 2 enormous beasts clashed fiercely. Zhuogung was even more distressed, as this creature darted around like a mosquito, constantly leaving wounds on the giant whale's body. Saron revealed himself from the cycle space. After evolving within the cycle space, he could now store some things, though not for very long. The water giant was temporarily stored there. Saron flew in the sky, watching the battle between the dragon turtle Noah and the giant whale below. With his keen eye, he could tell that if the battle continued, Noah would definitely win. Although whales are large, they have very few attack methods, only simple methods such as biting with their teeth, water jet attacks, and body ramming. The dragon turtle Noah's shell is quite hard, and its strength is not weak either, with many ways to attack. In the long run, the whale will definitely lose. Seeing this, Saron didn't want to waste any more time, and he didn't want to take on any subordinates right now. Although this giant whale is huge, it's just a meat target and has nothing special about it. Just eat it as food. With a single swoop, Saron landed on the giant whale's body, its claws piercing deep into its flesh. He then activated the blood control talent. The giant whale's body immediately began to churn violently, and its blood began to flow backward under Saron's control. The whale's struggling movements gradually ceased, it lost its life force, and its massive body slowly sank towards the seabed. Under Saron's control, all the whale's blood remained inside its body. After all, he didn't want to waste food. How many magical beasts would it take to kill tens of thousands of tons of flesh and blood to obtain that much? Great Lord Saron. At this moment, the wyvern Drogon flew to Saron and humbly bowed. Saron had already prepared for war with Namer, so he used his telepathic ability to summon the most mobile wyverns in advance. Saron didn't expect them to be of much use. They were just meant to clear out the mobs. Lord Saron, Noah the dragon turtle has frozen the giant whale's carcass. You did a great job this time. Saron looked at Noah, the dragon turtle, on the water's surface. The creature seemed to have grown a bit more, and then stopped directly on its shell. Lord Saron, this spatial passage seems to lead to the depths of the water elemental plane, and since Namer was able to discover it, it means that other water giants can also discover it. Noah the dragon turtle looked at the spatial passage under the sea, his huge eyes flashing with a thoughtful light. Saron also looked toward the spatial passage, which was still sealed by the dragon turtle's ice crystals, but these ice crystals were of no use to the water giant. Even that couldn't stop them. Destroying this passage is simple. It can be done with some space-disrupting magic. Once the balance around the spatial passage is broken, the plane's own repair capabilities will automatically repair the shattered space. This would damage the spatial passage, but Saron was reluctant to give it up, since the other side was the water elemental plane, which had a lot of resources. Lord Saron, please allow me to use the spatial passage to investigate the situation in the water elemental plane. Dragon Turtle Noah volunteered. Saron watched as the other person pondered the feasibility of this matter. Alright, then go ahead. Try your best to protect yourself, and come back after you've found out what's going on. After all, the dragon turtle species exists in the water elemental plane, and this guy is quite strong, so he shouldn't be in any danger. Even if they encounter other powerful water giants, they can feign submission and temporarily evade them. Once we understand the situation over there, we can decide how to deal with this spatial passage. Moreover, Saron plans to wait here for 2 days to finish digesting the water giant. As the dragon turtle Noah slowly submerged into the water, the ice crystals around the spatial passage began to melt. This spatial passage was extremely large. The dragon turtle's enormous body disappeared into the vortex. Saron then flew onto the giant whale's body and began to rest with his eyes closed. The Darklands, Charles City. At this moment, the Drow elves gathered together, and Elise tapped the table repeatedly with her hand. Lady Elise, those Kotao fishmen are like madmen. They attack us as soon as they see us, and there's no way to communicate with them. I'm getting a little annoyed, a Drow elf said. With our current strength, can we take down those guys? Maya asked, looking at the Drow elves present. It's highly unlikely, because those Kotao murlocs only showed a portion of their strength. They are numerous, and there are many Kotao whippers among them. Besides, we Drow elves are not good at underwater combat. Elise stood up and said. She hadn't expected that with Death Canyon no longer an obstacle, she could explore the surrounding area, but instead, she found herself on the defensive right from the start. After learning about it over this period of time, Elise realized that the Black Dragon could not be explained by common sense. The consequences of betraying her would be extremely heavy, and a voice inside her kept telling her that she couldn't betray them. Since we will be under Heilongjiang's control for the foreseeable future, the best option is to find ways to increase our own rights and interests and expand the existing pie. Even if the Black Dragon accounts for 90%, the remaining less than 10% is still more than before. The place where these Drow elves lived was actually far from the depths of the Underdark. It was only on the edge. However, the tricky part is that to go deeper into the dark territory, one must pass through that vast underground dark sea. However, the dark sea was filled with Kodo fishmen, these low IQ, crazy creatures who hindered their progress. They couldn't win, and they couldn't get through. Things had reached a stalemate. If only Black Dragon were here. Elise couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 167 New Changes. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Saron waited at the entrance of the spatial passage, but the dragon turtle Noah did not return. However, Saron has released a new twisted seed on him, and Saron can sense Noah's situation in the water elemental plane. Saron began preparing a feast right there in Noah's original cave, where there weren't many gold coins left after the last one. But Saron wasn't worried at all. The giant whale over 300 meters long at the cave entrance was worth a lot of gold coins. Saron first entered the cycle of reincarnation and began a feast, devouring the entire water giant. The water giant tasted good, reminding Saron of the feeling of eating jelly in his past life, soft, cool, and very comforting. Namor felt no pain during the process, and he probably never imagined that he would perish by being eaten. After all, how could a normal creature possibly eat a giant elemental? Then Saron plunged into the whale's body and began to devour it. Whale brain, whale oil, whale meat. Saron's body was like a bottomless pit, relentlessly consuming the whale's flesh, which visibly began to shrivel. On the sea outside, Drogon, the Wyvern King, was gnawing on the carcass of a megalodon on a rock by the sea. He had stayed here ever since the last battle, knowing that his master was in the underwater cave. Therefore, he must take on the responsibility of being a loyal guardian. Drogon was surrounded by many ordinary wyverns, and even underwater, wyverns were protecting him. After devouring the megalodon's corpse, Drogon, the Wyvern King, took to the air and then plunged into the sea to protect his master. In the underwater cave, the enormous whale carcass had almost disappeared, leaving only a few huge whale bones and some whale skin. Saron had also fallen into a deep sleep. This time, his size grew rapidly, and his body, as strong as steel, shone with a metallic luster. A few days later, Saron opened his eyes and stretched his seemingly rusty body. At this point, his body had reached a length of 35 meters, and his muscles were far stronger than those of the Red Dragon. Saron, 1000 health. Feast levels, 19. Feast cooldown, 10 days. Talent 1, Carnivore. Talent 2, Armor Penetration. Talent 3, Wild Scream. Talent 4, Atomic Furnace. Talent 5, Vibration Sensing. Talent 6, Telepathy. Talent 7, Lightning Breath. Talent 8, Mind Chains. Talent 9, Twisted Seed. Talent 10, Void Walk. Talent 11, Flame Body. Talent 12, Reincarnation's Desperate Situation. Talent 13, Child of Death. Talent 14, Blood Control Advanced. Talent 15, Mastery of the Four Elements. You have begun to grasp the strength of the earth, the flow of water, the warmth of fire, and the gentle movement of the wind. Magic is just the beginning. The world is the end. Saron opened his crimson eyes and looked at the panel. His health had exceeded 1,000. That was truly remarkable. After his health points increased, he felt that every muscle and blood in his body was filled with unparalleled vitality. This powerful feeling made him want to cry out in pleasure, even more exciting than when he was with Misa. After examining his body, Saron looked at the panel again. The original talents, whether they were Earth Elemental Affinity, Fire Elemental Affinity, or Wind Elemental Control, have all been directly transformed into 4 Elemental Control talents. There is very little information about this talent, but there is a lot of information available. Saron could clearly feel that he could now freely learn and cast the 4 elemental spells, which was far more powerful than his previous single elemental affinity for fire and earth magic. Magic is just the beginning. The world is the end? Saron knew that the 4 elements of earth, water, fire, and wind were known as the 4 great elements, which held extraordinary significance in both the religions of his past life and in this world. In some doctrines, earth, water, fire, and wind can directly represent all things in the world and are a fundamental principle that constitutes the material world. In other words, earth, water, fire, and wind are the world itself, and even the characteristics of living things can be explained using these concepts. World? At that moment, Saron sensed that his own cycle of reincarnation was also undergoing some kind of change. Without hesitation, Saron entered his own cycle of reincarnation. The original cycle space was just a gray, colorless place, but now it seems to have changed. A large expanse of land began to appear on the ground of the reincarnation space, and then a river ran directly across the land. After the river flowed by, a warm feeling spread through the space. Saron stretched out his dragon claws, and he could feel the wind blowing through the gaps between them. The 5 sons of death also changed. Their eyes were no longer so vacant. One of the sons of death grabbed a handful of dirt and began digging a hole in the ground. After digging a large hole, he buried himself in it, leaving only a small mound of dirt above ground. The other 2 started doing something, seemingly planning to build a house, while another stared blankly at the newly appeared river. The last child of death began to walk around the entire cycle of reincarnation, seemingly on patrol. Saron was somewhat surprised. The soul of the son of death had already been enslaved by him. Logically speaking, these guys shouldn't have made any moves unless he gave them an order. But whether they were digging holes to bury themselves, building houses, or just spacing out, it was all on their own initiative. He began trying to examine the souls of others, wanting to know why they were doing this. A few minutes later, Saron opened his eyes. The children of death existed based on the cycle of reincarnation, and they naturally did so when the cycle of reincarnation changed. Saron stopped investigating these things. He felt this was a good thing, and he would know the reason when the changes became more obvious. However, from today onwards, Saron dares not treat this place as a simple gladiatorial arena anymore. That's just gameplay in a game, but now this is a real world. Saron also discovered that he could manipulate the cycle space more deeply. For example, he could designate a part of it as a warehouse or storage space. Things are different now. Items can be stored permanently. Moreover, the space is quite large, making it much more powerful and stable than those storage magic devices. Moreover, even if more enemies are brought in later, their suppressive power seems to be even stronger. After exploring for a while, Saron left the cycle of reincarnation and came outside. Looking at the remaining gold coins and other items in the dragon turtle Noah's cave, Saron had a thought. Suddenly, all the gold coins, weapons, and other treasures disappeared, while a lot of gold coins and other valuables appeared out of thin air in the warehouse of the reincarnation space. A death child, who had been lost in thought, entered the warehouse and began to categorize the items. When there wasn't a single gold coin left in Noah's cave, Saron nodded in satisfaction. Now the little dragon turtle's hundreds of years of accumulation are all his own. Chapter 168: The Strange Changes of the Twisted Seed. Then Saron began to sense the situation on Noah's side. What excited him was that this time he could actually cross dimensions and see the perspective of the dragon turtle Noah through the mind chain, unlike before when he could only sense a general situation. Saron began to focus intently on sensing the situation on the dragon turtle Noah's side. The water elemental plane is an ocean without a seabed or a surface. Simply put, it is a completely liquid environment filled with shimmering light. Moreover, there is no fixed direction of gravity, meaning there is no distinction between up, down, left, or right as we would in a vacuum, just like in the universe. Even if ordinary creatures could breathe freely here, they certainly wouldn't adapt to the conditions. But for Noah the dragon turtle, it's nothing. This place is full of water. It's a paradise for aquatic life. Water magic is perpetuated or amplified in the water elemental plane. If the water giant Namur were to fight Saron in such a place, the outcome would be unpredictable. The eternal oceans of the water elemental plane come in many forms, ranging from icy to scalding, from salty to freshwater. They are in perpetual motion, propelled by ocean currents and tides. Long-term habitation zones on the plane are established near drifting objects floating in this endless water, and these habitation zones also drift with the tides, so all kinds of aquatic life can survive here. Because their dwellings are constantly floating and unfixed, the communities and territories inhabited by some water giants are also not very stable. Salon didn't know if Namo's residence was fixed. The enormous size of the dragon turtle Noah was inconspicuous here, and huge aquatic creatures would occasionally pass by him. There are crustaceans, arthropods, and all sorts of fish. In particular, there is a group of hundreds of huge, transparent jellyfish, each of which is more than 10 meters in diameter and has tentacles that extend more than 100 meters. No creature dared to provoke them along the way, since these jellyfish were poisonous. Noah, however, paid no attention to any of this, and continued to explore the surrounding area with the spatial passage as the center. Finally, we found a huge seashell-shaped castle in a beautiful coral reef. At the castle gate, there are also fishmen riding dolphins patrolling the surroundings. Noah's enormous size could not be hidden, and a commotion immediately broke out around the castle. Countless aquatic creatures emerged from the castle and began to warily observe their surroundings. Unfamiliar dragon turtle, please leave. A merman who looked like a spellcaster warned the dragon turtle. He used a kind of consciousness fluctuation, which could be easily understood even without knowing the language of the aquatic tribe. Noah, test their strength. Saron's voice appeared in Noah's mind. Noah was used to it. Saron had used this method to communicate with him before, and he hadn't asked why. He immediately began using magical attacks. Ever since his bloodline was strengthened by the twisted seed, dragon turtle Noah had discovered that his magical abilities were becoming more and more powerful. Saron felt something strange. He could now clearly sense the magical fluctuations within Noah's body, as if he could completely control Noah's body. Ice spikes rapidly formed around the turtle's shell, and the dragon turtle Noah felt that he was finally in his element in this plane. Ice spikes rained down on the chaotic creatures. Instantly, a large number of these shrimp soldiers and crab generals were killed or wounded. Suddenly, an enormous octopus crawled out of the castle. Each tentacle was estimated to be 200 meters long, and this thing looked incredibly imposing. What a huge octopus! Salon looked at the giant octopus in front of him and wondered how many takoyaki he would need to make. Saron sensed that the dragon turtle Noah might be in danger, because the magical fluctuations emanating from the octopus in front of him were quite obvious, no less than those of the dragon turtle. Although the giant deep-sea squid from last time was also large, its magical power was very weak. In addition, this thing seems to be somewhat effective against heavily armored tanks like the dragon turtle. Sure enough, the octopus immediately came up and used all its tentacles to entangle the dragon turtle's massive body. Its tentacles are very soft and tough, and the spikes on the dragon turtle's shell have no effect on it. Although the dragon turtle's claws can grab its opponent, they cannot pierce the surface of its tentacles, but its sharp teeth can cause damage. However, the giant octopus cleverly avoided the dragon turtle's gaping maw and instead slowly wrapped its arms around the dragon turtle's neck, seemingly intending to suffocate it. Each of its arms has numerous suckers, making it difficult to break free once it gets entangled. Meanwhile, other aquatic creatures slowly gathered around, and the merfolk mages began preparing magic to slowly whittle down the dragon turtle. Gradually, countless small wounds began to appear on Noah's body, and blood began to flow out. Master, I can't beat them. The dragon turtle spoke in a muffled voice, knowing that Saron could detect the current situation. Don't resist yet, let me try. Saron's voice echoed deep within the dragon turtle's mind. Then Noah the turtle felt that his body was somewhat out of control. Don't be nervous. I'm controlling your body. After Saron spoke, Noah the dragon turtle slowly calmed down. Saron found this feeling very peculiar, as if he were playing a game in a past life, and the dragon turtle's body was the game character he was controlling. He controlled the dragon turtle's claws and swung them down at the tentacles on its neck. Black substances seemed to ripple at the tips of the claws, and the giant octopus's once incredibly strong tentacles were instantly severed. This is my armor-piercing talent. Saron looked at the dragon turtle's claws with some surprise. Even though the information he received after the twisted seed evolved indicated that he could control the creatures it possessed. But I never expected that talent could also be used. However, after careful sensing, Saron realized that he could only use the armor-piercer and carnivore talents. All other talents are unusable. Saron felt he was being too greedy. This was already incredibly powerful. The armor penetration and carnivorous talents would be formidable on any creature. However, he was too powerful, which overshadowed the brilliance of those two talents. He was just thinking of using the loop space to exploit a bug to teleport or collect resources. Once the giant octopus's tentacles are breached, the creature loses its threat to the dragon turtle. But just as Saron was about to wipe them all out in one go, an even more terrifying figure emerged from the castle. Chapter 169: The Avengers. In an instant, a huge creature appeared beside the dragon turtle, its body wrapped in a massive chain. Then a lightning bolt shot out from the front of his body. The lightning arrow struck the dragon turtle directly on one cheek, instantly shattering the scales on its cheek. Although the damage appeared minor, the dragon turtle's entire body was paralyzed. However, the dragon turtle was so large that the paralysis effect quickly wore off. Saron then looked at the creature in front of him from the perspective of the dragon turtle. This is a creature similar to the manta ray in the ocean of my previous life, but this manta ray has obviously been modified, and its body surface shimmers with a metallic luster. Its eyes glowed red as it stared fiercely at Noah the dragon turtle. The Avengers. Information about this creature surfaced in Saron's inherited memories. In fact, information about the Avengers in the water elemental plane is also unclear. All we know is that this thing is some kind of powerful construct, but when it appeared in the water elemental plane, or who created it, remains a mystery. However, few creatures can command such creatures, because they are savage, violent, and vengeful by nature. If one Avenger is killed, all the Avengers in the area will gather to take revenge, which is why it is called the Avengers. In the water elemental plane, no one generally wants to provoke such beings, because they are worthless, uncontrollable, and impossible to study. Avenger, take it down. Prince Namor will surely reward you. The Murloc mage exclaimed excitedly. However, this Avenger only glanced at the other party before several bolts of lightning shot out from its body in an instant. Crackling. Instantly, countless shark-like fishmen and snail-like fishmen on the sea surface were killed or injured. Before the Murloc mage could say anything more, the Avenger lashed out with its tail and shattered him. Get out of here. Saron controlled Noah's body and turned to swim swiftly into the distance. Master, we should be able to win, Noah said, but then stopped. Because a dark mass of creatures appeared behind him. Upon closer inspection, these were all Avengers, their gleaming eyes clearly visible even from afar. Having just made initial contact with the Avengers, I learned that this guy has the ability to teleport short distances and use lightning bolts, but it seems he can't teleport continuously, and the distance is very short. I haven't seen him use it again after teleporting once. However, the lightning bolts continued to be released recklessly. The fight between Noah the dragon turtle and the other creature should be 60/40ths, but that's assuming there's only one of them. Noah the turtle looked back and saw that the Avengers' slaughter was nearing its end. Even the silver seashell-shaped castle had been overturned. The giant octopus was also torn to pieces by these guys. Because Noah managed to escape in time, and the Avengers didn't seem to have much interest in a dragon turtle, Noah the dragon turtle escaped safely. Saron withdrew his consciousness from Noah's. He began to ponder that the first Avenger must have been captured by Namor in some way, and that his communication with the other Avengers had been disrupted. However, after Namor was swallowed by himself, the magic chains became unstable. The battle between the dragon turtle Noah and the giant octopus awakened him, but the fishmen didn't seem to understand the situation. They deserved to die. Saron arrived at the side of the spatial passage, and Noah the dragon turtle also swam out of the spatial passage. Lord Saron. Dragon turtle Noah's pupils contracted slightly when he saw Saron's size, but then returned to normal. But his conviction only grew stronger. This was no normal black dragon at all. Saron looked at the spatial passage before him and began to use the magic power within his body to construct a spell model. The surrounding space suddenly rippled. Then a bubble-like object began to envelop the spatial passage, and after a short while, the spatial passage disappeared from sight. This was just a simple water spell that could hide objects within a certain range. Saron then went to the other side of the spatial passage and cast the same spell to hide the passage. Saron didn't want to give up this spatial passage. After all, the resources in the water elemental plane were too abundant. Once he became stronger in the future, he could go there from time to time to explore and plunder. There are many material planes, but there is only one water element plane. Now it's up to you to continue guarding this spatial passage, Saron said, looking at Noah in front of him. Don't worry, Lord Saron. I will keep a close eye on things. Noah really enjoys these kinds of missions. After all, he prefers quiet to activity. It's nice to stay in one place for a long time. Saron did not linger and flew directly out from under the sea. Saron's massive figure burst out of the water, while Drogon, the two-legged dragon king high in the distance, flew to Saron's side, appearing extremely excited. You should continue to cooperate with Sunset Forest in expanding the territory of the Larkana Mountains. Saron placed a new twisted seed into Drogon's body. Zhuogung immediately felt that familiar sensation returning to his body, and his body had begun to evolve once again. Roar, roar, roar. The Wyvern King excitedly circled Saron a few times before reluctantly continuing its flight into the depths of the Larkana Mountains, where a flock of birds was attacking the tribe. He was only temporarily transferred here by Saron. Then the other wyverns flew over and followed the Wyvern King away from there. Saron watched the departing dragon horde with great anticipation for the future. This method of developing in several locations suits him very well. At least there is no shortage of ingredients needed for the feast. He can go to whichever place has the ingredients to build the feast. Chapter 169 Ko Tao the Fishman. Before he knew it, he had arrived above the Hillminster Forest. Unlike last time, this time he did not restrain his dragon might. The roars and howls of the monsters in the forest rose and fell. Roar. Saron roared down into the forest. Although he didn't intentionally use the wild scream skill, his roar still had a deterrent effect. The monsters below sensed the threat and fled for their lives in the distance. Some of the weaker monsters were even terrified. From afar, the horde of monsters resembled a black tide sweeping towards the distance. Saron then slowly flew towards the entrance to the Underdark. Upon arriving at the cave entrance, Xiong, who had been waiting for a long time, rushed out of the cave like a husky. Upon seeing Salong, Xiong roared excitedly a few times, then pointed his paw towards the depths of the cave with a smug look on his face. All right, I know you've dug a huge maze. Go explore it by yourself from now on. Saron knew through telepathy that this guy wanted to invite him to see a labyrinth made of earth magic. He reached out his paw and patted the other person's head. The earth shaker stuck out its tongue sheepishly and roared at Saron a few times. You mean there have been unidentified creatures coming here to investigate recently? Salon understood what Xiong meant. Yes, they're all big creatures, Xiong added. It always obeyed Saron's orders, ignoring the enemy as long as they didn't venture deep into the cave. Is that big guy a giant? A flash of red light appeared in Saron's eyes. He instructed the earth shaker to continue guarding the area properly, and then flew directly towards Charles City. In Death Valley, Arthas's body appeared and disappeared in the black mist, his eyes burning with blue soul flames. He looked up at the sky above Death Valley, gave a knightly salute, and then returned to his throne. Saron was somewhat surprised by Arthas's condition. The guy seemed to have become much stronger, and the number of undead around him had also increased significantly. However, he did not go to Death Valley, but instead came to Charles City. When Saron's massive body descended upon Charles City, the drow elves below stirred. Lord Saron has returned. At this moment, Elise and the others who were in the palace immediately came out. Saron folded his wings and landed in the square in front of the palace. Misa ran up first, her two rabbit ears standing up. Lord Saron. Elise and the others dared not be as presumptuous as Misa. Feeling the even greater pressure from the black dragon in front of them, Elise and the others felt a pang of discomfort. They could only kneel on the ground, not daring to lift their heads. Saron placed Misa on his paw and then walked into the palace. This underground palace is quite enormous. Its size was taken into account during its construction, so even Saron, who is 31 meters tall, can enter it without any problem. How's the resource gathering mission going? Saron asked, looking down at the drow elves from his enormous throne. Lord Saron, we have been actively exploring our surroundings, but a vast, dark underground sea has blocked our progress. Some Kodo fishmen live there. Elise and Maya began to explain the situation. The Underdark is vast, and the place where Saron's drow elves reside is actually very remote underground. Located on the edge, One must cross this vast sea of darkness to reach the deeper parts of the Underdark. Just like on the surface, there are ocean-like places underground. There is also some information in the inherited memories of the Kotao Fishman, a type of creature called Saron. The Murlocs and Drow Elves are mortal enemies, much like the relationship between dragons and giants. They simply cannot coexist and always attack each other whenever they meet. The Kotao Fishmen are very simple-minded creatures. To put it simply, they have no brains. Therefore, during the ancient Mind Flayer Empire, the Kotao Fishmen, like many other species, were controlled and enslaved by the Mind Flayers. These creatures were once found all over the coasts and islands of the surface world, but were abandoned by the Mind Flayers after the fall of the Mind Flayer Empire. Humans and other terrestrial species drove the Kotao Fishmen to the underground world, where these creatures have lived in madness and darkness ever since, never to return to the sunlight. However, the Underdark is not a pleasant place to live. In the past, the Drow Elves were one of the most powerful races in the Underdark. They absolutely would not allow their territory to be invaded, so they launched a war against the Kotao Fishmen, whose strength was no match for the Drow Elves. As a result, the casualties were extremely high. At this point, these Kotao Fishmen, under prolonged mental oppression, finally went completely insane. Because their minds, controlled by the Mind Flayers, are difficult to restore, and due to attacks from other species, the Kotao Fishmen have no choice but to devote themselves to fanatical religious beliefs. Some Kotao Fishmen even fabricate gods out of thin air to protect themselves, such as randomly creating and repairing some statues and then worshipping them as gods. This kind of thing is actually quite dangerous, because gathering so much faith power will definitely attract some unknown and shady things. But what's strange is that some of the deities fabricated by the Kotao Fish people can actually be brought to life. Solon snapped out of his reverie. There was so much in the inherited memories, and that was all he knew about the Kotao Fishmen. This species itself isn't particularly powerful, but they've managed to make all sorts of strange gods and ghosts know what they are and what abilities they possess. In any case, Saron believed that they were definitely not real gods, since orthodox gods were quite powerful. Even Tiamat, the mother of dragons and a weak deity, is far more powerful than these monstrous things. Furthermore, some of the Kotao Murlocs are controlled by Mind Flayers, which is also crucial. Mind Flayers are another name for creatures that are born with mental powers and can control and enslave other creatures. It's important to know that at its peak, the Mind Flayer Empire spanned countless worlds and enslaved countless creatures. These octopus-headed creatures have brought terror to many worlds, and in some worlds they are known as the Doomsday Rulers. Cthulhu is based on powerful individuals from the Mind Flayers. The Mind Flayer Empire was ultimately destroyed after being outmaneuvered by some powerful gods, which shows how terrifying this race was. Have you ever fought against the Kotao Fishmen? How strong are they? Saron yawned, opening his mouth wide. Elise continued, Lord Saron, the environment in the Dark Sea is not very suitable for the Drow Elves, but we have still fought a war against them. Those ordinary Kotao merfolk aren't that strong, but some of them, the Kotao Whiplashers, have caused us some trouble, and there's still one Kotao high priest who hasn't made a move yet. Elise honestly explained the whole situation. In fact, Elise's initial idea was to have Arthas from Death Valley come and help them deal with the Kotao Murlocs. But Arthas completely ignored her. For Arthas, Saron's orders were the only ones he needed to obey. What are Drow Elves anyway? Do they think they're worthy to rule him? Tomorrow, gather all our forces and go check out these Kotao Fishmen. Saron didn't say much. Elise had been quite diligent during this time, and he knew everything she had done through the mind chain. Elise finally breathed a sigh of relief. She hadn't even realized she was covered in sweat. Chapter 170 Winnie's Condition. Inside the palace's bedroom, the enormous bed was in complete disarray. Misa was cleaning Saron's strong half-dragon body, her face flushed. Lord Saron, we haven't heard from Winnie for so long. Misa's eyes were filled with longing. After all, she and Misa were the best friends in the Rose tribe back then. Don't worry, Winnie is fine. She's safe. Saron pulled Misa into his arms. He's in a good mood right now, so his attitude is alright. Since his increased health led to the evolution of the Twisted Seed, Saron has been able to sense the host's condition over extremely long distances and even across dimensions. A red light flashed in Saron's eyes. He had already sensed what was happening to Winnie. Winnie has lost contact since the last time she pursued High Priest Nadia, and Saron has only sensed that she is safe. But now, from Saron's perspective, he sees the opponent's situation. It was a magnificent yet somewhat primitive hall. Winnie was stroking her short sword, and her mood was clearly not very high. At that moment, a strong minotaur pushed open the door and walked in. "Winnie, you shouldn't have come back this time," the minotaur said, looking at Winnie with a sigh. "I need to know the truth." Winnie put down her sword and stared at Cook like a wildcat with its fur standing on end. She always thought she was just an ordinary Catwoman. Only her family was implicated because of their involvement in the internal strife between the Tiger Clan and the Golden Lion Clan. She was just an ordinary Catwoman with no one to rely on. But the Drow Elf in the Underdark told Winnie a lot. For example, her race should be the Shadowcat race, which lives in the Underdark from a young age and is a natural assassin due to their talent. However, in Winnie's mind, she had always lived in the Orc Empire since she was a child, and she always thought that her race was just cat people. This clearly didn't add up, and after recalling Cook's strange behavior, she felt something was wrong, so she went straight back to the Orc Empire to investigate these matters. "Cook, let me tell Winnie the whole story." Footsteps came from the doorway, and a burly minotaur who looked somewhat like Cook walked in. "Uncle Hoagie." Winnie had a lot of respect for the minotaur in front of her. It wasn't just because the other party was Cook's father, but more importantly, because he had saved her when she was a child. When they were about to be executed, it was Haug who personally sent them out of the Orc Empire. Here's what happened. Winnie's mother was indeed a member of the Shadowcats, but her father was not just an ordinary catman, as Winnie thought. The Orc Empire is jointly ruled by the powerful Tiger Clan and the Golden Lion Clan. Below that are 6 other tribes, such as the Minotaur tribe and the Wolf tribe, etc. Winnie's father is Gree, the former Bloodfang prince of the Orc Empire and the strongest of the younger generation of the Tiger Clan. Winnie's mother came to the surface for some reason, met Prince Gree of the Bloodfang, and the two got together after experiencing some things. However, something significant seems to have happened later. Winnie's mother appears to have stolen a very important relic from the Orc Empire, which is related to the legendary Orc treasure, and this directly disrupted the balance between the two races. This sparked a civil war. Winnie's father died in battle, her mother disappeared, and the Tiger Clan was besieged by the Bear Clan and the Golden Lion Clan. The once mighty Tiger Clan suffered a devastating blow and never recovered. However, the Golden Lion Clan did not seem to be too ruthless in their pursuit, leaving a sliver of life behind. Other ethnic groups were also affected to varying degrees. Winnie felt somewhat dazed. She hadn't expected her background to be so bizarre. So, her mother was just missing? Or perhaps she was still alive. But Winnie's behavior made Haug frown. Didn't she crave maternal love? However, having been alone for so long and never having met her parents, she didn't seem to feel much when listening to their stories. It was as if she were listening to strangers' tales. Salon also pulled himself back to reality, content that the other party was safe and sound. He didn't want to bother with these ridiculous things. In any case, the Orc Empire was also a target of his attack, even though its location was not as prosperous as the human kingdoms. However, its territory is very large, and over the years it has accumulated many valuable things, including the legendary Orc treasure. Even if Winnie really dies, when he destroys the Orc Empire in the future, it will be equivalent to avenging her. Then Salon checked on the situation of the other family members, just like watching an immersive short film. Saron then got off the large bed and reverted to his true form. The enormous black dragon reappeared in the palace. Saron felt most comfortable in his own body. He stretched out his wings. He only transformed into a half-dragon when he was intimate with his woman. He always used his original body in other situations, and the shape-shifting technique made him feel very uncomfortable. After leaving the palace, Elise and the others were already waiting. Although Saron said they would depart today, he did not specify when they would depart. Therefore, Elise could only lead her men to seize the time to prepare and get ready to set off early. They then waited there, since no one dared to disturb Saron's enjoyment. If they were casually crushed to death, they would have nowhere to cry. "Lord Saron, our men have assembled," Elise said cautiously. Her behavior at this moment was different from before, and it wasn't an act. Saron flapped his wings and flew directly into the sky above Charles City, where the drow elves below were already prepared. Various giant spiders, giant bats, and drow elves riding lizards were lined up neatly. Saron nodded. Putting aside their combat strength, their neat formation was much more pleasing to the eye than those dark creatures. They even had a sense of discipline and obedience. Of course, strictly speaking, drow elves are also a type of dark creature. Roar. With a roar from Saron, the main force of the drow elves set off towards the Dark Sea. Chapter 171 King of the Deep Sea. In the boundless, Dark Sea lies a vast, isolated island. This long, narrow island is one of the largest territories of the Kodo fishmen in the Underdark. The island is very large, and thousands of Kodo fishmen live and thrive there. These Kotao fish are large in size, with bluish skin, a fish-like head on their upper body, and fins and scales on their bodies. The lower body consists of two powerful legs with sharp claws on the toes and serrations between the toes, resembling the feet of a duck. There is also a temple on the island made of piled stones. At this moment, a Kodo fishman priestess, holding a scepter, was devoutly praying to a huge, strange statue. Catfish-like tentacles around her mouth swayed from side to side as she prayed. Great God, your humble believer prays to you. Behind her stood countless Kodo merfolk warriors, arranged in neat rows, each holding weapons such as harpoons and bone spikes. High Priest, those vile and wicked drow elves have invaded our territory again. At this moment, a fishman named Kotao, who was taller than the other fishmen and whose mouth was full of sharp teeth, came in and said. After a while, the merman priest Kotao opened his eyes after finishing his prayer. Drow elf. A ferocious glint flashed in Kotao's merman priest's eyes. This time, let's leave all these despicable creatures behind. But they are not weak. If we try to deal with the drow elves, we will lose many warriors. Unlike ordinary Kodo murlocs, the Kodo whip and Kodo murloc priests are relatively intelligent. Therefore, they also consider gains and losses. This time they will definitely not return. The merman priest Kotao shouted in a shrill voice. She then slowly walked up to the man in front of her, Kotao, who was acting as her spur. All that could be seen was that one of Kotao's whippersnapper's arms was pierced by some kind of transparent weapon, and then with a tearing sound, the entire arm was ripped off by some unseen creature. Kotao's spur's face immediately turned ugly, but even after suffering such an injury, the spur remained silent. "Gol, I hope there won't be a next time," the merman priest Kotao said slowly. "Yes, your excellency, High Priest." Gol understood what High Priest Kotao meant. After all, he had indeed been somewhat offensive just now. The High Priest of the Kodo merfolk holds a very high position, and no Kodo merfolk has the right to question the High Priest's decisions. I have a feeling that we will face a very powerful opponent this time. The so-called drow elves pose less than 1% of the threat they pose. A fleeting gray light flashed in High Priest Kotao's eyes. But don't worry, we won't lose this time. High Priest Kotao roared, opening his blood-red maw. Immediately, the fishmen below cheered, because High Priest Kotao possessed a certain degree of prophecy. If she said they could win, then they definitely could. One day, under the leadership of the great king of the deep sea, my race will reclaim the ocean, reclaim the land, and reclaim everything that belongs to us, said High Priest Kotao, gazing at the seemingly boundless dark sea in the distance. At this moment, the drow elves beside the dark sea were also in position. Lord Saron, those damned Kodo murlocs live on a small island in this dark sea. Last time we were planning to launch a full-scale attack, but those murlocs are just too powerful in underwater combat, and we couldn't gain any advantage at all, Elise said, looking at the vast dark sea. Although the drow elves are not landlubbers, they are still far behind the Kodo murlocs, who are amphibious. Moreover, those guys can manipulate water, and Kotao the whipster also possesses strange sensory abilities. Kotao, the whipper, is that the kind of guy he is? As soon as Saron finished speaking, a wave exploded on the surface of the dark sea. A tall, monstrous fishman named Kotao, clad in ferocious bone spike armor, was pierced through the water by a massive ice spike. Then, his body was propelled from underwater by ever-growing ice spikes to Saron's front. At this moment, Elise was both angry and scared. She hadn't expected that a Kodo whiplash was hiding on the beach. This elite Kodo fisherman warrior, second only to the Kodo High Priest, was extremely difficult to deal with. Only Elise could defeat it underwater with her powerful magic. The other drow elves had absolutely no way to deal with the opponent. However, Saron easily injured and controlled his opponent with just one water spell. Dragon Black Dragon. At this moment, Kotao, the whipper, was still alive, staring in shock at the enormous creature before him. It's a black dragon. These damn drow elves are backed by a black dragon. Click click. Saron then threw it into the cycle of reincarnation, killing it and freezing the body, intending to keep it as food. Then a new child of death was formed, although this child of death was very weak. Saron began examining the memories of the son of death. Poseidon Island has a high priest, Kotao, who is actually much more powerful than an ordinary human legend. There were also 39 Ko-Tao Whipmasters. Now there should be 38, and over 4,000 ordinary Ko-Tao Merman warriors, equipped with bone spikes and magical items. Furthermore, they also worshipped the deity, the king of the deep sea. Saron gleaned a great deal of useful information from the memories of this Ko-Tao whip, confirming that there were no mind flayers behind these Ko-Tao murlocs. As for the Lord of the Deep Sea, Saron searched his inherited memories based on the image of the Lord of the Deep Sea in the temple from the other party's memory. Information came quickly. It was him. Dagon, king of the deep, shadow of the ocean, lord of the seas and sea monsters, great old one. This guy was once one of the most powerful demon lords, ruling the Shadow Sea on the 89th level of the Abyss. He was no weaker than the previous demon lord, Lord Gras the Dark Lord. In the true dragon's inherited memories, Dagon was only a weak god, but in some other records, Dagon was much more than that. This guy's followers are spread across an extremely wide area, including humans, merfolk, swamp giants, and orcs. Unexpectedly, these Ko-Tao fishmen actually worship him. However, it's understandable, since Dagon is easy to communicate with. As long as the offerings are good enough, and one sincerely prays and pleases this demon lord, one can receive blessings. However, these blessings can distort the mind. However, there's no need to worry too much. Dagon has too many followers, spread throughout many material worlds. These Ko-Tao fishmen number only a little over 4,000, and they are not yet qualified to attract the majority of the attention of Dagon, the king of the deep sea. Moreover, Dagon is different from other lords. He is relatively lazy. Chapter 172 Battle against Ko-Tao the Fishman. Lord Saron. While Saron was deep in thought, Elise and the others could only watch anxiously. After all, in their sight, the Ko-Tao whiplash had been captured by Saron using some kind of magic, and then Saron remained silent. However, Saron quickly came to his senses. He had been worrying unnecessarily. He can't even get close to guys of that level right now. The king of the deep sea, Dagon, only cares about his own sacrifices and the war in the abyss. The enemy's perception is very strong. Let's attack directly. Saron gave the order. Because the Ko-Tao fishmen were enslaved by mind flayers for hundreds of years, some of them inherited some of the mind flayers' strange mental abilities. For example, the ability to observe other dimensions allows some Ko-Tao fishmen to sense the presence of any creature within a certain range around them. Regardless of whether the target is invisible or in the ethereal plane, these Ko-Tao fishmen can pinpoint the other party's location very accurately. Some of these Ko-Tao murlocs possess this ability, including the one that Saron just killed. So Saron didn't expect a surprise attack anymore. Such an attack would be useless against these guys. Upon hearing Saron's orders, Elise began issuing combat commands. Although, according to her plan, the best approach would be for Saron to use his powerful magic and aerial advantage to clear the way first, followed closely by the Drow elves, thus maximizing their benefits. This will minimize the losses. But how could Saron possibly become the vanguard directly? If he goes to be the vanguard, then these Drow elves are just sitting around doing nothing. Family members must have their own role. Otherwise, if they can't provide any benefits, and you have to protect them instead, what kind of situation is that? It's a case of not distinguishing between primary and secondary roles. Moreover, the Drow elves have experienced battles in the Dark Sea over the years in the Underdark, so they naturally have their own methods. After all, they dared to fight Saron back then, so they are not completely unable to cope with the upcoming battle. Click click. Iris took out a huge construct spider with 3 glowing red eyes from the magic device. These spiders were severely damaged in the last battle with Saron, but Saron did not eat them. Elise had her men repair it. This time, the construct spider looked more like a heavily armored tank, with many pieces of armor made of adamantite, and the joints were also well preserved. The construct spider strode heavily into the Dark Sea, and after passing through the shallow section, it began to swim in the deep water. Salon was amazed, but in his previous life, cruisers weighing tens of thousands of tons could float on the sea, so it was quite reasonable that these tens of tons of construct spiders could swim. With these 3 construct spiders leading the way, the other Drow elves followed. A group of strong Drow elves rode more than 200 enormous bats into the air. Each bat had a huge magic crossbow bolt on its back, which could inflict massive tearing damage on its target. Meanwhile, the giant lizards on the ground began carrying the Drow elves into the water. The giant lizards were also excellent swimmers. The Drow elves atop the giant lizard also wield heavy crossbows and spears over 3 meters long, the tips of which are made of adamantite. Although the Koh-Tao fish people do not wear armor, their naturally tough outer skin can withstand many external injuries. Therefore, to deal with them, you must first be able to break their skin. High Priest, the people are ready, and those lowly creatures have begun to enter. In the dark sea, the Koh-Tao fishmen were ready, their bloodthirsty eyes gleaming. Go, children, let those lowly drows be forever buried in this dark sea. High Priest Koh-Tao of the Murlocs gave the order to attack. Immediately, all the Koh-Tao fishmen on the shore dived into the water and swam away into the distance. High Priest Koh-Tao and his two enormous Koh-Tao whippers watched everything in the distance. Rest assured, God has answered me, and we will surely win this battle. High Priest Koh-Tao's ugly and ferocious face remained calm. The gods actually responded. The eyes of the two spurs on Koh-Tao were filled with fervor. After all, those were the gods they had worshipped for countless years. It is the faith in the hearts of countless Koh-Tao fishermen. High Priest Koh-Tao said nothing more, but walked into the temple and then opened a mechanism to enter the underground secret chamber. The underground of this secret chamber is filled with a huge altar made of the flesh and bones of various creatures, which is also where the Koh-Tao fishermen usually offer sacrifices. High Priest Koh-Tao clasped his hands together and began to pray, after which the enormous altar of flesh and blood split open from the middle. A box flashing an eerie red light appeared below. High Priest Koh-Tao took the box out and then went to the distant sea. After placing the box on the shore, he began chanting a spell. The crimson energy emanating from the box in its hand grew increasingly powerful. Attention! Koh-Tao fishman is on the seabed. At this moment, the drow elves on the sea surface had already discovered the traces of the Koh-Tao murlocs. The foremost construct spider's 8 red eyes lit up, and its sharp legs pierced through the body of a Kodo fishman. In that instant, it was surrounded by a large number of Kodo fishmen. The underwater resistance reduced the maneuverability of the construct spider, but these Kodo fishmen also found it difficult to break through the adamantine armor and truly harm it. Suddenly, a huge fishing net made of metal chains enveloped the construct, and before it could break free, 5 or 6 more nets enveloped it. A Koh-Tao whipper, wielding a massive pincer, climbed onto the back of the construct. Its fierce eyes darted around before it forcefully plunged the pincer into a gap in the construct's back. The construct's movements also slowed down. Meanwhile, the drow elves on the sea were engaged in close combat with the Koh-Tao fishmen. The drow elves' spears, each over 3 meters long, pierced the water from time to time, while the giant crossbows in the sky fired their massive magical crossbows. A massive magic crossbow pierced through 3 Koh-Tao fish in succession before finally stopping. However, a hunter's spear from the seabed pierced the surface and struck the giant bat with a splash. The giant bat let out a mournful cry and fell from the sky. A drow elf nearby reacted quickly and spurred his own giant bat to fly over and catch his falling companion. The corpses of the Kodo fishmen kept floating up from the seabed, and the drow elves were also slowly suffering casualties. Elise, standing atop a giant bat in the distance, ignored her dead and wounded subordinates and searched for the Kodo fishman high priest. The other side has not shown its face since the start of the war. What is that? It's a tsunami. A massive tsunami. Run! A 100-meter-high tsunami rapidly formed in the distance and then swept towards the battlefield. Chapter 173 Dragon Lizard. Saron looked out at the black tsunami from atop a mountain on the shore. He sensed an unusual aura emanating from within, something that seemed to come from the depths of his bloodline. Without further hesitation, Saron soared into the sky and flew towards the distant tsunami. At this moment, facing the massive tsunami, the drow elves and the Kodo murlocs ceased their battle and prepared to meet the onslaught. Although the Koh-Tao fishmen are aquatic creatures, the impact of such a large-scale tsunami is extremely terrifying, enough to shatter steel into pieces, let alone them. Just as the drow elves were retreating towards the giant bat, Saron flew to the center of the battlefield. His 35-meter height is very imposing. A dragon, or a black dragon. There's a dragon. The appearance of the black dragon greatly shocked these Koh-Tao fishmen. After all, many of them had only heard stories about dragons from their elders. Such a large black dragon possesses extraordinary power. When its immense dragon might is unleashed, all creatures feel as if a heavy boulder is pressing on their chests. Because Saron intentionally controlled the direction, the giant bats were able to maintain their shape and not be so frightened by the dragon's might that they fell into the water. As he gazed at the massive tsunami before him, Saron felt a surge of magical power coursing through his body. Ice Seal. The spell model quickly took shape, and a surge of blue magic power emanated from Saron's body. The temperature near the dark sea, centered on Saron, suddenly dropped, and the sea surface began to freeze rapidly. Some of the Kodo fishermen who couldn't escape in time were frozen in the seawater. At the same time, the tsunami was rapidly approaching from not far away, but with the support of Saron's enormous magical power, the waves stirred up by the 100-meter-high tsunami began to solidify quickly. In my previous life, a tsunami of this magnitude would have been a natural disaster, something that no human could possibly contend with. It could destroy any steel jungle, but here, powerful individuals are able to stop it. Natural disasters are nothing to fear. Saron felt a pang of surprise. He hadn't realized how strong Saron had become. Crackling sounds accompanied the formation of icicles. The sea instantly turned into a world of ice and snow. Because the ice did not spread very quickly, most of the drow elves and murlocs were still able to react and stood on the ice. Except for a few unlucky ones. This is the power of a true dragon. The drow elves looked at Saron with awe. Besides their powerful physique and unparalleled inherited talents, what makes true dragons most enviable is their magical power. With such powerful magic, one can do almost anything. Even ordinary magic can unleash unparalleled power in their hands. But legends are one thing. Seeing them with your own eyes is another. Elise thought that it would be quite an achievement if she could freeze the ice surface within a radius of more than 50 meters by herself. But Saron did not continue. Instead, he looked at the frozen sea ice. Rumble. Click click. It seemed as if some creature had struck something beneath the ice, before the nearby Koto fishermen could even react. The ice surface shattered, and a massive claw tore through the ice, grabbing onto the ice and crushing the Koto fishermen, who couldn't dodge in time, into a bloody pulp. Then another claw began to grip the ice, and a dragon-like head emerged from beneath the sea, letting out a deafening roar. Then one by one, these heads emerged from under the ice. Its full appearance was only revealed when it climbed onto the ice. This is a creature over 100 meters long. The length of each of its heads and neck alone is as long as Saron. It has 3 forks on its tail and 2 huge wings on its back. Upon its appearance, the 5 long heads were raised high and stared at Saron without moving. Its enormous size instilled an extremely powerful sense of awe in all the creatures present, even surpassing that of Saron. The high priest Koto, a merman, stood on the back of this creature. Lord Saron. Elise stood behind Saron, riding a spider construct like a loyal guard. She felt like she had fallen too far behind. She used to be the matriarch of a city's drow elves, with the power of life and death over her other subordinates. Why are the enemies she's encountering now more and more terrifying than the last? These terrifying multi-headed creatures are practically walking disasters. Not to mention the boundless magic power within them. Their size alone is beyond her ability to handle. You could easily crush her. Killing 1,000 of her wouldn't be a problem. A 9-headed dragon lizard? No, it should be a 5-headed dragon lizard. Saron recognized the creature before him. In his inherited memories, there was a scene where a colossal creature with 9 dragon heads stood on a shattered star, its enormous wings spread wide, roaring ferociously at 3 even larger creatures. It was an extremely powerful 9-headed dragon lizard, its size already comparable to a continent. While standing opposite it were 3 other, even larger ancient astral dragons. The dragon gods in the astral plane are currently the metallic dragon god Bahamut and the evil dragon mother Tiamat, both of whom are very famous. However, legend has it that in the distant ancient times, there was another dragon god. However, the evil dragon Queen Tiamat plotted against and killed this dragon god. The dragon god's kingdom shattered, the world was destroyed, and his powerful and sacred divine blood was spilled across countless worlds in the multiverse. Every drop of blood spilled gave birth to a dragon lizard in the local area, as if the hatred of the fallen god remained in them, making them dominated by hunger. This hunger will drive them to eat everything around them, and they will even eat their own heads when there is nothing else to eat. In the bottomless abyss dwells an incredibly powerful 9-headed hell dragon lizard, which, because it resides in the abyss, is beyond the reach of even Tiamat, the mother of dragons. Saron never expected to encounter such a creature here. His luck was simply off the charts. After all, although there is a lot of divine blood, there are countless worlds in the multiverse, so the number of dragon lizards is not very large. There might not be 1 in 4 or 5 worlds. The fact that the powerful nine-headed dragon lizard in the inherited memories dared to roar at the three powerful ancient astral dragons shows just how formidable it was. Roar, roar, roar. The five-headed lizard was starting to get impatient. I never expected it to be such a powerful black dragon. The high priest Kodo, the merman on the dragon lizard's back, looked at Saron in surprise. The fact that the gods had bestowed such a powerful creature upon him was already astonishing enough, but this powerful black dragon gave him an even greater surprise. If he were to sacrifice it, he would be the strongest member of the Kodo fishman race. Black dragon. At this moment, the five dragon lizards actually spoke to Saron in the language of dragons. Chapter 174 Black Dragon and Dragon Lizard. Dragon lizards don't speak a common language. They only speak dragon language. Most dragon lizards lack intelligence and only possess the mindset of wild animals. Only a small number of dragon lizards have ancient inherited memories from their bloodline, similar to those of dragons. This dragon lizard not only has the potential to rival a real dragon, but it is also very intelligent. Dragon lizard, you are supposed to be a descendant of the dragon god, yet you obey the orders of a filthy and lowly Kodo fishman. Saron looked at the five dragon lizards in front of him with disdain. After all, let's maximize the mockery first. Who knows if this guy isn't very smart? The five-headed dragon lizard's 10 eyes were fixed on the black dragon in front of it. The dragon's words made it very angry, but it seemed that it was not easy to refute them. If it weren't for that terrifying being, he wouldn't have listened to the bullshit orders of a Kotal fishman. He had no way to resist the command of that being, but the command of the Kotal fishman in front of him was a different matter. The five-headed dragon lizard stuck one of its heads onto its back, glaring angrily at the Kotal fishman, high priest in front of it. You filthy beast, get off my back. Unfortunately, the high priest Kotal the merman did not speak dragon language, so he naturally could not understand the words of the five-headed dragon lizard. The five-headed dragon lizard was enraged. It opened its huge mouth and lunged at the Kotal fishman high priest behind it. What are you doing? High priest Kotal was a little confused. He hurriedly began to dodge, and finally jumped onto the ice under the murderous gaze of the other party. Now you should die. All five heads of the five-headed dragon lizard stared at Saron. Damn it, since you've decided to be the Koto Murloc's lackey, then I'll send you to your death, Saron said, spewing insults while plotting how to kill his opponent. There doesn't seem to be much information about the dragon lizard's skills and talents in the inherited memories. The five-headed lizard stopped talking, realizing that it couldn't win an argument with its opponent. It could only channel its anger into action, and then all five heads spewed out blue breath. This is a low-temperature breath, similar to the silver dragon's freezing breath, but the five-headed dragon lizard's breath is very powerful, especially when all five heads breathe together. The power is even stronger. The blue breath swept towards Saron like a tidal wave. The five-headed dragon lizard had no concept of avoiding friendly fire. His breath covered the murlocs and drow elves around him, instantly forming ice sculptures on the spot, which then shattered under the force of the external force. Saron retaliated immediately. After all, he was not afraid of this level of energy exchange, and he breathed his blue and white breath at the five-headed dragon lizard. The water mist formed by the interaction of heat and cold swept across the entire ice surface. Saron then flew directly into the air, and the five-headed dragon lizard followed, flapping its huge wings. The mere flapping of the wings of these two enormous creatures created a terrifying storm. High Priest Kotal, a merman, was furious at the sight of the battle. He had painstakingly prayed to the gods with all his previous savings to obtain the right to use this monster. However, the relationship between this monster and him was not that of master and servant, but rather an equal cooperative relationship. After all, according to this five-headed monster, if he were to be made a slave, it would be better to just kill him. Therefore, he didn't dare to push too hard and decided to wait until he killed the black dragon. Looking helplessly at his fallen kin, the high priest Kotal picked up his scepter and silently chanted a spell to cast a wide-range group healing spell. Immediately, the injured Kodo Murlocs felt much better, while the high priest looked at the equally chaotic drow elves with hatred in his eyes. Elise also had her eye on the high priest of the merfolk, Kotal. Kill them. Eat these damn drow. Kotal, the merman high priest, summoned several spirit guards to protect himself, while he, holding his staff, led Kotal's whippers to meet them. So the drow elves and the Kodo Murlocs clashed again. In the dark sea, Saron and the five-headed dragon lizard have already left the battlefield. You lowly black dragon, Do you think you can just run away? The five-headed dragon lizard was somewhat exasperated. This damn black dragon is flying too fast. I can't catch up at all, and it keeps casting random spells at me. Although those spells had no effect on him, they were still disgusting. Meanwhile, Saron, who was in the distance, had figured out what the other party was up to. This guy's breath was water-based, and his magic was all sorts of random and disorganized things. It has water, fire, and earth elements. However, this guy's magic resistance is ridiculously high. Simply put, he's very tanky and also has a certain degree of self-healing ability. Although he's not as good as him, he's still very powerful. I didn't see any other strange or unusual magic or anything like that. Now that we've figured it out, let's deal with this guy. Saron remained suspended in midair, waiting for his opponent. The five-headed dragon lizards not far away were overjoyed to see Saron stop. As long as they had a chance, they could tear him apart. The cycle of despair. Saron locked him in a small, dark room. Suddenly, the five-headed dragon lizard sensed a change in its surroundings. It was no longer in its original place. Looking around, the place resembled a dilapidated demi-plane, with simple ground, river water, and air. And that damned black dragon was right in front of him. Damn black dragon, do you think you can defeat me by locking me in this strange, extra-dimensional space? The five-headed dragon lizard also had spatial magic in its inherited memories, so in its opinion, this dilapidated demi-plane was easy to leave. It seems you haven't figured out the situation yet. Saron didn't want to waste any more words with this fool. He simply dealt with him, transformed him into a child of death, and then examined his memories. Red, flame-like mysterious patterns began to appear on his body. As his life force increased, the atomic furnace within Saron's body became increasingly terrifying, and each operation of the atomic furnace brought him immense power. The radiation energy in the blood is also becoming increasingly powerful. Saron's muscles swelled up, and he activated his flame body talent. The flame body talent comes from the Balrog. The abyssal demon fire it carries pairs well with the overload state of the atomic furnace, and when combined with the burning explosion, it often produces unexpected results. Meanwhile, the five-headed dragon lizard opposite him was on high alert, sensing an extreme danger emanating from the black dragon before him. But at that moment, Saron was already charging straight at him. Chapter 175: Killing the Five-Headed Dragon Lizard. Bang! The two enormous creatures collided head-on. What? The five-headed dragon lizard was stunned the moment it collided with Saron, because the guy in front of it was incredibly strong. According to the information in his inherited memories, with his current strength, even when those damned five-colored dragons reach adulthood, few of them would be his match, unless they were powerful ancient dragons. Moreover, this strange demi-plane space seemed to suppress some of his strength, making him feel bound, but he didn't have much time to think about these issues. Because Saron's claws and teeth had launched their most ferocious attack on him, the claws and teeth, carrying the armor-piercing talent, allowed Saron to easily break through the scales on the five-headed dragon lizard's body. The five-headed lizard became even more ferocious, its five heads tearing at Saron's body. One head can't bite you, but five heads can't bite you? But as it turns out, they really couldn't outbite them. His teeth were already exceptionally sharp, but the dragon scales of the creature before him were even harder. He tried his best to bite them open, but he couldn't inflict any further damage. This guy's muscles are harder than magic metal, making them impossible to tear. What bothers him most is that the tiny wounds on the other's body are still healing. The two were still locked in a fierce struggle, and the dragon lizard's three tails began to lash out. Impatiently, Saron grabbed one of the dragon lizard's heads and bit down on it. A sickening cracking sound of bone breaking rang out, and then Saron ripped it apart with force. Rumble. The abyssal fire on Saron's body exploded, and the shockwave and abyssal fire generated by the explosion were all absorbed by the five-headed dragon lizard. Roar. The five-headed dragon lizard roared. Its entire body began to convulse, and then it unleashed an astonishing power, throwing Saron away. However, the first head on its left side had disappeared, leaving only its long neck still struggling. All five heads shared the same consciousness, and the pain of being decapitated filled the five-headed dragon lizard with both shock and rage. His body was also covered in horrific wounds, some from Saron's bites, others from recent burns. Saron licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, a dragon lizard's head still clutched in his claws. He then tossed the head to the ground, staring greedily at the dragon lizard before him. Your flesh and blood taste delicious. I really like it. You'll make a good meal. You want to kill me? We'll see what you're capable of. The flesh on the broken neck of the five-headed lizard writhed rapidly, and then a new head quickly formed. Although the new head was still covered in mucus and looked rather immature, it was about the same size as the previous one. Saron knew that the five-headed lizard's head could regenerate, but he didn't expect it to regenerate so quickly, growing back in just a few seconds. The five-headed lizard's eyes began to glow blue, and its body emitted a blue light. Its body seemed to grow larger, and its claws became sharper and stronger. Saron could tell that this was some kind of enhancement magic, but he didn't care. After completing its enhancement, the five-headed dragon lizard charged at Saron again, but suddenly its movements froze. Blood control. The dragon lizard suddenly felt the blood in his body boiling uncontrollably, but he reacted quickly. The magic power within the body directly calmed the abnormality in the blood, but the blood still flowed out from the wound and spilled into the reincarnation space. What? At the same time, several sons of death silently appeared at the dragon lizard's head, attacking and entangled the dragon lizard's head in front of them using their own methods. Saron then used Void Walk to instantly appear behind the dragon lizard at close range and let out a wild scream. Suddenly, the magic power within the dragon lizard began to rage uncontrollably, and the blood that had just stabilized sprayed out of the dragon lizard's wounds like a waterfall. Lightning breath. Blue breath erupted from Saron's mouth, spraying towards the dragon lizard's body. The burning and paralyzing effect of the breath made the dragon lizard's condition even worse. He was completely stunned. Wasn't it supposed to be claws against claws, fangs against fangs? What's going on with all this nonsense? The dragon lizard felt his body getting weaker and weaker. All 5 of his heads were restrained. He was losing too much blood, and his magic power was decreasing. He wanted to live, even if it meant becoming the other party's slave. Death is not the end for you, because you will always be a part of me, and we will be stronger together. Saron began to dismember the other's head one by one. Sharp teeth and claws were the best tools, and the five-headed lizard, which was restrained and extremely weak, had no way to resist. The last thing the five-headed lizard saw was the black dragon biting off his heads one by one, until he lost the last head and his consciousness fell into eternal darkness. Saron watched as the 5 dragon lizards before him slowly died, a huge heart still clutched in his blood-stained claws. He discovered that even after tearing the other person's head off, the person still showed signs of life, and only after he removed the heart did the person truly die. With a thought, Saron conjured the corpses of the 5-headed dragon lizard, along with the blood and heads that had just been sprayed out, in the warehouse he had prepared. He then used an ice spell to freeze them before leaving the warehouse. In Saron's view, the 5-headed dragon lizard's entry into the cycle of reincarnation meant that he was already dead. Saron's initial hand-to-hand combat with him was to attract his attention and give the son of death ample time to prepare. He then used all his talents and skills on this guy, leaving him no time to react or even leave a last word. The 5-headed dragon lizard's raw strength is not as good as Saron's, but its vitality is too abnormal. With the support of massive magic power, its physical body is also very strong. Saron does not want to waste time slowly wearing it down. Meanwhile, a new 5-headed dragon lizard-like child of death slowly formed in the cycle of reincarnation. Looking at the death child Saron before him, he felt something was off. This death child seemed different from the previous ones. The 5-headed lizard-like son of death suddenly looked at Saron with his 5 heads, and then spoke in dragon language. The black dragon can enslave souls so perfectly. A languid female voice came from the 5-headed dragon lizard's soul. Saron's expression shifted slightly. Chapter 176 Lenelia. Saron knew very well that he had complete control over the life and death of this son of death, and could even make him perish forever. But what he saw still surprised him. "What are you?" Saron asked fearlessly, knowing that the situation was still under control. After all, his biggest secret isn't this reincarnation space. As he faces more and more enemies, they will definitely find out about its existence. While beings who control other dimensions are rare in this world, they do exist. What is certain now is that the creature in front of us is definitely not the same 5-headed dragon lizard from before. "You're actually a hybrid dragon, huh?" Unexpectedly, the other party seemed somewhat excited upon seeing Saron. No, you're not an ordinary alien dragon. Ordinary alien dragons aren't as powerful as you. You should be a legendary dragon species. But wait, although you have the aura of a plutonium dragon, you're still quite different from one. The other party actually started circling around Saron, its 5 heads scrutinizing him closely. Saron knew that the alien dragons mentioned in the astral plane generally referred to certain dragons that exhibited talents that surpassed their own kind. For example, some dragons had powerful magical talents, while others possessed physical talents far exceeding those of their kind. The common trait among these dragons was their strength. This type of dragon exists in both chromatic dragons and metallic dragons. In a sense, legendary dragon species are also very powerful variant dragons. But Saron was getting impatient. With a thought, he froze the 5 dragon lizards in place. You talk too much nonsense. Just die. He has the right to control everything regarding the Son of Death, and erasing his existence is very simple. No, I am Lenolya, and I am also the dragon god, the other party hurriedly said. The only dragon gods I know are the 5-colored dragon mother and the metal dragon god. Who are you? Saron already had a guess in his mind. The 3rd dragon god. You're very clever. You should be able to guess, right? I'm Lenolya. Of course I can guess that you're the weak dragon god who was killed by the 5-colored dragon mother, right? Saron said nonchalantly. After all, the 5-colored dragon mother possessed the power of a weak deity, and it is very difficult for a god to kill another god. Only powerful or moderately powerful gods can kill weakly powerful gods, and even then, they are not easy to kill, since gods usually incarnate and travel through the star realms and myriad worlds. As long as the divine kingdom exists, the gods will never die. However, since the opponent was able to be killed by Tiamat, the mother of dragons with lesser divine power, it means that the opponent was a weakling among the gods, even weaker than a lesser divine being. Moreover, the other party's behavior is completely inconsistent with Saron's imagination of gods. After all, gods are beings who have lived for countless years. How could they be so unconventional? He suspected that the other person was a remnant of consciousness for some reason, and that their intelligence was not fully developed. What do you know? If it weren't for. The other person seemed to have thought of something, but didn't say anything more, instead continuing to look at Saron with excitement. Of all the alien dragons I've seen, you're not the strongest, but you're certainly the most unique. Let me take a closer look. Lenolya didn't care about Saron's taunts. After all, gods are usually quite thick-skinned. It's rare for gods to fight each other over face, as described in biographies. Even if it exists, it must be for the power of faith. As Lenolya was examining the exhibit with great interest, she was stunned. Impossible. You're not even 2 years old yet. Even as a dragon god, Lenolya was shocked. She wasn't trying to calculate the other person's age. She just wanted to use divine magic to check their life trajectory. However, she didn't expect that instead of finding the causal trajectory, she would discover that the other person had lived for less than 2 years since birth. This means that the black dragon is only 2 years old. But how could the black dragon in the present situation be less than 2 years old? Even the ancient astral dragons didn't have something like this. Lenolya quickly considered the situation. Unless one could control time. I've thought about it, and it's better if you just disappear. Upon hearing this, Saron immediately began to eliminate the existence of this son of death. No, I can help you become even more powerful than the mother of dragons. Lenolya wanted to say something, but Saron wouldn't give her the chance. Under his will, the child of death before her began to dissolve, as if being slowly erased with an eraser. Soon only a few gray specks remained in the original spot. Saron stepped forward and looked at the object in front of him. It was something like a transparent water droplet, which seemed to explain why it was so special. But it doesn't matter, it's fine as food. Anything unusual is useless under the influence of the feast, and will be digested by the feast to become nutrients for the growth of Saron. As for that dragon god Lenria, Saron suspected that the other party had faked its death in ancient times, but its consciousness still existed in the dragon lizard. After all, legend has it that the dragon lizard was formed from the blood of a god. This should just be a coincidence. The unique nature of the child of death made it impossible for her to hide. Furthermore, Saron isn't afraid of the other entity or something similar coming after him, since the cycle of reincarnation isolates everything, and no one except Saron knows what happens here. As for agreeing to help the other party, that's impossible. Gods are all old coins. Even a pig that lives for a few hundred years becomes a spirit, let alone these gods who have lived for countless millennia. Saron didn't want to listen to what she was saying. Who knew what scheme she had up her sleeve, or if she had bewitched him? Although Saron considered himself to have a strong will. If Saron were just an ordinary black dragon without any special abilities, he might consider having something like a personal grandfather figure inside him. But the other party is a dragon god, so the help he would receive would definitely be immense. However, with the help of the feast, he will eventually surpass these gods. Moreover, The evolution of the feast is the most perfect state. In the future, it may not be impossible to use these gods as food. The future of food is going to be amazing. In a certain region of the bottomless abyss, a huge 9-headed monster lying in the dark demonic soil stirred slightly, and then one of its heads opened its eyes. My last thought vanished. Without any feedback. Did those guys discover it? That shouldn't be possible. How could they detect my thoughts? Even if they did, they would have given me a completely different response, right? I don't even know how my thoughts died. Never mind that for now. The plan is the most important thing. Then the enormous figure fell asleep again. Chapter 177, Solving the Problem. Saron left the cycle of reincarnation after dealing with the 5-headed dragon lizard. The dragon god's reputation is formidable, but it doesn't frighten him. Moreover, even Tiamat, the mother of dragons, could not resist the arrival of the powerful laws of the prime material world, let alone others. Meanwhile, on the distant ice surface, the battle between the Drow elves and the Kodo Murlocs continued, and the fight was extremely fierce. The blood of the Kodo fishmen and the Drow elves stained the ice red. The spirit guards summoned by High Priest Ko Tao the Merman have been almost completely wiped out. Even so, the matriarch Elise still couldn't defeat him. The opponent knew too many spells, and would occasionally cast a group healing spell, which made the Ko Tao fishmen very comfortable. Moreover, the opponent can manipulate water to attack, and also has a stun spell, which makes Elise very uncomfortable. Left with no other choice, she had to risk using summoning magic to summon a demon to aid her. This was a powerful flamen. It has a thin, dark body with 4 long arms. Its claws resemble those of a bird, and its hands have 3 fingers that look like 3 long daggers. Its beak is that of a strange bird, filled with sharp teeth, and its huge wings make it very agile. This guy was very excited on the battlefield, constantly reaping the lives of those Kodo fishmen. Its enormous black wings can flap for tens of meters, like a scythe of death. However, what bothered Elise was that this guy wasn't entirely under her control, because some Drow elves could also be attacked by him. Elise also has to rely on the other party's strength to restrain the enemy. High Priest Ko Tao the Merman had been trying to kill the Flomo with magic, but the Flomo seemed to be playing around with it. With its astonishing speed, it nimbly dodged, while gnawing on the arm of a Kodo fishman in its mouth. In addition, although its body looks weak, it has very strong resistance to various kinds of magic, so even if those spells hit it, they cannot cause it any real damage. Just then, Saron flew to the center of the battlefield. Upon seeing Saron appear, the High Priest of the Murlocs was greatly alarmed. The fact that the other party appeared unharmed means that the 5-headed dragon lizard is likely in grave danger. Saron was getting angry that the Drow elves still hadn't dealt with the Kodo Murlocs. It seems I can't count on these guys. But it's good that I can kill these Ko Tao fishmen and expand the cycle space. Saron then swooped down directly at the High Priest of the Murlocs, Kato. High Priest Ko Tao waved his staff, breaking a large hole in the ice, intending to hide in the dark seabed. But Saron wouldn't give him that chance. He simply used Void Walk to appear beside his opponent, ignoring the attacks of the spirit guards. Then, with a single swipe of its claw, it seized the High Priest Ko Tao the Merfolk. Divine Guidance Technique. Sacred Fire Technique. A dazzling white light, enhanced and amplified, appeared on Saron's chest and attacked his throat. Bang! The light exploded on Saron's scales, which, apart from being slightly charred, remained undamaged. Saron never expected that a follower of Dagon would be able to use this level of holy fire magic. High Priest Ko Tao looked at the black dragon before him in despair. How could there be such a powerful monster in this world? He had clearly predicted with his divination that he would kill the enemy in this battle and then use him as a sacrifice to become a demigod-level high priest. For this, he exhausted all his accumulated power and magic over the years. If he hadn't expended so much magic, he might have been able to escape. But there were no ifs. In his despairing gaze, the black dragon brought him before him. Looking at the enormous, scarlet dragon eyes, the High Priest Ko Tao felt a surge of fear. No. Then, High Priest Ko Tao of the Merfolk lost consciousness. Saron crushed the High Priest Kodo Murloc as easily as squashing a mosquito, tearing his head off with his sharp claws. He then froze it and threw it, along with his staff, into the warehouse of the reincarnation space. What seems cruel to other creatures is nothing to Saron, just like how humans might find it cruel to crush a mosquito. Looking at the other Ko Tao fishmen, some were collapsing, some were going berserk, and some had given up resistance because of the High Priest's death. Saron didn't care about them at all. He roared at these guys and didn't care about the drow elves who were still on the battlefield. He used the ability of Wild Scream to disrupt the magic in the bodies of the creatures present. Then he used blood control to make the blood vessels of these Kota Murlocs burst one by one. Whether they are Koto Whipsters or ordinary Koto Murlocs, they are all ants to Saron. The Kotao fishmen burst open like swollen cherry tomatoes. Following the principle of not wasting anything, Saron froze all of the Kotao fishmen's flesh and blood, since the reincarnation space had enough food to store anyway. He became interested in watching Fromon Salon, who was trying his best to minimize his presence. The Fromon was terrified when Saron appeared. It had just thought it could reap whatever it wanted here. At first, it was excited that the foolish drow elf had summoned it, but now only fear remained in its heart. Saron paid no heed to its complicated thoughts. To him, demons were already good food. Moreover, he was eager to see what would happen if this demon were made into a child of death. The cycle of despair. The reincarnation space directly enveloped the flow demon. Although it felt like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, it was the safest method. Before Flomo could even figure out what was going on after entering the cycle of reincarnation, Saron, who flew over, crushed his head with a single claw. Then the child of death in the form of the Fromon was formed, and Saron began to examine the memories of this Fromon. This Flomoth was quite ordinary, which disappointed Saron. In its memory, it only came here by chance after sensing Elise's summoning spell. After all, the material world is still quite tempting to demons. According to this Flomo's memories, it belonged to a demon general under the Red Flame Lord, who seemed to be fighting another powerful demon lord. Something of its kind is just cannon fodder, and its response to the call to arms is also a way of avoiding war. However, it never expected that it would never return. After freezing the opponent as usual, Saron left the cycle of reincarnation. Chapter 178 Shadow Isles. Shouldn't anything stop us from exploring deeper into the Underdark this time? In Charles City, Salon looked at Elise and asked. After emerging from the cycle of reincarnation, Saron flew back to Charles City first. The drow elves were left to clean up the battlefield. There should still be some leftovers from the Murloc layers of the Kota people, and these should not be wasted. After all, these things will eventually end up in Saron's stomach. Lord Saron. Elise wanted to say something more, but Saron interrupted her. Since you feel you're not quite up to the task, then it's very simple. Saron turned his gaze to the drow elf Maya beside him. Maya, you will now serve as Elise's second-in-command. If she is unable to continue gathering resources for me, then you will take her place. Maya, who was standing nearby, was overjoyed upon hearing this. Could it be that she had finally made it through? Yes, Your Majesty, the great Lord Saron. Maya hurriedly knelt down, adopting a humble posture. But my subordinates are rather weak. Maya thought about her pitiful strength. She didn't have much magical talent to begin with, and although her physical attributes were decent among the drow elves, it was far from enough to make up for the gap. She was basically invisible in the previous battle with the Kotao fishmen, and could only watch enviously as the matriarch Elise slaughtered everyone on the battlefield. This is my reward to you. A crimson, twisted seed appeared in front of Saron. This twisted seed, like a miniature version of the eye demon, slowly merged into the other's body. Maya endured the discomfort without resisting, and the twisted seed spread directly throughout her body. She felt something was wrong with her body. It seemed to be constantly getting hot. The blood in my body is also boiling. A few seconds later, the feeling slowly subsided, and Maya stood up, drenched in sweat. She looked at her body. The magic within her seemed to be growing stronger. She then touched her brow and discovered that a black dragon scale had grown there, which looked exactly like the scales on Saron's body, only much smaller. Thank you, Lord Saron. Maya said excitedly. All right, you can go now. Saron transformed into his dragon form, put his arm around Misa, and headed towards the back of the palace. After such a fierce battle, it was time for him to enjoy himself. A balance between work and rest is the right way. Fighting and killing every day is so meaningless. Maya glanced smugly at Elise, whose face was pale with displeasure, and then walked out. The team she had prepared could now be put to use. She was going to outshine this damned Elise and eventually replace her completely. After that, only Elise remained in the palace, staring intently at Saron's departing figure. At that moment, she felt as if she had been abandoned by the whole world. She clearly had no ulterior motives, and she was clearly doing her best to help Lord Saron, so why was she treated like this? Saron ignored Elise. He could clearly tell what she was thinking. To be honest, even though he had mastered the twisted seed, he was still quite impressed by this ability. The ability to influence a creature's consciousness and thoughts without its knowledge was too abnormal. Compared to this, the accompanying enhancement abilities were insignificant. Elise had so many ulterior motives when she first joined him, but under the influence of the Twisted Seed, she's become like someone with Stockholm Syndrome. Saron believed that if it were the Elise of the past, even if he signed the most stringent contract with her, she wouldn't act this way. If there were any problems with the contract, she would definitely betray him without hesitation. After all, that was her nature, or rather, that drow elves were such evil creatures. The law of the jungle, betrayal, and brutality, this is the true picture of this group. Therefore, drow elves are also called dark elves. That night, Saron was fast asleep, holding Misa in his arms. He had been a little too rough with her earlier, and although Saron wasn't quite satisfied, Misa couldn't take it anymore. He is quite understanding in this regard. Saron felt very comfortable looking at the sleeping rabbit. They say that familiarity breeds affection, and Saron found that he was growing to love this rabbit more and more. She was just like the first time Saron met her, always so innocent. Just then, the palace doors opened, and a seductive figure slowly crept up. Saron knew who she was, but he didn't expect her to be so bold. Elise, you should know what you're doing. Saron clamped his claws around the neck of the woman, who was dressed in traditional drow women's clothing and appeared very plump and beautiful. Lord Saron, I would like to be closer to you, a woman's voice said softly. The visitor was none other than the matriarch, Elise. Salon knew that she was trying to show her affection in this way. Saron tossed her aside and ignored her. Misa opened her big eyes, quickly glanced at her surroundings, and then closed them again. Lord Saron, I have aspired since childhood to become the most powerful drow elf, to stand at the highest point and control everything. But now I only wish to help you. Furthermore, although we drow elves are a matriarchal society, I have never dated a single drow elf male, Elise said, standing up and touching her neck. Saron hooked the other's chin with his dragon claws and examined him closely. Drow elves are a branch of the elven race, so female elves are very beautiful. Elise's appearance is beyond reproach, whether judged by the standards of true dragons or by Saron's previous life. She is undoubtedly a very beautiful female. Since that's the case, I'll accept it without further ado. Saron finds it quite interesting. Saron pulled him up, and soon melodious sounds echoed from the large bed again. The next morning, Maya discovered that her mistress Elise, who had been extremely disappointed, was now excited again, even happier than before, and continued to direct the drow elves in their vigorous expansion. Without the obstruction of the Kodo fishmen in the Dark Sea, the drow elves continued their journey deeper into the Underdark. The area they had previously inhabited was considered the upper region of the Underdark, that is, closer to the surface. Next up is the middle level of the Underdark. Elise also transformed the island in the Dark Sea where the Koto merfolk originally lived, building a palace on it as Saron's retreat. Saron named the island the Shadow Isles. He experimented with the magic from his inherited memories to pass the time while waiting for the grand feast. After more than 10 days, the cooldown period for the feast finally arrived. Chapter 179, The Grey Dwarf. Saron began preparing his ingredients in his palace on the Shadow Isles, getting ready for the feast to come. The corpses of the 5-headed dragon lizards and the Koto fishmen were all frozen and preserved very well. They were all excellent ingredients. Saron also took out the gold coins and other valuables from the dragon turtle cave. The island also contains adamantite that the drow elves have recently mined. Those Koto murlocs were very poor, and most of their equipment was junk. Only the scepter in the hands of the Koto murloc high priest was a decent legendary item. At this moment, the entire Shadow Isles was shrouded in a black mist, within which some Koto murlocs, who had been transformed into undead creatures, could be seen walking around. Originally, there were some old, weak, sick, and disabled members of the Koto murlocs hiding on the island, but Arthas directly transformed them all into undead creatures to expand his army. As the black mist churned, the Death Knight Arthas rode his nightmare steed to the palace gates. Saron looked solemnly at the Death Knight Arthas before him and said, Arthas, the safety of this island is entrusted to you. Kill any intruders without mercy. Yes, sir. Arthas gave a knightly salute. Saron planned to entrust the island to Arthas for protection from now on. After all, the drow elves were too weak, and only Arthas, the increasingly powerful Death Knight, could make him feel at ease. This island would be the place where he would feast in the Underdark. Moreover, as they ventured deeper into the Underdark, The Drow elves found themselves unable to handle some of the other races, given their limited strength. Let Arthas take action. That's the right thing to do. Salon, looking at the ingredients before him, began to enjoy this sumptuous feast. Arthas stood guard outside the palace like a loyal protector. The undead on the island were one line of defense, while Arthas himself was the last. At this time, Nadia, the former high priestess of the Drow elves, was not having an easy time. She was bound by magic-suppressing chains and locked in an iron cage. It was guarded by two incredibly strong female gray dwarves. Ever since escaping Charles City, she had been relentlessly pursued by that damned shadow cat. In desperation, she had no choice but to risk crossing the dark sea to escape her pursuer. The Drow elves who intend to seek refuge here are, according to records, far more powerful than those in their small towns. But unexpectedly, they ended up in the territory of the Grey Dwarves. This is somewhat different from the clues marked on the previous, incomplete map. The Grey Dwarves are a race whose brutality is no less than that of the Drow elves, and in some ways even surpasses it. The brutal Grey Dwarves, also known as the Durga. These guys were originally normal dwarves, but for some reason they came to the Underdark and mutated into Grey Dwarves. They typically live deep within the Underdark, tirelessly expanding their underground kingdoms using the knowledge of ancient dwarves and countless slaves. Most Grey Dwarfs share some common physical characteristics: baldness and grayish-white skin. Their earth-brown clothing and simple jewelry reflect their rigorous and pragmatic style, while also allowing them to blend into the surrounding rocky environment and remain unnoticed. Meanwhile, in the middle layer of the Underdark, there is the city of Glaxstugh, which is the capital of the Grey Dwarf Kingdom and is also known as the City of Blades, named for its abundance of high-quality weapons. Nadia was then imprisoned in the city. Where exactly did you come from? A tall, bearded Grey Dwarf, about 1.4 meters tall, looked impatiently at the High Priest of Nadia. I've said it many times, I come from the other side of the Black Lake, where a black dragon has taken over my homeland. High Priestess Nadia felt like she was going crazy. This was the umpteenth time the other party had asked her this question. Those damn Grey Dwarves are stupid and dumb. She shouldn't be a spy sent by the Drow elves. After emerging, the Grey Dwarf approached another exceptionally strong Grey Dwarf. Lord Salus, it seems that the Drow elf was telling the truth. But if a black dragon really comes here, it will be difficult to deal with. The Grey Dwarf named Salus was incredibly strong, with muscles as hard as boulders. He carried a mace taller than himself and a giant axe on his back. His arms were wrapped in thick chains, and he had 2 scars on his cheeks, making him look extremely fierce. If only we could confirm that it really is a black dragon. Salus just chuckled. Recently, the Grey Dwarves and Jackals formed the Guardians Alliance to fight against other races underground, but this is not what they expected. If it really is a black dragon, then they have the potential to become the masters of this region. The Grey Dwarf soldiers were somewhat puzzled. Why did they have a chance to defeat the surrounding tribes just because they heard it was a black dragon? After all, the 5-colored dragon is a treacherous and cunning creature, extremely ferocious, and such a creature will never bring good fortune to any place it goes. However, since General Salus said so, there must be a reason for it. Keep a close eye on this Drow elf, Salus said before heading towards the royal palace in the city. Along the way, many Grey Dwarves greeted him. After all, Salus was a royal general. There are other races in the city of Glaxstugh, but relatively few, because the Grey Dwarves are somewhat xenophobic. These races were mostly after the weapons forged by the Grey Dwarves, and of course, most of them were slaves captured by the Grey Dwarves. After all, the Grey Dwarves are the most notorious slave owners in the Underdark. Compared to their dwarf relatives on the ground, enslavement is their law, and darkness is their morality. For the Grey Dwarves, the only fate of other races is to become their slaves. Soon, a vast and magnificent palace appeared before Salus, and the Grey Dwarves guarding the gate let him through upon seeing him. After entering the palace, Salus, the Grey Dwarf, met Rex, the king of the Grey Dwarf race in this region. Rex, clad in heavy gray armor, was the most powerful Grey Dwarf warrior, second only to the great Grey Dwarf high priest in legend. Even now, he is still practicing every day. Your Highness Rex, I hope to use that treasure to fight that black dragon, Salus said, kneeling on one knee. I know what you mean. You want to enslave that black dragon? Rex stood up, walked up to Salus, and patted him on the shoulder. The idea is good, but I don't have the right to use that treasure. Salus clenched his fists tightly. He knew what Rex meant, because the Grey Dwarves weren't a monolithic entity either. Grey Dwarf warrior, slave owner, insect controller, pyromancer. Everyone has their own ideas, but if the Grey Dwarves were to unite internally, they would be the most powerful race in the Underdark. Chapter 180 Resurrection Armor. Alright, Salus, you can take a portion of your soldiers to build a fortress by the Black Lake. I will have the army give you its full support. Given the greedy nature of the five-colored dragon, it will definitely cross the Black Lake to plunder more treasures. You can defeat it and capture it alive. That way, you can sign a contract with that black dragon even without using that item. Rex offered his suggestion. He was actually quite helpless. Although he was the king of the Grey Dwarfs, the High Priest was a being above the king, and could even replace the king with a single word from the High Priest. Having tasted the power, Rex will not easily give it up. Even the High Priest can't take it away so easily. There are still a few jackal tribes over there. I'll have them take action too. Yes, sir. Salus had no choice but to obey. He had a premonition that he would not succeed in achieving his goal this time, and it was already quite good that he had the support of the army. He was already confident enough to defeat the Black Dragon, and with the help of the army, his chances were even greater. He would figure out a way to sign a contract with it later. He desperately needed to use this Black Dragon to enhance his influence. A few days later, Saron had reached the most crucial part of the feast. In that same mysterious black space, after swallowing all the ingredients, Saron watched the feast transform his body like an observer. But this time it seems different from before. The modifications are much more extensive, not just in terms of size, but also in terms of scale, armor, defense, etc. A few days later, a deafening dragon roar echoed across the Shadow Isles. Meanwhile, Arthas, who was guarding outside, saw the blue undead flames flicker in his eyes a few times, and he knew that his master had awakened. Meanwhile, the appearance of Salon in the palace had changed drastically. First of all, her body size has increased significantly. Although it is 38 meters long, its physical strength has increased significantly. Two sharp bone spurs extend from the back of its head to the end of its tail, making Saron's appearance even more ferocious and terrifying. The most amazing thing is that at this moment, Saron discovered that another dragon head had grown on his shoulder, and both heads shared the same consciousness. Saron, however, felt something was very strange and looked at the panel. Saron, 1200 health. Feast levels, 20. Feast cooldown, 11 days. Talent 1, Carnivore. Talent 2, Armor Penetration. Talent 3, Wild Scream. Talent 4, Atomic Furnace. Talent 5, Vibration Sensing. Talent 6, Telepathy. Talent 7, Lightning Breath. Talent 8, Mind Chains. Talent 9, Twisted Seed. Talent 10, Void Walk. Talent 11, Flame Body. Talent 12, Reincarnation's Desperate Situation. Talent 13, Child of Death. Talent 14, Blood Control Advanced. Talent 15, Mastery of the Four Elements. Talent 16, Multi-Headed Talent. With sufficient vitality, you can grow multiple heads. Currently, you can grow an additional head. In the event of any fatal attack, you can automatically discard one head to avoid the fatal damage. Once a head is discarded, it cannot regrow for a short period. It requires 5 days to grow back. Heads can be hidden in normal state. First of all, his health points have reached a terrifying 1,200. You have to know that health points represent all his attributes. At this level, his strength, speed, defense, magic power, and mental strength are already ridiculously strong. Then came the multi-headed talent. Growing another head was still acceptable for Saron. Moreover, Tiamat, the mother of dragons, is a dragon goddess with 5 heads. Having an extra head might enhance combat power to some extent, but for Saron, it's not much of a difference. But if this head can also die in place of another, that's a different story. Imagine if the enemy had some kind of extremely powerful move or artifact that could kill with a single blow. You must understand that this is a world with gods, and there are all sorts of strange creatures and things here. No one would complain about having too many lives. However, having one of Saron's many heads is like having a resurrection armor on him, giving him an extra life. If they grow a few more heads in the future, wouldn't that mean a few more resurrections? Imagine how furious it would be if an enemy, after racking their brains to kill you, suddenly found themselves still alive and kicking. This is invincible. Salon suddenly found his 2 heads more and more pleasing to the eye. These 2 heads are actually quite handsome. Even the 3-headed dragon Ghidorah from my past life's movies and TV shows wasn't as handsome as me. Saron had never really looked at himself closely before, but now that his 2 heads were staring at each other, he realized that he was both incredibly fierce and elegant. It has 3 pairs of dragon horns on its head, a mouth full of sharp teeth, scarlet eyes, and sharp bone spikes. With that appearance, you'd immediately spot a super boss-level evil dragon. Moreover, both heads share the same consciousness, so there's no need to worry about split personality. Salon found that he didn't need to consciously control his two heads. It seemed as if he could control them naturally, just like it was born that way. Saron guessed that this multi-headed talent must have come from the five-headed serpent lizard. But what's strange is why the five-headed dragon lizard didn't use this substitution talent back then. However, Saron then thought that the talent might not be solely due to the five-headed dragon lizard. There might also be other ingredients involved. Saron looked at the other head and had a thought. Then, the two heads seemed to merge and become the same as before. This pleased Saron greatly. Such mastery of control was truly a great talent. He decided that he would not allow a second head to appear outside unless absolutely necessary, and he wanted to keep as many trump cards as possible for himself. However, Saron usually deals with powerful enemies in the cycle of reincarnation, where he can act freely and without restraint. Once the enemy is completely dead, even their souls become children of death and are enslaved by them, so there is naturally no possibility of revealing their trump cards. Thinking of this, Saron became happy. After confirming that nothing had been missed, he opened the palace gates and went out. Arthas greeted him at the door. He wasn't too surprised by Saron's transformation, as he believed his master had always been incredibly powerful. "Master," Arthas bowed. "You did a good job." Saron looked at the gray shadow isles and then glanced at the undead creatures walking around inside. "I feel that this environment suits me in a strange way." Chapter 181: The Unicorn's Territory. The shadow isles were a decent size, so Saron decided that this would be Arthas's private base. In other words, this island will become a paradise for undead creatures. "Arthas, your strength seems to be getting stronger lately." In fact, even Saron was a little confused by Arthas's strength. After all, the strength of a typical Death Knight is fixed, meaning that the strength of a paladin after being corrupted is already predetermined from the moment they become a Death Knight. However, Arthas was different. He had been injured due to dimensional travel, which greatly reduced his strength. However, his strength has been steadily improving over this period of time, and has even surpassed that of the alienation stage. Arthas himself could not explain this situation. Is this guy a born undead tyrant? In fact, there are records of this undead tyrant in Saron's legacy memories, but this creature has not appeared for a very long time. Thinking of how that mysterious being went to great lengths to lead Arthas to corruption, and even attracted the true form of the otherworldly god servant, Saron gained a deeper understanding of the unique characteristics of Arthas. Saron snapped out of his thoughts. No matter what, Arthas's loyalty to him remained unchanged, and the stronger Arthas became, the more advantageous it would be for him. The feast was enough to allow him to grow to a level that no other creature could match. Saron spread his enormous wings and flew directly above the Shadow Isles. Arthas expand outwards. As he was leaving, Saron spoke to the Death Knight underground. He had been controlling Arthas's expansion because Arthas's abilities were terrifying. The ability to transform the dead into the undead without any cost was enough to destroy the world. But now he has figured it out. He never had any scruples, as long as he had enough resources. He then flew directly towards Charles City, because some interesting things had happened on the ground, and he wanted to take advantage of his increased strength to deal with them. Beside the Larkana Mountains, there was a temporary camp where a large group of dark creatures had gathered, led by lizardmen, goblins, and bear goblin warriors. Roar, roar, roar. The roars of various creatures created chaos, but no one went too far under the restraint of a few strong half-dragons. At this moment, the leaders of the three tribes were gathered together, looking at a seemingly ordinary forest in the distance. Following Saron's orders, the three tribes and numerous dark creatures expanded towards the Larkana Mountains, and surprisingly, things went quite smoothly at first. They subdued some powerful magical beasts. Later on, they encountered a tough nut to crack and lost some of their men. Through their investigation and understanding, this forest is guarded by a legendary celestial creature, the unicorn. The unicorns cast a powerful protective spell on the forest, making it impossible for them to break in. In the past, they certainly wouldn't have dared to oppose a unicorn. After all, it was a legendary creature placed in the material plane by the gods. But since Lord Saron has given the order, they dare to touch even a unicorn. "How about we bypass this forest for now if it doesn't work out?" said Mog, the goblin leader, looking at the map in front of him. "No, the risk is too great." Lizardman leader Red rejected the suggestion. After all, If they didn't take over such a large forest, it would be no different from having a knife stuck in their heart for their army. If unicorns were to ambush their rear while they were fighting other enemies, the consequences would be devastating. The other two leaders also considered this point. They were from warlord tribes and were well aware of the importance of such strategic locations. And Lord Sarone wouldn't agree either, said the bear goblin Gort. Although the three had different opinions, they all tacitly refrained from suggesting that they find Sarone to deal with the unicorn, as no one wanted to make the Great Despair Scourge feel powerless because of this matter. I have already sent my men to inform those two true dragons. As fellow subordinates of Lord Sarone, they should also lend a hand in the face of this problem we are encountering, said the goblin leader. Ordinary dark creatures would not know the identities of Geraint and Argenta, but it was no secret to them, as high-ranking subordinates of the Black Dragon. If they are unwilling, our priest has proposed a way to breach this magical forest, the lizardman leader suddenly said. What method? The two goblin leaders looked at Red in surprise. The unicorn is a sacred guardian, and her celestial domain covers the entire forest. If we capture some mortals, bless them with magic, and let them attempt to break through the sacred domain, it will definitely work, said Red, the lizardman leader. Humans are the most beloved creatures of the gods, and unicorns also adore kind-hearted humans. Like angels, they are born with the ability to detect good and evil. If enough mortals die, and some other wild animals are driven away, their blood will soak the forest, and the unicorn will surely reveal its weakness. But we are currently in a state of truce with the human kingdoms, and those humans have formed a united army to guard against us. If we capture a large number of humans at this time, it will definitely provoke their counterattack, and we may not be able to complete Lord Sarone's orders. The goblin chieftain analyzed calmly. The number of ordinary people required to use this method would be absolutely terrifying, at least 100,000. Dark creatures have no concept of good or evil. They only believe in the strong dominating the weak, or acting solely out of self-interest. Let's consider this a backup plan, the leaders finally decided. At this moment, by a lake in the Larcana Mountains, Argenta was looking at a tall, silver-haired woman in front of him with embarrassment. Aunt Jessenia, I'm doing very well here and don't want to go back to Dragon Island for the time being. Argenta, do you know what you're doing? Jessenia felt like she was about to vomit blood from anger. She had previously thought that Geraint and Argenta had gone to play in some human kingdom, so she wasn't too worried, since their magical life force was still very strong. This shows that both of them have grown quite well. But she never expected that Argenta would work for an evil black dragon. And then there's Geraint. He seemed quite mature and steady on Dragon Island, and his strength was also quite good, which is why I entrusted Argenta to him. I never expected that he would lead Argenta into the Black Dragon's lair. She wouldn't have come if it weren't for the huge commotion caused by the Black Dragon's monster army recently. Luckily, she didn't miss it. Otherwise, she would have regretted it for the rest of her life. Chapter 182 Jessenia. Gerald, I'd like to ask him properly. He promised to bring you out to experience life in human society. But how did you end up experiencing the lair of an evil black dragon? Jessenia stared at Argenta with her icy expression. Aunt Jessenia, it's not Geraint's fault, and Lord Sarone isn't evil. Argenta said, looking up at Jessenia. Jessenia's human form is rather tall, standing at a full 2 meters. However, she has an exceptionally good figure, making her one of the most beautiful women in the world, with her flowing silver hair and red eyes. This appearance is very attractive, which is why she would use a black robe to cover herself in human society. You're actually speaking up for that evil dragon? Wasn't it that guy who enslaved you? Jessenia had just thought there was something wrong with Argenta saying that she wouldn't leave. It must have been that evil dragon that did something, but now it seems that it was that idiot Geraint who failed to properly teach Argenta. Roar. At that moment, a golden light flashed, and a handsome blonde man appeared in front of the 2 dragons. It was Geraint who arrived, and he looked at Jessenia and Argenta with excitement. Aunt Jessenia. Geraint. Jessenia was instantly enraged when she saw Geraint in front of her. Aunt Jessenia, what are you doing? Before Geraint could react, Jessenia rushed in front of him and punched him away. Bang bang bang. Geraint's figure rolled on the ground a few times like a tattered sack before finally crashing into a large tree. Argenta stared in disbelief at the scene before her, witnessing the full extent of the old silver dragon's power. Elder brother. Argenta rushed to Geraint's side. I'm fine. Geraint shook his head. Even in human form, the golden dragon was still tough and thick-skinned, and Jessenia clearly hadn't used her full strength. Aunt Jessenia, please don't do this. Argenta shielded Geraint. Geraint, I need an explanation. Jessenia walked up to the two siblings and asked. Jessenia felt she had already restrained herself. Aunt Jessenia, it's like this. Geraint could only recount their experiences, with the situation in Vultan being the most crucial part. So that black dragon saved you? It even healed your injuries and strengthened you in some way. After calming down, Jessenia asked in shock. Are you sure you're not talking about an old metal dragon? Because from any perspective, this is not something a cunning and treacherous black dragon could do. It looks more like a metal dragon. Lord Cerrone may look a bit fierce, but he's really a good person, Argenta said from the side. Jessenia looked at the two siblings with some suspicion. Fine, whatever that black dragon looks like, you two have to come back to Dragon Island with me right now. No matter what schemes or tricks that black dragon might have, as long as she brings the two siblings back to Dragon Island, everything will be resolved. Aunt Jessenia, we have something important to do. Lord Cerrone ordered his men to expand towards the Larcana Mountains, but they have encountered unicorns blocking their way. We must help them solve this problem. Argenta said. What? You want to fight the unicorn? That's a sacred guardian, a benevolent guardian sent by the gods to the material world. You, as children of the metal dragon god, actually want to fight the unicorn? Jessenia exploded instantly. Unicorns are truly the darlings of the gods, incomparable to ordinary creatures. Their metallic dragons and unicorns have a good relationship, since they are both of the good and lawful alignment. But we're just moving the unicorn to a different spot to guard her, not killing her, Argenta said matter-of-factly. Geraint, standing to the side, did not refute. After all, in his view, since he and his sister had already received a favor from the black dragon, they had to repay it. My sister is right. It's just a matter of letting the unicorn guard a different place. Jessenia suddenly felt that the entire dragon was in a bad mood. This was no longer a matter of the black dragon enslaving or making a contract with them. The siblings' fundamental understanding has become flawed. With that in mind, she immediately cast a detection spell on the two siblings. A few seconds later, Jessenia's expression turned grim. The results of the magical detection showed that the souls of the two siblings showed no signs of being invaded or controlled. On the contrary, they were unexpectedly powerful. Jessenia was feeling a bit upset. Were these two siblings trying to drive her crazy? The black dragon previously conquered the human kingdom, causing the deaths of hundreds of thousands of humans and displacing millions. Jessenia tried to correct the two guys' distorted values. Those were the humans who overestimated themselves and captured the black dragon's child. If it were those humans who captured the fledglings of our Dragon Island, I believe you would be even more anxious than the black dragon, Argenta said earnestly. Jessenia was speechless. Even though she had lived for thousands of years, she still felt somewhat helpless in the face of this situation. Just then, a terrifying aura descended from the sky, and Jessenia looked up. This overwhelming aura of dragon power. I heard you're going to take my family with you. Chapter 183 Jessenia's shock. At that moment, a huge figure appeared behind them. Black Dragon. Jessenia has lived for thousands of years and is almost past her prime. A dragon of this age should have seen a great deal. It wasn't that she hadn't seen the black dragon before. On the contrary, she had seen it 7 or 8 times. In her mind, those black dragons that looked like skeletons lived in rotten and stinking swamps. They plot and scheme in dark, damp places. But what's going on with this black dragon now? That enormous body was the size of many old dragons. And then there were those incredibly strong muscles and ferocious appearance, with sharp bone spurs on his body gleaming coldly. A pair of scarlet eyes stared at him like the Grim Reaper. This appearance is countless times more exaggerated than those red dragons. Even the strongest gold dragon among the metal dragons would not look like this in its old age. Apart from the fact that its scales are black, it is completely different from a black dragon in every other aspect. And when did he get so close? How could I not have noticed such a huge body? Jessenia took a deep breath, then spoke softly. You are the legendary calamity of despair, the incomparably powerful black dragon. That's right, it's me. Cerrone thought that this silver dragon was going to attack and kill him right away, so that he could pin her to the ground and teach her a lesson. But the other person seemed quite polite. Cerrone scrutinized the other's human form. This silver dragon was truly beautiful. According to the standards of the inherited memories, this silver dragon should be considered a very perfect silver dragon. Although Argenta was beautiful, she was not yet fully grown up and could not compare to the fully mature silver dragon before her. It's like this, if these two siblings have offended you in any way, then I apologize on their behalf. Jessenia bowed her head. Argenta was stunned. Her usually hot-tempered Aunt Jessenia was actually bowing down to Lord Saron. Didn't she hate the five-colored dragon the most? Jessenia felt extremely humiliated at this moment, and her fists were clenched tightly. The fact that this massive black dragon could approach him so silently meant that it was absolutely certain of killing him. In its human form, the silver dragon is much weaker than in its true form. It could be killed with a simple sneak attack. Of course, she wasn't afraid of death. True dragons are proud, and under normal circumstances, she would definitely fight to the death with this black dragon in front of her, no matter how powerful he is. But now she still has Geraint and Argenta by her side, especially Argenta, who is the daughter of her best sister. When her best friend Argenta was dying, she was entrusted with her care, and no matter what, she had to protect these two younger generations. The other party's posture surprised Saron for a moment. After all, he could see that the other party was trying his best to restrain himself. Sometimes bowing your head is more difficult than raising it, especially for a silver dragon that considers itself elegant and noble, when the object of its bowing is a black dragon. No, they are my most capable subordinates. I believe that Geraint and Argenta will become great true dragons in the future. Their deeds will spread throughout the entire astral plane, and their names will make countless creatures tremble. Geraint, Argenta, now that we've finished catching up, let's get down to business. After finishing his sentence, Saron ignored the silver dragon and addressed the two siblings. Yes, Lord Saron. Argenta excitedly jumped onto Saron's front paw and tightly hugged a sharp-boned spike. At this moment, some of her emotions seemed to be slowly being released. Saron flapped its enormous wings and took flight, its massive body carrying Argenta away into the distance in an instant. Geraint hesitated for a moment, then looked at Jessenia. Aunt Jessenia, don't worry, I'll take good care of Argenta. I'll be going now. A golden light flashed across Geraint's body. He had originally wanted to follow, but after thinking about it, his golden eyes became resolute. He dispelled the transformation spell and transformed directly into his original form as a golden dragon. Roar. The golden dragon roared at the sky, glanced at Jessenia one last time, and then flew off in the direction Saron had left. Only Jessenia remained in the same spot. What Geraint just did. Jessenia finally noticed Geraint's unusual behavior. Normally, Geraint would have to wait a long time to reach adulthood, but the dragon aura he exuded after reverting to his original form, along with his physique, which was completely different from before, all indicated that he was a well-developed and extremely strong golden dragon. Jessenia gritted her teeth and followed. After leaving, Saron was actually keeping an eye on Geraint and the silver dragon behind him. Saron was somewhat surprised to find that Geraint had directly reverted to his original golden dragon form. It seems Geraint is quite clever after all. The two brothers' identities have always been known only to Saron and a few tribal leaders. The other dark creatures, including those in the surrounding human kingdoms, were unaware of their identities. Geraint has been intentionally concealing their identities, as the fact that an evil black dragon has a gold dragon and a silver dragon under its command would shock the entire continent. It wasn't that the five-colored dragons hadn't tried to enslave the metal dragons before, but the metal dragons were known for their exceptionally fierce nature. They would rather lose their lives than be enslaved. Because in the belief of metal dragons, they will enter the divine realm of the metal dragon god Bahamut after death, which is what every metal dragon desires. However, if one is enslaved, especially by the five-colored dragon, then one will forever lose the opportunity to enter the metal dragon god's kingdom. Therefore, most metal dragons voluntarily sign equal contracts with humans. Now that Geraint has regained his true form, he's brazenly following Saron around. He must be aware of the consequences, but he still did it anyway. And Saron understood his thoughts. Was he trying to prove that he would always be loyal to me? Lord Saron, rest assured, I will never leave you. Argenta, perched on Saron's claw, spoke at this moment. Although he was flying, Saron had the ability to control the wind element, so there was little air resistance. He could also hear Argenta clearly. Argenta, even if you and your brother had left with that silver dragon just now, I wouldn't have stopped you. Saron said. This was his true thought. After all, the two of them had completely merged with the Twisted Seed. Even if they returned to Dragon Island, as long as Saron gave them orders, they would be his most loyal subordinates. Dragon Island has been run by those metal dragons for so many years. There must be some good stuff there, right? Lord Saron, you are so kind. Argenta said happily. She stroked Saron's cold bone spikes, but felt a warmth in her heart. Hee. Saron knew of Argenta's feelings for him, but he would only make a move on her after she came of age, and he certainly wouldn't spend his life with a silver dragon. Chapter 184 Unicorn. Soon, Saron brought Argenta to the temporary camp of the dark monsters. His enormous figure and the dragon's might that accompanied it both excited and frightened the monsters present. During this period, many newly joined monsters only knew that they were loyal to the great Lord Saron, the Scourge of Despair, but they had never seen Saron's true face. But now all the monsters are looking at the black dragon in awe. After flying around to take a look at his monster army, Saron flew to the top of a small mountain nearby, which was the highest point of the entire camp. Saron placed Argenta beside him, his crimson dragon eyes gazing upon every creature present. Argenta's figure was tiny compared to Saron, but the creatures below noticed her. After all, a creature that could stand with the great Lord Saron must be extraordinary. Argenta looked down at the vast number of diverse creatures below, and then at the majestic black dragon beside her, and her heart was filled with extraordinary excitement. I feel that the legends are too conservative. The figure of the great despair calamity is so majestic. He will surely bring despair to all creatures on this continent. A lizardman who looked like a priest said excitedly as he looked at the black dragon in front of him. She was the leader of another lizardman tribe. Originally, she didn't want to come here. She wanted to go and join the flame dragon mother, who was an ancient dragon. If she joined her, she could ask the flame dragon mother to grant her a red dragon vein after she made some contributions. After all, although black dragons were powerful, they were still much weaker than red dragons. She only came here with a tried-out attitude because she saw that the lizardman leader Red had already obtained the black dragon vein. Looking at the black dragon before him, the lizardman priest had made up his mind to perform well. If only I had brought more warriors and captured more humans to conquer this magical forest. The lizard priestess felt a pang of regret. Due to certain concerns, she hadn't brought all the warriors. If she had, they would undoubtedly have gained a higher status, and compared to that, the mere hatred of humans was insignificant. Lord Saron, the half-dragon, Tersoon, was the first to fly over. Since growing wings, he could fly short distances, and his strength had increased significantly compared to before. The three chieftains from afar quickly followed, and they were all shocked to see the drastically changed appearance of Saron. Every time Lord Saron disappears for a period of time, new changes occur, but this time the changes are more numerous. Lord Saron. Looking at the dark mass of creatures below, Saron felt a sense of awe. Who would have thought that he had built such a powerful force in such a short time? But what Saron didn't know was that this force had already earned a resounding title outside, Black Dragon Monster. Roar. Then the dark creatures saw a golden dragon, over 10 meters long, fly overhead, its golden scales gleaming in the sunlight. Golden dragon. How could there be a golden dragon here? The dark creatures stirred slightly, but they quickly quieted down, for the great despair seemed to have come as no surprise. Geraint folded its wings as it flew to Saron, then slowly lowered its head, making a bowing gesture. Instantly, all the creatures understood the golden dragon's meaning. This golden dragon is submitting to Lord Saron. Those who knew Geraint's identity showed no surprise, but the other creatures were very excited. After all, even the most powerful of the metal dragons, the gold dragon, has submitted to Lord Saron. Just how powerful must he be? Geraint, get up, Saron said. The golden dragon below slowly raised its head, spread its wings, and flew to Saron's left, standing on either side of him with Argenta. My followers, I am your master. Welcome to join my ranks. Roar, roar, roar. The dark creatures below began to make their own sounds, like the wailing of ghosts and howls of wolves. Those with weapons raised them, while those without weapons displayed their claws or teeth. Each creature displayed its most powerful side. Saron nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that his evil and ferocious appearance had quite a following among the dark creatures. If his two-headed form were released, these guys would probably be even more excited. Saron then turned his gaze to the distant enchanted forest. He could sense the incredibly powerful magical aura emanating from the forest. There are also some records in the legacy memories of the unicorn Saron. The unicorn looks somewhat like a horse, with a spiral ivory-colored horn protruding from its forehead. The magical contact of the horn can heal diseases and injuries. The human king wanted the unicorn to use magic to heal his diseases. While all unicorns possess natural healing abilities, some individuals who serve the gods possess even greater power, capable of creating miracles that only high-ranking priests can perform. Unicorns are natural forest lords. They can use their innate magic to create a celestial realm around their forest where nothing can escape their notice. Because of their innate ability to detect good and evil, no evil creature can exist in the unicorn's realm, which is one of the reasons why unicorns are called holy guardians. Under the protection of unicorns, these creatures are safe from the invasion of civilization and the spread of evil. Unicorns constantly patrol their territory, moving cautiously to avoid disturbing other inhabitants. This guy is not easy to deal with. But it was wrong of her to block my way, and I wonder what unicorns taste like. Celestial creatures should taste alright. At this moment, a sense of peace permeated the magical forest. The wolves, foxes, birds, squirrels, and small insects in their territory are as docile as the animals. A pure white and dazzling unicorn happily ran around in the forest. Where her forehooves passed, there was no trampling. Instead, the grass and trees swayed from side to side as the unicorn walked by, as if dancing. The unicorn seemed tired. She stopped to rest on a big tree. She could hear every note sung by the little fairies at the top of the tree, feel every caterpillar emerging from its cocoon, and feel every leaf and branch, as well as the bright butterfly giving its weary wings a rest. Westerby, I can sense an increasing evil aura outside the forest, which makes me very uneasy. At this moment, a beautiful female face appeared on the tree next to the unicorn and said. Then a graceful female figure emerged from the trees. Her hair was made of green willow branches, and her skin was also green. Only the vital parts of their bodies are covered by green branches and leaves. These are the tree spirits of the forest. They can connect with trees and use them to gather information. They can even hide directly in the trees. Chapter 185 Treants and Pixies. Melina, I can feel it too. The unicorn's voice was also a woman's voice. But protecting the forest is my duty, and I will not allow any evil to disrupt the peace here. The unicorn Westerby said firmly. Besides, they might not be able to break through my sacred domain later. The unicorn said, feigning nonchalance. However, Melina the tree spirit's eyes were filled with worry. The creatures outside were gathering in increasing numbers, but after a few initial tentative attacks, they made no further moves. But their numbers were increasing, and Melina had a feeling that the other side was brewing something big. These are just the calm before the storm. Melina suddenly closed her eyes and dispersed her consciousness in some way. Then, a tree outside the magic forest suddenly came to life. The tree spirit began to observe the dark creatures outside through this tree. She had been gathering intelligence in this way for the past few days. She soon realized that today seemed different. Melina looked up and was stunned to see an enormous, ferocious black dragon flying from the distant sky. It then landed on a nearby mountain peak. Its ferocious appearance and terrifying dragon might gave Melina an extremely powerful sense of oppression. Meanwhile, the evil creatures below became excited, and Melina noticed that more evil creatures were continuing to advance towards them from a distance. So these guys were waiting for this terrifying black dragon. After the black dragon let out a roar, Melina lost her shared field of vision. Melina, regaining her senses in the enchanted forest, was somewhat panicked. Looking at Westby in front of her, she hurriedly said, Westby, those evil creatures are led by a black dragon, a very terrifying black dragon. A black dragon? Westerby asked, somewhat puzzled. She knew about the black dragon among the 5-colored dragons, and she was confident that ordinary black dragons were far from being able to do anything to her. With the blessing of the divine domain, she was even confident that she could kill an ordinary adult black dragon. Therefore, a normal black dragon would definitely back down, unless it is an ancient dragon that can break through the sacred domain. However, an ancient dragon requires a long period of growth and exceptional talent to be born. I haven't heard of any Gulong around here. Melina described Saron's appearance and the almost suffocating dragon's might to the unicorn Westerby. The unicorn looked at Melina with a serious expression. Melina, go find the little ones and tell them what's about to happen here, the unicorn suddenly said seriously. But you. The tree spirit was about to say something more when the unicorn interrupted her. If this place really gets breached, then please make sure you get them out of here safely. Westerby the unicorn sighed. The tree spirit Melina said nothing more, but simply merged into the ancient tree next to her and disappeared. This is the tree spirit's talent. She can merge into a tree and then emerge from another tree. In the forest, it is an extremely powerful ability to teleport instantly, making it incredibly effective at saving one's life. At that moment, a burst of laughter and chatter came from the top of the canopy of a towering ancient tree, where several pixies were chasing and playing around. Pixies are less than a foot tall. They look like tiny fairies with wings as thin as butterflies or dragonflies. They shine like the dawn and are as dazzling as the rising full moon. These elves love to seek happiness everywhere. Their personalities are as curious as cats, yet as timid and shy as deer. They are extremely curious about other creatures. Suna. Melina emerged from a large tree. Aunt Melina. A pixie wearing a long petal dress and a small flower wreath on her head flew over happily. She flew around Melina, looking very happy. Melina smiled happily as she looked at the pixie in front of her, and her troubled mood eased a bit. Pickles are such creatures. Their smiles always infect the creatures around them. Suna, go and inform the other companions. It's dangerous outside the forest. Bad things might come here soon. Tell them all to gather here. If there's any danger, I'll take you all away from here, Melina said, composing herself. Danger? But we have the Holy Guardian Westby here. She will protect everyone, said Pickling Suna in confusion. As far back as she can remember, the unicorn Westerby has been guarding this magical forest. Fierce magical beasts, their natural enemies, and even some powerful humans all tried to break into the magic forest to capture them. But Westby resolved all these dangers, and the enchanted forest became their home and a paradise. This is extremely dangerous. Even Lord Westerby might not be able to handle it. Melina sighed. She had never seen Westbeth so nervous before, so this matter was very serious. This time, a powerful black dragon has its eyes on this place, Melina explained. Pixie Suna felt lost. She was born here, grew up here, and all her joy and laughter came from here. What if all of this were destroyed? Suna's small body began to tremble. The tree spirit Melina noticed the little creature's fear. She reached out and craved it into her palm. Suna, don't be too afraid. Your friends in the forest will protect you. Now, do what I just told you to do. Aunt Melina, I understand. After saying that, Suna flew away. Melina watched the other person's hurried departure and then left as well, as she still had to inform the other residents. We will protect our home, and we will not be afraid of any creature that wants to destroy it. In a tiny village, a group of goblins are inspecting equipment and weapons. Goblins and Pikiyos are also tiny sprites, and they look very similar. However, their personalities are completely different. Pixies are warm and compassionate, but also rather timid. They hate war and conflict and usually choose to escape when faced with such situations. The little fairies are different. They are playful and tenacious warriors who will use all sorts of strict methods to protect their territory. Despite their small size, they are very skilled at creating magical poisons and other similar items, which are equipped on their tiny bows and arrows, allowing them to fight against very powerful creatures. And like the pixies are also very good at hiding themselves. They are born with the ability to become invisible. Everything in the magic forest is proceeding at a rapid pace. Chapter 186 Standoff. Sarone had already flown outside the barrier of the enchanted forest. In fact, Sarone had flown over this forest more than once, but the Larcana Mountains were too vast, and he flew at a relatively high altitude. Moreover, the unicorn had hidden this place very well, so he didn't find it. Lord Sarone, there was very little information about this magical forest before, because almost no creatures that went in came out. But now we know some things. More than 20 years ago, a human came out of it alive. Before he died, he wrote down his experiences in a travelogue, which recorded many things about this magical forest, said the lizardman leader. Actually, there are many such messy travelogues on the market. Many of them are written by people based on their own knowledge and imagination. If half of them are true, that would be considered good. However, the locations described in this travelogue perfectly matched this magical forest. After listening, Sarone roughly understood that this human was a bard who had entered the enchanted forest with a slave hunting group more than 20 years ago. The slave hunters were stunned by what they saw as soon as they entered. There were actually little fairies and pixies, which were extremely rare in the outside world. This creature could fetch an astronomical price on the market. So they acted quickly, but the little fairies were not to be trifled with. They possessed the talent of the heart prophet. Some goblins can judge the good and evil of creatures by the sound and rhythm of their heartbeats, similar to how Sarone detects lies through vibration. Some gifted fairies can even listen to a creature's most genuine emotions when assessing its past behavioral tendencies. They can tell whether a person's heart is beating joyfully in love, fading in sorrow, or shrouded in hatred or greed. Because the true feelings cannot be hidden, the little fairy's ability to sense the mind always reveals the truth. So the slave-catching team failed miserably, and even the unicorn didn't make a move. A group of little goblins and some half-goat people easily solved the problem. However, the bard escaped unscathed, because in the goblin's judgment of the soul, the bard was a kind being. The bard was then sent out of the enchanted forest, but before that, he was placed under a magical restraint, forbidden from telling any creature what had happened there. However, although this human didn't tell anyone, he couldn't resist writing it down. Strangely, the man died suddenly from illness 2 or 3 years later. His family sold the book to a bookseller, who thought it was something he had written to boast about. The bookseller thought it was good and printed some for sale. Saron never expected things to turn out this way. He can't even write it down if he doesn't want me to say it? What a talent. But it doesn't matter. At the next feast, he wants to eat unicorn meat, as well as goblin meat and pike meat. I've heard that miniature elves are not only beautiful to look at, but they also taste really good. Some creatures particularly enjoy eating these creatures, although for Saron, even the micro sprites wouldn't be enough to fill a tooth gap. At this moment, Saron seemed to sense something. He flew to the top of the enchanted forest, below which was the barrier of the enchanted forest. A dazzling white light formed below Saron, and then an elegant unicorn exuding a divine aura appeared before Saron. This sacred and peaceful aura permeated everything around it, and even Saron felt a sense of comfort. Westerby finally saw the black dragon with his own eyes, and the experience was much more profound than seeing Melina's magical symbols. Aren't black dragons supposed to be skeletal dragons that live in rotten swamps, feed on carrion, and are fond of scheming? This black dragon gave her a very special feeling. Although it was evil, its evil was very pure. Black dragon, we don't have what you need here, please leave. The unicorn's voice was a clear and melodious girlish voice, like the tinkling of a mountain spring. How do you know you don't have what I need here? Saron stared at the other party, releasing his dragon's might, making the unicorn's figure slightly illusory. Saron then realized that the other party was a projection made by some kind of magic, which could not be closed by the cycle of despair. He was a little disappointed, as he had originally planned to give the other party a small dark room by himself. Then unleash your full firepower to crush the opponent, since the core of the celestial realm is the unicorn, and without the unicorn, the realm will collapse on its own. There are only peace-loving creatures here, such as pelicans, goblins, and half-goat tree spirits. There are no gold coins, silver coins, or treasures, the unicorn said. Compared to any treasure, these creatures, including you, are the greatest treasure. Saron scrutinized the other man's body. This size is big enough to be swallowed in one gulp. The unicorn was speechless for a moment. Saron could tell that the unicorn was a bit silly, or to put it more nicely, naive. Saron's guess was correct. After all, the unicorn usually lived in the enchanted forest, where it was surrounded by kind creatures like peak-heel, goblins, and tree spirits, and there was nothing scheming or fighting between them. Therefore, some people are not quite able to react to Saron's blatant evil. Now I have a suggestion. You withdraw from your celestial domain, surrender, and join my ranks as my servant. Then I will not wage war against you. Your celestial domain is powerful, but it's not invincible. I guarantee I can break it. Saron said directly. That's impossible. The unicorn immediately denied it, looking at the countless dark creatures and the black dragon before her. The evil aura emanating from these guys has almost reached the heavens, so how could she feel safe opening the barrier? Since that's the case, then don't blame me. Since the other party was unwilling, Salon was too lazy to waste his breath. Do you really think he can't do anything about this tortoiseshell? Chapter 187 Breakthrough. Saron flapped its wings and took flight. His massive body shot into the sky like a black whirlwind. At his level, there's absolutely no need for him to resort to any schemes or tricks. The main problem is that the unicorn just won't give him the chance. I can enter the enchanted forest directly by walking through the void. But is Saron the kind of dragon who leads from the front? Obviously not. Just open a gap in this magical barrier and let the little ones charge into battle. Saron stopped after flying to an altitude of about 2,000 meters above the ground. From this angle, it's almost impossible to see any creatures on the ground, but Saron has exceptional eyesight and can still see the dark creatures in the enchanted forest. Dozens of cone-shaped earth spikes, each over 30 meters in diameter, instantly condensed around Saron. That wasn't all. The earth spikes began to burn, covered in flames, and the power of this magical flame was immense. After acquiring the 4 elemental talents, Saron has been researching the magic in his inherited memories. As his health increases, his spellcasting talent and magic power also gradually increase. These spell models can be easily cast after a few practice sessions. Let you taste this enhanced version of Meteor Shower first, Saron said, looking down at the magical forest. The unicorn on the ground also sensed something amiss. She could feel the terrifying magic in the sky. At this moment, her celestial domain was activated to its maximum, and the barrier outside the magic forest was already visible. The semi-transparent barrier covered the entire magic forest like an inverted bowl. Under the gaze of the dark creatures and unicorns, half the sky seemed to turn fiery red. Bang! A huge fire meteorite crashed into the barrier and exploded. The surface of the protective barrier rippled a few times before returning to normal. Then countless fire meteors, trailing long flames, began to impact the protective barrier. The scene, which resembled a natural disaster, shocked every living being present. But then an even larger meteorite crashed down from the sky. This was a fire meteorite with a diameter of over 100 meters, and Saron stood on it with his wings folded up. His scarlet eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light. The barrier distorted slightly the instant the meteorite approached, but Saron's chest also began to glow red. Roar, roar, roar. A deafening dragon roar echoed throughout the entire magic forest. The unicorn's four hooves pounded the ground in the forest, and the power of the forest continuously gathered around her. Her magic also fed back into the forest, creating a virtuous cycle. These fire meteors may seem overwhelming to unicorns, but the celestial realm's magical barrier is more than enough to easily defend against them. However, Saron's roar, accompanied by a wild scream, directly disrupted the magical circulation within the unicorn's body. Normally, this kind of impact wouldn't be a big deal, and she could recover quickly, but at this moment she was doing her best to defend against the attack. This effect is fatal. Oh no! The unicorn Westerby's heart skipped a beat. Rumble! The fire meteorite exploded directly. At the same time, a blue, high-temperature breath followed behind the meteorite, impacting the magical barrier. Click! A series of soft sounds came from behind. Cracks appeared on the surface of the seemingly unbreakable magical barrier, and then began to spread. Finally, a huge gap appeared. The magic barrier has been broken. Kill! Charge! Roar, roar, roar! The lizardmen, goblins, and bear goblin leaders below drew their weapons and charged forward. But the half-dragons behind were faster, especially those who had been given the twisted seed. They glided in on all fours, their wings gliding behind them. The black torrent rushed into the green jungle like a flood. Melina stood on a big tree. Friends of the forest, an evil force is coming soon, and we need your help. Great spirits of nature, heed my call when we need you most, and let the great divine light float in the air so that all warriors may be revived. Under Melina's spell, countless ancient trees in the forest swayed their branches slightly, and ancient faces slowly began to appear on the surfaces of these ancient trees, which were tens or even hundreds of meters tall. Then the roots of these ancient trees began to emerge from the ground, and the vines began to lash out wildly. The dark creatures that had just rushed in were immediately blocked by these ancient trees. Some of the dark creatures were pierced by the thorns on the ancient tree because they rushed too fast. Roar! The half-dragon Tursoon is dealing with the attacks from these ancient trees. The vines on the ancient tree kept attacking him, and they were covered with countless sharp thorns. However, Tursoon's dragon scales were not afraid of these. But when the ancient trees realized they could not harm Tursoon, they gathered vines and began to bind him, intending to trap him here. Damn it! Tursoon was completely wrapped up like a wooden ball. However, the high temperature then rose, and the wooden ball was directly melted by the flames. Tursoon escaped his predicament with his half-baked red dragon breath, and even burned 2 ancient trees. At this moment, Geraint had already flown over. Dragon was quite surprised to see this. This is an ancient tree from the war. This type of weapon, which shone brightly in ancient times, has not been seen on the mainland for a long time. I never expected there to be so many in this forest. These ancient war trees are not as powerful as those from ancient times, but they are still strong enough. Geraint looked up and saw that these ancient war trees formed an impregnable defensive barrier, preventing the dark creatures from breaking through. Would Spirit, heed my prayer, create boundless power, and tear everything apart. The tree spirit Melina was still chanting incantations, even though she had little magic left. Such a talented tree spirit. Geraint flew directly towards Melina. Melina, of course, also noticed Geraint, her usually handsome face contorted with rage. Golden Dragon, how could you associate with these evil creatures? Chapter 188 Battle. I am indeed a servant of Lord Saron, but he is not entirely evil. During this time, Geraint lived in Sunset Forest and came into contact with various races. In his view, rather than saying those creatures are evil, it's more accurate to say that it's their nature, just like how wolves eat sheep. It's a result of natural selection. Of course, this is also inseparable from the influence of the twisted seed. But the tree spirit Melina didn't have so many thoughts. She manipulated the ancient war tree in front of her to attack Geraint. Without hesitation, Geraint unleashed a burst of dragon fire, the golden dragon's domineering breath reducing the 5 ancient war trees that charged towards him to ashes. Damn golden dragon. Melina was furious at what she was seeing, but she had to keep the bigger picture in mind. Moreover, with her strength, she couldn't possibly confront a golden dragon like Geraint head-on. In fact, ordinary fire attacks are ineffective in the unicorn's territory, but dragon flames are not subject to this restriction. This powerful breath is the bane of the ancient tree of war, let alone the breath of a golden dragon. Helpless, the tree spirit Melina could only chant the spell again, and instantly a huge wooden giant made of trees appeared in front of Geraint. After doing all this, the tree spirit's spirit instantly became listless, and the leaves on her body seemed to wither. Geraint glanced up at Saron in the sky before starting to deal with the wooden giant in front of him. The lizardman leader, wielding a massive battle axe, stood amidst several lizardman warbands. He casually chopped down a few thick vines, then suddenly looked up at the sky. Bang bang bang. Watch out above. Red only had time to shout one sentence before he saw many boulders fall from the sky above the forest, hurtling towards the dark creatures. Some of the weaker ones were smashed into mincemeat, but others of the dark creatures survived thanks to their physical strength or agility. The lizardmen and goblin warriors remained calm, raising their shields to withstand the attack. A cacophony of eagle cries echoed through the air. Red looked up and saw many giant eagles flying in the sky. These eagles had wingspans of about 10 meters, and some even had wingspans of about 15 meters. They each have huge boulders gripped under their claws, waiting for the right opportunity to drop them. The forest is not suitable for giant eagles to swoop down and fight, so they can only try to inflict maximum casualties on their enemies in this way. Roar, roar, roar. But then something terrifying happened to the giant eagles. A flock of wyverns flew towards them from afar. The leading giant eagles were very flustered, as wyverns, the rulers of the sky, were not something the giant eagles could handle. The giant eagle has talons and a sharp beak, but the wyvern also has claws and teeth, and a scorpion-like stinger on its tail, making it more defensive than the giant eagle. However, the giant eagles did not flee. Instead, they dropped all the boulders and began to confront the two-legged dragon. The moment the two sides met, the battle was exceptionally fierce. The wyvern king Drogon opened its huge mouth and bit the neck of a giant eagle, tearing off its neck with a powerful rip. Its claws even grabbed another eagle and ripped it apart. Instantly, countless bits of flesh and feathers began to fall into the forest below. At this moment, a powerful magical aura began to fill the forest, and Melina felt her almost depleted magical power begin to replenish itself. Lord Westby. Melina sensed the sacred aura and knew it was the effect of the sacred domain. Although the barrier had been broken, the sacred domain was still functioning. The giant eagles in the sky also received some kind of powerful boost, so that they were not completely helpless when facing the two-legged wyverns. At this moment, Pixie Suna was extremely panicked. Her tiny body could barely fly steadily. This is a sign of extreme panic in Pixnet. She only glanced at it from afar before hurriedly leaving the battlefield. Thanks to the pixie's talent, she left smoothly. Grandpa Kozman. Pixie Suna flew to a cave deep in the forest, where 3 pairs of eyes opened at her call. A roar came from inside the cave, seemingly in response to her call. Meanwhile, Saron was still focused on finding the unicorn. He knew that the quickest way to end the battle was to pull the unicorn directly into the cycle of reincarnation. Because once the unicorn enters the cycle of reincarnation, the celestial realm of this magical forest will crumble without a fight. However, since the barrier shattered, the unicorn has been constantly changing its location, making it impossible for Saron to pinpoint her location accurately. However, it didn't matter to Saron, because he had too many followers. Hundreds of thousands of ferocious dark creatures and all sorts of strange magical beasts rushed into the enchanted forest. Although the ancient war trees initially gained the upper hand by taking advantage of the surprise attack, Saron's followers had already reacted. Under the counterattack of several legions, these ancient war trees fell one by one, and the giant eagles in the sky were also chased by the wyverns. Since you're not showing yourself, don't blame me. Saron flashed into a battleground, which was the goblins' territory. Some goblins are using the terrain to their advantage to deal with several groups of bear goblins. The fairies come and go without a trace. They can poison, they can use hypnotic magic, and they can also use invisibility to hide their bodies at will. Although it is small in size, it has caused some trouble. Lord Saron, the leading goblin captain, was so frightened that he hurriedly knelt on the ground, thinking that Saron was angry. But Saron ignored them. With a thought, a chorus of painful screams erupted around him. Dozens of little fairies appeared in the air, all of them collapsing to the ground in agony. For Saron, their method of concealment was a joke. They could be easily detected by vibrations or wild screams. He had just found these little demons and used blood control to cause their blood to fluctuate slightly, which these little guys couldn't handle. Saron manipulated the surrounding earth elementals to form a platform, pulling the nearest little fairy in front of him to examine it closely. Its delicate face and beautiful figure, along with the small transparent wings behind it, gave Saron the feeling of looking at a figurine from his past life. Since you won't come out, I'll have no choice but to go on a killing spree. Saron looked around and then used blood control. Chuckle. The limbs of the 6 little demons in front of them exploded, bursting from the sheer volume of blood inside their bodies. They also let out painful screams. Not coming out? Then I'll continue. This time, it'll be your head that explodes. Just then, a pure white light struck Saron directly. Then the unicorn's glowing figure appeared in the spot, and the unicorn on her head emitted a warm light, and all the little fairies were transferred to her back. Black Dragon. The unicorn Westerby glared angrily at Saron before him. Chapter 189 Battle. Saron was certain that the unicorn before him was the real one. Since that's the case, then I won't stand on ceremony. The Cycle of Despair. Saron gave his opponent no chance to react and immediately used the Cycle of Despair. Suddenly, the creatures around them realized that the enormous black dragon and the holy unicorn had vanished from their spot. Meanwhile, the little fairies who had come to their senses felt something was wrong. Not good. With the disappearance of the unicorn, the celestial realm that existed because of her also began to disappear. Those creatures that were originally blessed by the celestial realm could have held on for a while. However, once the blessing was gone, they were instantly defeated, and the giant eagles lost the ability to contend with the 2-legged dragons. To Zhuogung now, these giant eagles were no different from paper, and he began a massacre. Miss Tree Spirit, you have already lost. Geraint spoke to Melina immediately. He didn't actually like killing, and he did have some affection for the tree spirit in front of him, which reminded him of his elf friend. Stop pretending, Melina said dismissively. Melina's condition wasn't great at the moment. With the blessing of the divine domain, she could barely hold off the golden dragon, but now it was beyond her capabilities. To make matters worse, the divine domain only failed under 2 circumstances. Either Westerby abandoned the forest and chose to escape alone, or Westerby was killed. Since the unicorn, as a sacred guardian, would not run away alone, there is only one possibility left, which is the outcome Melina least wants to accept. You evil creatures. We haven't provoked you. Why are you doing this? More branches and leaves began to grow on Melina's body. This was the tree spirit squeezing out her life force, which meant she was going to fight desperately. Geraint. At this moment, the silver dragon Jessenia, in human form, arrived beside Geraint. Aunt Jessenia. Geraint looked at Jessenia with a puzzled expression. That black dragon is dealing with the unicorn, and I've also found Argenta's whereabouts. Let's take this opportunity to leave quickly. Jessenia leaped onto Geraint's back. Aunt Jessenia, things aren't as simple as you think, Geraint said, turning back to stare at the silver dragon on his back. That's true. That black dragon must have signed some shameless contract with you, right? But I have an oath stone here that can circumvent some of the terms of the contract. The silver dragon reached out and took out a stone with mysterious patterns. Although some of the contracts are harsh, Dragon Island has a very long history, and naturally some good things have been passed down from there. The Oath Stone is one of them. There aren't many of these stones on Dragon Island, and Jessenia just happened to have one with her. Aunt Jessenia, Lord Saron's methods are beyond what a mere contract can achieve. Geraint recalled the changes in Saron's followers. After all, Saron never hid from his subordinates when bestowing twisted seeds upon them. After so many times, Geraint, being the golden dragon, naturally came to some conclusions. Given that Saron always seemed to know his condition and that strange way of communicating mentally, he knew that something was wrong with his body. After all, he wasn't stupid. Just as Geraint was about to say something, a huge monster suddenly flew out from beside him and knocked him away. Geraint's massive dragon body and the monster wrestled together. Caught off guard, Jesenia was also thrown off his back. She landed on the ground and looked at the giant beast fighting Geraint in front of her, exclaiming in surprise, "Chimera!" The giant beast before us is a chimera that is over 20 meters long. The chimera has the hind legs of a goat, the forelegs of a lion, a pair of dragon wings, and the heads of these three creatures. In the center of the chimera is the head of a lion, on the right is the head of a goat, and on the left is a head that looks like a red dragon. Chimeras like to ambush their prey, swooping down from high altitudes while breathing fire, and then landing to continue their attack. Legend has it that the chimeras are a unique race created by Demogorgon, the Lord of the Abyss, when he invaded the material plane in ancient times. At that time, various races were fighting each other, and some fools summoned the demon Lord Demogorgon to the material plane. Demogorgon was the most powerful demon lord in a certain period of ancient times. He could slaughter ordinary gods. Summoning such a being to the material plane was no different from flipping the table. So, this later triggered a demon war. The chimera is said to have been created by Demogorgon using the soul of the summoner and other elements. Therefore, the chimera is inherently as cruel as a demon, and this creature combines the traits of each part of itself. Its dragon head drives it to attack, plunder, and accumulate treasures. Its lion nature arouses its desire to hunt powerful creatures that threaten its territory, and its goat head makes it vicious and stubborn. Cosman, the tree spirit, looked at the chimera in front of it with surprise. The chimera didn't speak, but roared and suppressed Geraint. Fortunately, Geraint's dragon scales were quite strong, otherwise he would definitely have been torn to shreds by this crazed chimera. The chimera actually helped you. Jesenia was relieved to see that Geraint was not in immediate danger. Turning to look at the tree spirit in front of him. After all, the nature of a chimera is evil, and it cannot be driven by any creature at all. Cosman was injured a long time ago, and Lord Westerby helped him. It's that simple. The tree spirit looked at the other party without fear. She could naturally tell that the other party was not human. Meanwhile, Geraint was in a bad situation. The chimera was larger and stronger than him, and the attack was sudden. He was overwhelmed before he could even react. Close-range dragon language magic is ineffective. Melee combat is the only option. In the cycle of reincarnation, Cerrone quietly looked at the unicorn before him, while the unicorn Westerby also looked at the space before him in surprise. She discovered that she had completely lost contact with the outside world. Even if she had completely crossed worlds, she should still be able to sense her sacred domain. But this space had completely cut off her connection with the outside world. Furthermore, she was also unable to use her interdimensional magic. Chapter 190 Battle. The unicorn Westerby and Cerrone continued their standoff. Although the unicorn was slightly smaller, her aura was no less imposing. It's like a clash between the sacred and the wild. Moments later, Cerrone launched the first attack, and several huge wind blades appeared around him, slicing towards his opponent. The unicorn nimbly dodged the wind blades, its four hooves barely touching the ground. At one point, the horn on the head of the unicorn Westerby suddenly grew larger and charged directly at Cerrone. Cerrone stared at his opponent with his crimson eyes, and he met the unicorn's charge head-on. The dragon's tail lashed out and swept across the unicorn, but the unicorn nimbly dodged the attack. Finally, Cerrone dodged, and his massive dragon tail lashed out, sending the unicorn flying. I can give you a chance. Submit to me, and I will spare your life, as well as your subordinates outside. Cerrone was still very curious about unicorns. These celestial beings are shrouded in mystery. In legend, unicorns are the representatives of the gods. When certain worlds face the threat of demons or devils, unicorns will appear to guide the local creatures to form a sacred alliance to drive away the demons. They are the representatives of the gods intervening in the material world. The unicorn's horn is imbued with divine power and is a material used to craft many powerful magic scrolls and artifacts. However, historically, those creatures that killed unicorns did not fare well, as killing a unicorn would bring divine punishment. Cerrone wasn't afraid of any damn divine punishment. He killed him, so what? He was a dragon with a powerful backer, the goddess dragon mother of the 5 colors. Other creatures can kill dragons. There are dragon slayers among humans and other creatures. But it's different when a god personally kills a dragon. This is a provocation to the 5-color dragon mother, who will have to take action even if she doesn't want to. This is a tacit understanding between the gods, Otherwise, if you kill my believer today and I kill yours tomorrow, both sides will suffer losses in the end. Therefore, taming this unicorn is the best way to maximize profits. A dead unicorn can only be used as food, but a live unicorn will bring more food in the future. Saron is no longer as destitute as it used to be, so it's time to consider maximizing its profits. As for the grand feast, when the feast comes, you can cut off half of her horn, then cut off her leg and bleed her to get the trait. In any case, unicorns possess powerful healing abilities. As long as they have a breath left, they can slowly revive. But the unicorn wasn't buying it. She took a breath and said, I had a feeling that there would be great danger this time, and I've prepared for everything. Then you should just die? Saron's patience was also limited, and he immediately unleashed his magic again, sending countless powerful wind blades and fireballs sweeping towards the unicorn. The unicorn's horn emitted a pure white light, which deflected Saron's magic. But in an instant, Saron appeared beside the unicorn through void walking, raising his claws to grab it. His enormous dragon claw was much larger than the unicorn's body, and the unicorn was caught off guard and struck squarely. However, at the most critical moment, her body was enveloped by a magical shield made of white holy power. Holy Spirit Magic Shield. The unicorn's entire body was slammed onto the ground of the reincarnation space by Saron's claw. Several death children extended their claws from beneath the ground, while others unleashed their prepared magic attacks on the unicorn. The unicorn's horn glowed slightly, then emitted several beams of light. Black smoke began to rise from the bodies of several death children. This was the first time Saron had ever seen death children suffer such damage. Attribute advantage/disadvantage? This unicorn seems to have some kind of advantage against the child of death. After all, the children of death have no physical bodies, they only have souls. Saron ordered several death children to retreat. They would slowly recover in the cycle of reincarnation, and the death children were quite useful against other enemies, so there was no need to fight this guy to the death. At this moment, the unicorn's body also underwent some kind of change. A tall, slender girl appeared in the light, about 1.8 meters tall, dressed in a plain white dress. Her hair was also pure white, reaching almost to her ankles, and she had a single horn on her forehead that emitted a white light. Her feet were bare and snow white, and she held a strange white staff in her hand, just like a human priestess. A druid's trick? Saron realized that this was not a traditional form of shape-shifting magic. As darlings of nature, unicorns are proficient in various nature magics, including druid spells. It seems your purpose in transforming is to be able to use this staff better. Saron didn't think the other party did it just to look better. Being good-looking in battle is nothing special. At most, it might make him feel that the other person is more appetizing. Someone this pretty would be delicious to eat, right? An idea popped into Saron's mind. This is the holy staff, given to me by a fallen unicorn, the unicorn girl said. Saron became interested. He hadn't expected the other party to have such equipment. Looks like we don't need to wait for the opponent to die to loot their equipment. Holy light technique. The unicorn waved her staff, and a giant arrow of light appeared beside her. The arrow of light then shot towards Saron, who showed no intention of retreating and charged straight at his opponent. The enormous arrows of light pierced his body like a light drizzle. Saron emanated a powerful heat from his body, and he instantly teleported in front of his opponent once again. It unleashed a deafening dragon roar at a distance of less than 5 meters from its opponent. Westerby felt his magic power almost completely stop, and the holy shield surrounding him began to crack. At that moment, Saron lunged at Westerby, whose magic wand emitted a white light. At the last second, she managed to shift her body several meters, narrowly avoiding Saron's teeth. But suddenly, as if a phantom appeared in Saron's head, one became two. The newly appeared head snapped into Westerby's body. Chapter 191 Battle. Westerby was caught off guard and couldn't dodge at all. She didn't even have time to think carefully about why the other party suddenly grew ahead. Click. The seemingly indestructible shield on Westerby's body was shattered into pieces by Saron's teeth, turning into starlight and dissipating. So far, Saron has not encountered anything he cannot bite through. But in an instant, Westerby's body also turned into white light and disappeared at the same time. Then, a dazzling white light appeared not far away, revealing her figure. Westerby's face seemed even paler. She planted her staff directly into the ground, then clasped her hands together and silently chanted some mysterious incantation. Suddenly, white flames appeared around her. The flames grew larger and larger, almost filling half of the cycle space. Within these holy flames of light, a huge phantom of a deity faintly appeared. However, Westerby's expression turned grim. The holy flame of light was an unparalleled flame capable of burning even space itself, yet it was powerless against a small, separate dimensional space. She had thought that once the holy flame of light was summoned, it would burn a hole in this space, allowing her to use interdimensional teleportation to leave. However, this strange space was not affected much. Saron didn't feel any temperature from the white flame, but he instinctively felt that the thing seemed very strange. Then, Westerby used all his divine light to transform into a spiral horn of a unicorn. The horn appeared on Saron's chest in an instant. Saron tried to dodge it with Void Walk, but the small spiral horn also moved instantly and struck Saron, directly piercing through his sturdy dragon scale armor. That wasn't the end of it. The thing kept stabbing towards Saron's heart, finally piercing through his flesh and blood before exploding. The flames devoured half of the heart, reducing it to nothingness, before finally stopping. Saron roared and folded its wings, landing on the ground. Westerby breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the dragon was still a living creature, being pierced in the heart meant death. Some creatures in the world can be resurrected, and can even live with their hearts pierced. But this does not include dragons. She originally intended to aim for the opponent's head, since the head is where consciousness resides, and attacking the head could kill the opponent. However, the black dragon's two heads made it difficult for her to hold on to them, so she had no choice but to target the heart. At that moment, to Westerby's astonishment, the dragon's figure vanished right before her eyes. Then a huge black dragon tail lashed out from her side, sending her flying. Boom. Westerby's body was instantly covered in wounds, blood flowed from his mouth and nose, and the clothes he had conjured were tattered. His previous holy image was gone. Westerby had just forcibly activated the holy flame in her staff, which was extremely energy-consuming. This would be fine in the outside world, but this mysterious other-dimensional space had been suppressing all her abilities, and she couldn't even re-release the celestial domain here. And why didn't the other party die? Just then, a black, ferocious dragon claw slammed her to the ground, and Saron's figure emerged from the dust. He lowered his head and sized up the other person. Under Westerby's gaze, the black dragon's chest scales glowed with a fiery red light with his breath, and the pierced flesh and scales were healing at a visible speed, his blood dripping onto the ground and even corroding it. Actually, you might as well aim for the head, Saron said, looking at the disheveled unicorn in front of him. In fact, after several feasts, Saron's physical weaknesses were no longer true weaknesses. For other dragons, the heart is the central hub for controlling the body's magic power and cannot be lost. Therefore, some dragons would use various means to strengthen the scales around their heart. However, for Saron, the heart is important, but not that important. He also has an atomic furnace, which complements the heart. If the heart is damaged, the atomic furnace may even take over some of the heart's functions. Just as the heart's blood supply is now affected, the atomic furnace takes over the function of transporting blood. The opponent's flames were powerful, but they only burned half of his heart. After he went out, he was able to recover quickly using his carnivore talent, and he didn't even lose his resurrection armor. That's why they said the other person might as well have aimed for his head. Maybe they could have killed him. This is actually the embryonic form of a divine kingdom. Westerby glanced at Saron and then fell silent, looking directly into the space around him. He saw the suppression of his opponent, the failure of spatial teleportation, and the creature that resembled the soul of a believer. The embryonic form of a divine kingdom? Saron was startled. He knew about the divine kingdom. It was the foundation upon which every god became a god. As long as the divine kingdom existed, the gods would not die. It was the place where the souls of believers were carried by the gods. Wasn't the most sublime ideal of believers to enter the divine kingdom of the gods and achieve immortality? The fact that the other party considers his own reincarnation space to be the prototype of a divine kingdom means that he can become a god in the future. No, becoming a god is nothing. If we hold a grand feast with 100,000 floors in the future, what will the gods be? If I'm unhappy, I'll swallow it all and use it as food. As he thought about this, Saron's agitated emotions gradually calmed down, and he considered how to deal with the other party. Meanwhile, the battle in the enchanted forest intensified, but Saron's followers still held the upper hand. The native inhabitants of the magical forest went increasingly frenzied after discovering that their holy guardian had been killed. The goats and ghouls went berserk and stopped trying to escape. Even the pelicans began to use their charm spells to try and kill the enemy. But it turned out that passion alone could not change the situation. Faced with overwhelming power, these creatures fell one by one. Meanwhile, in an open field, the battle between Geraint and the Chimera had reached its climax. Their battle took place in a clear valley in the forest, where both sides tacitly gave each other space. At this moment, Geraint felt his blood boiling, and his eyes burned with blazing golden flames. He roared at the Chimera opposite him and flew into the air. The enormous golden wings swept out like a golden wave, and the dragon flames from its mouth swept towards the Chimera. Chimera, however, remained fearless, and as the battle continued, he exuded an evil and ferocious aura. Not to be outdone, it roared at Geraint. Then its dragon head spewed out flames similar to those of a red dragon, while its ram head spewed out poisonous gas. In the end, the two giant beasts chose to fight hand-to-hand. If they used magic or breath attacks, they might have to fight for 2 more days and 2 nights before a winner could be decided. In this situation, the only way to end the battle quickly was to use the most primitive method, to tear each other apart with their sharp claws and teeth. Chapter 192 Kill Half. Not far away, the silver dragon Jessenia and Argenta stood watching the battle unfold. Aunt Jessenia, I need to go help my brother. Argenta couldn't help but exclaim. Looking at the devastated magic forest and the Argenta silver dragon Jessenia beside her, she felt a sense of helplessness. What kind of mess is this? Jessenia really wanted to help drive away these dark creatures from the magic forest, but when she thought of the black dragon, she felt powerless. Your brother is doing the wrong thing. Argenta, you can't make things worse. But my brother is fighting for Lord Sarone. How could he have done anything wrong? Argenta retorted. Jessenia was almost furious at those words. She was now 100% certain that the black dragon had used some kind of magic on the two siblings. Argenta's performance goes beyond what could be achieved by being forced to sign some messy contract. It's important to understand that the personality of dragons is very unlikely to be influenced by other creatures later in life, since their vast inherited memories are enough to shape their personalities. Like the 5-colored dragons, they unanimously acknowledge the superiority of their own kind, believing themselves to be the supreme and strongest among mortal beings. When interacting with other creatures, they only focus on their own gains and losses. The 5-colored dragon gate firmly believes that it has an inherent right to rule. In short, it is because it is destined to rule this world, and all other creatures are inferior and should serve it, just as fire is hot and ice is cold. This belief is the cornerstone of the 5-colored dragon gate's worldview. These ideas are passed down along with the memories of tradition. The metal dragons, however, are different. They consider themselves among the strongest of the many races that have a place in the world, and they constantly maintain and protect the world itself. Therefore, the 5-colored dragons are mostly evil and chaotic, while the metallic dragons are mostly good and lawful. However, while Argenta's personality can't be described as evil or chaotic, it's not exactly good or lawful either, nor is it neutral, since she sees that black dragon as everything to her, etc. Suddenly, something occurred to Jessenia, and she asked uncertainly, Argenta, you haven't fallen for that black dragon, have you? No. Lord Sarone is very handsome and powerful, and he will protect me, but it's the thing that I like him. Argenta's ears perked up immediately. His eyes also darted away. It's over. When Jessenia saw Argenta like this, she felt like the sky had fallen. Having raised Argenta since she was a child, how could she not know that Argenta was shy? Silver dragons are extremely loyal when it comes to feelings. Once they fall in love, they will be devoted to the other person. Especially for someone like Argenta who is about to come of age, what is she supposed to do? Just then, a dragon's roar echoed through the air. A massive black figure appeared in the air. Lord Sarone, Argenta exclaimed excitedly, and then flew over immediately. Jessenia wanted to leave too, but she noticed a small blade of grass trembling nearby. She squatted down and poked a blade of grass with her finger, and instantly the blade of grass turned into a green pixie. Don't eat me. Don't eat me. Pixie cried in fear. Looking at the pixie Jessenia in front of her, she smiled. Little one, I won't hurt you. What's your name? My name is Suna. All my friends want to fight, but Suna is useless and can't do anything. Unexpectedly, the other person became even more heartbroken and burst into tears. You're kind, can you help us? The little guy looked at Jessenia with teary eyes. Jessenia fell silent. Not only were the surrounding dark creatures gathering towards Sarone, but treants and other survivors of the magical forest were also converging on this place. Chimera flung Geraint away with a claw and then flew towards Saron's location. You can't win, Geraint said, looking at the Chimera's retreating figure. But Chimera did not hesitate and flew directly towards Saron, sensing the faint life force of the Holy Guardian. He had to help the other person, even if it cost him his life. This life was given to me by the Holy Guardian, so I can give it back to her. Geraint followed. Chimeras understand dragon language, but they cannot speak it. However, his actions were already quite clear. At this moment, the unicorn in Saron's claws still maintained its human form, but it seemed to have suffered some kind of torment. Not only was it extremely disheveled, but its eyes were also filled with a dazed look. The tree spirit arrived first and saw Westby being held in the massive claws of the black dragon. It was a heartbreaking sight. Lord Westby. The tree spirit Melina went a little crazy. She began to catalyze the ancient war tree next to her. And then the chimera arrived, its 3 heads radiating murderous intent, even though instinct told it that going up would mean death. It was certain to die. This black dragon was beyond its capabilities. But he still decided to charge in. If you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Saron looked at the ant-sized goblins, the half-goat people, the tree spirit, and the chimera. Melina, no. The unicorn sensed her surroundings and spoke weakly, her eyes regaining some of their liveliness. You should have submitted to me long ago. I gave you the chance before, and this is the result of your own choice. Sarana unleashed his dragon might. Jessenia, who had just arrived, was also dumbfounded. She hadn't expected the unicorn in front of her to be defeated so easily, and so miserably at that. Jessenia then stepped forward and said, Your Excellency Black Dragon, I wish to use my own treasure to ransom these little fairies and the pig sprites. With a wave of her hand, she took out countless gold and silver treasures and rare works of art from her spatial storage, piling them up into a small mountain. But Saron didn't look at the treasure before him. His scarlet eyes were fixed on the silver dragon. You're not qualified to do business with me yet. Jessenia wanted to say something more, but Arjuna stopped her. Saron continued to look at the natives of the magical forest, but I'm willing to give you a chance. A glimmer of hope rose in the hearts of the creatures below. But Saron then coldly said, Kill half, spare the other half. Chapter 193 Preparation. Haha, this is the price you should pay for daring to defy me. Saron looked down at the wretched creatures below and said, You invaded us, but you won't even let us fight back. What kind of nonsense is this? Melina the tree spirit was very angry, but she didn't say these words. It's easy to act rashly, but the consequences are unpredictable. She would not be able to forgive herself if her friends in the forest were harmed by her heroic behavior. So not only did she refrain from speaking up herself, she also stopped her companions from taking any extreme actions. Only Jessenia, standing to the side, was unsurprised, because all 5 dragons were like this. To be honest, the fact that the other party hadn't attacked her made her wonder if this black dragon had become a little mild-mannered. Now it seems that this is the true nature of the evil dragon, and it will never change. Don't blame me. I'm just letting your companion enter the divine realm ahead of time. Saron said, looking at the unicorn in his claws. After all, his own cycle of reincarnation was the prototype of the divine kingdom she mentioned. By killing all these creatures and turning them into children of death, he could not only expand his own reincarnation space, but also prevent them from suffering in this world. It was a win-win situation. In a sense, becoming a child of death means the soul is immortal, because the foundation of a child of death is the cycle of reincarnation. If the cycle of reincarnation is indestructible, then even if the child of death is destroyed outside, he will be reborn in the cycle of reincarnation. The unicorn Westerby was speechless. She had never seen such a shameless creature. His so-called divine kingdom is not a divine kingdom at all. At most, it is just a special demiplane. Having only the 4 basic elements is far from being a divine realm. Now you can decide for yourselves who should die, or I can decide for you and randomly kill half of them. That's the fairest way. After Saron uttered those words, all the creatures present fell silent. It was undoubtedly a cruel truth. This was exactly what Saron wanted to do. After all, he would definitely need to conquer more places in the future for resources. If he let them go, what would other creatures think? So, the result of failing to resist the black dragon is simply joining his ranks? This isn't a big problem, so why don't we try to fight back? Therefore, this evil trend must be suppressed in one go. The consequence of resisting the black dragon is that even if you surrender, half of you will die. Ideally, they should all be killed, but the unicorns have only just received the twisted seed. If they were all killed, Saron might not be able to handle it. And if they committed suicide, Saron would have gained nothing. The other party could be said to be the only creature to leave the cycle of reincarnation alive, but Saron had already placed some measures on her beforehand. The twisted seed must be implanted, but initially the recipient's body strongly resists it. Even the twisted seed, once it entered its body, was directly melted by the holy power. However, Saron persisted relentlessly, bringing his opponent to the brink of death and using various methods to break down her psychological defenses, thus successfully planting the twisted seed. However, it must be said that the unicorn's vitality is truly tenacious. Now her body has automatically begun to absorb some unique magic from the surrounding forest and is slowly healing itself. Contrary to expectations, there was no bickering or cowardice. Both the goblins and the half-goat people quickly made their choices, and those who were injured or old in the tribe stepped forward. We were already dying. This just accelerated the process. Chimera and the tree spirit Melina exchanged a glance. Without the slightest hesitation, Chimera walked directly in front of Saron, his three heads roaring at Saron, or more precisely, at the unicorn in Saron's claws. Cosman, you don't have to do this, the tree spirit Melina sighed. After all, the Chimera was merely resting and recuperating in the magic forest and had no obligation to fight against enemies for the magic forest. Saron was quite curious about the chimeras. After all, they were creations of the legendary demon, Lord Demogorgon. However, this inherently ferocious creature actually lives in the unicorn's territory, and even chose to protect the magic forest at all costs when trouble struck. Suddenly, the chimera unleashed a scorching breath from its dragon head, but the breath was aimed at itself. It wanted to commit suicide. Cosman, I promise I'll never betray you. But can you please let them go? Westerby forced himself to stand up. Saron lashed out at the chimera with his tail, interrupting its self-harm. You are not qualified to make an exchange with me. Saron directly took half of the creatures present who had already made their choices, including the self-mutilating chimera, into the reincarnation space. In a daze, Chimera found himself in a gray space. His opponent had already resolved to die, so Saron gave him a quick death and successfully transformed him into the child of death, freezing his physical body. Saron dealt with the other lesser goblins with a single move, freezing 1,000 miles. At the same time, the injuries he had sustained in the battle with the unicorn were also healed. A moment later, Saron reappeared in the same spot. After a few days of rest, we will continue to expand. Saron gave his order. Now that the magic forest is no longer an obstacle, the northern part of the Larkana Mountains is unobstructed. We can directly occupy the entire mountain range and connect the Underdark to it. In this way, we can use this vast territory as a foundation to establish a true Black Dragon Kingdom. This Black Dragon Kingdom can continuously produce and collect various ingredients, so you can just lie back and enjoy a feast. Thinking of this, Salon suddenly felt energized. He took the unicorn back to the palace in Sunset Forest, where he awaited the next grand feast. The palace warehouses in Sunset Forest were already overflowing with resources, including gold and silver treasures offered by human kingdoms. The minerals and rare resources accumulated by his subordinates in the Larkana Mountains also need to be processed by Saron. As for the underworld, Saron paid it only a brief look before ignoring it. Arthas, unleashing his full power, was terrifying. He had already wiped out an advance force of gray dwarves, turning them into undead. Chapter 194 Arthas's Scheme. After Saron used some kind of magic to imprison the unicorn's magic, he threw it into a corner of the palace. In this state, he was not afraid that the other party would escape. Actually, you should help me become a god. Once my divine kingdom is formed, your little ones can be resurrected. Saron said, looking at the lifeless unicorn Westerby. Westerby straightened her long dress, then knelt on the ground, closed her eyes, and ignored Saron. Hoping for a dragon to become a god is no better than hoping for the destruction of heaven and earth. Although he possessed a divine kingdom that allowed him to become a god, gods are the ultimate beings. How could they be achieved so easily? Salon wasn't angry at her for acting like that. After all, she's a noble and pure unicorn. Hopefully, she'll remain indifferent when it comes time to devour her thigh. Not only the thighs, but also the spiral horn on the head that is the source of magic should be cut off to add to the dish. Saron pondered for a moment, looking at the single horn on the other's forehead. Westerby felt a chill run through his body for some reason, as if something bad was about to happen. Saron, however, was already thinking about other things, including that dim-wit silver dragon who seemed to have a lot of treasure. He'd make her hand it all over later. Should we find an opportunity to cripple it and plant the twisted seed? After all, although that silver dragon is in its prime as a silver dragon, it's still nothing special. After a moment's thought, Saron began to sense Arthas's situation through the mind chain. Near the Black Lake, the strong gray dwarf Salus stared grimly at the ever-expanding black mist. Lord Salus, that Death Knight was terrifying. Our advanced team of over 50 elite warriors has been wiped out, said a gray dwarf warrior standing nearby. I know, but if we can't even build a fortress here, how can we start the subsequent plans? Salus said grimly. He felt he might have oversimplified things. We haven't even seen the Black Dragon yet, and our subordinates have suffered heavy losses because of a Death Knight who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Lord Salus, look. At this moment, Salus also looked into the black mist, where he saw several swaying figures. Upon closer inspection, they realized that it was indeed a member of their advance team. At this moment, the dead gray dwarves emerged from the black mist with eerie expressions. Some of them carried their weapons from their previous lives, while others carried the bones of unknown beasts. Blue flames of their souls flickered in their eyes as they emerged from the black mist. Beast! Salus was furious. When had the corpse of the noble and powerful gray dwarf ever been desecrated like this? They were actually transformed into undead creatures, which means that their souls can never find peace. Damn it, come out and fight me head on. Salus walked to the edge of the Black Lake. The dozens of gray dwarves, who had become undead, had landed in the black waters. They charged toward the former general with ferocious expressions. Salus drew his weapons, a mace and a giant axe, from behind his back, roared, and then his body began to grow as large as if it were being inflated. The 1.4-meter-tall body transformed to a full 14 meters before stopping. The mace and giant axe in his hands also grew in size proportionally. In fact, every gray dwarf can use the giant growth spell, but ordinary gray dwarves can only grow to 1 or 2 times their original size, and there is a time limit. They cannot grow to their original size for too long. Salus, on the other hand, can grow 10 times larger, a rare feat even among the gray dwarves, which means he has honed his body to an extremely powerful level. This is also why Salus was able to become a general. Salus strode forward and smashed all the undead creatures that tried to attack him into pieces. Salus felt a pang of sadness looking at the corpses of his compatriots, who were among his most elite guards. You should know that those lowly slaves and jackals should be sent to lead the charge. Salus physically annihilated all his fellow gray dwarfs. These undead creatures proved utterly vulnerable to the giant axe and mace. After dealing with these matters, Salus looked at the black mist before him, and within the mist, he could vaguely see a pair of blue eyes watching him. Salus snorted coldly, put away his weapon, and turned to leave. He had met that Death Knight twice before, but the other party never confronted him directly. His nightmare was moving too fast for him to keep up with, and the black mist was clearly suspicious, so he didn't dare to go in. The other side has been guarding this Black Lake with that eerie black mist and a huge number of undead creatures. Arthas was riding Nightmare on the back of a massive shark-like creature. The enormous shark-like creature was dead. Its belly was devoid of flesh and blood, but its eyes still gleamed with a blue light. There was also a group of undead creatures consisting of many corrupted Kodo fishmen and other fish. Arthas also sensed Saron's mental consciousness immediately. Owner. Although Saron wasn't there, Arthas still respectfully gave a knightly salute. Saron was not surprised. Arthas was different from other creatures. His mind chains were imperceptible to neither the soul breakers of the abyss, nor the drow elves, nor humans. Even a powerful metal dragon like Geraint couldn't do that, but Arthas could always detect it immediately. Saron looked around through Arthas's perspective. This dark sea is called the Black Lake by the Grey Dwarves, but at this moment it seems more appropriate to call it the Dead Lake. Besides the Ko-Tau fishmen, the lake originally contained many other aquatic creatures such as fish and crustaceans. However, by this time all the creatures in this Black Lake had died. Arthas had killed them all and used the black mist to create undead creatures. This caused the black fog to expand further, covering almost half the size of the Black Lake. So the advance team of the Grey Dwarves' attempt to infiltrate the Black Lake to gather information was a joke. According to the memories of those Grey Dwarves, the Grey Dwarves here were not a small tribe. Instead, there is a vast kingdom of Grey Dwarves underground. Arthas, you did a great job. Saron exclaimed, surprised that Arthas was so clever. In fact, Arthas was deliberately provoking his opponent, wanting him to use more creatures to attack him, thereby expanding his own army. Furthermore, Arthas retained some abilities, such as his own combat prowess and the ability of the Black Mist to directly transform undead creatures. To make yourself appear strong, but not quite so strong. Isn't this a classic case of playing dumb to fool others? Saron felt he could stop worrying about the Underdark. Arthas alone would suffice. He was a terrifying being capable of commanding an army single-handedly, more frightening than any Death Knight in history. However, at this time, the Grey Dwarves were still viewing Arthas based on historical records of ordinary Death Knights. Chapter 195 Ingredients. After seeing how powerful Arthas was, Saron felt relieved. After all, Arthas was capable of handling the current situation, and the Grey Dwarves couldn't do anything to him. Therefore, it's best to leave this dwarf kingdom to him to handle. Whether he uses it as food or transforms it all into undead creatures, it's a very good option. Moreover, under these circumstances, there is not much point in continuing to expand into the lower levels of the Underdark. Saron plans to shift his focus to the ground first, where the resources are easiest for him to obtain. Besides studying some magic from his inherited memories, he spent the last few days torturing unicorns whenever he has a spare moment to ensure the twisted seed can fuse successfully. In this situation, Saron once again waited for the time of the next feast. A dozen days later, in the Great Hall, Saron stared into deep thought at the half-unicorn horn and the strange staff before him. The unicorn's horn is incredibly hard. Even with the blessing of holy power, Saron couldn't break it. To forcibly break it off would probably require uprooting it. However, the unicorn's horn is the source of holy power, so digging it out would be no different from killing it. So Saron simply bit off her horn, intending to use the top part as food. The pain he endured was extraordinary. So the strongest point is also the weakest point, Saron thought to himself. Saron then looked at a thick, branch-like object, which he had obtained from the tree spirit Melina. The powerful tree spirit Melina is not comparable to an ordinary tree spirit. In fact, the tree spirit race is quite diverse, with powerful natural tree spirits like Melina, as well as those that are formed later in life. Some wizards who study necromancy extract the souls of elves and graft them onto various objects. Some wizards will infuse the souls of elves into trees, and these life forms are called tree spirits. Their abilities are much weaker than those of natural tree spirits. Some weak individuals can be killed even by an adult human. After sensing the information from the tree spirit within the inherited memories, Saron withdrew his thoughts. The tree spirit's arm contained a great deal of the tree spirit's primordial life force. Beside these two most important samples were the enormous body of the chimera, as well as the corpses of various native inhabitants of the magical forest, such as goats and succubi. These were all food that Saron had taken from his own people. For creatures like them, it was perfectly normal to eat the corpses of enemy soldiers on the battlefield. They wouldn't even spare the corpses of their companions, since waste is shameful. If they didn't eat them, would they bury them underground or burn them like humans? That's insane. In fact, this is the mindset and lifestyle of most dark creatures. Their habit of eating intelligent beings is one of the reasons why they are classified as evil creatures. However, Saron did not correct their thinking. This was the rule of this world, which had existed since these creatures came into being. Saron quickly regained his composure, just as before, and ordered the half-dragon Tursoon to be his guard. The other members of his retinue temporarily halted their expansion and joined in guarding the core palace. Tursoon, kill any creature that attempts to enter the palace without mercy. Saron looked down at Tursoon. Yes, Lord Saron. Tursoon bowed in response, but due to his increased size, he could no longer kneel on one knee as before and could only bow. As the heavy palace gates closed, Tursoon was also excited, knowing that Lord Saron's slumber was different from that of other true dragons. Each time he slept, his strength would increase. Tursoon didn't think about anything else. He only knew that if Lord Saron became stronger, that would be the best outcome. Priests from the surrounding clans also set up some defensive magic around the palace to prevent any foolish creatures from disturbing it. Inside the palace, Saron silently devoured the food before him, determined to become even stronger. In a swamp in the Sunset Mountains, two small black dragons were devouring the corpse of a Gale wolf, blood dripping from Emily's mouth. The changes in the two of them are very obvious. First of all, there is a change in their size. Hannah is already a little over 6 meters tall. Emily, on the other hand, was only about 6 meters long. Unlike Saron, the two of them looked exactly like normal black dragons. Its once black scales began to turn gray, and bony fan-shaped growths started to emerge from its head, making it look like a skeletal dragon. Haha, I didn't expect Saron to go into a deep sleep without even noticing us. And that idiot is on guard now, so no one will dare to bother us. Emily was quite happy playing with the few small magical beast crystals in her hand. During this period of time, they had suffered a lot under the training of that damned half-dragon. Sometimes, just when they were sleeping, that guy would drive a few magical beasts to launch a surprise attack, ostensibly to train their survival skills. Emily had tried to intimidate him several times in a fit of rage, using her dragon might, but the half-dragons weren't having any of it. That tiny dragon's might wasn't even 1% of Saron's, and Tursoon knew his limits, never letting them get into dangerous situations. After all, she is Lord Saron's daughter. Sometimes, as punishment, he would personally spar with the two of them, leaving them covered in bruises, especially the unruly Emily. Hannah, what do you think about the two of us leaving here to expand our territory? Emily suddenly asked. I don't want to go. It's too dangerous. Hannah rejected the suggestion. Are you stupid? Saron is asleep right now. We should take this opportunity to help him conquer more territory and let these fools know how powerful we are. Otherwise, they will only know that their master is Saron and forget about us two black dragon princesses. Emily said proudly. Hannah was speechless. She thought Emily was going to take over the territory herself, but she didn't expect her real purpose was to please Saron. Emily still always refers to herself as the Black Dragon Princess, as if she really were Saron's child. The fact that she never denied her identity despite being abused so many times shows that the other party cared a lot about that identity. This made Hannah very uncomfortable with Emily now. Chapter 196: The Unpredictable Form of Waves and Clouds. The situation around Saron was incredibly complex while he was asleep. At this time, in the magnificent palace of the capital of the Kingdom of Del, Sophia sat on her throne, looking down at the envoys below. Your Majesty Queen Del, you should know clearly that the Black Dragon has been constantly expanding its territory. Sooner or later, it will extend its claws into our territory. For the sake of the future stability of our 7 kingdoms, please lead the Kingdom of Del to join our allied forces. A noble envoy dressed in luxurious clothes said emphatically. Sophia felt nothing but sarcasm at the other party's proposal. Their ridiculous and loose alliance was nothing but a joke in the face of that Black Dragon. After all, no human knew better than herself how terrifying that Black Dragon was. Duke Tarax, don't you think about how even the Holy Guardian Unicorn was utterly defeated by that Black Dragon? The magic forest was completely wiped out, and he has hundreds of thousands of Black Dragon monsters under his command. Legend has it that he even enslaved a golden dragon. How are we supposed to deal with him? Are we supposed to use the lives of our soldiers and civilians to feed the Black Dragon and its monsters? Sophia looked at him, leaning on her ornate cane. The envoys below were also somewhat distressed. Their allied forces had invited her many times, but Queen Del remained unmoved. Could it be that, as rumored, Queen Del had already sided with the Black Dragon? Your Majesty, the Black Dragon is indeed powerful, but you should be even more aware of the greed and cunning of the 5-colored dragons. As long as they have power, they will endlessly demand wealth and territory. The kingdom of Selenia is the future fate of all other kingdoms. The messenger attempted to continue persuading him. Since you have no way to deal with the Black Dragon, it doesn't really matter whether I join you or not. If the Black Dragon wants to come, then let him come. Sophia said firmly. We can work together to study its weaknesses and then use targeted methods to solve it. Our greatest weapon is our own wisdom. But Sophia simply waved her hand and said, Send this envoy away from the palace. Then 2 heavily armored warriors entered and gestured for him to leave. But the messenger knew that if he did not leave, they would force him to leave. Sophia didn't believe a single word of the empty words the messenger had just spoken. Before the astral gods, humanity's so-called wisdom is a joke. And do they really think dragons are just powerful beasts without any intelligence? Adventure novels are wonderful, but reality is very cruel. It's said that red dragons are brainless, but that's because they are incredibly powerful. They disdain conspiracies and prefer to burn their opponents with their dragon flames. Your Majesty Sophia, we actually already have a plan, the envoy suddenly said through gritted teeth. What plan? Sophia asked, intrigued. You must join us and sign a contract before we can tell you the specific details and plans, the envoy said. Show them out. I need to think about it some more, Sophia said. She planned to drag it out until the other party's patience wore thin and then gather some more information. As for signing a contract, that's impossible. I'm living very comfortably under the Black Dragon's command. Just the last time, The kingdom of Selenia's legacy alone made the kingdom of Del very rich. How could we possibly fight the Black Dragon? The stronger the Black Dragon, the better. The envoy had no choice but to retreat for now, intending to discuss the matter later. Outside the Sunset Forest, the silver dragon Jesenia sat by a river with the elven spirit Suna. Looking at her beautiful reflection in the water, Pixie Suna couldn't help but exclaim, "Jesenia, you're so beautiful." Since their last encounter, Pixie Suna has been following Jesenia, and the silver dragon also likes the little thing in front of him very much. At that moment, an even taller figure in a black cloak appeared behind Jesenia. Jesenia showed no surprise and turned around to ask, "Barris, you've come." After removing his mask and cloak, the cloaked man revealed his appearance, a resolute middle-aged man with tan hair. "Jesenia, I came here as soon as I received your message. Is that black dragon really that powerful?" "Barris, although I'm reluctant to admit it, I suspect that the opponent's strength may have reached the level of an ancient dragon." Jesenia stretched out her hand and used magic to outline Saron's appearance. Barris frowned as he looked at the scene before him. "When I was young, I traveled across the continent and even went to other material planes. I encountered black dragons, but this doesn't look like a black dragon at all." "Not a black dragon?" Jesenia knew that when Barris was just an adult, he encountered a mature black dragon while traveling across the continent. However, Barris defeated the mature black dragon head-on with the powerful body and magic of a brass dragon, which was enough to prove Barris's words. "I'm going to go and test his strength in a direct confrontation," Barris said, turning to leave. But Jesenia stopped him and told him her guess. Damn it, Barris felt somewhat bewildered. How could a silver dragon fall in love with an evil dragon and be so devoted to it? How the hell did that? Silver dragons are extremely devoted to their feelings. Once they fall in love with someone, they are basically hopeless. More than 100 years ago, there was a foolish silver dragon on Dragon Island who fell in love with a human. In the end, the human was about to die of old age. As a result, that fool wanted to share his life with the other party. Not only would the five-colored dragon not do such a thing, but the metal dragon would also not allow it. The majesty of the true dragon cannot be challenged. Finally, the magic was interrupted, and the human died of old age. The foolish silver dragon was forcibly taken back to Dragon Island and imprisoned. Barris snapped out of his thoughts. "According to the information I've gathered these past 2 days, the black dragon has fallen into a deep sleep. We can take this opportunity to do something," Jesenia said. "I won't ambush the black dragon," Barris said directly. As a true dragon, he had his own pride. What kind of behavior was it to ambush someone while they were sleeping? "What I mean is we can find the Geraint siblings, then look at their contract before making a decision," Jesenia said with a hint of helplessness. Was she really that insidious and shameless? Chapter 197 Friends of the Forest. "Let's go find Geraint and Argina first, and then we can deal with the black dragon problem," said the brass dragon Baris. Jesenia, on the other hand, was somewhat helpless, as it was clear that the other party did not take the black dragon seriously. But she's already gone this far, and it's hard to say how things will develop afterward. Besides, true dragons slumber for years. This matter might be resolved long ago. Then the 2 dragons and 1 elf headed towards the distant Sunset Forest. At this moment, in the royal palace of the Kingdom of Del, envoys from the 7 kingdoms arrived once again. "Your Majesty Sophia, according to reliable sources, the black dragon has fallen into a deep slumber. Our opportunity has arrived," the envoy said excitedly. "If a dragon falls asleep, it won't wake up? If a dragon falls asleep, it's no longer a dragon, but a sheep?" Sophia said, feigning impatience. "This guy has been hiding things. It seems I have to push him a bit." The envoy gritted his teeth and said, "In fact, our 7 kingdoms already have a way to deal with the black dragon." "What method?" "Finally, we're getting to the point." Sophia appeared relaxed, but in reality, she was on high alert. Her chance to infiltrate the enemy and gather intelligence had arrived. "Angel." The messenger uttered those 2 words. "Angel." Sophia gripped the scepter tightly. Regardless of what happened outside, Saron didn't have many thoughts at the moment. He has now entered a state of deep transformation, and the ingredients this time are excellent, making Saron feel exceptionally comfortable. As time passed, a month later, in the palace of Sunset Forest, Saron opened his scarlet eyes. In the pitch-black palace, a colossal figure rose to its feet, and one after another, the crimson eyes on its 3 heads opened. Saron shook its head, feeling extremely uncomfortable. This transformation of the feast was more significant than any previous one. Saron spread his wings and looked around. His size had successfully broken through the 40-meter mark, reaching a terrifying 43 meters. True dragons of this size are extremely rare even in the material world, and have already entered the category of super-large dragons. Saron's size is utterly overwhelming compared to the pitiful 16-meter stature of the Black Dragon Girl when she had just come of age a few years ago. From this perspective, perhaps Saron is the father, and the other is the child. Saron has decided that if he ever encounters the Black Dragon Girl again, he will beat her until she calls him dad. Why didn't she hunt properly to support herself back then? In fact, Saron's unreasonable growth path is quite rare. He was able to become an elder dragon-level being within a few years, which is even better than those true legendary dragon species. He completely crushes ordinary true dragons. After all, the peak of a true dragon is usually in its prime. As they grow old, their physical condition will decline. Only some true dragons that are favored by the dragon god or have their own extraordinary encounters and exceptional talents will continue to transform and become even more powerful, becoming ancient dragons or even prehistoric dragons, which are extremely powerful dragon species. Saron's size has reached that of an elder dragon, and it is even stronger than some elder red dragons. The ancient dragon was already worthy of the attention of the mother of dragons. If Saron prayed and believed sincerely, he would surely receive a response after a while, and Tiamat might even bless him. But for Saron, his current status is entirely due to his own efforts, and has nothing to do with the mother of dragons. She never provided him with any food, and he still worships her. It would be good if I didn't eat her anymore. After clearing his mind of these jumbled thoughts, Saron looked at his health points. That's a whopping 1,500 health points. Most importantly, due to the terrifying increase in his health, he now has 3 heads, which means he has 2 resurrection items. At the same time, the combat power brought by the 3 heads is also considerable. Saron's 3 heads sized each other up, a feeling far stranger than when he had only 2 heads. He patted each of his 3 heads with his dragon claws before looking at the panel. Saron, 1,500 health. Feast levels, 21. Feast cooldown, 30 days. Talent 17, Friend of the Forest. Trait 1, you are a friend of the forest. When you are in the forest, your vitality and magic power are greatly enhanced. All plants will selflessly help you, and no movement within the forest can escape your perception, even if the other party suddenly descends from the ethereal plane. Trait 2. As a friend of the forest, you can use magic at any time to create a large number of flowers, plants, and trees to form a forest domain to help yourself. You can even use trees to change your location. Talent 18. Holy Power Enhancement. Any of your talent spells can be enhanced with holy power, which requires magical energy for conversion. Good heavens! This time, 2 talents were generated, and neither of them seemed to be anything simple. After all, the ingredients this time were extraordinary. Friends of the Forest? Saron found it very strange. It was unbelievable that such a talent would appear in a black dragon known for its evil. Furthermore, the subsequent holy power enhancement seems a bit outrageous. If any talent or magic can be enhanced by this thing, that would be incredibly powerful. Saron has a plethora of talents and knows a vast array of spells, especially since his spellcasting ability has skyrocketed since acquiring the 4 elemental talents. He also learned all the magic spells that were only meant for reference in his inherited memories. After all, in Saron's view, being a dragon can be quite boring at times, besides eating, sleeping, and mating with the opposite sex to spread dragon offspring. Studying magic can not only pass the time, but also enhance your strength. However, there doesn't seem to be a spell model for nature magic in Saron's memory. Otherwise, the power of the forest friend combined with nature magic would be extraordinary. With a thought, Saron temporarily concealed the 2 extra heads. A 3-headed dragon was still a bit too conspicuous. Although he wasn't afraid of anything, it was still good to avoid some trouble. We can also catch them off guard, just like we did with the unicorn last time. Saron then dispelled the casually cast warning spell and stood before the palace gates. As the massive doors rose, Saron stepped outside. Chapter 198 Angel. Lord Saron. The half-dragon Tursoon, who had been standing guard at the door like a statue, immediately perked up when he saw Saron. Then the news of Saron's awakening spread like wildfire throughout the Sunset Mountains. The Lizardman Chieftain, the Goblin Chieftain, and the Bear Goblin Chieftain all came to pay homage to Saron. The Lizardman priest who had come along even wondered if he was seeing things. The black dragon in front of him had changed so much in just over a month of slumber. This terrifying majesty and powerful aura are probably even stronger than the legendary Flame Dragon Mother. Tussin, what's going on? Saron sensed that there seemed to be far fewer followers around him than before, and far fewer clans belonging to the three legions. Lord Saron, since you fell into slumber, the surrounding human kingdoms have been constantly provoking us. They keep sending small groups of troops to harass our camps, and according to intelligence we received yesterday, a large human army is gathering on our border. They seem to be preparing to launch some kind of more powerful attack, Tursoon said hastily, bowing. How dare humans provoke us? Saron was somewhat surprised. After all, his strength was undeniable. Not to mention his powerful subordinates, his infamous reputation for destroying so many forces was still not enough to intimidate them. As expected, one can't fathom human thoughts. However, since the other party dares to provoke him like this, it means they must have some means to deal with him. Thinking of this, Saron became vigilant. Lord Saron, this was sent by that human woman. Tursoon took out a scroll from his person and presented it. The things that Sophia sent. Saron immediately recognized it as some kind of message scroll. He ignited it with magic, and a message was received by Saron. Angel. After reviewing the contents, a glint flashed in Saron's crimson eyes. He hadn't expected that the so-called Human Alliance's trump card would be this angel, though he didn't know what kind of angel it was. Legend has it that angels are beings created by powerful gods using the essence of the stars, and they also possess divine attributes, making them all beings of great wisdom and strength. They devoted their entire lives to fulfilling God's will, remaining faithful to the spirit of order, and wholeheartedly carrying out the will of the divine. Currently, there are only 3 types of beings in this world who can truly be called angels. One type is Brahma's attendants, which is the most common type of angel. They are sent by benevolent deities to various worlds to punish evil and promote good. Their strength varies, and the most powerful Brahma attendants can fight against ancient dragons. The second type is an otherworldly divine servant, which is the powerful creature that last appeared in Arthas's memories from the plane where Arthas lived before his death. Compared to the Brahma god servant, the otherworld god servant is much more powerful. The otherworld god servant is known as the weapon of the god it serves, and is the embodiment of divine authority. A divine servant from another world can control the heavens to send rain to alleviate drought, or summon insect plagues to devour farmland. He holds a very powerful position among mortals. Moreover, the otherworldly attendant possesses powerful celestial ears, capable of discerning all lies, and using its radiant eyes to expose all deceptions, meaning it is extremely righteous and hates evil. The last type is the seraphim, an angel whose legacy is extremely mysterious in Saron's memories. Unlike the previous 2 types of angels, there are only 24 seraphim in legend, making them the highest-ranking angels. These angels are the most powerful among all angels. They possess powerful bodies and innate magic bestowed by the gods, and generally serve the gods. Sometimes they are sent to other planes, but the matters handled by the seraphim are all major events that can change or even destroy a world. In the ancient astral realm, the seraphim were often sent to exterminate demons because they possessed the most powerful tracking abilities in the celestial realm. Even if a demon had passed through a plane a few years ago, the seraphim could accurately track and locate it. Legend has it that a demon was chased to nowhere by the seraphim and eventually entered the negative energy dimension. However, the seraphim was not afraid and chased it directly to the negative energy dimension to purify it. As a result, the seraphim has a title among evil creatures, Slayer. These angels could easily be called killers, especially since they are incredibly powerful. Because the gods who created them were all very strong, even some weaker gods couldn't defeat the seraphim. Saron thought that these humans had at most found otherworldly divine servants through some means, but even that was impossible. Otherwise, given the otherworldly divine servants' righteous and vengeful nature, they would have already slaughtered everyone in the vicinity. After all, some of the evil deeds committed by human nobles far surpassed those of themselves. The otherworldly divine servants possessed the ability to detect lies and could directly identify evil. The royal family and nobles of the kingdom of Del were in such a sorry state. This gives a glimpse into the character of the nobles of other kingdoms. If an alien god servant encountered something like this in the kingdom of Del, he would surely slaughter the entire kingdom. Therefore, if these humans were to seek out otherworldly divine servants, it would be no different from courting death. As for the seraphic messenger, that's even more impossible. To be honest, Saron isn't qualified to attract any god to send out a seraphic messenger right now. The seraphic messenger would only appear if he ruled the entire plane and planned to destroy the world. I'm quite confident in dealing with Salong, the attendant of Brahma. Have your men prepare to fight at any time. Saron gave the order directly. What kind of human seven-nation alliance is this? Let's just plunder all the resources in this region this time. The seven kingdoms should have quite a lot of stock. I originally planned to use my strength to subdue them and make them pay tribute every now and then, just like Sophia did. After all, harvesting leeks is much better than killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. But since they dared to jump out, it would be a disservice to everyone's enthusiasm not to give them a good beating. Yes, sir. The clan leaders felt relieved. Their leader was Saron, and as long as Saron was there, they would not back down no matter what enemy they encountered. If those humans dare to act recklessly, I can allow you to wage war against them without consulting me. Now that the decision was made, Saron stopped thinking about all that nonsense. If the other party still doesn't make a move in a few days, he might even initiate a unilateral war, since all his talents would be wasted. Lord Saron, Geraint, and his sister have been missing for several days. They've disappeared. A golden dragon and a silver dragon just disappeared like that? Chapter 199 Beast Tide. Salon then realized that the brother and sister had not come. After all, Arjuna would usually be waiting outside her palace for her to come out, but she wasn't there this time. Never mind that. Just go do your own thing. Saron gave the order directly. Then the clan leaders withdrew. Tursoon, how are those two little ones doing? Saron asked Tursoon, who was standing next to him. The two princes are progressing very quickly. Unless they encounter enemies far superior to them, they are already capable of protecting themselves, Tursoon said. After all, the two little black dragons had the foundation they possessed, and true dragons were not so simple. Salon nodded. He sensed that Hannah and Emily were also somewhat unusual, especially Hannah. Tursoon, you should lead the half-dragon warriors into battle too. There's no need to guard this place for now. The battlefield is where you should be. Also, take the two little ones with you, and let them experience the baptism of war. Saron said. Yes, sir. After bowing, Tursoon slowly led several half-dragon warriors out. Saron then began to sense Geraint and Argenta's whereabouts based on the mind chains and the twisted seed. A few seconds later, Saron's consciousness entered Argenta's body. Looking around, I saw the silver dragon Jizania, the Geraint siblings, and an unfamiliar figure. They appeared to be in a private room of a tavern in a small town in some human country. Uncle Barris, Saron is about to go to war with all the human kingdoms in the vicinity. How can I abandon him at this time? Argenta looked angrily at the brass dragon Barris in front of her. She and Geraint were powerless against a brass dragon that was transforming into an ancient dragon, and Barris was their elder, so they could not possibly attack their elder. Argenta, humans are not as simple as you think. There's a reason why they can occupy the most territory in the material world. This time, that black dragon is likely in danger, and I won't let you suffer with him. Barry said without hesitation. After all, this is a seven-nation alliance, with an army of nearly 1 million, as well as various powerful spellcasters and warriors. Uncle Barris, Lord Saron is not as simple as you think, Geraint suddenly said. He had been following Saron from the very beginning of the expansion, and the number of dark creatures who had originally joined him had exceeded 200,000, including several very powerful clans. There are also the magical beasts in the Larcana Mountains. There are thousands of high-level magical beasts in this mountain range alone. If a beast tide were to be launched, the number of low-level and mid-level magical beasts would already reach millions. This is far beyond what any human coalition can resist. A horde of millions of beasts is enough to sweep across human kingdoms. Kindness. Launch a beast tide? How come I never thought of that? Saron thought to himself that it was too easy for a true dragon to start a beast tide, because the distribution of magical beasts was generally that the more powerful they were, the deeper they were in the mountains. He went directly to the depths of the mountains to release his dragon might to alarm the high-level magical beasts, ordering them to drive away the mid-level magical beasts, and then the mid-level magical beasts would drive away the low-level magical beasts. Because high-level magical beasts are beings with a certain degree of intelligence, they are easier to control. That's decided. We'll go back and launch a beast tide to first wipe out the human forces, and then send our own followers to fight. However, some treasures might be destroyed after the beast tide, and those things from the human kingdoms all belong to us. But there's no way around it. You have to give to receive. Compared to what he lost, he gained more. Geraint, do you really think of yourself as one of the black dragon monsters? Remember, you are a golden dragon who is to uphold justice in the world. Barris was already furious. He felt that the thing he regretted most was agreeing to let them travel to this damn human world. He never expected that a golden dragon and a silver dragon would have such warped personalities despite having inherited memories. This is simply a fantasy. At first, he thought that Geraint and Argenta were bound to some kind of contract by the Black Dragon or controlled by some kind of mental magic. However, after checking them many times and using the dragon mystic technique, he found that the two sibling souls had no contract at all, nor were they under any kind of mental magic. In other words, their personalities have truly been ruined. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he kicked Geraint out of the room. Geraint was launched like a cannonball, smashing through the tavern's private room and embedding his entire body into the stone wall. The silver dragon Jessenia beside him continued to elegantly sip her tea, remaining silent even as Geraint flew away. She had already taught Geraint a lesson before, so it wouldn't hurt for Barris to teach him a lesson again. It would be a good thing to wake him up. This kick would have shattered any other high-ranking human warrior, but Geraint simply stood up, dusted himself off, and returned to normal amidst the astonished gazes of passers-by. His body remained completely unharmed, demonstrating just how powerful the golden dragon's body was. Geraint, you take Argenta and go back with them first. At this moment, Saron took the opportunity to transmit this message to Geraint through the mind chain. Lord Saron, I understand, Geraint said, his eyes lighting up. Salong then relayed the message to Argenta. Argenta wanted to say something, but under Salong's stern warning, she didn't ask, only looking somewhat aggrieved. Aunt Jessenia, let's go back to Dragon Island. Geraint ignored the whispering passers-by and walked in to speak. Barris and Jessenia exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with delight. After all, if the two siblings went back to Dragon Island with so many metal dragons, their personalities would definitely be corrected. Saron withdrew his consciousness. His reason for sending Geraint and his sister back was simple. They would play a role in the upcoming war, but they might drag the other two dragons into it. It wouldn't be good if Dragon Island sent out more. Moreover, the situation on Dragon Island was unclear, so it would be good to send these two undercover agents to scout it out first. As for correcting their personalities, that's a joke. The Twisted Seed is not such a simple thing. As for what to do next, we can start preparing for the Beast Tide. Chapter 200 Displacement Beast. Saron first informed the clan leaders of his impending Beast Tide, then flew toward the center of the Larkana Mountains. Saron flew at extremely low altitudes throughout the journey. He began to use his forest friend talent to sense the atmosphere of the entire forest. Unlike before, this time he didn't pay much attention to anything. However, he could also easily sense the atmosphere of the entire forest. It seemed that his whole body had merged into the forest, and he could sense the most subtle atmosphere in the forest. Two ants are fighting under the leaves of trees in the distance, and earthworms are digging burrows in the soil deep in the forest. The image of a butterfly flapping its wings appeared in Saron's mind like a three-dimensional picture, which made Saron feel at ease. This feeling of being one with nature is quite wonderful. Saron flew incredibly fast, quickly reaching the deepest part of the Larkana Mountains. This place was practically legendary in the human world, as it was extremely difficult for adventurers to break through the layers of monsters surrounding it to get there. Saron flew to the top of a tree over 300 meters tall, and then let out a deafening dragon roar. In my previous life, even the ordinary roars of tigers could travel over a 3-kilometer radius, let alone the all-out roar of a dragon like Saron. Suddenly, the once peaceful forest began to become noisy. A giant, silver-white wolf, over 10 meters long and with wings on its back, swiftly darted through the jungle, while another robust earth dragon roared as it arrived. But when they saw Saron high above, a sense of dread gripped them, a fear ingrained in their blood for higher beings. Saron then began to unleash his dragon might. Waya, the silver moon giant wolf below was the first to prostrate itself in submission, followed by the earth dragon that resembled a Rex Tyrannosaurus Rex. Faced with a powerful true dragon, they had no reason to resist. However, Saron made no comment. His body vanished instantly, followed by a terrifying roar of a magical beast from the nearby bushes. The silver moon giant wolf and the earth dragon looked up and found that their mortal enemy was being pinned to the ground by the real dragon with its huge claws. Saron carefully examined the creature beneath his paws. It was a very peculiar creature, resembling a giant leopard with blue-black fur, but with 6 legs. 2 flat, spiky tentacles extending from its shoulders made its entire body look extremely strange. At this moment, the creature was not intimidated by Saron's dragon might at all. Instead, It stared intently at Saron with its malicious gaze and kept attacking Saron's dragon claws in an attempt to leave. Its body began to appear and disappear under these circumstances. Displacement Beast. Saron recognized the creature before him. This creature originated in the twilight of the fairy wilderness plain. Initially, the warriors of the fairy royal court captured these creatures to tame them and used them to serve them, taking them away from the twilight. However, the displacement beasts later escaped their master's control through their cunning and treachery, and quickly multiplied throughout the fairy wilderness. These creatures are highly prolific, intelligent, cunning, and possess the ability to displace, making them very difficult to kill. However, the fairy warriors of the fairy royal court, accompanied by the teleport hounds, defeated and eliminated almost all the displacement beasts from the fairy wasteland, while some of the displacement beasts took the opportunity to enter the material plane. The displacement beast can project an almost perfectly realistic magical illusion, making it impossible for enemies to determine its exact direction, hence its name. The biggest difference between this creature and other magical beasts is that they enjoy killing. Other carnivorous magical beasts usually kill to fill their stomachs, but the shifting beasts are different. They kill simply for the sake of killing, without any other reason. If a displacement beast appears in a forest, and there happens to be no stronger monster in the forest, then the displacement beast will kill all the monsters in the forest for its amusement. Seeing the malice in the other's eyes, Saron crushed its head with a single claw. Since you're so disobedient, then you might as well die? He then placed the corpse of the displaced beast, which was still staring at him with ferocious eyes even in death, into the warehouse of the reincarnation space, and froze it. Shifting beasts usually appear in groups, but Saron looked around and didn't find any other shifting beasts, indicating that this guy was all alone. Since it's already a single entity, Saron doesn't want to subdue it anymore. He'll just eat it when the time comes. The silver moon giant wolf and the earth dragon beside them became even more humble. They never expected that their opponent, whom they had tried so hard to kill, would be killed so easily. This displacement beast arrived here over a month ago. It indiscriminately slaughtered the surrounding magical beasts, which angered the two top-tier magical beasts in the vicinity. However, the displacement beast was extremely adept at concealing itself, and when it couldn't defeat them head-on, it would always resort to sneak attacks and evasion, greatly irritating them. Saron looked at the earth dragon. In this world, there were creatures similar to dinosaurs, and most of them were magical beasts. This earth dragon looked a lot like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, but no matter what, it was still a little brother in front of him. Just in case, Saron directly placed mind chains on the two of them and also granted them the twisted seed, but it was not activated. Then, a massive beast tide began to quietly brew deep within the forest. At this moment, in Chica City, the capital of the human kingdom of Parsons, representatives from the 7 human kingdoms are gathered, surrounded by various powerful warriors on guard. Those black dragon monsters were gathered in large numbers at the edge of the mountain range before, but for some reason they are now quietly retreating, said one of the burly men wearing golden armor. He is Andre, the commander-in-chief of the 7-Nation Alliance, the most powerful paladin among the 7 nations, the prince of the kingdom of Parsons and its guardian, and it was he who proposed the idea of dealing with the black dragon. Your Highness Andre, I suspect it might be related to that black dragon, an old man with gray hair said, opening his cloudy eyes. The black dragon has indeed fallen into a deep sleep. In fact, even if he were to awaken now, it would be useless. No creature can stand against the power of the 7 kingdoms. Andre said decisively. Then it's up to His Highness Andre. The old man didn't say much. After all, they knew a bit about his trump card this time. Then let's discuss a plan to deal with those black dragon monsters. Because of the previous incident in the kingdom of Selenia, specific measures have been taken against Saron's subordinates. The most outstanding performers were the Lizardman Legion, the Bear Goblin Legion, and the Goblin Legion. These 3 legions can be considered the main force on the battlefield.